I woke up to find myself transmigrated into a high martial world. Became the exceptionally talented young master of a prestigious family. Thought I'd been dealt the perfect hand at life's beginning. Who knew he'd suddenly awaken the Midlife Comeback System, gaining the ability to foresee the future. I actually got tricked into marriage by a manipulative green tea childhood sweetheart, was cuckolded, and ended up raising someone else's child, becoming a complete and utter loser. System mission issued, teach that green tea childhood friend a lesson right now. I slapped her without hesitation, tearing into her so harshly she questioned her entire existence. The mission was effortlessly completed, and the reward, the human yuan golden pill, was mine. Taking the divine pill, my damaged foundation was instantly restored, and my cultivation soared from a 6th-rank martial apprentice all the way to a 1st-rank martial master. The next mission would involve directly crushing a love rival who had already reached the martial king realm. Now, I hold the power to defy fate and change destiny. Chapter 1. I'm only 16, what the hell is this midlife comeback system? Fantasy World, Brain Storage Section. Gao Jianye, who do you wish to challenge? Li Mu. The blaring broadcast, the glaring lights. In the lounge. Hazily, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Li Mu looked at everything before him, his expression somewhat dazed. Did I just transmigrate? Hiss. Li Mu felt a sudden throbbing pain in his head. Memories surged like a tide, helping him quickly grasp his current situation. In a high martial world, martial prowess reigns supreme. His previous incarnation shared the same name as him, Li Mu. Though honest and somewhat dull in personality, thanks to his origins in the martial arts Li family and the full support of his father, a clan leader at the Grandmaster realm, he quickly rose to become one of the top 10 students in high school, earning recognition as the distinguished young master of the Li family and its foremost prodigy. His family life was happy and fulfilling, and he even had a childhood sweetheart he'd secretly admired for years. Now, standing here, he was about to participate in the top 10-seat challenge tournament of his high school. After sorting through the original owner's memories, Li Mu even began to wonder if he had gotten the wrong script. With the extensive reading of online novels in his previous life, someone like him who transmigrated would typically. The transmigrated individual was no unlovable, unwanted waste of a young master abandoned by his family. Or perhaps, an orphan who has lost both parents. Or perhaps, the unlucky young master whose bones were dug out or whose dantian was damaged. How did it end up being his turn to become a life winner with a wealthy family, astonishing talent, and a childhood sweetheart by his side? The only fly in the ointment was, last year, his predecessor fell seriously ill. Although he was successfully resuscitated afterward, it left him with lingering health issues. Not only had his strength regressed to that of a 6th-grade martial apprentice, but his martial foundation was also compromised. But these are minor issues compared to what other transmigrators have faced. No big deal. Just as Li Mu was happily lost in thought, a semi-transparent panel slowly materialized before his eyes, line after line of white text gradually appearing. At 16, during a positional challenge match, persuaded by your childhood sweetheart, you surrendered after recovering from a serious illness. As a result, the examiner gave you a 0. Misfortunes never come singly. Not only did you lose the chance to represent your school in the high school martial arts competition, but you were also impeached by your family and stripped of your heir position. Your mindset was somewhat shattered. At 17, with your Dao heart shattered, you remain stuck at the 6th-rank martial apprentice level. In China's college entrance exams, you only managed to get into an ordinary martial arts university. The once promising genius has now faded into obscurity. Yet, your father still refuses to give up on you. Defying the family's opposition, he pours vast resources into you, hoping you'll regain your spirit and join him in leading the Zhizhou family back to the clan. At 21, after consuming a vast amount of family resources, your cultivation barely reached the 2nd-rank martial master realm. Because of this, your father faced impeachment within the family, his status plummeting, and any chance of returning to the clan was lost forever. This became an eternal regret in your father's heart. At 28, you defied your family's objections and forced your parents to pay an exorbitant bride price to marry your childhood sweetheart, directly falling out with your father over it. 31 years old, your parents couldn't resist your persistence, emptied the family savings to marry your childhood sweetheart. Yet 3 days before the wedding, she was caught cheating in the marital home by your father. But you believed it was your father's scheme to break you two apart, causing relations with your family to deteriorate further until you eventually cut ties completely. At 32, after leaving your father's protection, you finally realized how tough life was as an ordinary martial artist out in the world. To meet your wife's increasingly outrageous material demands, you had no choice but to sell yourself into slavery as a black laborer and venture into the depths of the earth to mine. Little did you know, that journey would last 3 long years. At 35, after 3 years of mining deep underground, you return home to find your wife already pregnant. Overjoyed at becoming a father for the first time, you vow in your heart to work hard and earn enough money to provide a better life for your wife and child. At 41, you discover that neither of the 2 children you fathered are biologically yours. Holding the paternity test results, you confront your wife, only to find her lying in another man's arms, defiantly retorting, "Does blood relation even matter?" That night, you ran home in despair and stood outside the door all night, yet couldn't bring yourself to go in. Squatting on the steps, you lit a cigarette and reflected on the first half of your life, what a complete failure it had been. In the lounge, Limu was engrossed in reading the text continuously appearing before his eyes, while still finding time to complain. If the two children had the same biological father, that would be truly terrifying. If the two children don't share the same biological father, that would be even more terrifying. If the two children couldn't find a single biological father, that would be even more terrifying. Thankfully, things weren't that terrifying. Judging from the plot development, these two children are most likely that man's offspring. What utterly delightful news. Just as Limu was thoroughly enjoying the gossip, a ding suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, Limu, the comeback system has finished loading. Do you have the courage to turn your life around at this age of 40? What the hell? No. Wait a minute. Is the person described on this panel me? Host, Limu. The name's correct. Limu, dazed for a moment, suddenly jumped up from his chair, covered in goosebumps. Fuck. And here I was, happily enjoying the show just moments ago. End up being the one who gets caught in the crossfire. Damn it, they actually dared to mess with me. I knew it. No transmigrator ever gets a perfect start right away. Turns out the real rewards were waiting for me all along. Damn matching system. How did I end up with such a bitch? Suddenly, Limu abruptly looked up at the translucent screen, suddenly realizing something. Wait, I'm only 16. Damn it, did this stupid system come too early? The panel finally settled on that line of small white text. Do you have the courage to make a life-changing comeback at this crossroads of your 40s? Confirm. Limu hastily reached out and clicked the confirmation button. The future of this body's original owner is just too tragic. This is just like the ultimate combination of Hei Xiaohu, Two-Faced Turtle, and Fei Yangyang. No way. I'm turning my life around. Ding dong. A crisp system notification sounded in Limu's mind as a line of text appeared before his eyes. Comeback system loading complete. Host, Limu, male, age 41. Because of Zhai Xinxin, your future was ruined, you cut ties with your parents, got cheated on after marriage, and even the two kids weren't yours, making you a glorious orphan stockholder. At this age of 40, go back immediately and teach Zhai Xinxin a lesson, venting all the anger accumulated over the years. Mission reward, Human Origin Golden Pill. This mission is way too easy. Although my cultivation has regressed, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. With my 6th rank martial apprentice strength, teaching Zhai Xinxin, a mere 5th rank martial apprentice, would be as easy as lifting a hand. Judging by the life events that followed, it's clear that this Zhai Xinxin is nothing but a high martial version of a manipulative green tea bitch. Zhai Xinxin constantly belittled her ex while elevating herself, and she was fond of brainwashing him with all sorts of nonsense. To make matters worse, her ex was a simple and honest man who lacked eloquence, and Zhai Xinxin had the added advantage of being his childhood sweetheart. So, it's completely understandable to be hooked by such a high-level and PUA-savvy green tea bitch like a gaping fish. Accept the mission. Thinking of this, Limu immediately accepted the mission. Though I don't know what this human origin golden elixir is, but what Limu hated most in his previous life was this kind of PUA bitch. Even without this mission, he wouldn't easily let her off the hook. However, let's talk about this again. This mission was issued by the system to his 41-year-old self in the future. Now that he's only 16, can teaching that bitch a lesson still count as completing the mission? If it doesn't count, could it be that I still have to wait until after 41 to accomplish it? This is so messed up. Just as Limu was still busy studying this idiot system, a pleasant and gentle female voice came from not far away, interrupting his train of thought. This mission is too easy. Limu, did you hear the announcement just now? Gao Jianya has challenged you. You'd better forfeit before the challenge even begins. A momentary victory proves nothing. Once you recover from your injuries, we'll just win it back. Following the sound, Limu set his eyes upon a girl with delicate features. She was wearing a light pink dress with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, her fair skin radiating youthful energy. But Limu wasn't just pleasantly surprised. I was just worrying about not having a way to deal with Zhai Xinxin, but who would have thought this bitch would come knocking on my door herself? Limu, I'm talking to you. Seeing that he remained silent, Zhai Xinxin, standing at the door, furrowed her brows and spoke with increasing impatience. Limu, I told you to withdraw for your own good. If you don't choose to quit now, with your current state, do you really think you can represent our #1 high school in the martial arts tournament? By then, what you'll lose won't just be your own face, you'll disgrace our entire #1 high school. Do you understand? So what? Limu turned around and said indifferently. It must be said, that green tea bitch's acting skills are truly impressive. If it weren't for seeing his own future through the system, Limu might have actually believed she was wholeheartedly considering his best interests. Afraid of being utterly humiliated by Gao Jianya in the ring match, he's here to make me surrender voluntarily. Little did he know, at this very moment, Zhai Xinxin and Gao Jianya, the despicable pair, had long since gotten involved with each other. This year's high school martial arts tournament will break away from the traditional arena competition format and instead adopt an entirely new battle royale mode. In this battle royale mode, in addition to earning points by hunting demon beasts and defeating other participants, the judging panel will also score contestants based on their performance in the displacement challenge, determining the final rankings in the high school martial tournament. Zhai Xinxin and Gao Jianya somehow learned in advance that the evaluators would come to observe this replacement challenge and score each participant's performance. If I really followed Zhai Xinxin's advice and chose to forfeit, Gao Jianya would undoubtedly receive a perfect score. Therefore, as long as Gao Jianya achieves a perfect score in this displacement challenge, he only needs a decent performance in the high school martial tournament to secure a high ranking. The final ranking rewards for this high school martial tournament haven't been announced yet, but rumors are already circulating that since it's the first ever battle royale style tournament, the rewards will be the most generous in history. At that time, Gao Jianya would receive generous rewards for his outstanding performance in the National College Entrance Exam. And I became the laughingstock of the entire school, stripped of my position as the young master by the family and regarded as a disgrace. The clan leader, my father, was also implicated because of me, and his prestige within the family plummeted. And the turning point of my fate began right here. At this thought, Li Mu's fists involuntarily clenched as a glimmer of unwavering determination flashed through his eyes. Since it's time for a comeback, then let's start right now. This 10th seat, he, Li Mu, is determined to defend. The top spot in this high school martial arts competition, he, Li Mu, is taking it too. Zhai Xinxin was dumbfounded. She had originally steeled herself to endure the humiliating sight of Li Mu showering her with effusive gratitude and tearful thanks. At this moment, I realized Li Mu was acting completely out of character with such a reaction. This couldn't help but stir some displeasure in Zhai Xinxin's heart, yet she paid no mind and directly extended the withdrawal form in her hand forward. So what? I've already gotten the waiver for you. Hurry up and sign it. Just a bit later, and it would truly be too late. Li Mu, use your head and think carefully. We've grown up playing together since childhood. Would I ever do anything to harm you? Hurry up and sign it, idiot. Li Changfeng scoffed and snatched the waiver form away. Stupid idiot? Zhai Xinxin froze. Her pupils abruptly contracted, as if she had heard something utterly inconceivable. After realizing what happened, Zhai Xinxin's face turned livid with anger, and her gentle voice suddenly became shrill. You've really gone too far this time. Li Mu, I don't have time to dawdle with you right now. The role reversal challenge is about to begin. Sign this right now. Or else, I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Great, that's exactly what I wanted. Li Mu tore the letter of resignation into pieces and flung them directly into Zhai Xinxin's face, sneering as he spoke. She's just a worn-out whore that everyone's had. You, how dare you have the gall to make decisions for me? Are your brains full of shit? Zhai Xinxin was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. She never expected Li Mu to treat her so horribly. So much so that it made her wonder whether she was dreaming or hallucinating with her ears. Bitch? He actually dared to call me a bitch. Zhai Xinxin stared at Li Mu in disbelief, her lips trembling as she shrieked. You actually called me a bitch? I'm calling you out, you bitch. Li Mu stepped forward, slapping Zhai Xinxin's face repeatedly with an arrogant tone. What? From the look on your face, it seems you're still quite unconvinced. If you're not convinced, then come and bite me. Don't hold it in at all. Come on. Just a fucking bitch's bastard. How dare you yell in front of me? One more word out of you. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Mu looked at Zhai Xinxin with eyes full of disdain and mockery. Li Mu, you. Zhai Xinxin, humiliated by Li Mu's words, was so enraged that his eyes turned red, his chest heaving violently. Realizing he was no match for Li Mu, Zhai Xinxin took several deep breaths before gradually calming down, his expression turning icy as he spoke. Li Mu, fine, you've got guts. Just wait till we step onto the arena, I'll see how miserably you die. He dropped this harsh threat. Zhai Xinxin stormed out, slamming the door in anger. Take care, no need to see me out. Watching Zhai Xinxin fume with rage, Li Mu couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction. He took out his phone and while blocking all contact information related to Zhai Xinxin, the crisp notification sound of the system rang out in his mind once again. Ding! Mission complete. Reward item, Human Origin Golden Pill has been issued. Li Mu blinked, somewhat incredulous. Was the system's mission really this simple? If this mission had been issued 25 years later, when Li Mu had long become useless and his cultivation was far inferior to Zhai Xinxin's, even if the mission could be completed, he would definitely be beaten half to death by that bitch Zhai Xinxin. But the system arrived early, and the mission was issued ahead of time. This turned what was originally a hellishly difficult task into something incredibly easy. With strength far surpassing Zhai Xinxin's, she could casually humiliate her without fear of retaliation. So satisfying. It's absolutely exhilarating. Human Origin Golden Pill. Got it. Just by hearing the name, this pill doesn't seem ordinary, though its effects remain unknown. With this in mind, Li Mu summoned the effects of the Human Origin Golden Pill, and the text on the system panel reappeared. Li Mu was stunned and quickly looked over. At the age of 40, you have finally bravely conquered your inner demons and humiliated that bitch Shai Shinshin for the first time, but this is far from enough. The counterattack mission has been triggered again. Defeat Gao Jianye head-on and avenge the betrayal you've suffered for over a decade. Mission reward, King of Hell's Morning Roll Call, Martial Arts Talent. Note, since Gao Jianye's strength has reached the first-grade Martial King realm, the host is given a one-year task deadline. If the mission fails or is not completed within the deadline, the host will experience an even more miserable life. Chapter 3, you call this a little bit? Li Mu froze for a few seconds when he saw the system task pop up again. Are you kidding me? Defeat Gao Jianye, a first-rank martial king. He was barely a sixth-rank martial disciple himself. Even if someone had a human core golden core and told him to fight a martial king, that'd be like giving Li Mu a gun to restart his life. Wait. Li Mu snapped out of it. Since this stupid system had arrived 25 years early, that meant the Gao Jianye he was about to face was also the Gao Jianye from 25 years ago. At this moment, Gao Jianye wasn't some first-rank martial king at all, he was just a lowly 8th-rank martial disciple named Xiao Karami. From this perspective, this mission was equally straightforward. Currently, the gap between his cultivation and Gao Jianye's was only 2 minor realms. With the aid of the human essence golden core, completing this system task would be a piece of cake. Oh, right. He hadn't finished reading the effects of the Rhine Yuan golden core yet. Amidst his excitement, Li Mu suddenly remembered the human origin golden core still sitting and used in his inventory. With a flick of his thoughts, he quickly pulled up the item's information. Human origin golden pill. Grade, 7th grade. Quality, perfect. Type, consumable. Effect, consuming this pill aids the host in undergoing a rebirth, reshaping their foundations while slightly enhancing cultivation. Description, a golden-scaled dragon is no mere pond dweller. When encountering wind and clouds, it transforms. Consuming this pill allows the host to defy fate and forge supreme martial arts. Roar. This Ring Yuan golden pill is downright insane. Granted, it only offers limited cultivation enhancement, but that's beside the point. The point is the rebirth through nirvana, reshaping the foundation. It's essentially granting me a second life. At first, I was worried how could I possibly repair foundations damaged by illness. But now? Perfect. The reversal system has completely resolved this lingering worry for me. After witnessing the effects of the human origin golden elixir, Li Mu couldn't help but gasp sharply. He was utterly speechless. But then again, it made sense. 25 years later, he was such a useless piece of trash. Throughout the mission, he constantly risked being beaten into permanent disability by Shai Shinshin. The difficulty of this mission. It was absolutely nightmare level. If they don't offer some top-tier rewards for this, then something's seriously wrong. He thought to himself. Li Mu swallowed the Rhine Yuan golden core pill without hesitation. He was now eagerly anticipating the upcoming position swapping challenge. After swallowing the human origin golden pill, invisible streams of multicolored radiance surged directly into Li Mu's extraordinary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, permeating his internal organs. Li Mu's first sensation was that his cultivation realm was surging upward at an unimaginable speed. The qi and blood coursing through his meridians flowed like mighty rivers, vast and unstoppable. In this world of Blue Star, where martial prowess is revered and martial arts flourish. For high school students like them, the Chinese college entrance examination was undoubtedly the test that could alter the course of their entire lives. Especially for those who managed to squeeze into the top 10 of their school before the Gokao, then represented their school and ranked highly in the high school martial arts tournament. Admission to one of China's top 10 martial arts academies was practically guaranteed. But even someone of Gao Jianye's caliber was nothing more than a mere dish in this high school martial arts tournament's battle royale. Had his predecessor not been tricked into surrendering by that despicable pair, Shai Shinshin and Gao Jianye, allowing Gao Jianye to secure maximum points, and then stumbled upon a stroke of luck afterward, he wouldn't have been able to secure a relatively good ranking in this high school martial arts tournament. Once one's chi blood value surpasses 100 points, they enter the first-rank martial artist realm. Each major realm is further subdivided into 10 minor ranks. The early stages of martial cultivation were about laying a solid foundation, where chi and blood values increased very slowly. Yet at this very moment, Li Mu's vitality surged wildly. 70, 80, 100. A torrent of qi and blood surged like a raging storm, relentlessly tempering and refining Li Mu's extraordinary meridians and vital organs. 7th grade martial trainee realm, refining the organs. 8th grade martial trainee realm, refining the marrow. 9th grade martial disciple realm, meridian opening. 10th rank martial trainee realm, rebirth. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Li Mu's cultivation surged from 6th rank martial trainee to 10th rank martial trainee. The 10th rank martial trainee realm served as the threshold between martial trainee and martial master. Successfully crossing this barrier required at least a year of relentless, grueling training. Along the way, one must endure countless life-threatening crises, battling demonic beasts and alien races. The slightest misstep could mean being swallowed by a beast tide or torn apart by alien races, ending up as a corpse exposed to the wilderness. Yet now, Li Mu had achieved it in less than a breath. That's why Zhai Xinxin had fled. She wasn't here. Had she not fled, Li Mu's astonishingly rapid advancement would likely have driven her mad with terror. As for Gao Jianye, who had just been boasting endlessly in front of Li Mu moments ago, he instantly became a mere ant like nobody. If Li Mu so desired, he could crush him with a single finger. A mighty surge of vital energy instantly coursed through Li Mu's extraordinary meridians, his qi and internal strength continuing to surge until his vital energy value skyrocketed to 288 points before finally stabilizing. First rank martial master realm breakthrough. Li Mu's heart surged with emotion. It felt like a dream. The speed of his cultivation advancement was simply too fast. What others required decades of arduous cultivation, he had achieved in an instant. A colossal force surged and roared within his body. With every movement, he could unleash a force of 10,000 Jun. Though it was true that his cultivation had surged rapidly after consuming the human origin golden pill, Li Mu couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Wait a minute. This is truly bizarre. According to the system description, wasn't this human origin golden pill supposed to only slightly enhance cultivation? Damn it! I went straight from a 6th rank martial trainee to a 1st rank martial master. Could it be that the system slightly actually means a gazillion %? Chapter 4, Sorry, I'm a cheat. Keep in mind, even among the teachers at Jizhou First High, the vast majority are only at the 1st rank martial artist or 2nd rank martial artist levels. And with his current cultivation, even the students of this top high school wouldn't be a match for him. If a real fight broke out, the teachers might not even be able to hold him back. Feeling the surging power within him, Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Originally, I just wanted to give that bastard Gao Jianye a taste of my strength before the position swap challenge began. But now look at this. This isn't just giving Gao Jianye a taste of strength, it's practically sending him straight to heaven. After all, this was a 16-year-old at the 1st rank martial artist realm. Even at Jizhou First High, only the prodigy Shen Luoyan, the school's top-ranked student who awakened an S-grade martial talent, would be worthy of facing him. Li Mu felt both astonished and delighted. Shocked that he feared that the Ren Yuan Golden Core might boost cultivation too rapidly. After all, according to the system's description, the human Yuan Golden Core should only marginally boost cultivation. But for him, good heavens, it had propelled him straight from the 6th rank martial trainee realm all the way to the 1st rank martial master realm. But could such rocket-like advancement come with side effects? He didn't want to get caught off guard and get screwed over by this stupid system again. That would be utterly ridiculous. But when Li Mu pulled up the Ren Yuan Golden Core's description page and studied it carefully, he finally understood what caused his sudden surge in cultivation. So that's it. The introduction to the human origin golden elixir specifically emphasizes that even a slight increase in cultivation level is targeted at oneself at the Grandmaster realm at age 41. At the Grandmaster realm, advancing even a single minor realm requires at least 1,000 points of vital energy. For a Grandmaster, a mere 288 Qi blood points is less than a mosquito's leg, utterly insignificant. The system designed it this way precisely to teach people how to fish rather than just giving them fish. The change only affected one's innate foundation, with cultivation merely receiving a token increase of a couple hundred Qi blood points just for show. But this dumb system never dreamed. What it considered a token gesture, when applied to a mere 6th rank martial trainee like me, felt like cheating at the highest level. Genius? A prodigy? Sorry. I'm a cheat code. An overwhelming aura of terror radiated from Li Mu. The other students in the training ground instantly felt this terrifying pressure, sending a collective shiver down their spines. Even Xiao Qingxue, presiding over the assessment from the elevated platform, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, a hint of surprise in her gaze. Students seated around the arena craned their necks, eyes filled with panic and confusion as they scanned their surroundings. What's happening? One student stammered, his lips trembling. Just now, for a moment, I felt like I was being stared at by some terrifying beast. Another female student patted her chest, her voice still trembling with lingering fear. Yeah, that was terrifying. Damn it. You have no idea that aura nearly scared the piss out of me. Li Mu, the instigator of it all, had already reigned in his aura. Xiao Qingxue, seated on the elevated platform, scanned the martial arts arena with her gaze but found nothing. Just as she was about to turn her gaze toward the backstage lounge, that astonishing martial artist-level aura vanished without a trace. Xiao Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she silently concluded. That aura just now came from the direction of the lounge. Could it be that besides the top-ranked student who awakened S-grade martial talent, First Middle School harbors other prodigies I know nothing about? The thought barely formed in Xiao Qingxue's mind before she dismissed it. Before arriving, she had already obtained the student profiles participating in the position swap challenge. The strongest among them was merely at the 8th rank martial trainee realm. How could there possibly be a prodigy at the martial master realm? Even looking across the entire Jizhou First High School, the pinnacle should be that prodigy with the awakened S-rank martial talent, the top-ranked student. But she wasn't participating in the challenge today, and naturally, no one dared challenge that prodigy. She concluded. That martial master aura she sensed earlier probably emanated from one of the teachers at Jizhou No. 1 High School. Maybe I've just been overly sensitive lately. Just as Xiao Qingxue was shaking her head at her own hypersensitivity, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd below her. Xiao Qingxue followed the sound and saw a male student clad in black martial arts attire stepping onto the stage. This was none other than Gao Jianye, the challenger who had requested a position swap with Li Mu. The moment Gao Jianye stepped onto the stage, he unleashed the terrifying aura of his 8th rank martial disciple cultivation. The students in the audience collectively sucked in their breath, their gazes toward Gao Jianye instantly shifting from before. That's it. That's the feeling. I knew it. That terrifying aura earlier? It was coming from Gao Jianye. Gao Jianye is now at the 8th rank martial disciple realm. There's no one else this strong in our entire first high school. Oh, right. What do you think? Could there be any unexpected twists in the upcoming challenge match between Gao Jianye and Li Mu? Unexpected twists? You're overthinking it, buddy. If it were the Li Mu before his serious illness, maybe there'd be some twists in this challenge match. But the current Li Mu? He probably wouldn't last a minute against Gao Jianye. True. If it doesn't end in a minute, I'll eat my hat. I beg to differ. While Gao Jianye at the 8th grade martial disciple realm is undeniably strong, Li Mu is still among the top 10 at our Jizhou First High School. Even if his strength has dropped to 6th rank martial trainee due to a serious illness, there's a gap between them. But let's be honest, it's only about 20 points in vitality. So what's your bet? I'll bet on 2 minutes. In the spectator stands, countless young men and women were buzzing with excitement over the upcoming position swap challenge match, each offering their own expert analysis and heated debate. Yet the overwhelming majority shared one conviction: Li Mu was bound to lose. This wasn't because they lacked faith in Li Mu. It was purely because Li Mu had recently suffered a severe illness that greatly diminished his strength, while Gao Jianye had broken through to the 8th grade martial disciple realm. With neither side possessing awakened martial talents, Li Mu faced a disadvantage where one gained strength while the other weakened. How could he possibly have a chance of winning? From her seat in the spectator stands, Zhai Xinxin coldly watched Li Mu's figure and sneered. Li Mu, I gave you a chance before. Not only did you squander it, but you had the audacity to humiliate me repeatedly in the locker room? Looks like you won't learn until you're pushed to the edge. What's so great about being a mere 6th rank martial trainee, you little Karami? What's there to be so cocky about? Next. Just wait until you're thoroughly humiliated by Gao Jianye on the stage. Chapter 5, Who's the Real Good for Nothing Between Us? On the central stage in the spectator area, Gao Jianye stood radiant with confidence. He first waved to the audience, then fixed his gaze across the ring. There. A figure clad in white, lean and tall at nearly 6 feet, radiated an extraordinary presence. The youth lifted his head, his eyes as deep and starry as the heavens. His strikingly handsome face carried no trace of effeminacy, instead radiating a masculine vigor, while a hint of playful amusement lingered at the corners of his mouth. This was undoubtedly a rare beauty. He was leagues above those so-called pretty boys. It was Li Mu. Just now, Xinxin told me you absolutely refused to forfeit. So it's true? As Li Mu took the stage, Gao Jianye crossed his arms, chin slightly raised, his tone arrogant. How amusing. Ever since you returned to school, weren't you most afraid of being challenged by me? You've been avoiding me like a stray dog every single day. What's gotten into you? What's gotten into you today? You actually have the nerve to stand before me. As he spoke, Gao Jianye slipped steel knuckles onto both hands, adopting a combat stance. He sneered down at him from above. But Li Mu, since you're so bold today, I'll give you a chance to win. I'll let you take the first 3 moves. Don't let others say I'm bullying a worthless fool like you. If you don't want to humiliate yourself, then get off this stage. The audience immediately erupted in laughter. At that moment, everyone believed Li Mu was nothing but a joke. In the challenge match, he was going to give Li Mu 3 moves in front of the entire faculty and student body. This was outright humiliation. Ridiculous. A whore who plays both sides. A dog, and she dares to put on airs in front of me. You and Zhai Xinxin. Truly a whore and a dog, meant for each other forever. Li Mu didn't get angry. He just stared at Gao Jianye with a look reserved for the mentally challenged, clicking his tongue. And another thing. Shut your father's mouth. One more word, and I'll make you fly. Whoosh. The entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Has Li Mu lost his mind? Who does he think he is? He's nothing but a washed-up failure whose cultivation base collapsed and regressed, and he still has the nerve to spout such nonsense? Even a fart from Gao Jianye could send him flying 800 li. At that moment, everyone believed Li Mu had completely lost his mind. Arrogant. Clueless about his own limitations. Very well. Li Mu, I was originally planning to let you have a few moves. But now I've changed my mind. Today, I'll break every bone in your body. I'll make sure this worthless piece of trash never gets back on his feet again. The rules for this match: no lethal blows. All other actions are at the competitor's discretion. The match begins. The referee's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Rip! The moment the words left his mouth, Gao Jianya's aura surged as his fingers clenched into a fist. Before Li Mu could react, Gao Jianya lunged forward, his fist crackling with electricity like a cannonball, slamming viciously toward Li Mu's chest. At that very moment, Gao Jianya's blood boiled, crackling with faint blue arcs dancing across his right fist. The atmosphere on the stage instantly erupted. The students in the audience gasped in shock. They all sensed the terrifying force of vital energy erupting from Gao Jianya, carrying a dreadful sense of oppression. But that wasn't all. Gao Jianya unleashed his punch in an instant, its momentum staggering. Many well-versed students instantly recognized the combat technique Gao Jianya was executing, exclaiming in astonishment. Five Thunder Fist. Gao Jianya started with the Five Thunder Fist. The Five Thunder Fist is Gao Jianya's most powerful combat technique. Once mastered, it unleashes blinding lightning with each strike. Its power is extraordinary, capable of shattering stone with a single blow. The Five Thunder Fist packs serious punch, especially with its lightning-infused fist aura. Its power ranks among the top and C-grade combat techniques. Holy crap! Gao Jianya is going way too hard here. He's clearly aiming to cripple Li Mu from the very first strike. With his 8th rank martial disciple cultivation combined with the Five Thunder Fist, no one could withstand it easily. Li Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. He stood rooted to the spot, leaving himself wide open, not moving an inch. Clang! The fist, crackling with electric arcs, slammed heavily into Li Mu's exposed chest, producing a metallic clang. The collision of immense force sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Just as everyone stared wide-eyed, holding their breath in anticipation of the fierce clash about to unfold before them. In the very next instant, one man flew backward like a... Gao Jianya flew away? Witnessing this scene, the crowd froze in place like statues, the entire arena plunging into deathly silence. They watched helplessly as Gao Jianya flew backward, spitting blood. The scene was utterly surreal, utterly unbelievable. Before the positional challenge began, everyone had been arguing over whether Li Mu could last 1 minute or two against Gao Jianya. But what no one could have imagined was that reality would be 100 times more surreal than their wildest fantasies. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, Gao Jianya flew backward right before their eyes. No one could make out what had just transpired. Except for him, the vast martial arts arena fell deathly silent, the air seemingly frozen solid. On the platform, Li Mu brushed the wrinkles from his chest with a slight sigh of disappointment. Didn't even scratch the surface. Gao Jianya, you're kinda weak. The students' eyes widened in disbelief. The looks they shot at Li Mu were like they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Up on the elevated platform, even the usually composed and unflappable teachers of First High were left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? Gao Jianya, the 8th rank martial disciple everyone had pinned their hopes on, was taken down in a single move? This Li Mu. Didn't he take a year off last year after falling seriously ill? This wasn't illness or withdrawal. You clearly made a triumphant return, okay? If you're this awesome, why didn't you say so earlier? What era are we in, still playing dumb to catch the wise? At that moment, Li Mu on the stage didn't pause his movements. Under countless stunned gazes. With a flash, Li Mu transformed into a dark shadow, instantly appearing before Gao Jianya. His heart raced with terror as he hurriedly cried out, Li Mu, I surrender. Too late. Li Mu swiftly lunged forward, his fists gleaming with black light. Heavy as cast iron, his blows rained down like a violent storm, cutting off Gao Jianya's surrender. Thud, thud, thud. Gao Jianya collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as he coughed up blood in great gulps. That single punch shattered countless bones. Even his internal organs were damaged. Even if he survived, he'd be a cripple for life. Only when Gao Jianya ceased struggling did Li Mu straighten up again. He looked down at him with a faint smile. Which one of us is the real piece of trash? Chapter 6, The Brothers, Side by Side. The words struck Gao Jianya like a stinging slap across the face. He wished he could sink into the ground right then and there. Every arrogant word he had spoken earlier reminded him just how laughable he truly was. In front of Li Mu, he, nothing but an ant. Li Mu roared with laughter. He grabbed Gao Jianya by the back of the neck and yanked him off the ground, his gaze cold as ice as he surveyed the room. Today's positional challenge match, anyone still dissatisfied? Or those who still harbor ambitions for my position as the 10th seat? None of you need hold back. Step up to the stage and challenge me. I, Li Mu, will see it through to the end today. Seeing the crowd below fall silent, with no one daring to step forward, Li Mu delivered a flying kick that sent Gao Jianya tumbling off the stage. With his hands in his pockets, he strode toward the crowd below. Simultaneously, a light screen appeared before Li Mu's eyes once more. Mission complete. Reward issued, King of Hell roll call martial talent. Just as Li Mu prepared to examine the special effects of this reincarnation battle soul, text reappeared on the system panel. Now in your 40s, you have finally avenged the 2 greatest enemies you loathed most during your first 4 decades of life. Yet for you, who is about to embark on a path of reversal, this is merely the first step of a long journey. The reversal quest has been triggered once more. Mission: brothers must stand united. As a seasoned middle-aged underdog, you understand well that if you don't uproot the weeds, they'll sprout again with the spring breeze. Now that Gao Jianya has fallen at your hands, eliminate his elder brother Gao Jiancheng as well to eradicate all future threats. Mission reward: Sword Path Initiation. Upon seeing the system's renewed mission, Li Mu's eyes lit up. You know what? This dumb system actually knows how to deliver. No sooner had he successfully defended his challenge than it issued this comeback mission. While the difficulty of this third comeback quest was less extreme compared to the previous two, completing it was still no easy feat. According to the original timeline, the brothers Gao Jiancheng and Gao Jianya were known as the twin tigers of the Gao clan. Both brothers possessed comparable strength. Gao Jianya was a first-rank martial king, so Gao Jiancheng couldn't be far behind. Thus, this presented no small challenge for Li Mu as well. But then again, what does the mission impossible for the 41-year-old Li Mu have to do with the 16-year-old Li Mu? After all, he had already beaten Gao Jianya half to death on the stage, then grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and humiliated him in front of the entire school. Since he dared to push things to the absolute limit, he wasn't afraid of the Gao brothers seeking revenge. Even without this system-assigned task, Li Mu would have sought out Gao Jiancheng himself for a heart-to-heart talk. Now, perfect. While having that heart-to-heart with Gao Jiancheng, he could also conveniently claim the system reward. It was like winning twice over. Damn it. This time, I'm truly winning big. System, accept the mission. Li Mu accepted the mission with a satisfied smile, then stepped lightly off the stage. At that moment, the referee on the stage, microphone in hand, faced the audience and announced excitedly. I hereby announce. In this Jeju No. 1 High School Challenge Tournament, Li Mu has successfully defended the title. He will represent Jeju First High School in the High School Martial Arts Tournament 1 month from now, competing against other schools in Haidai Province for the final survival ranking. After a brief moment of silence, the vast martial arts arena erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. On Blue Star. Martial prowess reigns supreme. The victor is king. The gaze everyone now cast upon Li Mu had changed completely. Holy crap! Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? Unbelievable. This is just too crazy. Even a powerhouse like Gao Jianya couldn't last a single exchange against Li Mu. Damn it! Who can tell me what the hell just happened on that stage? All I saw was dust flying everywhere, and then Gao Jianya was sent flying straight out of it. This Li Mu was just ridiculously strong. Holy! Who the hell said Li Mu was barely recovered in only a 10% of his strength? You call that 10% strength? This is insane. The way Li Mu's tearing through this, he's 10 times stronger than before he got sick. Ha. So what if he's 10 times stronger? No matter how strong Li Mu gets, can he possibly surpass Gao Jiancheng, the eldest brother of Gao Jianya? Gao Jiancheng is ranked 3rd at our first high school, and his cultivation has already reached the peak of the 10th grade martial disciple realm. If Gao Jiancheng finds out Li Mu beat his brother so badly, well, Li Mu's fate afterward would be easy to imagine. Before the tournament began, no one could have imagined that Li Mu, barely recovered from a serious illness, would rise against all odds. Not only had his strength not diminished, it had become even more monstrous. Without a word, he instantly defeated Gao Jianya, a martial disciple at the 8th rank. Yet as Li Mu struck down Gao Jianya, many present grew concerned for his own safety. Yet, just as everyone cheered and shouted for Li Mu, Shai Xinshin, seated in the spectator area, froze like a wooden statue. Her lips trembled for a long moment, yet no coherent words emerged. Her eyes were wide as she stared blankly at Li Mu's retreating figure on the stage. Compared to the students who were so excited they jumped out of their seats to cheer and shout for Li Mu, Shai Xinshin's world was undoubtedly dark and quiet. She couldn't hear anything now. The same phrase echoed relentlessly in her mind. Gao Jianya. Defeated? How could this be possible? Others might not know Li Mu's true cultivation level. But Shai Xinshin had heard it directly from Li Mu's own mouth. Just days ago he was only at the 6th rank martial trainee realm. A 6th rank martial trainee, a complete waste, actually defeated Gao Jianya, an 8th rank martial trainee? This ing turns the heavens upside down. Shai Xinshin clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her flesh, yet she felt nothing. But then, as he overheard nearby students discussing Gao Jiancheng, his world suddenly regained its color. Recalling Li Mu's humiliation in the lounge moments ago, and then picturing Gao Jiancheng furious upon learning of it beating Li Mu into a pitiful state where he couldn't even care for himself, a cold, sinister smile curled at Shai Xinshin's lips. She immediately sent Gao Jiancheng the photo she'd taken earlier, the one showing Li Mu choking Gao Jianya by the back of the neck, publicly humiliating him before the entire school, then grinding him into the ground. Chapter 7, SSS Rank Martial Talent. Meanwhile, in the VIP box on the 2nd level of the martial arts arena. 100 points. Damn it! That's a perfect score. Principal Song Changming of Jeju First High School stared in utter shock. The teacup he held in his hand shattered unconsciously in his grip, scalding tea spilling across the floor. Yet he remained oblivious to the mess, his lips still murmuring the word perfect score. The reason? Nothing else. After seeing off examiner Xiaoqing Xue, Song Changming had secretly glanced at the score section of the evaluation form. There, in bold characters, were 2 lines of text. Trainee, Li Mu. Score, 100. These 2 simple lines made Song Changming's face flush crimson and his heart pound like a drum. Even his prized purple clay teacup was crushed in his hands. Initially, Song Changming had attended this role reversal challenge merely as a school leader fulfilling protocol, primarily responsible for hosting Xiaoqing Xue. But what unfolded during the role reversal challenge left the principal of First High School utterly dumbfounded. Who the hell said Li Mu had suffered a major setback after his illness? You call this a decline in strength? If this is what you call a decline in strength, then I'd gladly regress all the way back to the Stone Age. Currently, our academy has produced Xin Luoyan, a prodigious young woman who has awakened S-tier martial talent and already reached the martial master realm. Now we have this dark horse, Li Mu, bursting onto the scene. At this Hai-Dai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament, our Jizhou No. 1 High School will finally hold our heads high and shine brightly. Song Changming shook the water droplets from his hands and laughed heartily. Though Jizhou No. 1 High School boasted the reputation of being a century-old institution. In recent years, however, their performance at the Hai-Dai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament, a gathering of prodigies from the province's top institutions, had been less than stellar. In this martial arts world where strength reigns supreme, victory crowned champions, while defeat branded them as outcasts. The rankings in each provincial high school martial arts tournament directly determined how many premium resources each top high school would receive from the province the following year. This explains why the competition for the top 10 spots at Jeju No. 1 High School is so fierce. Unlike previous years when Jeju No. 1 High merely served as a backdrop to the competition. This time, their competitiveness is exceptionally strong. First, Xin Luoyan, who awakened S-tier martial talent and has already reached the first-rank martial artist realm, needs no introduction. This prodigious young woman has always been their ace in the hole. Now, the dark horse Li Mu, who emerged unexpectedly, has just concluded the tournament stage, earning a perfect score of 100 from Xiaoqing Xue. Typically, students who receive a perfect score from examiners can generally secure a respectable overall ranking in the high school martial arts competition, provided their subsequent performance isn't disastrous. Thinking of this, Song Changming's gaze fell upon the slender figure walking back to the high platform below, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. The youth, clad in white, walked with his back straight as an arrow. His stride was steady and powerful, radiating confidence and vigor with every step. Passing the stunned judge, Li Mu politely nodded in acknowledgement before turning and walking into the passageway. Impressive. This Li Mu is truly remarkable. Song Changming's gaze toward Li Mu grew increasingly satisfied with every passing moment. Principal Song? Vice Principal Sun Wenbin approached cautiously at that moment. Since we've decided to focus on cultivating Li Mu, shouldn't we give Gao Jianqing a heads up beforehand? Given Gao Jianqing's vindictive nature, if he finds out his own younger brother was humiliated so badly by Li Mu on the stage, he won't let it go easily afterward. I'm worried that Li Mu might suffer at Gao Jianqing's hands. Before Sun Wenbin could finish, Song Changming waved his hand dismissively. Inform all levels of school leadership to stay out of the conflict between Li Mu and Gao Jianqing. Li Mu has just emerged victorious from a major win. This is the perfect opportunity to give him a good lesson. This might not be a bad thing for him. As for cultivation resources, that has always been handled by the student union. We won't intervene for now. Just follow the standard reward procedures. Once he's been brought to heel, we can make further arrangements based on the situation at that time. Brilliant. Brilliant indeed. Principal Song, you're on another level here. Without lifting a finger, you've neatly taken care of that kid Li Mu. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wenbin's flattery brought a satisfied smile to Song Changming's face as he stroked his beard and laughed heartily, clearly pleased with his masterful handling of Li Mu. Meanwhile, Li Mu, of course, had no idea the 2 old men were sparring like crickets on the second floor of the martial arts arena. After stepping down from the stage, Li Mu hurried back to his private room. On Blue Star, martial talent was ranked from highest to lowest across 7 tiers, SSS, A, B, C, and D. The system had assigned me this underdog mission to defeat Gao Jianye. For a 41-year-old like me, it was an impossibly difficult task, utterly unachievable. No wonder this underdog's martial arts talent rating must be off the charts. At this thought, the corners of Li Mu's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Claim mission reward. Ding. Friendly reminder, given the exceptional nature of the reward you are about to claim, the system advises you to find an open area to receive it. It's just martial talent, how much more special could it possibly be? And now I have to find an open area just to claim it? This is just overkill, like taking off your pants to fart. What a waste of time. Li Mu muttered under his breath, completely dismissing the system's warning. Li Mu focused his mind. A dazzling golden light instantly erupted from the translucent light screen before him. The intensity of the golden light flooded the entire lounge as bright as day, blinding Li Mu so much he could barely keep his eyes open. Then, a vast, ancient, desolate aura emerged from the translucent light screen. Centered on Li Mu, enormous golden ripples spread out in all directions like rippling water. Rumble. As the golden ripples spread relentlessly, the vast martial arts arena began to tremble violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Tables and chairs toppled, the ground cracked open, and dust billowed everywhere. The sheer scale of the commotion felt as though this golden energy wave intended to level not just the entire training ground, but half the school itself. Teachers and students of Jizhou No. 1 High School, along with passers-by within dozens of miles, all witnessed a dazzling pillar of brilliant golden light suddenly erupt from above the training ground, shooting straight into the heavens. This magnificent celestial spectacle pierced through the clouds, standing side by side with the sun high in the sky. The extraordinary sight of two suns shining together illuminated the very center of Jeju First High School. Li Mu, witnessing it all, was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth fell open, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he managed to utter two words. Holy! Chapter 8, Wake him up quickly. At that moment, Song Changming, who had been leisurely sipping his tea, froze in shock. Then, he suddenly sprayed the tea from his mouth all over Sun Wenbin's face across from him, leaping up from the sofa. Caught completely off guard by the sudden blast of tea, Sun Wenbin was about to ask what was going on when suddenly the ground shook violently, the world spun wildly, and the vast martial arts arena seemed on the verge of collapsing. Song. Principal Song, is there an earthquake? Ignoring Sun Wenbin, Song Changming strode swiftly to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing toward the source of the golden light, his face contorted with profound horror as he murmured. Could this be? An S-rank martial talent has emerged? A martial talent capable of triggering celestial phenomena on this scale must possess at least S-rank status and level to manifest. Had Song Changming not already reached the 9th-rank Grandmaster realm in his cultivation, and had personally witnessed Qin Luoyan's martial talent awakening earlier, he still couldn't discern the specifics from this celestial phenomenon. Truth be told, the celestial phenomenon unfolding before his eyes now surpassed even the commotion of Qin Luoyan's S-grade martial talent awakening. As for an SS-grade martial talent, Song Changming dared not even entertain the thought. Such a feat belonged to the realm of the unimaginable, something one could only dream of in the dead of night. Because, forget about their small Jizhou-based city, even across the vast expanse of Haidai province, not a single peerless prodigy with an SS-grade martial talent had emerged in recent decades. As for the even higher SSS-grade supreme martial arts talent, according to official records of the Huaxia Nation, fewer than 10 such individuals existed across all 23 provinces. And every single one of them went on to become a colossal powerhouse in their respective realms. Therefore, the talent awakening witnessed in the martial arts arena this time most likely falls within the S-rank category. S-rank. This is an S-tier martial arts talent. On Blue Star, those like Qin Luoyan who awaken S-rank talent and trigger celestial phenomena are hailed as the chosen ones. They are the favored children of this world, blessed with accelerated cultivation speeds and an endless stream of extraordinary encounters. At this thought, Song Changming's breathing quickened involuntarily, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Actually, it's no wonder Song Changming performed so poorly. It was simply because he was the second chosen one to awaken S-class martial talent, following Qin Luoyan. His future prospects were truly boundless. After years of playing second fiddle at the Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament, is Jeju First High finally poised to make a name for itself this year? Song Changming's Adam's apple bobbed as his inner excitement spilled over. But suddenly, Song Changming realized something. He rushed over to Sun Wenbin, who was still wiping his face with tissue paper, and urgently demanded. Sun Wenbin. Check it. Where is that golden light coming from? From what I can tell, this golden light seems to be coming from the direction of the lounge. The only one in the lounge right now seems to be Li Mu himself. After furrowing his brow in deep in thought, Sun Wenbin hurriedly replied. Li Mu? That Li Mu again. Song Changming immediately glanced toward the lounge, about to voice another sigh of exasperation. Then, as if suddenly struck by an idea, he exclaimed in alarm. Quick! Who peed on the floor? Wake up that Gao Jianqing immediately. Make sure that kid doesn't go looking for trouble with Li Mu. Damn it! Gao Jianqing probably never dreamed in his wildest dreams that the guy he's about to mess with is a peerless prodigy at the first-rank martial artist realm who's awakened an S-grade martial talent. Inside the rest area, Li Mu's entire body now radiated a faint golden glow, making him appear as if draped in a layer of gold leaf ethereal and unreal. His skin, bones, tendons, flesh, and marrow were visibly growing and transforming at a rapid pace. Nourished by the golden radiance, Li Mu's features grew even more striking. His entire face seemed to glow with an extraordinary brilliance, radiating an otherworldly aura from within. Simultaneously, his bones, muscles, tendons, and marrow crackled and popped as they grew at an astonishing pace. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full dozen breaths before slowly dissipating. Only then did Li Mu open his eyes on the sofa, instantly radiating an aura of overwhelming charisma. His eyes were sharp and piercing, his gaze deep and distant. A vast golden light slowly surged forth, and on the translucent, ethereal screen before him, relevant information began to appear. King Yama's roll call. Rank, SSS+. Type, martial talent. Level, LV1. King Yama's roll call LV1, a causality-based talent. Those harboring hatred toward the host will be summoned by King Yama. The summoned individual will absorb the host's misfortune, continuously healing all damage inflicted upon the host until they are fully restored or the chosen target perishes. Note, either the host or the chosen target must die. Upgradable. Limu stared at the exaggerated description of King Yama's roll call on the virtual screen before him, holding his breath as his heart pounded uncontrollably. Holy crap! This martial talent reward from the system is utterly insane. Not only did its tier surpass every known martial talent on Blue Star, but it reached an unparalleled SSS Plus rank. This meant that among Blue Star's entire population of 82 billion people, only Limu himself had awakened an SSS Plus martial arts talent, a supreme existence towering above all martial artists. And the kicker? This martial arts talent can actually be upgraded. The shock Limu now felt was beyond description. The terror of the King of Hell taking attendance far exceeded his wildest imaginings. Martial talent was a gift from the heavens. Once awakened, it remained fixed for life, unalterable. The idea that such a talent could actually be upgraded? Limu had never even heard of such a thing before, let alone witnessed it. His own martial talent had already started at the very pinnacle of Blue Star. Yet now, this ceiling could actually rise even higher. Limu couldn't even fathom it. If he were to max out his Yanwang Dianmo martial talent, just how powerful and terrifying would he become? Pant, pant, pant. Calm down, calm down. The more critical this moment is, the more I must stay composed. Limu took several deep breaths in succession, finally suppressing the storm raging within his heart and forcing himself to regain his composure. Yet the thrill and ecstasy on his face remained impossible to conceal. If my reading comprehension is correct, this King of Hell roll call as a karmic martial talent meant that those harboring hatred toward him would become its targets. In other words, as long as my enemies remained alive, no matter how severe the injuries I sustained or how intense the side effects backfired, they would not affect me. Instead, the target marked by the King of Hell would bear the consequences. Limu's heart surged with excitement. He felt an incredible sensation as that profound and mysterious power surged within his consciousness. He had suspected the martial talent reward from the mission was formidable, but never imagined it would be this terrifying. It seemed his mental preparation had been woefully inadequate. Damn it, this is basically invincibility within the same realm, plus an ultimate invincible counterattack armor. Limu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, then a brilliant smile spread across his face. Forget it. After all, it's me who's cheating, not someone else. Invincible? Fine by me. Boom. At that moment, the door to the lounge was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Chapter 9, I'm afraid you won't be enough for me to beat. Bang. The lounge door was violently kicked open from the outside. Suddenly, a plump, rather well-fed little chubby kid rushed in from outside in a panic. Brother Moo! Brother Moo! Big trouble, Brother Moo! The chubby kid spotted Limu and immediately broke into a jog. The one who burst into the lounge was none other than Limu's high school best friend, Qianwenyi. Qianwenyi, what's going on? Look at you, all flustered. What's going on? Limu stared at Qianwenyi, who was clutching his knees and gasping for breath, looking utterly perplexed. Brother Moo! Gao Jiancheng is waiting for you outside school with his crew. He says he'll break your arms and legs to avenge his brother. Get out the back door now. Since bursting into the lounge, Qianwenyi had barely paused, firing off his entire message in rapid succession like a machine gun. Got it. Lead the way. Limu merely tilted his chin calmly. Got it. Qianwenyi responded immediately, then froze, staring at Limu in utter bewilderment. Lead the way? Lead the way? Brother Moo! You're not joking, are you? No. Brother Moo? You really intend to go find that Gao Jiancheng? Before Qianwen could finish speaking, Limu had already brushed past him and dashed headlong toward the school gates. Wait. Wait. Watching Limu's retreating figure, Qianwenyi was still a bit confused. Was Gao Jiancheng actually Gao Jianya's brother, or was he Limu's brother? The problem is, you just beat up his own brother. His older brother found out and is furious he's already brought people to the school gate to confront you. And what do? Instead of slipping out the back door, you're strutting right into the line of fire. If you know the mountain has tigers, you should go to the mountain. If people didn't know you were our 10th seat, they'd think you were the first seat, Shenluo Yan. Though inwardly ranting, Qianwenyi still hurried after him. At that moment, the school gates. Due to the recent cataclysmic events, students who had been scattered across campus now converged en masse at the entrance, crowding the area so densely that not a single person could squeeze through. Every head craned forward, straining to peer into the crowd, while murmurs of whispers rippled through the throng. What do you think? Did Limu's illness fry his brain or something? He knows perfectly well that Gao Jianya's brother is Gao Jiancheng. Yet that brat didn't hold back on the stage. He grabbed Gao Jianya by the back of the neck and humiliated him like a dog. Well, now look at him. His older brother came right over to confront you. You bet. The way I see it, after offending Gao Jiancheng, Limu's gonna pay dearly today. If he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. News travels fast in high school, especially when Li Mu had publicly humiliated Gao Jianyi like a dog in front of the entire school during the challenge match. This had Gao Jiancheng, the big brother, seething with rage. And sure enough, as soon as school let out that afternoon, Gao Jiancheng had already rounded up his crew and stormed to the school gate to confront Li Mu. The security guards at the gate found themselves caught in a difficult position. Gao Jiancheng wasn't just any ordinary student. He was a 10th-rank martial disciple, the school's 3rd-ranked genius elite. Besides him, the other two he'd called over weren't pushovers either. They were Huang Taocheng, ranked 7th, and Sun Wuqi, ranked 5th. Faced with such a formidable lineup, forget the security guards. Even if the teachers or the principal showed up, they wouldn't be able to handle this situation. Just as the security guard at the school gate was caught between a rock and a hard place, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd of students behind him. The security guard instinctively turned his head to look back. There, Li Mu was stepping forward from the rear of the crowd. This sight instantly sent a cold sweat down the guard's back, and he immediately broke into a jog. Li Mu! What the hell is the matter with you? We're already swamped here. Don't come causing trouble. Get back to your post immediately. Wait for the school to send someone to handle this. As he spoke, the security guard reached out to forcibly drag Li Mu away when a youth clad in black athletic gear strode over, glaring at Li Mu with an arrogant expression. Li Mu! Weren't you acting all cocky during the position swap challenge? Why are you acting like a scared turtle now? If you've got the guts, come out and fight me. Let me see how many nails I can crush out of your skin. A fight? Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a hint of playful amusement curling the corners of his mouth. Are you sure you want to fight me? What? You're scared. Huang Taocheng didn't give Li Mu a second thought. He strode forward, shoving aside the security guard blocking his path with one hand. Pointing his finger at Li Mu's chest, he said slowly and deliberately. Scared, huh? Then get down on your knees right now, in front of the entire school, and beg for forgiveness. Then cut off both your hands. If I have to do it myself later, it won't be just your hands. Boom! As he spoke, a terrifying aura of a 9th-rank martial disciple erupted from Huang Taocheng's body, crashing down upon Li Mu like a mountain roaring and a sea raging. Roar! Huang Taocheng truly lives up to his reputation as the school's 7th-ranked martial artist. Judging by the aura he's projecting, this guy will probably reach the 10th-rank martial disciple realm before the high school martial arts competition. Sigh. Li Mu is the classic example of someone who tried to show off but ended up getting screwed. The bigger he tried to act during the position swap challenge, the worse his downfall will be. Sigh. That's exactly what I mean. When someone with real talent acts like a big shot, it's called being a badass. But when someone without the skills tries to pull it off, they're just a complete fool. In my book, Li Mu is the champion of idiots. Amidst the buzzing chatter of onlookers gathered at the school gates, the majority of students shared a unified opinion. Although Li Mu had just crushed Gao Jianya in the role reversal challenge match. But Gao Jianya had only recently broken through to the 8th-rank martial trainee realm. How could he possibly compare to Huang Taocheng, the 7th-ranked student at First High, whose cultivation had already reached the 9th-rank martial disciple realm? Their fundamental capabilities were simply not on the same level. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, Chai Xinxin crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Li Mu! When you face Huang Taocheng, I'll see how much of that arrogance you have left. Ha ha ha! Just as everyone speculated that Li Mu would kneel down and kowtow to Huang Taocheng, Li Mu let out a light chuckle and said, I'm afraid you won't be enough for me to beat. Chapter 10, You've been hiding all along. Thud. Before Huang Taocheng could even show anger on his face, Li Mu's knee shot upward with a violent thrust, slamming into Huang Taocheng's midsection. Boom! A force of thousands of kilograms erupted in an instant. Huang Taocheng felt as if his intestines were being wrenched apart. The agony twisted his body into a ball, his back arched like a shrimp. His mouth gaped wide, yet all that came out was a series of gurgling sounds utterly unable to form words. But Li Mu showed no sign of stopping. He delivered a flying kick, sending Huang Taocheng hurtling 5 or 6 meters sideways through the air. Huang's entire body slammed into the wall behind him, causing the reinforced concrete structure to tremble violently. This alone demonstrated just how immense the force behind Li Mu's kick truly was. Silence. Outside the school gates, the silence became so profound you could hear a pin drop. Unbelievable. Zhai Xinxin and the other students who had gathered to watch Li Mu make a fool of himself were all dumbfounded. Even Gao Jiancheng and Sun Wuqi stood up, their faces filled with horror as they stared toward Li Mu. What had Li Mu just done? He had actually defeated Huang Taocheng, the 7th-ranked student, in a single move? As Li Mu's icy gaze locked onto him, Sun Wuqi shuddered involuntarily, instinctively trying to step back. But Li Mu's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next instant, he materialized directly before Sun Wuqi, his right fist raised high. Staring into Li Mu's icy black pupils, Sun Wuqi, overcome with fear, frantically summoned his inner chi. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, he braced himself to endure Li Mu's punch head-on. But he still underestimated Li Mu's strength. When dealing with trash like these martial trainee realm fools, it doesn't matter what realm they're in or what seat they hold in the academy. If Li Mu wanted to deal with them, it would take nothing more than a single punch. Just as Sun Wuqi raised his arms to block, Li Mu's fist erupted like a cannonball, slamming into him with devastating force. Sun Wuqi felt excruciating pain surge through his arms before they went numb. The terrifying force of the impact sent him reeling backward several steps. Regaining his footing, he saw his arms had been crushed inward by Li Mu's punch, clearly shattered into two pieces. Sun Wuqi screamed in agony as he stumbled backward. But Li Mu gave him no chance to catch his breath. He strode forward, grabbed Sun Wuqi by the hair, yanked him down hard, and simultaneously drove his knee into Sun Wuqi's face. Snap! 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 After just 3 blows, Sun Wuqi collapsed unconscious, his broken nose bone now lying flat against his cheek. Releasing Sun Wuqi's hair, the latter collapsed limply to the ground. Li Mu never once glanced at him. Instead, he turned his smiling gaze toward Gao Jiancheng, who stood frozen in shock. You. Caught in Li Mu's gaze, Gao Jiancheng shuddered as if electrocuted, nearly tumbling from his chair. In his understanding, even if Li Mu could defeat Gao Jianyan in the positional challenge tournament, that would still only place him at the 9th rank martial disciple realm, on par with Sun Wuqi and Huang Taocheng. Yet now, despite the 3 being of comparable strength, Li Mu had just unleashed such terrifying speed and power. In mere moments, he had incapacitated 2 opponents. Gao Jianye asked himself, even if it were him, he doubted he could achieve what Li Mu had just done. Snap, snap, snap. Li Mu brushed the bloodstains from his hands and strode leisurely toward Gao Jiancheng. Though a smile played on his lips, his gaze was icy as it suddenly fixed on the stunned Gao Jiancheng. Now! Your turn! Li Mu's voice was icy, as if the person sitting before him wasn't the 3rd-ranked student of First High, but merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Li Mu! You've been hiding it all along, haven't you? Gao Jiancheng's gaze locked onto Li Mu's impassive face, his voice laced with shock and fear. Your true cultivation level can't possibly be just the 8th-rank martial trainee realm, like your records claim. I sensed something was off the moment you and Gao Jianye stepped onto the stage. I thought your cultivation peaked at 9th rank martial trainee at most. But now it seems I've underestimated you. As he spoke, Gao Jiancheng abruptly rose to his feet, his cold gaze fixed on Li Mu. I suppose taking a year off was all for this moment to make a stunning debut? But Li Mu! I will use my most powerful sword technique to show you the gap between a genius and an ordinary man. Gao Jiancheng roared furiously, unleashing a towering surge of battle intent. Begin! The words barely left his lips. Behind Gao Jiancheng, a 3-foot-long sword materialized an ancient bronze-hued blade forged from condensed true qi. As the bronze blade materialized, Gao Jiancheng's aura surged upward once more, threatening to shatter the bottleneck of the peak 10th rank martial trainee realm and step into the terrifyingly formidable martial master realm. Immediately after, Gao Jiancheng formed a sword seal with his right hand. The bronze blade materializing behind him hummed sharply, instantly transforming into a green sword beam that slashed fiercely toward Li Mu. Li Mu! You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me! A savage grin spread across Gao Jiancheng's face. He could almost see it Li Mu, who moments ago had stood before him with unparalleled arrogance, now screaming in agony under the strike of his sword, kneeling and begging for mercy. Ha! Overestimating your abilities. Li Mu's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't even noticed the blue sword chi whistling toward him. Instead, Li Mu stepped forward, bending his knees and lowering his shoulders. His right fist, drawn back like a fully drawn bow, tensed as compressed muscles began to gather power. Li Mu's chi surged violently throughout his body. His mighty, domineering true qi flowed like a mighty river, ceaselessly pouring into the meridians and muscles of his right arm. Even the surface of his fist now bore a faint, earth-hued aura barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. There was no doubt about it. The force behind Li Mu's punch was absolutely far greater than the blows he had previously landed on Sun Wuqi and Zhang Taocheng. The next instant, the bronze blade wielded by Gao Jiancheng transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Li Mu in an instant. Li Mu's fully charged fist, like a warhammer, slammed down onto the bronze blade. The full might of a first-rank martial artist erupted. D-rank fist technique, collapsing fist. Boom! The earth-colored aura that had gathered around Li Mu's right fist exploded the moment it touched the sword's blade. A powerful shockwave rippled outward like water waves, radiating in concentric circles from Li Mu and Gao Jiancheng. The next instant, the savage grin on Gao Jiancheng's lips froze instantly. His expression went blank, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. First-rank martial master realm? Li Mu's true cultivation level is actually first-rank martial master. How could he possibly be at the martial master realm? Chapter 11, a battle that sealed his legend. The moment this thought flashed through Gao Jiancheng's mind, immediately, a sharp crack echoed across the battlefield, sounding like something snapping. The bronze longsword, forged from Gao Jiancheng's true qi, offered no resistance whatsoever against the sheer force of Li Mu's fist. Li Mu had literally smashed it clean in two, and even the sword's glow dimmed significantly. Ah! A piercing scream of agony erupted from Gao Jiancheng's mouth. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he lay limp on a pile of rubble, his head lolling to one side, clearly unconscious. Not a single sound stirred throughout the entire arena, the silence so profound it felt as though one could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes, whether filled with shock, fear, admiration, or envy, was fixed without exception on the youth whose expression remained cold and whose actions had been brutally ruthless. Li Mu stood rooted to the spot, his expression impassive, showing not a trace of satisfaction. It was as if he had not just defeated the 10th ranked fighter of First High, but merely 3 nameless stray dogs. Mission complete. Reward, Sword Path Initiation. Note, host, please find a quiet place to receive this. Now in your 40s, you have finally avenged the decades of humiliation and betrayal inflicted by the Gao brothers. Yet for you, about to embark on a path of reversal, this is merely the first step of a long journey. Ding! Reversal quest triggered again. Mission, filial piety above all. Because you, Shai Xinshin, have utterly broken your parents' hearts, you now mine alone deep within the Earth's core. Little did you know that from the day you left home, your parents' faces have never once shown a smile again. Attempt to bring a smile back to the faces of your parents, who have not smiled for a full decade. Reward, minor restoration pill. Upon seeing the system-issued mission, Li Mu's heart instantly leapt with joy. You know what? This dumb system might be useless at everything else, but it sure knows how to assign reasonable tasks. He was just about to head home to share the good news of successfully defending the arena with his old man. Then the system went and assigned him a task to make his father happy. It was like someone had read his mind just when he was feeling sleepy. Someone came along to offer him a pillow. The thought crossed his mind. Li Mu clapped his hands with delight, then surveyed the crowd. Anyone else got a problem with that? For a long while, no one dared to speak up. As Li Mu's icy gaze swept over every person present, each and every one of them paled in terror. Especially Zhai Xinshin in the crowd. When she saw Li Mu looking her way, she was so terrified she turned and tried to flee backward. You! Thinking you can just walk away after stirring up trouble? Before the words had even finished echoing, Li Mu's figure flickered, instantly blocking Zhai Xinshin's path. A lightning-fast punch shot out. That punch! Like a roaring cannonball leaving the barrel, it tore through the air with a crackling sound before crashing into Zhai Xinshin's soft abdomen. Thud! Amidst the dull thud, Zhai Xinshin's body was sent flying backward with a crash. Her feet left the ground entirely as the immense force of the punch sent her sliding horizontally 5 or 6 meters through the air. She slammed heavily into the iron gate of the school entrance, blood spurting wildly from her mouth. Gazing at Gao Jiancheng, Sun Wuqi, and Huang Taocheng sprawled on the ground like 3 dead dogs, he then glanced at Zhai Xinshin, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she hung on the iron gate, sent flying by Li Mu's single punch. Every pair of eyes in the crowd finally settled on the figure of that youth dressed plainly, yet radiating an aura that dominated the entire scene. One battle sealed his legend. Everything's taken care of. Let's go back. Li Mu slipped one hand into his pocket, ignoring the various stares around him, and walked straight up to Chen Wenyi. He reached out and patted his shoulder. MHM. Go back, go back. Chen Wenyi shuddered violently, nearly collapsing to his knees from the force of Li Mu's slap. Yet now, the look in his eyes as he stared at Li Mu was utterly like gazing upon a monster, a demonic fiend, as if this were the first time he'd truly seen Li Mu for who he was. Holy! Could it be that my good buddy here is the crooked-mouthed Dragon King from those urban novels? After a year of silence, the Dragon King returns to unleash a storm of blood and carnage. Simple and brutal is my art of action. Fight back if you don't like it is my life philosophy. Watch the ultimate playboy dominate the city and write his own legendary tale. Chen Wenyi stared at him, eyes sparkling, his chubby face flushed. Li Mu probably never dreamed his best buddy had already imagined an entire urban novel about the Dragon King's return. Chen Wenyi swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Brother Mu, what's going on with you today? What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Li Mu turned to face Chen Wenyi, his expression puzzled. Well. Chen Wenyi gestured wildly in front of Li Mu, fumbling for words before finally managing to get a sentence out. Brother Mu, I feel like you've changed so much since coming back from your year off. Before, you'd do whatever Zhai Xinshin asked, but today you just shoved her against the fence in front of the whole school. Why did you suddenly lay into her so hard? Tell me, with all the crap that Zhai Xinshin pulled before, didn't she deserve a beating? Li Mu raised an eyebrow and asked casually. She deserved it. Chen Wenyi thought it over carefully, then nodded honestly. Should she be hit? She should be. Then what's the problem? Hearing this, Chen Wenyi suddenly had an epiphany, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grain. Out of genuine curiosity, he asked another question. Brother Mu, could you give me a little hint about what cultivation realm you're at now? Before Li Mu took a leave of absence, his cultivation had only reached the 8th rank martial trainee realm. Later rumors even claimed that after a serious illness, his cultivation had dropped to the 6th rank martial trainee realm. Seriously? That's still considered 6th rank martial trainee? Not only did he instantly defeat Gao Jianye on the arena stage, but now he'd even sent off Gao Jianye's older brother, Gao Jiancheng. The message was clear: if the brothers were going down, they'd go down together. If this is what they call 6th rank martial trainee, Then what am I? Li Mu merely gave Qian Wenyi a casual glance and casually replied, just promoted to first-rank martial master realm. To be precise. Under the purifying effects of the human origin golden core, Li Mu's vital energy had now reached 280 points, placing him at the peak of the first-rank martial master realm. But Li Mu had only entered this world at noon today, and his death had occurred just moments ago. So to say Li Mu had just ascended to the first-rank martial master realm. Is there anything wrong with that? Of course not. Chapter 12, You Dare Impeach My Father? Li Mu had no intention of concealing his true strength. First, he and Qian Wenyi had a solid relationship that much trust existed between them. Second, by the time he returned to school tomorrow, he might not be at this level anymore. Even so, upon hearing Li Mu so candidly reveal his true cultivation level, Qian Wenyi's expression betrayed profound shock. Qian Wenyi, wait, dude? So you've been holding back all this time? Tell me. Why go to all that trouble? If you'd shown your strength earlier, even if Gao Jianya had the guts of a tiger and a leopard, he wouldn't have dared step onto the stage to challenge you. Without Gao Jianya's nonsense, Gao Jiancheng wouldn't be getting beaten up for no reason like this, right? Qian Wenyi grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his gaze toward Li Mu having transformed into starry-eyed admiration at some point. Brother Mu. Honestly, with your skills, being stuck as the 10th-ranked student at First High is a total waste of talent. If it weren't for that woman Shen Luoyan awakening her S-rank martial talent, the top seat at our First High would undoubtedly belong to you, boss. All of us at First High are counting on you to show us the way. Brother Mu, just wait. I'm going straight to our homeroom teacher right now to propose that she give you the second-ranked seat. And all the school perks and benefits? They've gotta be second seat level too. Qian Wenyi snapped his fingers, growing more animated with each word. Finally, he slapped his thigh and strode briskly toward the school building. Remember to ask the school if they have any high-tier combat techniques available. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, offering a casual reminder. Got it, bro. After Qianwen left, Li Mu finally headed toward the family compound. At that moment, in the council hall of the Jeju Li family, Li Yu sat at the head of the table, his expression serene and eyes slightly narrowed, his thoughts inscrutable. To his right sat the first elder, Li Song, and the second elder, Li Shang. A hint of amusement played at the corner of the first elder Li Song's mouth. Below these two elders sat the descendants of the Li family's third branch, nearly 140 individuals in total. At this moment, the vast assembly hall was utterly silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Everyone understood the reason for this family assembly. Ever since young clan leader Li Mu had fallen gravely ill a year ago, not only had his cultivation plummeted to the 6th rank martial disciple realm, even his exceptional martial talent was rumored to have been extinguished by the illness, leaving him an ordinary mortal. People are pragmatic. This was especially true in the high martial arts world, where the victor reigned supreme and the defeated were cast aside. In the eyes of these clan members, continuing to pour vast clan resources into Li Mu, now deemed a useless burden, was nothing short of a losing proposition. I have something to say. Just then, a cold, male voice filled with hostility suddenly rang out. Every pair of eyes in the hall turned toward the source of the voice. There he stood. Li Jiahao, clad in a black, form-fitting outfit embroidered with the Li family crest, flicked his sleeves and strode forward with a powerful step. Standing tall and proud at the center of the crowd, the arrogance and self-satisfaction between his brows were unmistakable. The aura he carried was no longer concealed, erupting fully. 9th grade martial disciple realm. Li Jiahao has broken through from 8th rank martial disciple realm to 9th rank martial disciple realm in such a short time. A 9th rank martial disciple at 16 years old. Such prodigious talent. Even compared to his elder brother in the provincial capital, he's not the slightest bit inferior. Seated at the head of the table, Li Yu narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in his gaze. Yet his expression remained impassive as he spoke calmly. Tell me more. Hearing this, Li Jiahao straightened his chest, meeting Li Yu's gaze directly. A playful curve lifted the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a hint of malice. Uncle, there's no need for me to elaborate on what kind of good-for-nothing your son is. Allowing such a good-for-nothing to remain the young master is nothing short of a disgrace to the Li family. Gasp. Every Li clan member present sucked in a sharp breath at his words, their gazes fixed on him with utter astonishment. Though they all realized that Li Jiahao's sudden appearance meant he came with ill intent, for good intentions never arrive unannounced. But they had underestimated Li Jiahao's audacity. His opening words were already so sharp and cutting. Using resource allocation as a pretext, he escalated the conflict in mere moments, directly branding Li Mu as the shame of the Jizhou Li family. Between the lines, he was blatantly questioning Li Yu's authority as clan chieftain in public, leaving him utterly humiliated. Sigh. This clan chief's ordeal, it seems truly unbearable now. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Li Jiahao's sudden intervention was orchestrated by the Grand Elder, Li Song. Faced with this situation, would Li Yu abandon his son Li Mu and strip him of his position as young master? Or would he endure immense pressure and risk severe damage to his personal authority to fiercely protect Li Mu? For Li Yu, this was undoubtedly an agonizing choice. Li Yu's expression darkened considerably as he stared at Li Jiahao and spoke in a grave tone. Li Mu's position as young master was also determined through the clan competition. But a year ago, he was struck by a sudden illness, so therefore, the position of young master of the Li family should be entrusted to someone truly capable. Before Li Yu could finish speaking, a sharp voice abruptly cut through the air. Li Song shot to his feet, his face twisted with scorn as he glared at Li Yu. Li Yu! Our Li family's ancestral rules state that the position of young master shall be held by the strongest among the younger generation of the Li family. And yet a good-for-nothing like Li Mu still holds that position. You, Li Yu, bear undeniable responsibility for this. Therefore, today's clan meeting will not only discuss stripping Li Mu of his position as young master, but also publicly impeach you, Li Yu. Li Song's words was like pouring a bucket of ice water into a cauldron of boiling oil, instantly sending shockwaves rippling through the entire assembly hall. The dagger was finally revealed. Unexpectedly. The removal of Li Mu's position as young master was merely a pretext. The true objective was to impeach Li Yu. If Li Yu failed to handle this matter properly, his prestige within the clan would plummet forever. From then on, both inside and outside the family, the Grand Elder would be revered as the supreme authority. Just as Li Yu's heart raced with anxiety, preparing to speak up forcefully. At that very instant, suddenly, a deafening boom echoed through the air. The tightly sealed doors of the Li family council hall instantly exploded into a shower of splintered wood and debris. You dare to impeach my father? A powerful aura surged forth with that furious voice, rolling through the hall like a thunderous roar. Chapter 13, Dad, keep it together. The sudden explosion instantly silenced the once boisterous council chamber, plunging it into a deathly stillness. Every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the doorway. Even Li Song and his son Li Jiahao, who had been preparing to confront Li Yu further moments ago, were utterly stunned by the sudden explosion and roar. Even they hadn't expected this. In a place as solemn and dignified as the Li family assembly hall, who would dare to break in? Immediately after, the expressions on both men's faces turned grim as their eyes fixed intently on the figure emerging from the billowing smoke. They were determined to see just who possessed such audacity to disrupt their father-son scheme. But the moment they saw, both men froze in unison. And it wasn't just them. Every member of the Li family froze in shock. No one could have imagined. At this critical juncture, the one who had forcibly stormed the assembly hall was none other than the famously useless scion of the Li family. Li Mu. And you lot dare to impeach my father? Having just rushed back from school to the family estate, Li Mu witnessed this scene unfold before him. He glared coldly at Li Song, his voice icy. Moor. Upon recognizing his son, Li Yu was both shocked and overjoyed. He never dreamed Li Mu would appear at this moment. Ding. Mission complete, you successfully made your father smile. Reward, minor restoration pill. Li Mu. No way. Hold on. I just kicked down the family gate, built up all this emotion, and was ready to pull off a big show in front of my dad before casually completing this comeback mission. Who could have guessed? The moment the clan chief father saw me return, before I could even show off my awesomeness, the mission was already complete. Hey, Dad. You could at least hold back a little in front of me. Otherwise, this mission was way too easy. I feel uneasy about accepting the reward. Glancing at the system rewards already distributed, then at his father beaming at him with a broad smile, Li Mu couldn't help but click his tongue. Because the system had advanced 25 years, these quests had gone from hellish difficulty straight to easy mode. All told, he hadn't even spent a single day on Blue Star since his transmigration. And yet, he'd already milked the dumb system for top-tier elixirs, ultimate talents, sword cultivation basics, and multiple other rewards. Li Mu genuinely believed that if he could milk this fool system for even more, he'd become truly invincible. Just as Li Mu was mentally calculating how far he was from invincibility, the system suddenly presented a new task. Hearing the prompt, Li Mu immediately glanced at the interface before him. Though you've succeeded in making your father smile again after 20 years, this is merely the beginning. Now, the system issues the 5th reversal mission. Upon returning home, the host discovered his father had endured immense hardship these past years. The clan members who once followed him had grown disillusioned and departed one by one, with some even switching allegiance to support the Grand Elder, Li Song. Seeing your father's lonely figure, abandoned and forgotten, you vowed in your heart to restore everything he had lost over the years. Next, to reclaim your place in the clan, you must earn the recognition of more clan members. Win their unwavering loyalty, rally the scattered hearts, and restore the reputation of the Li clan's young clan leader. Gain the approval of 10 clan members to obtain a bronze treasure chest. Gain the approval of 20 clan members to obtain a silver treasure chest. Gain the approval of 50 clan members to obtain a gold treasure chest. Gain the approval of 100 clan members to obtain a platinum treasure chest. Note, this is a phased task. Upon achieving sufficient completion, the host will receive all the aforementioned rewards. This mission has a 1-month time limit. Task progress, 0-10. Could it be that this dumb system suddenly realized the previous tasks it assigned were way too easy for me? So now it's starting to assign me these phased tasks to ramp up the difficulty? Li Mu looked pensive. Especially at the bottom of the system panel, where the task progress displayed 0-10. This meant that once Li Mu completed the current phase's task, he would automatically advance to the next phase's task. It could be said, among all the underdog missions Li Mu had completed thus far, the one before him was undoubtedly the most challenging. Of course, this is only relative. If we fast forward 25 years, given the idiotic things he'd done on his own, he would have long been branded a disgrace to the Li family by every member of the clan. The Li family members would have been itching to erase Li Mu's name from the family registry, wouldn't they? For Li Mu, rebuilding trust and earning recognition among these relatives would be nothing short of hellishly difficult. But right now? It's just a bit tougher than the previous tasks. This was for the best. At least the system's tasks weren't overly simplistic, and he wouldn't feel uneasy about claiming his rewards. Just as Li Mu was deep in thought, Li Yu, her initial excitement fading, snapped back to reality. Her expression darkened as she snapped, "Li Mu, do you have any idea what you're doing? This is the council chamber. You should step back immediately." But before Li Yu could finish, Li Song cut him off with a furious shout. Li Song's gaze, cold and venomous like a snake's, locked onto Li Mu. A flash of icy murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he spoke through his mask, his voice frosty. "Li Mu, you have the audacity. Do you know where you are? This is the Li Family Council Hall. Today, you dare smash the doors and disrupt the clan assembly. Do you truly intend to rebel?" By the end of his sentence, Li Song's voice shot up an octave. The terrifying aura of an 8th-rank grandmaster surged around him like a tidal wave, crashing down upon Li Mu with overwhelming force. "Old Bai Deng, shut your damn mouth." Facing Li Song's overwhelming fury, Li Mu showed no fear whatsoever. Even his mere presence radiated a colossal aura. Everyone felt their breath catch. Old Biden? Hearing Li Mu's words, Li Song stared at himself in utter shock, his finger pointing at his own nose. He even doubted whether he had just heard wrong, his aged face etched with utter disbelief. But before he could react, before he could erupt in furious rage, Li Mu pointed at his nose and bellowed. "Old Biden, the only reason you dared publicly impeach my father was because he didn't beat your son into submission, wasn't it? Fine. Today, I, Li Mu, will beat your son into submission before the entire clan, and make you apologize for your earlier disrespect toward my father. Apologize." Chapter 14, Who Dares Question Me Now? Swish. Not a single sound echoed through the vast council chamber. The silence was so profound that the faintest rustle of a needle dropping to the floor could be distinctly heard. Every pair of eyes widened, every mouth gaped in stunned silence as they stared at Li Mu. Has that kid Li Mu lost his mind after his recent illness? Does he even know what he's saying? It's bad enough to speak disrespectfully in front of the Grand Elder, but to brazenly claim he'll beat Li Jiahao into submission. He's gone mad. This guy, he really has lost his mind. Ha 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 ha. Just as everyone was stunned speechless by Li Mu's insane outburst, a loud burst of laughter suddenly echoed through the air. Excellent. Li Song abruptly stifled his laughter, his gaze locking onto Li Mu. Li Mu, if you truly can defeat my son Jiahao, then as the Grand Elder, I will not only publicly apologize for previously impeaching your father, but I will also offer 100 chi blood pills as compensation. Li Song. Moore has only just recovered from a serious illness. It's truly inappropriate for him to engage in a duel now. Seeing Li Song immediately offer 100 chi blood pills as a wager, Li Yu feared his son might impulsively accept the challenge against Li Jiahao. He hurried forward, shielding Li Mu behind him. Just then, a long, slender hand with prominent knuckles reached out and gently pressed against Li Yu's shoulder. Li Yu turned his head to look at Li Mu's calm face, wanting to warn his son not to act rashly and fall into the trap Li Song had set. Under his gaze, Li Mu merely nodded calmly. Seeing this, Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He believed his son had regained his composure, realizing that provoking the powerful Li family would only bring harm upon himself. Moore. A gentleman's revenge can wait a decade. My son Li Mu has never fought for momentary gains. There's no need to. Li Yu was about to offer words of comfort to Li Mu. But before he could finish, the words caught in his throat. For Li Mu's figure had vanished from where he stood. He materialized instantly before a stunned Li Jiahao. Looking for death. Seeing Li Mu appear before him, Li Jiahao immediately gathered his strength and threw a punch. A sneer of contempt curled the corners of Li Mu's mouth. He was nothing but a 9th-grade martial disciple trash. To deal with such trash, Li Mu couldn't be bothered to even unleash his combat techniques. After all, the gap between them was simply too vast. Li Mu abruptly raised his hand, effortlessly catching Li Jiahao's incoming punch. Li Jiahao, his fist seized, was instantly stunned, his mind going blank. No! Wasn't Li Mu's martial foundation damaged after his serious illness? How could he still be this strong? Before Li Jiahao could process what was happening. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the chamber. Li Jiahao, whose wrist had been seized, suddenly flew like a round, bouncing ball, crashing into the wall of the assembly hall. Li Jiahao felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, yet he still tried to unleash his combat skills to fight back. Unexpectedly, Li Mu had somehow circled behind him and raised his foot to deliver a kick straight to Li Jiahao's backside. The result? Before Li Jiahao could even get back to his feet, he let out a howl and was sent hurtling forward several meters. He crashed into several nearby clan members, sending them tumbling head over heels. This time, blood gushed from Li Jiahao's nose, pooling on the ground. Whoa! Yikes! Feeling the sharp, searing pain radiating from his rear end, Li Jiahao felt like his lungs were about to burst from sheer fury. He, a proud 9th-rank martial disciple. He had just unleashed a torrent of insults at Li Mu in front of the entire Jeju clan, calling him a worthless piece of trash left and right. Who would have thought? In full view of everyone, he had been humiliatingly beaten by Li Mu. Now, Li Jiahao's eyes blazed crimson with fury, wishing he could tear Li Mu limb from limb. Thud! Another kick. This time, Li Mu planted his foot squarely on the back of Li Jiahao's skull. He crushed the head that had just begun to lift back down onto the ground. This time, Li Jiahao wasn't just bleeding from his nose anymore. His mouth was filled with blood too, and several pearly white teeth came flying out with a wah. Ha ha ha. Li Jiahao, weren't you acting all cocky and arrogant just now? Weren't you just calling me a piece of trash over and over? How about it? How does it feel to be under my boot now? How does it feel? As he spoke, Li Mu's shoe sole ground back and forth across Li Jiahao's face, leaving him utterly speechless. All that escaped his mouth were muffled, indistinct grunts. At that moment, Li Mu, having unleashed his full cultivation, underwent a sudden transformation in demeanor. He seemed to become a demonic being radiating murderous intent. Looking down from above at Li Jiahao, who was firmly pinned beneath his foot, Li Mu spoke coldly. Now tell me, are you a worthless piece of trash or not? After speaking, Li Mu abruptly straightened his body. His foot still pressed down on Li Jiahao, he surveyed the entire crowd. His back was ramrod straight, his aura soaring skyward like a rainbow, then crashing down with overwhelming force. Now, do any of you dare question my position as young Master Li Mu anymore? The Li family council hall fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Everyone felt as if their minds had been struck by a heavy hammer, their vision spinning wildly. Only Li Mu's two thunderous questions echoed like bolts of lightning in their ears. Mu, when did your cultivation break through to the rank of first-grade martial artist? Li Yu stared blankly at the youth before him. After a moment, he slowly approached, his voice trembling slightly. His eyes brimmed with uncontrollable excitement and wild joy. Today, the surprise Li Mu had given him was utterly overwhelming. A furious roar suddenly erupted beside him. Get out of the way! The roar echoed. A figure plummeted from the sky, claws splayed like an eagle's talons, lunging to grab Li Mu. Startled, Li Mu scrambled backward. But the attacker showed no mercy, the fierce palm wind whistling toward Li Mu's chest. Li Song! The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the hall, startling the other clan members. Upon recognizing the attacker, third elder Li Shang leapt to his feet, slamming his fist on the table. Get out of the way! Don't touch my son! No sooner had Li Shang's rebuke fallen than another figure flashed forward, appearing before Li Mu in an instant. It was Li Yu. Li Yu! Do you really think you're my match now? Seeing Li Yu strike, Li Song couldn't help but sneer coldly. With a twist of his right hand, true chi surged from his palm, whistling through the air as he brought his palm crashing down toward Li Yu. Chapter 15, I demand an apology right here. Get lost. Facing Li Song's assault, Li Yu's expression darkened slightly. Instead of dodging or evading, he swung a fist forward, colliding head-on with Li Song's attack. Boom! Fist met palm. A powerful, domineering aura erupted from their clash, radiating outward in concentric rings. The blue stone slabs beneath their feet shattered with a thunderous crash, and a fierce gale instantly swept through the entire assembly hall. To the astonishment of all present, Li Song was actually forced back by that single blow. Li Yu, however, stood unmoved in his original spot. Li Yu! The internal injuries you sustained at the clan tournament last time they're healed. Li Song staggered but steadied himself, his mind churning violently. Staring at Li Yu in horror, he gasped. Oof! Merely superficial wounds. I recovered long ago. With that, Li Yu flung his robe aside and let out a cold snort. Li Song! As the senior elder of the Li family, not only do you fail to uphold your status, but you dare lay hands on a junior member of the clan. Do you truly believe I, Li Yu, dare not punish you? As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of a 9th-rank grandmaster erupted from Li Yu, crushing down upon Li Song. Brother! Your strength has returned? Beside him, Li Shang's face lit up with wild joy upon hearing this. As a genius rarely seen in decades within the Jizhou clan, Li Yu had attained the 9th-rank Grandmaster realm before turning 40. He stood but a single step away from the Martial King realm. Thus, he was regarded as the greatest hope to lead the Jizhou clan back to its ancestral roots. Yet 3 years ago, during the clan's grand martial competition, he faced a formidable opponent and suffered a crushing defeat. The severe internal injuries he sustained left him utterly despondent. It seemed he would sink into despair forever. Yet today, he unleashed terrifying combat prowess, overwhelming the arrogantly overconfident Li Song. Oomph! Li Yu, don't try to intimidate me with your clan chief status. I'll concede defeat today, but mark my words, I'll make you pay back every last bit with interest. With that, Li Song turned and left with Li Jiahao. With matters having reached this point, staying any longer would only invite further humiliation. Wait. But just as Li Song took his first step, Li Mu's deep voice echoed from behind. What else is there? Li Song spun around, his gaze cold as ice, as if he wanted to devour Li Mu alive. Li Song. Listen, you're no spring chicken. Can't you show a little decency in how you conduct yourself? Back then, you swore before the entire clan, vowing to wager against me, your junior. If I defeated your worthless son, you promised to publicly apologize to my father before the entire clan. And you promised to present 100 chi blood pills as compensation. Li Mu. Those two words were practically ground out between Li Song's teeth. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his rage boiling over so fiercely he nearly shattered his own teeth. Who did he think he was? The senior patriarch of the Li clan of Jizhou. 8th rank grandmaster. Wherever he went, others would treat Li Song with utmost respect and courtesy. Yet today, Li Song, of all people, was cornered by Li Mu, a junior of this generation, forced to apologize publicly before the entire clan. What? You old fool, you're not going to go back on your word in front of the entire clan, are you? But facing Li Song's ferocious, man-eating glare and the terrifying aura of a grandmaster emanating from him, Li Mu not only showed no fear but instead raised his voice sharply by an octave. His words rang out with force and clarity, echoing long in the vast assembly hall. Yes. I'm sorry. Li Song's lips trembled. After stammering for a long while, he finally forced the 3 words out through gritted teeth, his eyes red with fury. Had Li Yu not been present, Li Song feared he might have lost control and struck Li Mu dead on the spot with a single blow. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Li Jiahao, whose face was now swollen beyond recognition. Yes. I'm sorry. Seeing Li Mu's gaze turn toward him, Li Jiahao shuddered in terror. His mouth, missing several teeth, mumbled incoherently as he kept apologizing to Li Yu. Don't forget about my 100 chi blood pills. Enough. You can get lost. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, his voice cold. Hearing this, Li Song merely glared at Li Mu with hatred, saying nothing more. Staying any longer would only invite further humiliation. But this debt, Li Song would remember. He would repay it 100-fold in the future. After watching Li Song lead Li Jiahao away, Li Mu turned his gaze to the clan members gathered in the assembly hall and spoke in a solemn tone. Enough. Enough of this nonsense. I won't waste my breath on further discussion. The rules remain unchanged. Any among you who refuse to acknowledge me, Li Mu, as the young master, step forward now. I, Li Mu, will see this through to the end today. With that, the terrifying aura of a first-rank martial master surged from Li Mu, instantly radiating outward in all directions. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over each of the young men and women of the Li family who were his peers. Li Mu had assumed that after putting on such a show of bravado, even if they didn't charge at him with bloodshot eyes like Li Jiahao, they would at least put on a show of defiant arrogance. They'd at least unleash a torrent of trash talk at him, making it abundantly clear they weren't convinced. Instead, what Li Mu saw on the faces of this younger generation of the Li family had all turned into starry eyes? That's right. Just like Qian Wen's earlier gaze, those starry eyes brimming with boundless admiration and reverence. These young members of the Li family. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Li Mu now was nothing but admiration, nothing but awe. If only Li Mu could hear their inner thoughts. If he did, he'd be thinking something like this right now. Holy crap. Awesome. Fierce. This is seriously on fire. I don't understand youthful recklessness, I only know that the victor reigns supreme. This principle is embodied to the fullest in young Master Li Mu. From this day forward, I'll gladly be young Master Li Mu's loyal dog. Whoever young Master Li Mu tells me to bite, that's who I'll bite. Woof woof woof. It can be said. Everything Li Mu did today was the perfect script these passionate young men and women could only dream of. The shock Li Mu delivered to the Li clan today far surpassed the combined impact of every shock they'd experienced over the past 20 or 30 years. Chapter 16, this underling was way too easy to recruit. From the moment Li Mu burst through the doors into the council chamber, casually striking a wager with Li Song. Then later, Li Mu then used thunderous force to crush Li Jiahao, the one who had been shouting the loudest and jumping the highest, under his heel. Glaring fiercely at the assembled crowd, he thundered out the words. Now, do any of you dare question my position as young master? This declaration still reverberates in everyone's ears to this day, their hearts churning like a storm-tossed sea. But this was merely the beginning. When confronted by Li Song, a grandmaster of the 8th rank, who subjected him to relentless harassment, Li Mu remained utterly unfazed, arguing his case with unwavering conviction. In the end, he forced Li Song to bow his head in apology, conceding defeat gracefully. Ask yourselves, what extraordinary spirit of youth is this? The future of the Li family can only be led to glory and revive the family under the wise young master like Li Mu. At this thought, many clan members in their 20s, brimming with youthful passion, immediately rose from their seats. With faces radiant with reverence, they looked toward Li Mu and declared in unison. Li Jianzhong declares that from this day forward, the Li family recognizes only Li Mu as our young master. We implore young master Li Mu to revive our Li family and lead the Li clan of Jizhou back to its rightful place among the noble houses. Li Mu heard these words and gave Li Jianzhong an approving look. Well said, well said. This young man named Li Jianzhong certainly knew how to play the game. Originally, according to Li Mu's initial plan, he intended to first deal with the troublesome old fool Li Song, then build up the atmosphere on the spot, and finally recruit followers en masse to complete the phase tasks assigned by the system. Unexpectedly, Li Jianzhong had such foresight that he bowed his head and paid homage directly. Upon hearing Li Jianzhong's words, were suddenly jolted awake. Immediately, someone spoke up. Well said. From this day forward, I, Li Yunshang, recognize only Li Mu as the young master of the Li family to lead us toward glory. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. After the groundwork had been laid to elevate Li Mu's status to that of a celestial being descending from the heavens, Li Jianzhong now prostrated himself in homage. Afterward, the middle-aged members of the Li family present in the assembly hall managed to maintain their composure, refraining from making immediate declarations. But for the younger generation, already brimming with passion and ambition, now, one after another, they could no longer sit still. These young men and women were as if injected with adrenaline, their faces flushed with excitement as they raised their arms and shouted in unison, declaring their allegiance to Li Mu as their leader and expressing their unwavering recognition of him as the young master of the Li family. Seeing the younger generation of the Li family scrambling to pledge their allegiance to him, and the eyes filled with trust and hope fixed upon him, Li Mu initially felt deeply moved and overjoyed. Yet after the initial joy, an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart. Especially when Li Jianzhong shouted the words "Revive the family. Lead the Li clan of Jizhou back to its ancestral glory." Li Mu's smile gradually faded. To be honest, Li Mu himself hadn't anticipated things developing to this extent. His initial plan had been straightforward. When the system first issued a phase task, Li Mu had intended to establish his authority while simultaneously exploiting the system's gullibility for personal gain. That's all there is to it. As for restoring the family's glory and all that nonsense about duty binding us to such matters, for Li Mu, the time traveler, it was purely a case of what's it to me, he couldn't care less. If he had the time, Li Mu would much rather devote his thoughts to his parents and closest relatives. But now, as he gazed upon the young men and women of the Li family in the assembly hall, their eyes fixed upon him with adoration, reverence, and hope. For the first time, Li Mu felt a weight suddenly settle heavily upon his shoulders. Being the young master of the Li family seemed far from an easy role to fill. Not to mention, his father's greatest regret had been losing that clan competition and failing to lead the Jizhou Li family back into the main clan. As the young master of the Li family, he could no longer stand idly by. And what's more, he had a cheat code. At this moment, as more and more people recognized his status as the young master of the Li family and pledged their unwavering loyalty to him, lines of text continuously appeared on the light screen before him. Phase 1 task completed, you have gained the recognition of 10 clan members. Task reward, bronze treasure chest. Note, the bronze treasure chest has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. The host may open it at any time. Phase 2 task completed, you have gained the recognition of 20 clan members. Task reward, silver treasure chest. Note, the silver treasure chest has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. The host may open it at any time. Seeing the 2 lines of text appear on the translucent light screen before him, Li Mu couldn't help but smile. He hurriedly checked the quest progress. Phase 3 mission activated, 2550. Simply by establishing his authority at the clan meeting, he had effortlessly unlocked the system's first 2 stages of tasks. Essentially, the younger generation of the Li family present all held profound respect for their young master. As for the rest, some belonged to the faction of the first elder, Li Song, and were naturally in opposition to him. Winning them over would be extremely difficult. Or they belonged to the neutral faction led by third elder Li Shang, who maintained a delicate balance of power by refusing to aid either side. These followers of the third elder were precisely Li Mu's next key targets. If he could win over the third elder's faction, not only would the third and fourth phase missions be accomplished, but his father could also seize complete control of the clan. The thought alone. Li Mu clenched his fists, brimming with motivation. At the same time, within the Li family's largest courtyard compound, Li Jiahao could no longer maintain his composure. His facade of extraordinary bearing and youthful brilliance shattered as he erupted in fury. I'll kill him. I swear it. I absolutely must kill that Li Mu. If I don't kill him, it won't be enough to ease my hatred. How dare this Li Mu? He's nothing but a worthless piece of trash. How dare he step on my head and shout questions at me in front of everyone at the clan meeting? How dare he? Ah! 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 Li Jiahao unleashed waves of hysterical roars within the courtyard compound. Numerous household servants nearby were now cowering in place, too terrified to move. Yet, Li Jiahao, driven mad by rage, had long since lost his reason. Ever since the physician revived him, Recalling the scenes that had unfolded at the clan meeting, Li Jiahao's eyes turned bloodshot, radiating murderous intent. He smashed everything he could lay his hands on, venting his fury. Seeing his youngest son, Li Jiahao, sitting on the floor with disheveled hair, he looked every bit the madman. Seeing this, Li Song couldn't help but furrow his brows. The rage boiling within him now was no less intense than his son's. For this meticulously planned scheme had been utterly ruined by Li Mu. Not only had he failed to use this opportunity to severely undermine Li Yu's standing within the clan, but his younger son, Li Jiahao, had been publicly humiliated by Li Mu in front of all the clan members. This had left a deep psychological scar that would likely greatly impact his future path in martial arts. Li Jiahao, calm yourself. Li Song suppressed his rage and whispered. I've already informed your eldest brother about this matter. He said the high school martial arts competition is approaching and he's too busy to handle it right now. Once he returns from his duties, he'll make sure that little bastard Li Mu begs for death. Chapter 17, Not Enough Poison. Right. Once my brother arrives, I'll make Li Mu pay dearly. The moment he heard his elder brother was returning, Li Jiahao's dull eyes suddenly lit up and a wild grin spread across his face. When his elder brother, Li Jiacheng, was still within the family, his martial arts talent was in no way inferior to Li Mu's. Later, he had an extraordinary encounter and was taken under the wing of a powerful figure in Haidai province as a personal disciple, leading him to move to Quan City. 2 months prior, he had heard from his elder brother that his cultivation had already reached the third-rank martial artist realm. And after that, under his master's guidance, his elder brother had successfully awakened an S-grade martial talent. With his current abilities, avenging him would be a piece of cake. At this thought, a smile returned to Li Jiahao's face. In his mind, he began envisioning the pitiful sight of Li Mu, his legs shattered by his elder brother, kneeling before him. Li Jiahao couldn't help but burst into loud laughter once more. The gloom that had clouded his face vanished instantly, replaced by a refreshing sense of clarity. Seeing the smile on his youngest son's face, Li Song merely shook his head before returning to his study. But then, the moment Li Song closed the study door, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows behind him. A gaunt, dark-clad man approached, his face concealed by the hood. How did it go? Have you placed the poison? Li Song turned to face the hooded figure, his voice cold and sharp. Rest assured. I've added it to all 100 chi blood pills. Colorless and odorless, no one will ever detect it. The black-clad figure replied in a flat tone. How much did you put in this time? Li Song pressed further. The black-clad figure did not respond immediately. He merely glanced at Li Song before replying indifferently. Still following the instructions of that person in authority, no more than 3 grams at a time. So this time is no different. Not enough. Far too little. Li Song shook his head decisively. Do you even know? At the clan meeting just now, that little brat Li Mu after that serious illness not only showed no regression in his cultivation, but actually made tremendous progress. If my eyes don't deceive me, that brat is at least a first-rank martial artist now. Which means we underestimated the potency of our poison. Not only did it pull Li Mu back from the brink of death, but it seems like the little bastard actually benefited from the misfortune. What did you say? Not only is Li Mu unharmed, but his cultivation has actually broken through to the first-rank martial artist realm. At that moment, the tone of the man in black finally shifted. He looked up at Li Song with utter astonishment, his expression screaming, Are you seriously not pulling my leg, Li Song? That's right. I saw it with my own eyes, it's absolutely true. Moreover, my younger son, Li Jiahao, has just suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Li Mu. Recalling everything that had transpired at the clan meeting, Li Song clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, gritting his teeth as he spoke. How could this happen? This makes no sense. This poison was personally handed to me by that nobleman. There shouldn't be any mishap. The black-clad figure stroked his chin, murmuring to himself before suddenly bursting into laughter. He reached into his robe and produced 2 jade vials, one black, one white, handing them over. No need to worry. No matter how resilient that little bastard Li Mu is, could he possibly outlast a deadly poison personally concocted by the noble lord? Since the previous poison proved ineffective, we'll simply try another. Seeing this, Li Song hastily took the 2 jade vials, replying respectfully, Of course. With that nobleman's alchemical prowess, once he resolves to poison someone, even if that brat Li Mu had 9 lives like a cat, he'd still be doomed. But, as he spoke, Li Song glanced at the black and white jade vials in his hands, a hint of hesitation in his voice. But, isn't His Excellency being overly cautious this time? He actually provided 2 vials of potent poison at once? Should I use both, or just one for now? The black-clad man waved his hand dismissively, pointing toward the white jade bottle as he stated calmly, Only the black bottle contains poison. The white bottle holds the barrier-breaking pill. Barrier-breaking pills. Upon hearing this, Li Song abruptly lifted his head, staring at the man in black with utter disbelief. This barrier-breaking pill was a 4th-grade elixir. Its primary effect was to help martial artists at the Grandmaster realm break through bottlenecks and advance to higher realms. For martial artists like Li Song, stuck at the 8th rank Grandmaster realm for years, without some extraordinary intervention, their cultivation would essentially plateau for life. But with this 4th grade barrier breaking pill, there was a real chance Li Song could shatter his bottleneck and live a second life. Rest assured. As long as you serve the noble master faithfully, not only will your eldest son receive extensive cultivation support, but you yourself will also receive special favor from that noble master. Hearing the black-clad man's words, Li Song trembled with excitement, bowing even lower in profound respect. Please convey to that noble lord that Li Song will never disappoint him. A long silence followed, with no response from the other side. As Li Song straightened up in confusion, he found the space before him utterly empty. The black-clad figure had slipped away silently, its departure unnoticed. Li Song then bowed reverently once more toward the doorway before turning his gaze to the black jade bottle in his palm. A cold smile touched his lips. Li Mu, oh Li Mu. Didn't you want the elixir from me? Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Shortly after the clan meeting concluded, the courtyard where Li Mu resided suddenly became much livelier. Not only did the clan members who had always followed his father come, but even the 3rd elder, Li Shang, took the initiative to pay a visit, offering congratulations. It was plain for all to see. After establishing his authority at this clan meeting, Li Mu had thoroughly shattered all external doubts. This also prompted many fence-sitters who had previously wavered between Li Yu and Li Song to proactively seek favor with both Li Yu and Li Mu. Of course, several clan members also subtly probed about when Li Yu's internal injuries had healed. But Li Yu simply laughed it off with a few casual remarks before instructing his wife, Lu Yueying, to entertain them properly. Only then did he see them off. Madam, the elder has sent me with 100 chi blood pills. Just as Lu Yueying was about to close the door after seeing off the last visitor, the elder's servant arrived bearing 10 jade vials. Unlike the warm smiles she reserved for other clan members, Lu Yueying offered the elder's messenger not a shred of kindness. Without uttering a word, she took the jade bottles, handed them to Li Mu beside her, and returned directly to her room, showing no intention of entertaining the messenger. Li Mu watched his mother's retreating figure, then weighed the 10 jade bottles in his hand. A satisfied smile touched his lips. Originally, Li Mu had thought he'd have to go through quite a bit of trouble to get those 100 chi blood pills back from that old bastard Li Song. But unexpectedly, this time, old Bide had been so obliging that he'd sent the chi blood pills over without Li Mu even having to ask. With these 100 chi blood pills in hand, Li Mu was confident he could break through to the 2nd rank martial artist realm today. Chapter 18, The Path of the Sword, Beginner Level. Lost in these triumphant thoughts, Li Mu returned to his quarters. With a flick of his thoughts, Li Mu opened the interface and claimed the beginner sword path he had obtained from defeating Gao Jiancheng. Beginner Sword Arts synthesizes the fundamental sword techniques of the world, uniting technique and method to form rudimentary sword energy. Willow Fluff Sword Technique, Foundational Volume, Thunderclap Sword Technique, Foundational Volume, Arhat Sword Technique, Foundational Volume. Footwork, stances, slashes, thrusts, sweeps, some agile, some overpowering, some weighty. Set after set of foundational sword techniques flashed through Li Mu's mind like slides, making him feel as though he had immersed himself in the sword path for 100 years. This granted him profound insight into the sword path. Every sword technique and stance was meticulously dissected, ultimately crystallizing into a single character, sword. After a long while, Li Mu shook his slightly dazed head. This is the foundational level of swordsmanship? Host, Li Mu. Age, 41. Realm, 1st rank martial artist. Vitality, 280 points. Talent, King Yama's roll call system automatically adds targets harboring hatred toward the host to shield them and absorb all negative effects. Sword path, beginner flawless foundation, awakened innate sword intent subtle realm. Innate sword intent subtle realm? Upon seeing the words innate sword intent, Li Mu's eyes lit up, his breathing becoming ragged. Sword intent. A manifestation of martial will. All martial arts possess intent. Sword techniques possess sword intent, blade techniques possess blade intent, and fist techniques possess fist intent. To comprehend martial intent meant the warrior had touched the threshold of martial law. Intent is the very origin of martial arts. On Blue Star, martial intent is divided into 4 realms. First tier, first glimpse of the path subtlety. Second realm, entering the hall minor achievement. Third tier, mastery reached great accomplishment. Fourth realm, transcendence. Only by successively ascending through all 4 realms as a martial king can one potentially comprehend the martial will. And the martial way's will is the very key to ascending to martial sovereign. Countless martial kings at the peak of the 10th rank remain stuck at this bottleneck precisely because they cannot comprehend the martial will, spending their entire lives unable to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Yet Li Mu, currently merely at the martial master realm, has directly awakened the innate sword intent of the subtle realm through the system's reward. A prodigy of heaven-sent talent. This is absolutely a prodigy of heaven-sent talent. After taking several deep breaths to suppress his overwhelming excitement, Li Mu drew a long sword from the rack before him. The instant his hand closed around the hilt, despite never having touched a sword in his previous life and his former self not being a sword cultivator. Yet now, the moment he grasped the blade, countless embryonic forms of sword intent instantly flashed through Li Mu's mind's eye. Excellent! Excellent! Li Mu executed several sets of basic sword techniques, feeling them flow as naturally as an extension of his own limbs. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, though he knew he still had a long way to go before truly mastering the sword's way. However, the system had provided him with a solid foundation through a profound epiphany, ensuring that his future cultivation of swordsmanship and mastery of sword techniques would be twice as effective with half the effort. Li Mu felt a surge of delight at this realization before shifting his attention to a crimson-hued pill. He tapped it open. Minor Restoration Pill. Grade, 5th grade. Quality, perfect. Type, consumable. Effect, upon consumption, greatly aids in healing internal injuries, restoring vital energy and blood, and prolonging life. Indeed, this quest reward is closely tied to the difficulty of the system-issued comeback quest. Li Mu gazed at the minor restoring pill, a wave of emotion welling up within him. As a 5th grade pill, this minor restoration pill possessed perfect grade quality. If it were to fall into the hands of those outside, it would undoubtedly spark fierce competition among Martial King-level powerhouses. They would fight tooth and nail, even to the point of bloodshed, to get their hands on such a prized treasure. Yet, the rewards the system had previously granted him, whether it was the 7th grade Renyuan Golden Pill capable of defying fate and reshaping one's foundations, or the SSS plus Martial Talent, King of Hell's Roll Call, which had once caused celestial anomalies, or even the entry-level sword path that had just synthesized the foundations of 100 schools, granting him an overnight enlightenment worth 100 years of others' arduous training. Even this 5th grade minor restoring pill, primarily for healing internal injuries, seemed to hold little appeal in Li Mu's eyes. With this thought, Li Mu intended to toss the minor restoring elixir into storage to gather dust, planning to use it whenever he remembered it in the future. Just as his gaze shifted away from the minor restoring pill, he considered opening another bronze treasure chest to test his luck. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the translucent system interface before his eyes. Ding! Host currently lacks a bronze key to open bronze treasure chests. Please purchase one from the Reversal Mall. Reversal Mall unlocked. Li Mu? After seeing this message pop up on the system interface, Li Mu was utterly baffled. What? What the hell is this? Opening a treasure chest requires a freaking key? This setup is exactly the same as those shady MMOs I played in my past life. Don't tell me this stupid system came through the portal with me. Just as Li Mu was fuming and contemplating smashing this stupid system to pieces, he heard his mother Lu Yueying's anxious voice ringing in his ears. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurried over. The moment he pushed open the door, Li Mu saw Li Yu lying on the bed, his face as pale as paper. A pool of bright red blood stained the green stone tiles beside the bed. Seeing his father like this, Li Mu's head nearly spun. He rushed to his mother and demanded urgently, "Mom, what happened to Dad?" "Ah. 3 years ago, your father poured every ounce of his strength into leading the Li family of Jizhou to reclaim their ancestral lineage and return to the Li clan. But as one of the 10 great clans of Huaxia, the Li clan's lineage is no simple matter to trace back to its origins. Scattered across 23 provinces of China, the Li family branches numbered in the hundreds. For us branch families, the only way to rejoin the main clan is to participate in the triennial Li clan competition and rank among the top 10. But breaking into the top 10 is no simple feat. Your father ultimately fell in the quarterfinals, sustaining severe internal injuries." Lu Yueying sighed gloomily as she spoke. "And today, facing the sudden attack from the Grand Elder, your father charged forward regardless of the risk of his internal injuries flaring up again. And there's more. More, do you truly believe those who came here to offer congratulations had nothing more than well wishes in mind? What they're scheming is to use this opportunity to personally verify whether your father's internal injuries have truly healed. If word reached the Grand Elder that your father's injuries hadn't healed, they would only grow more aggressive within the clan." Hearing this, Li Mu stared at his father on the hospital bed, speechless for a long time. Unlike his previous life, ever since the Great Cataclysm began and the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, humans had instinctively chosen to interdepend in clan formations during this era overrun by demonic beasts and alien races. Therefore, the concept of family held immense weight in this world. This explained why his father harbored such an intense obsession with tracing their ancestral roots and leading the Jizhou Li family back into the Li clan, viewing it as a lifelong mission he must accomplish. Yet in this world, the victor reigns supreme while the vanquished are branded as outlaws. The truth is unyielding as iron. After the clan competition defeat, traitors like Li Song began emerging within the family, scheming to seize the clan leader's position. Similarly, those who had once stood by Li Yu began to waver, becoming fence-sitters. But did Li Mu care about these people? Of course not. As he always said, when dealing with this sort of scum, Li Mu's approach has always been straightforward and brutal. Entertain them, behead them, or take them as lackeys. He only needed to make his stance clear. Those willing to serve him as dogs could stay, while others like Li Song and Li Jiahao were executed outright. Simple and brutal. As for his father's internal injuries, a thought flashed through Li Mu's mind as he retrieved the minor restoration pill from the system warehouse and clenched it in his palm. Chapter 19, Minor Restoration Pill. Li Mu harbored no doubts about the quality and efficacy of pills produced by the system. Everyone who tried them raved about them. Moreover, judging by the previous reversal quests the system had issued, it always seemed to provide the most urgently needed rewards at the most opportune moments. Whether it was the Ren Yuan Golden Pill for reshaping foundations and purifying marrow, the Underworld King's roll call for martial talent, or the entry-level sword path, all had proven true. Thus, the minor restoration pill granted by the system for this mission was clearly a reward specifically designed to heal his father's internal injuries. Li Mu thought to himself. My illness isn't nearly as exaggerated as your mother makes it out to be. The internal injuries from the clan tournament years ago? I've mostly recovered over the past few years. Just now, I felt a bit of chest tightness and poor blood circulation, so I lay down for a while. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. Saying this, Li Yu propped himself up with his arms, attempting to stand and project an air of nonchalance. But the moment he sat up slightly, it aggravated his long-standing internal injuries. The excruciating pain twisted the expression on Li Yu's face. What on earth are you doing? Still trying to be tough in front of your son? Stay in bed and rest. I'll go prepare your medicine right now. With that, Lu Yueying picked up the medicinal herbs she had prepared earlier and headed toward the kitchen. Mom! Let me prepare the medicine instead. Just stay here and take care of Dad. Without waiting for a response, Li Mu snatched the medicinal herbs from his mother's hands, tossed out a parting remark, and dashed toward the kitchen without looking back. That kid. Watching Li Mu dash away faster than a rabbit, Li Yu on the sickbed shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet a wave of warmth washed over him. A father knows his son best. Ever since Li Mu returned from school this time, Li Yu had sensed many changes in his son. First and foremost was Li Mu's cultivation. Li Yu's most optimistic estimate had placed Li Mu at no higher than the 6th rank martial trainee realm. Yet at the clan gathering that had just concluded, Li Mu had defeated Li Jiahao, a fellow 8th rank martial trainee, with a single move. In other words, this severe illness had not only failed to cause his son's cultivation to regress, but had instead led to significant progress. Li Yu knew his son must have encountered some extraordinary event. On Blue Star, for martial artists to reach the pinnacle, talent, resources, and fortune were all indispensable. Those blessed with great fortune, if they encounter extraordinary opportunities that defy the heavens. Even if they had never practiced martial arts before, they could still soar to the heavens and become peerless masters of their generation. Li Yu alone knew of more than a handful of such individuals blessed with immense fortune. Although he knew Li Mu had experienced extraordinary events, Li Yu never once considered pressing him for details. For this was Li Mu's destiny to embrace. As parents, witnessing their child flourish brought them profound contentment. Perhaps what I couldn't achieve, more might just accomplish. Watching Li Mu's departing figure, Li Yu thought to himself with quiet satisfaction. Not long after Li Mu left, he returned swiftly. This time, he held a porcelain bowl filled to the brim with a deep green medicinal liquid. Instantly, the entire room filled with the fragrance of medicine. A single deep breath brought a wave of clarity and refreshment, leaving one feeling wonderfully at ease. Dad! The decoction is ready. Drink it while it's still hot. With that, Li Mu smiled as he handed the porcelain bowl over. All right. Li Yu responded with a smile, then took the porcelain bowl from Li Mu's hands. He tilted his head back and drank the entire contents in one gulp. After watching Li Yu down the entire bowl of medicinal broth in one gulp, Li Mu's gaze remained fixed, watching intently for his son's reaction. To avoid having to explain the origin of the Xiao Huandan to his father later, Li Mu had simply dissolved it into the medicinal broth while preparing the decoction. After finishing the potion, Li Yu wiped his mouth and was about to lie back down when he noticed Li Mu staring at his face as intently as if observing a rare panda, his eyes fixed and unblinking. Just as Li Yu was about to ask what was wrong, a surge of blood rushed up his chest, instantly flushing his entire face bright red. Seeing this, Li Mu acted swiftly, snatching the porcelain bowl from earlier and thrusting it toward Li Yu. Cough, cough, cough. Under Lu Yueying's pale, frightened gaze, Li Yu suddenly bent over and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was thick and murky, with several dark brown clots visible within it. These very clots were the root cause of Li Yu's chronic internal injuries that had never healed over the years. Brother Yu. Are you okay? But Lu Yueying didn't understand any of this. Seeing Li Yu vomit several mouthfuls of blood immediately after drinking the medicine, she was so frightened she threw herself onto him, tears streaming down her face. Having shared a life of mutual support with Li Yu for over 20 years, the thought of him meeting any misfortune today felt like her world collapsing. After gasping for breath, the fiery flush on Li Yu's face quickly faded, replaced by a healthy rosy glow. Dad! Try to circulate your qi. Does it still feel blocked? Seeing that Li Yu's complexion and spirit had visibly improved, Li Mu placed the porcelain bowl beside the bed. He gently patted his father's back to help him regulate his breathing and asked with concern. I'll try. At the prompt, Li Yu instinctively held his breath and concentrated, summoning his qi and blood to generate a mighty surge of true energy. Under normal circumstances, generating an endless torrent of powerful true qi would be impossible. Even the initial step of mobilizing his chi and blood felt blocked and sluggish due to his internal injuries. Each attempt to generate true energy through chi and blood felt like fighting a battle to Li Yu. By comparison, how much easier it felt now. My injuries. Staring at the true chi coalescing in his palm, Li Yu could scarcely believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He even doubted whether he was dreaming. In that instant, Li Yu felt with crystal clarity how the internal injuries that had festered within him for years were being perfectly dissolved by an invisible force. The smooth flow of chi and blood filled his 5 viscera and 8 extraordinary meridians with surging true energy once more. It was a sensation he hadn't felt since the clan's grand competition. More Yueying. My injuries. Moments later, Li Yu trembled with excitement. Clutching Lu Yueying's hands tightly, his face radiated nothing but joy. Lu Yueying, too, was utterly bewildered by her husband's dramatic shift from despair to hope. It took her a long moment to snap out of her daze, her own face finally breaking into an expression of disbelief. She tentatively asked, "You go, are your wounds healed?" Yes. Almost healed. By the end of his words, Li Yu's voice trembled slightly with inner excitement. Finally unable to contain himself, he pulled Lu Yueying into his arms and burst into laughter, his face turned toward the sky. That laughter carried both liberation and countless bitter sorrows. Chapter 20, Unlocking the Reversal Mall. The defeat in the clan competition 3 years ago had remained a thorn deeply embedded in Li Yu's heart. For these past 3 years. By day, as the head of the Li family of Jizhou, he worked tirelessly for his clan, exhausting his mind and energy while fending off the relentless pressure from Li Song and others. At night, he endured the torment and agony of his internal injuries. Not only had his cultivation stagnated, but he had to watch helplessly as his internal injuries worsened, steadily eroding his strength. Though Li Yu always presented an indifferent, optimistic facade before his family, no one could truly fathom the agony and torment he had endured within these past 3 years. Fortunately, heaven never closes all doors. Unexpectedly. Not only did his son find unexpected blessings in this great illness, but even his own internal injuries, which had shown no signs of improvement for years, presented such a turning point today. This was truly divine favor. Heaven's favor indeed. Watching the parents embrace each other in overwhelming emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. A smile spread across Li Mu's lips. The efficacy of this minor restoring pill had surpassed Li Mu's expectations. He believed that as long as his father could rest and recuperate in peace, achieving a complete recovery would be no difficult matter. Once his injuries healed, father's cultivation would surely surge again. Perhaps, father could truly break through to the realm of a 10th-rank grandmaster in one fell swoop. At this thought, Li Mu exhaled a long breath, slowly exited the room, and returned to his own quarters. He unscrewed the bottle cap, poured out a chi blood pill, and just as he swallowed it, preparing to harness its effects for cultivation. But then, the system interface appeared before his eyes once more. Ding! Martial talent awakened. Life-threatening crisis detected. Requirements for unlocking the reversal store have been met. At age 41, having gained preliminary recognition from your clan and shed the family's shame, you were secretly poisoned by a toxic blood-activating pill. Reward, 10 reversal points. Note, reversal points can be used to purchase various miraculous items in the reversal mall. The martial talent of King Yama's roll call activated, automatically returning all negative effects including the poison intact to Li Song. Host, Li Mu. Realm, 1st grade martial artist realm. Vitality, 283 points. Counterattack points, 10. Yama's roll call target, Li Song. Li Mu, who had been preparing to cultivate, suddenly noticed the information appearing on the light screen before him, along with the reflection of a sullen-faced middle-aged man within it. He couldn't help but utter a soft "huh?" Had someone poisoned him? So the king of hell's target is Li Song. Indeed. I knew it. That old Biden Li Song wasn't being so kind by offering up these 100 chi blood pills. Turns out he'd been preparing a major ambush all along, waiting for me. Beyond that, he discovered another extremely serious problem. That is, according to the system interface earlier, he had suddenly fallen gravely ill a year ago. This left him with severe aftereffects, destroying his martial arts foundation and transforming him from a prodigy into an ordinary mortal. At the time, Li Mu had suspected that his illness might have been deliberately orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. But now, with these tampered chi blood pills in his hands, Li Mu could now be fairly certain that the illness he suffered a year ago was undoubtedly connected to the senior elder, Li Song. Yet, in all his scheming, Li Song likely never anticipated this outcome. Through these underhanded schemes, he killed the original owner, but in doing so, he provoked a powerhouse he could never hope to match. Moreover, through Li Song's poisoning attempt, Li Mu had roughly figured out how to obtain these reversal points. Comeback. Without enduring adversity, how could there be an underdog's comeback? But while he understood the concept, Li Mu couldn't help but feel that this method of requiring adversity to gain advancement seemed a bit humiliating. At the current pace of ruthlessly exploiting the system's flaws, it wouldn't be long before no one dared challenge him. What then? Could it be that he'd have to deliberately provoke If adversity doesn't come naturally, then force it into existence. The motto? Suck it up and endure the pain. Eventually making enemies everywhere. Especially those martial arts prodigies or the superpowers backing those geniuses? In that case, wouldn't the enemies around me multiply? Then, by combining my martial arts talent with the King of Hell's roll call, even if I encounter someone I can't handle myself, I can drag them onto the list of those bearing the side effects of the King of Hell roll call. I'll pit them to death, damn it. At this thought, Li Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. A broad path to martial godhood now unfolded before him. Of course, he couldn't go around causing trouble recklessly. But the seed of this plan had already taken root in Li Mu's heart. He would wait until the timing was right before executing this bold and audacious scheme. The more people sought to destroy him, the greater the adversity he would face. And the greater the adversity, the more reversal points he could gain. Simultaneously, with more and more enemies seeking his demise, he would never lack for scapegoats. As long as he could establish a perfect closed loop on his side, he could fully attempt some special cultivation techniques and combat skills. For instance, certain cultivation techniques that require sacrificing one's lifespan. Forbidden arts or combat techniques that demand the sacrifice of one's own body or organs. By constantly making enemies and accumulating hatred, I could earn more reversal points to upgrade my cultivation techniques and combat skills. Then, using the King of Hell's roll call, I could return these upgraded techniques with their devastating side effects back to those enemies exactly as they were. TSK. This is basically a perpetual motion machine. Not bad. Absolutely brilliant. Perfect timing. Now I'll start with that old fool Li Song as my first guinea pig. Li Mu stared at the jade vial containing the chi blood pill in his hand, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Then, Li Mu poured 10 chi blood pills directly from the jade bottle, tilted his head back, and swallowed them whole. He held his breath and concentrated, entering a state of cultivation. The pills were crisp and sweet upon entry, their potent fragrance filling his mouth as they dissolved quickly. Soon, a warm current flowed down his throat and straight into his abdomen. Li Mu distinctly felt his chi and blood begin to boil, his body growing faintly warm. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his entire body. After fully refining all 10 chi blood pills, Li Mu summoned the system interface. He saw his vital energy value had surged from 283 points to 288 points. Without exaggeration. At his current cultivation level, even if he were to face Shen Luoyen, the top-ranked disciple, he could easily defeat her. Crucially, this was merely the state after consuming 10 chi blood pills. He still held 90 more in his possession. He was filled with boundless anticipation for how much his chi and blood would increase after refining these remaining 90 pills. Chapter 21, Peak Second Rank Martial Artist Realm. Li Mu's mind wandered to visions of his glorious future. As the image of Li Song on the light screen grew more vivid, the chi blood pills in his hand vanished like candy beans, one after another disappearing into his mouth. His chi and blood surged like boiling magma within him, stirring every organ and viscera to life. A wisp of white vapor rose from the crown of his head. The tingling sensation from the surging chi and blood made every pore on Li Mu's body emit a sigh of pure bliss. This process lasted less than an hour. By the time Li Mu continued consuming the chi blood pills, the energy within his body had stabilized. The surging energy and tingling sensation gradually weakened until they vanished entirely. Why is the potency of this medicine diminishing? Li Mu snapped out of his euphoria, his brow furrowing slightly. He immediately turned his gaze back to the light screen before him. Host, Li Mu. Realm, First Grade Martial Artist Realm. Vitality, 298 points. Target for King Yama's roll call, Li Song. During my first cultivation session, I only consumed 10 vitality pills and gained 5 points of vitality. But this second cultivation session I chugged over 50 vitality pills, yet only gained 10 points of vitality. In the end, taking vitality pills had almost no effect at all. This is most likely because my body developed resistance to the chi blood pills. Still, this brings me within arm's reach of the second-rank martial artist realm. I'll just find another suitable opportunity to break through later. Well, you know. One must learn to be content with what one has. Li Mu shook his head, murmuring with a touch of emotion. But just as he was about to toss the remaining poison pills into the trash, his expression froze. The chi and blood that had long since settled now surged with renewed vitality. Wait. No. My body has developed a tolerance to the chi blood pills. Taking more won't have any effect. Then what's causing this restless surge of chi and blood? And this agitation is at least 100 times stronger than when I first took the chi blood pills. At first, Li Mu wasn't entirely sure, thinking he might simply be misinterpreting his sensations. But when he decided to try refining this chi blood energy just for the sake of experimenting, the moment he began refining it, Li Mu was instantly stunned. Because this time, as he refined the chi blood energy, he realized it was far beyond what a first-grade chi blood pill could possibly achieve. Boom! In an instant, before Li Mu had even begun refining it properly, the surging, overwhelming vital energy effortlessly shattered the bottleneck that had just trapped the second-grade martial master. Li Mu was dumbfounded. He quickly poured another pill from the jade bottle and examined it closely. This is definitely still a first-grade chi and blood pill, right? But judging by the surging potency coursing through my body right now, it feels like it's already reached the level of a fourth-grade pill. Li Mu pondered. Suddenly, he realized something. The pill in my hand is indeed a chi blood pill, but that doesn't mean the one that old fool Li Song swallowed was also a first-grade pill. If my hypothesis holds true, for any enemy marked by the King of Hell, not only can I make them bear all the negative effects I endure, but I can also share in their cultivation gains? If Li Song is cultivating right now, then the pills he consumes during cultivation and the cultivation gains he achieves would also flow back to me? To verify his hunch, Li Mu immediately halted his cultivation. Yet he could still feel the chi and blood surging through his body. Indeed. Once an enemy was selected by the King of Hell during the roll call, he could share in their cultivation gains. To put it another way, Li Mu was now like the ruthless boss of a company. Every single point of vital energy generated by these enemies through cultivation would automatically become the boss's Li Mu's. Not only does Li Mu not have to pay this employee a salary, but he can also dump all the blame he faces onto the employee's shoulders. TSK. Capitalists, listen up. They'd be begging Li Mu to be their daddy. Holy crap. When Li Mu realized this, he was stunned himself. Then, as soon as Li Song refined his vital energy, Li Mu pounced like a starving tiger, devouring it all without leaving a trace. Who knew what kind of elixir Li Song had swallowed? Li Mu felt as though someone had poured a basin of boiling water over his head. Chi and blood surged through his body like countless galloping stallions. An overwhelmingly potent and concentrated medicinal force surged from the Baihui acupoint atop his head, cascading down his spine, penetrating every vertebra. Like boiling mercury, it seeped into every pore, permeating his entire being until his body grew scorching hot. All medicine carries some toxicity, especially with such a high-grade pill. Forget about Li Mu, who was merely a lowly second-rank martial trainee. Even his father, Li Yu, had to proceed gradually and step by step when refining the minor restoration pill. The process demanded time days at minimum, months at most, and even then, fully assimilating the potent essence remained uncertain. Rushing the process or making even a slight misstep could cause the martial artist to suffer backlash from the potent, overbearing medicinal power. At best, it would damage internal organs and meridians, causing cultivation to decline rather than rise. In severe cases, immediate death by bodily explosion was not uncommon. However, all these prohibitions and precautions for refining high-grade pills seemed utterly irrelevant to Li Mu. Li Mu's approach to refining pills was all about high heat and rapid processing, boiling down the essence with intense flames, utterly unconcerned whether his body could withstand such overwhelming and terrifying potency. Observe. As Li Mu absorbed the potent high-grade medicinal energy with near-frenetic intensity, his internal organs and vital meridians were repeatedly torn apart and shattered, only to be constantly reshaped and repaired by the force of causal laws. Throughout the entire cultivation process, Li Mu constantly diverted a sliver of his spiritual energy to monitor Li Song's image. The moment he noticed Li Song's image shifting from color to monochrome, Li Mu immediately halted his cultivation. When the image regained its color, Li Mu resumed his frenzied cultivation. There was no other choice. Right now, the King of Hell had only selected Li Song as the substitute. Li Mu certainly didn't want to mess up Li Song before a new substitute arrived. And so it went. With Li Mu's precise blood management, his cultivation progressed with unparalleled vigor. His vital energy surged like a rocket, skyrocketing relentlessly, whoosh, 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 unable to be halted. And just like that, in just this brief moment, Li Mu's cultivation level had made a triple leap from first-rank martial artist realm, breaking through 3 tiers consecutively before finally stabilizing at the peak of second-rank martial artist realm. His vital energy had also reached 375 points. Had Li Mu not noticed that Li Song's image had turned monochrome again, and this time it was taking significantly longer to recover than before, Li Mu would have broken through to the third-rank martial master realm tonight. Chapter 22, My Son Saves Me. The peak of the second-rank martial master realm is good enough. While this frenetic breakthrough fueled by elixir potency feels exhilarating, the risks of forcing growth are substantial. It easily undermines foundational stability. With this thought, Li Mu temporarily abandoned his plan to continue refining the pill's potency for further breakthroughs. Gradually settling the restless chi and blood energy within his body, he began to solidify his foundation. Even as he did so, Li Mu didn't forget to offer sincere prayers for Li Song in his heart. Li Song, hang in there. Please don't die. Hang on just a little longer. At the very least, you have to hold on until I find a second scapegoat. Li Song's residence. Elder, I've delivered all 100 chi blood pills to Li Mu as you instructed. The servant tasked with delivering the medicine reported respectfully upon arriving at Li Song's study. Very well. I am now at a critical juncture in breaking through to the 9th rank Grandmaster realm. No one is to disturb my seclusion. With that, Li Song waved his hand dismissively. After the servant withdrew from the study, Li Song remained alone. After locking the door from the inside and setting up the protective array, Li Song eagerly retrieved an exquisite white jade bottle from his robe. He unscrewed the stopper. He poured out 3 pills, each bearing 4 faint golden patterns. A misty vapor slowly wafted from the 3 elixirs. In an instant, the vast study filled with the fragrance of the pills. A single breath of it felt refreshing and invigorating, truly extraordinary. Is this the 4th grade barrier-breaking pill? Such a mystical phenomenon, I've never witnessed anything like it before. In Huaxia, 4th grade pills were invariably priceless treasures, virtually impossible to find on the market. Yet, though precious, if this 4th grade pill could truly aid him in breaking through to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm, granting him a chance to touch the threshold of the legendary martial king, then all this would be worth it. Moreover, the objectives of these mysterious individuals coincided perfectly with his own. He had coveted the position of clan chieftain for a long time. Even without these shadowy figures, he would have eventually made his move against Li Yu and Li Mu, father and son. Therefore, this was simply using the black-robed figures as a convenient pretext to achieve his own ends, while also securing generous rewards from them. Not only had his eldest son, Li Jiacheng, been taken as a disciple by that esteemed master, he himself reaped the benefits as well, instantly receiving a full 3 4th grade barrier-breaking pills as reward. This was essentially winning twice over. It was truly a win-win situation. At this thought, Li Song couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, his face radiating the unmistakable smugness of petty triumph. Li Mu! Li Mu! You little good-for-nothing and your old good-for-nothing father won't be able to run around much longer. Once I break through to the 9th rank Grandmaster realm, you two will be the first I take down. I'll be damned if I don't see it. At the next clan assembly, who will be able to protect you then? With that, Li Song abruptly tilted his head back and swallowed a barrier-breaking pill whole. Soon, Li Song could distinctly feel his long-dormant vital energy, which had remained utterly still for so long, suddenly bursting with renewed vitality as if reawakened at that very moment. It seemed poised to propel him through the bottleneck of breaking through to the 9th rank Grandmaster realm. It's shifting. The bottleneck of the 9th rank Grandmaster realm that has trapped me for years is finally loosening. Today is the day I break through to the 9th rank Grandmaster realm. Today. Li Song's smile grew ever brighter, but just as he prepared to push through and complete the breakthrough. Ouch! The next second, Li Song was stunned. An indescribable wave of exhaustion washed over him, instantly collapsing him onto the meditation cushion. He couldn't even muster the strength to get up. What's wrong with me? This shouldn't be happening. And what's going on with this barrier-breaking pill's effects? This is way too short. I didn't even have time to refine it before the potion's effects wore off completely over there? Li Song looked utterly bewildered. This was his first time taking a barrier-breaking pill. He'd never ingested such a high-grade elixir before and had no understanding of its properties or effects. After briefly sitting in meditation to regulate his breath, Li Song swallowed a second barrier-breaking pill. In an instant, that surging sensation of qi and blood coursing through his entire body returned. It's back. All of it. Come on. My little treasures. 9th rank Grandmaster realm, I, Li Song, have arrived. But just as Li Song began to rally, his body went limp once more. The vital energy stirred by the barrier-breaking pill had barely rippled before vanishing completely in the next instant. If one were to use a vivid metaphor for this sensation, it was like those elementary school math problems involving a swimming pool. One person was filling the pool, another was draining it. The question was, how long would it take to fill the pool? Except, in his current predicament, he was indeed the one filling it. But damn it! The other person isn't just draining it. This ing thing is like opening a floodgate. Li Song was stunned. This time, however, he'd learned his lesson. Instead of taking that barrier-breaking pill for advancement, he swallowed a grade 2 blood-activating pill, the kind he often used during his cultivation practice. This time, Li Song didn't rush into cultivation mode to refine the blood-activating pill. Instead, he held his breath, focused his mind, and quietly observed. Sure enough, that bizarre suction force within his body surged once more. He felt like an insatiable monster. No matter how much he fed it, it could never be satisfied. Simultaneously, that damned exhaustion washed over him once more. Who can tell me? What the hell is happening to me? Not only did the pills I swallowed prove useless, but now I feel like I plowed 100 acres of land, growing more exhausted by the minute. If one were to say that the previous incident with the barrier-breaking pill could be blamed on his lack of understanding of its properties in pharmacology, leading to errors during refinement. But now, he was taking the very blood-activating pill he knew best. How could this happen again? Li Song was genuinely terrified now. He was about to get up to find a doctor when he stood up, only to let out a wail of pain. At that moment, Li Yu felt the stagnant blood and qi within him, once as still as a stagnant pool, now raging like a mad dog, crashing wildly through his meridians and organs. The momentum was so fierce, it felt like it was going to tear him apart from the inside out. Pwah! Li Song felt excruciating pain like needles piercing his meridians and organs, immediately spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Not only that, but blood was now seeping from every pore of his body. In no time, his entire body had become a blood-soaked gourd, a sight so terrifying it sent shivers down the spine. Terrified out of his wits, Li Song rushed to his son's room. "My son! Save me!" With those words, darkness engulfed Li Song's vision and he instantly fainted. The next morning, Li Mu rose early from bed. After enjoying a hearty breakfast with his parents, he strolled leisurely toward Li Song's residence with his hands behind his back. The main gate stood tightly shut, while scattered groups of Li family youths sat chatting before it. Seeing this, Li Mu's eyes lit up. He casually pulled a bottle of spiked chi blood pills from his robe, ready to step in and enjoy some fresh gossip. Chapter 23, Worrying About My Enemy? Holy crap! Did you guys see it last night? Who knows what the Grand Elder went through last night? He was bleeding all over, it was a sight to behold. You bet. It wasn't just bleeding all over, I saw him coughing up blood too. And the amount of blood? At least 2,000 cubic centimeters, easily. At this remark, many people froze in shock. But then came an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ever since that clan competition, Liu had suffered severe internal injuries, causing his strength to decline. The Grand Elder and his pack of lackeys had grown increasingly arrogant and tyrannical in their actions. They routinely engaged in all manner of underhanded schemes, plundering property and bullying men and women without restraint. Now, upon hearing that the Grand Elder had coughed up blood incessantly the previous night, each and every one of them felt an immense sense of satisfaction, a feeling of pure delight. Good. 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 Who could it be? Which heroic figure stepped in to avenge us? If I ever get the chance to meet this hero, I'll bow down and kowtow to them first. Li Mu sat silently nearby, crunching on a chi blood pill. As he listened to the others gossiping about the Grand Elder, he casually interjected. Isn't the Grand Elder an 8th rank Grandmaster? Why did he suddenly start coughing up blood? Is there any chance he'll recover? At this point, Li Mu found himself both amused and exasperated. To be perfectly honest, Li Mu genuinely feared that old stubborn Li Song might not survive this ordeal, that he might kick the bucket at any moment. Sigh. Who would believe that? Damn it, I'm actually freaking worried about an enemy who's out to kill me. Li Mu shook his head, inwardly cursing his own predicament. Hey! Young master, you've come to the right person for this question. I've got a buddy working as a servant at the Grand Elder's residence. He gets the most reliable intel straight from the source. The young man perked up the moment he realized Li Mu was asking about this very thing, practically beaming as he shared the news. My buddy was up in the middle of the night, half asleep, and he thought he heard the Grand Elder mutter something about those 2 barrier-breaking pills he took being problematic. Beyond that, he hasn't been able to uncover any further information. The Elder's residence is now under complete lockdown. The situation is extremely tense, and they're not letting any information leak out. But I reckon, with the Grand Elder's cultivation at the 8th rank Grandmaster realm, plus, with all the rare treasures and miraculous elixirs he possesses, the probability of something going wrong is extremely low. Li Mu's expression instantly cleared as he understood. I knew it. Li Song is, after all, an 8th rank Grandmaster level powerhouse. How could he possibly be reduced to a black and white portrait by a few tampered chi blood pills? Turns out, old Bai Deng was actually backfired by a 4th rank barrier breaking pill. The effects of the barrier breaking pill were designed to help martial artists shatter their own bottlenecks and raise their limits. It was brutally powerful and aggressive. Not just Grandmasters. Even a martial king level powerhouse must exercise extreme caution when consuming a barrier breaking pill, carefully refining its potency to ensure it doesn't damage their meridians or internal organs. But with the near frenzied manner he'd refined it yesterday, no wonder Li Song ended up covered in blood, barely clinging to life. Sigh. How reckless of me. I should have considered this back then. Li Mu slapped his forehead hard, then summoned Li Song's image with a flick of his thoughts. Sure enough. After a night of recovery, the black and white tones in Li Song's image had faded considerably, and faint traces of color were now visible. Though the recovery was slow, it was indeed improving bit by bit. Li Mu stroked his chin, beginning to ponder the matter in his mind. At present, he could clearly sense that sacrificing Li Song alone was no longer sufficient. He needed to identify the second person plotting his demise as soon as possible. However, the candidate couldn't be too formidable either. After all, his cultivation level was what it was. While his current peak 2nd rank martial artist cultivation would undoubtedly allow him to take down anyone instantly within the school. But outside the school grounds, the situation would be entirely different. Take yesterday, for instance. If father hadn't intervened at the critical moment, Li Mu might have been struck dead by that old bastard Li Song's palm. He wondered if old Bai Deng Li Song could absorb negative energy for him, but could he actually die in his place? This was a matter of life and death. Li Mu dared not take this lightly. This matter truly requires careful consideration. The immediate priority was to find a way to become stronger. Besides, his clan's current stage task was temporarily stuck at the 2nd phase. Young people like himself had already stirred up the emotions of their peers during yesterday's clan meeting. The vast majority left were now the clan elders. To win over these elders and earn their genuine recognition, this young master of the Li family must deliver tangible results for the clan. Merely humiliating trash like Li Jiahao yesterday, followed by a few empty boasts and hollow rhetoric, was utterly insufficient to earn the genuine respect of those clan elders. As for what exactly to do, Li Mu had already formulated a plan in his mind. Before the high school martial arts tournament, Jizhou-based city would organize a trial in the Wilderness Beast Mountains for all key high schools in the city. This served as a major training exercise ahead of the tournament. If he could secure first place in this trial and cement his position as Jeju's top high school student, Li Mu believed that presenting this achievement to the clan elders would be enough. While it might not completely dismantle the influence of the Grand Elder Li Song's faction, it would certainly sway many fence-sitters to switch allegiances and stand with him. At that point, completing the third phase of his clan mission would be as easy as pie. Perfect timing. During the last position swap challenge, I still had combat techniques left unselected. I'll use them all today while I'm at school. It'll give my combat strength another boost. Li Mu mused contentedly as he poured another chi blood pill from the jade bottle, popping it into his mouth with a satisfying crunch as if savoring candy beans. Chronic poison effect transferred. Reversal point +1. Seeing the timely light screen appear before him, Li Mu nodded with satisfaction. The chi blood pills he'd won from Li Song no longer significantly boosted his cultivation, but they could trigger the adversity reward. Though each pill only granted 1 point, the steady accumulation from this entire bottle would yield 100 reversal points. With these reversal points, he could finally purchase the bronze treasure chest key from the system store. Li Mu felt a flicker of anticipation at the prospect. If it weren't for Li Song being rushed to the hospital, Li Mu would have asked him for more chi blood pills to play around with. Li Mu was happily calculating in his mind. After checking the time, he said goodbye to his parents and headed out to school. Chapter 24: The Forbidden Books in the Library. With the Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament approaching, the school had adopted a remarkably liberal approach to student management. Cultural theory classes were no longer required. Instead, they granted ample time for self-cultivation and enhancing chi blood levels. For students like Li Mu, a sophomore ranked among the school's top 10 who would represent the school at the provincial tournament, the path was completely unobstructed. So upon arriving at school, Li Mu headed straight for the library. As the library of the century-old First High School, its collection was naturally extensive, spanning 4 floors. The first floor allowed students free access to browse and borrow books. However, access to the second floor required payment in Huaxia currency for study and borrowing. This floor primarily housed D-grade cultivation techniques and combat skills, with C-grade materials comprising only a small portion. The third floor housed C-grade combat techniques and above. Access to the third floor, however, came with strict requirements. One had to meet the school's specific criteria to gain entry. As the 10th-ranked student and an upcoming representative for the school at the Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament, Li Mu was granted a single opportunity to select cultivation techniques and combat skills from the third floor of the school library. This privilege was exceptionally valuable. With over 10,000 students enrolled at First High, only 10 individuals had ever participated in and won the Position Challenge tournament. It was truly a 1 in 1,000 feat. Li Mu knew that martial arts manuals and combat techniques were incredibly valuable in this world. Even the lowest tier D-grade combat technique would cost tens of thousands of Huaxia currency for a First High student to purchase. The school's arrangement effectively served as an additional perk for students participating in the Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament. After swiping his student ID, Li Mu walked straight to the third floor under the envious stares of the surrounding students. Upon reaching the third floor, every student present was invariably among the top 10. Their gazes toward Li Mu were entirely different from those on the first and second floors. Instead, they were filled with hostility, astonishment, confusion, fear, and a myriad of other complex emotions. However, Li Mu paid no heed to the hostile stares directed at him. In fact, he secretly hoped these individuals would cause him some trouble, allowing the system to detect that he was now facing adversity. That way, he could not only beat them up but also farm a wave of underdog points off these easy targets, raking in a nice profit. Pushing aside his chaotic thoughts, Li Mu began browsing the rows of bookshelves, selecting cultivation techniques and combat skills. This C-grade palm technique, the Azure Serpent Palm, seems passable. But as for its unique traits, it only seems a bit more agile in its moves. Beyond that, there's nothing else particularly noteworthy. Li Mu shook his head and returned the green snake palm manual to the shelf. This C-rank internal cultivation technique, the Burning Flame Art, is actually quite commendable. It can enhance a martial artist's control over their chi and blood circulation to a certain degree. However, while its effects on chi and blood management are solid, the cultivation progress is painfully slow. Just achieving minor mastery requires at least 3 years of grueling practice. Li Mu shook his head again, clearly dissatisfied with this burning flame technique as well. According to Li Mu's original plan, after acquiring the entry-level sword path from the system, he should have selected a high-quality sword manual from the school library. But after flipping through several sword manuals, Li Mu helplessly realized that the ones held in the school library were actually inferior to the basic sword techniques he currently possessed. Forget it. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just pick one at random and make do with it. Just as Li Mu was about to give up, the corner of his eye caught sight of a battle technique manual covered in a thick layer of dust. Pulling it out, Li Mu brushed away the dust and his eyes lit up. Grade B fist technique, aggressive combat style, 7 wounds fist. Holy crap! In this library filled with nothing but C-rank cultivation techniques and combat manuals, I actually found a B-rank fist technique? I've struck gold. Just as Li Mu was basking in his delight, a clear, gentle voice suddenly sounded beside him. If I were you, I'd put this 7 injuries fist manual right back on the shelf and pick out a combat technique that truly suits me. Li Mu turned his head. Behind him stood a tall, intelligent beauty with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her features carrying a hint of scholarly grace. Who are you? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Wang Xiyu. The young woman, whose scholarly aura was undeniable, spoke with equal crispness. Wang Xiyu? You mean Wang Xiyu, the second-ranked student in the school? Li Mu's gaze toward Wang Xiyu clearly held a hint of surprise. Since yesterday, he had heard many mention that Jeju First High boasted a pair of peerless beauties, Shen Luoyan, the top-ranked student, and Wang Xiyu, the second-ranked, both at the martial artist realm. He hadn't expected to encounter one of them so soon. If we're talking pure lethality, the 7 wounds fist isn't just top-tier among B-rank fist techniques, it's unmatched. Even among grade A combat techniques, the 7 wounds fist stands out as a true standout. Yet with each successive layer of this fist attack, one's own internal organs sustain an additional layer of damage. The so-called 7 injuries truly means harming oneself first, then harming the enemy. In other words, as a grade B combat technique, the 7 wounds fist possesses lethality and destructive power rivaling grade A techniques. But all this comes at the cost of the martial artist enduring the severe side effects and backlash of the 7 wounds fist. As she spoke, Wang Xiyu lowered her eyelids, a hint of sorrow unconsciously creeping onto her lovely face. I knew a senior who was also a prodigy in martial arts, gifted beyond compare. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, our first high school would have had a real shot at securing a spot in the top 8 of the high school martial arts tournament that year. But this senior, in his desire to lead First High further, ultimately chose to cultivate the 7 wounds fist despite the risk of backlash. In the end, it damaged his heart meridians, drove him mad, and unleashed an uncontrollable ferocity. In the end, he descended into complete madness. Once a rising star with boundless promise at Jeju First High, he was utterly destroyed. That year, without him, our school failed to even reach the top 16 and was eliminated early. And this 7 injuries fist manual became a forbidden book in the library, one that everyone spoke of with horror and avoided at all costs. It has remained sealed away ever since, with no one daring to practice it again. It was obvious. This 7 wounds fist manual had touched upon Wang Xiyu's painful memories, plunging her into a deep emotional slump. Beside her, Li Mu had maintained a posture of listening quietly with his head bowed since the beginning. At first, Wang Xiyu assumed Li Mu was frightened by her description of the 7 injuries fist's terrifying side effects, and she couldn't help but shake her head and smile. However, how could Li Mu possibly be frightened by the backlash of the 7 injuries fist's side effects? No way. The reason Li Mu kept his head down and remained silent was because he was staring at the light screen before him, where yet another new reversal mission had triggered. Chapter 25, Special Reversal Mission. Special Reversal Mission triggered. In your first half-life, you were wounded deepest by women manipulated time and again at their whim. Now that you've achieved preliminary reversal and amassed capital, make those high and mighty princesses who look down on you fall at your feet, reviving your masculine prowess. Ding! Detected, Heavenly Princess. Name, Wang Xiyu. Age, 42. Cultivation, 5th rank Martial King Realm. Martial talent, Song of Ice and Fire. Attempt to gain Wang Xiyu's submission to receive rewards. The higher her submission level to the host, the more generous the system rewards. Phase 1 task, achieve 25% submission rate from Wang Xiyu. Task reward, 2,500 reversal points. Stage 2 task, Wang Xiyu's submission level to the host reaches 50%. Mission reward, 5,000 reversal points. Stage 3 task, Wang Xiyu's submission level to the host reaches 75%. Task reward, 10,000 reversal points. Phase 4 task, Wang Xiyu's submission level to the host reaches 100%. Mission reward, 20,000 reversal points. Note, upon reaching 100% submission, the host will inherit the target's martial arts talent, cultivation progress, and the conquest gift pack distributed by the system. Why do I feel like the system's reversal tasks are getting weirder and weirder? The first phased mission was just about gaining the clan's recognition. But this second phase task? It's gone from recognition straight to submission? What the hell? The shift in tone is way too abrupt. Staring at the lines of text appearing on the light screen before him, Li Mu felt like 10,000 horses were galloping wildly through his mind. But shifting his perspective slightly, it all seemed to make sense. Judging by the original historical trajectory of his predecessor. Had he not traveled through time, his former self would have been missing for 3 years after mining deep underground? And finally made it home only to discover not only that he was suddenly a father, but crucially, neither child could even identify their biological father. Any normal man subjected to such a situation would have lost his mind, that's for sure. Therefore, a man who had endured such an ordeal, once he gains some real power, his most urgent desire will be to conquer those seemingly untouchable, cold-hearted princesses to prove himself to the world. From this perspective, the system assigning this underdog quest to make those heavenly princesses submit? It seems entirely reasonable. No problem at all. Though, from the system's perspective, for a middle-aged man in his 40s, a divorced failure who'd been left with a child by his ex-wife, to expect a heavenly beauty like Wang Xiyu to submit to him. That's not even a question of difficulty anymore, it's a question of how high the stakes are, right? You gotta understand. A prodigy like Wang Xiyu in 25 years, not only would her abilities be unfathomably deep, but with her talent, she'd likely already been snatched up as a closed-door disciple by some superpower. With his current credentials 25 years from now, attempting to complete a mission to make these heavenly-born beauties submit? He'd likely be branded a rogue, a lunatic, or an assailant. Then they'd report my misdeeds to their superpowers, resulting in a bounty hunt across the martial world. I'd be doomed to a life of hiding and fleeing. So this special mission was essentially the system handing him a side quest on top of his already demanding main objectives. Because to complete this side quest, first off, forget about the hellish difficulty level. The real kicker is that the risks involved in this side quest are ridiculously high. One wrong move, and he'd likely have to delete his account and start over. But for the 16-year-old Li Mu, completing these tasks to make the heavenly princess submit? Not a shred of risk involved. Let's be honest. The system issued this submission quest precisely to turn me into a scumbag who toys with these heavenly princesses' emotions, right? For Li Mu, who earned the title of Grandmaster in his previous life, this was practically a reward he got for free. Awesome. So satisfying. This is exactly the kind of exhilaration that leaves you breathless. Ripping off the dumbass system for all it's worth. Just as Li Mu was lost in his thoughts, utterly exhilarated, Wang Xiyu's voice, tinged with impatience, reached his ears, snapping him back to reality. Li Mu? Li Mu? Were you even listening to what I just said? Hey! At first, when Wang Xiyu saw Li Mu staring down at the ground, she simply thought he was feeling a bit scared and anxious after hearing about the terrifying side effects and backlash that came with practicing the 7 wounds fist. She found his timidity both amusing and exasperating. But then, when Wang Xiyu noticed the smile on Li Mu's face growing increasingly twisted and unnerving, she finally realized. Things weren't at all what she'd imagined. Li Mu didn't look like someone terrified by the backlash of the 7 injuries fist side effects at all. His mind had clearly wandered off to some far-flung corner of his imagination. I appreciate your concern. Li Mu nodded in response after Wang Xiyu's words snapped him back to reality. But just as Wang Xiyu thought her heartfelt, reasoned persuasion had successfully dissuaded Li Mu from practicing the 7 injuries fist. Who would have thought that in the brief moment she lost her focus, Li Mu had already dashed off, clutching the 7 injuries fist manual, and was now sprinting toward the librarian. Hello, sir. Could you please give me the manual for the 7 injuries fist? I've decided to exchange for this one. Li Mu, you. Seeing that Li Mu remained so self-righteous even after she'd spoken her mind, Wang Xiyu's face flushed crimson with anger. Upon learning that Li Mu, this dark horse who had instantly defeated Gao Jianya in the tournament and then crushed Gao Jiancheng at the school gates with overwhelming force, avenging his younger brother, had suddenly emerged on campus. Thus, Wang Xiyu had become intensely focused on this dark horse, Li Mu, convinced he would be the trump card at the high school martial arts tournament. This was precisely why, upon learning Li Mu had come to the library to select martial arts techniques, Wang Xiyu rushed over immediately. At Jeju First High, everyone knew Shin Luoyan was the undisputed top fighter. But when it came to mastery of martial arts techniques, the undisputed number 1 was undoubtedly Wang Xiyu herself. Wang Xiyu intended to leverage her martial arts expertise to help Li Mu select the most suitable cultivation technique and combat skill, preparing him for the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. Yet, to her dismay, her sincere efforts were met with such blatant disregard and cold indifference. Just as Wang Xiyu was seething with indignation over this injustice, Li Mu glanced at her and said indifferently, Wang Xiyu, do you really think the senior who chose the 7 wounds fist back then didn't know the price he'd have to pay for cultivating it? Chapter 26, Junior, Guaranteed Victory. Wang Xiyu froze momentarily. She opened her mouth to speak, but Li Mu waved her off. That year, during the high school martial arts tournament's top 16 match, Jizhou First High faced Chaozhou First High. The final score was 10-0. I saw that senior slumped in his chair, sobbing uncontrollably. That image is etched into my memory forever. In that moment, I thought to myself, if I make it into the top 10, I will win every single match. Now that the high school martial arts tournament is upon us, I must consider whether this might be my only chance in life. Your charisma aura has successfully influenced Wang Xiyu, causing her to genuinely admire the host from the bottom of her heart. Submission rate 10%. Li Mu's eyes lit up at the system's notification. The 7 Wounds Fist was like arsenic to other martial artists, a venomous serpent. Forget practicing it, people would run for their lives just to avoid it. With each deeper level of mastery, the practitioner's internal organs suffered further damage. This forced the host's internal organs and extraordinary meridians to endure the terrifying backlash of the 7 Wounds Fist at all times, causing unbearable agony. During the cultivation of the 7 Wounds Fist, the slightest misstep could cause the martial artist to lose control, damaging their heart meridian. They could become like that senior Wang Xiyu mentioned earlier, their heart meridian damaged, their sanity shattered, their savagery impossible to contain. But what does the 7 Wounds Fist's severe side effects have to do with me, Li Mu? For someone like me, who has awakened the SSS plus martial talent, King Yama's roll call. No matter what side effects or backlashes arise. Under the karmic rules of King Yama's roll call, all benefits and rewards would be mine alone, while all drawbacks and risks would be borne by scapegoats like Li Song. A devastating offensive technique like the 7 Wounds Fist capable of a great destructive power falls into my hands without bearing any backlash. Even if Li Mu got up in the middle of the night to pee, he'd probably chuckle a couple of times first, right? Though his heart surged with wild joy, Li Mu knew this was no time for gloating. This was the prime moment to win over Wang Xiyu, to make the second seat feel awe and submission toward him. If he cracked up now, forget about preserving Wang Xiyu's existing 10% submission rate. Once the second seat realized the whole truth was just a scheme, he'd probably want to punch him to death. At this thought, Li Mu quickly composed himself, drawing in a deep breath. Gripping the 7 Wounds Fist manual in his hand, Li Mu tightened his hold until his knuckles turned slightly white. I believe. When that senior, fully aware of the terrifying side effects and backlash of cultivating the 7 Wounds Fist, chose to proceed regardless of his own safety, his thoughts were the same as mine now. That is, restoring the glory of first height is our unshakable duty. Detected, Wang Xiyu deeply influenced by host's charisma. Submission level, 25%. Ding. Host's first stage mission to subjugate Wang Xiyu completed. Reward, 2,500 reversal points, now available in the reversal store for host's use. Hearing this, Wang Xiyu wiped her flushed, teary-eyed tears had welled up unnoticed, sniffed, and forced a smile. Don't worry. At this high school martial arts tournament, our first high school will definitely make it into the top 8. Definitely. And at this point, Wang Xiyu patted her budding chest and declared with unwavering confidence. After all, at our school, I may not be the strongest, but when it comes to martial arts techniques, I'm undoubtedly the most accomplished. Even Shen Luo Yan can't match me in that regard. With me, Wang Xiyu, stepping in. I can't guarantee perfect avoidance of all risks and side effects from the 7 Injuries Fist. Under my guidance, I can guarantee that you, Junior Li Mu, will master the 7 Wounds Fist with the least possible cost. I see. So, second seat Wang, will we win? Guaranteed victory. Amidst Wang Xiyu's confidently haughty expression, Li Mu eagerly flipped open the first page of the 7 Injuries Fist manual and willingly offered his seat to Wang Xiyu. Wang Xiyu, not one to be outdone, sat down with an air of entitlement. Then, nothing happened next. For a moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Wang Xiyu remained fixed on the very first page of the 7 Injuries Fist manual, never turning a single page. After 5 minutes of reading, Wang Xiyu's inner monologue went like this. No wonder the 7 Injuries Fist is said to rival a grade combat techniques, it's got some real substance. Yeah, I get it now. If I just do this first, then that, and finally this, I should be able to help Junior Li Mu minimize the backlash from the 7 Injuries Fist side effects. 10 minutes. What's up with Junior Li? Why is he staring at me with those starry-eyed expectations? If I tell him I haven't figured anything out yet, will he think I'm a terrible senior? 20 minutes later. What kind of hellish fist technique is this? Landmines everywhere, pitfalls at every turn, it's downright inhumane. Did the creator of this martial art have for brains? Driving me nuts. Half an hour. Who the hell came up with this 7 Wounds Fist manual? If I ever find out, just wait till I get my hands on you. Who the hell can even practice this crap? That's it. Wang Xiyu sat there motionless, staring at the first page of the 7 Injuries Fist manual for a full hour. After mentally simulating at least 100 different cultivation methods and brainstorming for a full hour, the hope that had been hanging by a thread in Wang Xiyu's heart was now utterly crushed. Her mind screamed in agony. If a martial art or combat technique had isolated risks, one could find ways to circumvent them. If it had minor flaws, one could devise methods to compensate. But this 7 Wounds Fist? No matter how you practiced it, the end result was always one big, bold word, death. To put it bluntly, successfully mastering this fist technique while avoiding its side effects is basically an impossible task. Okay. I'm sorry. Li Mu, I can't think of a way to master the 7 Injuries Fist while avoiding its backlash either. But please, don't push yourself. You absolutely must know your limits. As she spoke, a look of deep regret spread across Wang Xiyu's face. After all, Junior Li Mu had shown such determination for this high school martial arts competition. She had believed that with her expertise and understanding of martial arts techniques, she could find a way for Li Mu to minimize the backlash from the side effects. But as things stood now, he couldn't help Li Mu in the slightest. However, Li Mu currently had no spare thoughts to spare for Wang Xiyu. In his eyes, a line of text slowly materialized on the translucent virtual panel visible only to him. 7 Wounds Fist, B rank offensive fist combat technique not yet mastered. Second layer, can unleash an additional hidden force strike, unleashing power exceeding 140% of one's own strength. Second layer, can unleash 2 additional hidden force strikes, unleashing power exceeding 210% of one's own strength. Third layer, can unleash 3 hidden force strikes, unleashing power exceeding 280% of one's own strength. Seventh layer, can unleash 7 additional hidden force strikes, unleashing 49% of one's own strength. Holy crap! This time I really hit the jackpot. Chapter 27, System, I'm going cheating mode. When he reached the end, Li Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement, his breathing growing noticeably more rapid than before. Junior brother Li Mu, the unique aspect of the 7 Injuries Fist lies in its reliance on an incredibly profound method of force generation. For ordinary martial artists like us, when we unleash a punch with all our might, it's usually a straightforward, all-out strike tenfold brute force delivered in a wide, sweeping motion. But practitioners of the 7 Injuries Fist can channel 7 distinct internal forces within a single strike. One may be fierce, another subtle, some blend hardness within softness, other softness within hardness, some strike sideways, others straight ahead, some contract inward. The enemy ultimately cannot withstand this relentless barrage of hidden force and suffers internal injuries. But at this point, Wang Xiyu sighed gloomily. This is precisely why the 7 Wounds Fist, despite being a B rank combat technique, possesses lethal power rivaling that of an A rank technique. If one truly masters the 7th layer of the 7 Wounds Fist, the power amplification it grants the martial artist approaches a terrifying 5-fold increase. In other words, once a martial artist reaches the 7th and highest level of the 7 Wounds Fist, they transcend near invincibility within their own realm. They possess the terrifying ability to fight opponents of higher tiers. This might be the true reason why that senior, fully aware of the immense risks involved in cultivating the 7 Wounds Fist, and ultimately chose to cultivate it anyway. Sigh. No matter how exquisite the technique's power generation may be, no matter how greatly it amplifies one's strength, it becomes utterly meaningless when faced with such terrifying side effects and backlash. Junior Li Mu. If you truly feel the 7 Wounds Fist is unsuitable, I will personally petition Student Council President Shen Luoyan. See if she can arrange for you to receive another B rank combat technique instead. By the end, Wang Xiyu hung her head in shame, unable to meet Li Mu's disappointed gaze. Senior, what did you just say? You'll request another B rank combat technique for me from the Student Council. Li Mu's eyes lit up. He had thought finding the 7 Wounds Fist a treasure rivaling a rank combat techniques in the school library was already an unexpected windfall. But now, Wang Xiyu was actually offering to personally petition the Student Council for another B rank combat technique on his behalf. Given the weight of Wang Xiyu's words as the first seat, if she was willing to speak up, securing that B rank combat technique was practically a sure thing. That's right. Junior Li Mu has shown such determination for this high school martial arts tournament. As his senior, I must do my part. Rest assured. I'll do everything in my power to make this happen for you, Junior. Wang Xiyu clenched her fist, her tone unwavering. Senior, if it's too difficult to get approval from the school, please don't push yourself too hard. As for this 7 Injuries Fist manual, I've been studying it and have started to see some clues. I'll head to the training room shortly to test my hypothesis. Perhaps I can discover a way to master the 7 Injuries Fist with minimal cost. Junior. Wang Xiyu's face softened with emotion. In her view, no matter who attempted it, mastering the 7 Wounds Fist while minimizing its side effects and backlash was simply impossible. His current words were clearly meant to spare her feelings, worried that the school wouldn't approve and he'd be left in an awkward position, so he was putting on a brave front. I understand. Wang Xiyu pressed her red lips together lightly and said earnestly, Junior, just give it a simple try. Don't get too hung up on it. Anyway, you don't need to worry about the combat technique, I'll handle it for you. Hearing this, Li Mu casually waved his hand. Got it. Go ahead and get back to work, senior. Wang Xiyu nodded with a smile before turning to leave. Once he'd finally seen off this enthusiastic senior, Li Mu refocused his attention on the virtual panel before him. To be perfectly honest, it was entirely understandable that Wang Xiyu would feel so uneasy upon seeing the first page of the 7 Wounds Fist. After all, setting aside other factors, the sheer shock of opening the very first page of the 7 Injuries Fist manual was overwhelming. The 5 elements of the human body. The heart belongs to fire, the lungs to metal, the kidneys to water, the spleen to earth, and the liver to wood. Add to this the dual energies of yin and yang, practice the 7 wounds, and all 7 organs suffer. Good heavens! Just reading the final line, practice at once, and all 7 organs suffer, made Li Mu feel a dull ache in his kidneys. But, so what if practicing the 7 Injuries Fist harms the body? What does that matter to me, Li Mu? Anyway, now that old Bite's image of Li Song had turned back to color, he had nothing left to hold back. Training complete. With that thought, Li Mu left the library and headed straight for the school's outdoor training ground. Huff. Li Mu closed his eyes, exhaling deeply as the 7 Injuries Fist manual he'd studied earlier quietly replayed in his mind. Before he knew it, Li Mu's body rose to its feet, and following the techniques of the 7 Injuries Fist manual in his mind, he began swinging his fists tirelessly, over and over again. Swish! This time, as Li Mu thrust his fist forward, he simultaneously engaged the core power center of his body, the waist and hips, instantly unleashing a surge of force. Simultaneously, as the muscular force transmitted through his arms, Li Mu distinctly felt a natural momentum emanating from his waist and hips, propelling another surge of force. Then, both forces were successively channeled into his right fist. Thud, thud. Li Mu's fist erupted like a cannonball, stirring a whirlwind of air around him with a thunderous roar. Is this how the 7 Injuries Fist generates power? It truly is profoundly mysterious. Even though I've only just begun cultivating the 7 Injuries Fist, I've already managed to unleash an additional hidden force. Combining these two hidden forces, 70% plus 70% equals 1400% power. Ha ha ha. No wonder the system rewarded me with entry-level swordsmanship. I simply lack the talent for fist techniques. But what does it matter if I lack talent? Compared to other boxing prodigies, I possess one immense advantage they can never match. That is, while other fist cultivators practice the 7 wounds fist, it's like walking a tightrope. They're constantly on edge, cautious and careful. The slightest misstep could trigger backlash from its side effects, causing them to lose control and plunge into an abyss. But with the same technique, I have absolutely no worries about side effects backfiring. I just train it mindlessly. Therefore, my progress in mastering the 7 wounds fist is in no way inferior to those prodigiously gifted martial artists. Li Mu clenched his fists tightly, his face brimming with excitement. They say diligence compensates for lack of talent, and quantity brings about qualitative change. This saying holds true for me, absolutely no exaggeration. At this pace, even the founder of the 7 Injuries Fist back in the day might not have progressed faster than I am now. But Li Mu knew this was merely the beginning. The ultimate limit of the 7 wounds fist. That is, the 7th realm, a terrifying killing technique capable of unleashing 7 distinct types of hidden force with a single punch, amplifying one's power 5-fold. Though it feels incredibly satisfying to cultivate the 7 wounds fist like this now, freely depleting my chi and blood without any fear of side effects or backlash. But to cultivate it step by step like this, how could that possibly live up to my status as a cheat code? With that thought, Li Mu's resolve solidified. He silently commanded. System. I want to activate my cheat. Put. I'm entering the reversal mall. Chapter 28, System, I want to open the treasure chest. Upon arriving at the reversal mall, Li Mu gave it a quick glance. Just as the system had described. This reversal mall truly offered everything under the sun: cultivation manuals of all levels, martial arts techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, rare treasures, even martial talents, cultivation advancement, realm upgrades, and more. To put it simply, as long as you possess sufficient reversal points, you could acquire anything you desired within this reversal mall. Whoa! These reversal points are truly invaluable. Looks like I'll need to find ways to trigger more special reversal quests like this. Acquiring reversal points is the way to go. Surveying the dazzling array of items in the reversal mall, Li Mu's mind raced. He immediately located the bronze key needed to unlock the treasure chest. Damn it! A single key costs 1,000 reversal points? System, you're running a rip-off shop. Though Li Mu inwardly cursed, he obediently shelled out the reversal points to purchase the bronze key. System. Open the bronze treasure chest. Given this dumb system's usual modus operandi, the more you put in, the richer the rewards tended to be. This time, he'd completed quests and spent reversal points on the chest key. Surely something worthwhile would emerge from this bronze treasure chest. Li Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes fixed intently on the bronze treasure chest as it slowly opened. As the bronze chest creaked open, a dazzling golden light burst forth from within. Immediately, lines of text appeared on the system interface before him. Ding! Opening bronze treasure chest for host. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 enlightenment experience card. After reading the system's series of announcements, Li Mu was stunned speechless. What a score! This treasure chest really paid off big time. Earlier, while browsing the reversal mall, Li Mu had noticed this enlightenment experience card. Using it would instantly immerse him in the profound state of enlightenment where heaven and man become one. Not only could it instantly elevate martial arts and combat techniques to the pinnacle of mastery, but it also allowed further refinement and advancement beyond existing foundations. When Li Mu first saw the card's miraculous active effect, he was deeply tempted. But alas, the price tag in the mall was exorbitant, a whopping 2,000 reversal points. Even if he sold everything he owned, he still couldn't afford it. Now, however, he'd spent just 1,000 reversal points on a treasure chest and snatched this enlightenment experience card right from the hands of this fool of a system. Awesome! He had little talent for cultivating martial arts, so this card would instantly elevate his 7 wounds fist to the pinnacle of mastery. System. I want to use the enlightenment experience card. Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, a thunderous roar echoed within his mind. Li Mu instantly felt his mind grow sharper and clearer than ever before. Countless flashes of insight sprang forth from his heart like bamboo shoots after spring rain. The techniques of the 7 Wounds Fist manual before him transformed into a torrent of information, flooding into Li Mu's mind like a sudden downpour of enlightenment. Is this what enlightenment feels like? Truly profound and mysterious. Now, as I look at this 7 Injuries Fist manual again, the problems that once troubled me at the second level. Now, with just a glance, these problems are effortlessly resolved. The moves I barely grasped before now seem as simple and effortless as solving a 1 + 1 = 2 math problem. Moreover, I can now grasp the profound essence of every layer from the 1st to the 7th of the 7 Wounds Fist manual. But I can also extrapolate and identify problems and flaws within each layer, flaws even the founder of this fist technique never discovered, and promptly mend and refine them. Whoa! I'm practically a prophet now, gradually comprehending everything. Li Mu was immersed in the profound state of enlightenment, instantly grasping the entire essence of the 7 Injuries Fist. At the same time, little did Li Mu know that the outside world had erupted into complete chaos because of his sudden enlightenment. Nonsense! This is utter nonsense! Sun Wenbin, how can you even be a vice principal? Our first high school has finally produced Li Mu, the second prodigy, to awaken S-class abilities. Not only did you fail to keep a close eye on this prodigy, but you actually let him practice the 7 Wounds Fist, a technique notoriously difficult to master, one that inflicts severe side effects and backlash during cultivation. When you handed Li Mu the 7 Injuries Fist manual, couldn't you tell he's completely unsuited for martial arts cultivation? Listen to me, Sun Wenbin. If that tragedy repeats itself with Li Mu, your tenure as vice principal will come to an abrupt end. In the conference room, Song Changming presided at the head of the table, flanked by all the vice principals and department heads of Jizhou No. 1 High School. It could be said that every influential figure at Jizhou First High School was present at this moment. Yet what none of them could have imagined in their wildest dreams was this. The original reason these mid to high-level administrators had gathered was for the upcoming Beast Mountain Range trial. Unexpectedly. Then, a phone call from the library suddenly changed everything. Song Changming, who had been smiling while listening to the report moments before, transformed like a different person. He slammed his fist on the table in front of him, making it thud loudly. Pointing at the live footage of Li Mu's cultivation displayed on the massive projection screen, he roared furiously at Vice Principal Sun Wenbin, his beard bristling and eyes blazing. Clearly, Song Changming was genuinely furious this time. If one were to ask what his greatest regret had been during his many years teaching at First High School, it was undoubtedly the high school martial arts tournament 3 years ago. Song Changming still remembered it vividly. 3 years ago, Huang Yihan, then ranked first at Jizhou No. 1 High School, had led the top 10 students into the semifinals to secure the school's best ever performance at the Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament. Huang Yihan ultimately embraced an unprecedented resolve, choosing to cultivate the 7 Wounds Fist combat technique. But the outcome that awaited him was the very student he valued most succumbing to chi deviation from practicing the 7 Wounds Fist. It damaged his heart meridians, ultimately driving him insane and unleashing uncontrollable ferocity. From a martial arts prodigy with boundless promise and the hopes of all upon him, he descended into a madman confined to a psychiatric ward. This became an eternal pain in Song Changming's heart. 3 years later, he discovered another prodigy, Li Mu. Could history truly repeat itself in such a startling manner? Would Li Mu follow the same path as Huang Yihan 3 years prior, having his life destroyed by the 7 Wounds Fist? The mere thought of this possibility made Song Changming unable to sit still for even a moment. But just as he was about to rise and head to the training room to forcibly stop Li Mu from practicing the 7 Wounds Fist, Song Changming's footsteps froze involuntarily. Every expression on his face stiffened instantly. His eyes went wide as he stared blankly at the real-time surveillance feed of the cultivation room before him. Chapter 29, Epiphany in the Rain. On the monitor screen, the 7 Injuries Fist, which Song Changming had just been warning about as being extremely difficult to master and carrying a high risk of severe side effects during cultivation. Now, in Li Mu's hands, it seemed effortless. After striking it roughly 100 times, he had already mastered the first level of the 7 Injury Fist, capable of unleashing 2 layers of hidden force with a single punch. While this surprised Song Changming and Sun Wenbin, it remained within their acceptable range. After all, Li Mu was a prodigy who had attained the first-rank martial artist realm at 16 and awakened an S-grade martial talent. While the 7 Wounds Fist was notoriously difficult to master, if Li Mu couldn't even grasp its basics, it would suggest his comprehension was merely average, not the prodigy they had initially imagined. Thud, thud, thud. But when the third strike of hidden force echoed through the air, this time, Song Changming and Sun Wenbin could no longer maintain their composure, their faces turning pale with shock. What's going on? I recall Li Mu had absolutely no prior experience cultivating martial arts techniques. And given his insufficient internal energy, it's astonishing he could unleash 2 hidden forces from the 7 Wounds Fist in such a short time. How could he possibly unleash a third hidden force in such a short span? Song Changming rubbed his chin, his confusion deepening. Having reached the realm of grandmaster and taught students for decades, what kind of student hadn't he encountered? Song Changming had long cultivated a keen eye, able to clearly discern a student's strengths and weaknesses. He then tailored his teaching methods accordingly for each individual. This was especially true for Li Mu, a student he had closely monitored. Song Changming had long since thoroughly understood Li Mu's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, Song Changming understood better than anyone that Li Mu lacked innate talent for martial arts cultivation. Sword arts suited him far better. This was precisely why, upon learning from Sun Wenbin that Li Mu had chosen the 7 injuries fist in the library, he reacted with such disbelief and fury. Yet Li Mu's performance in the cultivation chamber completely overturned every assessment Song Changming had previously made of him. By all logic, Li Mu should have needed a full 100 attempts to barely reach the first layer of the 7 injuries fist. How could he possibly break through to the second layer of the 7 injuries fist so effortlessly after performing just a few more sets? Song Changming was utterly perplexed. At that very moment, bang, 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 the fourth dark force resounded. The vast conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Seated at the head of the table, Song Changming's expression shifted slightly. His gaze toward Li Mu grew increasingly stern. The third layer of the 7 injuries fist. To have reached the third layer of the 7 wounds fist in such a short time. This kid Li Mu certainly wasn't lacking talent for martial arts cultivation. A person like this could easily be called a natural martial arts prodigy, born to be a super talented fighter. What puzzled Song Changming most, however, was this. After all this time observing and getting to know Li Mu, he hadn't seen a single hint of anything extraordinary in the boy's boxing skills during his 2 years in high school. What's going on? Could it be that I, Song Changming, am truly getting too old? Could I have misjudged him? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Song Changming rubbed his eyes, then channeled his chi to focus intently on Li Mu's every move. Yet no matter how he looked, Li Mu's boxing techniques remained stiff and awkward. Certain techniques and patterns even showed signs of stumbling, interspersed with disjointed movements that made the viewer frown. Where on earth could one detect even the slightest hint of talent for martial arts cultivation in Li Mu? To be fair, compared to ordinary people, Li Mu's cultivation of the 7 injuries fist was indeed relatively fast. Yet compared to those prodigies blessed with demonic talent in the martial arts, Li Mu still lagged far behind. Bang, 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 bang. Yet as Song Changming, the vice principal in the conference room, and the department heads continued watching, they realized Li Mu had managed to unleash 5 hidden force strikes. 7th injury fist, 4th layer breakthrough. Holy crap! This time, they were truly stunned. Inside the conference room, everyone was stunned into numbness. Song Changming could no longer maintain his composure. He couldn't help but stride toward the massive projection, his eyes blazing with intensity as he stared intently at Li Mu without blinking. Bang, 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 bang. The 6th dark force erupted. 7th injury fist, 5th layer breakthrough. Rumble. As Li Mu achieved this breakthrough, it seemed to trigger something unseen in the heavens. The sky suddenly transformed in that instant. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and sunny, bathed in brilliant sunlight. Now, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds rolled in, pressing down upon the land until it became shrouded in pitch-black gloom. Within the churning darkness, lightning serpents flashed intermittently, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Students training nearby, seeing the sky's transformation, halted their practice one after another and hurriedly fled. The vast training ground now lay utterly empty, with only Li Mu remaining, still practicing his fist techniques. Suddenly, the heavens opened like a floodgate, unleashing a torrential downpour that poured down in sheets. Splash! Li Mu has only just broken through the 5th layer of the 7 wounds fist. How could the weather change so suddenly? Sun Wenbin, witnessing this, hurriedly stood up, his expression turning grim. He wasn't alone. The other directors in the conference room all rose from their seats, their gazes fixed on Li Mu with palpable concern. It was well known that when martial artists were comprehending martial arts or combat techniques, the greatest taboo was being disturbed by external factors. Especially since Li Mu was currently comprehending the 7 wounds fist, which carried immense side effects and backlash. The slightest misstep could lead to chi deviation and madness. But the heavens refused to cooperate. Why did it have to rain now? Why not earlier or later? Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down, all posing immense challenges to Li Mu, who was immersed in his comprehension of the 7 wounds fist. At that moment, Song Changming, Sun Wenbin, and everyone else in the conference room held their breath, hearts pounding in their throats as they stared intently at the young figure on the surveillance feed. Above Li Mu's head, thick black clouds poured down torrential rain. The heavy drops slammed into the ground with a crackling sound, sending water splashing everywhere. Having broken through the 5th layer of the 7 injuries fist, Li Mu had now begun his contemplation and deduction of the 6th layer. He seemed to have entered a special realm of self-forgetfulness and ethereal clarity. He remained utterly oblivious to everything happening around him. Standing in the torrential downpour, Li Mu seemed to merge completely with the heavens and earth. The rain falling from the dark clouds slowed to an almost imperceptible pace when it reached 10 inches above his head. It felt as though time itself had frozen in that moment. Within a 10-meter radius around Li Mu, it seemed as though a sacred sanctuary had been formed, impervious to both water and fire. But that was not all. As Li Mu delved deeper into the 6th layer of the 7 Wounds Fist, his ordinary body gradually radiated waves of golden brilliance, enveloping him entirely. It resembled a pale golden gauze robe, radiating an aura of profound solemnity and sacredness. Chapter 30, 7 Injuries Fist Rating Ascends. Is this heaven and man as one? Li Mu has actually attained the realm of heaven and man as one. How old is he this year? 16. A mere 16-year-old youth has surpassed those who lived over 100 years and attained the martial king cultivation level. No. Forget martial king, even a martial sovereign in person might not reach that state of unity with heaven and man. The conference room fell into an eerie, deathly silence. All eyes turned to the youth practicing his fist techniques in the pouring rain. For a moment, their mouths hung open, their Adam's apples bobbed, yet not a single word escaped their lips. They were utterly speechless, stunned into silence by the scene before them. Li Mu had only just obtained the 7 Injuries Fist manual from the school library today. Previously, he had only casually learned a basic D-rank fist technique called the collapsing fist. Moreover, everyone present had just witnessed it with their own eyes. Li Mu felt awkward and clumsy while cultivating the first layer of the 7 Wounds Fist, experiencing a sense of blockage and even noticeable discontinuity in the transitions between techniques. But when Li Mu cultivated the second layer, the transitions between techniques underwent a complete transformation. It felt as though Li Mu had suddenly become a different person. In other words, Li Mu, a man with absolutely no innate talent for fist cultivation, who had previously only trained in the basic D-grade technique, the collapsing fist, had ultimately reached this state of perfect harmony with the heavens and earth solely through his own monstrously terrifying, almost unnatural comprehension? Just how terrifying was Li Mu's comprehension ability? Watching Li Mu now, lost in the flow of his fists as he entered that state of oneness with heaven and earth, a single thought echoed in the minds of everyone present in the conference room. Holy! Is this even human? If Li Mu is human, then what am I? A pig? Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Just as I, Song Changming, am about to retire, I've managed to nurture such an extraordinary prodigy. If decades from now, Li Mu becomes a titan of his era, then my name, Song Changming, might just be inscribed in the annals of Chinese history, immortalizing my fame for all eternity. Song Changming felt an unprecedented surge of pride, truly sharing in the glory. Thinking this, Song Changming looked at Li Mu, his face trembling with emotion, eyes reddened and brimming with tears, clearly on the verge of weeping. However, Li Mu remained utterly unaware of this. At that moment, Li Mu was bathed entirely in the golden divine light, appearing solemn and majestic, transcendent and otherworldly, as if he might ascend to immortality and ride the clouds away at any second. Boom, 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 boom. As Li Mu, in his state of sudden enlightenment, unleashed the 7 hidden forces of the 7th layer of the 7 Injuries Fist, the golden light surrounding him slowly dissipated, and he withdrew his energy, standing steady. The rain curtain that had hung motionless above him finally poured down, splattering onto the ground with a crackling sound and sending up sprays of water. Even the thick, sky-darkening clouds gave way as rays of sunlight pierced through, bathing the earth in warmth. A rainbow arched across the horizon. The rain had passed, and the sky cleared. Ah, that feels amazing. It feels like I just had a full body spa treatment. It's pure bliss, from the tips of my toes all the way up to the top of my head. At that moment, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes and stretched his body with utter contentment. After this prolonged, uninterrupted practice of the 7 Wounds Fist, not only did Li Mu feel not the slightest bit of fatigue, but his body felt lighter than ever before. Just as he was about to stretch his limbs, the translucent screen visible only to him reappeared before his eyes, rapidly flashing lines of text. Sudden enlightenment ended. This enlightenment equates to approximately 41 years of arduous cultivation for the host. 7 Wounds Fist upgraded to the 7th layer. Enlightenment bonus: through this enlightenment, the host has inadvertently achieved a state of unity with the heavens, elevating your understanding and mastery of the 7 Wounds Fist to an unprecedented pinnacle. Building upon the 7th layer, you have successfully created the ultimate killing form of the 7 Wounds Fist, 7 Slays. Note: 7 Slays represents the true pinnacle of the 7 Wounds Fist. This technique reverses the body's yin and yang, transforming injury into lethality at the cost of incinerating all 5 viscera and burning the essence and blood. The upper limit of 7 Slays lethality is determined solely by the host. The greater the host consumes their own essence and blood, the deeper the internal organs are scorched, and the more devastating the 7 Slays becomes. As the host has successfully created the supreme realm of 7 Wounds Fist, its rating has been elevated from B rank to A+ rank. Ding! Now past 41, you've grown increasingly desperate to grow stronger after receiving the mission to subjugate the Heavenly Pride's daughter. To achieve this, you've even sacrificed your own body, forcibly cultivating the 7 Wounds Fist and severely damaging your internal organs and meridians. The backlash of the 7 Wounds Fist intensifies, reversal points plus 100. Ding! The Underworld King's roll call martial talent activated, automatically returning all negative effects from practicing the 7 Wounds Fist back to Li Song. Host: Li Mu. Realm, 2nd grade martial artist realm. Vitality, 283 points. Counterattack points, 137. Yama's roll call target, Li Song. Li Mu stared at the rows of text information appearing on the semi-transparent screen before him. The upward curve of his lips was harder to suppress than a Gatling gun. Awesome. This was absolutely exhilarating. At this moment, I genuinely felt like I was cheating. His mind replayed every insight gained from the 1st to 7th layers of the 7 Wounds Fist, including the true pinnacle he'd forged upon that foundation, the 7 Slays. The shock in Li Mu's heart lingered for a long time. He knew deep down. The combat technique he had successfully deduced during this moment of enlightenment, the Great Slaughter Formation, possessed a true value that far exceeded the A+ rating bestowed by the system. After all, the very essence of 7 Wounds Fist, 7 Slays, was to slay 1,000 foes while inflicting 800 wounds upon oneself. Were it not for the terrifying side effects and backlash inherent in 7 Wounds Fist, 7 Slays, Li Mu firmly believed this technique would absolutely qualify for an S-grade rating as an offensive combat skill. On Blue Star, combat techniques and cultivation methods shared the same grading system as martial arts talent, divided into 7 tiers, SSS, SS, A, B, C, and D. Once a combat technique or cultivation method reaches the S-rank threshold, they become inaccessible to purchase with money alone. They are simply not available to the public. Over 95% of martial artists must dedicate their entire lives. You must make immense contributions to your nation or clan to earn the right to cultivate S-tier combat techniques or cultivation methods. From this single point alone, Li Mu's heart surged with wild joy. He never imagined he had stumbled upon such an incredible find on the 3rd floor of the school library. A combat technique that, once unlocked, could reach the S-rank ceiling in offensive power. He truly was a man of extraordinary fortune. Just casually browsing the school library twice had led him to such a colossal stroke of luck. After unleashing the 7 Killers technique of the 7 Wounds Fist, his internal organs and vital essence endured the relentless torment of fiery scorching at every moment. The physical toll such a combat technique exacted could only be described as terrifying. For an ordinary martial artist, even one with extraordinary insight who managed to grasp this 7 slaying technique, would never dare to use it lightly. For the 7 slaying technique was simply too deadly. But for Li Mu, casting the 7 Wounds Fist, 7 kill drains life force? What does that matter to me, Li Mu? After all, it's not my life being destroyed. At this thought, Li Mu couldn't help but grin. The 7 Wounds Fist was practically tailor-made for him, right? Chapter 31, Virtue or Martial Ethics? Li Mu couldn't help but imagine. Whenever he fought again, whenever he unleashed the 7 Wounds Fist, using this 7 Slays technique as his trump card would vastly amplify his power. Simultaneously, he could inflict double devastation on his opponent, burning their vital organs and consuming their essence, all without them even knowing. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why would his enemies even bother fighting him after that? They might as well stand still and wait for death. Ha ha ha. Li Song, oh Li Song. You old Biden, you've been hell-bent on taking me down, haven't you? But before you do, you'll get to enjoy one last treat. Li Mu thought of Li Song's bitter, resentful old face and felt utterly satisfied. Less than a month remained until the Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament. If he could secure a spot in the top 8 for Jizhou First High School at the tournament, he would also receive precious rewards from the Haidai Provincial Government martial arts manuals, rare treasures, elixirs, divine weapons, and more. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost for his future participation in the National College Entrance Exam and his admission into one of the 10 great martial arts academies. Thinking of this, Li Mu grew even more eager. The 10 great martial academies. These were institutions coveted by every high school student across all of China. Gaining admission to one of the 10 great martial arts academies offered unparalleled platforms, opportunities, and resources that no other martial arts university could match. Though his cultivation had now reached the 2nd rank martial master realm, it was still far from sufficient to stand out among the nation's top geniuses. At least 5th rank martial master realm. 5th grade martial master realm. This is the dividing line that sharply separates peerless geniuses from ordinary talents, barring over 90% of provincial prodigies from entry. But for Li Mu, he now possessed the 7 Wounds Fist, the ultimate trump card, the 7 Slays. As for the 5th rank martial master realm, he believed that as long as he kept completing his reversal quests and accumulating reversal points, he could even show you the title of China's top martial arts champion. Phew! Another day full of gains. Time to head back. Li Mu glanced at the grayed out Enlightenment Experience card and felt a pang of regret. He'd just received the first stage reward from the prodigy, Queen Siyu, and hadn't even had time to warm it in his hands before spending half of his 1,000 reversal points. Looks like he'd have to find a way to woo Wang Siyu again, to get this woman to cough up the 2nd stage reward as soon as possible. Li Mu sighed. After a brief stretch to loosen his muscles, he was about to leave the training ground. But just then, a familiar figure came trotting toward him. Li Mu looked closely and couldn't help but smile. Talk about mentioning someone just as they arrive. He had just been thinking to himself about finding Wang Siyu to boost his submission points. Little did he expect this experience-granting opportunity would come knocking on its own. Oi! Senior, you're just in time. Could you help me return this 7 Injuries Fist manual? Watching Wang Xiyu jog over, Li Mu handed her the 7 Injuries Fist manual. Wang Xiyu accepted the manual from Li Mu's hand, but a trace of confusion flickered across her intelligent, pretty face. However, her confusion wasn't about Li Mu returning the 7 Injuries Fist manual. After all, as the student at Jizhou First High School with the deepest understanding and highest mastery of martial arts techniques, even she had been stuck on the first page of the 7 Injuries Fist, unable to find a suitable way to bypass it. How could Junior Li Mu possibly discover a method to practice the 7 Injuries Fist without suffering harm? Therefore, Li Mu asking her to return the 7 Injuries Fist manual was entirely within her expectations. What truly puzzled Wang Xiyu was why she had been so compliant toward Li Mu. They had never crossed paths before. Yet here she was, willing to seek out Shen Luoyan specifically to learn combat techniques for Li Mu's sake. It felt as though if she failed to complete the task her junior classmate Li Mu had entrusted her with, the sight of his disappointed gaze would fill her heart with inexplicable shame? Something felt off about this situation. But she couldn't quite put her finger on exactly what it was. Forget it. Wang Xiyu. Stop overthinking all this nonsense. You're just stirred up by what Junior Li Mu said earlier, that's all. Wang Xiyu shook her head, forcing the chaotic thoughts from her mind as she continued. Junior Li Mu, I've already mentioned the combat technique matter to President Shen. She just has one condition. At this point, an unnatural expression flashed across Wang Xiyu's face. Seeing Wang Xiyu stop mid-sentence, Li Mu couldn't help but prompt her. What condition? Just tell me already. Well. Wang Xiyu's hands twisted together unconsciously. Well, President Shen wants you to come to her office. She says there are some things she'd like to ask you in person. Once you gain her approval, she won't mind making an exception for you approving an additional B-grade cultivation technique or combat skill. Her approval? Li Mu spoke while continuing to observe Wang Xiyu before him with a peculiar expression. What was wrong with Wang Xiyu today? She seemed perfectly normal when they met at the library earlier. Why was she suddenly stammering and hesitating in front of him now? Yes. After saying that, a flicker of struggle appeared in Wang Xiyu's eyes. She pondered for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and saying, forget it. Junior Li Mu, you really shouldn't go over there. From what I know of President Shen, she's a very strong-willed woman. She wants absolute control over the top 10 seats. Absolute control over the top 10 seats? Hearing this, Li Mu perked up immediately, asking without betraying his thoughts. Why do you say that? You probably haven't dealt much with President Shen before. Truthfully, her dominance stems from her strict emphasis on hierarchical order. She detests insubordination above all else. Yesterday, you severely injured Sun Wuqi of the 5th seat, Wang Taocheng of the 7th seat, and Gao Jiancheng of the 3rd seat, sending them all to the hospital. Especially now, with less than a month left until the high school martial arts tournament. 3 of our top 10 members are now confirmed unable to participate. President Shen is extremely displeased upon learning this. So when President Shen summons you now, it's bound to be a trap. You won't get off easy. I know your temper, Li Mu, but you should rein it in a bit in front of President Shen. You're no match for her. By this point, Wang Xiyu had made her meaning perfectly clear. If Li Mu ended up in the hospital thanks to Shen Luoyan, then this year, their entire Jeju First High School would become a laughingstock. The high school martial arts tournament hadn't even started yet, and nearly half of the top 10 contenders were already hospitalized. How could they possibly compete in the tournament then? Just as Wang Xiyu was feeling uneasy and anxious, a faint smile finally appeared on Li Mu's previously composed face. All right. I understand. Li Mu nodded. Thanks for the heads up, senior. Leave the rest to me. With that, Li Mu walked straight past Wang Xiyu and strode purposefully toward the student council president's office. Chapter 32, the second submission task. Brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. It was like someone had brought a pillow just as he was about to nod off. He'd been feeling a bit pained over spending 1,000 reversal points on that treasure chest earlier, and now here comes President Shen, the unyielding first seat who only responds to force. Moreover, even Wang Xiyu triggered a system side quest, so Shen Luoyan probably couldn't escape it either. But this time, what method should I use to make her submit? Should it be my noble character? Or my peerless martial virtue? Ah! This truly is a dilemma that's hard to resolve. Watching Li Mu's figure stride away into the distance, Wang Xiyu felt an inexplicable wave of intense unease wash over her heart. But she couldn't pinpoint the source of this unease. She just felt something was off. After much deliberation, Wang Xiyu ultimately decided to inform the school administration first, lest the situation spiraled out of control. Student Council President's Office. There sat a girl with straight bangs, dark hair, and black eyes, her expression cool and solemn. Standing at least 5 feet 6 inches, she wore a black knee-length dress that revealed a pair of smooth, shapely calves. A small half-circle of tiny pearls adorned the neckline of the dress, yet the pearl's white hue paled in comparison to the alluring pallor of the girl's skin. She possessed that classic porcelain complexion, appearing even more delicate and fair under the midday sun. More significantly, her demeanor carried an inherent coolness, radiating an aura that kept others at arm's length. At that moment, the pale-skinned girl was watching the fight that had occurred yesterday at the school gate between Li Mu and Gao Jiancheng, Sun Wuqi, and Huang Taochang. At first, the scenes of Li Mu successively taking down Sun Wuqi and Huang Taocheng hadn't particularly astonished Shen Luoyan. In fact, the dark-haired girl had even thought to herself, if she had faced the same opponents, she was confident she could have ended the fight with even greater elegance and ease than Li Mu. But then, when Shen Luoyan witnessed Li Mu facing off against the third-ranked Gao Jiancheng and still ending the fight with a single punch, a hint of genuine surprise flickered across her cool, beautiful face for the very first time. It was as if she was truly seeing Li Mu for the first time. And this black-haired girl was none other than the renowned genius girl of Jeju First High School, hailed as their ultimate trump card, Shen Luoyan. Compared to this period, the entire campus was abuzz with discussions about Li Mu's outstanding performance upon his return after a year's leave of absence. Shen Luoyan, however, showed not the slightest interest in such topics. Instead, for the past few days, Shen Luoyan had been relentlessly pursuing the nameless prodigy who had awakened martial arts talent at Jeju First High School, triggering a cosmic anomaly. Perhaps in the eyes of other students, that celestial disturbance wasn't nearly as noteworthy as Li Mu's one-sided beating of Gao Jiancheng, Sun Wuqi, and Huang Taochang right at the school gates. But as an awakened practitioner of the S-rank martial talent, boundless sword armor, no one understood better than her just how monumental yesterday's celestial disturbance truly was. Compared to yesterday's apocalyptic cataclysm where sun and moon dimmed, dark clouds pressed overhead, hurricanes howled, and the earth trembled, the celestial disturbance triggered by her own awakening of the endless sword armor paled in comparison. It was as insignificant as a tiny spark, utterly negligible. Therefore, in Shen Luoyan's estimation, this mysterious figure had awakened at least an SS-grade martial talent. As for anything higher, Shen Luoyan dared not even imagine it. If they could recruit him into the top 10 seats to represent Jizhou First High in competitions, their goal today wouldn't just be advancing to the quarterfinals, it would be competing for the championship. If it weren't for Li Mu's recent outrageous antics, knocking 3 of the 10 seats into the hospital on the very first day including the third seat, Gao Jiancheng, Shen Luoyan wouldn't even bother with this nonsense. The high school martial arts tournament is about to begin. This is precisely the critical moment for utilizing talent. Therefore, we should give Li Mu a gentle reminder to rein in his temper and understand the rules here. Just as Shen Luoyan was pondering this, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome youth with an ethereal aura striding in. "Hello?" Pushing open the office door, Li Mu immediately greeted Shen Luoyan with polite decorum, offering a faint smile. "I'm Li Mu. I heard President Shen needed to see me?" As he spoke, Li Mu couldn't help but fix his gaze on the stunning young woman before him, her straight bangs framing her face, dark hair and eyes, an aura of cool detachment radiating from her. A wave of puzzlement washed over him. He couldn't help but wonder what the previous owner of this body had been thinking. Of the 2 beauties I've encountered among the 10 seats, each possessed a distinct charm. Once they matured, they'd undoubtedly become irresistible temptresses. With so many prime resources right at his fingertips, why didn't he think to cultivate them? Instead, he got hooked by that green tea Zhai Xinxin. What was he thinking? If Wang Xiyu radiated an intellectual aura, a gentle and graceful beauty, then Shen Luoyan before me was a beauty whose brows radiated heroic spirit and whose demeanor was cool and aloof. Simply sitting there, she radiated an overwhelmingly powerful, oppressive aura that was downright terrifying. As Li Mu scrutinized Shen Luoyan from head to toe, a line of text reappeared on the semi-transparent virtual screen before him. Detected, Heaven's Pride. Triggered special reversal mission, subjugate the Heavenly Pride, Shen Luoyan, to the host. Name, Shen Luoyan. Age, 42. Cultivation level, 8th rank Martial King Realm. Martial talent, boundless sword armor. Attempt to make Shen Luoyan submit to you to earn rewards. The higher her submission level, the richer the system rewards. Phase 1 task, achieve 25% submission rate from Shen Luoyan. Task reward, 3,000 reversal points. Stage 2 task, Shen Luoyan's submission level to the host reaches 50%. Task reward, 6,000 reversal points. Stage 3 task, Shen Luoyan's submission level to the host reaches 75%. Task reward, 15,000 reversal points. Phase 4 task, Shen Luoyan's submission level to the host reaches 100%. Mission reward, 30,000 reversal points. Note, upon reaching 100% submission, the target will automatically share their martial arts talent and cultivation realm with the host, who will also receive a conquest gift pack from the system. Staring at the translucent system interface floating before his eyes, Li Mu's mouth fell slightly open. "Ha! This. I knew it would be like this." Ever since encountering Wang Xiyu in the library, the system had immediately triggered a special reversal quest. Moreover, the more formidable and stubborn the prodigy's daughter he needed to conquer, the richer the system's rewards would become. So on his way to find Shen Luoyan, Li Mu had already mentally prepared himself to accept the mission. Through his recent explorations, Li Mu had roughly figured out the ways to earn reversal points. The first method. Naturally, the system recognized that he was currently facing adversity. The greater the hardship endured, the more reversal points he could earn. The advantage of this method was that he could deliberately stir up trouble and create adversity for himself. However, doing so carried immense risk. After all, his cultivation base was still too low, and his strength too weak. As a peak second-rank martial artist, if he failed to manage this enmity properly and things went wrong, if he provoked forces he couldn't possibly handle, not only would he gain few reversal points, but he might even lose his life in the process. That would be a terrible bargain. In short, the same old adage holds true. Playing with death requires caution, and showing off carries risks. Chapter 33, You said it yourself. The second type. That is, completing various special reversal tasks issued by the system. These reversal missions can be proactively triggered by oneself, and the rewards increase as the opponent's submission level rises. The generous stage-based rewards, reversal points, other items, and cultivation techniques are precisely the resources Li Mu desperately needs at this stage. Compared to the first approach of deliberately stirring up hostility everywhere, the second approach was significantly easier to execute. He could exploit his age advantage to relentlessly exploit system glitches and milk the system dry, a classic low-risk, high-reward strategy. The only thing giving Li Mu a headache, though, it seemed that the higher the submission levels of these heavenly maidens, the more submissive they became in his presence. If this continued indefinitely, as he kept grinding their submission levels to complete the system's assigned tasks, Li Mu dared not imagine what kind of hellish battlefield awaited him beyond that point. His gut told him this special side quest the dumb system had dug for him was a trap. But right now, he had no better way to earn reversal points. So even knowing it was a trap, Li Mu steeled himself to jump in headfirst. Just as Li Mu was lost in his chaotic thoughts, Shen Luoyan's cold, clear voice reached his ears once more, snapping him back to reality. Li Mu, why did you lay into Gao Jiancheng so hard at the school gate yesterday? With the high school martial arts tournament approaching, instead of uniting as one, our Jizhou No. 1 high school is consumed by constant infighting. If other schools see this, won't it become a laughingstock? Li Mu replied earnestly, I believe. What I did wasn't infighting, it was for the sake of our school's reputation. Senior, can't you see the good intentions behind my actions? What? You're doing this for the sake of First High's reputation. Shen Luoyan was also caught off guard by Li Mu's sudden remark. Seeing the sincere expression on his face, which didn't seem like he was joking, she instinctively asked. Isn't this precisely what I'm doing, protecting the reputation of First High? Shen Senior, just think about it. The top 10 seats at Jeju First High represent our school's most elite, most outstanding 10 students. But if the outside world sees that the team representing our school is full of idiots, wouldn't that be like throwing the school's reputation into the sea? Li Mu sighed. Under Shen Luoyan's astonished and peculiar gaze, Li Mu began counting on his fingers one by one. Huang Taocheng counts as 1, Sun Wuqi counts as 1, Gao Jiancheng counts as 1, that's 3 already. Add Gao Jianye from the recent positional challenge match, and that makes 4. And the entire contingent representing our first high school at the high school martial arts tournament is a mere 10 people. 4 of them are complete idiots. At this point, Li Mu paused, then shifted his tone. The crucial point is that with so many idiots among the top 10, Senior Shen as the top-ranked student and student council president turns a blind eye to all this and lets it run rampant. I'm genuinely worried now, Senior Shen, are you just like those 4? Li Mu looked at Shen Luoyan, then shook his head in profound disappointment. He sighed helplessly, as if beating his chest in frustration. At that moment, Shen Luoyan felt as if a sledgehammer had struck her skull, leaving her head buzzing. Through Li Mu's recent actions, Shen Luoyan knew he was an incredibly arrogant guy. But she never imagined Li Mu would be this audacious. After barely exchanging a few words, he was already making such blatant hints. Shen Luoyan was momentarily unable to process it. Was Li Mu worried that she was just like those other 4? Wasn't he essentially saying that she, Shen Luoyan, was also an idiot? At this thought, Shen Luoyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. For the first time, a hint of anger flickered across her usually cool and composed face. Li Mu, stop trying to twist the truth. I, Shen Luoyan, have always judged matters, not people. Why does Gao Jiancheng target only you, never anyone else? She paused briefly before her tone hardened. Isn't it because during the positional challenge match, you severely injured Gao Jiancheng and publicly humiliated him in front of the entire school? Ultimately, this is all your own doing. And one more thing. Stop acting all smug and cheerful in front of me. Do you think acting like this makes you look cool? Oomph. A weakling putting on such a haughty act in front of a strong opponent, that's a joke in itself. Finally, you will write a 10,000 character self-criticism on how to handle this matter and submit it to me. You must also guarantee that nothing like this will ever happen again. If you show genuine remorse, I might overlook it this time considering the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. With that, Shen Luoyan leaned back, fixing Li Mu with a look of utter contempt as an aura of confident power radiated from her. To put it bluntly, your little act of pretending to be weak to catch the strong is utterly childish. When the strong grow angry, they swing their blades only at those stronger still. When the weak rage, they only strike at those weaker than themselves. If you're dissatisfied with my solution, don't hold back, come find me anytime. I, Shen Luoyan, will see it through to the end. Boom! The words fell, and the terrifying aura of a third-rank martial master erupted suddenly, then poured down like mercury, crushing down heavily upon Li Mu. Under the weight of Shen Luoyan's overwhelming pressure, the very ground seemed to tremble. For a moment, the vast office fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Shen Luoyan watched Li Mu sitting before her, head bowed, suddenly silent. Shen Luoyan curled her lips in disdain, her gaze toward Li Mu brimming with utter contempt. Just as she thought. Just as she had suspected, Li Mu was nothing more than a childish brat stuck in the lowbrow game of pretending to be weak to catch the strong. Did he think playing dumb was cool? Ha! His little tricks only work on those weaker than him. When facing true strength, he wouldn't dare lift a finger, he wouldn't even dare to fart. If not for the high school martial arts tournament looming near, a time when every talent is needed. A troublemaker like Li Mu would have been kicked off the 10 seats list long ago. Just as Shen Luoyan thought this matter could be settled with a few more scolding words to send Li Mu packing. But then, the youth before her suddenly lifted his head, his eyes as deep and starry as the heavens. In that instant, the oppressive aura that had been bearing down on Li Mu dissolved like bubbles, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, an even more chilling and terrifying pressure roared toward Shen Luoyan. At that very moment, Li Mu took a step forward, a playful smile curving his lips as he approached Shen Luoyan. One hand dragged a chair, the other pointed at her. Very well. You said it yourself. Chapter 34, he was more than just daring to strike. With that, the terrifying pressure that had previously enveloped the office vanished without a trace in that instant, as if the wind had ceased and the rain had stopped. Everything returned to calm once more. Just as Wang Xiyu had said, Shen Luoyan's true cultivation level was absolutely not as simple as the first-rank martial artist realm she appeared to be. Judging solely by the pressure emanating from her earlier, she possessed at least the strength of a third-rank martial artist. With such terrifying cultivation as her foundation, Shen Luoyan further leveraged her S-grade offensive martial arts talent, coupled with multiple high-grade combat techniques and cultivation methods. Shen Luoyan was not just formidable within Jizhou base city. Even when viewed across the entire Haidai province, while her strength couldn't be compared to those peerless prodigies standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid young masters who had already reached the 5th-rank martial master realm. But this woman, Shen Luoyan, undoubtedly possessed terrifying strength that placed her firmly in the top tier. Had he not just acquired the foundational sword arts from the system, enabling him to pinpoint her weaknesses with precision? Breaking through her overwhelming aura head-on would have been no easy feat for Li Mu. Oomph. Quite bold of you, Li Mu. Meet me at the training ground in 10 minutes. I'll make you understand the gap between us. Before Shen Luoyan could finish her sentence, Li Mu's hand, which had been dragging the chair, suddenly swung out, hurling the chair violently toward her. Thud. The critical moment. Shen Luoyan stood utterly still as the chair hurtled toward her face, her gaze sharpening instantly. Mid-air, the chair was instantly cleaved in two by an invisible blade of energy, shattering onto the floor. Before Shen Luoyan could even rise from the chair, Li Mu's follow-up kick arrived. To Shen Luoyan, Li Mu was undoubtedly a very peculiar individual. When she first encountered him, Shen Luoyan had naively assumed Li Mu was merely a cowardly rat who dared only to pretend to be weak and prey on the vulnerable. Such people only dared to attack those weaker than themselves. But when confronted by someone stronger, he'd shrink like a frightened quail, too scared to even let out a peep. But what Shen Luoyan never expected was that she had ultimately underestimated Li Mu. Not only did he dare to attack her. Before she could finish her sentence, the chair in his hands was already hurtling toward her. From Li Mu's cold, deep black eyes, she saw none of the nervousness, fear, or unease that her opponents usually displayed when facing her. Not a trace of it could be found in those star-like, profoundly deep orbs. It must be said, Li Mu was indeed a man beyond her expectations. But the surprises he could offer ended there. Next, she would make Li Mu understand the true meaning of a realm gap. Endless sword form. Open. With Shen Luoyan's cold, low command echoing through the air. She remained seated in the same poised posture as before, utterly still. Yet Li Mu's powerful kick seemed to strike an invisible barrier, forcibly deflecting his forceful strike. Li Mu. This ends here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Shen Luoyan rose, a shower of sparkling silver sparks flickered behind her. Finally, these silver sparks coalesced into a gleaming silver light sword, hovering silently before Shen Luoyan. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding Shen Luoyan underwent a profound transformation in that instant. If Shen Luoyan had previously given off the aura of a strong yet cold senior, now, with her S-rank martial talent activated, she seemed to transform into a heroic and dashing Valkyrie. This transformation in aura caused Li Mu to feel only a slight sense of surprise. Li Mu. Regarding my martial talent, I imagine you've already heard about it. It's the S-rank offensive martial talent, Endless Sword Armament. The first stage manifests as a light sword formed from unique sword energy. It grants me comprehensive enhancements in attack, speed, defense, and recovery. Simultaneously, the silver light sword adapts to my intent, shifting into different attack modes to respond to varying battle situations with adaptability. As she spoke, a silver cross-shaped light sword danced and swirled at Shin Luoyan's fingertips as if possessed of its own life, while she calmly continued her explanation to Li Mu. Oh. Comprehensive enhancements in attack, speed, defense, and resilience? Interesting. Li Mu stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Shin Luoyan as she held the cross-bladed lightsaber before him, his fighting spirit growing intense. In that instant, Shin Luoyan transformed into a black afterimage, charging toward Li Mu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Li Mu shifted to dodge, several sharp, piercing sword beams suddenly erupted directly above his head. Clang! 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 In the split second Li Mu hesitated, the cross-shaped lightsaber had already sealed off every possible escape route around him. The terrifyingly sharp sword chi suppressed everything. Li Mu could distinctly feel his chi circulation becoming sluggish and impeded. Now, Li Mu felt as if he were trapped within a terrifying sword formation, his path forward blocked, his retreat cut off. The only thing awaiting him seemed to be utter ruin. End you! Shen Luoyan's eyes flashed as she flew toward him on her sword. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before Li Mu, trapped within the sword formation, and without hesitation, she swung her blade. Hum! Just as the silver cross-shaped light sword struck Li Mu's chest, his form suddenly became faint and ethereal. Finish you off! Li Mu sneered coldly as his right fist clenched, a ball of blood energy materializing before it slammed viciously toward Shen Luoyan's abdomen. Boom! A strange sensation flashed through Shen Luoyan's mind. She had indeed struck Li Mu squarely with her sword just now, yet the sensation had been utterly peculiar. The strike that should have been a guaranteed hit seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing without a trace. As if guided by some unseen force, it seemed to have been influenced by some law of causality. How could this be? I clearly immobilized Li Mu with my cross-light sword first, how could I have missed? But before Shen Luoyan could fathom where the problem lay, three distinct forces, brutal, sinister, and a blend of both, erupted simultaneously, crashing toward her like a colossal wave smashing against the shore. Instantly, Shen Luoyan's expression changed. She felt as though she'd been struck head-on by a speeding dump truck, instantly hurled several meters away. Crash! An exaggeratedly large hole was smashed directly into the office wall. Spider-web-like cracks radiated outward from Shen Luoyan's body, spreading relentlessly. Clutching her stomach, Shen Luoyan staggered to her feet, her pale face fixed on the youth's figure. Three distinct types of force now raced chaotically within her body, causing varying degrees of shock to her internal organs. Immediately, the chi and blood within Shen Luoyan surged layer upon layer. The chi and blood power of a third-rank martial artist forcibly suppressed the three chaotic energies raging within her. Her pupils contracted slightly as she looked at Li Mu, uttering in disbelief, 7 Wounds Fist? You actually mastered the 7 Wounds Fist. Chapter 35, Are you so sure you've won? 7 Wounds Fist. This B-grade combat technique possessed terrifying lethality and destructive power rivaling A-grade techniques, making it a force feared by virtually every student in the academy. Especially since Huang Yiheng had also suffered a damaged heart meridian while practicing the 7 Wounds Fist, ultimately succumbing to chi deviation. It was truly unbelievable. The 7 Wounds Fist, which had shattered the dreams of countless martial arts prodigies, had actually been mastered by Li Mu. Moreover, feeling the three distinct dark energies surging chaotically within his body, this was clearly the hallmark of the 7 Wounds Fist's second layer. If he remembered correctly, Li Mu had only obtained the 7 Wounds Fist from the library this morning. That meant a mere 3 hours had passed since he first laid eyes on the manual. Such comprehension! Is this even human? The thought sent a ripple of astonishment through Shin Luoyan's heart, though the emotion lasted only a few seconds before she suppressed it. Li Mu, this is the regenerative ability of the endless sword armor I mentioned earlier. It's just that there hasn't been a need to use it, so I never had the chance to demonstrate it. A haughty smile reappeared on Shin Luoyan's exquisitely delicate oval face as her right hand gently caressed the spot on her abdomen where Li Mu's fist had struck moments before. A flash of silvery particle light erupted, and the gruesome wound on Shin Luoyan's abdomen began healing at a visible pace, rapidly closing until it vanished entirely. Though it only works on myself, of course. As she spoke, Shin Luoyan formed a sword seal with her right hand. The silver cross-shaped light sword that had enveloped her body seemed to come alive, completely surrounding her while continuously condensing and compressing. Moments later, it coalesced into a full suit of particle armor radiating a bright silver glow. Only a pair of eyes remained exposed, gazing at Li Mu as a cold, clear voice emanated through the thick armor. Let us continue our contest within your area of strength. What fighting style will you employ to delight me? I look forward to it. Wu Jin, seeing this, resolved. With that, Shin Luoyan's vital energy surged violently within her. The force of her chi and blood surged outward like a raging river, staining the luminous silver particle armor enveloping her with a crimson hue. The momentum that had just begun to wane from Shen Luoyan's body now surged upward once more, pressing down upon Li Mu's head like a towering mountain. Though Shen Luoyan was astonished that Li Mu could comprehend the 7 wounds fist in such a short time, that was where her surprise ended. For the very essence of the 7 wounds fist was to inflict 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 upon oneself. Each time Li Mu unleashed the 7 wounds fist, it inflicted another wave of backlash upon himself. In contrast, she herself, empowered by the boundless sword armor, saw her defensive capabilities and recovery abilities greatly enhanced. Furthermore, Li Mu's cultivation base was far inferior to hers. With this ebb and flow of power, in Shen Luoyan's eyes, this was nothing more than a contest with no suspense whatsoever. For Shen Luoyan, this battle was merely about seeing if Li Mu could find any other way to please her besides the 7 wounds fist. Think you've got this in the bag? Just then, Li Mu suddenly laughed. You hold every advantage, cultivation, talent, resources, yet I've still driven you to this point? Is this the best the top student of first middle school can do? But Shen Luoyan paid Li Mu no mind whatsoever. Her foot slammed heavily against the ground, leaving several afterimages in the void as her form shot forward. Simultaneously, silver cross-shaped light swords materialized, circling within a meter of her sword armor. 6 swords. A full 6. This was the absolute limit of cross-shaped light swords Shen Luoyan could currently command. The terrifying assault formed by these 6 swords swept toward her like a violent storm, utterly overwhelming. During the positional challenge tournament, Shen Luoyan had crushed her senior opponents with precisely such a ferocious assault, ultimately securing the top spot. Power, speed, defense, and recovery. Combined with her ultimate defensive armor and 6 razor-sharp cross-shaped lightsabers. Such a perfect blend of offense and defense had even allowed her to defeat a 4th-rank martial artist. This alone showed just how terrifying Shen Luoyan would be in this second stage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 silver cross-shaped light swords whirled like sentinels, while Shen Luoyan, wielding one herself, closed in on Li Mu once more. A thunderous assault erupted in an instant. Seeing this, Li Mu took a deep breath, intending to channel his full true energy to unleash the 7th layer of the 7 wounds fist. He planned to confront Shen Luoyan head-on with power exceeding his own 5-fold. Yet as he gathered his strength, he realized his true energy was rapidly draining away. Without cultivating internal cultivation techniques, relying solely on vital energy to generate true energy simply couldn't withstand the immense consumption demanded by the A+ class combat technique, the 7 wounds fist. On the battlefield, the situation shifted in the blink of an eye. In the very instant Li Mu's power build-up faltered, a dull thud echoed as the long sword plunged into his chest. The spirit blade's sharpness remained undiminished even after piercing his body, entering cleanly through his front and emerging through his back. Blood gushed forth, flowing freely along the blade's blood groove. How could this be? Shen Luoyan hadn't anticipated that Li Mu wouldn't even dodge her fierce strike, choosing instead to block it with his bare flesh. But in that split second of distraction, Li Mu's hand shot out like lightning, seizing Shen Luoyan by the throat. You dare! A savage glint flared in Li Mu's eyes as he swung a fist, smashing it viciously toward Shen Luoyan's face. This punch utterly caught Shen Luoyan off guard. She never imagined that after being pierced by her spirit sword, Li Mu still possessed the strength to unleash the 7 wounds fist. Now, it was too late for Shen Luoyan to pull out her sword and escape. With no other choice, she had to abandon the spirit sword. But she had forgotten one crucial thing. Li Mu's hand, clamped tightly around her throat like iron pincers, held her fast as if it were an extension of his own body. She retreated. Li Mu pressed forward relentlessly, unleashing a frenzied barrage of punches that slammed into the helmet covering Shen Luoyan's face. Until the helmet shattered completely, revealing Shen Luoyan's face filled with terror, bewilderment, and fear. She never imagined Li Mu would fight with such savage fury. She knew full well that each use of the 7 wounds fist would intensify the backlash against her internal organs and meridians. Yet he continued to unleash it recklessly. Such a ferocious fighting style caused Shen Luoyan's expression to falter for a split second. But in that very instant of distraction, the dark energy Shen Luoyan had been desperately suppressing began to surge wildly through her internal organs. What are you looking at? Li Mu's massive hand still clamped tightly around Shen Luoyan's throat, hoisting her off the ground. Simultaneously, another 7 wounds fist, infused with 4 strands of hidden force, slammed heavily into her face. Boom! The helmet finally couldn't withstand Li Mu's concentrated, frenzied assault. In that instant, it shattered completely into silver specks of light, dissipating into the air. Shen Luoyan's entire body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chapter 36, the first sea terrified out of her wits. Yet Li Mu remained expressionless, his gaze cold and icy as he watched Shen Luoyan struggle to rise from the ground. What on earth was she thinking? How dare you zone out in front of me? You've played your part to the fullest. What exactly did you want me to pretend? Are you the one who traveled through time, or am I? In that moment, Shen Luoyan felt as if her head would split open, yet she forced her eyes wide open to stare at Li Mu. She saw Li Mu now enveloped in crimson bloodlight, his entire being radiating a surging blood energy and emanating waves of savage intent. At first glance, he resembled a demonic general crawling up from hell. But Shen Luoyan knew exactly what was happening. He was burning his essence blood without regard for the cost. Yet none of this was what truly sent chills down Shen Luoyan's spine. What truly sent shivers down her spine was that Li Mu had withdrawn his hand and now gripped the long sword embedded in his own chest, yanking it out with brutal force. With every inch the blade was drawn, gushing streams of blood spurted forth, staining the youth's white robes crimson. Such excruciating pain made even Li Mu, who had lived 2 lifetimes, unable to suppress a furious roar to the heavens. At that moment, Shen Luoyan was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before her eyes. Li Mu. Li Mu has gone mad. He must be insane. Watching Li Mu advance relentlessly toward her, the disbelief in Shen Luoyan's eyes quickly gave way to terror. Her body recoiled backward, beyond her control. In combat between martial artists, one side burning their essence blood was tantamount to sacrificing their own lifespan. Only when their very lives were threatened and all other options exhausted would a martial artist resort to burning their essence blood, consuming the very source of their life force to forcibly enhance their combat power. Especially after witnessing Li Mu pull the long sword from his own chest moments ago, the sight was utterly shocking, his entire body drenched in crimson blood. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from the youth, coupled with his eyes brimming with savagery and murderous intent, made Shen Luoyan feel as though an invisible hand had clenched her heart, making breathing itself an agonizing struggle. Ding! Shen Luoyan is stunned by the host's terrifying aura. Submission rate increased by 10%. Li Mu merely glanced at the system notification before withdrawing his gaze. He casually tossed aside the drawn sword, his entire form dissolving into a black afterimage that vanished from the spot. Before Shen Luoyan could take another step back, she felt a sudden tightness around her neck. Instantly, Li Mu seized her throat, yanking her violently off the ground. A long, knuckle-prominent hand rose, delivering a heavy slap across Shen Luoyan's coldly beautiful face. The first slap I struck it on behalf of heaven. Not only is your sword technique riddled with flaws in my eyes, but you repeatedly lose focus during combat. Even your tactical intelligence is as immature as that of a child. You can't even discern the most basic advantages and disadvantages on the battlefield, yet here you are telling me it's over, that you've already lost. How laughable is that? What I, Li Mu, pursue is a life or death clash, not this childish farce. I ask you. With combat skills like yours, do you even deserve the martial talent heaven bestowed upon you? I. Shen Luoyan felt her head buzzing like a broken bellows, as if countless tiny stars were dancing chaotically before her eyes. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Li Mu raised his hand again and struck her other cheek with a vicious slap. The second slap is for your arrogant, high and mighty attitude. You only saw me humiliate Gao Jianye on the stage. But did you ever stop to think? With so many people at first high, why would I, Li Mu, single out Gao Jianye for humiliation? After I returned from my leave of absence, do you have any idea what that filthy pair, Gao Jianye and Zhai Shixin, did to me? Did you even bother to find out? You, who know nothing and make no effort to understand, dare stand on some moral high ground before me, looking down on me with contempt? What gives you, Shen Luoyan, the right to judge me? Finally, Gao Jiancheng had the audacity to openly ambush me in front of the entire school. Didn't it occur to you what my fate would be if I didn't possess sufficient strength? With that, Li Mu let out a cold laugh. The high and mighty first seat, the student council president, probably couldn't even imagine it, right? Then let me tell you. The very first thing Huang Taocheng said when he saw me was that he wanted to cripple my hands and feet and make me kneel and apologize. What about you? Where were you, student council president, back then? Or did you want to wait until Gao Jiancheng broke my arms and legs in front of the entire school, letting them humiliate me to their heart's content? Then rush to the hospital afterward, spouting empty promises about how you'll handle it? Oomph. Listen up. I don't give a damn. I only believe in this. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. If someone messes with me, I'll kill them. Smack. The final slap sent Shen Luoyan's eyes rolling back in her head instantly. Her entire body was embedded into the wall, stuck fast with no way to pry her loose, a pitiful sight indeed. In the final second before consciousness faded, she faintly heard Li Mu's cold voice. This world needs discipline and so do you. Damn it. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged through her. Shen Luoyan, who had always been number one in everything since childhood, living a life of dominance. Now, faced with Li Mu's relentless barrage of accusations, she was rendered speechless. Rage surged through her veins, causing her to faint on the spot. Detected, Shen Luoyan conquered by host Wu Di. Submission level plus 15%. Ding. Host's first stage mission to subjugate Shen Luoyan completed. Reward, 3,000 reversal points. Funds now available in the reversal store for host's immediate use. Jizhou First High School, Vice Principal's Office. Principal Sun, you must personally handle this matter. What kind of temperament Shen Luoyan has if others don't know? How could you, Principal Sun, possibly be unaware? If we let this situation go unchecked, we won't even need to wait for other schools to come destroy us at the high school conference. We'll destroy ourselves first, won't we? Wang Xiyu spoke urgently to the middle-aged man seated behind the desk, his nose bridged by a pair of black-rimmed glasses. This was the office of Sun Wenbin, vice principal of Jizhou First High School. Sun Wenbin was busy drafting tomorrow's trial arrangements for the 10 seats of the Savage Beast Mountains. Seeing Wang Xiyu enter, his patience began to wear thin. Chapter 37, What did you just say? Why are you here again? I already told you. All internal affairs of the 10 seats, whether resource allocation, training plans, or other miscellaneous matters, are directly managed by the student council. Besides, Shen Luoyan is the president of your student council. Regarding the issue you just raised, according to school regulations, it should be handled through internal discussions within your student council first. If you truly can't handle it, then come find us teachers. Yet here you are, bypassing your own council entirely and dumping this entire mess on me. What use is your student council to me then? By the end, the displeasure in Sun Wenbin's tone was unmistakable, bordering on reprimand. But to be fair, one couldn't entirely blame Sun Wenbin for being lazy or neglecting his duties. Ultimately, this matter involved the top student at Jizhou No. 1 High School, Shen Luoyan. It was no secret that Shen Luoyan was no pushover. Not only did she hail from the Shen family, one of the 10 great martial clans of Haidai province, but her innate talent in martial arts was terrifyingly high. Rumor had it that Shen Luoyan's cultivation had already reached the third-rank martial artist realm. Therefore, whether considering her family background or her personal martial talent, she was far more than just a student. She was someone the school administration actively sought to appease. Especially with the high school martial arts competition imminent, Jizhou First High School was pinning all its hopes on Shen Luoyan to secure a top ranking for the school. How could they possibly risk offending her at such a critical juncture? As long as Shen Luoyan didn't push things too far, the school administration would turn a blind eye and avoid digging too deeply into the matter. Therefore, the moment Wang Xiyu heard Shen Luoyan's name attached to the incident, Sun Wenbin immediately wanted nothing to do with this mess. No. Principal Sun, are you even listening to me? It's clear that Shen Luoyan, the student union president, is trying to settle scores. Under these circumstances, how can you possibly expect us to resolve this internally within the student union? Wang Xiyu pressed urgently, her voice thickening with growing anxiety and unease. But Sun Wenbin remained unmoved, lowering his head once more. Since Shen Luoyan has already stepped forward regarding this matter, I trust that as student council president, she will make the correct and appropriate decision. With that, Sun Wenbin ignored Wang Xiyu completely, returning to his paperwork. The room fell silent except for the soft scratching of his pen tip against the stationery. This again. This was the umpteenth time Wang Xiyu had encountered this situation today. It felt like punching cotton stuck in limbo, unable to advance or retreat. Over Li Mu's case, Wang Xiyu had sought out countless department heads and teachers. Yet the moment they heard it might involve Shen Luoyan, they all turned a deaf ear and a blind eye, avoiding it like the plague, not a single one willing to get involved. Huff. Wang Xiyu exhaled heavily, her gaze sharpening as if she made a decision. She declared loudly, since you, Principal Sun, refuse to handle Junior Li Mu's case, then I'll take care of it myself. With that, Wang Xiyu turned to leave. But then, the rustling sound behind her abruptly ceased. Sun Wenbin, who had been bent over his desk, suddenly snapped his head up, his voice tinged with surprise and uncertainty. What did you just say? Startled by Sun Wenbin's reaction, Wang Xiyu repeated, then I'll handle it. Sun Wenbin shook his head repeatedly. No. What did you just say? Seeing Sun Wenbin's nervous and anxious expression, Wang Xiyu felt even more at a loss. She instinctively said, since Principal Sun doesn't want to handle Junior Li Mu's matter. But before Wang Xiyu could finish her sentence, Sun Wenbin cut her off in a furious outburst. Damn it! You unlucky kid! Why didn't you mention this had anything to do with Li Mu sooner? Hurry up! Wang Xiyu was startled by Sun Wenbin's explosive reaction. She watched as the man who had been calm and composed one moment leaped up like a startled rabbit the next, rushing out without even putting on his coat. Instinctively, she stammered, Principal Sun, what's the rush? Hurry up and save people. As he shouted urgently, Sun Wenbin's mind was still seething with indignation. Why didn't that unlucky kid Wang Xiyu mention earlier that the person Shen Luoyan was causing trouble for was Li Mu? Damn it! Who the hell was Li Mu? He's a prodigy who's awakened S-class martial talent. Even when practicing the 7 injuries fist technique with severe side effects, he can enter the state of heaven and man is one. He's the top priority protection target at their first high school. If Song Changming found out anything happened to Li Mu, he'd tear me limb from limb. Wang Xiyu nodded frantically in agreement. But before she and Sun Wenbin could run far ahead, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. She pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID. Recognizing the name, she urgently called out to Sun Wenbin, who was striding ahead, Principal Sun. It's Li Mu calling me. Li Mu? That's wonderful. Hearing that it was Li Mu calling, the weight that had been hanging in Sun Wenbin's throat finally dropped back into his stomach. He smiled and said, if Li Mu can still call you, that means he's not in trouble yet. Answer it quickly. Wang Xiyu nodded happily and quickly pressed the answer button. Junior Li Mu. Before Wang Xiyu could ask any more questions, Li Mu's voice came through calmly on the other end. Senior, are you free right now? Yes, I am. Wang Xiyu hurriedly said into the receiver, Junior, listen to your senior's advice, don't act impulsively, and definitely don't let your emotions get the better of you. I'll figure out a solution for the combat technique issue. But whatever you do, don't get into an argument with Shin Luoyan. Get out of the president's office immediately. Oh. On the other end of the line, Li Mu's voice sounded slightly peculiar. Senior, I didn't have any arguments with President Shin, and I'm already out of the office now. Oh. Have you left the president's office yet? That's good. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Wang Xiyu finally let out a long sigh of relief. But before she could fully relax, Li Mu's next words nearly choked her to death. Right, could you please go to the school infirmary and call the school nurse over? Oh, right. When you send for the nurse, have them bring a stretcher too. I need to haul someone over. Carry someone? What person? Wang Xiyu grew more and more confused as she listened to Li Mu's words. Sun Wenbin beside her was equally baffled, whispering urgently, what exactly did Li Mu tell you on the phone? Why does the infirmary suddenly need a stretcher? I'm getting more and more confused. Who are you dragging? There are only 2 people here. If it's not Shin Luoyan, are you supposed to come pick me up? On the other end of the line, Li Mu's tone carried an unmistakable hint of you're being weird. Take. Shen Luoyan? Wang Xiyu swallowed hard, her voice thick with emotion. Junior, what happened between you two? Why would we need a stretcher to carry her? She's perfectly fine. What happened? What could possibly happen between me and her? Nothing much. I just thought Shin Luoyan's words were unbearable, so I gave her a little lesson. Enough. I'm at the student union right now. Get over here fast. Chapter 38, that's President Shun. Li Mu's voice crackled through the receiver, thick with impatience. Before Wang Xiyu could press further, the line went dead. What the hell is going on? Seeing Wang Xiyu still holding the phone as if still on the line, Sun Wenbin beside her grew anxious and hurriedly asked. Through the phone, Sun Wenbin could only catch fragments of the conversation. He only caught a few key phrases, infirmary, stretcher, come carry someone, all highly significant. This sent Sun Wenbin's heart racing to his throat, immediately conjuring the worst possible scenario. So, the situation now is that Li Mu and Shin Luoyan got into a fight. And one of them is seriously injured. Someone was injured, but it's not too serious. The freshman just needs a stretcher to carry him out. Wang Xiyu slapped her oval face hard, as if trying to snap herself out of it. In Wang Xiyu's rational mind, Shin Luoyan, a third-rank martial artist who had awakened the S-class martial talent Endless Sword Armor, should be able to handle Li Mu, who had only recently entered the martial artist realm, with ease. That was precisely why Wang Xiyu had gone straight from the department head to the vice principal to prevent the tragedy from unfolding. The result? The good news was that Li Mu was completely unharmed. But the bad news was that Shin Luoyan had become the tragedy. As for Wang Xiyu, her head was spinning so badly she couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming. She wasn't the only one reeling. Sun Wenbin, standing beside her, felt his mind go completely blank upon hearing the news. The closer they got to the student council office, the heavier the weight on Sun Wenbin's heart grew. Only after pushing through the dense crowd of first middle school students did Sun Wenbin finally see the student union building. What greeted him was a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The 2-story student union building had been reduced to near ruins, debris and rubble scattered everywhere. The second-floor office of student council president Shin Luoyan now bore a gaping hole. The strikingly handsome youth inside wore a white shirt soaked red with blood, a sight so horrifying it seemed he was clad in a blood-soaked garment. Not far from Li Mu's feet lay a girl with a cool demeanor, her cheeks badly swollen. This. Seeing this scene, Sun Wenbin felt his head explode with a buzz. He could only point back and forth between Li Mu and the cold-looking girl with his hand. Principal Sun, you're not seeing things. You saw correctly. Wang Xiyu also drew a sharp breath, her voice hoarse as she confirmed, the person lying on the ground is indeed President Shun. Earlier, Li Mu instructed us over the phone to carry her on a stretcher. Though Sun Wenbin had already harbored such suspicions during the earlier call. But how could he accept it? Such a suspicion was simply too shocking. Who was Shin Luoyan? She was the formidable figure who, back in the second semester of freshman year, had directly initiated a position swap challenge, ultimately achieving a 1 vs 10 victory to claim the top seat at Jeju First High School. Though Shin Luoyan was usually absorbed in kendo and rarely appeared at school, the campus legends surrounding her never ceased. Especially her utterly unmatched combat prowess, a ceiling-level strength that had seared itself into the minds of every teacher and student at First High. No one dared question it. But now, the legend of First High. The symbol of invincibility. President Shin Luoyan now lay defeated at Li Mu's feet. Especially those 2 bright red handprints on Shin Luoyan's face, they made Sun Wenbin feel utterly disoriented, as if swept away by a gust of wind. Though Sun Wenbin refused to admit it, the truth was staring him right in the face. Damn it! How could Li Mu, after just 1 year of suspension, return like a completely different person? Yesterday, he'd taken down the Gao brothers, Gao Jianchun and Gao Jianya, in an instant. Then, right in front of him, he'd staged a live demonstration of awakening S-class martial arts talent. And that wasn't even the end of it. The crucial point was, after all the commotion Li Mu caused yesterday, one would think he'd tone it down a bit today, right? But what Sun Wenbin never dreamed would happen was this: after Li Mu put on a divine display of heaven-man unity this morning, he went and took down Shen Luoyan this afternoon. Damn it! Honestly, Sun Wenbin couldn't help but wonder if Li Mu had joined some secret organization called the Huaxia Dragon Group during his year-long leave of absence. He'd staged a full-on Dragon King's return right in front of him. The thought made Sun Wenbin glance at Li Mu and ponder. At this rate, the next step should be Li Mu dominating the upcoming Wilderness Mountain Range trials with the might of a king, crushing all the major high schools in Jizhou to claim the crown of Jizhou's top high school student. Then sweep through all the major high schools in the subsequent Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament, leading number 1 high school to lift the championship trophy. At that moment, in the residence of the eldest elder of the Li family in Jizhou. What did you say? That little bastard Li Mu actually defeated Shen Luoyan, a third-rank martial artist with an awakened S-class talent, the Shen family's prodigy. After hearing the report from the man in black before him, Li Song's aged face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to drip with venom. Ever since the last clan meeting, Li Song had paid extra attention to Li Mu's every move. Thus, the moment Li Mu defeated Shen Luoyan, sending shockwaves through the entire academy, Li Song received the news through his black-clad informant. Uncanny. That little bastard Li Mu was downright unnerving. At yesterday's clan meeting, he displayed only the strength of a first-rank martial artist. Yet after just one night, this little bastard has already gained the ability to defeat Shen Luoyan head-on. If we continue to let him develop unchecked, I shudder to think how far this little bastard might go. Li Song clenched his fists, cold glints flashing in his darkened eyes as he clearly plotted something in his mind. Of course. Li Mu is the heaven-chosen one personally selected by that great figure. Such individuals are often blessed with immense destiny, favored by the way of heaven. Before the man in black could finish speaking, Li Song impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. So, you know full well that Li Mu is the heavenly mandate, yet you still want me to strike him down. Is it to make me bear the backlash of heaven's wrath on behalf of that nobleman? Seeing the black-clad figure fall silent, Li Song sneered coldly, his mind already formed its conclusion. To that noble figure, someone like him was so insignificant he wasn't even worth considering, an insect easily crushed with a flick of the finger. Yet despite his lowly status, that noble figure had not only taken his eldest son as a disciple but also bestowed upon him a great opportunity. The reason? Nothing more than finding him useful. Chapter 39, What kind of karma is this? Oomph. You're nothing but a pawn in that noble one's hands. You needn't know any more than that. The deep eyes beneath the hood of the black-clad figure gazed calmly at Li Song, yet the tone carried a chill. You need only understand one thing. The wealth and status you and your lineage enjoy today are all bestowed upon you by that nobleman. If that noble can grant you everything you desire, he can certainly take it all away. Grant me everything I desire? I was just about to ask you the same thing. Wasn't that barrier-breaking pill you gave me last time laced with poison? Ever since taking that barrier-breaking pill, not only have I failed to break through to the 8th-rank Grandmaster realm, but the pill's backlash has left my foundations unstable. Hearing Li Song's words, the black-clad man's expression turned utterly fascinating. He then channeled his spiritual energy to examine Li Song's physical condition. Just as Li Song had claimed, the injuries sustained last night had indeed damaged his martial foundation. Impossible. The barrier-breaking pill that noble master gave you is absolutely flawless. Besides, you've witnessed the noble one's divine abilities. If he truly wished to kill you, why would he go to such great lengths? The noble one needn't do anything else. A single stroke of divine consciousness would be enough to shatter your soul and condemn you to eternal reincarnation. Hearing this, Li Song's brows furrowed even deeper. Then tell me, why, after taking the barrier-breaking pill, did I gain absolutely none of its benefits? Damn it! I took the full brunt of the backlash pill's backlash too. Don't tell me it's my own fault. Before this, I was cultivating just fine with my own pills, nothing ever went wrong. But ever since I took that barrier-breaking pill you gave me yesterday, everything went wrong. My martial foundation has been severely damaged. If I hadn't been rushed to the hospital last night, I might have gone to meet my great-grandmother. Faced with Li Song's barrage of accusations, the black-clad figure was momentarily rendered speechless. After all, when he had scanned Li Song earlier, he hadn't detected any traces of the barrier-breaking pill's active ingredients in his system. On the contrary, the internal injuries to his organs and meridians were indeed caused by the breakthrough pill going haywire. But that didn't make sense either. Typically, cases like Li Song's internal energy backfiring only had one possible cause: swallowing the pill and immediately attempting to refine and absorb it, completely disregarding the irreversible damage and backlash from the pill's overpowering potency. Yet such a brutal, even frenzied method of refinement would inevitably leave significant traces of the pill's potency within the body. Yet within Li Song's body, he detected nothing of the sort. Li Song himself had been so traumatized by last night's nightmare experience that merely hearing the words barrier-breaking pill now instantly triggered his PTSD. The black-clad figure fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately still sensing something amiss. "I've just confirmed it, but your situation is exceedingly rare. I'm afraid I cannot answer your question." Hearing this, Lee Song's aged face instantly fell in frustration. Before he could speak again, the black-clad figure continued, "However, just because I can't discern anything doesn't mean the honorable one can't. Alright then." Following past tradition, before the high school martial arts tournament begins, Jeju First High organizes students to undergo practical training in the Wild Beast Mountains. That area is far from Jizhou Bay City, one of the few unregulated zones. If you can arrange for someone to eliminate Li Mu there, not only will I petition that noble figure to lift the heavenly retribution upon you, but I'll also have them examine the anomaly in your body. What do you say to that? Oomph. No need for you to give orders, I've already dispatched my trusted confidant Li Sanhu to handle it. When the time comes, not only will I ensure that little bastard Li Mu meets his end in the Wilderness Beast Mountains without a proper burial, but afterward, I'll make sure my dear brother finds not a single flaw in my actions. As he finished speaking, a vicious grin spread across Li Song's gloomy face. Li Mu's rapid rise had far exceeded Li Song's expectations. Even without the black-cloaked men's threat, Li Song must find every means to eliminate him. Judging by the ruthless decisiveness that little bastard Li Mu displayed at the clan meeting, Li Song was certain that even if he didn't act first, the moment that little bastard grew strong enough, he would be the first target to be eliminated. Of course. Li Song would never utter these thoughts to the black-clad figure. He was still gloating inwardly, convinced that this scheme would not only eliminate Li Mu but also secure maximum advantage for his own faction. Especially that final assurance from the black-clad man had completely erased any lingering doubts from Li Song's mind. Li Mu. Li Mu. I'll use your severed head to secure a century of prosperity for the Li Song lineage. But rest assured, as repayment, every Qingming festival henceforth, I shall burn you a generous offering of joss paper. Ha 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 ha. Lost in his triumphant thoughts, Li Song could no longer contain his excitement and burst into loud laughter. The black-clad figure beside him did not join in the hearty laughter. He nodded with satisfaction at Li Song's willingness to take the initiative arranging the assassination plot against Li Mu without prompting. Just as he was about to offer Li Song a couple of sweet dates as usual. Who could have imagined? Li Song, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly turned pale. His laughter stopped abruptly with a sharp gah. Then, as if his soul had been ripped from him, Li Song collapsed straight onto the ground right before his eyes. Thud. Li Mu's antics truly startled the black-clad man. Just as he was about to approach and inquire, Li Song sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring. With a gurgling sound, he coughed up another large mouthful of blood mist. And that wasn't the end of it. As Li Song struggled to rise from the ground, he felt as though a fiery inferno raged within his internal organs, the agony tearing at his very soul. Not only that, but his left chest felt as though someone had suddenly stabbed him with a knife, a searing, burning pain. What? What the hell is going on? I didn't take any pills this time, nor did I practice cultivation. Why did this happen? Li Song clutched his chest, forcing himself to endure the searing agony as if his organs were being scorched by flames. He hastily activated his cultivation technique, attempting to suppress the pain. At this moment, Li Song bore no resemblance to his former self, the confident strategist who had been in complete control. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. He truly had no mind to deal with Li Mu now. He was genuinely terrified. This was the second time he'd coughed up blood without warning. To say Li Song wasn't panicking now would be a lie. He was absolutely terrified. If the last time he could blame it on the backlash from the barrier-breaking pill's potent effects, this time he hadn't taken anything or practiced cultivation, yet the blood still came when it was meant to. Seriously. What kind of karma had he accumulated to deserve this? Chapter 40, Nothing Left But to Gamble. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure watching Li Song vomit blood was equally drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't help but think. No wonder that noble one, after peering into the heaven's secrets, would go to such lengths to eliminate Li Mu through others rather than handle it personally. After all that, the backlash from the heavenly way is truly terrifying. Li Song hadn't even done anything yet. Merely conceiving the plan to eliminate Li Mu caused him to vomit blood in retaliation. If he had actually succeeded in killing Li Mu, who knows how much more terrifying the heavenly retribution would have been. While Li Song was spitting blood so hard he was questioning his very existence, on the other side, Li Mu in the school infirmary was so thrilled he could barely breathe. After Sun Wenbin and Wang Xiyu arrived, Li Mu conferred with them. To prevent the situation from escalating, they decided against sending the student council president to the hospital. Instead, they brought him to the school infirmary nearby. Despite the fierce battle between Li Mu and Shen Luoyan earlier, one that had demolished over half the student council office building and reduced Shen Luoyan's former president's office to rubble. In reality, however, Li Mu had exercised considerable restraint. His blows had avoided other areas, targeting only Shen Luoyan's exquisitely delicate oval face. Moreover, with Shen Luoyan's own third-rank martial artist recovery abilities, she would likely bounce back in no time. The real reason the student council president had fallen into unconsciousness was likely the profound impact of Li Mu's final, cutting words. With that thought, Li Mu sat back down on the bench outside the medical room and summoned the system interface with a flick of his mind. Wang Xiyu witnessed your peerless martial virtue and experienced unprecedented awe. Submission plus 10%. Holy crap! This actually boosted my loyalty points with Wang Xiyu. The moment he opened the system panel, Li Mu was greeted by this unexpected delight. Unbelievable. He truly hadn't expected it. He'd only intended to have Wang Xiyu fetch him a stretcher to carry away the troublesome Shen Luoyan. But through some twist of fate, he'd ended up racking up a huge chunk of comeback points with Wang Xiyu. Never mind anything else. Judging by the current trend, it wouldn't be long before he unlocked the second stage reward from Wang Xiyu. Counting the 1,000 reversal points he just earned from that woman Shen Luoyan, he'd accumulated a decent little stash. It was time to seriously consider a shopping spree in the mall. Since his transmigration, this was the first time Li Mu had ever possessed several thousand reversal points. Once Shen Luoyan woke up, if he couldn't obtain suitable internal cultivation techniques from her, he'd head to the system shop to see if anything affordable and suitable caught his eye. Recalling his recent clash with Shen Luoyan, it was the first time since his transmigration that Li Mu had truly felt the pressure of facing a formidable opponent. As an awakened S-rank endless sword armory user at the 3rd rank martial artist realm, Shen Luoyan was in a completely different league compared to the trash like Gao Jiancheng and Li Jiahao that Li Mu had encountered before. Dealing with those trash opponents had been simple. A single punch from Li Mu was enough to end the fight effortlessly. But the same approach with Shen Luoyan was a completely different story. Shen Luoyan not only surpassed him in cultivation realm but had also advanced her martial talent cultivation to the second stage. Had Li Mu not previously acquired the entry-level sword mastery from the system, thereby awakening his innate sword intent, allowing him to effortlessly see through Shen Luoyan's sword techniques and pinpoint her weaknesses with precision, the pressure Li Mu would have faced in battle would have been unimaginable. That said, looking at it from Shen Luoyan's perspective at the time, her assertion that defeat was inevitable seemed entirely justified. Firstly, each time she unleashed the 7 Wounds Fist, it inflicted another layer of damage upon her internal organs and meridians. Second, she had yet to master a suitable internal cultivation technique, relying solely on her own vital energy to replenish the true qi within her body. Especially with an aggressive, explosive combat technique like the 7 Wounds Fist, not only did it inflict severe backlash on her internal organs, but its consumption of true qi far exceeded that of comparable techniques. Li Mu had only executed the 3rd layer of 7 Wounds Fist and landed 2 strikes before depleting over half his true qi. In contrast, Shen Luoyan, having unleashed more combat techniques than him, still possessed surplus true qi to activate the second stage of the endless sword formation. This advantage stemmed largely from her internal cultivation technique, which automatically formed a great heavenly circuit within her body, continuously replenishing her true qi. With this relentless ebb and flow, even if Li Mu ultimately prevailed, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, he could afford countless mistakes, while Shen Luoyan could only afford one. Of course. Ultimately, it all came down to his martial talent, King Yama's roll call, being downright unfair. Not only could it divert negative effects from himself, but through this encounter with Shen Luoyan, Li Mu had also observed that even physical attacks directed at him could be redirected by King Yama's roll call to that old fool Li Song before the damage even landed. But this didn't mean Li Mu was truly invincible. Judging from this battle with Shen Luoyan, while the King of Hell's roll call could seamlessly transfer negative effects targeting him, it had a 5-minute window where it couldn't transfer physical damage. This explained why Shen Luoyan had previously pierced Li Mu's chest with a sword, yet the damage had failed to transfer to Li Song. Only after this 5-minute window would the second wave of physical damage transfer occur. Therefore, strictly speaking, Li Mu cannot be considered truly immortal at this stage. Moreover, if he encounters enemies with vastly superior strength, a single blow could overflow the damage threshold, instantly eliminating both you and your substitute. In that case, you'd still meet your end. It's also worth mentioning that someone like Shen Luoyan only ranks among the top tier in Haidai Province's high schools. There are plenty of others who match or even surpass her strength. As for those prodigies standing at the pinnacle of Haidai Province's high school hierarchy ganging up on him, even with Li Mu's current setup, despite his famous line, "Escaping is something I'm quite skilled at," breaking through such an encirclement would be a tall order. Let alone attempting a desperate, all-or-nothing charge against 5 opponents. While the likelihood of being ganged up on was low for ordinary people, given the nature of his system, if he wanted to earn more reversal points, he'd have to prepare for being surrounded in advance. Li Mu spread his hands helplessly before turning his gaze toward the hospital ward. If Shen Luoyan can't provide me with a suitable internal cultivation manual, I'll just have to try my luck at the Underdog Mall. Sigh. These reversal points I just got my hands on, they're barely warm yet. Chapter 41, Unlocking Second Stage Submission. Previously, Li Mu had only mastered 1D grade technique, the Collapsing Fist. This technique consumed very little of his own true qi, relying solely on the naturally generated qi from his vital energy, which was more than sufficient. But now, after cultivating the 7 Wounds Fist, Li Mu could distinctly feel his true qi was completely insufficient. Li Mu. Just as Li Mu pondered which type of internal cultivation technique to choose, Wang Xiyu beside him suddenly spoke up. Li Mu, what exactly happened during your year of leave? A year ago, you were only ranked 10th. A year later, not only did you defeat Gao Jiancheng and Sun Wuqi one after another, but even President Shen couldn't stand against you. Recalling the scenes she had just witnessed, Wang Xiyu remained utterly stunned. Yet Li Mu paid no heed to Wang Xiyu's astonished remarks. Instead, he turned to face her with unwavering seriousness, his voice deep and resolute. Senior, do you remember what I told you back in the library? Defeating Shen Luoyan was merely the beginning for me. 1 month from now, at the high school martial arts tournament, my opponents will only be stronger than Shen Luoyan. Therefore, I, Li Mu, will never cease my pursuit of strength. Restoring the glory of First High, it is our solemn duty. Li Mu's words rang out with force and conviction, each syllable radiating an unshakable confidence. Wang Xiyu listened, utterly captivated, tears welling up in her eyes without her realizing it. The boy before her bore none of the world's filthy materialism or decadent aura. Every fiber of his being radiated a vibrant, upward-striving energy brimming with masculine vigor. Especially that last line, had anyone else uttered it, would have made Wang Xiyu instinctively dismiss it as mere pretentious posturing from the swarm of suitors chasing after her. But coming from Li Mu's lips, it felt like the purest, most sincere heart of a child, along with the steadfastness and passion of youth. After a long moment passed, Wang Xiyu wiped the moisture from her eyes when Li Mu wasn't looking. Yet when she lifted her gaze again, her eyes were drawn to him like a magnet. It was around 4:30 in the afternoon, the sky still bright with streaks of crimson sunset across the horizon. This very glow illuminated Li Mu's face, making the 16-year-old boy radiate an indescribable aura of brilliance. Wang Xiyu's eyes flickered with a peculiar light, as if the youth before her were a piece of unpolished jade, only now beginning to reveal a glimpse of its inner preciousness. Good. I believe in you, Li Mu. Wang Xiyu clenched her small fist, her face equally earnest and expectant as she looked at Li Mu. Li Mu returned the smile, then turned his attention back to the reversal mall, eager to scout out potential cultivation techniques for himself. But just then, 2 lines of small text began to appear on the translucent virtual screen before her eyes. Wang Xiyu has been successfully captivated by the host's charisma. Submission level plus 15%. Ding! Detected that Wang Xiyu's submission level to the host has reached 50%. Second stage reward issued, 5,000 reversal points deposited into the reversal mall for host's immediate use. Ding! Shen Luoyan has been successfully conquered by the host's noble character. Submission rate plus 10%. As rows of tiny text appeared on the translucent light screen visible only to him, Li Mu's eyes lit up instantly. Ever since tasting the sweetness of these reversal points, Li Mu's mind had been consumed by one question. How to acquire more reversal points? This time, however, his primary focus had been on winning over Shen Luoyan, leaving little attention for Wang Xiyu. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiyu proved remarkably receptive. He hadn't even had to make a move, yet she had already won him over. In less than a day, her submission level had already climbed to 50%. If only the system would assign more girls like Wang Xiyu so understanding, then Li Mu would never have to worry about lacking reversal points again. Still, after spending the better part of the morning on Shen Luoyan, he'd made encouraging progress. Earlier, through his peerless martial virtue, Li Mu had already gained 25% submission from Shen Luoyan. Then, by sheer coincidence, his offhand remark earlier had been overheard by Shen Luoyan in the hospital room. Seizing the moment, he leveraged his noble character to win her over, earning another 10% in submission points from her. While the pace was certainly not as rapid as with Wang Xiyu, he had nonetheless reached 35% progress. He was confident it wouldn't be long before he could make this stubborn, proud woman cough up the second stage reward. Combined, that would give him nearly 6,000 reversal points. With that, he could probably purchase a pretty decent internal cultivation technique from the reversal mall. This thought recharged Li Mu with renewed vigor and motivation. Just as Li Mu's mind was consumed with strategizing how to focus his efforts on Shen Luoyan next, the ward door slid open from the inside. The female school doctor emerged and walked straight up to Li Mu and Wang Xiyu. The patient is in stable condition, though she has suffered a moderate concussion, she said. The school nurse handed Li Mu a freshly printed examination report. The swelling on the patient's face has subsided. You can wait here until she wakes up. Got it. Thank you for your hard work. Li Mu promptly stood up and replied politely. Wang Xiyu, standing nearby, followed suit and also stood up to thank the school nurse. After watching the school nurse leave, Li Mu also stood up, intending to follow. Junior Li Mu, aren't you going to wait until Senior Shen wakes up before leaving? Seeing Li Mu rise to leave, Wang Xiyu hurriedly stood up as well. No, thank you. Before the high school martial arts tournament officially begins, the Jeju base city will collaborate with other high schools in Jeju to organize a practical training expedition to the Savage Beast Mountains. I need to prepare thoroughly. After dropping that line, Li Mu started walking out. But halfway there, he halted abruptly as if struck by a sudden thought. Turning halfway back toward Shen Luoyan's hospital room, he offered a faint, mocking smile. When Shen Luoyan wakes up, tell her this for me. Her position as student council president was earned vote by vote from every student at Jizhou First High School. It's filled with their trust in her. Since she chose to shoulder this trust, she ought to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Not by distancing herself from the group, placing herself on a pedestal, and allowing school bullies like Gao Jianxiang and Gao Jianya to run rampant and act with impunity. Whether it was Gao Jianya publicly mocking and humiliating me on the stage, or when Gao Jianxiang and his men ambushed me at the school gate, threatening to cripple me one arm, one leg. Since they dared to do such things, it proves similar incidents have certainly occurred more than once. I'm only standing here because my strength surpasses theirs. But what about those weaker than them? How are they supposed to handle such bullying? Who will stand up for them? Who will speak for them? Do those people deserve to be bullied by these school bullies? I'll be blunt. A stuck-up, arrogant little princess like her just needs to be taught a lesson. A good beating will teach her a lesson. Hopefully next time we meet, she'll tone down that high and mighty attitude. Otherwise, I'll keep teaching her a lesson every time we meet. Chapter 42, a slap that woke her up. With that, Li Mu ignored Wang Siyu's stunned gaze and strode away. In the hospital room, Shen Luoyan remained lying in bed, but her small hands clenched into fists involuntarily, her petite chest heaving violently up and down. From childhood, she had borne the halo of a prodigy, living a life of dominance. Anyone who met her couldn't help but marvel at Shen Luoyan's extraordinary talent in martial arts, far surpassing ordinary people. Whenever Shen Luoyan was mentioned, the words that flowed from others' mouths were invariably nothing but praise. It could be said that in Shen Luoyan's 17 years of life, Li Mu was undoubtedly the first person who dared to confront her head-on. But that wasn't even the most infuriating part. The most infuriating part was that, faced with Li Mu's direct confrontation, Shen Luoyan couldn't even find a single word to retort. Li Mu's words were like pearls, each sentence and action leaving her utterly speechless. Just as Li Mu had pointed out, Shen Luoyan instinctively placed herself on a pedestal, never once putting herself in others' shoes to understand their perspective. She perpetually stood on her so-called moral high ground, pointing fingers at others, convinced that whatever she did was right. But today, Li Mu had used the most forceful method to slap her awake. Thinking of this, Shen Luoyan unconsciously reached up to touch her cheek, a flood of emotions washing over her in an instant. Even Shen Luoyan herself found it astonishing. Now, recalling the 2 slaps Li Mu had just delivered, Shen Luoyan found herself not blaming him at all. In fact, what she felt most toward Li Mu now was gratitude. Gratitude that those 2 slaps had shattered her prideful, arrogant self. But what weighed even heavier on her conscience was this. To snap her out of it, Li Mu had repeatedly used the 7 wounds fist, even burning his own vital essence. Thinking of this, Shen Luoyan's sense of guilt and remorse gnawed at her heart like ants, making her feel increasingly indebted to Li Mu. I'm sorry, Shen Luoyan murmured in a voice only she could hear. Since this matter originated because of me, Shen Luoyan, I must bear the consequences. She made up her mind. Shen Luoyan began to ponder how she could make amends. Thank goodness Li Mu couldn't read minds. Otherwise, if Li Mu heard her inner thoughts right now, he'd probably be so shocked his jaw would hit the floor. Are you kidding me? Could it be that this perpetually arrogant, aloof Shen Luoyan president Shen actually harbored a hidden masochistic streak within her? His 2 slaps had apparently unleashed the desire lurking deep within her. But now, Li Mu was clearly baffled by another piece of information related to Shen Luoyan. Ding! Shen Luoyan feels profound guilt and self-reproach over the host's earlier words, while simultaneously growing more aligned with the host. Submission level plus 10%. Li Mu? What exactly had he said just now? He seemed to have taken issue with that arrogant woman Shen Luoyan, so his words had been laced with subtle jabs at her, right? And then this happened. My insults can actually make someone submit. Could it be that those 2 slaps earlier were a bit too hard? Could it be that they'd knocked that woman, Shen Luoyan, into a stupor? Or perhaps, did I give her Stockholm Syndrome or something? Whoa! At this thought, Li Mu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Clearly, he too was startled by this sudden thought. He shook his head vigorously and hurried home. The Li family of Jeju. During dinner, Li Mu shoveled rice into his mouth while glancing sideways at his father seated beside him. System produced, guaranteed excellence. The healing effect of the minor restoring pill on Li Yu exceeded Li Mu's expectations. In his memory, Li Yu's complexion had remained pale for years. Yet during tonight's meal, Li Mu could clearly see that his father's face had shed some of its sickly pallor, replaced instead by a healthy flush. Clearly, even without Li Yu saying a word. His current state spoke volumes to those who saw him daily. Ever since the Great Clan competition years ago, Li Yu's internal injuries had severely weakened his strength. This had caused many within the clan to harbor unwarranted ambitions for the position of clan leader. Thus, Li Yu not only devoted himself tirelessly to the development of the Jeju Li family, he also had to remain constantly vigilant against the covert scheming of ambitious individuals like Li Song. Amidst these internal and external pressures, his family's position within the clan grew increasingly precarious. However, thanks to the minor restoring pill, Li Yu's injuries gradually improved. Furthermore, after Li Mu shattered all doubts with his commanding presence at yesterday's clan assembly, their family's influence within the clan was steadily returning to its peak. More. Come here. After finishing their meal, Li Mu was busy clearing the table when Li Yu beckoned him with a gentle gaze. Mark your calendar, the day after tomorrow marks the start of the Wilderness Mountain Range Trials. This serves as a major training exercise for all high schools in Jizhou-based city before the official arrival of the high school martial arts tournament. Father knows you've had a remarkable turn of events recently. Not only did your cultivation not decline after that serious illness, but you actually gained significant progress and breakthroughs, a blessing in disguise. And yesterday, you made quite a splash at the clan meeting. But don't let this make you arrogant. Outperforming your own clan brothers isn't anything special. When the Beast Mountain Range Trial commences the day after tomorrow, if you have the ability, test yourself against the geniuses from other Jeju high schools. Only victory will prove your true worth. Listening to his father's words of caution, Li Mu nodded non-committally. At the same time, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Ever since the last clan meeting, the system-assigned clan stage task had been stuck at stage 32550 without progress. All it needed was a catalyst to complete it. If he could secure first place in the Wilderness Mountain Range Trials, it would undoubtedly prove to the rest of the clan that he, Li Mu, was the most qualified to become the young clan leader. Moreover, now that he bore the title of Jeju's top high school student, he believed that aside from stubborn factions like Li Song, who had already resolved to oppose him, the neutral and fence-sitting members of the clan would surely choose sides upon witnessing his performance. At that point, completing the third stage of the clan's reversal mission would be a natural progression. But before the practical trials in the Savage Beast Mountains begin, I must first select a suitable internal cultivation technique from the reversal mall. Otherwise, even with devastating damage, it'll be useless if my stamina can't keep up. Chapter 43, another opportunity to pick up the slack. Only. While still anxiously reminding Li Mu to guard against arrogance and impatience, Li Yu remained unaware. He had hoped this father-son talk would serve as a wake-up call for Li Mu, ensuring he secured a relatively high ranking in the upcoming Wilderness Beast Mountains trial. Little did he know, Li Mu was already scheming how to secure first place in the upcoming Wilderness Beast Mountains trial and seize the golden treasure chest of the third stage while he was at it. Dad, you look much better these past couple of days. Has your internal injury healed? Li Mu smiled as he observed the vibrant energy radiating from his father's entire being. Heh, almost there. In the past, whenever family mentioned his internal injuries, Li Yu might not say anything, but a hint of melancholy would inevitably flicker across his face. But now, a genuine smile of joy spread across Li Yu's face. Hearing this, Li Mu's face also lit up with delight. Then Dad, with your current cultivation, I believe it won't be long before you reach the Martial King realm. Li Yu smiled as he ruffled Li Mu's hair. It's not as simple as you imagine. As the saying goes, illness strikes like a mountain collapsing, but recovery is as slow as drawing silk from a cocoon. My internal injuries have accumulated over years. Though they've been diminishing rapidly lately for reasons unknown, there are still significant lingering effects. Whether I can break through to the Martial King realm after my internal injuries heal completely remains an unknown. Despite his words, Li Mu could still detect a powerful confidence in his father's tone. After all, his father was widely recognized as the greatest prodigy the Li family of Jizhou had produced in decades. Once the family's greatest hope, he was seen as the most promising candidate to lead the Jizhou Li clan back to its ancestral roots. Though his cultivation had stagnated these years due to persistent internal injuries, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Once his internal injuries healed, breaking through to the Martial King realm would be a piece of cake for his father. After exchanging brief updates on their recent lives, Li Mu noticed the hour was late and rose to take his leave. After parting ways with his father, Li Mu headed to the family's rear mountain, where he often practiced. Seeing the surrounding quiet and desolation, with only himself present, Li Mu subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Although he was certain that only he could see the system's translucent light screen. But to be safe, unless it was a mandatory pop-up for task progress updates issued by the system, Li Mu preferred to avoid looking at it as much as possible. On ordinary days, even if he absolutely had to check it, he would choose a place with as few people as possible. So, what kind of internal cultivation technique should I choose for myself? Li Mu sat cross-legged on the ground, summoning the system interface with a thought. He furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After today's battle with Shen Luoyan, although he emerged victorious. However, during the process, Li Mu had also discovered his current greatest weakness. He possessed combat prowess but lacked endurance. When facing opponents of comparable strength, he was easily drawn into a war of attrition. Shen Luoyan's overconfidence and lack of combat experience played into his hands, especially since her cultivation path coincidentally aligned with the sword arts he currently mastered best. Furthermore, he had awakened an exceptionally cunning martial talent, the SSS Plus level king of Hell roll call. It was precisely because all these exacting conditions converged that Li Mu ultimately prevailed in his final battle against Shen Luoyan. Had he faced an opponent with richer combat experience who launched an all-out assault from the outset, Upon realizing he lacked cultivation and internal energy techniques and was merely a 5-second tough guy, the opponent could have easily kite him. At that point, the situation would have become extremely unfavorable for Li Mu. In the end, it was highly likely that before the 5-minute window of the King of Hell's roll call had passed, his life would have already been claimed by the enemy. Therefore, the most urgent task at hand was for Li Mu to select an internal cultivation technique that best suited his current situation. Having made up his mind. Upon entering the reversal mall, Li Mu performed 3 consecutive operations. Before his eyes, on the system's semi-transparent virtual screen, information summaries and prices for various internal cultivation manuals appeared, rippling like water waves. Within the reversal mall, internal cultivation manuals followed the same 7-tier rating system as Blue Star, ranging from SSS rank to D rank. Unrivaled Heart Method. Category: Internal Energy Technique. Rating: SSS. Price: 100 million reversal points. God of War Heart Method. Category: Internal Energy Technique. Rating: SSS tier. Price: 100 million reversal points. The Divine Sovereign's Inner Art. Category: Internal Cultivation Technique. Rating: SS grade. Price: 50 million reversal points. Frenzy Warrior's Heart Method. Category: Internal Energy Technique. Rating: S class. Price: 6 million reversal points. Li Mu stared blankly at the dazzling array of internal cultivation manuals in the reversal mall, his mind reeling as if 10,000 wild horses were galloping through his thoughts. Even before this, Li Mu had braced himself for getting fleeced by the reversal mall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked the danger of Wang Xiyu and Shin Luoyan's submission levels skyrocketing, potentially planting explosive traps in the near future by going to extreme lengths to earn reversal points. Even with over 5,000 reversal points in hand, he expected to splurge freely in this reversal mall. But when he saw the prices of these internal cultivation manuals with his own eyes, his jaw nearly hit the floor. He thought that after completing 2 consecutive milestone tasks and accumulating over 5,000 reversal points, he'd finally be able to make a big purchase in the reversal mall. But when he actually clicked through to look, he realized his reversal points were utterly insignificant. Seeing the endless strings of zeros trailing each internal cultivation technique, Li Mu lost all desire to even bother counting them. Suddenly, he felt like his true chi reserves weren't actually that depleted after all. At worst, he could just use it more sparingly from now on. Just as Li Mu was about to exit the reversal mall, a sudden store announcement caught his attention. Ding! New Grade B Internal Energy Technique added to reversal mall. The great technique of dissolving energy is now available. Hosts interested may visit the half-price zone for details. Half-price section? B Grade Internal Cultivation Technique. Seeing these 2 keywords pop up from the system instantly perked Li Mu up. Previously, the internal cultivation manuals he'd seen priced at hundreds of millions or tens of millions of reversal points had left him utterly speechless. But now, seeing a B-grade internal cultivation technique suddenly appear in the store's half-price section, Li Mu's eyes lit up instantly. Another bargain to snag? Chapter 44, Tailor-Made. Judging by the reversal mall's pricing rules for internal cultivation manuals, this B-grade manual should cost anywhere from 10,000 to 90,000 reversal points. If this had happened earlier, Li Mu wouldn't have dared to entertain any unrealistic hopes for this B-grade internal cultivation manual. But now? The moment the reversal mall suddenly refreshed with a 50% off internal cultivation technique, Li Mu shot up from the ground with a start, his breathing becoming noticeably ragged. As long as the price wasn't outrageously high, Li Mu was determined to get his hands on this Huagong DFA. Ha! Just as Li Mu was brimming with excitement, he clicked on the description of the dissolving energy technique and felt a wave of unease wash over him. The reason? Nothing else. Because, just like the 7 injuries fist, the energy dissipation technique was one of those extremely perverse martial arts techniques that inflicted 1,000 wounds on the enemy while causing 800 to oneself. In fact, when it came to sheer wickedness, the dissolving energy technique surpassed the 7 wounds fist by a wide margin. First, cultivating the dissolving energy technique required constantly absorbing toxins from various poisonous substances into one's body. If one fails to ingest potent toxins every 7 days, not only does their power diminish, but the toxins accumulated over time, no longer countered by fresh poisons, inevitably begin to take effect. The resulting calamity is truly beyond description. Moreover, like the 7 wounds fist, the higher one's cultivation level in the dissolving energy technique, the more excruciating the suffering when the toxins erupt. There have been practitioners of the great technique of dissolving meridians who, unable to endure the agony, tore their own flesh from their bodies piece by piece, moaning and wailing in agony for over 40 days before finally succumbing to death. While the cultivation of dissolution technique undeniably carries numerous drawbacks, its enhancement to a martial artist's cultivation and combat prowess is truly remarkable. If continuously replenished with the corrupting poison essence, the great technique of dissolving meridians could even unleash potential rivaling that of grade A internal cultivation methods. Yet this was not what captivated Li Mu most. What truly captured Li Mu's attention was another unique trait of the dissolving energy technique, its ability to transform deadly poison into internal energy. For Li Mu, this undoubtedly added a crucial life-saving trump card to his arsenal. It meant he wouldn't suffer another fatal piercing wound like the one he endured during his battle with Shen Luoyan when, during the 5-minute window where physical damage was redirected by the King of Hell's roll call, he was stabbed through and through by his enemy. While the energy dissipation technique had its flaws, shortcomings severe enough to deter over 99% of martial artists upon seeing them. But to Li Mu, these flaws weren't just drawbacks, they seemed tailor-made for him. Excellent, excellent. This energy dissipation technique truly resonates with me. Buy. Must buy. After reading the description of the energy dissipation technique, Li Mu couldn't help but feel even more excited. The smile on his lips was impossible to suppress, utterly impossible. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, he clicked the purchase button. Ding! Confirm purchase of Grade B Internal Skill Manual, The Great Technique of Dissolving Power. Original price, 10,000 reversal points. Limited time discount, 5,000 reversal points. Confirm purchase. Li Mu eagerly clicked confirm once more. Ding! Purchase successful. Host, please find a secluded location to receive the item. Confirm reception. Just like when he received the beginner-level sword path last time, Li Mu felt a torrent of information flood into his mind like a sudden enlightenment. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, it took him a full 15 minutes to fully absorb and comprehend the entire transforming energy technique. Afterward, Li Mu browsed the reversal mall for a while. After locating the silver key to unlock the silver treasure chest, his face instantly turned sour. Good grief! Just a key to open a treasure chest, and they were asking for 2,000 reversal points. While 2,000 reversal points was undoubtedly worth every penny, a surefire bargain. It might even turn out like last time with the bronze treasure chest, where he'd directly pull out an enlightenment experience card. Not only did that grant him perfect mastery of the 7 injuries fist from the 1st to 7th layers, but it also allowed him to refine and innovate upon it, creating the new realm of 7 slays. This elevated the 7 injuries fist from a B rank technique to an A rank 1. You must understand. In this reversal mall, even the cheapest grade A martial arts manual or combat technique costs 100,000 reversal points. Li Mu genuinely felt a sense of accomplishment using a mere 500 reversal points to unlock a 100,000 point item. He'd hit the jackpot. The only thing holding him back now was the urgent need for a reliable internal cultivation technique. Otherwise, Li Mu wouldn't mind gambling again. Gazing at the silver keys in the shop, Li Mu silently set himself a modest goal. He then purchased a beginner's guide to alchemy, intending to test whether he possessed the talent to become an alchemist like other transmigrants during his spare time. Alright. Shopping for the day is done. Time to start cultivating the energy dissipation technique. According to the manual, the more toxic the substance ingested, the greater the cultivation effect. Perfect. The blood-activating pills Li Song, that old bastard, gave me yesterday, the ones with extra ingredients, will come in handy. Just as Li Mu unscrewed the bottle cap, ready to chug it down, a virtual screen popped up before his eyes. Immediately, ripples like water waves began to spread across the virtual screen, gradually coalescing into a familiar figure. Li Sanhu. Li Mu? If memory serves, this Li Sanhu was one of Li Song's trusted confidants, held in high regard. Li Song often entrusts Li Sanhu with handling his dirty work. Now that the King of Hell has selected Li Sanhu as the third scapegoat, could it be that this guy also intends to eliminate me? Li Mu rubbed his chin, pondering the situation in his mind, but no clear answers emerged. The only certainty was that old fox Li Song must have realized poisoning alone wouldn't be enough to take him down, so he was preparing to sacrifice one of his trusted henchmen instead. So what? I couldn't care less. Finally, someone's here to shoulder the blame. At least after we take down that old Biden, Li Song, we won't be left without a successor. Then, Li Mu grabbed a handful of blood-activating pills and shoved them into his mouth, muttering under his breath, "Just you wait, I'll poison you to death." Accidental ingestion of slow-acting poison. Side effects have been reversed. Reversal points plus 10. Immediately, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the ground once more. His mind focused intently on the newly acquired steps of the energy dissolution technique, and he plunged into a frenzied cultivation mode. With a new sacrificial pawn now in place, he had nothing left to fear. He could now cultivate the chi dissolving technique without restraint, using it to enhance his own vital energy and blood. Throughout his cultivation, Li Mu never once suffered the agonizing backlash of the potent poison. Of course, this wasn't due to any extraordinary talent. Rather, it was not him who bore the brunt of the backlash, but Li Song and Li Sanhu. Tonight would surely be a sleepless one for Li Song and Li Sanhu. It must be said that aside from its side effects, the energy transformation technique possessed nothing but advantages. As Li Mu grew increasingly proficient in channeling the technique, he could distinctly feel his vital energy steadily rising. By the end of the night, Li Mu discovered his chi and blood points had surreptitiously climbed to 398. Now, he needed only 2 more points of vital energy to break through the peak of the 2nd rank Martial Master Realm and ascend to the 3rd rank Martial Master Realm. Chapter 45, 3rd rank Martial Artist Realm. Li Mu took a deep breath, held his breath, and concentrated as he continued to circulate the transforming energy technique. Before long, Li Mu felt an intense heat radiating from head to toe. His chi and blood boiled like mercury brought to a boil, surging through his meridians with overwhelming force. Like relentless waves crashing against the shore, wave after wave of chi and blood power relentlessly pounded every meridian in his body. The essence of the transforming energy technique lay in using potent toxins to forcibly stimulate the body's vital energy. While this cultivation method yielded remarkable results, it was also extremely perilous. During the practice of the meridian transformation technique, the slightest misstep could cause the body's extraordinary meridians to be damaged by the toxic cultivation method. This was especially true when a martial artist faced a breakthrough. Utmost caution was required. Even the slightest distraction could cause the breakthrough to fail, leading to chi deviation and madness. Now, Li Mu stood at the critical juncture of breaking through to the third-rank martial artist realm. At this very moment, the extraordinary meridians throughout Li Mu's body were stretched to the brink of rupture by the surging, violent chi and blood energy. Each meridian was taut as a bowstring, seemingly poised to snap at any second. Under ordinary circumstances, the toxic chi blood force unleashed by the transcendence technique would have already ruptured these extraordinary meridians. Yet, under the karmic law of the King of Hell's roll call, every single one of these side effects and backlashes was dumped en masse onto Li Song and Li Sanhu. Yet the fruits of cultivating the Hua Gong Defy? Li Mu claimed them all without hesitation. Another hour and a half passed before faint streaks of dawn began to appear on the distant horizon. Li Mu, who was continuously circulating the transforming energy technique, had a face flushed with both blue and red hues. A faint wisp of white vapor was also emanating from the Shinting acupoint on his forehead. This was clearly a state of extreme blood and chi boiling. It's coming! Li Mu's expression sharpened. He could distinctly sense that his chi and blood had reached the peak threshold of the second-rank martial artist realm, the harbinger of imminent breakthrough. Boom! In the next instant, Li Mu faintly sensed something within his mind being shattered by the surging force of his chi and blood. Undoubtedly! This was the very barrier separating a second-rank martial master from a third-rank martial master. At that moment, Li Mu was enveloped in a layer of crimson bloodlight, every pore of his skin oozing out sticky, black grime. Could this be the purifying process that follows breaking through to the third-rank martial artist realm? Li Mu's eyes widened as he held his breath, focusing his mind to silently sense the changes within his body. This is... Li Mu suddenly realized his consciousness could now roam freely throughout his entire body, perceiving every muscle, every bone, and even every drop of blood with crystal-clear clarity. In this moment, Li Mu felt his control over his own body grow stronger, his entire being inexplicably filled with boundless vitality. As the crimson light faded, Li Mu distinctly felt his bones had become exceptionally hard, even gleaming with a metallic sheen. His muscles, now thick and knotted, harbored terrifying explosive power, while his skin grew tough and translucent. He felt as though he had been reborn. Compared to before, his aura seemed to have undergone a profound, imperceptible shift, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly quality more pronounced than ever. I never expected this. Breaking through from second-rank martial artist to third-rank martial artist was surprisingly effortless. Moreover, after reaching the third-rank martial artist realm, I can now perform internal vision and my control over my body has clearly become stronger. Li Mu gathered his energy and ceased his practice. The white martial arts attire he wore had long since been soaked through with sweat, yet not a trace of fatigue showed on his face. Instead, his brow radiated profound delight. If the martial disciple realm primarily focused on tempering the physical body and strengthening sinews and bones, but at the martial artist realm, each breakthrough level represented a continuous enhancement and strengthening of one's control over their spirit, vital energy, and true chi. This was the vast difference between the martial trainee and martial master realms. Li Mu sat in quiet meditation, savoring the exhilarating, perfect sensation that came with breaking through to the third rank of martial master. He couldn't have felt more elated. Just as Li Mu was about to conclude tonight's cultivation and return to his room for some sleep before dawn fully broke. At that very moment, a surging, overwhelming force of expectation roared through Li Mu's meridians. Oh? Another unexpected surprise? Li Mu's expression froze for a moment before breaking into ecstatic delight. He had thought that after breaking through to the third-rank martial artist realm this time, that would be the end of it. Unexpectedly, an unexpected delight followed the breakthrough. With this thought, Li Mu quickly drew a deep breath, preparing himself once more to withstand the surging, storm-like tide of vital energy. Boom, boom, booming. A thunderous roar echoed within his mind, like sudden bolts of lightning. Li Mu could feel it with crystal clarity. Even after breaking through to the third-rank martial artist realm, his vital energy showed no signs of slowing down. It surged upward like a rocket, accelerating at an astonishing pace. The vital energy surged through every limb, bone, and meridian, permeating every corner of his body, his organs and viscera alike. Li Mu exhaled a long stream of white breath. His chi and blood surged ever more vigorously, his bones and sinews resonating like a boiling cauldron, his spine as powerful as a mighty dragon. He lost track of how long this sensation lasted. Finally, the boiling chi and blood within him began to show faint signs of settling. Now, Li Mu felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through his entire being, a colossal power surging through every fiber of his being. With that, he abruptly opened his eyes. Break! Li Mu roared furiously. He unleashed a sudden punch, smashing it heavily into the stone mountain before him. Boom! As Li Mu's fist struck, the supremely yang and supremely fierce, domineering fist aura collided violently with the stone mountain before him, erupting in a deafening bang. The mountain shattered instantly, sending thousands of shards flying like bullets in all directions, pocketing the ground with countless holes. Indeed. With the enhancement of the internal cultivation technique, the destructive power of the Seven Wounds Fist is no longer like water without a source or a tree without roots. It has undergone a qualitative leap. The conditions on this family's rear mountain are no longer sufficient to test the true upper limit of my current power. To truly gauge my current limits, I'll need to go to the school's training room. They have martial master level training dummies there, which will also test my current combat capabilities. Li Mu took several deep breaths to suppress the excitement and anticipation surging within him, silently reflecting to himself. During yesterday's battle with Shen Luoyan, he hadn't yet cultivated the transcendent energy technique. His true energy relied entirely on vital blood power for generation, lacking any technique whatsoever. But now, having mastered the transforming energy technique, his control over both true energy and vital energy had reached an entirely new level. Take that single punch just now. It was merely an ordinary punch delivered through the manipulation of the Huagong Defy. Without any combat technique enhancement, it had already caused such astonishing destructive power. If combined with a combat technique like the Seven Wounds Fist, its power would likely far exceed his wildest imagination. Reflecting on this, Li Mu took a deep breath to steady his mind before murmuring to himself, setting aside other considerations, the lethal force of that punch alone, combined with yesterday's battle against Shen Luoyan, makes it clear. My current vitality and blood energy likely extend far beyond merely having recently ascended to the third-rank martial master realm. With that thought, Li Mu's mind stirred. A translucent system interface slowly materialized before his eyes. Chapter 46, Even Fatigue Can Be Transferred. Host, Li Mu. Realm, 3rd Grade Martial Master Realm. Vitality, 425 points. Martial Talent, King of Hell's Roll Call SSS+. Combat Techniques, Collapsing Fist, 7 Wounds Fist, Beginner Level Sword Path. Mental Technique, Great Transformation Art. Comeback Points, 0. Li Mu's eyes lit up as the information slowly materialized on the translucent screen before him. Just as I thought. This advancement to the 3rd rank martial artist realm wasn't so simple. Not only did it elevate me by a minor realm, but after the breakthrough, my vital energy surged by 25 points. Li Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly. You see. Under the same circumstances, if it were an ordinary martial artist, they'd be overjoyed just to achieve a minor realm advancement on their first attempt. But Li Mu not only succeeded on his first attempt, his chi surged by 25 points after the breakthrough, propelling his chi and blood directly to the minor achievement stage of the 3rd grade martial artist realm. The primary reason for this was, of course, inextricably linked to the very essence of the transcendent energy cultivation technique he practiced. The essence of cultivating the transmutation technique lies in continuously ingesting various potent poisons. Under the stimulation of these toxins, the martial artist's chi and blood are perpetually maintained in a state of boiling vitality. Thus, ordinary practitioners attempting the transmutation technique easily fall into an inescapable vicious cycle. The martial artist must continually ingest increasingly potent poisons to suppress the toxins already present within their body. Simultaneously, the more potent the toxins consumed, the more intense the stimulation they exert on the martial artist's chi and blood becomes. This causes the chi and blood energy to grow increasingly violent, overwhelming the meridian's capacity to bear such immense strain. Thus, practitioners of the dissolving energy technique ultimately face only two fates. The first is to be killed outright by the poison's backlash. The second is to be torn apart by their own meridians, ruptured by the ever-growing, uncontrollably violent chi and blood force. Yet this seemingly fatal predicament, viewed as hopeless by ordinary people, became Li Mu's greatest advantage. First, no matter how potent the poison consumed, Li Mu need not fear backlash. Simultaneously, no matter how intensely his chi and blood surged, Li Mu never faced the risk of his extraordinary meridians rupturing. He had absolutely no worries. In this situation where he could confidently reap all benefits without paying any price, it was only natural that Li Mu not only broke through to the 3rd rank martial artist realm today but also sought his vital energy surge by an additional 25 points. However, after a night of cultivation, while Li Mu had indeed enjoyed the intense practice, he also discovered something. When 2 substitute souls appeared simultaneously on his Reaper's roll call, their health bars had become exceptionally thick. Setting aside Li Song, who was already at the 8th rank Grand Master realm, even Li Sanhu himself had only managed to turn his personal avatar from color to black and white after practicing non-stop all night. Moreover, even Li Song's status icon displayed an exceptionally favorable condition. It seemed the cost of his night's cultivation of the transcendence technique had been perfectly split between these 2 old shady bastards. Another unexpected discovery from this cultivation session: despite practicing all night without sleep, not only did he feel no trace of drowsiness, but his spirit seemed unusually heightened. Damn! Truly worthy of an SSS plus level cheat code talent. Who would have thought it could even transfer away drowsiness and fatigue? This effect is absolutely mind-blowing. But fatigue can be transferred, drowsiness can be transferred, but hunger? That should be a negative status too, right? Why can't it be transferred? I can't take it anymore. This time I really can't take it anymore. I'm so hungry I'm about to hit hypoglycemia. Limu clutched his stomach, bent over double, and hurried home, sniffing the air as he jogged alone. He now truly understood that skin tight wasn't just a figure of speech, it was a literal description. What Limu didn't know, however, was that the moment he dashed out from the back mountain in the residence of the Grand Elder, Lisan, whose hand was clutching the doorframe tightly. Then, sporting two dark circles under his eyes that rivaled national treasures, hunched over, pale as a ghost and utterly bewildered, he emerged from his own room. I clearly slept all night, but waking up feels like I didn't sleep at all. And what's more, why on earth do I feel so stiff and sore all over, like I can't muster any strength at all? Could it be I suddenly got ghost-pressed in bed? Of course, Limu had no idea about the tragedy unfolding for Lee Sanhu. Of course. Even if Limu had known about it, he wouldn't have felt the slightest sympathy for the guy. Instead, he'd probably say, serves him right. Over here, Limu grabbed a large meat bun from the paper bag and munched away, slurp, slurp, while walking steadily toward the school's lecture hall. Today marked the official start of the joint trial with other Jeju schools in the Savage Beast Mountains. All first-year students had been gathered early in the morning for a detailed briefing on the rules and procedures. But Limu couldn't care less about these so-called rules and procedures. He had only one goal for participating in the Wilderness Mountain Range trial, to be number one. Nothing else mattered to him. But just as Limu arrived at the lecture hall and was about to head to the area where Class 3 was seated, he soon found himself rather surprised. Upon seeing Limu enter, both the senior and sophomore students in the lecture hall, boys and girls alike, simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. They stared intently, their eyes fixed on him as they scrutinized him. Though puzzled, Limu said nothing and walked straight to his seat. There, on his seat, sat a lunchbox placed there at some unknown point. He didn't think much of it, but the way the entire class was looking at him felt distinctly strange. Particularly the boys, their eyes seemed to hide knives, gouging at Limu with every stare. They looked at him as if he were their mortal enemy, their expressions thick with deep-seated hatred. No sooner had Limu sat down than Qian, when he approached him, his face etched with resentment. Boss. Man, you're good at hiding things. Be honest with me, bro. How did you even meet President Shin in the first place? With her proud personality, why would she bring you breakfast? Limu froze at the question, his expression turning peculiar as he stared at the lunchbox before him. So, this breakfast was from Shin Luo Yen? Chapter 47, Chairman Shin's Breakfast. Xianwen nodded emphatically. Of course it was. Didn't you see how those sophomores and juniors were practically eating you up with their eyes? At our first high school, President Shin has always been a special, queen-like figure, towering above everyone else. Whoever sees President Shin can't help but lower their head, lacking even the courage to look her in the eye. And here you are, getting President Shin to personally deliver breakfast to you? That move seriously maxed out your status. Boss. I don't look up to anyone else in this world, Qianwenyi, but you're the one exception. As he spoke, Qianwenyi couldn't resist giving Limu a thumbs up, his expression utterly reverent as if he'd just encountered a living legend. Seeing the meal box on the table, Limu was genuinely surprised. He truly hadn't expected that Shin Luo Yen, the perpetually aloof and proud President Shin, would actually take the initiative to deliver breakfast to him. That was truly like the sun rising in the west. Seems this woman isn't as self-important as I imagined. Most likely, she had taken his words from yesterday to heart. Coming all this way just to bring him breakfast, this was likely her way of expressing regret. With that thought, Limu settled in to enjoy his breakfast with a clear conscience. Throughout the entire scene, Gao Jianya and Zhai Xinxin watched it all unfold, leaving them utterly bewildered. The scene before them delivered a shockwave of disbelief. Gao Jianya never would have dreamed it. The goddess Shin Luo Yen, the peerless and aloof figure he had always idolized, President Shin herself, had actually taken the time to personally prepare breakfast for Limu. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gao Jianya would never have believed such an outrageous thing could happen, okay? What on earth is wrong with this world? At this very moment, Gao Jianya felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment, while his face burned with a stinging pain, as if someone had just delivered a hard, invisible slap. Zhai Xinxin, however, appeared 100 times more shocked than Gao Jianya. Among everyone present, she was the person who knew Limu best, second only to Limu himself. In Zhai Xinxin's eyes, Limu was merely a somewhat famous prodigy, but she didn't hold him in high regard. In her eyes, Limu was nothing more than a cocky little upstart who could be manipulated at will. She could mold him however she pleased, round him up or flatten him down. In any case, it all depended entirely on her whim. But everything changed after Limu returned from his year-long leave of absence. Not only was this arrogant little mouth she'd toyed with trampling all over her rival on the stage, humiliating her without restraint, but now he was even cozying up to Shin Luo Yen, the most dazzling goddess of Jizhou No. 1 High School. Watching Limu grow increasingly successful, with goddesses 1,000, 10,000 times better than her actively fawning over him. And what about her? Not only was Gao Jianye, whom she'd worked so hard to get close to, utterly humiliated in front of Li Mu, but she herself was later slapped and mocked by Li Mu. Then, in front of the entire school, she was punched so hard she flew backward, landing face first on the fence. It could be said, the humiliation Zhai Xinxin endured in these few short days surpassed the total she'd suffered in her previous 16 years. But asking Zhai Xinxin to seek revenge on Li Mu? She didn't have the guts. So all she could do now was secretly scheme in her mind, trying to figure out a way to shift the blame elsewhere. Since she couldn't take Li Mu down herself, she'd find someone who could. The more miserable Li Mu's downfall, the greater the satisfaction in Zhai Xinxin's heart. If Li Mu knew what was going through Zhai Xinxin's mind right now, he would only sneer in contempt. A low-level scheming woman like Zhai Xinxin wasn't even worthy of his attention. To put it bluntly, to the current Li Mu, Zhai Xinxin was nothing more than an insignificant ant, while he was a dragon poised to rise, destined to become a king who defied the heavens. Ask yourself, how could a lofty king possibly care about the thoughts of an ant? That in itself was the biggest joke under the heavens. After the teacher finished explaining the afternoon's practical trial events in the Beast Mountain Range in the lecture hall, they set the assembly time on the playground and dismissed the class. Li Mu casually grabbed his lunchbox and headed straight for the training room specially reserved for the 10 seats. Upon arriving at the training room, Li Mu specifically requested the instructor in charge to prepare a training dummy for 5th rank martial artist cultivation. Though the teacher admitted to being utterly baffled by Li Mu's request. Not only that, Li Mu was now one of the 2 top-tier hidden cards of First High, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shen Luoyan. He was Principal Song's pride and joy. Therefore, as long as Li Mu's request wasn't unreasonable, the teacher would arrange it. Mr. Li Mu, the school has already prepared all the training room facilities and equipment you requested. Please follow me. After about 15 minutes, the responsible teacher returned with an access card. All right. Li Mu nodded and followed the teacher into the training room. The training room assigned to the top 10 students was quite impressive, both in terms of environment and size. Li Mu glanced around and roughly estimated the space to be about the size of a standard indoor basketball court. In the center, rows upon rows of training dummies were neatly arranged. According to the young lady who had guided him earlier, even a martial artist at the peak of the 5th rank martial artist realm would struggle to leave a mark on these training dummies. Mr. Li Mu, would you like us to arrange a sparring partner for you? The instructor in charge of the training room asked with utmost consideration. No need. I'll just practice on my own. Later, he intended to test the limits of his current combat strength right here. Li Mu had no intention of letting others figure out his hidden cards so quickly. Understood. If you need anything else, Li Mu, you can always call me through the intercom in the training room. After briefly outlining the training room's features, the instructor rose to take his leave, thoughtfully closing the door behind him as he departed. Li Mu stepped forward. He first locked the door from the inside, then meticulously inspected every corner of the room, inside and out. Only after confirming there were no surveillance cameras or other eavesdropping devices did Li Mu breathe a long sigh of relief. He then walked over to the nearby control center and began operating the equipment. Beep. As Li Mu carried out his operations, a long electronic prompt sounded from the speakers surrounding the training room. Your training dummy for this session is at the martial artist realm. Please select your specific combat level. 5 options then appeared on the screen before him. Intermediate Martial Artist Realm Training Dummy, currently selectable realms, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. Without hesitation, Li Mu selected the 5th grade Martial Master Realm option. Chapter 48, The Devastation of the 7 Slayers. Li Mu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. His entire being entered a profoundly mysterious state. Within his mind, the first form of the 7 Wounds Fist emerged, unfolding all the way to its ultimate form, the 7 Slays. Moments later, when Li Mu opened his eyes again, his gaze had visibly sharpened and hardened. A faint crimson radiance now swirled around his body, a sign that he was burning his own vital essence. Before him stood a training dummy nearly 5 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic sheen as it strode purposefully toward him. Live combat training. Begin. Accompanied by the prompt from the training room's audio system, the training dummy charged toward Li Mu like a soldier receiving orders from a superior, launching a fierce and relentless assault. Thud. Truly worthy of an intermediate martial artist level training dummy. Even without deploying any martial arts techniques or combat skills, relying solely on its terrifying raw power, its iron fists tore through the air before him, producing successive sonic booms with astonishing force. Setting aside combat experience and technique, this iron lump's sheer destructive power and its strikes surpassed that of a 5th rank martial artist. It was no less formidable. Yet, as this formidable punch landed, Li Mu watched it unfold, shaking his head repeatedly, his heart filled with profound disappointment. Weak. This is simply too weak. Though the training dummy's iron fists whirled with fierce momentum and astonishing force, each strike was stiff and rigid, devoid of any technique whatsoever. It was the very embodiment of brute strength. To Li Mu's eyes, each attack from this intermediate training dummy seemed to freeze like a slide in a projector. Li Mu remained rooted to the spot, not shifting a step, effortlessly evading every single one of the training dummy's assaults. Throughout the entire battle, this intermediate martial artist training dummy, regarded by countless first middle school students as a hellish nightmare, was nothing more than an oversized toy in Li Mu's hands. After patiently enduring another dozen exchanges with the training dummy, seeing that the iron lump had no new tricks to show, Li Mu gradually lost patience. At that moment, instead of continuing to evade, Li Mu suddenly stood his ground, meeting the training dummy's incoming heavy punch head-on. Oomph! 7 wounds fist. Li Mu's fist jerked violently. The punch erupted like a cannonball from its barrel, striking the training dummy's chest with blinding speed and overwhelming force. The first form of the 7 wounds fist. In that instant, empowered by the transmutation technique, he executed it flawlessly. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the vast training chamber, as if something had shattered in response to the impact. Li Mu's fist instantly unleashed the first surge of hidden force. Boom! Under the terrifying, overpowering shockwave of this hidden force, the training dummy was sent flying backward by Li Mu's 7 wounds fist, its heavy body slamming violently into the wall, causing the entire alloy structure to tremble violently. It's no wonder how immense the force behind Li Mu's punch just now truly was. But this was merely the beginning. After unleashing the first punch, Li Mu vanished from his original position in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already flashed before the training dummy. The second punch followed immediately, carrying 2 surges of hidden force, more ruthless, more overwhelming. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous explosions erupted within the training chamber, forming an invisible aura of fists. Both hidden forces surged out of his body in that instant. Then came the third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch. From this point onward, Li Mu gave the training dummy absolutely no chance to retaliate. His punches grew faster and faster, each successive strike infused with one more hidden force than the last. By the time Li Mu struck his 7th punch, the vast training chamber seemed to tremble incessantly, the air thick with the piercing, powerful fluctuations of true chi. An invisible fist aura erupted from Li Mu's right fist, instantly smashing into the training dummy ahead, leaving a deepest imprint on its chest. Had any outsider witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly stunned, jaws likely dropping to the floor. This was an intermediate martial artist level training dummy. Never mind that Li Mu had only just broken through to the 3rd grade martial artist realm. Even a 5th grade martial artist might not be able to scratch this training dummy. Yet what a 5th rank martial artist couldn't achieve, Li Mu had just accomplished. And that wasn't all. Li Mu took a step back, his entire body radiating a blazing crimson glow. He had clearly ignited his vital essence to its absolute limit, adopting a desperate, all-or-nothing stance. In this moment, Li Mu resembled a god of war. Final form of the 7 slaying fist, 7 slaying. Only when his momentum reached its zenith did Li Mu unleash this punch. This punch embodied the 7 slays he had grasped through the Enlightenment experience card last time. As the fist slammed out, it violently unleashed 7 surges of hidden force. Dust swirled violently within the cultivation chamber as the ground trembled. Li Mu distinctly felt a searing, burning sensation radiating from his internal organs after unleashing the final form, 7 slays. Yet Li Mu paid no heed to the unusual sensations coursing through his body, focusing all his attention solely on the punch he had just unleashed. When the dust finally settled, the training dummy before Li Mu lay shattered into a pile of metal fragments. Yet the 7 slays fist's force did not cease there. It continued expanding outward, crashing into the walls of the training chamber with another thunderous boom. The elegant, meticulously arranged training room was instantly shattered, glass panels and monitors cracked and shattered on impact. The room resembled a scene after a typhoon had swept through, left in utter devastation. Is this the power of the 7 kill, the ultimate form of the 7 wounds fist? Indeed. Unbelievably powerful. Li Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at his tightly clenched fist. His face radiated excitement and exhilaration. Currently, the most devastating strike he could unleash while burning his vital essence was powerful enough to severely wound a 5th rank martial master. Then, Li Mu first calmed his surging emotions before initiating internal observation. Through his inner vision, Li Mu saw his internal organs glowing a vivid crimson, radiating intense heat. Whoa! Just performing a full set of the 7 wounds fist has damaged my internal organs this badly. If not for the King of Hell stepping in to divert the side effects, I'd probably be dead before my fists even touched the enemy. As he shuddered at the terrifying backlash of the 7 wounds fist, the scorching heat within his organs instantly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. Clearly, the most severe backlashes targeting his own organs had been redirected onto Li Song and Li Sanhu, his 2 sacrificial substitutes. It was as if Li Mu's organs, having just endured a backlash, had instantly recovered to their original state. This had inadvertently subjected his internal organs to a comprehensive tempering. In other words, while the 7 wounds fist proved fatal in others' hands, in Li Mu's grasp it had become an unparalleled treasure for tempering his internal organs. Ding dong, ding dong. As Li Mu's mind raced with excitement, the doorbell to the cultivation chamber rang from outside. He had assumed the noise from his earlier practice had drawn attention, but as soon as he opened the door, a radiant figure stood before him. Chapter 49, That's Too Cold-Hearted. Before him stood a pale-skinned girl with waist-length black hair. Her rosy, thin lips pressed together lightly. Her dark eyes, usually cool and distant, now held a hint of unease and guilt as she looked at Li Mu.
Is that Shin Luoyan? Holy crap, what's President Shin doing here?
She just delivered breakfast to Li Mu this morning, and now she's knocking on his door again.
Could it be there's really something between them? The loud commotion from Li Mu's earlier boxing practice had already drawn a crowd of nearby students. Now, seeing Shin Luoyan actively seeking him out, this instantly ignited the intense gossip flames burning in the hearts of the middle school students. They gathered in small groups, chattering excitedly, each adding their own theories to the mix. Shin Luoyan?
Listening to the murmurs around him, Li Mu suddenly seemed to recall something as he looked at the pale-skinned girl before him.
He turned back toward the training room, grabbed the exquisitely cute lunchbox, and walked over to Shin Luoyan. Seeing this,
a flicker of joy briefly lit up Shin Luoyan's cold, oval face, only to be instantly extinguished by Li Mu's icy words.
Thanks for breakfast. Here's your lunchbox back.
Li Mu placed the box into Shin Luoyan's hands and prepared to close the door without a moment's pause.
Wait.
Seeing Li Mu act so decisively, not even giving her a chance to speak before closing the door after handing back the box, Shin Luoyan hurriedly called out.
At the same moment, Shin Luoyan instinctively reached out to brace against the closing door.
But the moment her palm touched it, she felt the door was terrifyingly heavy. Not only did she fail to hold it, but the force of it knocked her back several steps.
Clang! Shin Luoyan stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the tightly shut door. Holy crap! What does cold-hearted even mean? This is ing cold-hearted. Qian Wenyi was utterly bowled over by Li Mu right now, okay? Even Shin Luoyan, the student council president and the school's top beauty, had been shut out by Li Mu.
Qian Wenyi hadn't just witnessed this, he'd never even dared dream of such an outrageous scenario.
Yet, while top students like Qian Wenyi marveled at Li Mu's cool detachment,
Shin Luoyan's expression flickered across her pale, delicate oval face, tinged with a faint pang of bitterness. This was her first time delivering breakfast to a boy, her first time actively wanting to apologize to a boy, and her first time harboring such complex, baffling emotions toward a boy. The boy who had taken all these firsts from her was, without exception, the same person.
That boy was Li Mu.
After returning home yesterday, Shin Luoyan lay alone in bed, tossing and turning for a long time. All that echoed in her mind were the words Li Mu had spoken to her that day.
Indeed,
she had been far too arrogant and self-righteous. Thankfully, it was Li Mu who had shaken her awake. If she approached the high school martial arts tournament with such an arrogant mindset, forget about leading first high to break the school's best record in history.
Whether she could even survive the entire battle royale was a complete unknown.
But the price for this awakening was Li Mu burning his own vital essence and suffering backlash from the 7 wounds fist's side effects. The thought consumed Shin Luoyan with guilt and remorse. After a sleepless night, Shin Luoyan rose from bed and personally prepared breakfast. She had hoped this gesture might convey her apology to Li Mu. This time, Shin Luoyan had come to the training room to find Li Mu herself, hoping to team up with him for the upcoming Wilderness Mountain Range trial. In Shin Luoyan's view, Li Mu must be enduring the backlash of the 7 wounds fist and the weakness following the burning of his essence blood. As for why Li Mu hadn't confided in her, she found it perfectly understandable. After all, teenage boys were like that, they valued their pride around girls. No matter how miserable they felt, they wouldn't admit it out of embarrassment, gritting their teeth and enduring it alone. Therefore, Shin Luoyan took the initiative to approach him before he could speak. But who could have imagined that her thoughtful, considerate gesture would be met with Li Mu's cold indifference?
As the pride and joy of the Shin family, Shin Luoyan had lived a life of dominance since childhood.
She was always number one in every field, adored, idolized, and admired, never having experienced the slightest injustice.
But since meeting Li Mu, she'd endured more heartache and humiliation than in all the previous years combined. Li Mu.
Staring at the tightly shut door before her, Shin Luoyan stamped her foot in frustration, her pent-up resentment finding no outlet.
Gritting her teeth, Shin Luoyan strode away. The pitifully vulnerable expression one never seen on the usually icy face of President Shin left the boys of First High School utterly heartbroken. Their minds were filled with curses directed at Li Mu, branding him a bastard. Li Mu, of course, knew nothing of this. His cold attitude toward Shin Luoyan wasn't intentional targeting of her. Rather, he simply had no spare energy to deal with this woman right now. Earlier, while practicing the 7 injuries fist, he de-wrecked the training room so badly it resembled a car crash scene. He was busy cleaning up the mess. How could Li Mu possibly have any energy left to deal with Shin Luoyan's girlish whims? The practical trial in the Savage Beast Mountains is about to commence. All enrolled students are to assemble at the training grounds immediately. Li Mu had barely finished cleaning the cultivation room and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the assembly announcement blared over the loudspeaker. Li Mu took a hot shower, changed into dry clothes, and headed toward the school playground. However, as he made his way there, he noticed numerous students pointing and whispering among themselves the moment they spotted him. No wonder. Li Mu's reputation at school had grown immensely these past few days. Not only had he dealt with the Gao brothers, Jianye and Jiansheng, the day before yesterday, Yesterday, he'd fought a fierce battle with the top-ranked Shen Luoyan, collapsing more than half of the student council office building. But that wasn't the end of it. Not only did Shen Luoyan offer him a heartfelt breakfast the very next morning after their fight, and Li Mu's attitude left everyone utterly stunned. He flat-out rejected Shen Luoyan. Wherever he went, he drew the admiring stares of crowds of students. In just a few short days, Li Mu had become a legendary symbol at Jizhou First High School. No choice. With gritted teeth, Li Mu signed his name at the attendance station on the playground before hastily boarding the armored vehicle bound for the Beast Mountain Range trial grounds. After roughly an hour and a half of bumpy travel, Li Mu arrived at the entrance of the savage Beast Mountains. Chapter 50, Next Year I'll Retire. At that moment, several long queues had already formed at the entrance to the Wild Beast Mountains. Undoubtedly, these were all students from other high schools in Jeju Base City participating in the combat trials. The purpose of this live combat training organized by Jeju Base City was to simulate the battle royale style of the high school martial arts tournament. Consequently, virtually every high school in Jeju had signed up, resulting in an overwhelming turnout. Among the participants from Jeju First High School, Li Mu, who had been making waves lately, and the top-ranked student, Shen Luoyan, naturally stood at the very front of the line. Shen Luoyan's cold, fair, oval face showed no emotion whatsoever. Her eyes were icy and distant, clearly still unwilling to acknowledge Li Mu after the breakfast incident. Li Mu, however, seemed quite content with his solitude. Not far away, Song Changming watched the twin stars of Jeju No. 1 High School, Li Mu and Shen Luoyan, his smile stretching almost to his ears, radiant with delight. He enthusiastically approached each of the other school principals who came over to greet him. Upon seeing Song Changming approach, the other principals instinctively greeted him, "Old Song, long time no see." But the moment those words left their mouths, Song Changming delivered a devastating counterpunch. Right. Our first high produced Shen Luoyan, and now we've got another prodigy, Li Mu. How'd you hear about that? Hey! That kid Li Mu is such a pain. I've warned him over and over to keep a low profile lately. I was perfectly content with just having Shen Luoyan, our school's sword-fighting prodigy. But these kids? They're such a handful. Then comes this position swap challenge, and out pops another prodigy who's every bit as exceptional as Shen Luoyan in every way. Oh, right. Xiao, the evaluator in charge of the high school martial arts competition, came by the other day. She really doesn't know how to hold back at all. After watching the challenge match, she immediately gave Li Mu a perfect score. And it's not just that examiner Xiao, that little brat Li Mu never stops causing trouble for me, stirring up trouble at school every single day. How infuriating is that? It's absolutely infuriating. Ha 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 ha. The principals from the other Jeju high schools had faces so dark they could rival the bottom of a pot. They'd seen snobbery before. But damn it, a Versailles move as disgusting as Song Changming's? They'd never seen anything like it before. This was disgusting to the extreme, disgusting to the core. Okay. Why aren't any of you saying anything? Are you all just naturally quiet? Song Changming beamed with delight, his face glowing red. By the end of his speech, his old face was stretched into a smile like a golden chrysanthemum blooming in early autumn. He kept hugging the principals from the other high schools, refusing to let them leave, all while spouting all kinds of subtle, backhanded compliments. This old man excels in martial combat, but words are not my forte. If you don't know how to keep a low profile, I can teach you a lesson in humility through combat. The principal of the top-ranked school abruptly slapped away Song Changming's hand from his shoulder, swept his sleeve aside, and strode off without a backward glance. Oomph. Old Song, if you don't know how to keep a low profile, I happen to know a thing or two about fists. The second principal likewise flicked Song Changming's hand away and stormed off with a dark expression. However, Song Changming, basking in the satisfaction of his successful show of bravado, remained oblivious. The principals who had just departed Zhang Shihai of Xingzi Middle School and Li Jinqing of Jizhou No. 4 High School had quietly gathered together. Their eyes fixed on Song Changming with a look of amusement, clearly plotting to give him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing that the two old fools ahead had already said all the trash talk, the third principal suddenly walked away, as if he had made up his mind about something. Old by dang. You better produce two prodigies next year at First High who can match Shen Luoyan and Li Mu. Otherwise, when our Xingzi sword genius Lu Shangyao enters next year's beast trial, she'll beat the crap out of your entire school. Oomph. The last principal stormed out in anger. Next year? I'll be retiring next year. Ha. Song Changming chuckled darkly, making the principal stumble in his anger. Amidst the principal's heated banter, the procession began advancing orderly toward the entrance of the savage Beast Mountains. Before long, it was Jeju First High School's turn to enter. Beside them, Shen Luoyan shot Li Mu a cold, sidelong glance, her body betraying her words. Li Mu. We're about to enter the wilderness Beast Mountains. I'll ask you one last time. Are you absolutely sure you don't want to team up with me? In this wilderness beast trial, besides hunting beasts for points, defeating competitors from other schools also counts toward your score. Going solo makes you an easy target for them. No thanks. Thanks. Li Mu didn't even glance at Shen Luoyan as he strode straight into the depths of the wilderness beast mountains. Oomph. Li Mu, you accuse me of being self-righteous, but aren't you doing the same thing? You clearly fought me just yesterday, your wounds must still be healing. Yet you repeatedly refuse my kindness just for a little male pride. You're hopeless. Shen Luoyan watched Li Mu's figure vanish into the dense forest. Though she decursed him countless times as an ungrateful, arrogant fool who deserved to die in the wilderness mountains, after a moment's internal struggle, Shen Luoyan couldn't shake her unease and followed after him. However, neither Li Mu nor Shen Luoyan noticed. In an inconspicuous corner far from the school crowd, Li Jiahao and Li Sanhu stood hidden among the bushes, casting cold, mocking glances toward Li Mu. Sanhu, you can give the order to your men now. Remember what my father instructed: after the killing, you must make the scene look like a clash between Li Mu and a random martial artist squad wandering the Beast Mountain range. This matter is of utmost importance. The family and the Jizhou-based city authorities must not be able to find a single flaw. If this assassination plan goes even slightly wrong, you know what your fate will be. After Li Mu's figure vanished completely, Li Jiahao coldly ordered Li Sanhu behind him. Rest assured, second young master. I've already taken care of everything. The assassins tasked with eliminating Li Mu were all sourced from the underground black market. Their identities have been forged in advance by the Grand Elder, and their combat prowess ranges from 4th rank to 5th rank martial masters. When the time comes, we'll simply follow the plan, staging a conflict between the two parties over rare treasures discovered in the wilderness beast mountains. That way, no one will suspect a thing. Li Sanhu bowed low as he reported to Li Jiahao. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. 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 After hearing the entire assassination plan, Li Jiahao could no longer contain his excitement. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, uttering 3 resounding goods in succession. But then, Li Jiahao abruptly stifled his laughter. His hands clenched tightly, his expression growing increasingly ferocious as he gritted his teeth and declared, Li Mu! Li Mu! Weren't you so arrogant and cocky at the clan meeting? What a fine young master of the Li family! You trampled me like a stray dog before the entire clan, humiliating me without restraint. You were truly magnificent at that clan meeting. But your glory ends right here, for the next time we meet, barring any surprises, it will be at your funeral. Chapter 51, The Wilderness Beast Mountains Trial. Outer reaches of the savage beast mountains. Finally rid of that pest Shen Luoyan. Now I can focus on grinding monsters. Li Mu glanced back at the empty space behind him, a smug grin spreading across his face. Ever since entering the wilderness beast mountains, Li Mu had noticed Shen Luoyan trailing closely behind him. What was laughable was that Shen Luoyan still believed she had concealed her aura perfectly and remained undetected. Little did she know, every move she made had been under Li Mu's watchful eye. But Li Mu deliberately pretended not to notice. After weaving through the dense forest, he easily shook off Shen Luoyan, the little tail following him. After all, Li Mu harbored too many secrets, he had no desire for others to detect even the slightest trace of them. Simultaneously, Li Mu's attention shifted to the group of demonic beasts lurking at the outskirts of the wilderness beast mountains. His mind began to quietly calculate. The cultivation realms of martial artists on Blue Star were divided into Martial Trainee Realm, Martial Artist Realm, Grandmaster Realm, Great Grandmaster Realm, Martial King Realm, Martial Sovereign Realm, Martial Saint Realm, Martial Emperor Realm, Martial God Realm. Each major realm was further subdivided into 10 minor realms. The same applied to demonic beasts. The lowest tier, corresponding to the 3 medicinal herbs, was the Martial Trainee Realm. From weakest to strongest, it was subdivided into 10 minor realms. Above the scattered beasts lie the ranks of Demon Soldier, Demon General, Demon King, Great Demon King, Demon Sovereign, Demon Saint, Demon Emperor, and Demon God. However, with Li Mu currently at the 3rd rank Martial Master realm and capable of unleashing power that fully rivals that of a 5th rank Martial Master at his peak, the stray beasts in the outermost regions of the Wilderness Beast Mountains were naturally beneath his notice. From the moment he entered the Wilderness Beast Mountains, his objective was clear: bypass the outer fringes where most students gathered to hunt stray demons, and head straight for the territory where demon soldiers roamed. As Li Mu pressed deeper another 100 kilometers, a faint scent of danger began to permeate the air. Most beasts active in this zone were around 3rd to 4th tier. Their hides and bodies were exceptionally robust, far surpassing the physical constitution of human martial artists. Among them were numerous high-tier great beasts that had awakened innate demonic arts akin to martial talents. It was precisely because of these innate advantages that even a 3rd-tier demon soldier could still put up a fight against a 4th-grade martial master. This was precisely why Shen Luoyan had repeatedly insisted on teaming up with Li Mu. But for ordinary martial artists, this might be a daunting challenge. To Li Mu, who had that cheat code, it was practically nothing, right? As long as he didn't go out of his way to plunge deep into the heart of the Wilderness Beast Mountains, how could he possibly fail? With this calculation in mind, Li Mu quickly ate some of the dry rations he carried to fill his stomach before picking up his sword and continuing onward. Roar! But shortly after Li Mu had ventured deep into the Wilderness Beast Mountains, a mighty beast roar suddenly echoed through the forest, startling numerous birds into frantic flight from the thickets. This instantly injected an ominous, blood-curdling aura into the previously tranquil forest. My first battle in the Wild Beast Mountains, is it coming this soon? Facing the impending conflict, Li Mu's face showed not a trace of fear, but rather an eager excitement. Clearly, he held no fear for this demon beast. Li Mu drew the sword at his waist, a cold gleam flashing from its edge. With the long sword in hand, Li Mu's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating an unstoppable sharpness from every pore. Had any sword cultivator passed by, they would have gasped in awe. Innate sword intent. This realm of swordsmanship, coveted yet unattainable by countless sword cultivators, was now manifesting in Li Mu, a mere 16-year-old youth. The sheer monstrosity of his talent was beyond imagination. Li Mu strolled through his own courtyard as if taking a leisurely walk, his entire body riddled with openings and utterly devoid of caution. It seemed as though he were deliberately creating opportunities for the demonic beast lurking in the woods. Roar! A dark shadow shot out from the forest ahead, its gaping maw snapping toward Li Mu's neck, trailing a wave of foul wind. Come on! Not a trace of fear crossed Li Mu's face as his right hand suddenly swung his long sword. SSSSHHH. A black sword aura erupted from the blade, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Die! The sword light flashed like lightning. Immediately after, the sound of a blade-piercing flesh followed. That phantom cheetah, whose power rivaled that of a peak third-rank martial artist, was cleaved clean in two mid-air by Li Mu's single strike. Empowered by his innate sword intent, Li Mu could concentrate his true chi at the blade's tip before releasing it. The chi transformed into a crescent-shaped blade that flew from the sword to strike the enemy. Such terrifying slashes granted Li Mu the formidable combat prowess to effortlessly annihilate peak third-tier demon soldiers. Ding! Host defeated a demon beast exceeding their current realm and completed the kill. Rewarded with 100 reversal points. Note, hosts who defeat demonic beasts of higher tiers will earn increased reversal points. Gazing at the corpse of the phantom leopard, severed cleanly at the waist, Li Mu couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his lips. Just as I thought. Just as I initially suspected, as long as I endure adversity, I can earn reversal points from the system. Moreover, the severity of the adversity directly correlates with the number of reversal points gained. Like now I'm a minor achievement 3rd rank martial master, yet I just slayed a peak 3rd tier demon soldier, the phantom leopard. The system rewarded me with 100 reversal points. Looking at it this way, isn't this damn system openly and covertly encouraging me to actively court death? Li Mu railed inwardly against this damn system while prying open the phantom leopard's skull with his sword tip to extract its demon crystal. Excellent. Let me hunt to my heart's content in the wilderness beast mountains first. See if I can push my cultivation to 4th rank martial artist. With his mind made up, Li Mu immediately switched into full-on hunting mode. His stamina was now incredibly robust, and combined with his 3rd rank martial artist cultivation, coupled with his reckless approach to grinding monsters for reversal points, Li Mu didn't hesitate to unleash the 7 wounds fist on any demon beast he encountered that couldn't be dealt with by sword intent alone. The rate at which his reversal points accumulated was absolutely staggering. Ever since entering the Wilderness Beast Mountains, the semi-transparent system interface before Li Mu's eyes had been acting up like crazy, ringing incessantly with ding, ding, ding. Watching his previously depleted reversal points now surge back to life, Li Mu couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. After days of experimenting with the King of Hell's roll call, Li Mu had finally figured it out. Currently, aside from hunger, negative effects like fatigue, drowsiness, and physical damage could all be unconditionally transferred to his scapegoats, Li Song and Li Sanhu, under the karmic rules of the King of Hell's roll call. Ha! What's going on with Li Sanhu? I've been waiting forever, and his character avatar is still black and white. After another exhilarating battle with the demon beast, Li Mu was leaning back against a large rock, happily munching on roasted demon beast meat. After filling his belly, he waited some more, yet Li Sanhu's avatar remained monochrome, showing no sign of returning to color. This left Li Mu feeling a bit downcast, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This batch of enemies is the worst I've ever led. Chapter 52, You're totally trying to screw me over. Meanwhile, in the outermost reaches of the Wilderness Beast Mountains, a thicket stirred with the scent of blood. Occasionally, the shadows flickered with the movement of beasts. Li Sanhu, are you sure there's no danger ahead? Li Jiahao's face was pale, his teeth chattering. The powerful beast shadows flickering through the deep, deathly quiet thicket ahead were etched clearly on his face as tension and unease gripped him. Beside him, Li Sanhu followed reluctantly, step by step. Second young master. This is the outermost edge of the Wild Beast Mountains. The creatures roaming around here are usually 7th to 8th tier stray demons. With your peak 9th grade martial disciple cultivation, second young master, you should have more than enough power to handle these beasts. He looked like he was seeing demons in every bush. Judging by his state, it seemed he might panic and have a stress attack before any demon beast even leaped out of the thicket. I'm not scared. Li Jiahao felt his pride stung by Li Sanhu's words and immediately put on a calm front. Li Sanhu shook his head. The Grand Elder was, after all, a renowned figure in the martial arts circles of Jizhou. How could he have produced such a cowardly good-for-nothing as Li Jiahao? First and foremost, Li Jiahao simply couldn't overcome the hurdle of his own mentality. Fear. In this high martial arts world where the weak perish and the strong thrive, this was the ultimate taboo. As a martial artist fighting on the front lines against demonic beasts and alien races, if one cowers before battle, their combat prowess would be reduced to a fraction of its potential. No wonder the Grand Elder was willing to resort to any means to personally kill Li Mu. If Li Mu wasn't eliminated, a useless fool like Li Jiahao would only be mercilessly humiliated and crushed by Li Mu in every conceivable way. The senior elder's lineage would likely never rise again. Rest assured, second young master. With me here, no stray demon beast in the outer reaches of the wasteland beast mountains can harm. Seeing Li Jiahao trembling with fear, Li Sanhu patted his chest, about to offer reassurance. But before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted. Ah! Ah! Li Sanhu's piercing scream sent the already highly strong Li Jiahao flying a foot off the ground with a start. But before Li Jiahao could even begin to calm his racing heart, the scene unfolding before him sent his soul flying out of his body in terror. There, Li Sanhu lay curled up like a boiled shrimp, writhing back and forth on the ground, his agonized screams piercing the air. His face was as white as if coated in flour, utterly drained of color, while beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on his forehead. At that moment, Li Sanhu felt as though every meridian in his body was being torn apart. Not only that, but his skin began to crack and peel. Crimson blood soaked through his combat uniform, leaving large pools of blood on the ground with every roll. Ah! Li Sanhu had never witnessed such a horrific sight. Terrified out of his wits, he stumbled backward and collapsed onto the ground, trembling violently. As for Li Sanhu lying on the ground, unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer, his eyes rolled back and he instantly passed out. Damn it! How come it's been so long, and Li Sanhu's avatar is still black and white? Could it be, this guy actually killed himself playing around? Li Mu had even taken a nap lying on the green stone slab. Yet when he woke and checked, Li Sanhu's avatar remained lifelessly monochrome, showing no sign of recovery whatsoever. Given Li Sanhu's current state, another use of the 7 injuries fist would probably finish him off for good. What a drag! So boring. After all this looking around, that old beastly song is still the most useful. After all this time, his avatar is still in full color. Turns out, only a grandmaster can handle the grind. Li Mu curled his lip and muttered under his breath. He was just about to compose himself and start searching for monsters in the vicinity again. But just then, a 6-member martial artist squad emerged from the woods not far across from Li Mu. Judging by their attire, they were likely a hunter squad active in the wilderness beast mountains, primarily earning their living by hunting demon crystals and valuable materials from demon beasts, a dangerous, high-risk trade. Li Mu had no desire to get involved with these hunter squads. He was packing up his things, ready to leave. But this hunter squad made no such attempt at discretion. They stepped forward abruptly, blocking Li Mu's path. A burly, middle-aged man with a scarred face strode up to him and boomed in a deep, resonant voice. "Brother, I'm Song Tiehu, captain of the Iron Tiger Squad. I gotta say, kid, you've got some serious luck on your side. I've got a surefire deal that's a no-lose proposition. I'd like to discuss a partnership with you. Interested?" Li Mu shook his head like a bobblehead, immediately launching into a triple refusal. "No deal. Not interested. Goodbye." At the same time, Li Mu was utterly speechless inside. "You call yourself Song Tiehu? No need to ask, you're definitely trying to screw me over. Damn it. You're already on the King of Hell's roll call of the dead." With the experiences of Li Song and Li Sanhu under his belt, Li Mu could now confidently conclude that anyone harboring hatred toward him and plotting his demise would be marked by the King of Hell to become his substitute scapegoat. And this time, every single member of the hunter squad emerging from the woods had been chosen by the King of Hell without exception. In other words, they all wanted to kill him. As for why they hadn't acted immediately, it was likely due to fear. He was participating in the Wild Beast Mountain Range trial hosted by Jizhou Base City, where security forces were stationed throughout the outer regions to ensure the safety of the participating students. The reason Song Tiehu and his Iron Tiger Squad hadn't attacked immediately was clearly due to this apprehension. Simultaneously, Li Mu's guard instinctively rose. He carefully observed the 6 who had suddenly blocked his path. The one called Song Tiehu possessed the strongest cultivation, likely at the peak of the 6th rank martial artist realm. The remaining 5 were all around the 3rd to 4th rank martial artist realms. With such a combined strength, even with his utterly shameless martial talent, King Yama's roll call, defeating all of them was practically impossible. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Mu was about to turn and flee when a forced pop-up appeared on the semi-transparent system screen before him. This instantly halted Li Mu's fleeing footsteps. Special reversal quest triggered. At 41 years old, you finally mustered the courage to take your first step into the Savage Beast Mountains for trial. Yet, despite your innate underdog aura, you've been targeted by the Iron Tiger Squad far stronger than you the moment you entered the mountains. They seek to take your life. Reciprocity is the way of the world. Trapped in a desperate situation, you still refuse to give up hope for survival. While prioritizing your own safety, attempt to launch a frenzied counterattack against the Iron Tiger Squad. Phase 1, can't beat M? I can still dodge M. Reward for surviving Iron Tiger Squad's pursuit, 1000 underdog points. Phase 2, they pushed me too far, let's go all out. Kill 4 third-rank martial masters from the Iron Tiger Squad. Reward, 2000 comeback points. Phase 3, they pushed me too far. Kill 1 4th-rank martial artist from Iron Tiger Squad. Reward, 5000 reversal points. Phase 4, they pushed me too far, let's go all out. Kill Iron Tiger Squad Captain Song Taehu, a 6th-rank martial artist at peak strength. Reward, 10,000 comeback points. Chapter 53, Iron Tiger Squad. When Limu immediately refused the triple challenge, a cold glint flashed in Song Taehu's eyes. But he quickly replaced it with a smile. Brother! Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. Here's the thing, earlier, my team and I discovered a Zhu Yunzi fruit nearby. Zhu Yunzi fruit? Limu, who had been buzzing with excitement over triggering the system's special reversal quest, couldn't help but tremble slightly at the mention of Zhu Yunzi fruit. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Seeing that Limu was clearly swayed, Song Taehu couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire, striking while the iron was hot. And that Zhu Yunzi fruit will reach maturity within the next couple of days. But as luck would have it, the Zhu Yunzi fruit is now guarded by a 6th-tier demon soldier at the peak of its power, a Crimson Ape King that never leaves its side. Brother, I imagine you've heard of this Crimson Ape King. If it were just that beast alone, our Iron Tiger Squad wouldn't need your help, brother. The real challenge lies in the fact that this Crimson Ape King commands nearly 100 Crimson Demon Apes. These demon apes generally possess strength around the 2nd to 3rd tier demon soldier level. Under the Crimson Ape King's unified command, the combat power they unleash is incredibly troublesome, even for our Iron Tiger Squad. And seeing how you, at such a young age, can roam this demon soldier-infested region alone, your strength must be extraordinary. That's why I'd like to propose a partnership with you, brother. Speaking with sincerity, Song Taehu added, of course, we won't ask you to do anything. All you need to do is seize the Zhu Yunzi fruit while we hold off the Crimson Giant Ape. As for the Crimson Cloud Purple fruit, Limu knew it all too well. Though ranked only 3rd among the finest treasures of heaven and earth, within the outer reaches of the Wilderness Beast Mountains, it was undoubtedly one of the most prized treasures. Moreover, the Zhu Yunzi fruit itself offered tremendous benefits to martial artists at the martial artist realm. Consuming it carried a high probability of dramatically boosting one's vital energy and blood, potentially elevating them by a minor realm. If word of this got out, the various hunter squads scattered throughout the outer regions of the Savage Beast Mountains would surely swarm in like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. After all, among third-grade heavenly treasures, the Crimson Cloud Purple fruit is one of the few treasures that can directly help martial artists advance their cultivation realm. If Limu could obtain this Zhu Yunzi fruit, he would have absolute confidence in elevating his cultivation to the 4th-grade martial artist realm. If everything went smoothly, even the 5th-grade martial artist realm might not be out of reach. At this thought, Limu's brows furrowed deeply. He never imagined that merely participating in a combat trial would lead to so many unexpected twists and turns within the Wilderness Beast Mountains. First, he was certain that Song Taehu and his 5 companions harbored malicious intent toward him. Teaming up with them was tantamount to courting disaster. But now, the Zhu Yunzi fruit was within reach. Moreover, the system's special reversal quest had already been issued. He couldn't possibly back out now and settle for the lowest tier, stage 1's measly 1000 reversal points. For Limu, who was nearly penniless after purchasing the dissolving meridians technique, turning down such a massive reward of reversal points felt 100 times worse than death itself. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. Given the current situation, if I refuse again, there's no guarantee Song Taehu and his 5 men won't turn on me right here. If no Special Operations Bureau officers were nearby, facing 6 opponents alone would put me at a severe disadvantage. So, since it's a gamble either way, might as well choose the scenario that favors me more. Even if no officers are nearby, I can still leverage the chaos created by the Crimson Ape King to handle the situation calmly. By then, I might even find the crucial opportunity to complete the next few stages of the mission. Not to mention. Limu glanced at the translucent screen displaying the color avatars of Song Taehu and the others, letting out a cold laugh. Not to mention, every last one of them is now on my list of souls to claim. Just wait and see how I'll play with your lives. Limu pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded sharply under the gaze of Song Taehu and the other 5. Ha 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 ha. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, brother. You're truly a man of honor. Seeing Limu finally nod, Song Taehu couldn't help but burst into laughter, simultaneously giving a subtle gesture to the men behind him. The 5 who had been closing in on Limu in a pincer formation now casually dispersed. Simultaneously, another man stepped forward, carrying a freshly hunted 2nd-tier demon soldier, a steel-haired porcupine. Here. Since we're all in this together now, no need for formalities. This is the steel-haired porcupine we just hunted. Shall we share it? Limu nodded in agreement. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Song. I'll gladly accept your offer. Song Taehu laughed heartily. Excellent. I, Song Taehu, have always enjoyed making friends with talented young men like you.
After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Li Mu, Song Tiehu excused himself, saying he needed to help process the porcupine. As Song Tiehu approached, one of the bald, burly men immediately leaned in and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "Boss, we've got that kid surrounded. Should we move now?" Song Tiehu merely waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. That kid Li Mu reeks of blood. He must have hunted down quite a few demon beast-level creatures around here before we arrived. A mere 16-year-old boy displaying such terrifying combat prowess and resolve, he's going to be a real handful. If we strike now, even if we succeed, we might alert nearby patrol officers. That would spell big trouble for us. How about this?" As he spoke, Song Tiehu cast a cold, sinister glance at the corpse of the steel-haired porcupine at his feet. "How about this? We poison the delicious pork and trick him into eating it. Then we'll lead Li Mu straight to the Crimson Ape King. In the heat of battle, we won't have to lift a finger. Once the poison takes effect, Li Mu will be torn apart and devoured by the demon ape horde. By then, whether it's the Special Operations Bureau or his clan elder Lousy trying to investigate, they'll have no leads. We brothers won't just collect the astronomical bounty from Li Song, we'll walk away unscathed. Wouldn't that be splendid? Brilliant. Brother, this plan is truly brilliant." Listening to his men's flattery, Song Tiehu couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. He could already envision the astronomical bounty Li Song would post, beckoning him like a magnet. Little did he know, 100 meters away, Li Mu remained leaning against the green stone, observing Song Tiehu and his 5 men with keen interest. A meaningful smile played at the corners of his mouth. Night fell. The moon hung high in the sky. In the pitch-black, silent wilderness of the Beast Mountains, the occasional roar of a demon beast echoed through the night. The camp was set up, surrounded by roaring bonfires. Song Tiehu and the other 5 members of the Iron Tiger Squad had gathered together, chatting loudly and laughing among themselves. Yet amidst their banter, they frequently exchanged meaningful glances, their expressions eerily unsettling. Li Mu, however, sat down as if nothing was amiss, acting as though he hadn't noticed a thing. He could feel the occasional glances from Song Tiehu and the others. Not long after returning to the camp, a bald, burly man promptly offered him a large piece of roasted porcupine meat. Chapter 54, Playing Along. The meat glistened golden brown, sizzling with oil, utterly tempting. Li Mu casually sliced the meat before lifting a corner of the tent flap to observe outside. In the camp, Song Tiehu and his 5 companions sat huddled around a bonfire not far away. Though they appeared to be engaged in casual conversation, Li Mu could clearly sense their attention frequently shifting toward his direction, evidently keeping a close watch on his every move. Li Mu made no attempt to hide his actions, devouring the seasoned grilled meat right in front of them in just a few bites. After finishing, he patted his belly with satisfaction, looking utterly content. At 41 years old, shortly after entering the Wilderness Beast Mountains, you were ambushed by villains and accidentally ingested the bone-melting powder. Mild toxicity. Side effects have been neutralized. Reversal points plus 10. Li Mu glanced at his quest panel and thought to himself. Soft bone powder, huh? Just as I suspected. Song Tiehu and his crew were probably planning to drug me. Then they'd feign concern and lead me straight into the red demon ape horde. Then, when the poison takes effect, I'll inevitably need a gruesome end torn apart by the demon ape horde. Yet the masterminds behind it all, Song Tiehu and his crew, will walk free. What a vile scheme. Li Mu stuffed roasted meat into his mouth while mentally mapping out his next move. Oomph. If your scheme is to use the demon apac as a tool for murder, then I'll simply pretend to be unaware and play along. Perfect. Let you lot taste the effects of your own bone softening powder. If it knocks you all out cold, completing the next 3 stages of my mission will be a breeze. At this thought, Li Mu ate the grilled meat with even greater relish. Meanwhile, Song Tiehu, worried the soft bone powder might not be potent enough, grilled nearly 20 kilograms of porcupine meat just for Li Mu alone. Meanwhile, Li Mu was calculating in his mind, the side effects of the soft bone powder must shift onto these 6 men without diminishing its potency too much. So even though Li Mu was nearly stuffed to the point of vomiting by the end, he still forced himself to shove 2 more pieces into his mouth. Brother Li Mu, have you finished eating? If you're done, then we should get moving now. By the campfire, Song Tiehu, seeing Li Mu shove the last piece of grilled meat into his mouth, approached with a smile plastered on his face and asked. Finished? Finished eating, burp. Li Mu patted his distended belly, letting out a loud burp before steadying himself against the large boulder to stand up. He then declared, all right. Since everyone's ready, let's head over to Zhu Yunzi's place first and check out the actual situation. Hearing this, Song Tiehu nodded in agreement. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the other 5 members of the Iron Tiger Squad behind him. One of them, a burly man with a crew cut and a longbow slung over his back, glanced at Li Mu and said, follow me. With that, the buzzcut man charged ahead, dashing toward the left side of the forest. Behind him, Li Mu, Song Tiehu, and the others swiftly followed. The group of 6 raced through the forest, encountering numerous demon beasts active in the vicinity along the way. However, whenever these beasts grew restless at the sight of intruding humans, the stocky man leading the way would draw his bow. An arrow would suddenly tear through the air, slamming into the ground beneath the beast's feet.
The violently quivering arrow tail delivered a stark warning. Had that projectile struck their flesh, it would have left nothing but a gaping wound. Thanks to the man's deadly marksmanship and the fierce aura radiating from Song Tiehu and Li Mu's martial artist squad, no beasts dared to confront them along the way. Thus, after traversing the dense forest for about 15 minutes, the short-haired man at the front finally slowed his pace. His burly frame leapt several times, swiftly dodging onto the branches of a towering tree. His deft, practiced movements clearly revealed deep familiarity with the terrain. "We're here," the man with the crew cut whispered hoarsely to Li Mu behind him. Hearing this, Li Mu cautiously took 2 steps forward, peering beyond the trees. His gaze immediately sharpened. Before him lay a clearing in the woods. Nearly 100 demon apes were gathered within the dense forest, some sitting on the ground, others perched in the treetops, chattering incessantly. In the very center of this troop, a clearing nearly 1,000 meters in diameter had been deliberately cleared. At the very center of this clearing sat a crimson giant ape, its size clearly 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary demon ape. From afar, it resembled a King Kong, sitting majestically atop a broken log. In its massive hands, it clutched a severed leg, tearing and chewing it voraciously. The other crimson demon apes respectfully presented the mangled corpses of humans, covering their bodies as they approached. Such a bloody and brutal scene was truly hair-raising and spine-chilling. The Zhu Yunzi fruit is on that rocky outcrop behind the Crimson Ape King. Song Tiehu approached and whispered hoarsely behind Li Mu. Li Mu's gaze immediately shifted to the rocky outcrop behind the Crimson Ape King. Sure enough, nestled within the crevices of the rocks grew a plant. Its entire body was a deep purple black, yet it constantly emitted an eerie crimson glow. From afar, the fruit roughly the size of an adult's palm appeared shrouded in crimson mist, exuding an otherworldly aura. It is indeed the crimson cloud purple fruit. Even Li Mu, known for his composure, felt a surge of fervor in his eyes at the sight. If he could obtain this crimson cloud purple fruit, his cultivation would at least break through to the 4th-rank martial artist realm. Moreover, recalling the explosive surge in vital energy he experienced during his last breakthrough to 3rd-rank martial artist, perhaps with the aid of this crimson cloud purple fruit, he might gain another several dozen points of vital energy. For Li Mu, that would mean a significant boost to his combat prowess. Ha ha ha. Brother Li Mu, I told you so, didn't I? The fervor in Li Mu's eyes didn't escape Song Tiehu's notice. He immediately stepped forward and said, "The crimson cloud fruit is right before us. Let's proceed with our original plan. I'll take care of blocking that Crimson Ape King, while the rest of the Tiehu squad engages the Demon Ape Horde. Brother Li Mu, your task is simply to go pick that Crimson Cloud Purple fruit. If you succeed, retreat immediately, don't linger in battle. Then meet us at our designated rendezvous point. Understood. Go!" Before Song Tiehu could nag any further in his ear, Li Mu swung his arm decisively and barked the order. His foot slammed against the tree trunk, propelling him forward like a rocket as he charged toward the Crimson Cloud Purple fruit. Chapter 55, You Knew All Along. Gulp! Sensing movement in the dense forest nearby, the Crimson Ape King, previously engrossed in savoring its blood-soaked feast, suddenly rose from the log. Its gaze darted warily toward the thicket. Truly worthy of a peak 6th-tier demonic soldier, the Crimson Ape King's senses are remarkably sharp. Li Mu leapt through the trees, a faint smile curling his lips, utterly unfazed by the Crimson Ape King. This scene fell upon the eyes of Song Tiehu, who followed closely behind, only deepening the cold sneer in his heart. So what if he's a young prodigy? What good is a 16-year-old martial artist realm cultivator? He's still far too naive. With just a little trick, I can easily toy with this so-called genius. Fight! The fiercer you fight now, the faster the soft bone powder's poison will spread. By the time you realize something's wrong, death will be near. This mission is far too simple. Watching Li Mu charge into the Crimson Ape King's territory ahead, Song Tiehu couldn't suppress the smug, triumphant grin spreading across his face. Had he not seen that the poison hadn't fully taken effect yet, Song Tiehu would likely have burst out laughing. Roar! Spotting Li Mu and Song Tiehu emerging from the dense forest, the Crimson Ape King pounded his massive chest with both fists, opening his gaping maw to unleash a frenzied, savage roar. In an instant, nearly 100 demonic apes swarmed in from all directions, closing in on Li Mu, Song Tiehu, and the others. Roar! 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 The air was filled with the relentless, bloodthirsty roars of the beasts, clearly treating Li Mu, Song Tiehu, and their companions as prey. Each of these crimson demon apes was as large as a calf, covered in red fur, with sturdy builds and nimble feet. Their leaps were powerful, and within the dense forest, they unleashed even more ferocious speed. Under the Ape King's command, dozens of crimson demon apes formed a fan-shaped formation like well-drilled soldiers, encircling everyone except Song Tiehu, who was already locked in combat with the Crimson Ape King. Their crimson pupils emitted eerie green light, their ape faces twisted with savage ferocity. Though Li Mu didn't have to face the peak 6th-tier demon soldier, the Crimson Ape King, this horde of crimson demon apes proved extremely troublesome. The average strength of each demon ape hovered around the 3rd to 2nd-tier demon soldier level. But their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they were commanded by the Ape King. If trapped within their encirclement and attacked en masse, even warriors vastly stronger than them could be worn down to death. While Song Ti-hu went alone to battle the Crimson Ape King, the remaining members of the Iron Tiger Squad worked in perfect coordination. They split into smaller groups of 2 or 3, fighting back to back and shoulder to shoulder. This left Li Mu isolated on the periphery. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the Crimson Ape King. The demon ape horde surrounding them finally stirred. 3 demon apes broke through the center, charging straight toward Li Mu. Roar! A crimson demon ape lunged at Li Mu first. Li Mu growled lowly, unleashing a punch. A dark crimson aura surged from his right fist, infused with 2 distinct types of hidden force. 2 muffled thuds echoed as the blows connected. Li Mu had struck. Boom! Li Mu's heavy punch slammed down with overwhelming force onto the charging demon ape's skull. The 2 dark energies contained within the first form of the 7 wounds fist erupted violently at that instant, instantly piercing through its skull. Blood spattered everywhere. The demon ape, which had been howling moments before, had half its skull blown apart. Its body slumped limply to the ground, dead instantly. Thud, thud. Li Mu flickered, his crimson glowing fists striking left and right, exploding the heads of the other 2 red demon apes. Watching Li Mu charge through the demon ape horde like a war god, striking 7 times in and 7 times out. Song Ti-hu watched in sheer agony. This shouldn't be happening. This is impossible. By all logic, the toxin in this bone-softening powder should have taken effect by now. But Li Mu isn't just acting like nothing's wrong, he's jumping around like a jackrabbit. And look at that excited look on his face, like he's in the thick of a fierce battle. With that thought, Song Ti-hu shifted his gaze to the other 5 members of the Iron Tiger Squad. Their conditions looked dire, each face was ashen, and beads of cold sweat glistened on their foreheads. Had they not formed a battle formation with seamless coordination, casualties would surely have mounted by now. This won't do. We can't wait any longer. Facing the Crimson Ape King alone was no picnic for Song Ti-hu either. He had no spare energy to ponder the cause of all these anomalies. Oomph. Driven by desperation, Song Ti-hu had no intention of continuing the stalemate with the Crimson Ape King. His great sword swung down with overwhelming force, unleashing his most powerful technique. The blade struck the Crimson Ape King squarely in the chest, carving a massive, gruesome gash across its hide. Blood gushed instantly. The Crimson Ape King roared in fury, the pain igniting its savage rage. Seizing this opening, Song Ti-hu took off running. Brother Li Mu, I'm coming to help you. Song Ti-hu charged directly toward Li Mu's position. As he ran, he bellowed his warning while simultaneously signaling to the scattered members of their group flanking Li Mu. They understood immediately, joining the cry, "I'm here to help you." At that moment, Song Ti-hu and the other 2 groups of Ti-hu squad closed in from 3 different directions. A savage, cold gleam flashed in every pair of eyes. Though they didn't know why the paralysis powder hadn't taken effect, since Li Mu hadn't died, Song Ti-hu and his men were more than happy to finish him off. In that split second, the 2 bald men closest to Li Mu closed in. Seizing the opportunity of closing in on Li Mu, the daggers concealed behind them plunged left and right into his kidneys with brutal force. Their voices rang out with triumphant laughter. "Die, Li Mu!" But before their triumphant grins could fade, Li Mu, who should have been completely defenseless, suddenly spun around. With lightning speed, he seized both men by the throat. The Iron Tiger Squad members snapped to attention, shouting, "You knew all along." Snap! Before they could finish their sentence, Li Mu snapped their necks, leaving only a brief, agonized scream. Number 2. Number 3. Witnessing his 2 men brutally killed by Li Mu, his eyes bulged with fury as he roared. "Li Mu! I'll kill you!" Chapter 56, You're Still Alive? Seeing Li Mu strike suddenly and kill the 2 men, how could Song Ti-hu and the others fail to realize what had happened? It turned out Li Mu had long been aware of everything. He had remained silent, merely playing along with their scheme. Little did they know they were merely puppets in Li Mu's hands, their minds consumed with scheming how to outmaneuver him next. Little did they know. They were the real fools. "Li Mu! I'll kill you!" Realizing this, Song Ti-hu and the others stared at their comrades, now little more than corpses with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their eyes turning red with fury. Forgetting the demon apes swarming nearby, they charged toward Li Mu like madmen, intent on slaughter. If cunning wouldn't work, then brute force would. Today, Li Mu must die. To everyone's surprise, when confronted by their assault, Li Mu didn't even consider using the demon ape horde to create chaos and escape. Instead, he lunged forward in a single stride, appearing directly before the nearest bald, burly man. The bald brute hadn't anticipated such madness from Li Mu and swung his blade in a slash. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Mu's lips as he unleashed a punch toward the closest bald brute. Li Mu's fist glowed with a dark crimson light. As the fist strike erupted, for successive sonic booms, bang, 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 shattered the air, crashing directly into the bald brute. Clang! One punch landed. Li Mu's fist collided head-on with the blade, erupting in a dazzling burst of sparks. 7th Wound Fist, 4th Form. Empowered by the 4 layers of hidden force within the 7 Wounds Fist, Li Mu unleashed terrifying power nearly 3 times his own, shattering the bald brute's long blade clean in 2. Without pausing, his fist continued its assault toward the bald brute's chest. The bald brute recoiled in shock, scrambling backward. But it was too late. The fist, carrying the force of 4 layers of hidden energy, slammed heavily into the bald brute's wide-open chest. Boom! In an instant, Li Mu's fist pierced straight through the man's chest. As it emerged from his back, the fourfold hidden force erupted violently within his body, shredding his heart to pieces. Spurt! Li Mu slowly withdrew his fist, and a torrent of scalding blood spurted from the wound on his chest. The bald, burly man's body slowly collapsed. A third-rank martial master, before Li Mu, had not even the strength to fight back, instantly killed with a single punch. The other 2 men, witnessing the bald brute's gruesome death, instantly panicked and instinctively stumbled backward. Song Tiehu sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. 7 Wounds Fist. This Li Mu has actually mastered the 7 Wounds Fist, a technique notorious for its severe backlash. He just unleashed the 7 Wounds Fist and is now in the backlash phase. He absolutely won't be able to throw a second punch anytime soon. 4th brother, 5th brother, hold him off for me. I'll deal with this brat. Seeing 3 members of his squad fall to Li Mu in mere moments, Song Tiehu seethed with rage. Yet his mind remained unusually clear. In mere seconds, he formulated a complete battle plan. The other 2, known as 4th brother and 5th brother, moved with equal decisiveness. Wielding long blades, they charged at Li Mu from opposite sides. This time, however, Li Mu did not dodge with his usual composure. Instead, his body staggered, his steps faltered, and his face turned deathly pale. Has the poison from the soft bone powder finally taken effect? Li Mu, Li Mu. This time, even the heavens aren't on your side. Seeing this, 4th brother and 5th brother wore expressions of wild delight as they simultaneously thrust their blades viciously toward Li Mu's ribs on both sides. Thud! Thud! The dull thuds of blades piercing flesh echoed through the air. 2 gleaming blades pierced fiercely through Li Mu's upper body from beneath his ribs. Crimson blood gushed forth like a spring, flowing steadily down the scabbards of the blades. Seeing their strike land, the 2 men's faces lit up with joy. They were about to declare that they had successfully crippled Li Mu and completed their mission. But then, a cold gleam flashed before their eyes, revealing a breathtaking night sky studded with countless stars. Following the silvery light like flowing water, they could faintly make out a crescent moon slowly rising. The next second, the 4th and 5th felt the beautiful night sky begin to spin violently. Before their eyes appeared 2 headless corpses, gushing fountains of blood spurting from their severed necks. So, it was my head that got chopped off. With that final thought flickering through their minds, the world before them plunged into utter darkness. Li Mu, however, seemed to experience a final burst of energy. After delivering that sword strike, his body collapsed onto the ground with a thud. His white robes were now drenched in blood, 2 long blades protruding from his ribs. Blood pooled around him, he was clearly beyond saving. 4th brother. 5th brother. Seeing Li Mu, his body pierced through, still managed to swing his sword and sever the heads of his 2 brothers, Song Tiehu's eyes turned bloodshot. He charged forward like a madman, raising his blade to Li Mu, ready to smash his skull in to vent his rage. A deep, murderous voice boomed in his ear. Final form of the 7 Wounds Fist, 7 slays. Next, under Song Tiehu's gaze, which seemed to have seen a ghost, Li Mu, who had been gasping for air and seemed on the brink of death, suddenly snapped his eyes open. A fist glowing with intense bloodlight slammed into Song Tiehu's jaw with a series of explosive thuds. Bang! 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 Without a sound, Song Tiehu's head shattered like a smashed watermelon, its red and white innards splattering across the ground. A grotesque blood flower bloomed in the darkness. The headless corpse of Song Tiehu crashed to the ground with a thud. Song Tiehu probably never dreamed that he, a formidable 6th-rank martial master at the peak of his power, would meet such a miserable end at the hands of Li Mu. Chirp chirp chirp. The Crimson Ape King and the horde of crimson demon apes who witnessed it all froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Every demon ape stared wide-eyed at Li Mu, clad in blood-soaked robes and covered in wounds, 2 long blades still protruding from his sides as he steadily advanced toward them. Even the Crimson Ape King, whose intelligence was considered high among demon soldiers, couldn't comprehend what was unfolding before them. It felt as though Li Mu had crawled up from hell itself, a demonic specter. Not only had he survived such fatal wounds, but he had unleashed a terrifying punch capable of instantly slaying a peak 6th-rank martial master. Damn it! Facing a monster that couldn't be killed and could end your life with a single punch, one that was now advancing toward it, the Crimson Ape King was utterly terrified. Its fur stood on end as it let out a series of frantic, high-pitched screeches. Before long, the Crimson Ape King couldn't care less about the nearly ripe Shu Yunzi fruit. He immediately led his nearly 100 subordinates, monkeys and their offspring, into a hasty retreat, scattering like birds and beasts. They dared not linger a moment longer. Chapter 57, The Dog System Forced Me to Risk My Life. Watching the demon apes scatter like birds and beasts, Li Mu finally let his heart settle back into his chest. Then, inch by inch, he pulled the 2 long blades embedded beneath his ribs and tossed them to the ground. The gruesome, flesh-gaping wounds instantly began to heal the moment the blades were withdrawn. Under the effect of the King of Hell's roll call karmic rule, the injuries rapidly closed until they were completely restored to their original state. Simultaneously, the system updated with a mission progress notification. Li Mu hurriedly glanced at the interface before him. Phase 1 completed, you successfully preserved your life under the watchful eyes of the Iron Tiger Squad. Reward, 1000 reversal points. Phase 2 completed, you have successfully slain 4 third-rank martial artist members of the Iron Tiger Squad. Reward, 2000 reversal points. Phase 3 completed, you have successfully slain 1 4th-rank martial artist. Reward, 5000 reversal points. Phase 4 mission complete, you have successfully slain Iron Tiger Squad's leader, Song Tiehu. Reward, 10,000 reversal points. Whoa! 18,000 reversal points. That's a whopping 18,000 reversal points in rewards. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is just too awesome. This was the most exhilarating moment Li Mu had experienced since obtaining the system. Previously, completing the submission quests for Wang Xiyu and Shen Luoyan had only earned him a few thousand reversal points. He'd scraped together every last bit for ages just to gather enough reversal points to purchase the Great Meridian Transformation technique. Now, however, a single trip to the Wilderness Beast Mountains had netted him a whopping bonus of 20,000 reversal points. For Li Mu, this felt like striking it rich overnight. Yet amidst his excitement, Li Mu recalled the battle just now and still felt a heart-stopping sensation, like walking a tightrope over a cliff. Among all the reversal quests Li Mu had completed thus far, this mission was undoubtedly the most perilous one yet. Failing other missions might have meant getting beaten up or suffering some physical pain at worst. But in this battle of wits and courage against Song Tiehu and his men, the slightest misstep could have cost him his life. After all, Li Mu's sole chance lay in those critical 5 minutes when physical damage could be redirected by the King of Hell's roll call. If he could use it well, he could pull off a desperate counterattack within those 5 minutes. But if he failed to use it well, Song Tiehu and his Iron Tiger Squad would have ample time to kill him during the 5-minute interval between the King of Hell's roll call. It could be said that this counterattack mission was nothing short of perilous. But this danger was only relative. If this were happening 25 years later, it wouldn't be a matter of danger or not, it would be a truly hopeless situation, right? After all, in the eyes of Song Tiehu and his men, he was nothing more than a high school student who hadn't yet stepped out of the ivory tower. His age alone made people naturally underestimate him. Compounding this, his participation in the combat trials meant numerous Special Operations Bureau agents, both overt and covert, were stationed throughout the Savage Beast Mountains to protect him. This fact alone instilled a measure of caution in Song Tiehu and his men, preventing them from resorting to outright confrontation. If it had been his 41-year-old self encountering Song Tiehu and his crew in the Savage Beast Mountains, given his ruthless and merciless approach, he wouldn't have given me a chance to say much. Before the Demon APAC could execute their plan feigning poisoning and playing dead, most likely, Song Tiehu would have swung his blade right at his face, turning his feigned death into a real one. But this mission had finally shown Li Mu the true colors of this damn system. Damn it! Ever since the damn system introduced the reversal points and reversal mall, Li Mu had sensed something was off. It seemed like the system was finding every possible way to encourage him to court death. This recently completed special mission only cemented his suspicions. This damn system was essentially using missions to spell it out for him. It was compelling him to challenge martial artists far superior in cultivation and strength. Preferably, he should wipe out every last one of them in battle. That way, the payout in reversal points would be the highest possible. If Li Mu only completed the first stage mission assigned by the system, he'd end up with a measly 1,000 underdog points. To claim the subsequent 17,000 reversal points, he must eliminate every single member of the Iron Tiger Squad without exception. Fortunately, Li Mu was only 16 and still in high school. Even if he provoked enemies, they would be at most martial artist realm practitioners. The difference in vital energy between each minor realm within the martial artist realm was only about 100 points, which Li Mu could easily handle with the trump cards he currently possessed. But if they were grandmasters, the difference in vital energy per minor realm would jump to 1,000 points. For grandmasters, it would be measured in tens of thousands. By then, attempting to fight opponents of higher tiers would be far from the effortless feat it was now. With these thoughts in mind, Li Mu first retrieved a white martial uniform from his backpack and changed into it. He then made his way to the shaded area behind the rocky outcrop, where he finally caught sight of the faintly glowing celestial treasure. Perched atop the boulder lay the very Zhu Yunzi fruit. Earlier, the distance had been considerable, and the obstructing demon ape herd had prevented Li Mu from seeing more than the vague outline of the Zhu Yunzi fruit. But now, as he drew near, Li Mu could clearly see the entire form of the crimson cloud purple fruit. The entire Zhu Yunzi fruit tree radiated a deep purple-red hue, its branches and leaves spreading like auspicious clouds. At the very tip of the foliage grew a Zhu Yunzi fruit roughly the size of an adult's palm. The entire fruit emitted waves of an exotic fragrance. Just one deep inhalation left one feeling refreshed and invigorated, utterly delightful. Li Mu's heart swelled with joy and excitement. These heavenly treasures were classified into 9 grades, and he had stumbled upon this 3rd-grade spiritual herb by sheer luck. Li Mu plucked the crimson cloud purple fruit effortlessly, bursting into laughter. This trip to the Wilderness Beast Mountains has truly been bountiful. Not only did I trigger a special reversal quest, raking in 18,000 reversal points, but I also snatched this third-grade spiritual herb, the Crimson Cloud Purple fruit, right from the Red Ape King's grasp. Overcome with excitement, Limu promptly devoured the Zhu Yunzi fruit in 3 big bites. With each firm bite, sweet, fragrant juices burst forth in his mouth. Closing his eyes slightly, Limu held his breath and concentrated, beginning to absorb the fruit's energy. The fruit's juices transformed within him into waves of gentle, warm energy. This warmth spread throughout his entire body, enveloping him like soaking in a hot spring, utterly blissful. Simultaneously, the chi and blood within his body surged and roared, visibly swelling and growing at a rapid pace. This Zhu Yunzi fruit truly has extraordinary effects for martial artists at the martial artist realm. Limu rejoiced, channeling his full energy into his dantian to absorb the power. The energy from the Zhu Yunzi fruit traveled through his extraordinary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, circulating throughout his body. While strengthening his chi and blood, it also tempered and refined his physique. Wave after wave of energy surged through his sinews and bones. Under the fruit's tempering, his bones and tendons began to harden like mystical iron, while a golden glow spread across his skin. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as the surging vital energy, like raging rivers, relentlessly crashed against an invisible barrier. Limu felt excruciating pain radiating through his body. 4th rank martial artist realm. After a day's interval, he was finally poised to make the crucial breakthrough to 4th rank martial master realm. Chapter 58, 4th rank martial master realm. Limu clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious. After a long while, the agony within his body gradually subsided. His physique grew increasingly solid, and now, a faint, pitch-black radiance began to emanate from his body. Like black iron. It felt as resilient as steel. Limu suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long, piercing roar from his throat. The cry carried an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Breakthrough successful. Limu has now entered the 4th rank martial master realm. His body now hard as black iron. Indestructible. After the breakthrough. By channeling the Great Transformation Technique, Limu's strength surged from 40,000 jin to 60,000 jin. Combined with his newly attained 4th rank martial artist prowess. At this moment, when Limu unleashed a full power punch, he could unleash a colossal force of 800,000 pounds. In contrast, Song Tiehu, whom he had just slain as 6th rank martial master at peak strength, possessed a physical strength of merely 65,000 jin. It could be said. Even without resorting to trump cards like the 7 Wounds Fist, Limu could now defeat Song Tiehu in a fair fight. If he were to unleash the 7 Wounds Fist, he would even have the confidence to face off against a 7th rank martial master. This dramatic surge in power filled Limu with immense excitement. Ha 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 ha. With my current strength, participating in the upcoming high school martial arts tournament, even if I face those peerless geniuses at the pinnacle of Haidai province, I won't be intimidated by them at all. However, those peerless geniuses of Haidai province all have powerful clans and major factions backing them. Their hidden cards are bound to be endless, nothing like Song Tiehu, a lone cultivator who could be taken down so easily by me. Now look at myself. Right now, besides the 7 Wounds Fist and the King of Hell's roll call, I have no other trump cards. Crucially, even the King of Hell's roll call isn't like Shen Luoyan's boundless sword arm or a murderous, offensive-focused martial talent. Compared to those geniuses from Haidai province, the trump cards I can play are woefully inadequate. At this thought, Limu couldn't help but rub his chin as he began to ponder. If I had to name one trump card I still held, it would be my innate sword intent, the subtle realm. Even without a mastered sword technique, a single slash of his sword chi could instantly kill an opponent of equal rank. If I could master a sword technique and obtain a suitable treasure sword, the boost to my combat power would surpass even the 7 Wounds Fist. But judging from my experience purchasing the 7 Wounds Fist last time, the 18,000 reversal points I currently hold seem plentiful. In reality, if used to purchase high-tier combat techniques, forget about those SSS rank or SS rank masterpieces priced in the hundreds of millions or tens of millions. Even finding a B-grade combat technique comparable to an internal cultivation method would require tens of thousands of reversal points without any special discounts. Damn it! 18,000 reversal points might seem like a lot, but when it comes to this damn system shop, it's not nearly enough. At this thought, the joy Limu had just felt over the 18,000 points instantly turned to anxiety. He let out a soft sigh. If only his first cultivation technique hadn't been the 7 Wounds Fist. Now look at him, he'd started off on such a high note. His first lucky find had been the 7 Wounds Fist, an offensive combat technique that, after refinement through enlightenment, had reached a rank status. This meant that if he chose another sword technique as his trump card later, it absolutely couldn't be weaker than the 7 Wounds Fist, right? If the sword technique he chose fell short of the 7 Wounds Fist in every aspect, then selecting it as his trump card would be pointless. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to explore the Wilderness Beast Mountains some more, see if I can trigger a few more special reversal quests like Song Tiehu's, and earn a good chunk of reversal points. This measly 5-digit reversal point count is just too unsettling. Lost in thought about where to acquire more reversal points. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This abruptly interrupted his train of thought.
He pulled out his phone to find, without exception, all missed calls from Qian Wenyi, roughly 20 or more. At that moment, Li Mu was in the critical phase of breaking through to the 4th-rank martial artist realm. His phone had been on silent mode the entire time, so naturally, he hadn't had the chance to answer any calls. Just then, several text messages from Qian Wenyi also arrived. Qian Wenyi, boss, bad news. Our 1st high school team got ambushed by Shengze and 4th high school at the trial exit. Qian Wenyi, boss, why aren't you answering your phone? Shengze and 4th high have teamed up to eliminate our entire 1st high contingent. All 10 of our top-ranked students have already been defeated. Only President Shin remains, desperately holding the line. Qian Wenyi, boss, we're all trapped here now. There's no way out. You're the only one still outside. Hurry up and find our 1st high teachers. Get reinforcements. Shingze Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 Middle School? After reading Qian Wenyi's messages, Li Mu slipped his phone back into his pocket. His eyes blazed with a savage fighting spirit as he gazed toward the distant horizon. Perfect timing. I was just worrying about not having enough points for my comeback, and now you're all lining up to deliver warmth to me, huh? With that, Li Mu formed his fingers into a blade and casually severed a large tree trunk. Glancing toward the trial's exit, he hurled it with all his might. He leapt forward, planting both feet on the log. A black blur shot across the sky, vanishing into the distant horizon with a sharp whoosh. At that moment, a vast clearing lay ahead of the Beast Mountain Range's exit. As far as the eye could see, at least 300 people were densely packed, forming layers upon layers to completely surround a group in the center. Yet none of them looked particularly well, each bore bruises and swollen faces, clearly having suffered considerable physical torment moments before. Amidst the crowd stood an exceptionally beautiful girl with pale skin, clad in a purple combat uniform. A long sword gripped in her hand, her watery eyes fixed coldly on the students closing in around her. This girl was none other than Shin Luoyan, the top-ranked student of Jizhou First High School. By this day, the trials in the Wilderness Beast Mountains were nearing their end. Shin Luoyan led the students of Jizhou First High School back along their original path. The journey had been smooth sailing thus far, with no signs of trouble. Shin Luoyan herself believed this trial would end here. Unexpectedly, as they neared the exit, over 100 figures emerged from the surrounding thickets, springing out of nowhere to encircle them completely. This sudden turn of events startled Shin Luoyan. But when she saw who stood blocking their path, the expression on Shin Luoyan's face instantly turned grim. Chapter 59, Joining Forces to Slaughter First High. Leading the group were none other than Zhao Jiansheng, the second-ranked student of Xingze Middle School, and Bian Haiyang, the second-ranked student of Jizhou No. 4 Middle School. Jizhou First High had long been locked in constant friction with Xingze and 4th High, with both sides engaged in overt and covert competition across every front. Therefore, before participating in the Wilderness Mountain Range trial, Shin Luoyan had already mentally prepared herself to be targeted. In one-on-one combat, Shin Luoyan certainly wouldn't fear these two. But now, it was plain for all to see that Zhao Jiansheng and Bian Haiyang had clearly colluded beforehand. Their scheme was clear, to join forces and eliminate every member of First High right here on this open ground. This way, Xingze and 4th Middle School could pocket all the rewards from this trial. Admittedly, Xingze and Jizhou No. 4 High were blatantly exploiting their numerical advantage. The purpose of this Wilderness Mountain Range trial was precisely to acclimate students from Jeju's major high schools to the new competition format of the upcoming high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale. In a battle royale, multiple factions inevitably become entangled in a slaughterhouse-like battlefield. The battlefield situation shifted in the blink of an eye, and no one could predict what would happen in the next second. Therefore, even if Xingze and 4th High joined forces to eliminate First High, in the eyes of Jeju's authorities, this was precisely the kind of scenario highly likely to unfold during the high school martial arts tournament's battle royale. As long as the fighting between the two sides didn't result in fatalities or leave people missing limbs, the undercover agents from the nearby Special Operations Bureau naturally had no intention of intervening. At this point, under the gaze of the entire crowd, the participating students from Jeju First High School were utterly disheveled, their faces bruised and swollen. But these youths were in the headstrong prime of their youth. Even knowing they were outnumbered and outmatched, they refused to back down, glaring fiercely at the members of 4th High and Xingze High. Among them, Qianwen led the charge, standing at the very front of the crowd. He pointed at Zhao Jiansheng and Bian Haiyang, unleashing a torrent of curses. ING Xingze. ING No. 4 High. You couldn't beat us First High one-on-one, so you two sewer rats teamed up thinking you could bully us with numbers, huh? Don't you guys have any shame left? Lucky for you my big brother isn't here. If my big brother were here, every one of you would be crawling on your knees. Exactly. Look at you stinking rats are scared out of your wits by our school's new legend. That's why you're pulling these dirty tricks while Li Mu's away. If Li Mu were here, the lot of you lowlifes wouldn't be enough for him to handle alone. Ha! I thought you guys from First High were facing doom, yet you're still acting so cocky. Still got the nerve to brag? Shin Luoyan, the top student at First High, is right here. And you're telling me First High hides things? I want to see it. Don't tell me every single one of you at First High has a bus ticket home stashed away.
Ha 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 ha. The two factions from First High and Xingza Fourth High were locked in a heated verbal battle, hurling insults at each other. One side was genuinely enraged, while the other clearly intended to do nothing and trap the entire First High contingent here, forcing their complete elimination. Thus, even as the situation escalated, there was no sign of it easing. Meanwhile, surrounded by the adoring crowds of Xingza and No. 4 High School, Zhao Jiansheng and Dian Haiyang stood with arms crossed, their lips curled in a mocking smile as they watched Shen Luoyan and the fiercely agitated students of No. 1 High School. Shen Luoyan's cold, fair face, with its delicate features, bore a frosty expression as she surveyed the scene. Her jade-like hands slowly clenched into fists. She knew all too well that at a moment like this, expecting the Jeju Special Security Bureau to step in and mediate was utterly impossible. They might even have tacitly approved this very outcome. The clash between First High, Xingza, and Fourth High was now inevitable. Huff! Shen Luoyan glanced at the students behind her, all fired up yet already bearing injuries. She lowered her eyelids and exhaled a long breath from deep within her chest. When Shen Luoyan opened her eyes again, a new resolve had hardened in her cold, clear gaze. Her mind flashed back to the words Li Mu had spoken to her in the infirmary that day. Shen Luoyan understood that as the student council president and top-ranked student, she must take action to prevent this from happening. With that resolve, Shen Luoyan stepped forward to the very front of the First High crowd. Watching the pale-skinned girl approach her silently, her gaze unwavering, Zhao Jianqing and Dian Haiyang, who had been wearing mocking expressions moments before, quickly wiped the frivolous smiles from their faces. Their expressions turned solemn instead. The girl approaching, with her waist-length black hair and icy white complexion, was most likely the most mysterious figure at Jizhou First High, the young miss from the Shen family of swordsmanship. A third-rank martial artist at peak cultivation and S-class martial talent, an awakened practitioner of the boundless sword form. As the intelligence on Shen Luoyan flashed through Zhao Jianqing and Dian Haiyang's minds, they both reached the same conclusion. That neither of them stood a chance against her in a one-on-one fight. Even if they joined forces, the resolute determination in Shen Luoyan's eyes made it clear. Even if they could defeat her together, if this woman was as stubborn as a mule and set her sights on crushing one of them, they'd end up paying dearly. At this thought, Zhao Jianqing couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He forced his expression to remain as calm and composed as before, saying, "Shen Luoyan, have you finally decided to make your move?" As he uttered the last words, Zhao Jianqing's voice shot up an octave. With Zhao Jianqing breaking the silence, the two groups of students, who had been locked in a tense standoff, instinctively halted their verbal sparring. Hundreds of eyes instantly converged on Shen Luoyan. As they watched the pale-skinned girl, sword in her right hand, glide gracefully between the two groups, everyone's breath caught in their throats. She made no attempt to conceal her presence, radiating the aura of a fully accomplished third-rank martial artist. The particularly sharp sword energy emanating from her sent an invisible wave of pressure washing over everyone present. What? Weren't you guys from Xingza and Fourth High acting all cocky just now? Now, why has everyone gone silent? Since you all crave battle so much, then today, Shen Luoyan will see it through to the end. With that, a chill descended upon Shen Luoyan's fair face. Her icy gaze swept coldly over every member of Xingza and No. 4 High School before her. With a sharp clang, the long sword at her waist slid from its scabbard. The blade drew from its sheath. Chapter 60, The Grind of Continuous Battles. Oh, Shen Luoyan, we've long heard of your aloof and proud nature. You always carry yourself with that haughty, detached air, never giving others a second glance. Is this how you treat us? Do you look down on us from Xingza and No. 4 High? Seeing Shen Luoyan immediately start racking up hostility by firing off broadside attacks, Zhao Jianqing and Dian Haiyang couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. Facing Shen Luoyan, the pride of heaven, even with 2 against 1, no one dared be the first to step forward. But now, Shen Luoyan had essentially declared open hostility. With over 100 students from their 2 schools combined, they certainly weren't afraid of a mere Shen Luoyan. Listen up! Is there anyone among you who wants to step up and see what the Shen Luoyan, the Shinishi, has to offer? We can't let this woman look down on us from Fourth High and Xingza. Hearing this, many from Xingza and No. 4 High began itching for a fight. They say strength breeds courage. Following Zhao Jianqing and Dian Haishang's incitement, 2 individuals immediately stepped forward from the Xingza and No. 4 High School groups, bellowing, "Shen Luoyan, let me see what you're made of." As she watched the 2 advance from the crowd, a chill flashed through Shen Luoyan's icy eyes. Shen Luoyan was well aware of the schemes Zhao Jianqing and Dian Haiyang were plotting. But she hadn't intended to go head-to-head with these 2 second-rank martial masters from the start. If she did, even if she managed to defeat Zhao Jianqing and Dian Haiyang, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. With that thought, Shen Luoyan turned her head to look behind her. There, Wang Xiyu sat surrounded by a group of students from the first middle school. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her fair face pale and bloodless as she sat there recovering from her injuries. Earlier, Wang Xiyu had sustained severe injuries during the first breakout attempt and was now utterly unable to fight again. If she too were to fall, then Xingza and the 4th High School students would have nothing left to fear. Moreover, Shen Luoyan had learned from Qian Wenyi that Li Mu was already on his way here. If she could hold out until Li Mu arrived with the First High teachers, victory would be theirs. Therefore, Zhao Jianxing's actions were perfectly to my advantage. With this thought, Shen Luoyan's sword erupted with a fierce blade aura. Her blood surged, and her true qi roared within her. A flash of sword light. Before the two could even discern the sword technique Shen Luoyan had executed, they were struck unconscious by the girl's blade. With these two defeated in the blink of an eye, not only did Fifan fail to quell the arrogance of the 4th middle school and Xingzi students, but instead, they grew even more eager to charge onto the stage. Where else could one find such an opportunity to challenge Shen Luoyan? Losing meant nothing more than a few bruises. But victory? Defeating the prodigy Shen Luoyan? That glorious achievement would be something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. At this thought, the students were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They howled and charged forward one after another, as if terrified that if they hesitated even a moment, someone else would snatch the glory of defeating Shen Luoyan. To conserve her energy, Shen Luoyan fought with her usual swift precision, knocking opponents unconscious with the flat of her sword and tossing them off the stage. But as soon as one fell, more challengers rushed forward, eager to take their place. This cycle repeated endlessly, seemingly without end. Tisk. Truly worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Shen family, masters of the sword in Quancheng. Her swordplay is no joke. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Jiancheng and Bian Haisheng stood arms folded, calmly observing Shen Luoyan's relentless battle on the platform, occasionally letting out a pair of TSK sounds. Judging by the strength Shen Luoyan has displayed so far, she's likely surpassed the peak of the 3rd-rank martial artist realm. Honestly, I feel like this woman's strength has already reached the peak of the 3rd-rank martial artist realm. Forget these ordinary students. Even if I were to step onto the stage myself right now, one-on-one, I doubt I could last 10 rounds against this woman before being defeated. Zhao Jiansheng, you're worrying about nothing. There's no need for you and me to risk our lives against that madwoman Shen Luoyan. We don't have to lift a finger, just watch her scramble to handle all these challengers. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let alone the fact that our 4th Hai and Xingzi combined have over 100 people. Making that Shen Luoyan pay dearly? That'll be a piece of cake. As he spoke, Bian Haiyang turned his gaze back to Shen Luoyan, now surrounded by a sea of people. He chuckled lightly, that madwoman's already panting after fighting 20 opponents. I reckon she'll be defeated before she reaches 50. Ha 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 ha. Brother Bian speaks the truth. Wang Xiyu, the 2nd-ranked fighter from 1st Hai, was injured in the earlier chaos and can't fight anymore. Once we take care of that madwoman Shen Luoyan, 1st High School won't stand a chance of turning the tide. Zhao Jianqing nodded with a smile upon hearing this, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction washing over him. The plan had essentially succeeded at this point. Meanwhile, that chubby kid named Xian Wenyi was still anxiously preparing to take Shen Luoyan's place in battle at any moment. What does he even weigh? With his measly strength, going up there would just be suicide, a complete joke. Zhao Jianqing watched him turn red with fury, a sneer curling his lips. Come to think of it, didn't that chubby kid keep mentioning Li Mu earlier? I counted carefully earlier, there's no one named Li Mu on this side of 1st Hai. Bian Haiyang's voice carried a hint of unease as he added, with Li Mu as this wildcard, he might just go and call over a teacher from 1st Hai, right? Could this affect our plan? Let him go. What's there to worry about? Zhao Jiansheng shrugged indifferently, his expression calm and unconcerned. As if 1st Hai even has teachers. Let me tell you, long before the operation began, our Xingzi teachers were already stationed nearby. Even if Li Mu does bring teachers from 1st Hai here, our Xingzi people will intercept them immediately. As I said before, as long as the nearby Special Operations Bureau officers don't intervene, no one can disrupt our plan. Bian Haiyang nodded, then pressed, but what if he comes alone? Zhao Jiansheng sneered contemptuously, then there's even less to worry about. Don't be fooled by Li Mu's recent grandstanding. As far as I know, he's only just broken through to the 1st-rank martial artist realm. He hasn't awakened any martial talent, nor has he cultivated any internal energy techniques. Tell me, if such a weakling dares show his face before me, isn't that just pure suicide? Meanwhile, at the outermost perimeter, 3 students from Xingzi Middle School responsible for surveillance sat cross-legged on the ground eating grilled meat. They occasionally glanced at the crowd not far ahead, their conversation revolving entirely around how badly Jizhou 1st Middle School would lose today. Ha! Look over there. What's that? Just then, a boy on the left suddenly stood up, pointing his finger toward the eastern horizon. A white streak streaked across the sky, rapidly expanding. A blurry white dot was drawing ever closer to them. Chapter 61, How exactly do you want to duel? The youth shielded his eyes with his hand and gazed upward, instantly stunned into speechlessness. His eyesight was quite sharp, and he could instantly discern that the white speck hurtling toward them was a living person? The man was standing on a log, hurtling through the air at a speed several times faster than a sports car. But how could a log, lacking any propulsion system, achieve such an absurd speed? Everyone jolted upright from the ground, eyes wide and mouths agape, staring dumbstruck as the figure on the log raced toward them. He was still too far away for them to see clearly, but they could vaguely make out that he was a youth just like themselves. As this thought crossed their minds, the youth had already leapt over them on the log, soaring directly toward the very center of the battlefield. Watch out! Get out of the way! Crash! The boy's warning was cut short as the log slammed into the ground like a cannonball. The powerful shockwave instantly scattered the crowd surrounding Shen Luoyan. Over 100 pairs of eyes filled with shock, astonishment, or confusion simultaneously focused on the newcomer. Such a dramatic entrance had clearly startled everyone present. Even Shen Luoyan, trapped in the center of the circle, was startled by the sudden turn of events and immediately looked toward the source of the noise. The white-clad figure charging into the battlefield seemed to possess a magical allure, instantly calming the chaotic scene. Both sides stared, eyes wide, at the youth's figure. Under the weight of countless gazes, the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dispersed, revealing a strikingly handsome youth clad in white. Tall and upright, he stood like a dragon or a tiger. Merely standing there, he radiated an overwhelming presence. It was Li Mu. Boss. I knew you'd show up. Never imagined your entrance would be this explosive, so freaking cool. Xian Wenyi's face flushed crimson with excitement. He bounded over to Li Mu, jumping up and down in such a frenzy he could barely form coherent words. After the first high student's failed attempt to break through, and Shen Luoyan was trapped in an inescapable battle royale, Xian Wenyi had already given up all hope. But in this desperate situation, his leader had appeared in such a breathtaking way. Li Mu. Shen Luoyan stared blankly at Li Mu standing before her, stepping forward as if to speak. Li Mu swiftly pushed her behind him with a hand, his expression cold and stern as he fixed his gaze on the crowd led by Zhao Jianqing and Bian Haiyang from Shengze and 4th High. A mocking sneer curled his lips. He turned back to Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan, step back. I'll handle this. Li Mu's voice carried an indescribable decisiveness and resolve. It was the kind of command spoken by someone accustomed to giving orders, compelling others to obey instinctively. Shen Luoyan hesitated. Though typically proud and assertive, she instinctively stepped back behind Li Mu at his single command. Her gaze drifted, lost in contemplation as she studied the snow-white-clad youth's back. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, the youth possessed broad shoulders that radiated a sense of responsibility and capability. His broad back was muscular, and even through his clothes, the rippling muscles could be seen rising and falling with his movements, radiating a reassuring sense of strength. His spine was perfectly straight, as if a sharp blade were concealed within it. One could sense his soaring pride without even touching its edge. Who's there? The sudden commotion startled Zhao Jianqing and Bian Haiyang, who froze momentarily before their expressions darkened with unprecedented gravity. Is it that Li Mu? Could he have brought teachers from 1st High with him? Otherwise, how could such a commotion have erupted? Just as they were puzzling over this, Li Mu strode toward them alone, his stride commanding and confident. Behind him, the space remained empty, suggesting he had come by himself. Only then did Zhao Jianqing let his heart sink back into his chest, his lips curling once more into that signature sneer. Oomph. I thought Shen Luoyan was crazy enough, challenging Shengze and 4th High all by herself. But who knew this kid Li Mu would be even more foolish? He actually dared to come alone. If I'm not mistaken, that chubby kid Xian Wenyi probably called him. But he likely didn't explain clearly over the phone, thinking there were only a dozen or so of us here. He probably never dreamed we'd have over 100 people on our side. Ha. If I can't handle Shen Luoyan, do you really think I can handle you, kid? Zhao Jianqing's lips curled slightly as he strode through the crowd toward Li Mu, grinning at the white-clad youth not far away. Hey there, you must be Li Mu? You're just in time. We at Shengze and 4th High have been hearing a lot about you, Li Mu, lately. And your principal song has been raving about you, calling you the next rising star after Shen Luoyan. Would you care to spar with us? As they spoke, numerous students from Shengze and No. 4 High School instinctively gathered around Li Mu, forming a tight circle around him. Yet Li Mu seemed utterly oblivious to these minor maneuvers. His smile unchanged, he turned to Zhao Jianqing. Interesting. So, how exactly do you propose we spar? That goes without saying. Just like our one-on-one duel with Shen Luoyan earlier. Zhao Jianqing replied with an equally serene smile, his tone carrying an air of absolute certainty. One-on-one? Li Mu glanced at the crowd of Shengze and 4th High students surrounding him in layers upon layers, a faint, disdainful curve forming at the corners of his mouth. So your one-on-one means me taking on all of you? The white-clad youth's voice was indifferent, not loud, yet every person in the crowd heard it clearly. Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiyu both paled, their eyes widening in shock. There he stood, the peerlessly handsome youth, towering proudly at the very center of the crowd. His posture was straight as an arrow, his eyes like stars, his gaze brimming with contempt for everyone present. How could that be? How could Li Mu have come alone? Didn't he call over the teachers from 1st High? Not only Shen Luoyan, but every single student from Jeju 1st High stared at Li Mu in utter shock. As for the two groups from No. 4 High School and Shengze Middle School, they had completely surrounded Li Mu in the center. With arms crossed, every face bore expressions of contempt and mockery. Some even sneered, this kid really doesn't know when to quit. He actually came alone. Chapter 62, Only Me. In the eyes of the 4th High and Shengze students, Li Mu was nothing but a reckless fool who didn't know his place, utterly foolish and arrogantly overconfident. Here, forget Li Mu, even Shen Luoyan, the top student of 1st High, had been thoroughly subdued by them. In the end, she couldn't escape being worn down to death by their relentless, coordinated attacks. Who did this Li Mu think he was? And he keeps saying this nonsense about how the one-on-one challenge between Shengze and number 4 high school is just him against all of you? That's laughable. How dare he even think that? The one who had laughed the loudest earlier strode forward, sneering contemptuously, "Kid, I'll give you one chance to rephrase that." You think you're worthy? Just when everyone thought Li Mu would show some hesitation, he coldly replied, then pointed forward with his left hand and shifted his stance slightly. The man's gaze sharpened. In the blink of an eye, the youth who had been 100 paces away moments before now stood directly before him. A powerful hand clamped down on his throat, lifting him off the ground with brutal force. His limbs stiffened as he felt all his strength sealed within his body by an invisible, intangible force, rendering him utterly powerless. Especially when he met Li Mu's utterly emotionless, cold gaze, it felt like his entire being had been plunged into an ice cave. The next second, Li Mu's foot slammed into the ground. An invisible surge of energy erupted outward from him like a thunderous explosion. Those closest to him were sent flying, the earth beneath their feet cracking and shattering inch by inch. Don't make me repeat myself. With that, snap! A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Li Mu barely exerted any force, merely tossing him into the air. As the man fell toward him, Li Mu launched a flying kick, the fierce, domineering whipping motion exploding against his opponent's body. His body flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed into a dozen people in a row, screaming in agony, before slamming heavily into the rock wall. Boom! The entire battle concluded in the blink of an eye. Shengze and the 4th middle school students who had surrounded Li Mu moments before stared wide-eyed. It had all happened far too swiftly, they hadn't even seen how Li Mu had moved. An inexplicable, overwhelming fear surged within every witness present. The youth they had just moments ago mocked and taunted with snide remarks had descended like a demon, ready for battle at a moment's notice, acting with such decisive ruthlessness. Shock filled the eyes of Shengze and the 4th middle school students, causing them to instinctively stumble backward. But the most shocked person present was undoubtedly Shen Luoyan. She knew Li Mu's capabilities all too well. Yesterday in the student council, Li Mu clearly hadn't mastered a single proper internal cultivation technique. His only trump card was the 7 wounds fist he'd just mastered. Yet yesterday, not only did he endure her sword strike, he had even burned his own vital essence to defeat her, leaving him in a state of extreme exhaustion. Yet witnessing the terrifying combat prowess Li Mu now displayed, Shen Luoyan's red lips parted in shock. Her astonishment was written plainly across her face as she stared blankly. It wasn't just Shen Luoyan. Even Zhao Jianxing and Bian Haiyang, who had been sitting there smugly, ready to watch the show, were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. They never dreamed Li Mu would be this ruthless. Before they could even touch him, he'd already struck with deadly force. That single kick had sent a martial artist at the peak of the 10th rank martial disciple realm into critical injury, knocking him unconscious on the spot. With injuries this severe, it was doubtful he'd even be able to participate in the upcoming high school martial arts competition, let alone the national college entrance exams. Swish! Suddenly, the sharp crack of a blade slicing through the air erupted. Zhao Jianxing and Bian Haiyang instinctively turned toward the sound. They saw Li Mu's left hand swing diagonally, a blade of force tearing through the air with a faint hissing sound. Another row of Shengze and number 4 high school students were struck by the blade's force, spitting blood as they collapsed in a heap, their blood staining the ground crimson. Whoosh! The entire arena erupted in an instant. Watching Shen Luoyan trapped in a relentless battle where defeat seemed inevitable, everyone from Jizhou number 1 high school felt as if their world had collapsed. Their faces turned ashen, despair settling deep within their hearts. They believed that in this wilderness mountain range trial, the complete elimination of their entire Jeju number 1 high school team was now an inevitable outcome. But Li Mu's sudden appearance shattered that certainty. With overwhelming dominance and ruthless force, he mowed down Shengze and the 4th high school fighters like wheat, sending them crashing to the ground in waves, blood spilling from their mouths. No one knew how Li Mu had acquired such terrifying combat prowess in just one day. Yet at that very moment, every member of First High pinned their last shred of hope on Li Mu alone. Only he could turn the tide. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? That kid who just attacked, is he really Li Mu? That blade he casually flicked out just now? It sent waves of Shengze students from 4th middle school spitting blood and collapsing in droves. That was just too powerful, too damn cool. Yeah. I heard Li Mu has been acting alone ever since the high school martial arts tournament. Who knows what kind of incredible fortune he stumbled upon this time. He's come back even stronger. With Li Mu on our side, First High still has hope. Zhao Jiansheng, Bian Haiyang. Your good times are over. Prepare to face the wrath of our First High. Li Mu. Li Mu. Li Mu. In an instant, every student from First High School in the arena shouted Li Mu's name in unison. His name seemed to coalesce into a river, echoing endlessly through the Beast Mountain range. Now, Li Mu was the focal point of everyone present. In the crowd, Wang Xiyu's pale, delicate hands clenched unconsciously before her chest. Her pretty face was filled with unease as she looked anxiously toward Li Mu. The young girl was praying. Praying that Li Mu could truly turn the tide and utterly defeat Xingze and 4th middle school. Oomph. What a bunch of noisy trash. They're just picking on soft targets like us from 4th high and Xingze. What's there to gloat about? Now, I'll show you all just how powerful Zhao Jiansheng really is. Zhao Jiansheng growled low, his aura shifting abruptly as a murderous intent radiated from him. Li Mu's appearance instantly lifted the morale of everyone from 1st high from rock bottom to the peak. On their side, however, Li Mu had struck down both him and the 4th high martial arts practitioners one after another. Anyone caught in the aftermath of his attack spat blood and flew backward. Even those not gravely injured would likely face severe setbacks in their upcoming college entrance exams. Now, with his side's momentum plunging to rock bottom, Zhao Jiansheng had to use forceful means to suppress Li Mu. Make an example of him. Chapter 63, still enjoying the relays? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhao Jiansheng leapt upward, plunging downward with a sudden burst of speed. Behind him, a long blade gleaming with a bright silver hue materialized. Riding the momentum of his descent, he swung the blade down with devastating force, aiming squarely for Li Mu's face. C-rank martial talent, silver blade flow. The Xingze students, who had been startled into retreat by Li Mu's ferocious attack, quickly regained their composure. Especially upon recognizing the attacker as their second-ranked student, Zhao Jiansheng, they seemed to find their anchor. One by one, they drew blades from their waists and surged toward Li Mu from all directions. The moment Zhao Jiansheng made his move, Li Mu planted his foot firmly on the ground. His body shot forward like a cannonball. Now that Li Mu's true cultivation had broken through to the 4th-rank martial artist realm, he possessed the confidence that his strength and speed were unmatched even when facing opponents of the same level. Not to mention, the cultivation level of Zhao Jiansheng before him was merely at the 2nd-rank martial artist realm. Such a weakling wouldn't stand a chance against Li Mu now, let alone before his breakthrough. To others, the strike appeared swift as a startled crane, its blade momentum overwhelmingly fierce. Yet to Li Mu's eyes, it unfolded like a slideshow, moving as slow as a turtle's crawl. Unfazed, Li Mu drifted backward with a graceful sidestep. Zhao Jiansheng lunged forward 2 steps, unleashing 3 consecutive slashes. Is that all you've got? The second-ranked swordsman of Xingze High School, truly disappointing. As Li Mu sidestepped the attack, he shook his head in exasperation. Just as Zhao Jiansheng prepared to draw his blade again, Li Mu shot upward from the ground with a sharp whoosh. He leapt into the air, touched his toes against the rock wall, and executed an incredible reflexive turn, landing behind Zhao Jiansheng. No! Zhao Jiansheng cursed inwardly. By the time he snapped back to react, it was already too late. As he descended, Li Mu abruptly thrust out his right hand, clamping down hard on Zhao Jiansheng's face, who had just tilted his head to look up at him, and slammed him violently into the ground. Crash! The force of the fall combined with Li Mu's terrifying physical strength as a 4th-rank martial artist sent Zhao Jiansheng's head crashing into the earth beneath him. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. Yet his body remained frozen stiff, stretched out straight. At a glance, he resembled nothing more than a chopstick stuck into the ground. Witnessing this scene, Shen Luoyan, standing nearby, stared blankly. Wang Xiyu, Qianwan, and the other students from 1st Middle School were utterly transfixed, their shock beyond words. As for the students from Xingze Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 Middle School, they were utterly thunderstruck. Every one of them stared in disbelief at the snow-white-clad youth. Is this guy really just a high school student like us? He took down Big Brother Zhao in a single exchange. Zhao Jiansheng possessed the terrifying strength of a second-rank martial master at peak mastery. Even their Xingze teachers wouldn't dare claim victory against him, let alone someone like Li Mu pulling off a knockout blow like that. Keep sending people. You guys love a relay fight, don't you? Come on. Fight. Li Mu clenched his fists until they cracked, his gaze sweeping arrogantly over the students from Xingze and 4th Middle School. The peerlessly handsome youth stood proudly, his eyes filled with contempt for the entire crowd. Seeing this, every student from Xingze and No. 4 High School felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads, sending a collective shiver through them. Everyone, don't panic. Just as the students from Xingze and No. 4 High were on the verge of being scared out of their wits by Li Mu, Bian Haiyang, the second-ranked student of No. 4 High, was the first to regain his composure. He shouted at the top of his lungs to the chaotic crowd. No matter how strong Li Mu is, he's still just one man. We have 100 of us. Even if we do nothing, we can wear him down and make him collapse right here. Right. Exactly. One by one, the students from Xingze and No. 4 High School snapped out of their earlier terror, their faces lighting up with wild excitement. Our 2 schools combined have 100 people. With that many, even if each of us just spit once, we could drown Li Mu alive. Brothers, grab your weapons and take him down. Although Zhao Jiansheng had suffered a crushing defeat at Li Mu's hands, 4th High still had Bian Haiyang to steady the troops. Especially when they realized Li Mu was alone, while their side numbered at least 100. Faced with such overwhelming numerical superiority, no matter how strong Li Mu was, how could he possibly defeat enemies 100 times his number? With that thought, more and more students from Xingze and No. 4 High School forgot the fear Li Mu had instilled in them moments before. One by one, they charged toward him like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Watching Bian Haiyang's speech restore morale to its peak among the 4th middle school and Xingzi students, Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiyu's hearts couldn't help but rise high in their throats. Indeed. No matter how formidable Li Mu was, he was ultimately alone. A lone tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. Facing such overwhelming numerical odds, even someone like Li Mu couldn't possibly prevail. At this thought, not only Shen Luoyan, but even the injured Wang Xiyu, Qianwen, and the other first high students, eyes red with determination, prepared to charge forward and support Li Mu. But Li Mu suddenly whipped around and roared at Shen Luoyan and the first high students, "Everyone, back off." With that, Li Mu thrust his long sword into the ground, eyes slightly closed. The overwhelmingly fierce and domineering aura radiating from his entire body suddenly retracted in that instant. Li Mu's actions instantly halted Shang Zhe and the 4th high students who had been about to charge forward. Even Shen Luoyan and the first high students were stunned into silence by his roar, instinctively retreating step by step as he commanded. For everyone felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surge through their hearts. Just as Li Mu's aura had plummeted to its lowest ebb, making him seem like an ordinary person. Suddenly, a blazing crimson light erupted from his body, dazzlingly bright. Burning his essence blood. Li Mu is actually burning his own essence blood. Has he lost his mind? In that instant, the students from Xingzi and the 4th middle school, who had been preparing to gang up on Li Mu, felt every hair on their bodies stand on end at the sight. Instinctively, they looked up. They saw the white-clad youth open his eyes as dark as ink, a faint crimson hue quietly surfacing within them. The final form of the 7 wounds fist, 7 slays. With a low growl, the youth's right hand blazed with intense red light. From afar, it resembled a fiercely burning fireball as it clenched into a fist and slammed heavily into the ground beneath his feet. The 7 wounds fist unleashed its full force. All 7 forces erupted within this single punch. At that moment, his fist transformed, 7 wounds becoming 7 slays. Li Mu's uniquely personal 7 wounds fist culminated in its ultimate form, 7 slays, exploding forth with thunderous force. Chapter 64, The Ultimate Form, 7 slays. 1 punch, 7 forces. 1 force, 7 wounds. Transforming injury into slaughter. This single punch contained a staggering 49 killing forces. Its power was utterly immense. In that instant, Li Mu felt his internal organs tremble slightly. After unleashing this punch, Li San, whose head already transformed into a monochrome form, shattered completely, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the terrifying shockwaves of the 7 slaughter technique radiated out like a tidal wave from Li Mu's position, spreading wildly in all directions. Students from the 4th middle school and Xingzi school were all terrified, their faces drained of color. They screamed and cried out in agony, trying to retreat. But before they could take a few steps, they were all sent flying into the air by the terrifying fist aura, crashing heavily back to the ground. What a terrifying fist technique! In the final seconds before losing consciousness, this thought surged through every one of their minds. Boom! As Li Mu's fist slammed into the ground, shockwaves formed by crimson fist energy surged outward like tidal waves, wave after wave. A towering cloud of dust erupted from the ground, mingled with countless screams and wails that blended into a spine-chilling dirge. Shen Luoyan, Wang Xiyu, and everyone from first high stood frozen, mouths agape, their minds numb with shock too profound for words. After the 7 slays, the few remaining combat-ready students from Xingzi and 4th high huddled tightly around Bian Haiyang. Bian Haiyang himself trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the billowing dust cloud. But just as Bian Haiyang was on high alert, a figure suddenly darted out from the smoke on his right, like a ghostly shadow, and appeared before him. Fast. It was simply too fast. The shadow moved so swiftly that before Bian Haiyang could even comprehend what was happening, it had already closed in on him. Bian Haiyang stiffly lifted his head, only to find a handsome face filled with coldness staring back at him. Li Mu, you. In his panic, Bian Haiyang instinctively swung his blade toward Li Mu's face. But Li Mu seized his wrist with a firm grip, twisting it forcefully. Snap. Arg. Bian Haiyang's piercing scream echoed alongside the crisp crack of shattering bones, as stark white bone fragments protruded from his flesh. One strike had crippled Bian Haiyang's arm. But Li Mu showed no sign of stopping. He grabbed Bian Haiyang's hair and yanked it downward with force, simultaneously thrusting his knee upward to slam it into the man's face. Bian Haiyang instinctively tried to struggle, but Li Mu's grip on his hair was like an iron vice, its strength terrifyingly immense, leaving him no chance to resist. Next, darkness engulfed his vision. Snap! 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 A series of dull cracks, crack, 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 echoed through the empty arena. Li Mu had only slammed Bian Hai's face against the ground with his knee over 20 times before the man was knocked completely unconscious. His nasal bone was shattered. His face nearly flattened into a straight line. Releasing Bian Haiyang's hair, the latter collapsed to the ground like a ragdoll, utterly boneless. Then, with a swift kick, Li Mu sent him flying like a piece of trash. From start to finish, Li Mu never once glanced back at Bian Haiyang. Only then did Shang Zhe and the other 4th middle school students cowering behind Bian Haiyang snap out of their daze. Horrified screams erupted as each of them turned pale at the sight of Li Mu's brutal, merciless tactics. Instinctively, they tried to flee backward. But Li Mu plunged into the crowd, his right arm trembling as it traced silver arcs through the air. Where the silver light faded, crimson blood took its place. In an instant, the open space filled with a cacophony of agonized screams. A storm of blood and gore raged, yet no figures remained visible. 3 minutes later, the screams abruptly ceased. Every student from Shengza and number 4 High lay sprawled in pools of blood. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, the scene would have been mistaken for a field of corpses. Li Mu stood at the center of the blood-soaked ground, his left hand gripping a sword now stained crimson as red as the blood-drenched robe he wore. Under the stunned gazes of Shin Luoyan, Wang Xiu, and the other first high students, the blood-clad youth exhaled a long, hollow breath and slowly stepped out of the blood-soaked area. The gazes converging on Li Mu were a tangled web of emotions. Shock, fear, admiration, envy. Yet without exception, they all converged upon that youth who, in the face of utter despair, had single-handedly turned the tide. With overwhelming, absolute combat prowess, he had defeated over 100 opponents from both 4th High and Xingza Academy. Li Mu stood rooted to the spot, his gaze serene. It seemed as though he had not just defeated a formidable force of over 100 men, including Zhao Jianxing and Dian Haiyang, but rather casually swatted away an annoying fly buzzing incessantly by his ear. Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu stared blankly at Li Mu, their eyes fixed solely on the figure clad in blood-stained robes who commanded the entire scene. However, unlike the adoring gazes directed at him as if he were a deity, Li Mu paid little heed to the crowd's reverence. Instead, his full attention was focused on the virtual system screen before him. Detected, Shen Luoyan conquered by host's peerless martial virtue. Submission rate plus 25%. Ding! Shen Luoyan's submission level to the host has reached 50%. Second stage submission task completed. Reward, 6,000 reversal points. Now available in the reversal mall for host's immediate use. Detected, Wang Xiu subjugated by host Wuxuan's martial virtue. Submission rate plus 25%. Ding! Wang Xiu's submission level to the host has reached 75%. Stage 3 submission task completed. Reward, 10,000 reversal points. Now available in the reversal store for the host to use at any time. Host achieved victory against overwhelming odds, single-handedly inflicting severe injuries on 2 second-rank martial artist realm practitioners. Reward, 1,000 reversal points. Host defeated overwhelming odds, single-handedly crippling 11 ninth-rank martial artist realm fighters. Reward, 2,000 reversal points. Host achieved victory against overwhelming odds, single-handedly inflicting severe injuries on 27 8th-rank martial artist realm practitioners. Reward, 3,000 reversal points. Host achieved victory against overwhelming odds. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the new achievement, Sink the Boats. Sink the Boats. When facing vastly superior enemies, the host automatically enters Sink the Boats state. When facing enemies exceeding 10 times your strength, the host reduces control duration by 20% and lowers mental and soul level damage by 20%. When facing enemies exceeding 100 times the host's strength, the host reduces control duration by 40% and lowers mental and soul level damage by 40%. When facing enemies exceeding 1,000 times the host's strength, the host reduces control duration by 80% and lowers mental and soul level damage by 80%. When facing enemies exceeding 10,000 times the host's strength, the host becomes immune to all control effects and all mental and soul level damage. Current counterattack points, 35,000. Chapter 65, A Rich Harvest. Li Mu strolled toward the exit, feeling utterly thrilled. Upon seeing Qian Wenyi's text message, Li Mu's keen instincts immediately sensed an opportunity. He could use the people from Xingza and 4th Middle School as experience fodder to grind his reversal points. Unexpectedly. After dealing with Xingza and the 4th Middle School crew, he unexpectedly gained Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu as bonus rewards. Originally, Li Mu felt he'd already earned too many reversal points from these two women, making another breakthrough in the short term seem incredibly difficult. Therefore, he planned to take it slow, waiting for a suitable opportunity to grind later. But unexpectedly, merely showcasing a glimpse of his power before Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu had earned him a massive surge in submission points from them. Now, Shen Luoyan's submission quest had unlocked its second stage, while Wang Xiu had officially advanced straight to the third stage. At this pace, Li Mu was confident he could advance Shen Luoyan's submission quest to the third stage before the high school martial arts tournament concluded. As for Wang Xiu, he might just take her down outright. Oomph. I wonder what kind of treasure I'll get from the system's reward package after fully conquering Wang Xiu. Li Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly, feeling his motivation surge even higher. Wilderness Beast Mountains, Trial Exit. Today marked the final day of the trials. Around the exit of the Savage Beast Mountains, a dense sea of people stretched to the horizon, their gazes converging on the final assessment site. Swish! 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 Several whistling sounds pierced the air as the 4 principals from Jizhou, responsible for overseeing the Savage Beast trial, arrived. Before the 4 principals could even steady themselves upon arrival, a booming, hearty laugh erupted from behind them. Hey there! Good morning, everyone. Long time no see. I've missed you all terribly, ha 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 ha. The voice preceded the man. Song Changming hadn't even arrived yet, but his excited voice carried from afar. But unlike the last time they met, when he was all show-off and backhanded compliments. When Song Changming finally arrived, he noticed the atmosphere had shifted dramatically since his last visit. Principal Zhang Jihai of Xingza Middle School and Principal Li Jinqing of Jeju No. 4 High School stood arms crossed, their amused expressions fixed squarely on him, clearly waiting specifically for his arrival. Oi! Song Changming, you old fart finally showed up. Let me guess you're planning to show off those two prodigies from First High again, aren't you? With a scoff, Zhang Jihai continued. But it seems you've forgotten one crucial thing. The rules for this Wilderness Beast trial are straight out of the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. It's a full-on battle royale format. So, the only rule for this trial is for participants to snatch nameplates from each other to earn points. In other words, as long as you don't kill other contestants or sever their limbs, the organizers will tolerate anything else. Which means, at this point, a meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Principal Li Jinqing's mouth. Song Changming, if those students of yours Li Mu and Shen Luoyan fail to rein in their sharp edges and act as arrogantly and presumptuous as you do, then they might just become the first two lucky ones eliminated from the high school martial arts tournament, targeted by the collective fury of the other competitors. Hearing this, Song Changming's smile froze. He inwardly thought, this is bad. He was well aware of the rules governing the beast trials, but he hadn't anticipated Zhang Shihai exploiting this very point. Especially when he saw the amused looks Zhang Shihai and Li Jinqing were giving him, it made Song Changming feel a vague sense of unease deep inside. Could it be? Fourth High and Xingza had joined forces? If that's truly the case, even with Li Mu and Xiao Qingxue fighting together, the odds are stacked against them. Thinking of the ordeal the first middle school students were facing, Song Changming couldn't help but feel waves of unease. But then, Song Changming thought of Li Mu. In Song Changming's mind, this youth, Li Mu, was the embodiment of miracles. While facing the combined assault of Xingza and the fourth middle school might seem like a death sentence to others, with Li Mu present, there might still be a sliver of hope for a turnaround. Which means, it's time to put my faith in Li Mu. Since Song Changming and Zhang Shihai hadn't deliberately lowered their voices during their conversation, these words were naturally heard loud and clear by the nearby members of the Jeju Li family. Judging by the time, those participating students should be emerging soon. Yuge, could it be that Moore is really being targeted by the other students? From the Li family's position, Lu Yueying scanned the exit area, her hands clenching unconsciously as she muttered repeatedly. Yueying, with Moore's abilities, this minor trial in the Wilderness Beast Mountains shouldn't pose any real challenge to him. Li Yu stepped forward, gently wrapping his arms around Lu Yueying and offering soft reassurance. Lu Yueying nodded with a smile, about to speak, when a sarcastic voice cut through the air. Li Yu! Are you that confident in your son? I'm sure you heard clearly what Principal Zhang and Principal Li just said. Facing the combined assault from Xingza Middle School and Jeju No. 4 Middle School, forget your son, it's doubtful anyone from No. 1 Middle School could even survive the trial. What's more, the rules for the Savage Beast trial are modeled entirely after the high school martial arts tournament's battle royale format. The bloodshed and brutality will undoubtedly be the most intense in history. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward from the faction of the first elder, Li Song. This man was none other than Li Song's trusted confidant, Li Wenyu. As Li Wenyu spoke, he shook his head dramatically, sighing, "Oh my. I can't even bear to think about it." Hearing this, Lu Yueying's body trembled in his arms, and Li Yu's expression darkened abruptly. But before Li Yu could speak, Li Song, standing at the very front of the crowd, his eyes half closed, spoke in a calm tone. Li Wenyu, the clan chief, is already troubled. Don't go adding to his frustration. But objectively speaking, Li Mu's current cultivation level is at most that of a first-rank martial artist. Furthermore, given his arrogant and overbearing demeanor, if he were to become trapped in the encirclement by the four clans in Xingza, even if he didn't die, he would inevitably suffer severe injuries. But, Chapter 66, Trusting Li Mu. At this point, Li Song feigned a sigh, his tone tinged with a hint of playful amusement. But then again, while the participating students might refrain from killing Li Mu due to the rules, that doesn't mean the demonic beasts roaming the Wilderness Beast Mountains will show him any mercy, does it? Then, don't be surprised if our young master of the Li family, after failing to show off properly in front of the 4th middle school in Xingza, ends up beaten half to death and tossed into the deep mountains, only to be torn apart by beasts. Just imagining that scene is utterly gruesome. As Li Song finished speaking, the confidants of the Grand Elders faction and the clan members loyal to Li Song's lineage couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even with his first-rank martial artist cultivation, Li Mu wouldn't fare well against a joint assault from both Jeju No. 4 Middle School and Xingza Academy. Not to mention, the second young master Li Jiahao, upon whom they pinned their hopes, was from Xingza Middle School. If those two truly met in the Savage Beast Mountains, it would spell the end for Li Mu. Li Wenyu's smug grin widened at this remark, and he chuckled to himself. As for Li Song, when he glanced toward Li Yu and Lu Yueying, his eyes were filled with amusement. Others might be unaware. But Li Song knew all too well there was absolutely no way Li Mu would emerge alive from the Wild Beast Mountains this time. Not only was Li Sanhu present in the Wilderness Beast Mountains, but he had also brought along the Iron Tiger Squad, recruited from the underground black market. The leader of the Iron Tiger Squad was a genuine 6th rank martial master, and most of his men were between 5th rank and 3rd rank martial masters. Even if Li Mu truly possessed strength capable of overpowering Shen Luoyan, facing the Iron Tiger Squad, that combat power would amount to little more than a slightly stronger ant. Even if Li Song were placed in Li Mu's current predicament, facing the combined siege of Xingze and the 4th middle school, plus Song Tietu's stealthy pursuit trapped in such a tight net he himself couldn't find a way out, let alone Li Mu. Seeing Lu Yueying's pallor and lingering terror, coupled with the rage etched on Li Yu's face, filled Li Song with a deep sense of satisfaction. It felt as though all the frustration and humiliation he'd endured at the clan meeting, dealing with both Li Yu and Li Mu, was finally being vented in this moment. But mere venting was nowhere near enough. Today, Li Song intended to publicly humiliate Li Yu before all the Li clan members and the various factions of Jizhou, settling the score from the clan meeting. With this thought, Li Song strode toward Li Yu's faction. Li Yu, there's still time before the beast trial concludes. Why don't we seize this chance to make a wager? Watching Li Song stand before him, his tone dripping with sarcasm, Li Yu's brows furrowed even deeper. His voice was sharp. What do you want to wager? Ha 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 ha. Li Song first burst into loud laughter, then abruptly stifled it, his face darkening as he fixed a grim stare on Li Yu. You, Li Yu, constantly boast that your son, Li Mu, is the strongest and most outstanding among the younger generation of the Li family of Jizhou, don't you? Fine. In that case, I'll wager with you on this wilderness beast trial, whether Li Mu will rank higher, or my son, Li Jiahao. Something fishy was definitely going on. At the last clan gathering, Li Jiahao hadn't even had the strength to fight back against Li Mu. He'd been pinned to the ground and mercilessly humiliated in front of the entire clan, suffering a complete loss of face. In less than a week, Li Yu absolutely refused to believe that Li Jiahao could have gained enough strength to surpass Li Mu in such a short time. Yet Li Song, fully aware of this, still insisted on betting against him. This only heightened Li Yu's suspicion of an impending scheme. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yu reached into his robe while simultaneously coaxing more information from Li Song's mouth. But when his fingers touched the jade tablet representing Li Mu's life and found it intact, the worry vanished from his face, replaced by a hint of a smile. Very well. Since the senior patriarch is so eager, I'll gladly join in. Seeing Li Yu agree so readily, not only was Li Song stunned, but even the other Li family members wore expressions of surprise. Any discerning observer could see that Li Song was deliberately setting a trap for Li Yu. Earlier, Zhang Shihai, the principal of Xingze Middle School, had already laid his cards on the table. They had joined forces with Jizhou No. 4 Middle School to ambush Jizhou No. 1 Middle School in the Beast Mountain Range. Considering the bitter enmity between Li Jiahao and Li Mu, even a fool could guess that Li Jiahao would mobilize Xingze Middle School to relentlessly target Li Mu. Forget whether Li Mu could outrank Li Jiahao in this beast trial, whether he'd even emerge unscathed was anyone's guess. Just as everyone began to doubt whether Li Yu had misspoken. Unexpectedly, Li Yu fixed his gaze squarely on Li Song and the group of elders behind him, speaking with an air of casual indifference. Elderly, simply betting on whether Moore can surpass Li Jiahao in this trial is rather dull. Because Li Jiahao absolutely cannot surpass Moore in the rankings. Since we're betting, let's go all in on a big one. I wager that Moore will definitely secure a top 3 finish in this wilderness beast trial. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone frozen in stunned silence. Are you kidding me? Li Mu in the top 3. Had Zhang Shihai not spoken earlier, many might have bought into this pipe dream. But knowing full well that Li Mu was currently being hunted down by over 100 students from Xingze Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 Middle School combined, how could he possibly make it into the top 3? Who on earth gave Li Yu such confidence to make such a reckless decision? Brother Yu. Not just the other Li family members, even Lu Yueying hurriedly spoke up at this moment. With events unfolding this way, she didn't believe her son could break into the top 3. Forget the top 3. For Lu Yueying, seeing her son return safely from the beast trial was the greatest wish she could have as a mother. Yueying, don't worry. I have my reasons for doing this. Li Yu soothed his wife with a gentle voice, then fixed his gaze on Li Song and the group behind him. His eyes were sharp, his presence commanding. What's wrong? Judging by your reactions just now, it seems none of you believe Moore can pass this wilderness beast trial, and your words and actions both reveal your contempt. Since you look down on Moore, why not face me in a fair wager? If you truly lack the courage to wager, that's acceptable too. But I demand that you, Li Song, and everyone behind you apologize for your earlier words. Chapter 67, Dare to Bet? In that instant, Li Yu's overbearing aura as the head of the Jizhou Li clan was laid bare. Li Song and the members of his faction all froze, their expressions stiffening involuntarily. Especially Li Song, his weathered face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to drip with venom. At the last clan meeting, Li Song had been forced by Li Mu to apologize on the spot. He regarded that as the greatest humiliation of his life. Now, Li Yu dared to attempt the same tactic to force him into another apology? Absolutely impossible. Poof. Under the gaze of the entire assembly, Li Song exhaled a puff of white breath through his nostrils and declared coldly, "Since the clan chief insists on this, let us wager today. I wager Li Mu won't make it into the top 3. As for the stakes." "The stakes?" 15,000 contribution points. Li Wenyu sneered coldly, "I don't have that many contribution points on me, so let's settle for 10,000 contribution points." Seeing this, members of the other Grand Elder factions stepped forward one after another, declaring loudly, "In that case, I'll bet 10,000 contribution points too." "Enough talk. 10,000 contribution points, let's settle this." The clan chief and the faction of the third elder Li Shang were left dumbstruck by this turn of events. Before pledging oneself to the nation, contribution points were the sole channel through which clans and ordinary martial artists could obtain elixirs, rare treasures, internal cultivation manuals, combat techniques, weapons, equipment, and more from the state. Especially when it came to grade A or higher resources, without the corresponding contribution points, one wouldn't even qualify to purchase them. Now, by rough calculation, the first elder Li Song and his faction members had just casually handed over a staggering 46,000 contribution points. If converted into resources, this was undoubtedly a colossal sum, truly terrifying. Yet Li Yu remained utterly unfazed. Instead, he addressed his own faction members with a calm tone, "Everyone, shall we take a gamble together? Opportunities like today's, where contribution points can be earned almost for free, are rare indeed. Once missed, they won't come again." With those words, even the members of Li Yu's faction couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Li Mu's current predicament was far from favorable. Going all in with Li Yu was a huge gamble for them too. Moreover, the odds of winning this gamble were extremely slim. But just as everyone hesitated, a young man's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "I believe in the young clan leader. I'll stake 1,000 contribution points on the young clan chief winning." The words fell, and every head in the room turned toward the source of the voice. Li Jianzhong stepped forward from the crowd first, his expression unwaveringly resolute. Though 1,000 contribution points seemed insignificant compared to the tens of thousands wagered by Li Song and others earlier, it represented every last contribution point he possessed. However, those who trusted Li Mu as much as Li Jianzhong remained in extreme minority. The vast majority of the clan, including those who had sided with the neutral third elder Li Shang, were now betting that Li Mu would never make it into the top 3. In less than a quarter of an hour, the stakes placed on Li Mu's certain failure to reach the top 3 had already reached 56,000 contribution points. It could be said that nearly everyone outside the clan chief's faction had wagered against Li Mu's top 3 finish, and that didn't even include those within the chief's faction who hadn't placed bets at all. Seeing this, Li Yu waved his hand decisively and covered the shortfall in contribution points. And so, this high-stakes wager was officially set. Ha! After a few seconds of stunned silence, Li Song couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle aloud. "Li Yu, are you really that confident in your son? Looks like I'll be pocketing those 15,000 contribution points for free this time. Speaking of which, I really must thank you, Li Yu." Upon hearing Li Song's words, Li Wenyu and the other elders from his faction all wore confident smiles, speaking in unison. "Indeed. This time, it seems we'll have to take advantage of you, clan chief. TSK. 10,000 contribution points? If it were me, I'd have to save up for a whole year just to get that much. Honestly, I feel like it's pretty crazy to bet so big right off the bat. Ha. But let's be clear, if Li Mu manages to take first place despite being targeted by both number 4 Hai and Xingzi, then I'll gladly hand over those 10,000 contribution points without a second thought." Ignoring the snide remarks from Li Song, Li Wenyu, and other elders aligned with the faction, Li Yu wore his usual serene smile, as if he hadn't heard a word. To outsiders, it was clear that Li Yu was simply a doting father, unwilling to accept the reality of his son Li Mu's defeat. They assumed he'd been driven to irrationality after being savagely provoked by the Grand Elder's words. But what was the truth? Truth be told, no one knew his son better than his father. When it came to understanding Li Mu, no one present could match Li Yu. After enduring that severe illness, his son's cultivation had plummeted from the 8th rank martial trainee realm to the 6th rank martial trainee realm. To outsiders, his martial path seemed utterly ruined. How could he possibly rise again and return to his former peak? To make matters worse, Li Mu's setback coincided with the looming high school martial arts competition, a pivotal turning point akin to China's college entrance exams. For anyone his age, suffering a regression in cultivation at this critical juncture would be devastating. Yet instead of succumbing to despair, Li Mu defied the heavens and rose again. His cultivation leaped 5 minor realms in one go, propelling him from 6th rank martial trainee to 1st rank martial master. And that wasn't the end of it. Afterward, Li Mu advanced at an astonishing pace in martial arts, as if he had unlocked some hidden potential, undergoing a complete transformation. From that moment on, Li Yu realized his son must have encountered something extraordinary. Even his own chronic internal injuries, which had plagued him for years, showed remarkable improvement. Li Yu believed his son's influence likely played a significant role in this recovery. Yet, each person's destiny and fortune unfolded uniquely. Since Li Mu chose to remain silent, Li Yu naturally respected his son's decision and asked no further questions. As long as his son continued to thrive, nothing could bring a father greater joy. Moreover, the jade tablet in his hand which represented Li Mu's very life not only remained intact but showed not a single crack. This proved his son was perfectly fine and nothing was amiss, leaving Li Yu with even less to worry about. As it happened, Li Song was still trying to set a trap for him. Well then, he might as well turn the tables. If Li Song wanted to play games, then he'd gladly join him in a grand game. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. The shrill broadcast signaling the end of the Savage Beast trial suddenly echoed throughout the arena, lingering long after it ended. Li Yu, Li Song, and the others all turned their gaze toward the exit, awaiting the final outcome of the wager. Chapter 68, The Wilderness Beast Trial concludes. Look! The students who participated in the trial are coming out. As a man's shout cut through the crowd, dozens of high school students, their faces still bearing wounds, their bodies stained with blood, began emerging one after another from the exit of the Savage Beast Mountains. In that instant, Li Song and the elders from the faction, along with Li Yu, Lu Yueying, Li Jianzhong, and others, wasted no time. They rushed to the trial exit in a hurry, their eyes fixed on the first few dozen students to emerge. Under normal circumstances, even after the trial concluded, they wouldn't have behaved so uncharacteristically, let alone displayed such intense agitation. But this time, it involved a massive wager worth 46,000 contribution points. Especially to Li Song and his group, such a massive haul of contribution points felt practically like free money. How could they not be thrilled? Over the course of the 3-day Wilderness Beast trial, students emerged one after another. Many emerged disheveled and filthy, their clothes torn and tattered, looking from afar as if they had just escaped a famine. Though their appearance and attire were utterly wretched, each pair of eyes shone with an extraordinary sharpness and brilliance. Compared to when they first entered the Wilderness Beast Mountains, their spirit and energy had shed the naivety of high schoolers, replaced by the sharpness and maturity of martial artists. This maturity and sharpness were things they could never learn no matter how long they stayed within the ivory tower of their school. It was a precious experience that could only be truly grasped by personally venturing deep into the heart of the demon beast territory, enduring the real blood and fire of combat and tempering. At this moment, instructors had already stepped forward to tally the demon beasts slain by these trainees and the identity badges obtained from other students, compiling the final rankings for this Wilderness Beast trial. Li Mu. Lu Yueying couldn't care less about the outcome of this high-stakes gamble. Her sole concern now was the safety of her son, Li Mu. Finally, someone in the crowd shouted out first. Li Mu. Li Mu's coming out? As she watched Li Mu stroll out with his hands in his pockets, Lu Yueying immediately covered her mouth. If not for the explicit rule of this Savage Beast trial that parents were strictly prohibited from participating in any part of the trial process, from start to finish, with violators immediately disqualified. Otherwise, Lu Yueying might have been unable to contain her emotions and rushed forward to see if Li Mu had suffered any injuries over the past 3 days. But apart from Li Mu's snow-white robe, spotless and immaculate. And then there was Li Mu's refreshed, carefree demeanor compared to the disheveled, ragged, and fleeing contestant from earlier. The difference was like night and day. They were like two different people, weren't they? While Lu Yueying felt her heart settle, Li Song's thick brows knotted into a tight knot. Staring at Li Mu striding out from the exit, Li Song rubbed his eyes repeatedly, then focused his gaze once more. Yet there he was, that peerlessly handsome, otherworldly youth. It was undoubtedly Li Mu himself. Li Song racked his brain but couldn't fathom it. How on earth had Li Mu managed to survive the joint ambush by the Iron Tiger Squad, Jizhou No. 4 Middle School, and Xingzi Middle School, emerging alive from the Wild Beast Mountains? Li Song couldn't comprehend it. What followed sent a wave of deep unease through Li Song's heart. Several waves of students had already emerged from the Wild Beast Mountains, yet he still hadn't seen a trace of his son, Li Jiahao. Li Mu's safe return and Li Jiahao's disappearance only deepened Li Song's unease. He could only repeatedly reassure himself that no matter what, he had arranged for Li Sanhu to provide covert protection. Even if Li Jiahao did encounter some kind of life-threatening crisis, as long as Li Sanhu was there, his son would be safe. Not only Li Song, but even the followers behind him frowned deeply at this sight. Could it be, the second young master is still busy hunting beasts in the wilderness mountain range? So he got caught up and forgot today was the final day of the trial, missing the deadline. While unlikely, it's not entirely impossible. These elders from Li Song's faction were baffled by the Li family's prolonged absence, while simultaneously fixing their gaze upon Li Mu. They were eager to see just how many points Li Mu had earned in this Wilderness Beast Mountain trial. According to their earlier wager, as long as Li Mu failed to secure a top 3 position, they would be the ones laughing last. However, seeing Li Mu stroll toward the proctor empty-handed and seemingly carefree, Li Wenyu and the others finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Comparing the bulging backpacks of the contestants earlier with their corresponding point totals, it was clear that Li Mu's backpack couldn't possibly hold much more than a few demon crystals and his student ID badge. The demon crystals and student ID tags Li Mu could possibly carry in his backpack couldn't possibly amount to much more than that. Forget about cracking the top 3 overall with just what was in his backpack, even making it into the current top 20 would be a stretch. Which meant those who bet against Li Mu making the top 3 were practically guaranteed to win. Though the second young master's whereabouts remained a mystery. But then again, once he raked in a massive haul of reversal points from Li Yu. The smirks on Li Wenyu and the others' faces would be harder to suppress than an AK-47, right? After all, Li Jiahao wasn't their son. Whether he lived or died had little bearing on them, right? The real benefits flowing into their own pockets were far more valuable than anything else. The proctor, upon seeing Li Mu approach, adopted a strictly businesslike tone. Li Mu, is that correct? Hand over the demon crystals you obtained and the identity badge you acquired. Li Mu didn't respond. He simply placed his combat backpack on the table, glanced at his wristwatch, and addressed the proctor. Examiner, hold on a moment. With that, Li Mu waved toward the exit. Qianwenyi, Shen Luoyan, bring the other backpacks over here. Don't keep the proctor waiting. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, from the direction of the trial exit, Qianwenyi, Shen Luoyan, Wang Xiu, and the other students from Jizhou First High School each carried an oversized combat backpack, panting as they jogged over. The slightly open pockets seemed ready to spill over with the sheer volume of demon crystals inside. Upon witnessing this scene, the smug smiles of Li Wenyu and the others who had believed victory was already theirs froze solid on their faces. Their expressions were truly more unpleasant than eating rice cakes, if that's even possible. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within each of them. Chapter 69, is the top 3 spot difficult? Boss. I brought all your demon crystals and ID tags over for you this time. Holy crap, you nearly broke my back carrying this stuff. Qianwenyi was the first to jog over to Li Mu, handing him both combat backpacks while continuing to grumble. Good work. Li Mu patted Qianwenyi's shoulder approvingly, then slammed both combat backpacks onto the desk. Clunk. At that instant, Li San, Li Wenyu, and the others watching nearby couldn't help but feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Even with these 2 packs of loot, Li Mu still faces a tough challenge to break into the top 3. But before Li Wenyu could finish the last syllable of difficult, Shen Luoyan, Wang Xiu, and the other students from First High School all handed over their assorted backpacks, piling them heavily before the proctor. In no time, a small mountain had formed before the proctor, its height nearly swallowing the statistician whole. I don't think there's any need to continue counting now. With this many demon crystals and identity tags, could Li Mu have single-handedly wiped out an entire school? If Li Mu obtained all these demon crystals and identity tags by himself, forget whether he can take first place, he'd probably shatter the entire history of the Wilderness Beast trials. For a moment, the nearly 500 participating students from various high schools hadn't yet recovered from their shock. They could only stare blankly at the combat backpacks piled into a small mountain before them. They were utterly speechless. As for Li Song, Li Wenyu, and the others who moments ago had been grinning like they'd scored a massive windfall and victory was theirs, their expressions now looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. Their jaws nearly hit the floor, their utter shock now written plainly across their faces. After a long moment, Li Song's lips finally twitched slightly, his throat feeling parched. He tried to speak, but not a single word came out. All he could do was watch as the proctors, who had been tallying scores in other areas, now rushed over in unison to assist. Together, they would calculate the total points Li Mu had earned in this savage beast trial. This was truly mind-blowing. Within moments, no fewer than 5 proctors were assigned solely to tally Li Mu's demon crystals and identity tokens. Another proctor had already begun calling the Special Operations Bureau officers still stationed within the Savage Beast Mountains, desperate to uncover what exactly had transpired in this trial ground. Why had this prodigy, Li Mu, appeared? Staring at those all too familiar combat backpacks, Zhang Shihai and Li Jinchen were nowhere near as smug as before. They stood frozen in place, looking utterly dazed, as if they'd lost their souls. Needless to say, the moment Li Mu led the first high students out of the beast trial grounds with such confidence, it signaled the complete failure of the joint elimination plan orchestrated by 4th High and Xingza High against 1st High. Judging by the sheer number of backpacks Li Mu had brought out this time, it wasn't just a matter of failure. It was more like both their schools had been utterly annihilated by 1st High. Li Mu noticed all eyes in the crowd had unconsciously turned toward him. He shrugged indifferently. Truthfully, he felt the trial in the Savage Beast Mountains had ended far too abruptly. Jeju Base City could have organized this trial, but why not extend the assessment period? At most, he'd only spent 3 days there before it ended. He hadn't even gotten his fill yet. If given more time, Li Mu might not have stopped at taking on Xingza and 4th Middle School alone. In a good mood, he might have casually taken down other schools as upsets too. But what could be done? For Li Mu, his current cultivation at the 4th rank martial artist realm speaks for itself. Plus, he has 2 trump cards, the 7 Wounds Fist and his innate sword intent, both at the subtle level. In Jizhou Base City, Li Mu was already a symbol of invincibility. Moreover, he just defeated Xingza Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 Middle School, awakening the achievement Burning the Boats, which, combined with his martial talent, allowed him to transfer all negative states including fatigue through the King of Hell's roll call. In other words, as long as Li Mu paid attention to his chi consumption, he was confident he could handle any number of students from Jeju's top high schools. As long as Li Mu was given enough time, he might just single-handedly wipe out an entire city's worth of high school students in Jeju. No big deal, right? At that moment, every pair of eyes in the venue was fixed on the real-time rankings display for the Savage Beast trial. Everyone was witnessing the name steadily climbing upward, soon to reach the pinnacle, a name steeped in legend. Name, Lee Moo. School, Jeju No. 1 High School. Points, 10,086. Rank, first place. As Lee Moo's name continued its upward leap, it finally settled without surprise at the top of the rankings. The vast open space instantly fell deathly silent. The silence was so profound that one could almost hear a silver needle drop. Every person present unconsciously swallowed hard, their hearts surging with an indescribable emotion. With Lee Moo's triumphant ascent to the top seat of the Wilderness Beast trial, the scene perfectly embodied the saying, "Silence speaks louder than words." Finally, the proctor responsible for verifying Lee Moo's results broke the silence. Lee Moo of Jeju First High School has earned 131 third-tier demon weapon crystals, 256 second-tier demon weapon crystals, 683 first-tier demon weapon crystals, and demon weapon grade crystals. Final score for the Wilderness Beast trial, 10,086 points. Finally, after multiple confirmations and repeated verifications, the assessment panel can confirm that there is no possibility of fraud or cheating in the points earned by Lee Moo of Jeju No. 1 High School. His results are authentic and valid, securing him the top position in this Wilderness Beast trial assessment. As the proctor's final words echoed through the hall, the entire audience was left utterly stunned. They had all witnessed the birth of a miracle. Chapter 70, I'll tell you why. At the Lee family residence in Jeju. Lee Moo. Lee Moo. Lee Moo. After the examiner announced Lee Moo's final score for the Beast trial, not only the clan leader's faction, but even members of the Third Elder's faction who had always maintained neutrality were now flushed with excitement, shouting Lee Moo's name at the top of their lungs. Clearly, at this moment, their recognition of young clan chief Lee Moo had reached an unprecedented peak. This time, Lee Moo had proven to everyone present through his actions in the most direct and decisive manner that he was the unquestionable choice for the young clan chief of the Jeju Lee family. Only under Lee Moo's leadership could the future of the Jeju Lee clan prepare to ascend to new heights. More, well done. You will always be your father's pride. As the cheers of Lee Moo echoed from the Jeju Lee clan members around him, Lee Yu fixed his gaze on the snow-white-clad youth amidst the crowd. His fists clenched tightly with emotion, his eyes brimming with excitement and pride. They say the waves of the Yangtze push forward, each generation surpassing the last. At least in his son, Lee Yu saw talent and potential far more dazzling than his own had ever been. Lee Yu clenched his fists tightly, his thoughts now consumed not by the thrill of winning the high-stakes wager against Lee Song, but rather by a profound sense of anticipation and hope for the future. Unconsciously, he murmured softly, perhaps. What I couldn't achieve back then, my son might just be able to accomplish. Yet, the joys and sorrows of humanity in this world are not shared equally. As the final scores of Lee Moo's Beast trial were announced, the Lee clan members behind Lee Yu erupted into a sea of joy. Even many from the Third Elder's faction now gazed at the white-robed youth in the arena with eyes brimming with admiration, even fervor. Yet in stark contrast to the euphoric atmosphere, the area around the First Elder Lee Song and Lee Wenyu was deathly quiet. Their faces were so dark they seemed ready to drip with water, their inner rage and resentment beyond words. Facing what should have been a sure-win gamble, the faction of the Grand Elder had practically emptied their coffers a staggering 46,000 contribution points. Even for someone with Lee Song's wealth, the pain was excruciating. Without a stroke of luck in the next year or two, there was no way to recoup such a massive contribution point deficit. But that wasn't even the worst part. The real shocker was that, in the eyes of everyone present, how could Lee Moo possibly have earned such a high score in the Beast trial when facing the combined assault of Jeju No. 4 Middle School and Shingza Middle School? It felt like an invisible slap, now swung with full force and landing squarely across all their faces. Those who had mocked Lee Moo relentlessly, pouring scorn upon him, now felt their faces burning with stinging pain. A staggering 10,086 points. Forget whether they could have achieved it back in the day. Even looking at the entire Jeju base city, such a score would be unparalleled in history, with no one likely to ever match it. Just ask. The feat Lee Moo casually achieved in a single combat trial was already a height they could never reach in their entire lives. How could they possibly have the audacity or the face to mock Lee Moo, let alone look down on him? If they looked down on Lee Moo, then what kind of worthless trash were they themselves, who were far inferior to Lee Moo? At this thought, many bowed their heads in shame, lacking even the courage to meet Lee Moo's gaze. They wished they could sink into the ground. Yet, compared to these clan members who at least possessed some self-awareness. Amidst the crowd, Lee Wenyu suddenly shrieked at the top of his lungs. How could that be? Say that again. 10,086 points. Proctor, are you sure you're not joking with me? How could Lee Moo possibly earn such an enormous number of points? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe this number over 10,000. Lee Wenyu's hysterical scream instantly snapped everyone present out of their stunned silence. It could be said that Lee Wenyu's outburst voiced the thoughts of the three principals Zhang Shihai, Li Zhenqing, and Song Changming, as well as countless others. Even Li Yu and Lu Yueying, along with staunch supporters like Li Jianzhong who had never wavered in their belief in Lee Moo, now found themselves consumed by curiosity. Namely, how on earth had Lee Moo managed to pull this off? By all logic, Li Mu faced a relentless pursuit and blockade by over 100 competing students from both Jeju No. 4 Middle School and Xingzi Middle School. Moreover, among them was Li Jiahao, an enemy who had long harbored resentment toward Li Mu. How could they possibly let Li Mu score so high? Just as the proctor frowned, about to explain further, a calm voice came from behind. "No need to trouble yourself, proctor. I'll tell you why." The voice rang out, clear and resonant, drawing nearer. Tall and imposing, he stood like a dragon or a tiger. Even his mere footsteps carried an overwhelming presence. Everyone felt their breath catch. Turning toward the sound, they saw none other than Li Mu speaking. It's Li Mu. The contestants who had just emerged from the Wilderness Beast Mountains, upon recognizing Li Mu, instinctively stepped back in unison, clearing a path for him. Li Mu strode straight down this path, his gaze calm as he looked at Li Song, Li Wenyu, and the others. Crack. Li Mu remained silent, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon them. Clenching his right fist, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. Crack after crack spread out like a spiderweb from where he stood, radiating in all directions. His cultivation at the minor achievement stage of 4th rank martial master was laid bare in that instant. Chapter 71, Is This Even Human? Boom! The overwhelming aura emanating from Li Mu felt like a thunderbolt from the heavens exploding within Li Wenyu and the others' minds. The overwhelming shock left them all pointing at Li Mu, their mouths opening and closing, yet unable to utter a single coherent word, utterly speechless with astonishment. Li Mu. He had actually broken through to the 4th rank martial artist realm? He had actually broken through to the 4th rank martial artist realm. How could this be possible? How could such an outrageous thing happen in this world? Remember, at the clan meeting roughly a week ago, Li Mu had only just broken through to the 1st rank martial artist realm in front of everyone. Yet in just this short span of a week, Li Mu's cultivation had made a triple leap, soaring from a 1st rank martial artist to a 4th rank martial artist. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation. Is Li Mu even human? As for Li Song, his aged eyes involuntarily narrowed sharply. He took several deep breaths, yet couldn't suppress the shock surging within him. Li Song had already learned 3 days prior that Li Mu possessed strength rivaling Shen Luoyan's. But at that time, Li Song believed Li Mu's cultivation level should have been at the peak of the 2nd rank martial artist realm or just entering the 3rd rank martial artist realm. What Li Song couldn't fathom, no matter how hard he racked his brain, was that Li Mu's true cultivation had already broken through to the 4th rank martial master realm. He was only 16 years old this year, yet possessed such terrifying cultivation and such frightening insight. No wonder even that noble lord had resolved to eliminate Li Mu at all costs. If this youth were allowed to grow unchecked, who could say how far he might ascend in the martial arts? The thought was too terrifying to contemplate. It wasn't just the Li clan members who fell silent. Every single person present was enveloped in a profound quiet. For this very silence, in its own way, revealed an undeniable truth to them. That is, Li Mu had not only shattered the best record since the beast trials began, but he had also officially surpassed Shen Luoyan. Setting aside those few prodigies from Jizhou who hadn't participated in this wilderness beast trial, Li Mu had essentially cemented his reputation as Jizhou's top high school student. At that moment, the participating students from Jizhou's major high schools gazed at the slender silhouette of the youth clad in white robes. He seemed towering and immense, like an insurmountable mountain standing before them. All they could do was gaze in awe, filled with admiration and regret. At the same time, many students present began to sense something looming. Perhaps in the upcoming high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, this youth named Li Mu was destined to become a name reverberating across the seas and mountains, his fame shaking the very foundations of China. Staring at Li Mu, whose aura radiated that of a 4th rank martial artist, Li Wenyu's mouth opened and closed. Words formed on his tongue, yet they stuck like a fishbone in his throat. The doubt and resentment that had filled his face moments before vanished completely. As if drained of all strength, he staggered backward several steps before slumping against a pillar behind him. His eyes were vacant as he stared in Li Mu's direction, his lips moving but unable to form a single word. A 4th rank martial master. Compared to Li Wenyu's dazed state, Li Yu found it almost unbelievable that this surreal scene was unfolding before his eyes. Chapter 72, The Top High School Student. Young Master Li Mu is awesome. So strong. Young Master Li Mu is simply too powerful. Li Jianzhong and the others nearby, after staring in stunned silence for a moment, suddenly erupted into cheers and shouts. Undoubtedly. For the entire Li family of Jizhou, this was the most glorious, most pride-worthy, and most memorable day. Their young master, Li Mu, had now ascended directly to the throne of Jizhou's top high school student. Nothing in this world could possibly feel more exhilarating than this moment. Brother, you've raised an extraordinary son. At that moment, third elder Li Shang stepped forward. He steadied his trembling hands, then looked at Li Yu with a broad smile and said. Though Li Shang's words were simple, the fact that he dared to say them in front of so many people clearly signaled the stance of the third branch. From this day forward, third elder Li Shang would abandon neutrality and pledge his allegiance to Li Yu. After all, Li Shang wasn't foolish. Not only had he witnessed the remarkable improvement in the internal injuries that had plagued Li Yu for years, but Li Yu's cultivation realm remained completely unaffected. Even Li Yu's son, Li Mu, radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Since the clan meeting 7 days prior, every action Li Mu had taken continuously shattered Li Shang's worldview, challenging his very understanding of reality. Now, while Li Mu's displays left Li Shang utterly astonished, what filled his heart more profoundly was a deep sense of helplessness. He understood. If he chose to wait and see, refusing to pick a side at this moment, then in time, he might not even have the right to choose a side anymore. Watching the third son come to him to pledge allegiance, Li Yu's face was equally etched with a bitter smile. Lately, he'd been preoccupied with refining the potency of the minor restoration pill within his body to aid his recovery. Therefore, while Li Yu could guess his son must be incredibly talented, and that finishing in the top 3 of this wilderness beast trial wouldn't be a problem if he performed well. But even as his father, Li Yu hadn't imagined his son would be this incredible. Not only did he clinch first place with 10,086 points today, but his cultivation realm had also broken through to the 4th grade martial artist stage. These 2 achievements left not only Li Shang and the others stunned, but even Li Yu himself found it hard to believe. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding Li Yu and Li Shang, over at the senior elders Li Song and Li Wenyu's side, the atmosphere was utterly lifeless. Li Song and his loyal followers all wore grim expressions, looking 100 times more miserable than if they'd swallowed 3 pounds of rice. This time, not only had he lost 46,000 contribution points in this high-stakes gamble, but it had also prompted second elder Li Shang to align with Li Yu. The first elder's faction had suffered a complete defeat, both in prestige and substance. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for your generous gift, brother. Regarding these 46,000 contribution points, I expect them to be gathered within 3 days. I have every confidence in your integrity, elder brother. Brother, wouldn't you agree? After laughing, Li Yu turned to Li Song and smiled. Hearing the laughter of Li Yu and the clan members behind him, Li Song's aged face turned ashen. Behind him, Li Wenyu gritted his teeth and roared furiously, Li Yu, you've only gotten lucky this time. Don't get too cocky. And you'd better pray you don't run into the eldest young master in the upcoming martial arts competition. If you do, you'll suffer terribly. Before Li Wenyu could finish the final syllable, a thunderous crack echoed through the air. Chapter 73, The Reversal Mission Triggers Again. Li Song, already seething with pent-up rage, swiftly delivered a backhand slap across his face. His eyes darkened as he glanced at Li Jiahao and Li Sanhu, who had just been carried away on stretchers by staff. His eyes twitched involuntarily. Let's go! Feeling the stares of the surrounding crowd piercing his back like needles, Li Song felt even more uncomfortable. Li Mu conquered the entire crowd with the absolute aura of a champion, cementing his reputation as Jeju's top high school student. In stark contrast, his precious son, Li Jiahao, had been carried out of the wilderness mountain range by the exam staff like a dead dog. But that wasn't even the most humiliating part. The real disgrace was hearing the staff say his son had been scared senseless by a demon beast right in the exam hall. This embarrassment was so profound it felt like it had been dragged all the way to his great-grandmother's house. This stark contrast between the two situations made Li Song wish he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This time, Li Song truly understood the meaning of losing more than you gain. Watching Li Song's group slink away in utter disgrace, the clan members behind Li Yu felt a surge of satisfaction deep within their hearts. Ever since the clan tournament, Clan Chief Li Yu had suffered a crushing defeat and internal injuries, leaving him with barely a fraction of his former strength. To make matters worse, even the young clan chief, Li Mu, had fallen gravely ill a year ago. It could be said that from that moment onward, the clan leader's lineage had entered its darkest hour. Wherever they went, they endured the humiliation from the first elders faction, facing relentless overt and covert suppression and targeting. But from this day forward, their approach toward the senior patriarch's faction would shift from passive defense to active offense. The tables would turn. No longer would the eldest elders faction bully them. Instead, it was time for them to find ways to cause trouble for the eldest elder and his followers. Congratulations, host. Your outstanding performance in the Savage Beast trial has earned the genuine recognition of 50 clan members. Reward, Golden Treasure Chest. It has been deposited into your system inventory and is available for retrieval at any time. Note, opening the Golden Treasure Chest requires purchasing a golden key from the shop. Ding! Jizhou Clan Recognition Task Stage 4 activated. Current recognition count, 6,100. Gripping his fists tightly, Li Mu stared at the translucent virtual screen that had popped up before him. A week had passed, and he had finally completed the third stage of the clan recognition quest, securing the golden treasure chest at last. With less than a month left until the final deadline for the family recognition quest, he wondered if he could finish it in time. Among the treasures he'd previously obtained from bronze chests was the Enlightenment Experience Card, a precious item that instantly granted mastery of combat techniques and allowed them to advance to the next tier. But what about the silver chest and the elusive golden chest? And what rare items might appear in the diamond treasure chest he hadn't even obtained yet? Golden Legend, here I come. This is truly thrilling. But just as Li Mu was excitedly preparing to access the reversal mall to purchase the silver and gold keys, first aiming for a double treasure chest strike and a big luck roll. At that very moment, a system quest triggered once more. You have earned the recognition of the vast majority of your clan members, becoming the undisputed choice for their young clan chieftain.
You have also helped restore your father's reputation within the clan to some extent, but this is far from enough. Next, you must continue to build your influence and make more people recognize you. Let everyone know that you, Li Mu, are not only the top student in Jizhou City, but also the top student in Haidai Province, and moreover, the top martial arts scholar in the entire nation's college entrance exams. Earn 200 million reputation points. Quest reward, Earth Spirit Pill Grade 7. Chapter 74, The City Chief Wants to See You. Ha! The last task to gain recognition from 100 clan members isn't even done yet, and this damn system has already assigned me a new one. Li Mu stared blankly at the text popping up on the translucent light screen before him. All this time, Li Mu had assumed that aside from special quests like subjugating prodigies like Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu, the main quest line couldn't possibly update. But this main quest looked decidedly tricky. It demanded he acquire a staggering 200 million reputation points. The very thought made his scalp tingle. While the demand for 200 million reputation points was undeniably harsh, the system's reward was equally lavish. This is the second time the system has rewarded me with a 7th grade spirit pill, following the human origin golden pill last time. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Mu immediately searched the Reversal Mall for information on the Earth Element Spirit Pill. The description in the Reversal Mall was remarkably brief, consisting of just a single, concise sentence. The Guzhou sect excelled in refining various immortal pills, with the Heavenly Origin Immortal Pill, Earth Origin Spirit Pill, and Human Origin Golden Pill being the most renowned. A saying circulated among cultivation sects, below these 3 elixirs, no other divine elixirs exist. From this description alone, one could see how extraordinary the Earth Spirit Pill truly was. If I could first consume the Earth Spirit Pill and then obtain the Heavenly Origin Immortal Pill, wouldn't that mean I'd undergo a complete transformation, ascending to immortality? At this thought, Li Mu clenched his fists in excitement, his desire to complete this mission growing ever stronger. Congratulations, Clan Chief Li. You've raised a truly exceptional son. At that moment, Song Changming approached, bowing respectfully to Li Yu and Lu Yueying before turning his gaze toward Li Mu with a hint of astonishment and admiration in his voice. For the Li family to produce a prodigy like Li Mu, this is truly a blessing your ancestors earned over 8 lifetimes. Hearing this, Li Yu naturally smiled and nodded. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Changming turned his attention back to Li Mu and continued. Li Mu, come with me. The city chief is also eager to meet you. Song Changming's brief statement instantly sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. All eyes turned to Li Mu, their envy practically dripping from their eyes. The mayor. The highest administrative official of Jeju Base City. Normally, people like us would only see such important figures on the news or online, right? Li Mu, what on earth did this kid do to deserve a personal audience with the mayor himself? This level of pomp isn't just maxed out, it's blown the roof off. Standing nearby, Li Yu and Lu Yueying flushed crimson with excitement upon hearing their son had been granted an audience with the mayor of Jeju City. Their eyes brimmed with pride and admiration as they gazed at Li Mu. Yet, unlike his parents, who were overcome with emotion and the envious stares from those around him, Li Mu remained utterly indifferent. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he'd never cared about who he met. What truly mattered to Li Mu was what benefits the other person could bring him. That was the real key, right? If someone kept harping on about some moralistic nonsense, spouting empty platitudes, and offered him absolutely nothing in return, then forget the mayor of Jizhou City. Even if the governor of Haidai Province showed up, Li Mu wouldn't give a damn about meeting them. The reception hall of the city lord's mansion. Song Changming kept whispering encouragement in Li Mu's ear. Li Mu. This time, you shattered the record in the beast trial and claimed first place. If you can maintain this level of performance, even the most prestigious martial arts university in Haidai Province, Haidai Martial Arts Academy, ranked among China's top 10 martial arts institutions, will bend over backwards to recruit you. Haidai Martial Arts Academy. At the mere mention of those 4 words, Li Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. From the very beginning, Haidai Martial Arts Academy had never been on his radar. Only Song Changming treated it like a treasure. Li Mu's goal had always been simple: pass this national college entrance exam and extract the maximum benefits and advantages for himself. That was the true path to success. As for the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, while it was undeniably the 3rd-ranked academy among China's top 10, with the trump cards Li Mu currently held, getting into Haidai Martial Arts Academy was practically a given. Seeing the helpless look on Li Mu's face, Song Changming feared he had placed too much pressure on the boy by setting Haidai Martial Arts Academy as his goal right off the bat. Just as Song Changming was about to offer more reassurance, urging Li Mu not to burden himself too heavily, footsteps echoed from outside the reception hall, growing louder as they approached. In walked Lu Dongbua, the mayor of Jizhou Base City, clad in a black veteran's jacket and sporting a slicked-back pompadour, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing the robes of a Haidai Martial Arts Academy instructor. The moment they met, Lu Dongbua's voice brimmed with delight and anticipation. Li Mu, the reason I sought this meeting is to ask for your opinion. I wonder if you've considered applying to Haidai Martial Arts Academy as a recommended student? The moment Lu Dongbua entered, Song Changming sprang up from the sofa like a coiled spring.
Just as he was about to greet Lu Dongbua, the words that came out of Lu Dongbua's mouth, along with the presence of the middle-aged man beside him, made Song Changming's eyes widen in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? What Mayor Lu just said means he's prepared to grant Li Mu direct admission to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy as a recommended student. Holy crap! This is the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, the third-ranked martial academy in all of China. Damn it! In the 100-year history of Jizhou No. 1 High School, Li Mu is the first student ever to receive direct admission to one of the top 10 martial arts academies. Li Mu has made school history. At this thought, Song Changming's excited, weathered face flushed crimson, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Though the 10 great martial arts academies of China did offer direct admission spots nationwide each year, becoming one of those selected was no easy feat. It wasn't just 1 in 10,000, but 1 in millions. The difficulty was akin to thousands of soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. Once selected as a direct admission candidate by one of the 10 great martial arts academies, it signified that the academy was willing to pour vast amounts of cultivation resources and its most elite teaching faculty into that student. Thus, while Song Changming had heard of such direct admission students at the 10 great martial arts academies, he had never witnessed one in person. The last time the Haidai Martial Arts Academy selected a direct admit in Jizhou Bay City was decades ago. A golden-scaled dragon is no mere pond creature. When winds and clouds arise, it soars to become a dragon. If one phrase could capture Song Changming's current state of mind, nothing could be more fitting than when one person attains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Chapter 75, Recommended Admission Quota. Li Mu. Haidai Martial Arts Academy isn't just the finest martial arts institution in our Haidai province, it also ranks third among the 10 great martial arts academies of China. As he spoke, Song Changming casually nudged Li Mu with his elbow, reminding him, in short, this direct admission spot to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy is nothing short of a tremendous blessing for you. Beside them, Lu Dongbua and the silver-haired instructor from Haidai Martial Arts Academy also smiled at Li Mu. Long before Li Mu and the over 100 contestants from Xingzi Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 Middle School clashed head-on, the Special Operations Bureau officer stationed nearby had already transmitted the live combat footage to Lu Dongbua. After reviewing it, Lu Dongbua wasted no time. He slapped his thigh and immediately forwarded the complete footage to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Haidai Martial Arts Academy immediately dispatched an instructor to personally offer Li Mu a guaranteed admission spot. At that moment, a Haidai Martial Arts Academy instructor beside Lu Dongbua stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, Li Mu. I am Zhu Guiyu, an instructor from Haidai Martial Arts Academy. As he spoke, Zhu Guiyu's voice carried an unmistakable thrill and excitement. He hadn't misjudged him after all. Li Mu's true cultivation level had now reached the 4th rank martial master realm. Comparing this to footage from just 1 week prior, when Li Mu participated in the position swapping challenge, his cultivation level had only just broken through to the 1st rank martial artist realm. In other words, this youth had leaped from a 1st-rank martial artist to a 4th-rank martial artist in less than 7 days. Such a rate of cultivation advancement was nothing short of miraculous. Such extraordinary talent in martial arts was not only unheard of in Haidai province, but even across all of China, it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn. The vast majority of such prodigies were nurtured by China's major clans, who poured their entire clan's resources into cultivating these geniuses destined to secure their lineage's next century of dominance. Yet here he was, a prodigy among prodigies, a demonic genius among demonic geniuses found in a place like this. Haidai Martial Academy had truly hit the jackpot this time. Moreover, Li Mu's extraordinary nature extends far beyond his astonishing cultivation speed. His comprehension is equally terrifying. This was vividly demonstrated in the final punch he unleashed when sweeping through Jizhou No. 4 Middle School and Xingzi Middle School. It was clear beyond doubt that Li Mu had unleashed the B-grade offensive combat technique, the 7 Wounds Fist. The 7 Wounds Fist is notoriously difficult to cultivate and carries severe side effects. For ordinary martial artists, merely mastering its basics is an immense challenge, let alone constantly guarding against the technique's backlash. Therefore, those who can truly cultivate the 7 Wounds Fist combat technique to its 7th level are already 1 in 10,000. Let alone someone like Li Mu, who not only mastered the 7 Wounds Fist to its ultimate pinnacle but also refined and innovated upon it, creating the devastating ultimate move, 7 Wounds transformed into 7 Slays. Zhu Guiyu still vividly remembered the moment he witnessed Li Mu unleash that 7 Wounds Fist, 7 Slays on the surveillance screen, utterly annihilating both Xingzi Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 Middle School. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his heart was thrown into a raging storm. No one present understood better than he did the immense feat of mastering the 7 Wounds Fist to perfection, then refining and innovating upon it to elevate the B-rank combat technique 7 Slays to a level rivaling a rank fist combat skills. This was precisely why, upon seeing the combat footage sent by Lu Dongbua, Zhu Guiyu immediately chartered a private jet from Quancheng to Jeju, all for the sole purpose of meeting Li Mu in person. Mr. Li Mu. Recalling this, Zhu Guiyu took several deep breaths before finally calming his inner shock. He forced a warm, friendly smile onto his face. I have a spot reserved for a recommended student at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. If you agree, I would be honored to serve as your personal mentor. You won't need to take the National College entrance exam. You can go home now, pack your bags, and return to Quancheng with me tomorrow. Truth be told, I am a special grade mentor at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. With decades of teaching experience, my cultivation level speaks for itself. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Li Mu. Of course, let's also discuss cultivation resources. Whatever resources I can secure for you, no need to ask. I'll deliver them to your doorstep for your free selection and immediate use. Hearing this, even Song Changming's expression grew distinctly peculiar. To be perfectly honest, if it weren't for the fact that standing right beside Zhu Guiyu was none other than Jizhou City's mayor Lu Donghua, he might genuinely doubt whether this man was actually a mentor from the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Wasn't this just some fly-by-night university sales pitch? Wasn't this a bit too enthusiastic? No. To be precise, Zhu Guiyu's attitude toward Li Mu couldn't even be described as enthusiastic anymore. Every word dripped with sycophancy and flattery. After all, he himself had been a principal for decades. We're all in the education circle, will inevitably cross paths again. In Song Changming's experience, even as principal of Jizhou No. 1 High School, he was treated like a nobody by the folks at Haidai Martial Arts Academy. They wouldn't even give him a proper look, radiating cold indifference from head to toe. But with Li Mu? Good heavens! The esteemed special grade instructor of Haidai Martial Arts Academy had transformed into a salesman for a diploma mill. The guaranteed admission spot was understandable. After all, based solely on Li Mu's performance at Haidai Martial Arts Academy, clearing the beast trial with an unprecedented score of 10,068 points, a feat likely unmatched in history, he certainly deserved a spot. But Zhu Guiyu's attitude, practically screaming "I'm about to agree," was an entirely different story. This indirectly signaled that the terrifying potential Li Mu displayed placed him firmly at the absolute pinnacle of the pyramid among Haidai Martial Academy's recommended students. At this thought, Song Changming's gaze toward Li Mu grew increasingly intense, his breathing even more rapid than before. Could it be that there was some untapped potential within Li Mu that he hadn't yet observed? As Zhu Guiyu gazed expectantly toward him, awaiting his final decision, Li Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, after a moment of internal deliberation, he posed the question that most concerned him. What are the benefits of this direct admission spot? To be precise, if I enter the Haidai Martial Academy as a recommended student, what tangible benefits can I actually gain from your academy? Chapter 76, Therefore, I decline. For Li Mu, now that the dog system had unlocked the reversal mall, his most urgent task was to acquire more reversal points. As long as he could accumulate enough reversal points, everything he desired, cultivation techniques, combat skills, cultivation base, innate talents, and more could be obtained from the reversal mall. Of course. Zhu Guiyu smiled confidently, then placed his right fist to his mouth and cleared his throat twice before continuing. To put it simply, just in our Haidai Martial Academy's martial arts hall, you could use your credentials to directly access the 4th level. Li Mu, you might not realize the value of the 4th floor at our Haidai Martial Arts Academy. This means you'll have access to exchange for any A grade or lower internal cultivation manuals, combat techniques, sword arts, and more, whatever you desire. Even if you desire an S grade technique or combat skill, as long as its classification isn't excessively restricted, I'll exhaust every avenue to secure an exchange slot for you. Beyond that, there's the platform itself. The height of the platform determines the height of personal development. As the top martial academy in Haidai province and ranked 3rd among China's 10 great martial academies, the instructors teaching here are either high-ranking officials holding key positions within the Chinese government or influential leaders of various clan factions. To put it bluntly, for the vast majority of people, the strongest and highest-level connections they'll ever access in their lifetime are those forged through the platform of university. If this platform is utilized effectively, it can become a life-changing fortune for a martial artist, a treasure that benefits them for a lifetime. At this point, Zhu Guiyu casually added another remark before Li Mu. Speaking of which, not only do I hail from the Zhu clan, one of the 10 great clans of Huaxia, but while I wouldn't claim my cultivation base is on par with the Haidai Martial Academy, my 7th rank martial sovereign status speaks for itself. This allows me to coordinate and mobilize cultivation resources and secret realm training opportunities across various sectors. Whenever I speak, they're more than willing to grant me this favor. This includes matters like the S-grade cultivation techniques or combat skills I mentioned earlier. When Li Mu inquired about the perks of this special admission, Zhu Guiyu opened his floodgates of words, speaking with such relentless fervor that he simply couldn't stop. His demeanor suggested he was laying all his cards on the table before Li Mu, determined to overwhelm him into submission and make him willingly return to the Haidai Martial Academy. But after speaking for nearly half an hour and seeing Li Mu's expression remain unchanged, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. If you're willing to become this old man's student, that would be most excellent. In any case, what I can offer you will be no less than what the other 9 great martial academies of Huaxia can provide. Hearing this, Li Mu nodded non-committally. As the top martial academy in Haidai province and 3rd ranked in all of China, the Haidai Martial Academy held undeniable appeal for Li Mu. Whether it was the openly promised resources like cultivation materials, martial arts manuals, and combat techniques, or the hidden opportunities like networking platforms and connections, Zhu Guiyu's offer was tempting. While some of Zhu Guiyo's promises might be exaggerated, Li Mu believed the vast majority would be fulfilled. Most importantly, he now possessed the qualification to access the first 4 levels of the Academy's martial arts hall. Given the Academy's vast library, he wouldn't need to spend his reversal points purchasing grade combat techniques or cultivation manuals from the system, a tremendous advantage. Beyond that, however, Li Mu felt little interest in anything else. With the reversal mall at his disposal, he could simply use reversal points to purchase enlightenment experience cards for cultivating combat techniques and cultivation methods in the future. With these cards, it remained to be seen whether his instructors would guide his cultivation or if he would guide theirs. As for connections? Sorry. In Li Mu's view, wasn't it far more worthwhile to invest the time and energy spent on networking into elevating his own cultivation realm? Besides, once you're powerful enough, those so-called connections won't even require deliberate cultivation. They'll come crawling to you, eager to curry favor and latch onto your coattails. Take now, for instance. Li Mu had never once interacted with the mayor of Jizhou City or anyone from the Haidai Martial Arts Academy before. Yet, after witnessing his extraordinary talent and unparalleled insight in martial arts, didn't they eagerly climb up to curry favor with him? Had he lacked this martial talent and this god-defying insight, forget about securing receptions from Lu Donghua or Zhu Guiyu. He'd likely stand outside their doors for 3 days and nights without them deigning to see him once. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Mu understood this truth more profoundly than anyone else, maintaining a clear-headed perspective at all times. So that's how it is. Looking at it this way, the direct admission spots at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy are indeed quite advantageous. Finally, under Zhu Guiyo's expectant gaze, Li Mu remained impassive as he stated, "But I decline. Zhu Guiyu." He had assumed that under the barrage of his sweet-talking tactics, Li Mu would have been thoroughly overwhelmed. Little did he expect that at the very last moment, Li Mu would pull a complete 180-degree turn. The words nearly snapped Zhu Guiyo's old back in two. For a long moment, the vast reception hall fell into silence. Zhu Guiyu, who had already reached into his robe to present the Haidai Martial Arts Academy admission letter to Li Mu, now froze in place as if encased in ice. After several seconds of stunned silence, Zhu Guiyu finally blurted out, "Why? Li Mu, could it be that my offer lacks sincerity?" "They are sincere." Li Mu nodded naturally. "Then why did you?" "But I'm just not interested." "But?" Li Mu's casual remark about having no interest nearly drove Zhu Guiyu into a state of utter disbelief. "You know what? Fishing for croakers is just plain fun." Especially since the fish he was catching now was a superpowered 7th-rank martial sovereign that added a whole new level of excitement. Li Mu sighed inwardly. His wicked pleasure in saying no to those who thought victory was theirs was a habit he'd likely never kick in this lifetime. "So, Li Mu, why did you refuse?" Zhu Guiyu was left hanging by Li Mu's words, his weathered face flushing crimson, clearly flustered. As if oblivious to Zhu Guiyo's flushed state, Li Mu shrugged indifferently and replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Because I'm not just competing in the high school martial arts tournament, I've also got the national college entrance exams coming up." Chapter 77, even the martial sovereign has gone into hiding. "What? Even with a guaranteed spot at Haidai Martial Arts Academy, you insist on competing in the high school martial arts tournament and then taking the national college entrance exam? Li Mu, are you seriously saying this to me?" Li Mu's words left Zhu Guiyu utterly speechless. After a long pause, Zhu Guiyu finally offered earnest advice. "Li Mu, there's absolutely no need for this. After this beast trial, you've thoroughly alienated everyone from Xingza Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 High School. Crucially, Xingza Academy also has a prodigious young swordswoman. Lu Shangyao, a peak 3rd-rank martial artist, didn't participate in this savage beast trial because she's in seclusion for cultivation. But once she emerges, she'll definitely come looking for trouble with her people. Therefore, the wisest course is for you to return to the Haidai Martial Academy with this old man before Lu Shangyao emerges. That way, Lu Shangyao won't be able to cause you trouble." "Well, what about requesting this recommended admission spot after participating in the high school martial arts tournament?" At that moment, Song Changming finally found an opening to interject, stepping forward cautiously to ask. Based on Song Changming's understanding of Li Mu, this kid was a textbook combat maniac. Before taking a year off, Li Mu still resembled a normal high schooler, showing no signs of change. But after returning from his hiatus, he seemed to have transformed into a boxing enthusiast, operating on a principle of tit for tat, returning 100-fold. If he didn't like someone, he'd just go and take them down. So, worried that Li Mu might ruin the day with his talk again, Song Changming decided to step in and smooth things over. "A high school martial arts tournament? Then it's even more unnecessary." Zhu Guiyu merely gave Song Changming a dismissive glance, his tone flat and indifferent, a stark contrast to the flattery he'd shown Li Mu. Beyond the generous rewards offered by Haidai Province, the primary goal of participating in the high school martial arts tournament is to catch the attention of our Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Through outstanding performance, students can secure a spot in our special admissions program. Of course, in previous years, all our academy's direct admission spots were selected through the high school martial arts tournament. However, the only direct admission spot for the Haidai Martial Arts Academy is the one in this old man's hands. You're all familiar with Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, Qingdao No. 2 High School, and Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, right? They consistently dominate the top 3 spots in Haidai Province's high school rankings and have reigned supreme in the high school martial arts tournament for decades. The sheer number and caliber of prodigies emerging from these schools are unmatched. From what I understand, this year's cohort alone has produced several exceptional prodigies, each outstanding and fiercely ambitious. I imagine Li Mu has heard this saying, the 5th rank martial artist realm is a threshold of forbidden zone that separates geniuses from prodigies, one they can never truly cross. And among the prodigies I mentioned earlier from those 3 schools, even the weakest has reached the peak of 6th rank martial artist cultivation. Especially that one from Shanchur affiliated High. I hear he's practically got one foot in the door of 8th rank martial artist. If they hear that you've snatched the greatest hidden prize of this high school martial arts tournament, they'll stop at nothing to challenge you. As he spoke, Zhu Guiyu shot Li Mu a look that screamed, "You asked for it." They'll call it seeking your guidance, but really, they'll just be looking for trouble. Li Mu. You must understand, giving you the recommended student spot doesn't mean you're already unrivaled in Haidai Province. I gave you this spot purely because I see your future potential. What caught my eye was your monstrous speed breaking through from a 1st rank martial artist to a 4th rank martial artist in just 7 days. What caught my eye was your martial arts insight, mastering the 7 wounds fist to perfection in just 1 afternoon, then innovating the 7 slays technique from that foundation. If you were to face any of the top 3 high schools in Haidai Province I mentioned earlier right now, you'd be crushed into dust. Looking for trouble with me? Interesting. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, utterly unconcerned. Despite Zhu Guiyu's incessant chatter until his mouth went dry, Li Mu's ears automatically filtered it down to blah blah blah, mess with you, blah blah blah. What? What the hell does that even mean? Seeing Li Mu's utterly fearless demeanor, Zhu Guiyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Mu, my boy, just hear me out this once. He had thought that after such a heartfelt and reasoned appeal, he might finally sway Li Mu. But what sent chills down Zhu Guiyu's spine was that the more he pleaded, the brighter the youth's dark eyes grew. Very well, very well. Under Zhu Guiyu's bewildered gaze, Li Mu nodded confidently. All right. Mentor Zhu, I understand your meaning. And I won't let you come all this way for nothing. Hold that recommended admission spot for me for now. After the high school martial arts competition and the national college entrance exam conclude, provided other martial arts academies offer comparable conditions, I will prioritize your Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Is that acceptable? No. So after all this, I'm just the backup option, huh? Zhu Guiyu's eyes widened, and for a moment, tears welled up before he could even speak. Dude. Who could have known? I'm a full-fledged 7th rank martial sovereign, and today I got completely shut down by a 16-year-old high school kid. Night deepened. After several rounds of intense negotiations, Zhu Guiyu reluctantly accepted Li Mu's participation in the upcoming high school martial arts tournament and the national college entrance exams, yielding to Li Mu's insistence. Under Zhu Guiyu's lingering gaze, Li Mu exchanged contact information with him. Now, as they boarded the final flight, Zhu Guiyu clung to Li Mu's hand, refusing to let go. Only after Li Mu repeatedly assured him that he would definitely attend the Haidai Martial Arts Academy under the same conditions did Zhu Guiyu finally board the plane bound for the Spring City. After seeing Zhu Guiyu off, Song Changming repeatedly questioned Li Mu on the way back about why he hadn't gone to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy with Zhu Guiyu. But Li Mu simply responded with a look that said, "Principal, you're still too young. As the saying goes, it pays to shop around." Haidai Martial Arts Academy ranked among the top 3 of China's 10 major martial arts academies. That alone was proof of its excellence. Just as Zhu Guiyu had stated earlier. The ultimate goal for the top talents from Haidai Province's elite high schools participating in this high school martial arts tournament was to compete for the reserved admission spots at Haidai Martial Arts Academy. To outsiders, this was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage and opportunity powerful enough to alter one's destiny. But for Li Mu, that special admission spot was just that, a nice perk if he got it, but no big deal if he didn't. What truly preoccupied Li Mu was the main quest the system had just assigned him, amassing 200 million reputation points. Task reward, Earth Element Spirit Pill. Chapter 78, System, Level Me Up. For Li Mu, the prerequisite to earning reputation was undoubtedly boosting his own fame, making a name for himself. If he could single-handedly lead Jizhou No. 1 High, a perennial first-round exit tourist team, to become an unprecedented dark horse in the upcoming provincial high school martial arts tournament, and then proceeded to knock out the 3 traditional powerhouses of Haidai Province's high school scene: Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, Qingdao No. 2 High School, and Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, one after another, then both the buzz and the hype would undoubtedly explode. By then, his influence wouldn't be confined to Haidai Province alone, it would resonate across all of China. Earning that 100 million in reputation points would be a breeze. But then again, once again, I've managed to snag this foolproof system. Think about it. Doing the same thing as a 16-year-old prodigy, single-handedly leading a team as a dark horse to defeat traditional powerhouses and claim the championship, that generates far more buzz and discussion. Is it more buzzworthy and newsworthy for a middle-aged guy who finally made it big at 42 to single-handedly lead his team to victory? Obviously the former. If it were me 25 years from now trying to earn that 100 million in fame points, I'd have to put in dozens, even hundreds of times more effort than this. At this thought, Li Mu's lips curled upward again involuntarily, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He glanced at the time again and realized it was already late into the night. His parents were surely asleep by now. Since he had to go to school tomorrow anyway, he might as well make do and spend the night in the school's training room. Besides, he'd earned enough reversal points during the beast trial this time. He could plan how to use them to maximize his combat strength. Soon after, Li Mu climbed into Song Changming's car and rode back to school with him. Throughout the journey, Song Changming naturally couldn't resist nagging Li Mu incessantly, repeating the same refrain over and over. Why hadn't he simply accepted Zhu Guiyo's offer back then and become a recommended student at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy? Watching Song Changming beat his chest in regret and sigh with frustration. Li Mu momentarily couldn't tell whether it was himself or Song Changming who had been offered that spot at Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Finally, after managing to send the old fool Song Changming on his way, Li Mu made his way to his cultivation chamber and locked the door behind him. Alright. Let's begin. Silence filled the cultivation room as Li Mu sat cross-legged on the soft mat. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned the system's translucent virtual screen. Host, Li Mu. Realm, 4th grade martial artist realm. Heart method, great transformation technique. Combat technique, 7 wounds fist. Martial talent, King of Hell roll call LV1 upgradable. Reversal points, 46,000. 46,000 points. That's a full 46,000 reversal points. Damn it. Since Li Mu's transmigration to Blue Star, this was truly the first time he'd fought such a lavishly funded battle. Back then, even a few thousand reversal points felt like a fortune to him, let alone tens of thousands now. It felt like this: imagine one year, when you were about to hand over all your New Year's red envelope money, your parents suddenly waved their hands and declared with great generosity, this year, spend your red envelope money however you want. It was almost overwhelming, not knowing how to spend it all. But equally, the pressure Li Mu now faced was immense. Of course, this pressure has absolutely nothing to do with the sword-wielding girl mentioned earlier by Zhu Guiyu, the one at the peak of 3rd-rank martial artist realm with 100-plus noobs from Xingzhou Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 High School who were itching for a fight. For Li Mu, blessed with SSS plus martial talent and the King of Hell's roll call, even fatigue and negative status effect could be transferred under the causal rules of that ability. Other debuffs were even less of a concern. Moreover, he had just awakened the system achievement Sink the Boats and Burn the Bridges. Combining these two formidable abilities meant that, as long as he managed his chi consumption and the state of his substitute victims, Li Mu was theoretically an unstoppable, tireless war machine. Forget 100 weaklings, even 1,000 or 10,000 of them charging at him wouldn't stand a chance. In fact, deep down, Li Mu was secretly hoping Lu Shangyao and her band of noobs would come looking for trouble sooner rather than later. That way, he could farm more comeback points off these NPCs before the high school martial arts tournament officially began. The thought gave him a little thrill. The only ones who truly commanded Li Mu's vigilance were the 3 powerhouses of Haidai Province: Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, Qingdao No. 2 High School, and Haidai Provincial Experimental High School. As Zhu Guiyu had said earlier, the 5th-rank martial artist realm was the dividing line between geniuses and prodigies. Only upon reaching this realm did one truly earn the right to stand among the select few prodigies at the pinnacle of Haidai Province's martial arts pyramid. Among the 3 powerhouses Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, and Qingdao No. 2 High School, even the weakest prodigy had already reached the peak of 6th-rank martial artist cultivation, while the strongest approached the threshold of 8th-rank martial artist. Moreover, Zhu Guiyu had explicitly pointed out to Li Mu that there was still a noticeable gap between his current self and the top prodigies of these 3 elite institutions. The reason Zhu Guiyu chose to place such a heavy bet on him was precisely because he saw greater promise in Li Mu's future. Therefore, until he possessed absolute martial prowess capable of crushing these prodigies, it was truly a source of sleepless nights and lost appetite. But then again, given this damn system's usual modus operandi, if I wanted to earn more substantial reversal points, I'd have to keep courting death, constantly challenging prodigies far stronger than myself. This truly is high risk, high reward. Li Mu's lips curled upward, his smile growing increasingly meaningful. He understood better than anyone that this damn system, though constantly fleeced by Li Mu in every conceivable way, might seem stupid on the surface, but was actually cunning as hell. Introducing this new twist with the reversal system and reversal points was essentially forcing him to take risks. And not just any reckless act would do. Li Mu had to go all out. Perhaps for the male protagonists in the novels Li Mu had read in his previous life, even if they failed in their reckless pursuits, the worst that could happen was starting over. They could even shout defiantly, "What goes around comes around." Don't underestimate the young and poor. But for Li Mu, failure meant a complete restart of his life. At best, he could utter one final line: 500 years from now, I'll still be a hero. Therefore, in his battle against this dog system, Li Mu had to eliminate any possibility of reckless failure. Li Mu let out a long sigh, his gaze settling on the section detailing his martial arts talent. Ever since awakening the King of Hell's roll call, Li Mu knew his martial arts talent was unlike any other warrior's. Others' martial arts talents were entirely at the mercy of the heavens. Whatever the heavens bestowed was what they received, everything predetermined and unalterable. As for advancing levels? To others, that was pure fantasy, something utterly impossible. But for Li Mu, his martial arts talent could actually be upgraded? Previously, lacking sufficient reversal points, upgrading his martial talent had been nothing more than a pipe dream, something to merely gaze at, never to be taken seriously. But now, he had suddenly struck it rich, clutching 46,000 reversal points in his hands. There was no reason not to try advancing his martial talent. The world may be vast, but power reigns supreme. Deep Blue, allocate points. Wrong. System, upgrade my talents. Earning reversal points through sheer skill, how could that be considered cheating? Chapter 79, Awakening the Gifted Ability. As the thought crossed his mind, Li Mu distinctly felt a pure energy slowly coursing through his limbs and organs. A profound, mysterious sensation surged within his mind. Vaguely, Li Mu seemed to see a dark iron scroll unfolding before him. As the scroll's pages grew larger, Li Mu's profound insights into the King of Hell's roll call crystallized within his mind, becoming fully mastered. Simultaneously, lines of text scrolled continuously across the virtual screen before him. After consuming 1,000 reversal points, your martial talent has solidified further. You have gained deeper understanding and control over the King of Hell's roll call. After consuming 5,000 reversal points, as your understanding and control over martial talent deepened, the first page of the King Yama Iron Scroll finally showed signs of loosening. This was the very sign of martial talent undergoing evolution. You gathered your true chi within your body to prevent chi deviation. After consuming 10,000 reversal points, the first page of the Iron Scroll of the King of Hell slowly unfolds. You gaze intently and discover ancient, mystical script inscribed upon it. The longer you look, the more a sense of clarity and tranquility fills your heart. After expending 10,000 reversal points, the first page of the King of Hell's Iron Scroll finally revealed itself fully before you. The characters shimmered with a crimson, eerie glow. After spending 20,000 reversal points, you finally grasped all the profound secrets of the first page of the Iron Scroll of the King of Hell. You awaken a new innate ability. King Yama's roll call upgraded to LV2. The number of substitute ghosts increased to a maximum of 10. The interval for transferring physical damage to the host shortened to 4 minutes. New talent ability, Infernal Flames. Hell's karmic fire incinerates living beings' bodies, converting them into spiritual energy for absorption. While replenishing the host's true chi, it also fortifies the user's own vitality through combat cultivation, elevating cultivation realm. Hell's karmic fire LV1, Deathburn unlocked, incinerates the physical bodies of all living beings, absorbing 50% of their spiritual energy. Hell's karmic fire LV2, Soul combustion unlocked. Hell's Inferno LV3, Obliteration burn unlocked. Commentary: Hell's karmic fire is the very flame that consumes sinners in the underworld. Those engulfed by this inferno suffer proportionally to the gravity of their earthly sins. The heavier the burden of evil deeds, the greater the purifying torment endured. Note, O valiant host, wield this flame to purify this filthy world and restore clarity to the mortal realm. As wave after wave of bullet comments unfolded, Li Mu's reversal points rapidly depleted at a visible rate. Finally, upon fully comprehending the entire first page of the Yenwine Iron Scroll, a thunderous roar erupted from the void within Li Mu's cultivation chamber. A strange black flame suddenly shot out from the black scroll. What felt eerie was that though this dark flame burned fiercely, it offered not a shred of warmth. Instead, a bone-chilling cold radiated from it. An aura of extreme and frigid coldness spread wildly throughout the surroundings. This pitch-black flame not only radiated extreme cold but seemed to possess the power to devour all light. Wherever it spread, only eternal darkness and bone-chilling cold remained. Near the cultivation chamber, a deathly silence descended. The two teachers on night duty in the cultivation room both wore expressions of sheer terror. Both stared toward Li Mu's cultivation chamber, teeth chattering, voices trembling. That aura emanating from Li Mu's meditation chamber just now, how terrifying was that? It felt like some unspeakable horror lurked within. That's just too terrifying. Watch your words, old Li. It's not wise to speak such divisive things. Before the teacher could finish, his companion cut him off. Though he himself was no better off than the teacher, equally drenched in cold sweat from that bone-chilling aura of utter darkness, nearly collapsing to the floor, he still managed to warn his companion to watch his words. Could it be that this new prodigy at first high was cultivating? That aura. It was downright terrifying. At the same time, Song Changming, who had been dozing off in the principal's office, was jolted awake by that terrifyingly icy aura. He rolled over, a look of astonishment crossing his face. But when Song Changming saw that this aura was emanating from Li Mu's direction, he rolled over and fell back asleep, muttering to himself with his mouth half open. I wondered who it could be. Oh, it's just that kid Li Mu. Then it's nothing. Indeed. Having personally witnessed the cosmic upheaval triggered when Li Mu awakened his martial talent, this terrifyingly frigid aura paled in comparison to that previous phenomenon. At least Song Changming didn't have to worry about Li Mu accidentally summoning another bolt of heavenly lightning during his cultivation and getting struck himself, right? Is this the power of martial talent level 2? Truly terrifying indeed. Within the cultivation chamber, Li Mu abruptly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils seemed to burn with a cluster of cold, black flames, radiating an icy, menacing aura from within. Open! With Li Mu's low roar, an extremely terrifying rumbling sound suddenly surged from within his body. An aura even more powerful and terrifying than before spread and intertwined from his body. His bloodline, organs, and even bones all radiated a crystalline brilliance at that moment, as if they had been tempered. The majestic aura erupting from Li Mu instantly multiplied, becoming utterly terrifying, several times more formidable than when he was at the 4th rank martial artist realm. 5th rank martial master. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. I never expected this advancement to extend beyond martial talent alone. My cultivation realm has also surged to 5th rank martial master. Not only that, but I can distinctly feel that both my physical strength and vital energy far surpass those of ordinary 5th rank martial masters. Even if I were to face a 6th rank martial master, I'm confident I could defeat them outright no matter what trump cards they play. Even Li Mu, whose martial resolve was as unshakable as steel, found himself overcome with excitement at this moment. The 5th rank martial artist realm served as the dividing line between prodigies and prodigious talents, a chasm deemed insurmountable by countless eyes, blocking the path of countless heavenly born talents like Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiyu. This alone showed just how incredibly difficult it was to reach the 5th rank martial artist realm while still in high school. Yet when this same challenge presented itself to Li Mu, it was practically a walk in the park, right? This so-called impassable chasm? To Li Mu, it was nothing more than a smooth, unobstructed crosswalk. All he needed to do was lift his leg slightly, and he'd cross it effortlessly, without the slightest exertion. His right hand, resting on his knee, flipped open as his fingers spread wide. A ball of black flame erupted from the center of his palm. Whoosh! Now I've ascended to the 5th rank martial master realm. Let me see what extraordinary qualities this newly awakened innate ability Hell's karmic fire possesses. Chapter 80, Dog System, You Scammy Bastard. The black flame began as no larger than a marble, yet in the blink of an eye, it spread across Li Mu's entire palm. The black flames were so airy that to the casual observer, it looked as if his palm was enveloped in a cloud of dark mist. Gazing at the black flames burning on his right palm, Li Mu's usually calm and composed handsome face couldn't hide the smile. It was pure delight. Truly worthy of being called the infernal flames of karma. This truly was a case of fighting to sustain the fight by continuously burning enemies with the hellfire to replenish his own depleted true energy. Moreover, under the karmic rules of the King of Hell's roll call, even his own fatigue and other negative states could be transferred. The only way to defeat Li Mu was either to wear him down through relentless combat, exhausting him and his 5 sacrificial substitutes to death, or deliver consecutive fatal blows to Li Mu within the 4-minute interval. Otherwise, Li Mu is, in a sense, an immortal war god with infinite stamina and boundless true energy. This newly awakened talent perfectly plugs the final gap in Li Mu's endurance combat capabilities, maximizing his functionality to the absolute limit. These were all SSS tier abilities that would make ordinary martial artists drool with envy. Li Mu dispersed the black karmic flames in his palm. The flickering black ember burning within his eyes gradually faded as he calmed his surging emotions. Now, not only could he face Xingza and the 100+ fighters from 4th middle school simultaneously, but he could handle any enemy, even overwhelming numbers that could exhaust 5 men, as long as they couldn't critically wound him twice within 4 minutes. As for the rest of those lowly minions, Li Mu was confident he could slaughter them all, no matter how many came his way. He wouldn't back down for a second. And then did this damn system calculate this in advance? Damn it! I just upgraded my martial talent once, and you drained every last one of my hard-earned 46,000 reversal points. After glancing at his reversal point balance now around Fat Zero once more, Li Mu's smile vanished instantly. Of course, part of this was due to the incredibly high tier of the King of Hell's roll call. After all, it was the only martial talent on Blue Star capable of continuous advancement in the late stages. But this single upgrade consumed exactly 46,000 reversal points, not a single one more or less. If Li Mu had to believe there wasn't a single bit of underhanded trickery from that damn system involved, he'd have to be dead. And this damn system wasn't just scheming, it was also incredibly adept at milking players for in-game currency. Just look. He'd just awakened a special talent, Hell's Inferno, and now he'd have to burn through reversal points to upgrade it. Great, just great. It even has multiple tiers of charges. Nothing but tricks. Originally, according to Li Mu's initial plan, after upgrading his martial arts talent, he'd still have plenty of leftover reversal points to buy another silver key and a sword technique manual from the shop. Now look at me. In the blink of an eye, he's been cleaned out. Back to square one. Forget it. Anyway, the next event is the high school martial arts tournament. Once we reach the tower battles in the heartland, all those renowned prodigies and prodigiesses will be ripe for the picking. There'll be plenty of reversal points to spare. But soon enough, Li Mu stopped dwelling on it. To better harvest the premium chides like Shanshur affiliated High, Qingdao No. 2 High, and Haidai Provincial Experimental during the high school martial arts tournament, he needed to sharpen his scythe even more. Cultivation. He must cultivate. With that thought, Li Mu retrieved his backpack. Inside lay nothing but venomous insects and poisonous plants he'd gathered from the savage beast mountains, including several demonic beasts of the demonic weapon grade, inherently carrying deadly toxins. To other martial artists, these were terrifying poisons that made them pale at the mere mention, but to Li Mu, they were the ultimate shortcut to mastering his cultivation techniques. The mere thought of swallowing these venomous insects and plants, along with the highly toxic demonic beasts, filled him with immense satisfaction, especially knowing how much it would infuriate that old fool Li Song. Most crucially, in the past, the misfortune of bearing these deadly poisons would have fallen on that unlucky bastard Li Sanhu. But now, after he de-shattered Li Sanhu's name in the wilderness beast trials, all this blessing would ultimately land squarely on Li Song's shoulders. The thought filled him with unbounded glee. With that thought, Li Mu grabbed a handful of poisonous substances and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them voraciously as he plunged back into his frenzied cultivation mode. To ordinary martial artists, this was tantamount to courting death. Yet Li Mu felt neither worry nor fear. In fact, the more he trained, the more exhilarating it felt. What Li Mu didn't know was, Li Ben, who had already been swindled out of 15,000 contribution points by Li Yu and Li Mu father and son in the wilderness beast mountains, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood from sheer rage. A surge of pent-up fury churned in his chest, unable to find release. The feeling was unbearably painful and frustrating. He'd intended to meditate and shift his focus away from these vexing troubles. But the moment Li Song sat down, he felt like he was going to puke. It felt as though he'd been cultivating for ages, his mood growing increasingly restless. What the hell is wrong with me lately? Earlier, during cultivation, I suddenly went off the rails without warning. I nearly lost my life over it. Now I'm practically traumatized. I haven't dared to practice much lately. But now, just the thought of practicing to regulate my breath triggers this intense resistance inside me? Li Song's brow furrowed, his face etched with confusion and bewilderment. Earlier, that black-clad figure had repeatedly assured me that the barrier-breaking pill he gave me was absolutely flawless. Moreover, it was exactly as the black-clad figure had claimed. If that noble truly intended to kill me, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths with poison. A single thought from him would have obliterated my soul and spirit, condemning me to eternal damnation. If it wasn't the pill, could it be that someone had cursed me? Lost in his own irritation, Li Song hadn't noticed that since earlier he'd been drinking water incessantly. It seemed only this could bring him some relief. Cough cough cough. Earlier, drinking water had felt perfectly normal. But after swallowing this cup, Li Song began coughing violently and uncontrollably. His features contorted as if twisted into a knot, his throat searing with pain. Each sip felt like swallowing 1,000 needles whole. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Li Song immediately focused his mind and examined his body internally. He discovered that his extraordinary meridians and vital organs had, at some unknown point, become coated with a layer of blackness, a clear sign of poisoning. What the hell is going on? Why is something so bizarre happening to my body? Li Song's expression shifted repeatedly. Eventually, he even began to suspect he might have contracted some strange illness. Fortunately, he was currently in the hospital. Just as Li Song was about to schedule a full body examination, Li Wenyu hurried over, his voice urgent. Elder Li. The second young master has awakened. Chapter 81, this time he was truly terrified. At those words, Li Song's foot, which had just lifted, abruptly retracted. A flash of malevolence flickered in his eyes. After Li Mu shattered all records to claim first place in the wilderness beast trial, the biggest question lingering in Li Song's mind was how Li Mu had managed to evade the pursuit of Song Tiehu and his men. According to the original plan, Li Mu should have been targeted by Song Tiehu and his men the moment he entered the wilderness beast mountains. At that time, Li Mu's cultivation level was at best on par with Shin Luoyan, capped at the third-rank martial artist realm. With such cultivation, if he had collided with Song Tiehu's group, who possessed 6th-rank martial master strength, even if Li Mu were made of iron, he wouldn't have been able to hold them off. Faced with the overwhelming might of Iron Tiger's squad, he would have met certain death regardless. What puzzled Li Song was that not only did Song Tiehu fail to kill Li Mu afterward, but he himself likely met a gruesome end within the wilderness beast mountains. So what exactly transpired between Song Tiehu and Li Mu? And why had Li Sanhu suffered such severe injuries? The answers to all these questions could only be found through Li Jiahao. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Li Song quickened his pace and abruptly pushed open the door to Li Jiahao and Li Sanhu's hospital room. Li Jiahao had already sat up in bed, his eyes unfocused, his face still etched with lingering terror. It was as if he had personally endured some profoundly horrific ordeal, the aftershocks of which still shook him to his core. Li Jiahao, what exactly did you and Sanhu endure in the savage beast mountains? How could even Sanhu be so badly injured? Did you encounter some kind of terrifying demon beast? As his father fired off question after question like a machine gun, Li Jiahao stiffly turned his head. Recalling what had happened to Li Sanhu, his face drained of color like it had been dusted with flour, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Dad! You might not believe this, but Sanhu and I might have actually encountered something supernatural in the wild beast mountains today. Originally, following your instructions, Sanhu had already sent the Iron Tiger squad to search for Li Mu. But after that, I wanted to venture deeper into the wild beast mountains for some training, accompanied by Sanhu. As we walked, Sanhu suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then he started rolling on the ground, his meridians snapping one by one. He vomited blood non-stop, his clothes completely soaked through. He looked like a bloody gourd. As Li Jiahao continued his account, Li Song's expression grew increasingly grim. Because the symptoms afflicting Li Sanhu weren't merely similar to his own current condition, they were identical. Holy! It can't be that coincidental. Li Song's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. Growing increasingly uneasy, Li Song hurried over to the adjacent hospital bed, determined to get a closer look at Li Sanhu's condition. But just as he reached the bedside and bent down to get a closer look, boom! Li Sanhu's head exploded. The red and white substance splattered all over Li Song's mouth and face. Even Li Jiahao, who was still sitting dumbstruck on the bed beside him, wasn't spared, getting sprayed in the face as well. Just as Li Jiahao's mind went blank in utter shock, a loud thud echoed. Li Song collapsed onto the floor, convulsing violently like an epileptic seizure. A foul-smelling, yellowish liquid soaked through his pants, pooling on the floor. It was obvious. Li Song had genuinely scared himself into wetting his pants. While Li Mu was literally scared to his pants, on the upper floors of the same hospital. Today, Jeju First People's Hospital was unusually bustling, with nearly the entire 21st floor occupied. Every hospital bed held a figure wrapped in thick bandages like mummies, one leg elevated high, heads immobilized by plaster casts on both sides. The only ones capable of instantly booking an entire floor of the First People's Hospital were the contestants from Xingzi Middle School, who had just been transported out of the Savage Beast Mountains by convoy. At this moment, the vast majority of them remained unconscious. Although the overall medical standards on Blue Star were significantly higher in this high martial arts world to cope with rampant demonic beasts and rampaging races, even the most skilled attending physicians had limited energy. The sudden influx of so many critically injured patients at once placed immense strain on the hospital's medical staff, even though the First People's Hospital was solely responsible for treating the injured students from Xingzi Academy. What puzzled these medical staff even more was this. If they remembered correctly, weren't all the students from Xingzi Middle School participating in today's Savage Beast trial? If they were participating in the Wilderness Beast trial, then Special Services Bureau officers should have been stationed throughout the Wilderness Beast Mountains to ensure the safety of the participating students. How could the Special Operations Bureau and the authorities possibly stand by and allow an entire school's contingent of participants to be wiped out by demon beasts in such a coordinated manner? But if it wasn't due to the beasts, what exactly had transpired during the trial that sent over 100 participants to the hospital on stretchers? This perplexity wasn't limited to the attending physicians. Zhang Shihai, the principal of Xingzi Middle School, was equally baffled. He now stood before a single hospital bed in a private ward, his thick eyebrows knotted into a tight knot, his expression shifting between anger and confusion. So, this is how Li Mu stuck you into the ground like a pair of chopsticks? And even with over 100 of you attacking him, you still suffered such a humiliating defeat at Li Mu's hands? Zhang Shihai stared at Zhao Jiansheng lying in the hospital bed, his expression utterly bizarre. Yes. Seeing Zhang Shihai's expression, as if he'd seen a ghost, Zhao Jiansheng hung his head in shame on the hospital bed, lacking even the courage to meet Zhang Shihai's gaze. Indeed. No matter who reflected on the fourth trial of the Beast Wasteland, the battle between Shang Zhe and Li Mu would inevitably elicit an immediate exclamation. 100 against 1. The odds were in our favor. And what was the final outcome? Even with Bian Haiyang and myself working together, we were wiped out by Li Mu acting alone? Tell me. Such a humiliating defeat, no matter who was in our place, it would be hard to speak of it. You. What the hell kind of joke are you playing on me? Hearing this, Zhang Shihai's aged face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to drip with venom. Even if Li Mu concealed his cultivation, he's only just broken through to 4th-rank martial artist. With his foundation still unstable, how could over 100 of you from both schools combined fail to defeat him alone? Forget about you lot. Even if you released 100 pigs for Li Mu to catch, he wouldn't be able to round them all up in such a short time. By the end, Zhang Shihai's voice shot up an octave, the veins on his forehead throbbing wildly. Zhang Shihai, having risen to become principal of Xingzi Middle School, must possess considerable self-control. The reason he's acting so out of character now boils down to one thing: the high school martial arts tournament is just around the corner. The official purpose of this beast trial in Jeju Bay City was to allow participating students from major high schools to acclimate to the Battle Royale competition format ahead of time, preparing them for the final sprint over the last half-month. Yet while other schools were in full sprint mode, Xingzi High had suffered a complete wipeout. It was safe to say Xingzi Middle School was guaranteed elimination from this high school martial arts tournament. Not even Jesus could save them now. Just as Zhang Shihai was sinking into utter despair, a cold, detached female voice drifted through the doorway. Principal Zhang. Whether they participate in the high school martial arts tournament or not, it makes no difference to me now. I, Lu Shangyao, alone, is enough. Chapter 82, The Ace of Xingzi emerges. Lu Shangyao emerges. Hearing the young woman's voice, Zhang Shihai and Zhao Jiancheng both flashed expressions of wild joy. They turned toward the sound. There, a girl clad in a light blue robe strode in with purpose. Her flowing blue robes billowed behind her, while her jet black waist-length hair was pulled into a high ponytail, exuding an indescribable air of competence and valor. Her exquisitely delicate oval face bore a calm, detached expression. She regarded Zhang Shihai and Zhao Jiancheng indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about the grave situation they had just mentioned. Only a trace of disdain and contempt lurked deep within her gaze. This girl was none other than Lu Shangyao, the renowned swordsmanship prodigy of Jizhou, the top-ranked student at Xingze Academy, and the extraordinary young woman who had repeatedly outshone Shen Luoyan. Zhao Jiancheng. Stepping into the hospital room, Lu Shangyao looked down on Zhao Jiancheng from above, her tone dripping with contempt. I've heard all about what happened. Truthfully, I had no intention of getting involved in this matter, nor did I deign to bother with it. But what can I say? This time, your defeat was utterly disgraceful. Xingze Middle School No. 4 fielded a full 116 players. Even if No. 1 Middle School had Shen Luoyan, so what? Yet you still lost. And it was an unprecedented, crushing defeat. I genuinely feel ashamed for you. After discussing the earth-shattering battle that had just concluded in the Beast Trial, and knowing full well that Li Mu's first high team had wiped out over 100 members from Xingze and 4th High, Zhang Shihai and Zhao Jiancheng still saw no trace of tension or unease on the girl's cold, proud, oval face. Instead, a fierce, soaring fighting spirit radiated from her entire being. Turning her back, the girl in green spoke in her usual icy tone. To prevent Xingze High from being branded with shame in the Jizhou High School arena, I will personally reclaim the honor we lost this time. I refuse to face the mocking, derisive stares of others at the high school martial arts tournament, knowing they'll see me as nothing but a clown from Xingze Academy. With that, Lu Shangyao gripped her sword and turned to leave. Watching the girl's proud retreating figure, Zhao Jiancheng's lips twitched on the hospital bed. After a long pause, he stammered out, but Li Mu is a 4th-rank martial artist. Before Zhao Jiancheng could finish, Lu Shangyao cut him off coldly. The girl in green turned halfway, her voice brimming with arrogance and overwhelming dominance. So what? Boom! Clatter! As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely terrifying and fierce aura erupted from Lu Shangyao body, sweeping out like an invisible wave. Every window pane and glass cup in the entire hospital room shattered instantly. The room was left in utter disarray, as if ravaged by a typhoon. Lu Shangyao lifted her chin slightly. Me too. The next morning, as the golden sun rose, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon Li Mu. Li Mu instantly awoke from his state of cultivating the great transformation technique. He let out a long sigh, exhaling a deep breath. The breath shot out like a sharp arrow through the open window, solid and unbroken, traveling dozens of meters before finally dissipating into a wisp of white vapor. Li Mu stood up. After a full night of uninterrupted cultivation of the transcendence technique, Li Mu could now distinctly feel that his cultivation base had solidified completely at the minor achievement stage of 5th-rank martial artist. Gone was the previous sense of instability from consecutively breaking through 2 minor realms from 3rd-rank martial artist. Feeling the powerful, surging vital energy coursing through every bone and muscle, and the boundless true chi continuously generated from that vital energy, Li Mu had never felt so invincible. If he were to encounter the Iron Tiger squad of 6 led by Song Tiehu again now, Li Mu would no longer need to rely on cunning and scheming to outsmart them. If Li Mu so desired, he could effortlessly crush Song Tiehu and his 5 companions one by one with sheer brute force. Ding dong, ding dong. As these thrilling thoughts raced through Li Mu's mind, the doorbell of his cultivation chamber chimed from outside. But the moment he opened the door, a radiant figure stood gracefully before him. Before him stood a pale-skinned girl with waist-length black hair. Her rosy, full lips pressed together lightly. Her dark, lacquer black eyes, usually cool and distant, now held a hint of complexity and longing as she looked at Li Mu. Is that Shen Luoyan? Holy crap, what's President Shen doing here? Last time, President Shen brought breakfast to Li Mu on her own initiative. After that, I even heard she came looking for him again. I didn't believe it at first, but damn it, it's actually true. Could it be, there's really something between them? My goddess. I haven't even made my comeback yet, how could you fall for someone else? Shen Luoyan's popularity at first high was unmatched, no one could compare to this goddess. Especially since Shen Luoyan chose Li Mu, this instantly drew crowds of first high students flocking over, chattering excitedly among themselves. But talk was just talk. The looks those students, especially the boys, gave Li Mu were pure envy, drool practically dripping from their eyes. The fact that Shen Luoyan had taken the initiative to make breakfast and deliver it to his classroom, and that he had turned her away before the beast trial even began. That alone was enough to cement Li Mu's status as a campus legend. And that was before he single-handedly turned the tide during the beast trial, leading first high alone against over 100 contestants from Xingze and 4th High. From that moment on, Li Mu had been deified in the hearts of these first high students, becoming an idol revered by all. Now Li Mu was even more incredible. Despite having explicitly rejected Shen Luoyan before, he still managed to get this aloof and proud school goddess to come knocking on his door a second time. This wasn't mere admiration from the boys of First High anymore, they were literally throwing themselves at his feet, prostrating themselves before this legendary First High male student. Damn impressive. Incredible. So awesome it leaves no room for jealousy. Shall I come in for a moment? Shen Luoyan, standing at the doorway, gently tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear. A faint smile touched her cool, composed face. You have 10 minutes. Though Li Mu had no desire to let this woman in, he stepped aside as the crowd grew larger, his tone flat. Fine. This time, Shen Luoyan showed no trace of resentment from Li Mu's previous harsh treatment. Instead, upon hearing his invitation, her cold, fair face brimmed with unmistakable delight. She glided gracefully inside, casually closing the door behind her. This action sent the male students from First High outside into a frenzy of wailing and chest beating. No news is good news. Shen Luoyan, what brings you here? Facing Li Mu's directness, the smile vanished from Shen Luoyan's face. Her expression suddenly turned utterly serious. Li Mu, I want you to teach me. How can I become as strong as you in such a short time? Chapter 83, I'm willing to pay the tuition. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Mu's sword-like brows knitted together. Without hesitation, he declared, I refuse. Are you kidding me? Right now, Li Mu's mind was consumed by one thought, how to earn enough reversal points before then. After upgrading his martial talent yesterday, Li Mu was now completely broke, not a single reversal point left. Originally, he had planned to exchange for a suitable sword technique from the reversal mall before the high school martial arts tournament arrived. Well, that's just great. This time, he'd truly been set back to square one overnight. Everything had to start over from scratch. To earn enough comeback points, Li Mu was even considering going full on troll mode, actively provoking everyone, constantly pushing boundaries just to rack up those points. But at this critical juncture, Shen Luoyan, that woman wanted him to teach her with just one word? Impossible. Absolutely not. Enough. You saw it yourself, I'm swamped right now. Li Mu shook his head like a rattle drum, so, President Shen, you'd better find someone else. Seeing Li Mu clearly dismissing her, Shen Luoyan hurriedly said, I'll pay the tuition. Li Mu, who had been about to stand up and dismiss her, sat back down upon hearing this. He looked at Shen Luoyan with renewed interest. Go on then, tell me what you plan to use to pay the tuition. Didn't you ask 1CU to find me a suitable combat technique earlier? If you're willing to teach me, I'll give you the B+ grade Thunderous Sword Technique, a combat-focused art. Though superficially only B+ rank, its lethality and destructive power rival even a rank sword techniques. When unleashed, this sword technique explodes like a furious thunderclap. Its power is immense, its lethality unmatched. As she spoke, Shen Luoyan reached up to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression growing slightly unnatural. However, while the thunderclap sword technique excels in every aspect, it has one glaring flaw: its cultivation method. The cultivation method? What cultivation method? Seeing Shen Luoyan's hesitant, stammering manner as she spoke, Li Mu felt a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. Well, as the name suggests, the Mad Thunder Sword technique requires practitioners to stand atop high ground during thunderstorms, wielding their swords to channel the power of the nine heavens' thunder to temper the blades in their hands. As she continued, Shen Luoyan's voice grew fainter, especially when she reached the final phrase, channeling thunder to temper the sword in one's hand, which was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. Had Li Mu not been standing right next to Shen Luoyan, he might not have been able to make out the mumbling she was directing at him. Li Mu clenched his left fist and tapped it lightly against his right palm. A look of sudden understanding spread across his face. I thought it was something else entirely. So basically, you just want me to get struck by lightning. Ha! For such a trivial matter, you've been beating around the bush with me for half the day. Seriously. As he spoke, the smile vanished abruptly from Li Mu's face. Without waiting for Shen Luoyan's reaction, he grabbed her arm, intending to drag her out. Wait a minute. Having learned from past experience, Shen Luoyan was prepared this time. She quickly braced herself against the doorframe and urgently explained. Li Mu. Let me explain. This Mad Thunder Sword technique is the highest grade sword art I currently possess. Anything higher than the Thunderclap sword technique belongs to our Shen family's ancestral lineage. But to maximize its power, you'd need to cultivate it alongside our clan's core cultivation techniques. Besides the Thunderclap sword technique, you'd probably look down on the rest anyway. So? Li Mu waved his hand to cut him off. So you just want to stand by and watch me get struck by lightning? Li Mu's face remained cold as he prepared to dismiss her again, but Shen Luoyan urgently added, Li Mu, I truly have no ulterior motives in giving you this Mad Thunder Sword technique. I only saw that you succeeded in mastering the 7 Wounds Fist, so I figured this Mad Thunder Sword technique should be no problem at all. The crucial point is, while the Thunderbolt Sword technique has severe side effects, requiring heavenly lightning to temper the sword in your hand. But once mastered, it truly rivals any grade A combat technique in every aspect. I can guarantee that. Looking into Shen Luoyan's eyes, filled with sincere earnestness, Li Mu found it hard to believe anyone could be this naive. Damn it! If it weren't for his own SSS plus martial talent awakening as the King of Hell's roll call, any other martial artist attempting this technique would face a near certain death. Forget whether they could master the sword technique, a single lapse in concentration would likely leave them charred to a crisp by the lightning strikes. In fact, Li Mu even suspected that this woman had come to seek revenge because he had slapped her a few times before. Yes. Seeing Li Mu hadn't closed the door, Shin Luoyan's almond-shaped eyes lit up with hope. She then rattled off her explanation like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Of course, besides this thunderbolt sword technique, I have other B-grade sword techniques as well. They just pale in comparison to this one in terms of destructive power and other aspects. If you find the thunderclap sword technique unsatisfactory, I have other B-grade sword techniques I can offer as tuition. After speaking, Shin Luoyan watched Li Mu fall silent, her heart racing with anxiety. Truth be told, Shin Luoyan's impatience was understandable. Shin Luoyan knew full well that her cultivation had stagnated at the peak of the third-rank martial artist realm for far too long. Reaching the fourth-rank martial artist realm was just a single breakthrough away. Yet no matter how she tried, she simply couldn't seize that breakthrough. Especially during this wilderness beast trial, Shin Luoyan had seen her limitations in strength with crystal clarity. Had Li Mu not descended like a god to save the day at the critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But this time, Li Mu had saved the day. But what about next time? In the upcoming high school martial arts tournament, she couldn't possibly expect Li Mu to come to her rescue again. Moreover, what caused Shin Luoyan unprecedented anxiety was Li Mu himself. Shin Luoyan had witnessed Li Mu's relentless growth firsthand. During their first clash, Shin Luoyan had held complete dominance over Li Mu in both cultivation and combat prowess. If not for Li Mu's life or death ferocity that had terrified her last time, Shin Luoyan knew deep down she wouldn't have lost to him. But in this wilderness beast trial, Li Mu not only possessed fourth-rank martial master cultivation, but also demonstrated an unstoppable presence, a single punch that shattered 100 opponents. This made Shin Luoyan keenly aware of the gap between herself and Li Mu. If she were to fight Li Mu again, Shin Luoyan knew she would suffer a humiliating defeat. It was precisely because Li Mu's cultivation had surged forward by leaps and bounds, and his strength had grown relentlessly, all of which Shin Luoyan had witnessed with her own eyes. No one understood Li Mu's monstrous talent better than Shin Luoyan. In fact, Shin Luoyan had already reached a near certainty within herself. The martial arts prodigy who had caused the celestial and terrestrial upheaval at Jizhou First High School that day was none other than Li Mu. Shin Luoyan was desperately eager to understand how Li Mu had managed to grow so powerful in such a short time. That was why she sought him out the very next day after the beast trial ended, begging to become his disciple. Gazing at the snow-white-clad, ethereally handsome youth before her, Shin Luoyan nervously bit her lower lip and tentatively murmured, "But is it okay?" Chapter 84, Thunderbolt Sword Technique. Observing the girl's expression and demeanor. Plus, Shin Luoyan had explicitly stated that if he wasn't satisfied with the Thunderbolt Sword Technique, she would replace it with another B-rank sword technique. Li Mu concluded that Shin Luoyan was simply a straight girl wholly immersed in martial arts, not someone who would use the Thunderbolt Sword Technique to undermine him. Besides, if Shin Luoyan truly intended to sabotage him, she wouldn't have gone to such ridiculous lengths. Moreover, with his martial talent, the karmic rule of King Yama's roll call firmly in place, if Shin Luoyan truly harbored ill intent, he would have ended up on the list the moment they met, just like Song Tiehu. As for the Mad Thunder Sword technique, while ordinary martial artists would need a death wish to master it. But for Li Mu, who had awakened the King of Hell's roll call, that fatal resolve was something he possessed in abundance. After all, it wasn't him getting struck by lightning what was there to fear? What truly captivated Li Mu was the technique's terrifying lethality and destructive power, utterly on par with an A-grade combat skill. If he could master this sword technique, combined with his innate sword intent and entry-level sword arts, Li Mu was confident he would wield a formidable trump card entirely distinct from the Seven Wounds Fist. Not to mention, Shin Luoyan was directly tied to his interests. Not only did Shin Luoyan still carry the uncompleted special submission quest issued by the system, but his entire comeback strategy hinged on milking this woman for all she was worth. So no matter how he looked at it, Li Mu stood to gain without risk. Moreover, even his Seven Wounds Fist, a technique he wasn't particularly skilled in, could unleash terrifying combat power capable of wiping out 100 men with a single strike. With the dual boosts of his entry-level sword path cultivation and innate sword intent subtle, Li Mu dared not imagine how absurdly powerful his overall strength would become once he mastered the thunderous sword technique. Alright. I accept. With that, Li Mu rose and strode directly toward his combat training ground. Follow me inside. Alright. Shin Luoyan nodded obediently and followed closely behind Li Mu. As she walked alongside Li Mu, Shin Luoyan couldn't help but wonder what method he would use to teach her next. Could it be like last time? Would he just hurl a chair at her again and force another real-life battle? Upon closer thought, that possibility seemed quite likely. Given Li Mu's battle-crazed temperament, such an occurrence was indeed highly probable. Otherwise, why would he have told her to bring her sword along? Just as Shin Luoyan's mind was racing with wild thoughts, she saw Li Mu, who had been walking ahead, come to a stop before a weapons rack. He casually picked up two unsharpened training swords and said, "Shin Luoyan, I recall your primary discipline is swordsmanship, correct?" "Yes." Shin Luoyan nodded again. "The high school martial arts tournament is approaching soon. Since you're cultivating the way of the sword, I'll teach you sword techniques. With that, Li Mu tossed one of the swords to Shen Luoyan. Teach me swordsmanship? Shen Luoyan instinctively caught the sword Li Mu tossed her, yet her clear, black and white eyes brimmed with confusion and bewilderment. Before coming, Shen Luoyan had imagined what Li Mu might teach her, perhaps his daily cultivation methods, the application of internal energy techniques, or his experience in actual combat. She had even mentally prepared herself for Li Mu to impart the 7 wounds fist to her. But what Shen Luoyan never dreamed would happen was that Li Mu actually intended to teach her the way of the sword. What kind of joke was this? This was like showing off in front of the master, and not in a good way. She knew full well that she came from the Shen family, renowned alongside the Lu family in the sword arts. Her clan elders included many famed great sword cultivators whose reputations echoed across the seas and mountains. She had received ample guidance from them in her daily training. And now Li Mu actually wanted to teach her swordsmanship? The thing was, as far as he could recall, Li Mu had never even wielded a sword before. A high schooler who'd never even touched a sword now wanted to teach sword techniques to someone born into a renowned swordsmanship family? This wasn't just showing off in front of the experts, it was practically turning the heavens upside down. Though Shen Luoyan inwardly groaned at the absurdity, she couldn't bring herself to dampen Li Mu's enthusiasm right off the bat. Instead, she blinked her clear, black and white eyes and fixed them steadily on him. Li Mu, have you ever practiced swordsmanship before? Oh. No. But I'm planning to start now. Li Mu seemed completely oblivious to the underlying meaning in Shen Luoyan's words, continuing in his usual nonchalant tone. Planning to start practicing? Then do you still want me to give you some sword technique pointers later? Hearing Li Mu say this, Shen Luoyan was utterly speechless, utterly speechless. However, having learned her lesson from her previous slip-up that earned her a stern reprimand from Li Mu, Shen Luoyan dared not speak carelessly again. Instead, she retrieved a sword manual from her storage ring and handed it to Li Mu. Should I head back first? Why don't you study the manual first? I'll come find you in a few days? As she spoke, Shen Luoyan fluttered her watery almond-shaped eyes. Staring at the Mad Thunder Sword Technique manual, a manual she herself had struggled with for half a year without success, she offered a surprisingly sensible suggestion. Li Mu, I still find the Mad Thunder Sword Technique far too difficult to cultivate. How about I swap it out for another one? I have another C-grade sword manual here, perfect for beginners just starting their sword cultivation journey. Would you like? No need. I think the Mad Thunder Sword Technique suits me just fine. Li Mu seemed oblivious to Shen Luoyan's implied meaning. He began flipping through the Mad Thunder Sword manual in his hands, casually remarking, just wait here a moment. I'll just browse through it first. No rush. As he spoke, Li Mu's eyes lit up. The more he looked at this Mad Thunder Sword manual, the more he couldn't put it down. Mastering the Thunderclap sword technique imbued one's strikes with thunderous power. Not only did it possess devastating destructive force with its lightning attribute damage, but it also carried a built-in paralysis effect. Paired with the lightning-fast execution of the Mad Thunder Sword technique, it became utterly unpredictable and could end a battle in mere moments. In short, the Thunderbolt sword technique itself was an extremely rare sword art, combining high damage, powerful control, and rapid attack speed. However, among the elemental forces of heaven and earth, the power of thunder is the most difficult to control and the most tyrannical. The greatest risk of the frenzied thunder sword technique, as Shen Luoyan had warned, lies in channeling the world's violent thunder energy into one's extraordinary meridians for the great heavenly cycle cultivation. This often tears the meridians apart. The slightest misstep could sever meridians, while the body itself would be torn to shreds by the rampaging thunderous force. Yet cultivating this Mad Thunder Sword technique, though demanding constant vigilance against the backlash of the raging thunder, is not without its benefits. While drawing the thunderous energy of the heavens and earth into the body, one simultaneously tempers the extraordinary meridians and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels during the cultivation process. In a sense, the Fierce Thunder Sword technique is an exceptionally rare physical cultivation method specifically designed to temper meridians and internal organs. Were it not for the overwhelming backlash of the thunder, it would indeed be as Shen Luoyan said, the potential of the Mad Thunder Sword technique could absolutely earn it in a grade combat skill rating. Chapter 85, I give you 2 choices. What a steal! Taking Shen Luoyan as a disciple, I haven't even started teaching her yet, and I've already recouped my investment. With this thought, Li Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. Gazing at the Mad Thunder Sword manual in his hands, his mood lifted considerably. Who would have guessed Shen Luoyan was such a little rich girl? She casually pulled this precious treasure out of her spatial ring. Li Mu, the Thunderbolt sword technique is immensely powerful, but its cultivation is extremely dangerous. It requires enduring lightning strikes to forge the sword in your hand with thunder's might. One wrong move, and you're done for. When I came here, I had no idea you'd never practiced sword techniques before. Perhaps we shouldn't push ourselves. This Mad Thunder Sword technique is truly difficult to master. Why not choose another one? I have several more suitable for beginners just starting their sword cultivation journey.
Shin Luoyan watched Li Mu, who was flipping through the Mad Thunder Sword technique with an expression of utter fascination, her own face reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She offered gentle persuasion. Truthfully, it's not just you. When my father first gave me this Mad Thunder Sword technique, I was deeply drawn to it too. Yet even with his meticulous guidance by my side, I ultimately failed to master it. Even if your talent far surpasses mine, it doesn't guarantee you'll master it either. Especially now, with the high school martial arts tournament approaching. As Jijo First High's greatest trump card, Li Mu, if you were to miss the tournament because of cultivating the Thunderbolt sword technique, that would truly be a case of losing more than you gain. Seeing Li Mu utterly captivated by the technique's myriad benefits and unique properties just as she had been back then, Shin Luoyan adopted the tone of someone who'd been there before, attempting to dissuade the youth. Yet Shin Luoyan's earnest pleas were met only with Li Mu's furrowed brow. Shin Luoyan, I'm giving you two choices right now. Li Mu lifted his head, his expression blank as he looked at Shin Luoyan, his tone calm and unruffled. First, take your Mad Thunder Sword technique and leave my training chamber. Second, stay here quietly for a while, without making a sound. Which of these two do you choose? The second one. The moment Shin Luoyan finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her small hand, her large, clear eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at Li Mu. Seeing Shin Luoyan act so sensibly, Li Mu decided it wasn't worth scolding her further. He walked alone to the center of the combat training ground. Huff. Li Mu exhaled deeply, gripping his long sword as the techniques of the thunderous sword style began to play like slideshow images in his mind. Having mastered over 100 entry-level sword arts and awakened innate sword intent at the subtle level, when cultivating the thunderous sword technique, he felt an entirely different affinity compared to his previous practice of the Seven Wounds Fist. It was as if he were a fish in water, and the four principles became crystal clear. As he contemplated the sword techniques and stances of the Mad Thunder sword art, inspiration continually blossomed within his mind. Whenever he encountered obscure or difficult passages, his prior mastery of over 100 foundational sword arts proved invaluable. With such extensive experience in sword techniques, Li Mu could always find solutions. After a moment's contemplation, he would experience a sudden clarity. It could be said that Li Mu was born with the physique of a sword saint, especially after awakening his innate sword intent subtle level and mastering the entry-level sword path. His cultivation of the Thunderbolt sword technique became doubly efficient, encountering not the slightest difficulty in comprehension. It felt as effortless as eating and drinking. Hey! I thought this thunderclap sword technique was nothing special. Put simply, it's just absorbing and manipulating the electromagnetic energy in the air. Then, using that electromagnetic force to ignite spiritual energy, creating even more electromagnetic force. Finally, using that electromagnetic force to create a vortex, concentrating it within your dantian to violently draw in true chi. That's the secret behind why the Mad Thunder Sword technique carries its own paralyzing lightning effect during execution. Put simply, it's turning oneself into a lightning conductor, essentially a giant power bank. And the sword in your hand serves as the conductor, continuously discharging electricity into it. That is the very essence of the Mad Thunder Sword technique. Simple. Li Mu casually tossed the Mad Thunder Sword technique aside, gripped his long sword, and entered a state of cultivation. Beside him, Shin Luoyan gazed helplessly at Li Mu, who stood in the center of the combat training ground, eyes closed as he practiced his sword techniques. She shook her head in resignation, silently musing to herself. Back when I was cultivating this Mad Thunder Sword technique, not only did father teach me step by step, but grandfather was also there personally guarding me. Yet even with that support, I trained for 7 long days and nights without breaking through the first layer of the Mad Thunder Sword technique. This alone shows how incredibly difficult the Thunderclap sword technique is to master. Its threshold is far beyond what ordinary sword cultivators can hope to reach. Let alone someone like Li Mu, a complete novice who'd never even touched the path of swordsmanship before. He likely couldn't even meet the most basic requirement for the first layer, channeling thunder energy into his body, and simply gave up. At this thought, Shin Luoyan shook her head and chuckled in astonishment. Come to think of it, that makes sense. My earlier worries about Li Mu now seem like nothing but needless fretting, right? If he can't even figure out how to channel the heaven and earth thunder elemental energy into his body, then there's certainly no need to worry about the backlash from the Mad Thunder Sword technique later on. But just as Shin Luoyan was inwardly laughing and sighing at this thought, suddenly the thunder attribute spiritual energy around them erupted violently. Like countless surging rivers and streams, it converged toward Li Mu, who stood sword in hand at the center of the training ground. Li Mu, standing with eyes closed, seemed to sense the vast thunderous energy gathering like an eye of a storm above his head. The aura radiating from his entire body began to surge upward relentlessly. How is this possible? Witnessing the scene before her, Shin Luoyan's beautiful eyes widened abruptly. Her face contorted with utter shock as she stared at Li Mu. Thunder infusion. Has Li Mu mastered the first layer of thunder infusion? My goodness. How long has it even been? In less than 10 minutes total, Li Mu has already broken through the first layer of the Mad Thunder Sword technique. Divine talent, indeed.
Shen Luoyan's fair face flushed crimson with excitement and awe as she stared at Li Mu in the center of the training ground, as if beholding a demonic prodigy. A peerless prodigy who could do anything, master everything. Chapter 86. This sword technique can't be practiced anymore. Is the thunderous sword technique difficult to cultivate? That's a no-brainer. If it weren't difficult, how could it still be rated as a B-grade combat technique? Setting aside the technique's immense lethality against foes. Simply the fact that it refines the 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs during cultivation makes it a top-tier body-tempering technique. Take now, for instance. As the dense, violent thunder-attributed spiritual energies surged into Li Mu's body, it immediately began tearing at his flesh, meridians, and every bone in his frame. Yet strangely, throughout this cultivation process, Li Mu felt not a shred of pain. Moreover, while practicing the thunder sword technique, the meridians and organs torn apart by the thunder-attributed spiritual energy were now visibly regenerating at a rapid pace. They were torn apart again, and the process repeated itself endlessly. Throughout this ordeal, Li Mu's internal organs and extraordinary meridians grew increasingly robust. Without exaggeration. Had Li Mu not coincidentally awakened the SSS-tier karmic law-based martial talent, King Yama's roll call? Even with his grasp of the introductory sword path and innate sword intense subtle level, mastering the frenzy thunder sword technique in under 10 minutes would have been utterly impossible. It was precisely because Li Mu could train the thunder reduction technique recklessly without fear of consequences, free from the backlash of lightning attributed spiritual energy, that his progress in mastering the mad thunder sword technique surged so dramatically. Shen Luoyan, witnessing this, had long since shifted from initial shock to exhilaration. In less than 10 minutes, he's broken through to the first realm while overcoming the numerous side effects of the mad thunder sword technique. Such astonishing cultivation speed, even the founder who created the mad thunder sword technique couldn't match Li Mu's pace, could they? Shen Luoyan held her breath, her almond-shaped eyes wide as she stared intently at the white-robed youth. He sat with eyes closed, his mind focused, continuously practicing and refining the mad thunder sword technique. She now desperately wanted to know where exactly his limits lay. At that very moment, Li Mu remained immersed in the profound and mysterious realm of comprehending the mad thunder sword technique. This time, though not as extreme as his previous cultivation of the 7 wounds fist, after using a single enlightenment experience card, he shot forward like a rocket. Instantly, he comprehended all 7 layers of the 7 wounds fist. After mastering them, he seamlessly progressed to grasping the terrifying trump card that elevated the entire combat technique, transforming the 7 wounds into the 7 slays. Yet even so, Li Mu's progress in cultivating the thunderous sword technique was accelerating at a visible pace. After breaking through the first layer of the mad thunder sword technique, Li Mu seamlessly began comprehending the second layer. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As Li Mu continuously executed each move of the mad thunder sword technique, dark purple arcs of electricity began to dance around his body. Simultaneously, the infusion of thunder attribute spiritual energy from the heavens and earth continued unabated. Moreover, as the thunder attribute spiritual energy gathered more and more around him, a thundercloud had formed above Li Mu's head at some unknown point. Dark purple lightning flickered faintly within the cloud, and a terrifying thunderstorm pressure filled the entire cultivation room. Shen Luoyan stared in utter shock at the youth dancing with his sword beneath the thundercloud. A look of confusion crept onto her lovely face. What's going on? Judging by Li Mu's stance, it seems he has no intention of stopping after comprehending the first layer of the frenzy thunder sword technique. Instead, he's determined to press on and attempt to grasp the second layer. Seeing the thunderclouds gathering thicker and thicker above Li Mu's head, Shen Luoyan was so startled her red lips parted slightly. For a moment, she couldn't find words to describe her current emotions. After all, even her father, a martial sovereign, had spent nearly a year and a half before and after entering the realm of sword intent to cultivate the second layer of the mad thunder sword technique. Only then had he barely touched the threshold of the second layer. Yet here was Li Mu, having just broken through the first layer of the mad thunder sword technique, already charging headlong into the second layer's breakthrough. Boom! Suddenly, the entire cultivation chamber seemed to be struck by a muffled thunderclap, followed by the ground beneath his feet beginning to shake violently. What's happening? Shen Luoyan was startled. This was Jizhou First High School, located in the heart of Jizhou Base City. Who in their right mind would dare cause such a disturbance here? However, Shen Luoyan quickly realized she had misjudged the situation. For after 2 muffled booms echoed from the dark clouds gathering above Li Mu's head, a sharp crack resounded. A dark purple lightning bolt, thick as an adult's thigh, erupted from the heavy cloud layer and struck straight toward the Shinting acupoint on top of Li Mu's head. Yet even as this terrifying bolt struck him directly, Li Mu, standing at the center of the martial arts field, remained utterly oblivious, still immersed in his trance-like state. There he stood, bathed in the intermittent purple lightning bolts cracking down from the dark clouds overhead, his long sword in hand, relentlessly practicing the second layer of the fierce thunder sword technique, over and over again. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyan beside him had long since been startled into sitting flat on her bottom. Her delicate, pale face, now drained of color, was etched with shock and utter disbelief. For such a celestial phenomenon of thunderbolts descending from the heavens signified that Li Mu had already grasped the second layer of the frenzied thunder sword technique, stepping into the realm of modest accomplishment. Good heavens! What kind of monster is this Li Mu? Watching Li Mu wield his sword relentlessly amidst the thunder, even Shen Luoyan bred in a prestigious clan couldn't resist sharing the scene. She was utterly stunned. She was even numb all over. This time, she was completely numb. Her lips remained slightly parted, eyes wide and staring, face frozen in a dazed expression as she stared blankly at the youth bathed in thunder. She watched him break through the third layer of the mad thunder sword technique, then the fourth. It seemed that even a martial sovereign like her father, who possessed awakened sword intent, would require 10 years of relentless, daily cultivation to reach such a realm. Yet Li Mu had achieved it in just half a day. This was no longer a matter of mere disparity. But seriously, is it that Li Mu is just too damn good, or are they just that bad? And so, a full 6 hours passed. Li Mu stood beneath the thick, dark clouds, having been struck by lightning countless times and bathed in flashes of lightning beyond count. When he saw Li Song's avatar turn monochrome once more, showing no signs of returning to color for a long while, Li Mu stopped immediately without a word. Holy crap! Is the mad thunder sword technique really that brutal? He's barely practiced for half a morning, and already turned Li Song an 8th grade grandmaster black and white. No. We'll stop practicing the mad thunder sword technique for today. We can't push any further. If I keep going, I'll be the one getting struck by lightning next. Chapter 87, Xingza Comes Calling. Seeing Li Song's black and white avatar, Li Mu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After sacrificing Song Tiehu and Li Sanhu as scapegoats, Li Song was now his only remaining asset. He had to use him sparingly. If he pushed this old fool Li Song to his death too, then the one crying would be none other than Li Mu himself. Besides, Li Mu wasn't stupid. If not for Li Song, that old fool, sacrificing himself as a decoy, he might never have dared to cultivate this technique in his entire life. But after holding his breath and focusing his senses, Li Mu couldn't help but reveal utter shock on his face. Holy crap! 4th layer of the mad thunder sword technique? Li Mu was utterly stunned by this result. How long had he been cultivating? At most, it had been less than 5 hours. Just 5 bloody hours. He'd gone from a complete novice who'd never even touched the mad thunder sword technique before, to achieving the 4th level of mastery in a single leap. And crucially, he achieved this without even using his enlightenment experience card. I'm a badass. Born to wield the sword, this man. Damn, that's awesome. The only downside was that practicing this mad thunder sword technique was a bit of a waste on enemies. Seeing Li Song still frozen in his black and white avatar state long after everything had passed, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. He recalled the last time he reduced old man Li Song to a black and white avatar back when he just awakened the King of Hell's roll call. Back then, he was a greenhorn with little experience, and he'd ruthlessly fleeced the old fool Li Song. The backlash from that barrier-breaking pill nearly killed the old fool. Ever since then, Li Mu had taken a keen interest in the health of these sacrificial scapegoats. Aside from Li Sanhu and Song Tiehu, whom he had literally played to death, none of the others had ever turned black and white again. But this time, it all went wrong. Looks like we've ruined another one. Li Mu muttered gloomily. There was nothing to be done. Li Song had to halt his sword training for now. Are you kidding me? Even Li Song, a master at the 8th rank Grandmaster realm, couldn't endure 5 hours of his cultivation. Ask Li Mu to practice alone? Don't even think about it. He'd be afraid of the pain. Li Mu, you're not practicing swordsmanship for now, right? Just as Li Mu was feeling downcast, Shen Luoyan's tentative, cautious voice suddenly reached him from nearby. No, I'm not. Why? Li Mu turned to face Shen Luoyan, assuming she'd been waiting impatiently nearby, eager for him to teach her swordplay too. But at that very moment, a dialogue box abruptly popped up on the virtual screen before him. Ding! Shen Luoyan has been utterly captivated by the host's demonic talent, her heart trembling with awe. Submission rate plus 15%. Ha! What's with that woman Shen Luoyan again? I just had her watch me practice swordsmanship. How does that increase her submission rate by 15%? Could it be that just by changing my identity, this silly girl suddenly became so much easier to win over? Staring at the system prompt that suddenly popped up before him, Li Mu couldn't help but glance back at Shen Luoyan, who stood with her head bowed, a complex expression on her face. His face was filled with confusion. Little did Li Mu know that just moments ago, while he was practicing the mad thunder sword technique, Shen Luoyan's mind had already spun a melodramatic soap opera titled Born Human, I Apologize. Feeling both amused and exasperated, Li Mu pondered whether to drop a few suggestive lines. That might push Shen Luoyan's submission rate past 75%, completing the 3rd stage mission and granting him a massive reversal point boost. Then, Shen Luoyan's voice sounded beside him once more. Li Mu, I just got word that Lu Xiangyao from Shengza Middle School has come knocking. She says she wants to settle the score from yesterday's beast trial. Moreover, Lu Xiangyao publicly called you out by name, demanding a one-on-one duel on the arena stage. She's already at our first highs martial arts arena. Ha 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 ha. Not only did she not back down, but she's actually coming for me? Li Mu's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. This Lu Shengyao, her courage deserves praise. But it's a pity. That was the only thing he could commend her for. At the Jeju First High School Martial Arts Arena. This arena, which normally accommodates over 1,000 people, rarely fills to capacity even on special days like the High School Challenge Tournament. If half the seats were filled, that would be considered a high turnout. Today, however, not only was the arena packed to capacity, but the surrounding area was also completely swamped with spectators. Among the attendees today were not only students from Xingza Middle School and First Middle School, but also many who had traveled from other nearby cities specifically to witness this tournament. No wonder. The buzz surrounding this tournament at Jeju No. 1 High School was simply too strong. First, there was the prodigy Li Mu, who rose like a comet at First High, teaming up with the top-ranked Shen Luoyan to severely cripple the combined forces of over 100 students from Xingza Middle School and Jeju 4th High in the Beast Mountain Range. Shen Luoyan had fared well in that battle. After all, detailed information about her identity was essentially available to every top 10 student across other high schools in Haidai Province. Her combat prowess and martial arts talent with the endless sword armor were well known to the top 10 students of other schools. Moreover, given Shen Luoyan's methods and capabilities, inflicting heavy losses on Xingza Middle School and Jeju No. 4 High School both without their top-ranked students leading them was entirely within their expectations. What truly surprised the other high school's top 10 members, however, was Li Mu. Just 2 years ago, Li Mu was nothing more than a complete nobody in the eyes of the other school's top 10. Not only did they not know his specific identity, they didn't even know what he looked like. Then, a year ago, Li Mu suddenly fell gravely ill and took a leave of absence, further erasing any trace of his presence. Yet this very same boy, a transparent figure whose appearance remained unknown to other schools, whose background was a complete mystery. After a year of absence, he returned like he had a cheat code. Not only did he shatter the historical record in the Beast Trial, outshining Shen Luoyan to claim first place. They also heard that during the major clash between First High and Xingza, 4th High in the Wilderness Beast Trials, Shen Luoyan had merely run over to provide an assist at best. The one who truly carried the entire battle was none other than Li Mu. The news spread like wildfire, instantly causing a huge stir around Jeju Bay City. Li Mu's name entered the consciousness of many of the top 10 students at nearby high schools. With the high school martial arts tournament imminent, news that Lu Shengyao from Xingza Middle School had publicly challenged Li Mu drew the top 10 students from nearby high schools like sharks drawn to blood. Just then, when Li Mu arrived at the martial arts arena, he found Jeju No. 1 High School section already packed to the rafters. Glancing toward the stage and seeing Lu Shengyao hadn't taken the stage yet, he casually found a nearby seat and sat down. But no sooner had Li Mu settled than a woman's sharp voice rang out beside him. "Hey! Couldn't you have asked if this seat was taken before plopping down?" Chapter 88, Who Won't Give Face to Whom? Li Mu turned to look in the direction of the voice. There, standing before him, were a young man and woman he hadn't noticed when they'd appeared. However, judging by their attire, they appeared to be students from Chaozhou's Jianqing No. 1 High School, likely having made a special trip just to watch the match. Before the girl could say anything else, the boy beside her waved his hand dismissively, adopting a deliberately magnanimous tone. "Little sister," he said. "These seats are all connected anyway. One more or one less won't make a difference. Let him sit here." Besides, the match currently underway is between Gao Jiancheng, the third-ranked fighter from Jeju No. 1 High School, and Li Jianyu, the third-ranked fighter from Xingza Middle School. Focus on watching the fight and get a feel for their moves and patterns ahead of time. That way, when you face off at the high school martial arts tournament, you'll be prepared. The way the youth spoke made it sound like letting Li Mu sit with them was some kind of immense favor. Those in the know recognize this as Jeju First High's martial arts arena, but the uninitiated might mistake it for their own territory at Jiancheng First High. "Hey! Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank my big brother. By tagging along with us, you get front row seats to the upcoming tournament matches. If it weren't for my big brother, you'd be just like everyone else. Forget about sitting, you wouldn't even have room to stand. You'd be pushed outside the arena like the rest of the students, just listening to the noise." Wu Peipei shot Li Mu a disapproving look and said in a tone that implied it was only natural. Li Mu remained silent, merely smiling. The self-righteousness of this young man and woman seemed carved from the same mold. The reason he hadn't appeared alongside Shen Luoyan this time. The main reason was that Shen Luoyan was simply too eye-catching. She was like a walking spotlight, instantly drawing everyone's attention wherever she went. Being someone who disliked trouble, he'd come here seeking peace and quiet. Once that Lu Shengyao showed up, he'd simply step in and take her out a quick and efficient end to the fight. As for these two NPCs who'd suddenly appeared out of nowhere, Li Mu couldn't be bothered to even bother with them. Hands clasped behind his head, he leaned back, his gaze fixed on the battle between One Middle and Shang Zhe on the stage, utterly indifferent to the stares of the brother and sister. Such blatant disregard from Li Mu only made Wu Xingyuan's gaze toward him grow increasingly dark and menacing. As the top-ranked student at Jiancheng First High, Wu Shengyuan was a prominent figure in this martial arts arena. Behaving like Li Mu did never reflected poorly on Li Mu, a mere nobody. More people would only wonder how could Wu Shangyuan possibly know such a lowlife. It was tantamount to indirectly tarnishing his own reputation. Wu Peipei couldn't be bothered to glance at Li Mu again, adhering to the principle that out of sight, out of mind. Instead, she turned her gaze to the fierce battle unfolding on the stage between the two students from No. 1 High School and Xingzi High, asking with confusion. Brother, didn't you say Lu Shangyao from Xingzi Middle School was coming out today? Why hasn't she shown up yet? Wu Shangyuan paused briefly before continuing. This time, Lu Shangyao has mobilized all 10 of Xingzi's top-ranked disciples. Their goal is to avenge yesterday's defeat in the beast trial. According to the intel I've gathered, the real culprit behind Xingzi's annihilation in the beast trial wasn't Shen Luoyan, it was that enigmatic Li Mu. Li Mu. Upon hearing Wu Shangyuan mention Li Mu's name, Wu Peipei sat even straighter than before, her expression growing profoundly grave. Undoubtedly. The name Li Mu was utterly unfamiliar to both Wu Peipei and Wu Shangyuan. Not only had they never seen him before, they had never even heard his name. Yet this individual, who had maintained an extremely low profile at Jeju First High School, had shown brilliantly during the Wild Beast trial. Teaming up with Shen Luoyan, he had dealt a crushing blow to the alliance between Xingzi and 4th High School. Moreover, Li Mu had shattered all previous records by achieving the highest score in the history of the Savage Beast trials. In fact, rumors were already circulating that the true protagonist of this Wilderness Beast trial was none other than this enigmatic Li Mu. Even Shen Luoyan, the top-ranked student of Jeju First High, seemed like nothing more than a supporting player providing backup assistance in this man's shadow. Admittedly, when Wu Shangyuan first heard this news, he found it utterly unbelievable, something he considered impossible. But fame never lies. Moreover, anyone capable of drawing Lu Shangyao, the prodigy of heaven, into a challenge must be extraordinary. Seeing his elder brother's high regard for Li Mu, he couldn't help but probe further. So, big brother, how do you compare to this Li Mu? Me versus Li Mu? Wu Shangyuan rubbed his chin, pondering seriously for a moment before shaking his head. If the rumors are true, I'm afraid I wouldn't stand a chance against this Li Mu. Is Li Mu really that formidable? Wu Peipei was utterly shocked. She had always believed her brother was among the absolute elite of young prodigies in the Haidai province. With his abilities and connections, not only at Jianqing No. 1 High School. Even if you placed him within the entire Chao Prefecture, there were very few who could surpass my brother. But look at Li Mu. This previously unknown nobody, someone she'd never even heard of, had managed to make her brother admit defeat. Little sister. Our Haidai province has always been a land of outstanding talents, producing genius after genius. Beyond the traditional powerhouses of the provincial high school scene, Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, and Qingdao No. 2 High School, the annual high school martial arts tournament consistently reveals dazzling new talents. So it's only natural that Jizhou No. 1 High School has produced someone like Li Mu now. This Wu Shangyuan does possess some self-awareness. Every word of the conversation between Wu Shangyuan and Wu Peipei nearby reached Li Mu's ears without missing a single syllable. He chuckled inwardly. Li Mu could gauge Wu Shangyuan's strength at a glance. He was merely at the peak of the third-rank martial artist realm. Comparing him to Li Mu was out of the question. Even Shen Luoyan, with her endless sword form activated, could easily overwhelm him. As for himself? Sorry. An opponent this weak? Even the system wouldn't reward him with reversal points for defeating such a weakling. This left Li Mu with no interest whatsoever in humiliating him. Just then, the battle between Gao Jiancheng, the third-ranked fighter representing First High School, and Li Jianyu, the third-ranked fighter from Xingzi Middle School, had reached a fever pitch on the stage. After an initial exchange of probing moves, both Gao Jiancheng and Li Jianyu suddenly surged forward. A fist and a kick collided midair. Chapter 89, I think it's average. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the arena, as if something had detonated. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, forcing students in the front rows closest to the ring to squint against the blinding force. Inside the martial arts arena, students from Xingzi First High and nearby schools were already transfixed by the battle unfolding on the stage. Was this the true strength of Xingzi and the third seed of First High? Such terrifying combat prowess instantly revealed the starkest gap between them and these elite fighters. Oh? Gao Jiancheng's combat technique is Iron Wire Fist, while Li Jianyu has chosen 12-path Spring Leg. I heard Gao Jiancheng was hospitalized with injuries recently and couldn't participate in this Wilderness Beast trial, while Li Jianyu also missed the opportunity due to secluded cultivation within his clan. But surprisingly, their absence didn't slow their cultivation progress at all. Instead, both made significant strides before meeting each other. It seems this high school martial arts tournament is truly something to look forward to. As he spoke, Wu Xingyuan's tone carried a hint of approval, reminiscent of the lofty air a senior might adopt when guiding juniors. Now that both Wang Xiyu and Zhao Jiancheng were hospitalized and certain to miss the tournament. With Lu Shangyao, Li Mu, and Shen Luoyan all holding back from making the first move, these two stood as the undisputed strongest contenders on their respective sides. This matchup promised to be a fierce battle. Wu Peipei's almond-shaped eyes widened, her breath catching unconsciously. This was her first time witnessing such a spectacular clash of titans. Beside her, Li Mu had opened his eyes at some point and was also watching the two combatants locked in fierce battle on the stage. What do you think? Did you see that? This is what a true clash of masters looks like. Now you realize you're just a frog in a well, don't you? Wu Pei, captivated by the fierce battle unfolding on the stage, couldn't resist taking a sharp dig at Li Mu. She truly embodied the essence of flattering one while belittling another. Li Mu, however, seemed completely oblivious to Wu Pei's words. He merely glanced over casually before closing his eyes once more. Is that so? I think it's pretty average. What did you say? Average. Before Wu Pei could retort, Wu Shangyuan beside her suddenly shot his voice up an octave. Hey! You talk big like that, kid, aren't you afraid the wind might twist your tongue? Do you even know what those two fighting on the stage represent? Whether it's the 12-style tan legs or the iron wire fist, both are top-tier offensive combat techniques rated at B class. Each move in these styles is incredibly powerful and devastatingly lethal, yet their cultivation is extremely difficult. Those who master both techniques simultaneously? Not even 1 in 100 can achieve it. And Gao Jiancheng and Li Jianyu are the cream of the crop among practitioners of these arts. Their punches and kicks can shatter gold and shatter jade. With your puny frame, if you took a single punch from them, they'd knock you out cold in seconds, enough to max out your health insurance card. And here you are, spouting such nonsense. You truly have no self-awareness. Wu Shangyuan had long since lost patience with Li Mu, this arrogant youth who knew neither heaven nor earth and saw only the world through a well. Seeing Li Mu still putting on airs as a mouth-strong champion and spouting empty boasts, Wu Shangyuan showed no mercy, firing back without hesitation. One punch? Li Mu shook his head and chuckled lightly. Even if I stood perfectly still and let them land 10 or 8 punches, I wouldn't suffer a single scratch. Chapter 90, Summon Li Mu. He spoke with complete seriousness, not a hint of jest in his tone. But Wu Shangyuan only responded with a cold snort, turning his head away. Clearly, he had no desire to listen to Li Mu's bragging any longer. Put. You're the most incompetent, self-deluded, and boastful person I've ever met. Anyone can talk big. It's as easy as moving your lips. I'll even say I'll crush Shandong Normal Affiliated High, Haidai Provincial Experimental High, and Qingdao No. 2 High to win the championship in this high school martial arts tournament. Is that even possible? After this brief encounter, Wu Pei clearly despised Li Mu's arrogance and conceit to the extreme. As the saying goes, when someone with real talent acts cocky, they're actually impressive. But when someone like Li Mu, who lacks the skills, insists on acting cocky, it's pure idiocy, utterly repulsive. Li Mu merely smiled without comment, offering no further explanation. Sometimes, telling the truth doesn't mean people will believe you. But when you tell lies, people might actually find them more plausible. There's nothing to be done about it. Wu Pei and Wu Xingyuan's limited understanding has already defined the scope of their worldview. Not to mention, these two noobs who couldn't even pull off a comeback weren't worthy of Li Mu's further explanation. Just then, the battle on the stage concluded. Gao Jiancheng's iron wire fist proved superior, edging out Li Xingyu by a single move. Chest puffed out, Gao Jiancheng stood proudly atop the platform and called out to the students of Xingza Academy, "Is there anyone else from Xingza who wishes to step up and offer guidance? If not, then this tournament ends here." Though his words addressed the entire crowd, his gaze instinctively swept across the Xingza side, as if searching for someone. The moment Gao Jiancheng's gaze was noticed, a ripple of murmurs rippled through the martial arts arena. Everyone understood clearly, all the previous matches had merely been appetizers. The true main event was yet to come. Lu Shengyao from the Xingza faction. This prodigious young woman, whose mastery of the sword even surpassed Xin Luoyan's. This was especially evident among the Saint faction, their expressions speaking volumes. Far from feeling disheartened or disappointed by Li Jianyu's defeat, each of them wore a confident smile, radiating absolute certainty. It seemed as though no matter who stepped forward from Jeju First High, as long as Lu Shengyao was present, this sword-wielding prodigy would cut them down. And no wonder. Ever since Lu Shengyao first rose to prominence in Jeju City at a young age, she had maintained an unblemished record of 100 victories without a single defeat. Even Xin Luoyan, a fellow swordsman from Jeju First High, had narrowly lost to Lu Shengyao by a single move in their match last year. It was precisely because Lu Shengyao was adorned with countless halos of genius. Naturally, Xingza Middle School reveres this overwhelmingly powerful swordsmanship prodigy as their goddess, their shining beacon, and the very backbone of the entire school. To them, even if Xingza Middle School suffered crushing defeats in the beast trials, even if their entire team was wiped out, as long as Lu Shengyao hadn't lost, Xingza Middle School hadn't truly failed. Above them on the elevated platform, several powerful auras emanated faintly, clearly observing everything here in secret. Just as the entire crowd was buzzing about Lu Shengyao, the atmosphere reaching its peak, a cold, noble female voice suddenly echoed from beyond the martial arts arena. The winner cannot be Jizhou No. 1 High School. There can only be one victor, and that is me. Hearing this icy voice, everyone leapt to their feet with excitement, their gazes turning in unison toward the entrance of the martial arts arena. Under the spotlight, a girl clad in azure robes, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, appeared before them like an ethereal sword immortal. Suddenly, she sprang into a run, her speed as swift as a startled wild goose gliding across the sky. As she neared the spectator stands, her feet lightly touched the ground, propelling her body into the air. She soared over the stands, spanning more than 10 meters, and landed gracefully on the stage. Lu Xiangyao. Has she finally arrived? Seeing the girl in green robes atop the stage, holding the 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword and radiating an otherworldly, solitary chill, Wu Xingyuan's hands trembled uncontrollably with excitement. Meanwhile, in the Saint Middle School section, the crowd that had remained composed until now erupted into chaos upon seeing the green-clad girl. They all cheered the same name in unison, Lu Xiangyao. The roar was so thunderous it seemed capable of shattering the very ceiling of the martial arts arena. The atmosphere within the entire martial arts arena reached its absolute peak with the arrival of this girl in blue. Seated in the front row, Zhang Shihai sprang to his feet the moment Lu Xiangyao stepped forward. He raised his hand, and the students of Xingzi Middle School, who had been caught up in a frenzy, suddenly fell silent. All eyes, filled with anticipation, turned to the green-clad girl on the stage. Finally, Zhang Shihai voiced the question on everyone's mind. Can she win? Clang! A blindingly bright sword beam shot forward first. Immediately after, a piercing, arrogant sword cry erupted from the ground, reverberating throughout the entire martial arts arena. Under the gaze of thousands, the girl in green stood utterly still, her 3-foot blade held firm. Yet, a formidable aura erupted from her body, instantly forming a terrifying gust of wind that swept outward in all directions, radiating from her as its epicenter. Gao Jiancheng, who had just secured a victory for Jizhou First High School, was instantly struck pale by this gale. As he gathered his chi to resist, his entire body was violently hurled backward by the force, crashing heavily off the stage. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Silence fell over the entire arena, including Wu Shangyuan, who had previously been pontificating with an air of superiority. In the vast martial arts arena, only the cold, clear voice of the girl in green echoed slowly. I will win! Gasp! Accompanying the blue-clad girl's declaration of victory, gasps of astonishment rippled through the martial arts arena. Everyone had witnessed the fierce battle between Gao Jiancheng and Li Jianyu on the platform. Yet even such prodigious youths were no match for Lu Xiangyao. Without lifting a finger, she merely radiated her aura, sending them flying off the platform. The gap in their abilities was too stark to bear witness to. 4th grade martial master realm? Lu Xiangyao has actually broken through to 4th rank martial artist realm. Wu Shangyuan stared blankly at Lu Xingyao's back on the stage, feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from her. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead, his face drained of color. He dared not move a muscle. His purpose in coming was to gauge whether the gap remained between himself, now vastly stronger after his seclusion, and Jeju's most formidable high schoolers, Lu Xiangyao, Shen Luoyan, and Li Mu. Yet even though Shen Luoyan and Li Mu hadn't appeared yet, Lu Xingyao's mere presence was enough to fill him with despair. He had only just broken through to the 3rd rank martial artist realm. Forget about the gap, he didn't even have the qualifications to be compared to Lu Xiangyao. Not only did Wu Xingyuan's expression grow grave, but even Shen Luoyan from the Jeju First High School faction wore a solemn look on her fair face. Although she had anticipated Lu Xingyao's formidable strength after her seclusion, she never imagined the opponent would be this powerful. While she herself was still stuck at the peak of the 3rd rank martial artist realm, Lu Xiangyao had already broken through to the 4th rank martial artist realm. This development brought an unprecedented weight of pressure upon Shen Luoyan. She knew that back when both she and Lu Xiangyao were at the 3rd rank martial artist realm, she had never been Lu Xingyao's match. Now, with her cultivation suppressed, her chances of victory were utterly non-existent. Lu Xiangyao swept her gaze around the room, finally fixing it on Shen Luoyan. A smile 3 parts amusement, 7 parts contempt curled on her coldly beautiful face. Shen Luoyan. Where is Li Mu from your first high school? Bring Li Mu here. Chapter 91, Did you even ask me? The moment Lu Xiangyao appeared and specifically demanded that Li Mu be summoned. A wave of murmurs rippled through the vast martial arts arena. Many present began whispering and exchanging whispers. The name Li Mu was certainly familiar to those present. Rumor had it that Li Mu was the newly crowned ace of Jizhou First High School, his prowess even surpassing Shen Luoyan's. Yet no one could have imagined that this Li Mu would command such attention from a 4th rank martial artist genius swordswoman. She had bypassed Shen Luoyan entirely, declaring her intent to challenge Li Mu directly on stage. This instantly sent shockwaves through the entire martial arts arena. While they all knew Li Mu was no ordinary talent, they hadn't anticipated this youth to be so extraordinary. Could it be that in Lu Xingyao's eyes, Li Mu was someone far stronger than Shen Luoyan, someone worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with her? Especially among the crowd from Jizhou First High School. Having witnessed Lu Xingyao's dazzling entrance firsthand, first sweeping aside Gao Jiancheng, then intimidating Shen Luoyan. Now, their only hope rested squarely on Li Mu. They hoped he would rise to the occasion like he did in the beast trial, turning the tide at the critical moment. Li Mu. If you're here, hurry up and take the stage. Today, I, Lu Xiangyao, will test you thoroughly to see if you truly possess the terrifying combat prowess rumored to allow you to fight 100 men alone. Lu Xingyao's voice rang out in a series of loud calls. Though not particularly loud, her cold and noble tone reverberated throughout the entire arena. The terrifying aura of a fourth-rank martial master was fully displayed in that moment, pressing down on the entire martial arts arena as if it were trembling. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Shengyao, Shen Luoyan instinctively turned her gaze toward Li Mu. But she saw that Li Mu showed no intention of rising. Her heart sank to the depths. Facing Lu Shengyao, who has broken through to the fourth-rank martial artist realm, could it be that even Li Mu dares not accept the challenge? The thought brought an inexplicable wave of bitterness to Shen Luoyan's heart. Given Lu Xingyao's stubborn, unyielding temperament, if she dared come knocking today, she must have already resolved to turn Jizhou first high upside down. Lu Shengyao publicly called out Li Mu by name to challenge him, yet he cowers like a turtle, hiding his head and refusing to fight? That's just pathetic. Watching Lu Shengyao dominate the stage with overwhelming presence, Wu Peipei clearly looked down on this Li Mu. Her simple-minded logic was straightforward: since the opponent had publicly issued a challenge, as a martial artist, one should step forward to accept it. If one lacked even that much courage, they had no right to call themselves a martial artist. Yet Wu Peipei remained utterly unaware. Her older brother, Wu Shangyuan, had merely caught Lu Xingyao's peripheral gaze. The result? Wu Shangyuan cowered like a frightened quail, his neck tucked in as he trembled uncontrollably. Though Li Mu crushed Xingza Academy in the beast trial, it's nothing more than monkeys calling the shots while the tiger's away. The strongest opponent he faced from Xingza Academy was merely Zhao Jiansheng, their second-ranked student. Not to mention he had the top-ranked Shen Luoyan, second-ranked Wang Xiu, and numerous other competitors from first high school backing him up. His decisive victory over Xingza Academy was hardly surprising. But now he must face Lu Shengyao, a sword-wielding prodigy who broke through to fourth-rank martial artist upon emerging from seclusion. After witnessing Shen Luoyan's strength, his decision not to step forward was indeed a wise one. Otherwise, if he chose to step onto the stage for a challenge now, there's no doubt about it, with Lu Xingyao's fiery, no-nonsense temper, she'd exact tenfold, 100-fold vengeance on Li Mu for the humiliation Xingza Middle School suffered during the beast trial. Not only would he lose face in front of the entire school, but he might also miss the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? As the entire crowd refocused their attention on Li Mu, Wu Shengyuan felt the weight on his shoulders suddenly lift. He sensed he could stand tall again. Lu Shengyao scanned the crowd. Seeing no one from Jizhou No. 1 High School speak up for an extended period, her cold eyes flashed with utter disdain as she fixed her gaze directly on Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan. Li Mu, whom your Jeju No. 1 High School hails as a savior, is nothing but a cowardly, timid individual, all talk and no action. Does he really think hiding will solve everything? Ridiculous. Now that I, Lu Shengyao, have emerged from seclusion, I will absolutely not let him off lightly. Ignoring Shen Luoyan's grim expression, Lu Shengyao shifted her focus, fixing her gaze on the equally furious faculty and students of Jizhou No. 1 High School. Today, I, Lu Shengyao, have conquered the Jeju High School world through martial prowess and become the pinnacle of Jeju. If any of you dare to challenge this, step onto the stage and teach me a lesson. After a pause, Lu Shengyao continued in a loud voice, if not, then I hereby declare once more to all of you at Jizhou No. 1 High School. From this day forward, Xingza Middle School reigns supreme in Jizhou Base City. Those who refuse to submit. Lu Shengyao held her 3-foot-long blue steel blade. Though unsheathed, its fierce sword energy radiated from her body, carving deep gashes into the granite stage. The girl's sword aura blazed as she roared, split them in two. While the Xingza Middle School faction surged with triumphant fervor, their faces aglow with ecstatic cheers, the expressions of the 10 seats from the other high schools present at the martial arts arena, all except Jeju No. 1 High, turned grim beyond description. Anyone could hear the veiled threat in Lu Xingyao's words, a warning meant to intimidate. This sword prodigy wasn't merely targeting Jizhou No. 1 High School, she was directly challenging all the geniuses across the entire Haidai province. Though Lu Shengyao displayed such arrogance and dominance, the crowd dared not utter a word of protest. Whether it was the terrifying cultivation of a fourth-rank martial artist radiating from her or the piercing sword chi emanating from her body, it had already intimidated them all. Who would dare provoke this madwoman at such a moment? If they stepped onto the stage now, they might not even steady themselves before Lu Xingyao's blade came crashing down. Could it be that Jizhou First High School was truly destined to suffer such a humiliating defeat this time? Hundreds of Jizhou No. 1 High School students inside and outside the martial arts arena clenched their fists, a wave of sorrow washing over them. But who could possibly step forward to turn the tide against the arrogant and overbearing Lu Shengyao? It seemed that everything that happened during the beast trial last time was nothing more than a fluke. The reason Li Mu had dared to step forward back then, as Xingza Middle School had pointed out, it was all because Lu Shengyao hadn't been present at the time, and with Shen Luoyan backing him up, neither Xingza nor Fourth High had anyone who could truly threaten Li Mu. Once Lu Shengyao emerged from seclusion, every filter and halo surrounding Li Mu, including the last shred of his dignity, would be ruthlessly torn away by Lu Shengyao. The notion that a single person appearing at the last moment could truly alter the outcome was nothing more than a plot device from TV dramas and movies, a scripted scenario. How could such a thing ever happen in real life? Shen Luoyan drew a deep breath. When the girl opened her eyes again, her pretty face was etched with unwavering resolve. But just as the girl prepared to step onto the stage to face what seemed like an inevitable defeat, at that very moment, a youthful voice suddenly echoed through the venue. It wasn't loud, yet it carried far and wide, ensuring every single person present heard it crystal clear. A mere Lu Shengyao dares to dominate Jeju High School and claim the pinnacle of Jeju? Has she asked me? Chapter 92, You Are the Challenger. The crowd gasped in shock. In this situation, someone actually dared to publicly provoke Lu Shengyao? Judging by the tone of his words, he seemed to hold Lu Shengyao in utter contempt. Who could it be? Such audacity! Amidst the collective gasps echoing throughout the venue, all eyes abruptly turned toward the section representing Jianqing First High School, settling on the white-clad youth standing beside Wu Peipei. The crowd scrutinized the youth, only to find him utterly unfamiliar, not one of the prominent figures they associated with the high school scene. Yet this seemingly insignificant nobody, who had never made a splash in anyone's memory, how dare he challenge Lu Shengyao like this? Are you out of your mind? Shut your mouth this instant. Wu Peipei looked utterly horrified, grabbing Li Mu's arm and whispering urgently, Shut up. Does he really think Lu Shengyao is some kind of easygoing girl? Little did he know that Lu Shenyao's formidable reputation today was earned through her own blood, sweat, and tears. Offending her in public? There'd be no good outcome. Wu Shengyuan also covered his face with both hands, his mind screaming in agony. Could this guy from First High really be that stupid? Lu Shengyao was already unleashing her fury on the stage, yet he still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. How dare he stand there spouting off reckless boasts? The others also cast pitying glances at Li Mu, as if he were mentally challenged. As Lu Shengyao had stated earlier, possessing the combat prowess of a fourth-rank martial artist, she was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Jizhou's high school martial arts scene. Such a prodigy of heaven, how could any mere youth dare to look down on her? While the vast majority in the martial arts arena scoffed at Li Mu's absurd boasts, only Shen Luoyan and the teachers and students of Jizhou No. 1 High School behind her looked at him with eyes brimming with hope and excitement. That Li Mu chose to step forward at this moment meant he was unafraid of Lu Xingyao's strength and prepared to accept her challenge head-on. This also signaled that Jizhou No. 1 High still held a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet as this hope blossomed, Shen Luoyan felt an inexplicable wave of unease wash over her. With Li Mu's current strength, could he truly defeat Lu Shengyao? After all, Shen Luoyan's understanding of Li Mu was still based on yesterday's beast trial. Although Li Mu had also broken through to the fourth-rank martial artist realm. Yet judging by the aura he displayed yesterday, it still carried a distinctly hollow, insubstantial quality. In contrast, Lu Shengyao gave off a completely different impression. Not only did she lack Li Mu's insubstantial quality, but the aura emanating from her body was incredibly solid. Sword energy radiated from her entire being, radiating an intimidating presence that brought an unprecedented sense of pressure. It was no exaggeration to say that placing Li Mu and Lu Shengyao side by side revealed their relative strengths with stark clarity. Lu Xingyao's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Li Mu as sword energy surged around her. Yesterday, Li Mu brought shame upon Xingzi Middle School. Today, Lu Shengyao would repay it tenfold, 100-fold. She would not tolerate any provocation. Even if the white-clad youth before her was merely an arrogant upstart ignorant of his place, she would show no mercy. Are you speaking to me? Lu Xingyao's icy eyes narrowed slightly. The 3-foot-long blade sheathed in its scabbard began to tremble faintly, as if echoing its master's surging battle intent. Of course. Weren't you looking for me? Li Mu casually pushed Wu Peipei behind him and strode step by step toward the arena. Unlike the previous challengers who had leapt onto the platform, he ascended step by step from the stone steps. Only when he stood before Lu Shengyao did she finally register his presence. You're Li Mu. Lu Xingyao's eyes flickered with disbelief. Judging solely by appearance, Lu Shengyao found it incredibly difficult to connect the peerlessly handsome, ethereal youth in white before her with the battle-crazed figure who had descended like a demon god yesterday, single-handedly annihilating the entire teams from Xingzi and 4th Middle School. Li Mu, please. Shen Luoyan's voice answered the question before Li Mu could speak. What? Everyone froze in shock, especially the siblings Wu Shengyuan and Wu Peipei, who were utterly horrified. He's that mysterious Li Mu from Jizhou First High? The siblings exchanged glances, seeing only utter disbelief and incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Wu Peipei found it utterly unbelievable. She had previously seen Li Mu as lazy and unmotivated, with nothing particularly memorable about him besides his good looks. From start to finish, Wu Peipei had never once connected the boy before her to the Li Mu who had recently become the talk of Jeju Base City. So what if he is Li Mu? Lu Shengyao is renowned throughout Jeju Base City as a prodigy of the sword. Countless geniuses of all kinds have fallen to her blade along the way. Even Shen Luoyan from Jeju First High School suffered defeat at Lu Shengyao hands. To think of defeating this sword prodigy head-on is nothing short of a pipe dream. After recovering from his initial shock, Wu Shengyuan's face once again twisted into a look of contempt. Although earlier, Li Mu and Shen Luoyan had led Jizhou No. 1 High School to annihilate both Xingzi Middle School and Jizhou No. 4 High School. But there was a crucial caveat: both the 4th High and Xingza High were led by their second-ranked swordsmen, Zhao Jiancheng and Bian Haiyang, respectively. The top-ranked swordsmen from both schools hadn't participated in the previous beast trial. This meant Li Mu's record was heavily inflated, and the true extent of his abilities remained a huge question mark. In contrast, Lu Shengyao's terrifying combat prowess was undeniably evident. Even before unsheathing her blade, the sheer terror radiating from her aura alone was enough to make all the prodigies in attendance bow their heads in awe. Li Mu's decision to step onto the stage now was nothing short of courting humiliation. If you're referring to the one who wiped out all participants from Xingza and 4th High in yesterday's Savage Beast trial, then yes, that was me. Including your so-called second seat from Xingza. If I recall correctly, his name was Zhao Jiancheng, right? He too fell at my hands. Facing Lu Xingyao's piercing glare, Li Mu seemed utterly oblivious, waving his hand dismissively. Too bad he was far too weak, not even worthy of entertaining me. I hope you can please me. The moment these words left his mouth, a wave of murmurs erupted across the training grounds. Though they had heard of Li Mu's glorious achievements in yesterday's beast trial, this was their first time actually seeing him in person. Little did they expect that Li Mu's arrogance and conceit would prove even more outrageous than the rumors suggested. And he hadn't even started fighting yet, he was already unleashing a torrent of insults at Shen Luoyan. To please you? Ha ha ha. Li Mu, there's one thing I hope you don't misunderstand. After hearing Li Mu's words, Lu Shengyao merely narrowed her sharp eyes and let out a soft laugh. Then, tilting her chin slightly, she looked down at Li Mu with a condescending gaze and repeated his words with a playful tone. You're the challenger. Chapter 93, You're more arrogant than a time traveler. As Lu Shengyao and Li Mu made their respective appearances. In the spacious, luxurious VIP box high above the martial arts arena, an elderly man clad in the robes of a martial academy instructor leaned forward. He nudged Zhu Guiyu with his elbow, his expression teasing. Hey, old Zhu. I heard the gossip yesterday you were trying to give that Li Mu kid the academy's special admission spot. Tisk, tisk. Your High Dai Martial Academy is ranked 3rd among the 10 great martial academies of Huaxia, right? Why are you acting like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world? You couldn't even hold back for this little nobody, some kid whose martial talent hasn't even awakened yet, barely scraping by at 4th rank martial artist level, and you were practically begging to give him a spot? Just how desperate are you guys at High Dai Martial Academy this year? You're literally desperate enough to eat anything. But as the instructor from Jizhou Martial Academy finished speaking, many instructors from other martial academies in Haidai province present couldn't help but burst into laughter. Given their status, their purpose in coming here wasn't to watch the sparring match between the juniors Li Mu and Lu Shengyao. The main reason was that they'd heard about last night when Zhu Guiyu had offered Li Mu a direct admission spot at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, and crucially, the other party hadn't even accepted. The martial arts academy circles in Haidai province were small enough that word quickly spread about how Zhu Guiyu, an instructor from Haidai Martial Arts Academy, had been snubbed by a mere high school student. Many instructors with nothing pressing on their hands had flown overnight to Jizhou-based city to witness the spectacle. Of course, most were simply eager to see just who this Li Mu was, the one Zhu Guiyu had proactively offered a direct admission spot to. But what did they find upon arrival? Good heavens! It turned out to be just some random nobody whose martial arts talent was still unknown. Naturally, these instructors already in competitive rivalry with the Haidai Martial Arts Academy wouldn't miss the chance to thoroughly mock Zhu Guiyu. Watching this group of old men with absolutely no sense of boundaries, Zhu Guiyu's white eyebrows nearly knotted into a tight knot. He was furious inside. Everyone understood that these academy scholarship spots meant the most precious resources within the academy would be poured into nurturing them. If a mentor invested in a recommended student who went on to achieve outstanding results in martial arts, that mentor would naturally reap corresponding benefits. The more outstanding the recommended student's achievements, the greater the benefits and treatment the martial academy would offer. The opposite was equally true. If the mentor chose a recommended student lacking both talent and results, the mentor who recommended them would suffer repercussions as well. Their relationship was the most typical kind of mutual prosperity and mutual detriment. Therefore, when instructors from other martial arts academies learned that Zhu Guiyu had allocated such a precious direct admission spot to Li Mu, they all transformed into spectators, flocking to witness Zhu Guiyu's embarrassment. In their view, the only students truly qualified to secure the martial arts academy's guaranteed admission spots in Haidai province come from the three traditional powerhouses: Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, and Qingdao No. 2 High School. Beyond these institutions, even a kendo prodigy like Lu Shengyao, currently standing on the tournament stage, was deemed unworthy of such a spot. If even Lu Shengyao was deemed unworthy, then certainly not Li Mu. In the eyes of these martial academy instructors, it seemed as though Zhu Guiyu had made a colossal mistake. Why choose anyone else when he could have picked Li Mu, that money-losing liability? Wasn't this just adding a stain to his own teaching resume? Facing the scornful whispers of his unscrupulous peers, Zhu Guiyu offered no rebuttal, merely letting out a cold snort. To be perfectly honest, it wasn't just these martial arts academy instructors who didn't hold much hope for Li Mu. Deep down, Zhu Guiyu himself didn't believe Li Mu stood a chance of winning this time either. After all, the gap between Li Mu and Lu Xingyao's paper stats was simply too vast. A martial artist who had just broken through to the 4th rank martial master realm, possessing only the 7 wounds fist as his trump card, was facing Lu Xiangyao, a martial artist firmly established at the 4th rank martial master level with achievements in the sword arts far surpassing the ordinary. The outcome was as clear as day. However, Zhu Guiyu wasn't investing in Li Mu's present, but in his future. Therefore, Zhu Guiyu's expectations for Li Mu were modest. He merely hoped Li Mu wouldn't lose too badly on the stage. On the stage, facing him stood a handsome youth clad in snow-white robes, his expression serene. The fierce, masculine eyes and brows radiated absolute confidence in her own strength. It seemed as if Li Mu's earlier boastful words had passed through her ears like a silent fart, utterly insignificant. Of course, this might also be because over the years, Lu Xiangyao had grown accustomed to so-called geniuses spouting all kinds of trash talk before fighting her. As the pride of heaven, Lu Xiangyao had long since grown immune to such trash talk. Because soon enough, Lu Xiangyao would silence these so-called geniuses, forcing them to beg on their knees before her, weeping and repenting for their earlier boasts. Li Mu was neither the first nor the last of his kind. Poof. Why is it that every woman I meet is more arrogant than the last? I really don't understand what you have to be so proud about. The white-clad youth sighed deeply, shaking his head with a wry smile. Or is it that all of you so-called geniuses are like this? If that's the case, then I'm sure the upcoming high school martial arts tournament won't bore me. Suddenly, Li Mu stifled his laughter and fixed Lu Xiangyao with a piercing stare. You said I'm the challenger? That's right. Your brimming confidence is quite impressive. I hope you can still maintain it in 3 minutes' time. Because genius is merely the threshold to meeting me. With that, a line of text swiftly appeared on the translucent virtual screen before Li Mu. Ding! Detected, Heaven's Pride. Triggering special underdog mission, subjugate Heaven's Chosen One, Lu Xiangyao, to the host. Name, Lu Xiangyao. Age, 42. Cultivation level, 9th rank Martial King Realm. Martial talent, absolute 0. Attempt to make Shen Luoyan submit to you to earn rewards. The higher Shen Luoyan's submission level to the host, the richer the system rewards. Phase 1 task, Lu Xingyao's submission level to the host is 25%. Task reward, 3,000 reversal points. Stage 2 task, Lu Xingyao's submission level to the host reaches 50%. Task reward, 6,000 reversal points. Stage 3 task, Lu Xingyao's submission level to the host reaches 75%. Task reward, 15,000 reversal points. Phase 4 task, Lu Xingyao's submission level to the host reaches 100%. Mission reward, 30,000 reversal points. Note, upon reaching 100% submission, the target will automatically share their martial arts talent and cultivation realm with the host, who will also receive a conquest gift pack from the system. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly as he gazed at the translucent system interface floating before his eyes. Just as he had anticipated. A woman like Lu Xiangyao, who clearly needed a lesson, had indeed triggered the system's submission mission. Especially when he saw the arrogance, the disdain, the contempt in Lu Xingyao's gaze directed at him, but nowhere did he see any respect. This infuriated Li Mu. Anger aside, what truly baffled Li Mu was this. As a 5th rank martial artist and a transmigrator wielding a midlife comeback system, he always weighed whether he could afford to provoke someone before stirring up trouble. Yet this woman, Lu Xiangyao, seemed utterly brainless, completely disregarding all such considerations. She just put on this arrogant attitude like she was God himself and she was number 2. Well then. You're a native-born local, yet you're acting more arrogant than me, a transmigrator? Li excels in combat, not in words. If you don't know how to keep a low profile, I can force you to keep a low profile through combat. The next second, the ring announcer's voice rang out at just the right moment. The match begins. Chapter 94, you still have the nerve to call yourself number 1. Clang. As the referee's final word echoed, a deafening sword cry erupted, reverberating throughout the entire arena. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xiangyao, who had been over 100 meters away from Li Mu, appeared before him as if riding a cloud. Such footwork and speed had reached an absolute extreme. Many spectators in the arena hadn't even registered what was happening before Lu Xiangyao had already struck. Several sharp-eyed observers instantly recognized the combat technique Lu Xiangyao was executing, gasping in astonishment. That's a great movement technique, flowing cloud step. Unexpected. When Lu Xiangyao finally moved, it was with the signature footwork technique of the Lu family, masters of the sword path. Truly extraordinary. Holy crap. Lu Xingyao's footwork is ridiculously fast. She didn't give anyone a chance to react. In an instant, she was already inches away from Li Mu. Terrifying. Just the speed Lu Xiangyao has shown so far is terrifying enough. Many spectators in the martial arts arena watched Lu Xiangyao glide across the stage like a soaring swan, murmuring in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xiangyao had vanished from the opposite side of the platform and materialized before Li Mu. That footwork, that speed. Many of the 10 seats present from other schools couldn't help but gasp sharply at the sight. Let alone the rest of the crowd. Even these 10th-ranked disciples, straining their eyes to the limit, could only barely catch glimpses of Lu Xingyao's afterimages on the stage, unable to discern her true location. If their positions were swapped with Li Mu's, forget about fighting back, they'd likely be swept off the stage by Lu Xingyao's sword before even locating her. Wu Shangyuan, the top-ranked student of Jiancheng First High, watched Lu Xingyao's cloud step unfold on the stage. His face turned ashen as he murmured, "Is this the gap between the best and the very best?" Though Wu Shangyuan, like Lu Shangyao, currently possessed a grade B body movement combat skill, he could only match Lu Shangyao in the grade of their combat techniques. Beyond that, they were worlds apart. He could see it clearly. Simply judging by the terrifying speed Lu Shangyao unleashed, she had undoubtedly mastered the cloud flow step to perfection. Indeed, even among geniuses, there exists a chasm. Yet the chasm between himself and Lu Shangyao felt like a profound, soul-crushing despair. It felt as though an uncrossable chasm lay between them, one he could never bridge in this lifetime. Boom! Before anyone could grasp what had transpired, a deafening explosion erupted from the very center of the ring. It was the direct collision of fists. Yes. Just now. As Lu Shangyao executed her cloud step to close the distance in an instant, Li Mu, seemingly without any guard, appeared to be deliberately waiting for her. Only when Lu Xingyao's fist was already at his face did Li Mu calmly swing his own punch, colliding with hers. He blocked it? Li Mu actually blocked it. At that moment, someone finally caught a clear glimpse of the battle unfolding and couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. "You're telling me this Li Mu managed to carry the entire team through the beast trial? The kid's got something special." Facing Lu Xingyao's master-level flying cloud step, not only did he react in time, but he actually blocked that incoming punch. Holy crap! This is truly unexpected. I thought this would be a one-sided fight. Who knew Li Mu could put up such a fight? Looks like we're in for some fun. After the initial shock wore off, the crowd snapped back to reality, erupting into excited shouts and cheers. Especially the crowd from Jizhou First High School, whose thunderous roars of Li Mu's name shook the ground. The entire martial arts arena's atmosphere had been utterly ignited by this single exchange. A hint of astonishment flickered across Lu Xingyao's coldly beautiful face. She too seemed genuinely surprised that Li Mu had managed to block her punch. But immediately, her expression turned icy, and her attacks came faster than before. Even so, Lu Shangyao showed no intention of drawing her sword. Instead, she chose the most direct approach, punching Li Mu head-on, fist against fist. In an instant, Lu Shangyao unleashed dozens of punches in rapid succession, leaving trails of fist shadows exploding across the stage. Yet, facing Lu Xingyao's seemingly storm-like onslaught, Li Mu stood utterly still, as if strolling through a garden. With just one hand, he effortlessly parried every single punch Lu Shangyao threw. He even shook his head in sight from time to time, as if deeply dissatisfied with Lu Xingyao's performance. It was reminiscent of a strict master observing an unmotivated disciple, his eyes filled with nothing but disappointment. Truth be told, Li Mu's expression of disappointment wasn't some deliberate act of showing off. It was because Lu Xingyao's performance genuinely left him utterly disheartened. Her punches lacked both speed and power. If he hadn't been biding his time to lure her deeper into despair, hoping to extract more potential for her turnaround, Li Mu wouldn't have bothered playing this childish game with her. He could have easily unleashed the final form of the 7 wounds fist, 7 slays, sending her flying in an instant. Yet while Li Mu remained utterly unfazed, the crowd at the martial arts arena watched this scene with eyes wide and mouths agape. Holy! This ing. He actually blocked all of that? Are you kidding me? Many eyes bulged, Adam's apples bobbed, and they swallowed repeatedly. They had assumed that Li Mu blocking Lu Xingyao's first punch alone would be enough bragging rights to last a lifetime. But who could have imagined that now, facing Lu Xingyao's rapid-fire barrage of attacks, Li Mu seemed to be handling it with ease. Hey! What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the saying holds true? Until the final moment, anyone could be the underdog? With you? You have the nerve to call yourself the martial arts champion of Jeju High School, the pinnacle of Jeju? Ridiculous. Li Mu parried every punch Lu Shangyao threw at him, a mocking curve lifting at the corner of his mouth. In response, Lu Shangyao said nothing, only swinging her fists faster and harder than before. Today, she refused to believe that Li Mu could truly block every single one of her attacks with just his mastery of the cloud step technique. Boring. Li Mu shook his head in disappointment. After going through the motions with Lu Shangyao for another dozen rounds, Li Mu realized she had no intention of pulling out anything new. He suddenly found it pointless. Now, he wasn't merely defending. He unleashed the 7 wounds fist, casually clashing his fist against Lu Xingyao's. Within that single punch, Li Mu unleashed 3 layers of hidden force simultaneously, fierce, subtle, and a blend of both, all erupting with overwhelming power. Under his 5th-rank martial artist cultivation, the combined power of these 3 hidden forces far surpassed anything he had unleashed before. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted across the vast arena, like a bolt of lightning cracking through the sky. Li Mu and Lu Xingyao's fists collided. An invisible shockwave instantly radiated outward from between them, sending fragments of stone flying as the entire platform shook violently. Lu Shangyao herself was sent flying backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her right fist hung limply at her side, her defeat utterly humiliating. Chapter 95. I have a sword test its edge. How is this possible? As Lu Shangyao was sent reeling by the single punch, one of her arms was visibly dislocated. All the students watching the martial arts arena stared at the scene unfolding on the stage with utterly shocked expressions. This isn't what we expected. Lu Shangyao actually got beaten by Li Mu. Holy crap! What the hell was that punch Li Mu just threw? He sent Lu Shangyao flying. Is that Li Mu cheating or something? How come he can not only keep up with Lu Xingyao's speed but also break through her defenses? Just how much power was behind that punch Li Mu threw? Holy! They all leapt to their feet in shock, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. In most people's minds, Lu Shangyao faced any opponent in one of two ways, either doing nothing at all, like against Gao Jianyat just now, yet still sending them flying with mere sword chi. Or she would utilize the high mobility of her cloud step technique to completely incapacitate her opponent before they could even react. But during the exchange between Li Mu and Lu Shangyao just now, not only had Li Mu flawlessly parried every single one of Lu Xingyao's attacks, but he had also countered with a single punch that sent Lu Shangyao flying. Li Mu. How on earth did he manage that? On the stage. With a muffled groan, Lu Xingyao's body lurched backward, stumbling 7 or 8 meters before she finally regained her footing. At that moment, she felt a searing pain shoot through her entire right arm. Lu Shangyao proved herself a fierce fighter. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed her dislocated right arm with her left hand. With a sharp crack, she forced it back into place. Huff, huff. Lu Shangyao gasped for breath twice, flexing her still numb arm. She looked up at the white-clad youth across from her, her expression darkening completely. Up until now. In combat against peers, Lu Shangyao had never once felt she was outmatched in speed or footwork. Even when facing Shen Luoyan back then, Lu Shangyao had relied on her own blazing speed to seize the initiative at every turn, firmly controlling the rhythm of the fight. Forget about a rookie like Li Mu, who had only recently broken through to the 4th-rank martial artist realm. Even if she were to face the principal, a 4th-rank martial artist at the peak of his power within the school, Lu Shangyao was confident she could outpace him. Yet, while deflecting his attack, the punch Li Mu unleashed caused the triple-layered dark force within Lu Shangyao to linger stubbornly, refusing to dissipate. This left her astonished. Immediately, the girl's chi and blood surged, summoning more powerful, surging true chi to finally suppress the triple dark force that had been wildly coursing through his body. It seemed Li Mu's mastery of the 7 wounds fist was far greater than she had imagined likely at the peak stage, or even the pinnacle. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Shangyao on the stage quickly regained her composure. 7 wounds fist. As a great offensive fist technique with severe side effects, its execution hinged on a fundamental premise: first wound oneself, then wound others. Such a technique, inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while suffering 800 of its own, had never been taken seriously by her. In the upper-tier box seats of the martial arts arena, the instructors from the major martial arts academies of Haidai province, who had initially thought this tournament match held little interest for their students, witnessed Li Mu not only effortlessly parry every attack from Lu Shangyao but also send her flying with a single punch. With just this one move, he instantly piqued the intense interest of the martial arts academy instructors. Hey! Old Zhu, you've got an eye for talent. Picking this Li Mu as a recommended student. The 7 wounds fist is incredibly difficult to master, not just for AB rank technique, but even among a rank combat skills, it's considered exceptionally challenging. Especially since practitioners must constantly guard against the technique's backlash during cultivation, which further amplifies the risks involved. Yet to see this youth, Li Mu, execute the 7 wounds fist under Lu Xingyao's relentless assault, he's already mastered it with effortless grace. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The old man who had just been betting on how many rounds Li Mu could last against Lu Shangyao now couldn't help but praise him after witnessing his power firsthand. Xu Guiyu merely crossed his arms and shot him a dismissive glance, his disdain written plainly across his face. Among all present, no one understood the 7 injuries fist better than he did. The real reason Xu Guiyu had resolved to give Li Mu the sole guaranteed admission spot was that he had witnessed Li Mu not only mastering the notoriously difficult 7 wounds fist to perfection, but also demonstrated the astonishing insight and innate talent to refine, perfect, and even create a new variant 7 slays, elevating a B-grade combat technique to a grade status. The difficulty of refining a combat technique to the point of elevating its rank was immense. Not only was it nearly impossible for a high school student like Li Mu, but even for someone like Zhu Guiyu, a mentor at the Haidai Martial Academy and a peak 7th rank martial sovereign, it was practically an impossible task. Ahem, ahem. At this thought, Zhu Guiyu raised his left fist to his mouth and cleared his throat twice. Just as he was about to bark, "Step back. Time to show off." But before Zhu Guiyu could even complete his incantation, Lu Donghua, the mayor of Jizhou Base City, stepped forward and interrupted him. This youth, Li Mu, is truly extraordinary. However, Lu Shangyao hasn't drawn her sword once since the start, nor has she utilized her martial arts talent. Once Lu Shangyao draws her sword, if Li Mu can't produce a combat technique more powerful than the 7 wounds fist, this tournament will ultimately end with Lu Xingyao's victory. After hearing Lu Donghua's analysis, many in the VIP box nodded in agreement. For Lu Shangyao, this stage battle was merely an appetizer. Lu Shangyao rose to fame in Jizhou as a sword cultivator. Her reputation as a prodigious sword talent towered above all other geniuses in Jizhou, standing unchallenged at the pinnacle. Even without drawing her sword, Lu Shangyao could suppress many fourth-rank martial artist geniuses. But when she unsheathed her blade, forget fourth rank, she could defeat fifth-rank martial artists too. On the stage, Lu Shangyao flexed her right arm, confirming it was unharmed. Her piercing eyes then fixed coldly on the snow-white-clad, peerlessly handsome youth before her. Is this the best Jeju has to offer? The white-robed youth stood arrogantly with one hand behind his back, his gaze fixed on Lu Shangyao as he asked with a tone laced with amusement and mocking laughter. Oomph. Arrogant. A threat of anger laced Lu Shangyao icy tone. Regardless, in her first exchange with Li Mu, she had indeed been the first to fall. Yet this had not shaken Lu Shangyao martial resolve in the slightest. So what if you outpace me in fist speed? The real battle has only just begun. Frost blade. Clang. Accompanied by a piercing sword cry, the blade suspended at Lu Shangyao waist seemed to sense its master's call. Its body trembled, transforming into a white streak of light that shot skyward. Finally, it settled back into Lu Shangyao palm. Li Mu. I have a sword, test its edge. Chapter 96, Absolute Zero. Boom. With that, Lu Shangyao, sword in hand, unleashed an aura utterly different from before. Astonishing sword energy erupted from her body, and the temperature in the training ground seemed to plummet by 5 or 6 degrees in that instant. Absolute Zero. Lu Shangyao has finally unleashed her martial talent, Absolute Zero. Wu Shangyuan, standing closest to Lu Shangyao, recognized it first, his face turning pale with shock as he murmured in a deep voice. So this is Absolute Zero. Whoa. So cold. As the surrounding temperature plummeted relentlessly, Wu Peipei's fair complexion turned deathly pale under the icy chill. With Lu Shangyao S-class martial talent activated, even this slight exposure sent shivers down her spine. What must Li Mu be experiencing at the very center of this frozen domain? From what I understand, when Lu Shangyao activates her martial talent Absolute Zero, it doesn't just lower the surrounding temperature. Her own body temperature drops as well. When her body temperature drops to -18 degrees Celsius, the blood of enemies wounded by her sword rapidly freezes, preventing it from flowing from any wounds. When her body temperature drops to -50 degrees Celsius, the water beneath her feet freezes, triggering an icequake. Absolute Zero 273.15 C instantly freezes the bodies of struck enemies, ultimately causing them to freeze to death from hypothermia. The last time Lu Shangyao unleashed Absolute Zero, she had only reached the first stage of martial talent cultivation, reducing her body temperature to -18 degrees. At this point, Wu Shangyuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, his expression turning grave. Now that Lu Shangyao has broken through her limitations, who knows how far she's advanced in mastering and developing her martial talent? This Li Mu, he probably won't even be able to block a single strike from Lu Shangyao. Though Li Mu's courage in stepping onto the stage to face Lu Shangyao's challenge earned Wu Xingyuan's respect. But alas, the enemy he faced was simply too formidable. Before Lu Shangyao drew her sword and unleashed her martial talent, Li Mu might have been able to hold his own with his footwork, speed, and fist techniques. But the moment Lu Shangyao drew her blade and unleashed Absolute Zero, what about Li Mu? At least up to this point, whether Li Mu had awakened his martial talent remained an unknown. Thus, the moment Absolute Zero swept across the stage, the battle came to an end. Li Mu. Defeated. Many spectators shared Wu Xingyuan's thoughts, yet Li Mu himself remained utterly unconcerned, strolling leisurely across the stage. Swish. Lu Xingyao's sword slashed out, unleashing a powerful icy aura that instantly transformed into a howling blizzard, sweeping toward Li Mu like a torrential storm. The crowd at the martial arts arena instantly paled with terror. They felt as if transported to the frigid North Julu continent, pierced by bone-chilling winds. The icy blade, like an avalanche, poured down upon Li Mu from all directions. Rumble. In an instant, the howling wind and the sky-filling ice and snow transformed into countless ice blades, sweeping across the heavens and earth, instantly engulfing Li Mu. Time itself seemed to stretch endlessly in that moment. Every single person in the martial arts arena rose from their seats simultaneously. Eyes wide, breath held, they stared intently toward the stage. Yet even straining their eyes to the limit, all they could see was a slender figure, enveloped by the storm of countless sword chi, standing unshaken amidst the chaos. On Lu Xingyao's exquisitely delicate oval face, a thin layer of frost had formed at some unknown moment. Her long lashes were coated with white ice, and her entire being seemed to transform into an ice maiden, radiating a chill that rose like mist. Li Mu. I, Lu Shangyao, rule Jeju with my martial prowess. And you? You are but one of the countless stepping stones beneath my feet. It's over. Frost storm. Slash. Lu Xingyao's voice was icy cold. As her crimson lips parted, a long trail of frosty mist escaped. The long sword raised high above her head slowly descended at that moment, its blade tip gathering the most extreme cold and darkness into a howling sword chi that plunged downward. Time itself seemed to stretch endlessly in that instant. The entire world seemed to fall silent. All that could be seen was the vast expanse of the white, swirling ice storm, leaving onlookers utterly unaware of what was unfolding on the stage. It was impossible to say how long it lasted. Only when the icy blizzard enveloping the arena finally subsided did the crowd dare lift their heads to look toward the stage. The scene before them left everyone frozen in shock. Before them stood a stage encased in icy frost, a massive crack stretching 100 meters that had cleanly bisected the entire granite platform. Gazing at the long fissure that split the entire platform in two, everyone couldn't help but shudder violently. If that sword had struck them, they would have been obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. 2. Terrifying. Lu Xingyao's sword strike actually cleaved the entire platform in two. She's only at the 4th rank martial artist realm, how could she be this powerful? Shen Luoyan's lovely face was equally filled with shock and disbelief. Even when Shen Luoyan tried to see things from Lu Xingyao's perspective. Though they were both sword cultivators, when Shen Luoyan herself reached the 4th rank martial artist realm, even after activating the 2nd stage of the boundless sword armor and unleashing her absolute strongest strike with all her might, neither its destructive force nor the sheer pressure it exerted could compare to Lu Xingyao's single strike just now. Something's wrong. This doesn't add up. If it were merely the cultivation of a 4th rank martial artist, it would be utterly impossible to unleash such a breathtaking strike. So, how did Lu Xiangyao manage to do this? Gazing at Lu Xiangyao atop the stage, her body shrouded in frost, emanating waves of frigid air, resembling a frigid maiden from the far north, Shen Luoyan's mind was filled with questions. Meanwhile, in the VIP box of the martial arts arena, Lu Xingyao's single strike had silenced even the most arrogant martial academy instructors. Their pride dissolved instantly, replaced by profound shock etched across every face. It's sword intent. The embryonic form of sword intent has actually manifested in Lu Xiangyao. As a 6th rank martial sovereign, Lu Donghua had sensed the piercingly sharp icy sword intent the moment Lu Xiangyao struck. Though the sword intent Lu Xiangyao unleashed was still very rudimentary, at best an imperfect embryo. Yet even this rudimentary, crude seed of sword intent caused the esteemed city leaders and mentors within the private box, all of them powerful figures of high standing, to pale in shock. For this was a realm only accessible to those who had ascended to martial reverend. Martial intent. Chapter 97, The Embryonic Form of Sword Intent. The rudimentary sword intent Lu Xiangyao had displayed was precisely a form of martial intent. Only martial artists who awaken martial intent are qualified to ascend from martial king realm to martial venerable. With the vast experience of martial reverends like Lu Donghua and Zhu Guiyu, they had witnessed countless prodigiously talented youths. They knew how extraordinary, how defying the heavens, how monstrously gifted these geniuses appeared before reaching the martial king realm. Yet at least 80% of them ultimately stalled at the bottleneck of martial intent, unable to cross the threshold from martial king to martial sovereign. In stark contrast, Lu Xiangyao, merely at the 4th rank martial master realm, had already grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. Though this embryonic form appeared utterly rudimentary to these martial reverends, like a 3-year-old scribbled pencil sketch. Yet Lu Xingyao's achievement at this stage alone was sufficient proof that she was a once-in-a-billion prodigy. For Lu Xiangyao had already grasped a key to the martial sovereign realm ahead of her time. The rudiments of sword intent? Mayor Lu, are you certain you saw correctly? Song Changming, who had remained largely unnoticed until now, finally seized the chance to interject. No wonder. The weakest person in this private room was still a 2nd-rank martial revered expert. A minor figure like Song Changming, merely an 8th-rank grandmaster, wouldn't even have been allowed at the table if he weren't the principal of Jizhou First High School. Now, seeing Lu Xingyao's sword strike send shockwaves through the room, Song Changming's curiosity got the better of him. He couldn't help but whisper. There's no mistake about it. It truly is sword intent. Lu Donghua's face flushed crimson with excitement, his hands trembling slightly beyond his control. His luck lately had been nothing short of extraordinary. First, he encountered Li Mu, a peerless genius with demonic aptitude in combat techniques, possessing innate talent that allowed him to refine the 7 wounds fist from a B-rank skill into an A-rank combat technique. Now, Lu Xiangyao, a sword prodigy who had already grasped the rudiments of sword intent at the 4th rank martial artist realm. This happiness came far too suddenly. With Li Mu and Lu Xiangyao alone, my record in Jizhou was bound to be marked with a brilliant stroke. By then, what would stop me from soaring to the highest ranks? Everyone in the martial arts arena was utterly stunned by the sword strike Lu Xiangyao had just unleashed. The sheer power of that single strike was terrifying. After a long moment passed. Only then did the crowd belatedly recall the other protagonist of this contest. Where's Li Mu? Holy crap! Where is Li Mu? Could he have been sliced straight through to the ground by Lu Xiangyao earlier strike? Oh no! Who would have thought Lu Xiangyao would win in the end? The strongest fighter in Jeju High's history has etched his name into this very stage. Thousands of students in the stands were flushed with excitement, many shouting uncontrollably. Their roars merged into a deafening chorus, threatening to tear the massive roof of the martial arts arena apart. Over on the Jeju First High side, it was as if Lu Xingyao's single strike had shattered every ounce of their pride and confidence. Heads hung low, silence fell over them. Though many clenched their fists, their faces etched with resentment and frustration, the sight of that peerless, solitary figure of white frost atop the stage reduced them all to helpless sighs. Faced with such an overwhelming gap in strength, their resentment amounted to nothing more than impotent rage, utterly useless. It's over. Lu Shengyao exhaled a long stream of frosty mist from her mouth and slowly sheathed her sword. Yet, just as she prepared to step down from the stage, concluding her journey to the First Academy, an inexplicable wave of intense unease and foreboding surged through her heart. Her heart began to pound wildly, thudding uncontrollably. It felt as though some primordial beast lurked within the swirling ice mist, silently watching her. Lu Shengyao instinctively drew her sword, her expression tense as she stared at the slowly dissipating ice mist. Within the churning frosty mist, a vague human silhouette seemed to emerge from the distance, drawing nearer. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps clack, 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 it slowly approached her. Suddenly, an indescribably powerful oppressive force surged toward Lu Shengyao like a tidal wave. Lu Shengyao felt as though a massive mountain had crushed her, leaving her utterly immobilized. Each footstep echoed within her very heart, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on her chest, making every breath an agonizing struggle. At the same time, a voice utterly devoid of emotion reached her ears. "Do you still wish to dance?" It was the distinctive voice of the youth in white, still tinged with disappointment and indifference in every word. As if to say, "I had such high hopes for you, yet you proved so utterly useless." The words pierced Lu Shengyao's heart like a sharp blade. But before Lu Shengyao could retort angrily, a chill surged straight up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, sending an involuntary shiver through her entire body. Before her, the icy mist cleared. Li Mu emerged, walking slowly from within it. His tousled black hair fluttered in the wind, yet his white robe remained spotless, let alone injured. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from Li Mu surged upward, steadily intensifying until it threatened to overshadow Lu Xingyao's own presence. Li Mu. Li Mu actually blocked that sword strike? How is that possible? What exactly happened on the stage just now? How did Li Mu manage to emerge unscathed? Could he have dodged it? Lu Shengyao watched Li Mu approaching her slowly, her expression grave. That strike she had just unleashed, whether in terms of its power, the speed of its execution, or the enhancement from her martial talent, absolute zero. She had absolute confidence in every aspect of that strike. Therefore, rather than believing Li Mu had blocked her strike, Lu Shengyao found it far more plausible that he had narrowly dodged it. Otherwise, how could Li Mu possibly emerge unscathed? Immediately, a sharp gleam flared once more in Lu Shengyao beautiful eyes. Simultaneously, she exhaled a long stream of frosty white mist, causing the temperature around the arena to plummet again. As the chill deepened, the frost that had begun to form on Lu Xingyao's skin started to crystallize into ice. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The ground beneath Lu Xingyao's feet froze, spreading outward from her like ripples. Though I still can't achieve the second stage of absolute zero right now. But in the next moment. Li Mu, prepare yourself to be killed by me. Because from this moment on, every sword I strike will be a fatal blow. As she finished speaking, a sharp, icy glint erupted from Lu Xingyao's eyes. Come on. Let's see where you can dodge this time. In an instant, sword light flared. Several icy sword chi streaked like startled swans from all directions and angles, slashing toward Li Mu's position, leaving him no chance to dodge. Whoosh! 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 Wherever the icy sword chi passed, moisture in the air instantly froze, twisting into white icicles that plummeted from the sky, as if intent on piercing the entire arena through and through. Gazing at the terrifying sword energies suspended midair, everyone present felt a chill run through their bodies, overcome with dread. It's over. This time, it's truly all over. This time, Lu Shengyao has sealed off every possible escape route for Li Mu with her sword chi. He has no way to dodge. Yet the very next moment, Li Mu made a move that stunned everyone present. Without flinching or dodging, Li Mu raised his hand and reached straight for the sword energy. Chapter 98. This is what sword intent truly is. What? Before unleashing that strike, Lu Shengyao had imagined countless possibilities, but never once considered Li Mu would be so reckless as to attempt grabbing her sword energy with his bare hands. Everyone else was also stunned by Li Mu's insane action. Li Mu actually tried to block Lu Xingyao's sword with his bare hands? Wasn't that suicide? Yet what unfolded next etched itself into everyone's memory forever. Snap! With a casual grab and a clenched fist, Li Mu shattered the bone-chilling sword light into countless ice crystals that scattered to the ground. This. Impossible. This strike embodies my deepest understanding of the sword way, approaching the very essence of sword intent. How could it be shattered so easily? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt their minds go completely blank, utterly unable to think. Lu Shengyao couldn't believe it either. Her strike, infused with her grasp of the sword's intent and amplified by her peak martial talent, had been crushed barehanded by Li Mu? She shook her head repeatedly, murmuring in a daze, as if utterly unable to believe what she was witnessing. Sword intent? You call that sword intent? Li Mu suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed and shook his head. I thought you possessed some earth-shattering skill that gave you the courage to dominate Jizhou. Turns out, after all this time, you've only mastered a couple years worth of half-baked swordplay, and you think you've grasped the essence of the sword? If this sort of thing can be called sword intent, then word of it spreading would make people laugh themselves silly. Very well. I'll open your eyes and show you what true sword intent really looks like. Boom. With that, Li Mu raised his right hand, pointing toward the sky. Though his palm held nothing, his arm seemed to conceal a sharp blade. Even without touching its edge, one could sense its arrogant spirit piercing the heavens. Under the stunned and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Li Mu calmly uttered two words. Thunder, come. With a thunderous roar, lightning erupted from the void, exploding with such force it illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. He grasped the thunder in his hand, like a god. Lu Xingyao's pupils contracted sharply, as if she had seen a ghost. What is this? The mad thunder sword technique. But just as Lu Shengyao uttered the name of the sword technique Li Mu was wielding, she saw him grasp the lightning in his right hand and slash fiercely toward her. Boom! It felt like a bolt from the blue. Li Mu transformed his hand into a sword, unleashing a thunderous sword chi from his right hand. It coiled and twisted through the air like a serpent, striking swiftly toward Lu Shengyao. The sword energy arrived with such overwhelming speed, like a flash of lightning, leaving no time to dodge. Lu Shengyao instinctively raised her hand, shielding her chest with the icy sword in her grasp. Clang! The ice blade, her constant companion through countless days and nights, let out a piercing wail as it shattered into pieces under the blow. The thunderous strike hit her directly, snapping several ribs as she flew backward. Lu Shengyao felt as if struck by heavenly thunder. Everything within her sight turned a blinding white. Countless lightning serpents burrowed into her body, rampaging wildly, causing excruciating pain as if her entire being were being torn apart alive. Her mind went completely blank. Ugh, aya. Boom. Accompanied by Lu Xingyao's agonized wails, the already split stage suffered another devastating blow. In an instant, the heavens seemed to collapse and the earth split apart. Lu Shengyao lay pinned beneath the ruins of the stage, her body drenched in blood, limbs convulsing violently beyond her control. The exquisite oval face that once radiated pride and composure now bore no trace of either. Her eyes stared blankly and lifelessly at the ceiling above, her mouth unconsciously emitting wails of agony like a defeated dog. These cries echoed intermittently through the deathly silent martial arts arena, lingering long after each resound. Lu Xingyao's pride, the embryonic sword intent she had painstakingly cultivated over a decade of arduous training, had become a laughingstock in the face of such terrifying sword energy. Li Mu. This man. In his own domain of expertise. In the very domain he prided himself on. In the most brutal, blood-soaked manner, he had ruthlessly cut her down from the clouds, hurling Lu Shengyao back into the cold, harsh reality. An indescribable sense of defeat welled up from the depths of the young girl's heart. Why? Why, when the other was clearly a year younger than her, could he utterly crush her in every aspect, both in cultivation and in the essence of the sword? If this is what a genius looks like, then what was she? What did the genius label she'd carried for over 2 decades even mean? Resentment. A thick wave of resentment flooded Lu Xingyao's heart, while a pent-up fury raged within her chest, finding no outlet. She gasped for breath several times, dragging her numb, lifeless body as she tried to rise from the ground. Just as she was about to rise, a large foot slowly pressed down onto her face. That stunningly beautiful, heart-stoppingly perfect oval face, the one that had haunted countless boys' dreams, began to distort slightly under the relentless pressure of that heavy foot. Lu Shengyao lovely face was filled with despair and agony. Helpless, she could only clench her right fist and pound the ground repeatedly, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears of humiliation. An unprecedented wave of shame and rage threatened to engulf Lu Shengyao entirely. Yet, trapped beneath this man's foot, she was utterly powerless. She could only turn her head away, trying to bury herself like an ostrich in the rubble, unwilling and afraid to face it all. Senior Lu. Students from Xingzi Middle School who witnessed this scene felt their hearts clench in agony, the pain so intense it took their breath away. Yet their gaze toward Li Mu, the perpetrator, burned with unprecedented fury and resentment. If looks could kill, Li Mu would have been torn to shreds, his soul scattered to the winds, dead beyond death by now. But alas! The more they acted like this, the more excited Li Mu became. This feeling, if one must describe it, is like being that woman others regard as high and mighty, one to be admired from afar but never approached, yet now he easily tramples her underfoot, toyed with and humiliated at will. No denying it. As the system kept assigning special missions to make more prodigious women submit, Li Mu had evolved from initial complaints to genuinely relishing these tasks. Lu Shengyao, forgive my bluntness. Li Mu spoke as he gently ground his right foot, watching with amusement as the delicate features of her face contorted beneath him into a series of amusing expressions. The teasing, playful smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Lu Xingyao's pupils suddenly contracted. All color drained from her face in an instant, her skin turning an alarming shade of pale. Detected Lu Xingyao's spiritual core shattered by host, suffering severe physical and mental trauma. Submission rate plus 35%. Ding. Host's first stage mission to subjugate Lu Shengyao completed. Mission reward, 3,000 reversal points. Funds disbursed to reversal treasury for host's immediate access. Chapter 99, Shatter Her Completely. Detected, the heavenly pride has been conquered by the host's peerless charisma. Submission level plus 15%. Ding. Host has completed phase 3 of the mission to subjugate Shen Luoyan. Mission reward, 15,000 reversal points. Reward has been dispersed to the reversal warehouse and is available for host to access at any time. Seeing these 2 consecutive mission notifications from the system, Li Mu's smile grew wider. Having completed so many submission tasks assigned by this dog system, Li Mu had naturally distilled his own invaluable insights. Whether it was Shen Luoyan, whom he'd publicly humiliated in the student council, or Lu Shangyao, now crushed beneath his heel. These spoiled princesses all shared one common flaw. From childhood, they'd been crowned with the halo of genius, forever accustomed to placing themselves on a pedestal, looking down on others. This self-righteousness wasn't something they consciously cultivated, it was more like arrogance carved into their very bones. Therefore, to make these darlings of heaven submit, it's hard. Truly difficult. For 99% of people, it's akin to a hellish, impossible mission. But for Li Mu, it was difficult yet not overwhelmingly so. Take Lu Shangyao, who now lay beneath his feet. Had she followed the life script she mapped out for herself, she would have arrived at Jizhou No. 1 High School bearing the mission to wash away the shame of the beast trial and restore the glory of Xingzi Academy. Then, armed with her 4th-rank martial artist cultivation and the nascent sword intent she'd just mastered upon emerging, she would crush Jeju No. 1 High School underfoot and dominate the entire Jeju High School martial arts scene. Next, Lu Shangyao would emerge as an unstoppable dark horse in the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. She would astonish the crowd by revealing her innate talent for the rudiments of sword intent, securing a spot as a recommended student for the martial arts academy. After graduation, she would roam the world with her sword, aiming to reach the pinnacle of the martial arts realm. All Li Mu needed to do was slap Lu Shangyao awake the moment she finished painting her glorious future in her mind. Pointing his finger right at her nose, he declared, "You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Waste like you? I eliminate every last one I encounter." Then, he could invite the next prodigy to step forward. But to be fair, the reason Li Mu could remain so composed was ultimately because this fool's system had arrived 25 years early. Had this been 25 years later? Facing a 9th-rank martial king who had grasped sword intent and could break through to martial sage at any moment. Even if you gave Li Mu 100 guts, he wouldn't dare point his finger at her and say, "You're nothing but a piece of trash." Back then, forget about casually showing off by stepping on Lu Xingyao's head like he did now. The slightest hint of disrespect would have earned him a sword strike that would have sent him flying 1,000 miles away. Just as Li Mu felt profound relief that this idiotic system had arrived 25 years early, the fair face of Lu Shangyao beneath his foot grew increasingly pale. Her exquisitely delicate oval face was firmly crushed beneath this man's weight, making even lifting her head a luxury beyond reach. Her cherished talent, the sword intent she regarded as her life's glory, seemed utterly feeble and pathetic before this white-clad youth, utterly laughable and pitiful. Lu Shangyao would never forget this moment, her all-out, fatal strike shattered effortlessly by the white-clad youth's open palm. Lu Shangyao would never forget the sight of that youth wielding thunder and lightning, standing like a god. Lu Shangyao could scarcely believe that before meeting Li Mu, she had been that undefeated sword prodigy among her peers, the girl upon whom her clan elders and school teachers had pinned boundless hopes. The stark contrast between her past and her present reality tore at her heart. Burying her face in anguish, Lu Shangyao let the tears welling in her eyes fall in heavy, silent drops. "Lu Shangyao, forgive my bluntness. You're nothing but a failure." The white-clad youth's words echoed like a curse, repeating endlessly in Lu Xingyao's ears. No one could discern the expression on the girl's face at that moment. All visible were her shoulders heaving uncontrollably, her body trembling incessantly. This version of herself. Just like the version of herself she had always despised most, a defeated dog lying in the ruins of the ring. This boomerang, hurled back after 17 years, struck her body with brutal force. Yet the girl remained utterly unmoved. As a time traveler with dignity, Li Mu certainly wouldn't be like those third-rate male protagonists in novels from his past life, losing his composure the moment he saw this local beauty shed tears, instantly transforming into a pathetic, low-class bootlicker. In fact, not only did Li Mu feel no pity or tenderness toward her, but an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. Especially when he saw the murderous glances being shot his way from the direction of Xingzi Middle School. This only made a voice surge within Li Mu's heart for no apparent reason. Shatter. Shatter. Shatter her completely. For arrogant, self-centered princesses like Lu Shangyao, Li Mu had always employed only one approach: shatter them. He had done it with Shen Luoyan back in the student council, and now he would do it with Lu Shangyao. Even if the girl presented herself as pitifully helpless before him now, it meant absolutely nothing to Li Mu. His goal was to make these privileged princesses submit unconditionally to him, complete the mission, and earn his reversal points. As for the rest, that's God's problem to worry about. Besides, if he were the one defeated in this tournament, his fate today would be far worse than Lu Xingyao's. In the realm of martial arts, the victor reigns supreme, while the vanquished becomes the enemy. The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Thus, Li Mu stepped forward with perfect composure. Under the gaze of hundreds of murderous stares filling the arena, he casually placed his other foot on Lu Xingyao's body and descended the steps, just as he had ascended them earlier. Li Mu wins. The referee's voice, thick with deep excitement and fervor, echoed across the martial arts arena. But contrary to the anticipated roar of excitement and cheers from the crowd, the martial arts arena, capable of holding tens of thousands, now fell into a profound, deathly silence. The air itself seemed to freeze. Even on the Xingzi middle school side, as Li Mu approached, every single person instinctively lowered their heads, unconsciously stepping aside to make room. None dared to meet the gaze of the white-clad youth. As for Wu Shangyuan, who had been seated beside Li Mu moments before, his hand trembled violently. Head bowed, he muttered incessantly, "From today onward, Jeju Hai's martial world will likely have only one supreme ruler. That person is Li Mu." Wu Peipei's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. Li Mu was only 16 years old this year, yet his innate talent and cultivation were utterly staggering, incomparably superior to any young prodigy she knew. And that commanding presence that overshadowed the entire arena was even more awe-inspiring. But Li Mu's gaze hadn't lingered on her for even a second, leaving Wu Peipei feeling utterly desolate. As for Gao Jiansheng, who had been knocked off the stage by Lu Shengyao earlier that morning, he cautiously stole glances at the youth's retreating figure. Recalling his own reckless act just 10 days prior, daring to lead men to ambush Li Mu at the school gates, he couldn't help but shudder. That kind of power. Even Lu Shengyao had been crushed beneath his feet. The fact that he hadn't been killed by a single punch from Li Mu back then was nothing short of a miracle. Gao Jiansheng's heart pounded in terror, and he silently vowed to himself, from now on, he'd rather eat than act like a fool again. Chapter 100, This Bastard Gets a Scholarship Too. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Guiyo's maniacal laughter echoed from the VIP box above the martial arts arena. That's right. Zhu Guiyu was laughing his head off. Even Zhu Guiyu himself couldn't recall the last time he'd laughed so heartily. But right now, he felt more exhilarated than ever before. Absolutely exhilarating. Especially when I recall how, before this tournament began, those old fools took every chance to mock me, saying my eyesight was failing and that I'd foolishly given away such a precious spot at Haidai Martial Arts Academy. They even went so far as to take bets right in front of me on how many rounds Li Mu could last against Lu Shengyao. Absolutely outrageous. And then, even after Li Mu sent Lu Shengyao flying with a single punch, these old fools still bragged that it was only because Lu Shengyao hadn't drawn her sword yet. What was so impressive about knocking back an unarmed sword cultivator? When Lu Shengyao drew her sword, that would be the day Li Mu suffered a crushing defeat. But these old farts only guessed the beginning of the story. They never saw the ending coming. Indeed. Lu Shengyao did draw her sword, and afterward, she was indeed powerful and dazzling, no doubt about it. But alas, she faced Li Mu, a 16-year-old prodigy who had already broken through to the 5th-rank martial artist realm and mastered the subtleties of sword intent. The outcome afterward was predictable. Lu Shengyao was utterly crushed by Li Mu, who pinned her to the ground and relentlessly crushed her spirit until her Dao heart collapsed. Witnessing this scene allowed Zhu Guiyu to finally vent the pent-up frustration that had been bottled up in his chest since earlier. The sense of relief and exhilaration was beyond description. Now, Zhu Guiyu could finally declare with righteous indignation, "Step back. Time to show off." But just as he finished his spell's preparatory movements, he turned around to discover. Behind him, there was nothing. Not a single person, not even a ghostly shadow. Zhu Guiyu froze for a few seconds, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Damn! Oh no! Those old bastards are trying to raid the base. Realizing this, Zhu Guiyu was too frantic to think twice. He leaped forward, smashing through the private room window and flying straight out. Just as he feared. Everything unfolded exactly as Zhu Guiyu had anticipated. No sooner had Li Mu left the martial arts arena than several figures plummeted from the second-floor box seats like wild geese, crashing down with a thunderous boom that sent clouds of dust billowing upward. Before the crowd could comprehend what was happening. As the dust settled, a group of elders clad in various mentor robes rose one after another. The moment the students recognized the school insignia pinned to these robes, waves of gasps erupted from the crowd. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? These elders, every single one of them is a mentor from the major martial arts academies of Haidai province. Whoa! Especially that white-haired, white-bearded elder at the back. He's wearing the emblem of the Five Peaks Supreme. That's the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, ranked 3rd among China's top 10 martial arts academies. Who would have thought this tournament would even draw instructors from the Haidai Martial Arts Academy? Among the thousands of students still watching from the stands, the name of Haidai Martial Arts Academy, ranked 1st in Haidai province and 3rd in all of China, was certainly no stranger to them. Thus, the moment Zhu Guiyu appeared, sharp-eyed students recognized him instantly, their eyes widening with profound astonishment. Just imagine that this challenge match initiated by Lu Shengyao against Li Mu would stir up excitement among them high schoolers was understandable. But why would a mentor from the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, an institution long regarded as lofty and sacred by countless students across China, personally attend the arena matches? But soon, the confusion and bewilderment on the students' faces transformed into unprecedented shock. As the dust settled, the silver-haired elders, each maintaining a dignified, formal stance, immediately charged toward the direction Li Mu had just departed. The fervor and excitement radiating from his face resembled that of someone who had discovered an unparalleled treasure. But before the elder could even begin to move, a large hand seized the back of his neck. "Shu Guiyu! You old fool, let go of me! That special admission spot for Li Mu? I, old Song, am claiming it. Today. Not even the heavens themselves could stop me." The old man, his neck being yanked, struggled desperately while screaming at Zhu Guiyu behind him. "Shut up! Li Mu is my Zhu Guiyu's last disciple. You, old Song, dare to compete with me? You think I won't give you a taste of my fists right now? I'll show you why the flowers are so red." Zhu Guiyu's words were sharp, but his actions were swift and decisive. Without another word, he unleashed a powerful punch. "Damn it! Shu Guiyu, you shameless old fool! Young Master Li Mu clearly never agreed to join your High Dai Martial Academy, yet you still let this old fool put on airs, huh? Watch this." Seeing Zhu Guiyu's punch coming, the silver-haired elder being grabbed by the back of his neck didn't hesitate either. He swung a counterpunch, but Zhu Guiyu easily dodged it and landed his own punch squarely on the other man. Sizzle! "Old Song, first off, I didn't provoke you. Why the hell are you hitting me? You! Old Lu! Ever since earlier, I've noticed something fishy about you, you sly old fox. Were you planning to sneak over and recruit Li Mu while we were busy fighting?" "I didn't. Don't try to explain. Explaining is covering up, and covering up means you did it. Take this kick. Ouch. Damn it, you really think I'm easygoing? Just wait and see if I'll cut you down." Just moments ago, these instructors from the major martial arts academies across Hai Dai province had entered the arena with such imposing presence and aura. Now, they all seemed to have transformed into haggling market ladies, their heads nearly colliding in the chaos. As the second round of fierce chaos erupted amidst the ruins of the ring, the briefly calming atmosphere of the martial arts arena flared up once more. "Aren't these all instructors from renowned martial arts academies in Hai Dai province? I think there's even someone from the Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy among them. What the hell are they doing? Why are they suddenly beating each other up? Bro, you're an idiot. Isn't it obvious? They're all scrambling to get Li Mu to enroll in their academy. But Li Mu's only in his sophomore year this year. Even if he applies, that's next year's business. Holy. Could it be he got special admission? Early admission? You know what? The chances of Li Mu getting special admission are actually pretty high. Think about it. If it were just a regular application, these martial arts academy instructors wouldn't be fighting so fiercely, right? So Li Mu definitely won't have to wait for next year's national exam. He'll get direct admission this year. What? That Li Mu humiliated my goddess like that, and he still gets direct admission to a top martial arts academy? I can't accept this. I can't accept it either. This is like getting something for nothing. How outrageous. The crowd in the martial arts arena grew increasingly heated in their discussions. Soon, cries of despair and anguish rose in waves, filling the entire venue inside and out with a thick, oppressive atmosphere of sorrow. Just moments ago, Li Mu had publicly humiliated their beloved goddess before their very eyes, treating her like a defeated dog. And now, not only did this villain escape punishment, but in the very next moment, he secured the coveted scholarship spot that countless others had desperately sought, a privilege most dared not even dream of. How could such a bastard be granted admission? Sure enough. This is utterly unacceptable. Chapter 101, Your Words Lack Humanity. In the eyes of Xingzi Middle School students, a mix of indignation and helplessness was evident. Their bottoms seemed glued to the chairs, unable to stand up. As for Zhang Shihai in the front row and the vice principals and department heads behind him, every single one of them covered their faces with their hands. If the earlier crushing defeat in the beast trial could be dismissed with, "What's the big deal?" The reason Jeju First High won. Frankly, it's because our top student, Lu Shangyao, hasn't emerged from seclusion yet, right? Once Lu Shangyao emerges, just wait and see how we at Xingzi Middle School will crush number 1 high. But this time was different. This time, Lu Shangyao personally led her team to challenge Jeju number 1 high school, seeking to redeem their honor. Yet, in the end, not only did they fail to regain their pride, but she was publicly humiliated by Li Mu until her Dao heart collapsed. And the mastermind behind it all, Li Mu's future was practically sealed. Not only had he reached the 5th rank martial artist realm at just 16, but he had also awakened the sword intent of the microcosmic realm. His future achievement would be no less than that of a martial revered master. Moreover, Li Mu now had the olive branches of major martial academies across Hai Dai province vying for his favor. Regardless of which academy he ultimately chooses to join, he will receive their full cultivation support and vast resources. It's safe to say Li Mu's future heights and achievements are truly boundless. That damn Jizhou number 1 high school, they're rolling in luck. They already had Shen Luoyan, the prodigy with an awakened S-rank martial talent, the boundless sword armor. And now, as if that weren't enough, here comes Li Mu, a prodigy 10, no, 100 times more extraordinary than Shen Luoyan. It's enough to make anyone green with envy. It's not just the teachers at Xingzi Middle School. Every single teacher from all these schools just thinking about Jeju first high producing this peerless prodigy Li Mu, their eyes turned red with envy, sour enough to bring tears to their eyes. In the break room, Li Mu pointed at the large screen above, where Zhu Guiyu and the others were still tangled in a brawl. He turned to Song Changming beside him and asked, "Principal Song, are you sure you don't want to step in and break it up?" "Me break it up?" Song Changming froze for a few seconds before pointing at his own nose, looking utterly bewildered. "I said, Li Mu. Your speech sounds a bit unnatural. Are you sure you want me to break this fight up? The ones fighting right now, the weakest among them is a third-rank martial sovereign. I don't know if I can break up today's fight, but I'm definitely done for." Seeing Song Changming's resentful glare fixed on him, Li Mu felt a pang of guilt and scratched his face awkwardly. He hadn't thought much about it earlier. He just figured letting Zhu Guiyu and his crew keep fighting like this wasn't going to end well. So he'd casually blurted out the suggestion for Song Changming to step in and break it up. But now that he thought about it, his words had indeed been a bit impersonal. "Enough of this nonsense, you little brat. Back to the point, what are your thoughts on the recommended admission spots this time? Are you going to take one now, or wait for next year's college entrance exam?" Song Changming waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to waste any more time on this nonsense with Li Mu. He steered the conversation back on track. Well, seeing Song Changming ask this, Li Mu began to seriously consider the matter. If this were back when he first arrived in this world, following his original plan, he would have participated in the high school martial arts competition first, then taken the national college entrance exam next year. Finally, he would have entered Yanhuang Academy as the top martial arts scholar in the exam. But what Li Mu hadn't anticipated was encountering a system that had arrived 25 years too early. After completing several rounds of tasks, Li Mu sensed he wouldn't need to wait another year. High school, this newbie village, was already showing clear signs of being unable to contain a heavyweight like him. If he went the recommended student route. Although he wouldn't gain admission to the Yanhuang Martial Arts Academy, the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, ranked third among China's top 10 martial arts academies, was hardly inferior to its rival. Crucially, high school offered him extremely limited growth potential now. Take today's fight, for instance. Among peers, Lu Shengyao was practically the ceiling of strength. But even in that fight against her, if it weren't for the need to extract more reversal points from her, he wouldn't have needed to wait for the second round. A single 7-injury fist, 7 slays in the first round would have been enough to instantly kill her. But ending it cleanly with one punch? That wouldn't earn him a damn reversal point. Therefore, Li Mu had no choice but to set a trap, forcing Lu Shengyao to draw her sword. Only then could he utterly crush her within her most confident domain. To shatter her before his very eyes. Only then could Li Mu earn the maximum reversal points. And everything unfolded exactly as Li Mu had planned. After a single battle, he shattered Lu Xingyao's resolve, sending her submission rate soaring to 35%. He was confident that the next time they met, he could cash out a second wave of reversal points from Lu Shengyao. But after the thrill wore off, a grim reality loomed. The supply of Heaven's Pride girls was clearly running low. Both Wang Xiyu and Shen Luoyan had already been harvested through the third stage. Li Mu just needed to find a suitable opportunity to push their submission levels to 100%. But once Wang Xiyu and Shen Luoyan graduated, he'd only have Lu Shengyao left as his next crop of green onions. Therefore, if Li Mu wished to better harvest these heavenly favored girls and earn more reversal points, his only path forward was to head to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Having made up his mind, Li Mu turned to Song Changming and declared, "Principal Song, I've made my decision. I've decided to enter the Haidai Martial Arts Academy as a recommended student after the high school martial arts competition." As night fell, a cool evening breeze gently swept across the ruins of Jizhou No. 1 High School's martial arts arena. Dust-covered Zhu Guiyu, his face aglow with excitement, seized Li Mu's hand and shook it vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Of course, these weren't tears from being beaten, they were purely tears of overwhelming emotion. Just as Zhu Guiyu was locked in a fierce battle with instructors from other martial arts academies in Haidai province on the training grounds, Song Changming came running over, shouting at the top of his lungs to announce Li Mu's final decision. This finally brought the talent recruitment war to a close. As for the instructors from the other martial academies, though they harbored resentment over the outcome, they ultimately accepted it. After all, it was Li Mu's own choice. If he didn't want to join their academy, they couldn't exactly force him. Not to mention, even if he wasn't their student, a prodigy of Li Mu's caliber, once fully developed, would become a pillar of strength for humanity in its fight against the demonic beasts and alien races. That said, the rejected instructors all shot sharp glances at Zhu Guiyu, their resentment palpable. But old Song alone darted his eyes around, as if something had occurred to him. He scurried over to Li Mu, nudged him under the arm with his elbow, and whispered slyly, "Congratulations, Li Mu. You've secured early admission to the Haidai Martial Academy as a recommended student." "Oh, right. My granddaughter is about your age. How about I introduce you to her? Rest assured. My granddaughter is truly one in a million. Her beauty, grace, and martial talent are guaranteed to satisfy you." Chapter 102, I choose the Haidai Martial Academy. At these words, the other instructors all stiffened in their seats. Right. While it was true they couldn't get Li Mu to enroll in their school, that didn't mean they couldn't make him part of their family. Recruiting Li Mu into the martial academy meant the lion's share of the benefits went to the academy itself, while we only got a few scraps. But if we could make Li Mu part of our family, that would be far more satisfying than just recruiting him into the martial arts academy. Absolutely delightful. As for how to pull it off? Bring in the granddaughter. If not a granddaughter, then a grandniece. There's bound to be one that suits Li Mu. At this thought, everyone present except for mentors like Zhu Guiyu suddenly felt their aching backs and sore legs disappear. One by one, they all wore a meaningful smile. Finally, after bidding farewell to Li Mu one by one, the group departed together. Jizhou City was nearly one of their recruitment bases for recommended students. Across the vast expanse of Haidai province, numerous schools still awaited their visits. Among them, the most representative were the three elite institutions of Haidai Province's high school scene: Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, and Qingdao No. 2 High School. With a stroke of luck, they might even encounter another prodigy like Li Mu. Of course. They could only think about it. After all, the vast blue star is home to nearly 10.3 billion people, with countless martial artists, yet only Li Mu possesses such extraordinary abilities. Following this tournament, where Li Mu crushed Lu Shangyao with overwhelming dominance, word spread like wildfire among high school students who witnessed the entire match. Li Mu's fearsome reputation sent shockwaves through the high school martial arts scene of Haidai province. Additionally, rumors that a student from Jizhou No. 1 High School had been recommended for admission to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy spread like wildfire. Qingdao City, Qingdao No. 2 High School. In the student council meeting room of No. 2 High School, two wide, long wooden tables stood in the center. 5 people sat on each side of the tables. At the very center of these two tables sat a massive display screen, currently playing footage of Li Mu and Lu Xingyao's tournament match from the martial arts arena earlier that day. Dong, dong, dong. As the match footage concluded, a young man with scholarly features and rimless glasses sat upright at the head of the right side of the conference room. Dressed in the black tracksuit representing Qingdao No. 2 High School, he rhythmically tapped his right knuckles on the table while watching the footage. The rimless glasses reflected faintly under the fluorescent light of the large screen, momentarily obscuring the thoughts within the young man's mind. Only when the video showed Li Mu stomping heavily on Lu Xingyao's delicate oval face did he press pause. Then, the youth pushed his glasses up his nose, his gaze sweeping over each of the 10 people present. His expression remained unchanged as he said, "Regarding this fight, I believe you all saw it clearly. It's not just that you find it unacceptable after watching, I too found it hard to believe after seeing it. Lu Shangyao of Shengzi Middle School has indeed been defeated by that obscure sophomore from Jeju First High School." The moment the bespectacled youth uttered these words, every face in the room betrayed utter astonishment. Clearly, they too found this outcome hard to fathom. The high school martial arts tournament was fast approaching. Before this battle royale officially commenced, the major high schools had largely assessed each other's strengths and weaknesses. Each was sharpening their blades, waiting for the final showdown to begin. Yet, what caught everyone completely off guard was this unexpected variable emerging at this critical juncture. First, he had teamed up with Shen Luoyan during the beast trials to break the joint ambush by Jizhou No. 4 High School and Shengzi Middle School. Today, he faced the challenge from Lu Shangyao, the prodigious swordswoman, and defeated her with such ruthless, brutal tactics, humiliating her thoroughly. Because of this unexpected variable, even Qingdao No. 2 High School had to convene a special meeting of the 10 seats just for this young man. Thud. Just as the assembly room buzzed with whispers about the white-clad youth, the bespectacled young man seated at the head of the table slammed his finger down on the desk, producing a heavy thud. The murmurs among the attendees abruptly ceased as all eyes converged on the bespectacled youth. According to the intelligence currently in my possession, this dark horse who emerged from Jeju First High is named Li Mu. Speaking of Li Mu, this fellow is quite an interesting character. A year and a half ago, he barely scraped into the top 10 at Jeju First High. While he showed some martial arts talent, it wasn't remarkable enough to warrant any attention or investigation. But what's interesting is, at this point, the young man in glasses paused, a hint of amusement curling the corners of his mouth. After taking a year off, this Li Mu not only leaped from an 8th grade martial disciple to the 5th grade martial master realm we see now. As he spoke, the bespectacled youth slowly extended an index finger toward the assembled crowd, his tone taking on a solemn gravity for the first time. Such rapid cultivation progress, I dare say there's no one in all of China who can match it. At the very least, within our Haidai province, it's unprecedented. In other words, Li Mu is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse in this year's high school martial arts competition. Without a doubt. The moment the bespectacled youth uttered these words, every soul in the conference room was visibly shaken. The 10 seats of Qingdao No. 2 High School were certainly no strangers to Lu Xingyao's prowess. Especially after watching the battle footage just now, the 10 seats present clearly saw that Lu Shangyao had not only reached the 4th rank martial artist realm, but her martial talent absolute zero was now infinitely close to the 2nd stage. Based on the strength Lu Shangyao had demonstrated, none of the 10 seats present except for the top 2 felt confident they could defeat her in a one-on-one battle. Yet this prodigious swordswoman, Lu Xiangyao, had been defeated by an obscure figure named Li Mu. And it was done with such overwhelming, raw power, a decisive and effortless defeat. The shockwaves this sent through the 10 seats of Qingdao No. 2 High were akin to dropping an atomic bomb into a tranquil lake. Just then, a silver bell-like, melodious laughter broke the silence in the conference room. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Who would have thought that Lu Xiangyao, who once boasted about challenging me? Before the high school martial arts tournament even officially began, she ended up losing to some unknown nobody named Li Mu? This is truly unexpected. Everyone turned to see the speaker, a sweet-looking girl with a slightly chubby, youthful oval face. Chapter 103, Terrifyingly Limited. Yet contrasting her sweet appearance was a cascade of fiery red hair, its ends sweeping past her pert hips. From afar, it resembled a blazing flame. Her almond-shaped eyes were large and watery, drawing attention. Particularly her delicate, straight nose and rosy, plump lips drew the attention of everyone in the meeting room. Their gazes lingered on the red-haired girl involuntarily, accompanied by a collective sigh of admiration. It was hard to imagine what kind of breathtaking beauty she would become as she grew older. The red-haired girl seemed long accustomed to the admiring stares directed at her. Her delicate, finely arched brows furrowed slightly as she propped her cheek with a small hand, tilting her head curiously toward the scholarly young man beside her, who wore rimless glasses. Brother! I've been thinking since earlier. How did Li Mu manage to leap from a 6th-rank martial trainee to a 5th-rank martial master in just a year and a half? I've tried countless possibilities, but I can't find a single extraordinary encounter that fits Li Mu's situation. Or rather. At this point, the red-haired girl paused, then shifted her tone. Could it be that Li Mu has been hiding his true strength all along? He already possessed the cultivation of a martial master a year and a half ago, but didn't want others to discover it, so he took a leave of absence. Also, he could catch other schools off guard during the high school martial arts tournament. Little sister, that's exactly what I thought too. The bespectacled youth gazed at the red-haired girl, his eyes brimming with affection as he smiled gently. But regardless, there's one thing we can be certain of now. That is, Li Mu has not only reached the level of a prodigy in martial arts cultivation within Haidai province, but more crucially, he has mastered the sword intent of the subtle realm. And it was precisely this profound battle intent that caused Lu Xiangyao to suffer such a crushing defeat. However, though terrifying, this sword intent of the subtle realm is the key to unlocking the martial sovereign realm. For someone at the martial master realm to wield it not only drains their true chi immensely but also carries a severe backlash. Therefore, while Li Mu is formidable, his true threat remains quite limited. Hearing this, the red-haired girl covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly. Brother, Li Mu's micro-realm sword intent strikes only work because of an information gap. Take this tournament, for instance. With Li Mu catching Lu Xiangyao off guard, she suffered such a crushing defeat. Had Lu Xiangyao anticipated Li Mu's trump card and been extra cautious, the outcome might have been quite different. As she spoke, the girl draped her left leg, clad in sheer stockings, over her right, leaning back with a smug curve to her lips. But this also indirectly exposes Li Mu's weakness, his lack of trump cards. A mere Lu Xiangyao was enough to force him to play his strongest trump card. An opponent like this is nothing to fear. Manjin. The martial arts competition is imminent, do not underestimate your foe. The young man pushed his glasses up his nose, then rewound the footage back to Li Mu and Shen Luoyan's initial clash. From their first round, it's clear that even with his cloud step technique activated at its peak, Lu Xiangyao couldn't gain any advantage against Li Mu. Moreover, he effortlessly repelled Lu Xiangyao with a single punch. This alone proves Li Mu is no ordinary opponent. And since this high school martial arts tournament is a battle royale format, if you encounter Li Mu in the wilderness, you absolutely must not be as reckless and underestimate him as you did before. Oh. Got it. Yao Mingjin pouted slightly, responding reluctantly. Still, she snorted in defiance, but really, brother, Li Mu's tricks are nothing new, just the same old tricks over and over. His cultivation is barely at the 5th rank martial artist realm, that little Karami. If we actually meet him, this lady here will have him wrapped around my finger. Why are you even worrying about this nonsense? Little sister, you. Seeing Yao Mingjin's indignant expression, the bespectacled young man sighed helplessly, clearly at a loss with his little sister. He then turned to the others, their expressions solemn, and continued, everyone. Whether it was during the beast trial or this tournament, I believe you've all witnessed just how formidable Li Mu truly is. This man is extremely cunning and shows no mercy when he strikes. Apart from me and my sister, none of you stand a chance against him. If you encounter him one-on-one, avoid him if possible. If avoidance is truly impossible, then show goodwill and try to befriend him. After finishing, the bespectacled youth waited silently for the others' reactions. Make friends? Someone asked doubtfully, Chief Yao, so you're suggesting our Qingdao No. 2 high school should form an alliance with him? Exactly. The bespectacled youth named Yao Ziyuan smiled with scholarly grace, displaying remarkable magnanimity. Having one more friend in this world is always better than having one more enemy. Besides, Li Mu isn't here to compete with me for the high school martial arts championship. Why should I make an enemy of him? Let's be friends instead. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yao Ziyuan's witty remark, the previously tense atmosphere in the conference room instantly broke into waves of laughter. As everyone knew, the champion of the high school martial arts tournament had always come from one of three traditional powerhouses: Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, or Qingdao No. 2 High School. For other schools, making it to the top four was considered a success. Not to mention, Jizhou No. 1 High School had always been a minor player in previous tournaments, barely making a splash before getting knocked out in the first round. The mere fact that Qingdao No. 2 High School was now discussing Jizhou No. 1 High School at the conference table was an honor in itself for the latter. Yao Ziyuan glanced at his watch and smiled. Today's meeting of the 10 seats concludes here. With the high school martial arts tournament approaching, everyone should prepare thoroughly. This year, Qingdao No. 2 High School will fight for first place and secure the direct admission spot to Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Chief Yao, I have something to say. Just as Yao Ziyuan was about to adjourn the meeting, the sixth seat timidly raised his hand. Chief Yao, I just received word that the championship reward for this high school martial arts tournament seems to have changed at the last minute. It's no longer the direct admission spot to Haidai Martial Arts Academy. What did you say? The championship reward changed? Why? Hearing this, not only Yao Ziyuan but everyone present furrowed their brows and fixed their gaze on the sixth seat. Feeling all eyes on him, the sixth seat nervously swallowed and cautiously spoke up. Haidai Martial Arts Academy announced that this year's scholarship spots have already been filled. And based on feedback from students who watched the tournament, the person who secured the spot is most likely Li Mu. Chapter 104, Let the Principal Pretend This Once. The moment those words left his mouth, every face in the hall shifted in shock. Damn it! We've seen people get humiliated before. But a slap in the face this swift? That was a first. 1 second ago, we were just talking about competing for the Haidai Martial Arts Academy's scholarship spot, and the next second, you tell me that scholarship spot has already been taken? And the kicker? The spot wasn't snatched by the top student from one of the three elite families dominating the Haidai high school scene. Instead, some random nobody who came out of nowhere had stolen the thunder. This is Ed. This is absolutely screwed. Chief Yao was initially trying to befriend Li Mu, but now he probably wants to kill him. Boom! Just as everyone was anxiously pondering this, a scorching crimson storm suddenly erupted. From Yao Mingzhen's body erupted scorching true chi like crimson flames. Her waist-length red hair stirred without wind, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire venue. Everyone present, except Yao Ziyuan, was utterly shocked. The young man who had spoken earlier murmured in disbelief. 7th grade. Peak 7th rank martial master realm. Whoa! A 17-year-old at the peak of 7th rank martial master realm. Feeling the surging battle intent radiating from Yao Mingzhen, everyone present gaped in astonishment. Don't be fooled by Yao Mingzhen's slightly chubby, oval face and her big, watery almond eyes. She was adorable to the point of being unfair. Anyone who saw her couldn't resist reaching out to pinch that cute little face. Yet beneath that beautiful, adorable exterior lay the terrifying cultivation of a peak 7th rank martial master. Such cultivation would easily make her a supreme force capable of sweeping through any school in Haidai province. Yet at Qingdao No. 2 High School, someone like Yao Mingzhen could only settle for second place. This alone speaks volumes about the immense prestige held by the three great aristocratic families of Haidai province. A glimpse of the truth. Fix. This is absolutely rigged. Yao Mingzhen's fiery red hair flared in anger as her almond-shaped eyes blazed with fury. What gives Li Mu the right? Just because he defeated some Lu Xiangyao? If that's the standard, then I could do it too. Little sister. A terrifying aura radiated from Yao Ziyuan, instantly suppressing Yao Mingzhen's fury. His eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Whether I get recommended admission or not doesn't matter. Even without the resources of a recommended student, I, Yao Ziyuan, will still earn the full respect of the Haidai Martial Arts Academy through my own strength. Though Yao Ziyuan spoke with apparent ease, his eyes beneath the glasses flashed with resentment, and his right hand was clenched into a tight fist. Yao Ziyuan exhaled a long breath before forcing a carefree smile at the crowd. Still, if the Haidai Martial Academy chose her as a recommended student, this girl must possess extraordinary talent. If I ever cross paths with her in the battle royale, I'll be sure to get a taste of her skills. Bro, you're way too nice. Yao Mingzhen crossed her arms, shot her older brother a look, and ground her little fangs. This is obviously rigged. Oomph. If I ever get my hands on that Li Mu, I'll strip him naked, hang him from a tree, and beat him for 3 days and nights. The next morning, the sun rose like a golden bird, filling the sky with dawn's glow. On the flight to Jeju-Dian Airport, Li Mu first glanced at his right hand, still swollen and red, then looked at the gleaming gold badge hanging from his chest. His face twisted into a look of utter disgust. The badge bore the majestic emblem of Jade Emperor Peak at its apex, beneath which were engraved 4 characters in sweeping calligraphy, Haidai Martial Academy. This purple gold badge was extremely rare even within the academy itself, for it symbolized a student admitted through special recommendation. Moreover, every student wearing this badge within the academy ranked among the top 10 seats, each one a symbol of excellence, standing head and shoulders above their peers. Moreover, the purple gold badge itself was an A-grade spatial storage artifact. That such an extraordinary artifact now adorned the chest of a high school student spoke volumes about his status. Last night, when Li Mu announced his decision, Zhu Guiyu was overjoyed. He clasped Li Mu's large hand tightly, refusing to let go, as if terrified Li Mu might change his mind and run away at any moment. Li Mu? Zhu Guiyu. The result? In the end, that damn Zhu Guiyu clung to Li Mu's hand all the way from Jizhou to Quancheng. Only after completing the enrollment procedures for Li Mu's admission to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy as a recommended student did he finally let go. Recalling last night's ED-up ordeal, Li Mu still felt utterly exasperated. And Zhu Guiyu's Thai antics were just the first of two problems. Second, Li Mu had no intention of wearing the badge representing Haidai Martial Arts Academy's recommended student on his chest. No reason. For someone as low-key as Li Mu, he never enjoyed actively showing off. Instead, he preferred turning passive situations into active ones. But what could he do? He simply couldn't resist Song Changming's persistent nagging and repeated pleas. Li Mu. Please, consider this a personal plea from your principal. I've been principal for decades, and now that retirement is near, I've never once admitted a student through special recommendation. Just let the principal show off this one time. Please, please. Seeing Song Changming with his hands pressed together, looking at him with sincere eyes, the kind-hearted Li Mu, though extremely reluctant in his heart, finally reluctantly agreed to his request. Fine. After all, it takes over an hour to fly from Quancheng to Jeju. Since I'm just sitting here anyway, I might as well keep practicing. With that thought, Li Mu closed his eyes and focused his mind, immersing himself in the practice of the transforming energy technique, repeating it over and over again. But while Li Mu was thoroughly enjoying his cultivation session, at that very moment in Jeju First People's Hospital, Li Song was enduring a veritable hellish ordeal. Jeju First People's Hospital. Director Meng, are you certain this is Li Song's clinical diagnosis report? A figure clad in a long robe, most of his face concealed beneath a wide hood, only his eyes visible. The hooded figure frowned, staring at the thick stack of toilet paper in his hands as he addressed Meng Chunyang beside him. Well, sir, what you're holding is merely the index of Mr. Li Song's clinical diagnosis reports. The stack over there is Mr. Li Song's actual clinical diagnosis report. As he spoke, Meng Chunyang gestured toward the side. The man in black robes instinctively glanced in the direction of Meng Chunyang's finger, his gaze unfocused. But upon clearly seeing three neatly stacked piles of books on the nearby desk, his eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. You bastard. That bastard Li Song, how could he possibly be sick? He's clearly been struck by divine retribution, okay? Chapter 105, what you see is only the table of contents. Orientation disorder, testicular atrophy, orientation disorder, urinary and fecal incontinence, frequent vomiting, respiratory failure, limb swelling, internal organ hemorrhage, damaged meridians. After briefly learning about Li Song's current condition from Meng Chunyang, the man in black robes stared blankly. Whoa. Is this why my master hesitated to strike against that brat Li Mu, choosing instead to orchestrate everything from behind the scenes? The divine retribution inherent in this heaven-chosen one is truly terrifying. It seems my decision to play it safe and not rashly confront Li Mu directly was wise. Instead, sending that unlucky bastard Li Song to take the lightning strike for me, letting him taste the bitter egg first, was truly a brilliant move. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Li Song lying in that hospital bed, now it would be me. At this thought, the cloaked figure patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Then, as he instinctively reached behind him, he suddenly realized his back was already drenched in cold sweat. But the man in black robes could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. Li Song's fate was not the result of any divine retribution. This was clearly the remarkable result of Li Mu's relentless cultivation over this period, forgetting sleep and food, training day and night in the seven wounds fist, the thunderous sword technique, and the dissolving energy technique. It was also the outcome of burning his own essence and blood on the arena, unleashing the sword intent of the penetrating realm. Forcibly suppressing his inner shock, the black-robed man turned his gaze back to Meng Chunyang. Enough. Dean Meng, I've assessed Li Song's condition. Administer this pill to Li Song first. Notify me once he awakens, I have matters to discuss with him. As he spoke, the cloaked man retrieved a jade vial from his robe, uncorked it, and poured out a pill radiating 7 extraordinary hues. The pill emitted a deep, rich fragrance. Upon closer sniff, its pungent, sharp scent was almost overpowering, suggesting some toxic substance had been used as a catalyst. Not only that, but the pill in the black-robed man's hand pulsed with a surging vitality. 5 faint, dark gold patterns flickered around it, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Could this be the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill? Even Meng Chunyang, renowned for his composure, couldn't help but gasp aloud upon recognizing the pill's true nature. As its name suggests, the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill is a 5th-grade elixir concocted using venomous insects and 7 toxic flowers as catalysts. Due to its bizarre and complex properties, capable of shifting in myriad ways, it specifically treats various intractable ailments by countering poison with poison. Based on Meng Chunyang's years of medical experience, conventional treatments were largely ineffective for Li Song's current condition. Only a potent remedy would suffice. The 7 insects and 7 flowers pill produced by the black-robed man was precisely the most potent remedy available. Inside the intensive care unit, Li Song, who was already on a ventilator and clinging to life by a thread, finally regained some color in his deathly pale, bloodless face as the effects of the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill gradually took hold after ingestion. After a long while, Li Song's fingers twitched on the hospital bed, then his eyes slowly opened. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while before his unfocused eyes finally regained their focus. Recalling his ordeal over the past few days, Li Song truly felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell and back. The relentless agony of living in a living hell, merely recalling it sent shivers down his spine and filled him with dread. But now, to his immense surprise, the illness that had tormented him for so long had vanished completely. His organs, once ravaged by injury and torment, and his meridians seemed free of pain, as if constantly nourished by some potent healing force. Just as Li Song was basking in the relief of having narrowly escaped death, a deep, gravelly male voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Li Song, count yourself lucky. If there hadn't been no one else in the Li family as suitable as you, that nobleman wouldn't have wasted a 5th grade pill like the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill on a worthless piece of trash like you. That noble master. Li Song froze for a second, his heart surging with both surprise and delight as he looked toward the dark-robed man seated beside the bed. He made a move to climb out of bed, intending to bow toward the direction of that nobleman. But before he could kneel, the dark-robed man merely raised his palm. An invisible force surged forth, effortlessly holding Li Song back. The black-robed man continued, I'm not wasting my breath on your nonsense. I'll get straight to the point. Li Mu has now been admitted to the Hai Dai Martial Academy as a recommended student. The noble lord's command is clear, Li Mu must be eliminated before he even enrolls. If you fail to complete the task assigned by that noble figure, you know the consequences. As he spoke, 2 icy glints flashed from the black-robed man's eyes, piercing Li Song's heart like 2 daggers. A shiver ran through his body, and he hastily bowed his head in a respectful tone. Please convey to that noble lord that I will not disappoint him this time. This time, Li Mu wiped out the entire Iron Tiger squad. Song Tiehu was Hong Tianxiong's right-hand man. Li Mu's actions have already drawn Hong Tianxiong's intense displeasure. If I pin Song Tiehu's death on Li Mu and offer a hefty reward, Hong Tianxiong's methods will ensure Li Mu's demise. Enough! Before Li Song could finish, the cloaked man waved his hand to cut him off. How you handle it is your concern. I only care about the outcome. Dismissing Li Song abruptly, the cloaked figure lowered his head and hurriedly exited the ward without another word. His demeanor made it clear to anyone watching that he'd been speaking with Li Song, though to the uninitiated, it might have seemed like he was avoiding some plague-ridden demon. Li Song was utterly baffled by the man's dramatic display, but a malicious grin soon spread across his face. Li Mu, oh Li Mu. Who would have thought, you little bastard, that you'd hide so deeply? All of us were deceived by you. Your martial talent was so extraordinary that even the esteemed Hai Dai Martial Academy made an exception to admit you. Yet all this time, you presented yourself as a worthless young master. And your purpose in enduring such humiliation must have been to make a stunning debut at this high school martial arts competition to bolster the Liu reputation while seamlessly swallowing up my branch of the family, right? Such cunning and scheming at such a young age, truly remarkable. As he spoke, a smug smile curled once more at the corners of Li Song's mouth. But you little beast, will die soon. With Hong Tianxiong's methods in the black market, don't count on Liu protecting you. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 106, Diamond Treasure Chest Secured. However, the news of Li Mu being admitted to Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy as a recommended student didn't just shock Qingdao No. 2 Middle School and Li Song. At the Li family estate in Jizhou, ever since Li Mu stepped off the plane, anyone who saw the purple gold badge of the highest student rank at Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy pinned to his chest. The news of Li Mu becoming a recommended student and decisively defeating Lu Shengyao yesterday to become Jeju's undisputed top high school student spread like wildfire, reaching every ear. This shocking news left people utterly speechless. A surge of pride welled up in many hearts. Li Mu's actions had truly brought immense honor to every member of the Li family of Jizhou. This was the Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy. Even among all the major martial arts academies across Huaxia, it ranked third. In past years within Jizhou-based city, forget about seeing anyone's child gain direct admission to Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy. Even if you stretch the timeline to recent decades, it was something no one had ever heard of. Even in recent years, those who successfully gained admission through the college entrance exams could be counted on one hand. So compared to the news of Li Mu defeating Lu Shengyao to become Jeju First High School's top student, it seemed almost insignificant in the shadow of this monumental news about the Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy scholarship. In an instant, the entire Jeju Li family erupted in a chorus of "Holy crap, that's insane!" Unbelievable emotions and deep fervor for young clan chief Li Mu filled every corner of the Jeju Li household. As night deepened, the Li family's rear courtyard remained brightly lit, filled with waves of laughter. Inside the banquet hall, as the clan chief, Li Yu naturally occupied the seat of honor. Yet seated to his right was neither the first elder, Li Song, nor the second elder, Li Sheng, but Li Mu. In the past, had a junior clan member like Li Mu occupied an elder's seat, it would have drawn fierce objections not just from the faction loyal to the first elder Li Song, but even from the traditionally neutral Li Shang. But today, Li Song was absent due to illness. As for second elder Li Shang, not only did he have no objection whatsoever to Li Mu occupying the second seat of the Li family, but the smile on his face hadn't faded since earlier. It could be said that across the entire Li family of Jizhou, even those in the first elder's faction who had always been at odds with Li Mu, upon seeing the purple gold badge pinned to Li Mu's chest signifying his status as a recommended student of the Haidai Martial Academy, they could only swallow their resentment, no matter how much it gnawed at them. Compared to the admiring gazes of the Li clan members and their envy at his privileged position, Li Mu's own emotions were equally surging. However, his excitement stemmed not from occupying the seat representing the Li family's second in command, but rather from the system task prompt that had just appeared before him. Phase 4 task, gain the recognition of 100 clan members. Current progress, 156-100. Phase 4 task successfully completed. Diamond treasure chest obtained. The clan recognition task is complete? Seeing the translucent system interface before him, Li Mu's eyes lit up and his smile grew even broader. He truly hadn't expected this. The fourth stage task had unexpectedly been completed ahead of schedule at this moment. According to Li Mu's original plan, this clan recognition quest was supposed to be completed only after he secured first place in the high school martial arts tournament. Now that it was done, he could focus all his energy on earning more reputation during the high school martial arts tournament. His priority was to quickly complete the main quest requiring 200 million reputation points issued by the system. As for the diamond treasure chest, Li Mu wasn't in a rush to gamble all his reversal points on it. After all, it was already a sure thing. Before that, he still had a golden treasure chest and a silver treasure chest waiting to be opened. No rush whatsoever. Heh, Li Mu. Just as Li Mu was still basking in the joy of completing the quest, the voice of second elder Li Shang suddenly rang out beside him. Instantly, the constant chatter among the Li clan members at the banquet tables fell silent as all eyes turned to Li Mu. Today is undoubtedly a day worthy of being recorded in the history of the Li clan of Jizhou. Congratulations! Li Mu, you are the first member of our Jizhou Li clan in a century to gain direct admission to the Haidai Martial Academy. Third uncle is proud of you. Thank you for bringing such supreme honor to our Jeju Li family. As he spoke, Li Shang fixed his piercing gaze upon the youth beside him, lifting his wine cup of his own accord. Third uncle, I am also a member of the Li family. Restoring the glory of the Jizhou Li family is the duty of every member of our clan. Seeing this, Li Mu promptly set down his chopsticks, raised his own wine cup, and respectfully lowered its rim slightly before responding with measured courtesy. He. Well said. Hearing this, Li Shang laughed heartily. His gaze then shifted to Li Jiahao, seated on the other side with an extremely grim expression. As the third elder of our clan, I've long been aware of the conflict between the two of you. But for a family to thrive for centuries, unity is paramount. If you wish for our Jeju Li family to truly grow strong, then words that undermine unity must not be spoken. Otherwise, don't blame me, Li Shang, for disregarding our clan ties. By the end of his speech, Li Shang's expression had grown stern, his gaze fixed the entire time on Li Jiahao and the clan members aligned with the first elder's faction behind him. The meaning behind his words could not have been clearer. There was no doubt about it. Li Song was using this opportunity to publicly admonish Li Jiahao and the faction loyal to the first elder, while simultaneously declaring his stance and that of his lineage to all members of the Li clan. Simultaneously, second elder Li Shang, who had maintained neutrality until now, had also chosen his side today. This signaled that from now on, as clan leader, Li Yu had reclaimed absolute authority within the family. Conversely, the grand elder Li Song had essentially forfeited any standing to challenge Li Yu for power within the clan. Though Li Yu made no public declaration, the pride radiating from his brow spoke volumes. His expression seemed to declare to all present, "Behold! This is the son of Li Yu." Following Li Shang's public declaration of allegiance, both his faction and Li Yu's supporters now regarded Li Mu with fervent admiration and reverence, clearly viewing him as the pillar of the Li family. Conversely, Li Jiahao and his faction, though inwardly seething at this outcome, now harbored a newfound wariness toward Li Mu. They dared not act as brazenly as before. Ding! Post has gained widespread acclaim and popular support within the Li family, earning 20,000 reputation points. An unexpected windfall. Li Mu, who had just set down his wine cup, paused in surprise before his eyes lit up. When he first received this quest, Li Mu had thought earning 200 million reputation points to claim the final reward, the Earth Spirit Pill, would be an incredibly difficult task. But now, it seemed, earning those 200 million reputation points might not be so difficult after all. After all, both his victory over Lu Shangyao to become Jeju's undisputed top high school student and the news of his admission to Haidai Martial Arts Academy as a recommended student had only happened yesterday. Barely a full day had passed. In just this one day, he had already reaped a solid 20,000 reputation points from the Jeju Li family alone. As these developments spread throughout Rensheng district, then amplified across the entire Jeju base city, and even throughout the entire Haidai province, Simply holding the title of Haidai Martial Arts Academy's recommended student alone promised untold amounts of reputation points for Li Mu. Crucially, this was merely an appetizer for Li Mu. The true main course lay ahead, a high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale. Li Mu was confident that once he claimed the top spot in the high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, then forget about 200 million reputation points. Even doubling that figure wouldn't be enough. 400 million reputation points. This young master will earn it for you. With this thought, Li Mu silently calculated in his mind. Looks like before the high school martial arts tournament arrives, I'll have to find a way to push my current cultivation even higher. At the very least, I need to reach the 7th rank martial artist realm. Everything else can wait. Then, as a 7th rank martial artist, I'll slaughter my way through the high school martial arts tournament. Crush them with sheer power, kid. Just as Li Mu was basking in his triumphant thoughts, the translucent system interface before him rippled like water. Soon, the face of an unfamiliar man appeared before Li Mu. Chapter 107, First Silver Treasure Chest. As the translucent screen rippled and settled into the coarse, menacing features of a middle-aged man, Li Mu was utterly dumbfounded. Not only had he never crossed paths with this man, he'd never even seen him before. While it was true Li Mu had never seen this man before, this guy was absolutely trying to kill him. Otherwise, why would he trigger the karmic rules and end up listed in the Book of Life and Death at the King of Hell's roll call? Li Mu narrowed his eyes. For Li Mu, his moral compass was brutally simple. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. If you mess with me, I'll kill you. That's the law of the jungle. But then again, for Li Mu, at this stage, he fears no enemies. The more an enemy seeks his life, the more excited he becomes. He relishes it. Perfect timing. He'd recently invested heavily to upgrade the King of Hell's roll call to its 2nd stage, expanding the Book of Life and Death's roster limit to 5 names. Meanwhile, Li Mu had conveniently disposed of all his sacrificial pawns Song Tiehu, Li Sanhu, and the rest one by one during this period. Now, only the old bastard Li Song remained. Crucially, he'd already turned Li Song's profile picture black and white, meaning he could kick the bucket at any moment. Thus, Li Mu now found himself in a critical shortage of available substitutes. Fortunately, this unlucky soul stepped forward to become his scapegoat. Well then, he'd reward himself handsomely. After reaching the 4th level of the Thunderbolt sword technique last time, he'd stopped practicing for fear of the pain. Now was the time to resume. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Li Mu was feeling excited, a series of system notification sounds rang out beside his ear. Following the rugged-looking middle-aged man, 3 more portraits gradually materialized. This meant the maximum number of substitute victims he could currently possess was 5. Otherwise, judging by the system alert still ringing in his ears, the number of people trying to kill him would likely exceed 100. The mere thought sent a chill down Li Mu's spine, instantly coating his back in cold sweat. Holy! I haven't done anything lately, have I? At most, I gave Lu Shengyao a thorough beating in the training grounds. That doesn't warrant so many people wanting me dead, does it? This won't do. I need to hurry and prepare properly. The thought that over 100 people were lining up outside to kill him instantly made Li Mu's meal lose its appeal. He made up an excuse and excused himself from the table. Back in his room, Li Mu quickly locked all doors and windows before shouting, "System, I want to open the silver treasure chest." Ding! Host, do you wish to spend 5,000 reversal points to open the silver treasure chest? Last time I opened a bronze treasure chest, this damn system made me spend 1,000 reversal points just to buy the key. Now it wants me to spend 5,000 reversal points just for the key to a silver treasure chest. So if I open the next gold treasure chest, it'll cost me 25,000 reversal points? Let me see what's going on. Li Mu. Damn it. This gold key really does cost 25,000 reversal points. The diamond key for the diamond treasure chest is even more outrageous. It costs a whopping 125,000 reversal points. Granted, for each subsequent tier of treasure chest unlocked, the required reversal points would be 5 times the previous amount, multiplying upward by 5. But Li Mu wasn't new to dealing with this tie system. He knew full well it always adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. The more he invested, the richer the rewards he'd reap from this damn system. It was precisely because this damn system had arrived 25 years early that what should have been hellish difficulty became a one-click sweep. Otherwise, he might still be stuck on the very first beginner quest, being tortured to death by this damn system. Last time I opened a bronze treasure chest, I got an enlightenment experience card. It instantly let me master the 7-kill fist technique, upgrading my 7 wounds fist from a B rank to an A rank combat skill. I wonder what kind of treasure I'll get from this silver chest this time to help me out of my current predicament. Li Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes fixed intently on the golden treasure chest slowly opening before him. As the bronze treasure chest slowly opened, a dazzling golden light burst forth from within. Immediately, lines of text appeared on the system interface before him. Ding! Opening the silver treasure chest for the host. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Demon Slaying Blood Crying Blade Incomplete. Grade, C grade upgradable. Description: this blade is the culmination of a renowned Chinese craftsman's lifelong dedication. Legend has it his wife was slain by demons, so he poured his fury and vengeance into this sword, vowing to bestow it upon whoever avenged her. Special Skill 1, Blade of Vengeance. Activating this skill causes demon-slaying blood crying to continuously absorb the host's vital essence. Each subsequent strike dealt by the host increases the damage of the next strike by 10%. Currently stacks up to 10 times at this level. Special Skill 2? Unlocked. Special Ability 3? Unlocked. As the dazzling golden light slowly dissipated, the demon-slaying blood-weeping sword now lay quietly before Li Mu. Its blade measured approximately 3 feet in length, its entire surface shimmering with an indelible aura of blood energy. Intricate patterns carved into its surface seemed imbued with the swordsmith's vengeance-fueled intent. The blade was exceptionally sharp, radiating a fierce, piercing aura. When Li Mu grasped the hilt, the crimson glow along the blade grew eerier still. From afar, it seemed as though the sword had come alive icy cold, radiating a pervasive aura of murderous intent. Though a broken blade, demon-slaying blood-weeping still radiated an intangible, intimidating presence that clung to its very essence. Additionally, Li Mu noticed the deep blood grooves etched into the blade. Who knew how many lives this sword had claimed in its past? Even now, the blade's blood grooves glowed with an eerie dark red hue forged by drinking human blood. What a sword! What a sword! Li Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. His 5,000 contribution points had been well spent. Though it was only a C-grade long sword, its special ability was nothing short of extraordinary. The Revenge Blade alone could continuously infuse his vital essence into the blade, making each subsequent strike stronger than the last. At its peak, it could double the lethality of his current sword chi slashes. With the demon-slaying blood-crying blade in hand, Li Mu reasoned that given just a moment to stack its layers, he could face even a 7th-rank martial master with complete confidence. As for the vital essence sacrificed after using the Blade of Vengeance? Hey! Anyway, the sword doesn't suck his own blood, so let it suck away. With the demon-slaying blood-crying sword at his disposal, if he were to encounter Lu Shengyao again, not only would Li Mu not need his innate sword intent, but he could even skip the thunderous sword technique. Just his basic attacks alone would be enough to crush Lu Xingyao's Dao heart and make her question her very existence, right? That's a brilliant idea. Next time he encounters Lu Shengyao, he'll use this method to crush her. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about that little brat not dropping a second stage reversal point reward for him. Ha ha ha. Just as Li Mu was chuckling to himself over this new, even more efficient way to fleece these spoiled princesses, his phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Li Mu picked it up and saw the text message was actually from Shen Luoyan. Chapter 108, Not from the Same World. He opened it. Shen Luoyan, would you be available tomorrow to give me some sword technique pointers? The high school martial arts competition is coming up soon, and I want to improve my sword skills before then. Li Mu casually replied, sure. Time and place? Of course, Li Mu wouldn't refuse Shen Luoyan's request to practice swordsmanship together. Besides, he had already received benefits from her before the thunderclap sword technique suited him perfectly. There was no way he'd turn down her request for guidance. Naturally, Li Mu also intended to use this opportunity to see if he could squeeze out more submission points from Shen Luoyan. Once he cleared this woman, Shen Luoyan, Li Mu could start opening treasure chests again. The thought gave him a little thrill. Shen Luoyan, alright then. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, let's meet in your cultivation room again. Li Mu replied with a simple got it, tossed his phone aside, pulled the covers over his head, and soon drifted off to sleep. Jeju First High School. As the date of the high school martial arts tournament drew nearer, the atmosphere on campus grew noticeably more tense compared to before. Even the most carefree and jovial students couldn't help but feel a growing sense of urgency as the moment drew near. By all accounts, nothing happening now could possibly capture the attention of this group of students. But then, holy! It's Shen Luoyan. President Shun. Amidst the crowd at the school gate, someone let out a startled cry. Instantly, all eyes in the crowd turned toward the commotion. A wave of murmurs and whispers erupted. Why is President Shun waiting at the school gate? Why isn't she going in? Exactly. At this hour, President Shun should already be practicing swordsmanship in the training room. Wait a minute. What's President Shun holding in her hands? Looks like breakfast and 2 lunchboxes. Clearly she packed one for someone else. You're right. President Shin, great family background, great physique, great looks, and best of all, he's an amazing cook. That kid Aha really hit the jackpot. Hold on. If you were talking about Li Mu, I could understand. But who is this Aha? How come I never heard President Shin was dating? It is I, your humble servant. Aminos. Amidst waves of excited cheers, a path was forcibly pushed open through the crowd. As he was being jostled along, Li Mu couldn't help but feel puzzled. He thought to himself, don't these guys have anything better to do this early in the morning? The high school martial arts competition was about to begin. Instead of preparing diligently, they were all crowding the school gate. As Li Mu mentally ranted, Shen Luoyan at the gate spotted him emerging from the crowd. Her usually cool, oval face instantly lit up with a sweet smile. She took 3 steps in 2 strides to reach Li Mu, naturally handing him one of the meal boxes with a sweet smile. Li Mu, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Li Mu fell silent. He genuinely couldn't figure out whether Shen Luoyan was genuinely clueless or deliberately messing with him. Damn it! Last time, she just left the lunchbox on the table without showing up herself, and that alone had drawn the attention of everyone in the lecture hall toward him. Now this stupid woman goes and does this. She'd made progress since last time, at least she knew better than to bring breakfast into the classroom. But damn it, she'd switched tactics and was now standing at the school gate holding breakfast, waiting for him like a hunter waiting for rabbits. At that moment, Li Mu couldn't help but wonder if he'd been milking Shen Luoyan like a cow lately. Should he start targeting other sheep? Otherwise, how else could he explain Shen Luoyan's increasingly outrageous behavior toward him? This time she delivered breakfast at the school gate, next time, would she just show up at his doorstep? The thought made Li Mu wipe a non-existent bead of sweat from his forehead before glancing furtively around him. Holy crap! What was with all those desperate, lying eyes staring at him? At that very moment, every male student's eyes burned with fire, their expressions as if the sky had fallen. Li Mu! Damn it, why does it always have to be that bastard Li Mu? The boys gathered at the school gate were all crying out in their hearts, but then each of these bastards turned menacing, glaring at Li Mu with gritted teeth. The sight made Li Mu's head spin. That was precisely why Li Mu had refused to enter the martial arts arena with Shen Luoyan back then, instead deliberately taking a long detour to sit over at the Jiancheng No. 1 middle school side. Well, that worked for avoiding her on the first day of the month, but not on the 15th. Today, he'd been cornered by that woman Shen Luoyan again. Shen Luoyan, seemingly oblivious to the intense stares from the surrounding male students. She casually grabbed Li Mu's arm and started walking toward the school, urging him along as they went. Junior Li Mu, I've been struggling with several aspects of swordsmanship lately. Let's head to your training room now. You can explain it all to me properly. Alright. Li Mu immediately replied, Senior Shen, let's hurry over. Only after the two had completely entered the campus grounds under countless gazes did the scene finally erupt into an uncontrollable frenzy. It's confirmed. This time it's absolutely confirmed. Shen, the President Shen, the goddess is actually with that brat Li Mu. I'm blown away. I'm going to challenge that guy to a duel. Before the guy could finish his sentence, his buddy clamped a hand over his mouth. Cough cough. Snap out of it, bro. Do you even know who you're challenging? He's the one who secured a guaranteed admission spot at Haidai Martial Arts Academy and is considered the top swordsmanship prodigy in Jeju. Oh, no. The man who trampled our Jeju's second-ranked swordsmanship prodigy, Lu Shangyao, underfoot. Are you sure you want to duel this prodigy? Chaos erupted on the scene as the male students of Jizhou First High School covered their heads and wailed in despair. But despite their complaints, they knew their place. They knew that a heavenly beauty like Shen Luoyan was a goddess beyond their reach, one they could only dream of, never hope to attain. Out of reach, indeed. But they certainly didn't want anyone else to have her either. Frustration chills the soul. Hard take. Compared to the male classmates who were verbally attacking Li Mu, Zhai Xinxin stood among the crowd with a blank and bewildered expression, her mind clearly drifting. She stood frozen at the school gate, her gaze fixed on Li Mu and Shen Luoyan until they vanished into the classroom building. Only then did her parched throat finally move, and she squeezed her thigh hard. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from her thigh, a bitter smile finally spread across Zhai Xinxin's face. Ever since she'd been knocked into the school fence by Li Mu's punch during their last altercation, Zhai Xinxin had been hospitalized for treatment. But after finally being discharged, the news she received left her bewildered time and again, even causing her to question the world around her. What? Li Mu had gone on a killing spree. During the beast trial, Xingzi Middle School and Jeju No. 4 Middle School, who had been fighting 1 against 100, were routed and fled in disarray. What? Li Mu is on a killing spree. In the tournament, he pinned Xingzi's top student Jeju's No. 1 swordsmanship prodigy, Lu Shangyao, to the ground and rubbed her face in it. What? Li Mu is on a killing spree. He even got the instructors of Haidai Martial Arts Academy to fight for him, tearing apart the training grounds just to secure Li Mu as their special admission student. One bombshell after another, each more explosive than the last, left Shen Luoyan reeling. Her mind was a fog, her entire being in a daze. Even Zhai Xinxin herself couldn't fathom how she'd ended up standing before the gates of Jeju No. 1 High School. Yet what she witnessed with her own eyes was the school's goddess and student council president, Shen Luoyan, actively carrying breakfast and waiting expectantly at the gate for Li Mu's arrival. The genuine, sweet smile that blossomed on her face upon seeing Li Mu felt like a knife plunging deep into Zhai Xinxin's heart. The thought that she had discarded Li Mu, such a promising catch, and chosen Gao Jianye instead was unbearable. By Li Mu's side now stood Shen Luoyan, the favored daughter of heaven, leaving no room for her. Zhai Xinxin felt the world spinning wildly before her eyes, and she collapsed onto the ground with a thud. In that instant, overwhelming regret flooded Zhai Xinxin's heart, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. As her heart was being torn apart, the wounds that had just healed threatened to burst open again. The excruciating pain made Zhai Xinxin cry even harder. Shy Xinshin wasn't merely regretting things to the point of turning green, it felt like every organ in her body had turned green. She knew all too well that she and Li Mu no longer belonged to the same world. Chapter 109, I'll take on 10. Jeju First High School, Li Mu's training room. Li Mu, shall we begin now? Shen Luoyan set down her chopsticks and tilted her head, whispering to Li Mu beside her as he shoveled rice into his mouth. Hold on. I just finished eating. Let me digest first. Saying this, Li Mu patted his slightly rounded belly. You know what? Shen Luoyan might be naturally absent-minded, and sometimes she even gave off a bit of a fierce vibe. But one had to admit Shen Luoyan's cooking was truly delicious. Li Mu had already eaten at home before coming to school, yet once he reached the cultivation room, he couldn't resist polishing off another full meal. In high spirits, Li Mu drew his demon-slaying sword from his waist and strode to the control console of the combat training ground. With a flurry of commands, he activated the system. Soon, the alloy floor of the training ground slowly parted from the center outward, revealing a row of combat puppets rising up from below. Shen Luoyan, who had just picked up Li Mu's lunchbox to wash the dishes, froze the moment her gaze fell upon the row of combat puppets. Her pupils even contracted slightly. What captured her attention wasn't the combat puppets themselves, but the rank displayed on the large screen. High-tier martial artist level combat golems, current strength, 8th rank martial artist realm. And Li Mu was actually challenging 10 such high-tier combat puppets simultaneously. If he made a single misstep, it could very well cost someone their life. At this thought, Shen Luoyan sped up even more, opening her small mouth to shout. Suddenly, Li Mu, who had been standing with his eyes closed, holding the demon-slaying blood-crying blade in the training ground, snapped his eyes open. A soft murmur escaped his lips. Bloodlust. Blade of Vengeance. As Li Mu successfully activated the demon-slaying blood-crying special ability, the slender blade already crimson glowed with an eerie, demonic red. The edge seemed to drip with blood, and a thick, almost tangible aura of blood-soaked killing intent erupted from him, spreading wildly in all directions. Crackle! Not only that, but purple lightning bolts now crackled and danced all around Li Mu's body. Thunderous sword technique. Li Mu drew a deep breath, gripping demon-slaying blood-crying sword tightly in his right hand. Instantly, he entered a profound state of sword and man unity, his gaze hardening into unwavering resolve. Slash! Boom! Before Shen Luoyan could even reach him, a deafening thunderclap erupted across the training ground, as if something had been torn apart. Li Mu himself vanished in a flash of purple lightning, his sword streaking toward the nearest high-tier combat puppet. Bang! Accompanied by a massive explosion, the crimson sword energy, as red as blood, sliced through the charging combat puppet, sending it flying. But these emotionless training puppets knew no fear. Even as one was sent flying, a second, third, and fourth training puppet closed in on Li Mu from 3 different directions. Facing the 3-pronged assault, Li Mu remained utterly unflustered at the center. His second strike followed swiftly, even more ruthless and powerful. The air in the training ground seemed to be sliced apart, the crimson blade aura growing ever more blood red. Then came the third strike, the fourth, the fifth. Li Mu's sword strikes grew faster and faster, each strike more powerful than the last. As Li Mu prepared to unleash his 10th blade aura, the entire training chamber seemed to tremble, the air thick with the potent aura of blood and slaughter. In that instant, the heavens shook. An unprecedented crimson light erupted from the blade of the demon-slaying, blood-weeping sword, illuminating the entire training chamber. A sword energy, now nearly black, erupted from the blade of the demon-slaying, blood-weeping sword, striking toward the combat puppet charging forward once more. This strike didn't send the combat puppet flying like before. Instead, Li Mu cleaved it cleanly in two. Yet the black sword energy showed no sign of stopping. Next came the second, third, fourth. Only after the final combat puppet was cleaved in two at the waist by Li Mu did the black sword energy finally begin to slowly dissipate. What a sword! Truly a magnificent sword. Wiping sweat from his brow, Li Mu gazed at the demon-slaying sword in his hand, its crimson glow intensifying with an eerie brilliance. His admiration for it grew ever deeper. Though it was only a B-grade sword, its special ability was truly god tier. When he delivered the 10th strike, it had directly doubled his current strength. Not to mention, while demon-slaying blood-crying was currently B-grade, that didn't mean it would stay that way forever. Currently, the demon-slaying blood-weeping sword was still incomplete. If he kept pouring reversal points into it, strengthening it to +10, +15, +20, Li Mu felt he could transform into Lu Huaxiang in no time, slicing his way from East Panglai Road all the way to the southern Heavenly Gate. After roughly gauging his current strength, Li Mu clapped his hands in satisfaction before turning to Lu Xiangyao. What are you still standing there for? Your turn. Clack. Li Mu hadn't meant to say that. The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Luoyan shuddered violently, dropping her lunchbox to the floor. Her face drained of all color, turning deathly pale. Truthfully, this wasn't a matter of Shen Luoyan's mental resilience. It was Li Mu who was utterly twisted. So twisted he barely seemed human anymore. To simultaneously defeat 10 high-tier combat puppets at the 8th grade martial master realm with such devastating, overwhelming combat prowess? What kind of concept was that? Shen Luoyan remembered clearly. The strongest combat puppet she'd ever challenged before was only a 5th rank martial master, a mid-tier combat puppet. While 5th rank combat puppets weren't particularly formidable in attack, their terrifying defense made them a real pain to deal with. Even mid-tier combat puppets could withstand the full force attacks of martial artists below the 7th rank martial master realm. Last time, Shen Luoyan had been unable to break through the mid-tier combat puppets' defenses, ultimately losing in a war of attrition. The defense of high-tier combat puppets was downright monstrous. Shen Luoyan asked herself honestly forget about defeating it. Even if she activated the 2nd stage of the Endless Sword Armor and unleashed her most powerful attack, she doubted she could even leave a mark on it. Even so, Shen Luoyan had already left 99.9% of her peers in the dust, ranking 1st in the entire school. Alright. Now she was 2nd in the entire school. For a martial artist who had just entered the 5th rank martial artist realm, defeating a training puppet 2 minor realms above their own, that is, a 7th rank martial artist realm puppet, was already the absolute limit. This feat alone was enough to make him the envy of every high school student in Jizhou City, even the entire Haidai province. Yet when such an unparalleled feat was achieved by Limu, a youth who had only just ascended to 5th rank martial artist, it wasn't merely surpassing expectations. He had single-handedly defeated and destroyed 10 high-tier combat puppets at 8th rank martial artist level. Shen Luoyan couldn't help but think. If this represented Limu's absolute peak combat strength, it meant that even during yesterday's battle against Lu Shengyao, Limu had been holding back, not revealing his true strength. He was still holding back. Chapter 110, Free Submission Points. As this thought crossed her mind, Shen Luoyan couldn't help but recall that noon when she summoned Limu to the student council office. Even then, Limu already possessed terrifying combat power sufficient to crush her effortlessly. Yet he hadn't done so. Instead, he delivered 3 slaps, neither too hard nor too soft. It had merely knocked her unconscious. Moreover, when Limu struck her then, his intention was likely more about jolting her awake, making her realize the chasm between herself and true genius. Whoa! Thinking about it now, what Limu did to her yesterday wasn't just holding back, it was practically giving her the entire Pacific Ocean. And what about me? What had I done? Limu clearly considered my best interests in everything he did, sparing me at every turn, hoping to guide this lost lamb back to the right path. Yet instead of showing gratitude, I went and said those senseless things. To finish you off. Let us continue to compete in your area of strength. What manner of combat will you employ to delight me this time? Such reckless, senseless boasts. What made Shen Luoyan feel most unforgivable was that she had actually stabbed Limu with a sword. Shen Luoyan, you truly deserve to die. As these thoughts consumed her, Shen Luoyan felt as though an invisible hand had clenched her heart. Self-reproach, regret, and guilt tore at her soul, draining her face of color and making each breath a struggle. She had always considered herself a genius, looking down on everything and everyone, convinced she was superior and never giving others a second thought. But in reality? Compared to a true genius like Limu, she, Shen Luoyan, was nothing but a clown. What defines a genius? This was the true embodiment of genius. It turned out Limu hadn't been incapable of using internal cultivation techniques all along. He had deliberately refrained from employing them. By intentionally weakening himself, he had led his enemies to believe this was a battle between equals. Did you really think victory was assured? The words Limu had spoken that day echoed in her mind once more, causing Shen Luoyan's red lips to press together even tighter. At the time, it had sounded like nothing more than Limu's reckless boasts. But now it became clear, the truly arrogant one had always been herself, while Limu had merely been stating a fact. Without resorting to internal cultivation techniques or sword arts, he had defeated her at the 2nd stage of the Endless Sword Formation. Moreover, he possessed terrifying combat prowess capable of utterly shattering an intermediate martial master training dummy. Such prowess wouldn't just make waves at the high school martial arts tournament, leading Jizhou First High to make history. Shen Luoyan even believed that after further refinement in the elite training camp, given Limu's demonstrated resolve, talent, and power, it wouldn't be impossible for him to compete for the title of Martial Arts Champion of China in the upcoming National College entrance exams. Ding! Shen Luoyan is deeply moved by the host's noble martial virtue, filled with remorse. Submission rate plus 10%. What's wrong with that woman Shen Luoyan now? Seeing the system notification suddenly pop up before him, Limu couldn't help but glance back at Shen Luoyan, who stood with her head bowed, a complex expression on her face. His face was filled with confusion. He had merely agreed to teach her swordsmanship. If she felt anything, it should be delight. What the hell was this guilt about? However, regarding Shen Luoyan's self-initiated pursuit, Limu paused briefly before dismissing it. After all, it was an unexpected bonus. Why pass it up? But Limu could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. Simply escorting Shen Luoyan from the entrance to the combat training ground had already sparked a whole story in her mind, about how my strength improved too fast, leading others to mistake me for a hidden powerhouse. Shen Luoyan, are you going to practice swordsmanship or not? If you're not practicing swordsmanship, then I'm leaving. Seeing Limu start to urge her, Shen Luoyan finally snapped out of her complex mix of guilt and self-reproach. She nodded, drew a deep breath, and unsheathed the sword at her waist. Channeling her internal cultivation techniques, the true chi within Shen Luoyan surged to life. The next instant, her figure vanished from where she stood. Facing the prodigy Li Mu, Shen Luoyan dared not show the slightest hint of underestimation or carelessness. She launched straight into her most formidable sword technique. When she reappeared, Shen Luoyan was less than 3 feet away from Li Mu. The blue-hued long sword in her grasp darted toward Li Mu's chest like a soaring dragon. The razor-sharp blade flashed with silver light, piercing through the air with unstoppable force. Li Mu stood with one hand behind his back, his dark eyes lowered, silently observing Shen Luoyan's thrusting blade. Though Shen Luoyan hadn't yet grasped the rudiments of sword intent like Lu Shengyao, she had at least touched the threshold. As she struck, faint sword energy now emanated from her blade. To peers of her age, this undoubtedly marked her as a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy of the sword path, a talent second only to that little demon, Lu Shengyao. But alas! Lu Shengyao had encountered Li Mu. This overpowered existence was beyond description. Even the term prodigy fell short. To others, Shen Luoyan's thrust appeared as graceful as a startled swan, razor-sharp and devastating. To Li Mu, however, it moved at a snail's pace, as slow as a slideshow. Every slash and strike of her sword technique was laid bare before his eyes. Li Mu held his demon-slaying, blood-weeping sword steady in his left hand, moving only his right. Clang! His right index finger snapped out, striking the blade of Shen Luoyan's sword with a sharp impact. Shen Luoyan immediately felt an eerie sensation of her sword losing all resistance. Before she could withdraw it, Li Mu's right index finger had already tapped lightly yet firmly against her fair, smooth forehead before slowly retracting. You lose. Li Mu frowned as he looked at Shen Luoyan. Again! Again! Shen Luoyan touched her slightly reddened forehead, staring blankly at Li Mu. Deep shock filled her beautiful eyes. Was this for real? Though she had mentally prepared herself for a crushing defeat long before this match. But now that she was actually facing it, Shen Luoyan realized this wasn't about being beaten at all, it was about the gap in their cultivation levels. Gulp! Shen Luoyan swallowed hard, her hand gripping the long sword beginning to tremble slightly. The girl fought to suppress her inner shock, instinctively activating her martial talent, endless sword armor. In an instant, surging true chi erupted from her body like a tidal wave, coalescing into a gleaming silver sword armor that enveloped her entirely. Only her beautiful eyes remained exposed as she fixed a solemn gaze upon Li Mu, her voice unwavering, yes. Clang! Clang! This time, Li Mu still did not draw his sword. He merely pressed his index and middle fingers together. After clashing with Shen Luoyan's long sword just twice, her guard was already breached. Li Mu's sword-wielding right hand shot out from behind, striking with a single, decisive slash. Though the second stage of the boundless sword armor represented Shen Luoyan's strongest defensive capability, its solemn, heavy armor appeared impregnable. Yet before Li Mu's casual slash, it proved utterly fragile, as though made of paper, utterly defenseless. Crack! The sound of shattering armor echoed in rapid succession. In an instant, Li Mu's sword effortlessly shattered Shen Luoyan's armor. The crimson blade, as red as blood, lightly tapped against the girl's body. Thud! Even using the flat of the blade, Li Mu deliberately held back most of his strength at the last moment, forcibly pulling the crimson sword back. Yet the fierce, demon-slaying sword chi still slammed heavily into Shen Luoyan. This instantly tore apart most of Shen Luoyan's purple battle attire, revealing vast swaths of skin beneath snow-white and smooth as congealed fat. Wah! Shen Luoyan was sent reeling backward dozens of meters by the immense force, crashing into the wall before sliding down limply. She struggled to steady her ragged breath. Even in this utterly disheveled state, her almond-shaped eyes flashed with stubbornness and excitement. As if she had discovered some supreme treasure, her thrilled body began to tremble. Shen Luoyan understood perfectly well that with Li Mu's current strength, defeating her would be effortless. In other words, she didn't even deserve to make him draw his sword. Yet Li Mu had not only drawn his sword earlier, but had deliberately unleashed a faint sword chi. Clearly, Li Mu intended to use this opportunity to let Shen Luoyan personally experience and comprehend the essence of the sword. Chapter 111, Trouble. Killing Intent. Shen Luoyan stood sword in hand, eyes slightly closed, utterly silent. She seemed to be quietly comprehending the sword energy Li Mu had just unleashed. The vast training ground seemed to grow still. Li Mu said nothing further. Sheathed his sword and narrowed his eyes, watching Shen Luoyan in contemplation with a hint of anticipation, making no move to interrupt. Truth be told, don't be fooled by how seemingly ordinary and lacking in destructive power that sword chi Li Mu just unleashed appeared. But in terms of the mental effort required to execute it, it demanded far more concentration than the sword strike that had just instantly killed that combat puppet at the 8th rank martial master realm. After all, for Li Mu to precisely control the sword energy to a level where Shen Luoyan could just barely block it without instantly obliterating her demanded terrifying mastery over both his power and his sword technique. If one were to use an apt metaphor, it would be like wielding a surgical scalpel with such precision that the blade cuts through the eggshell without damaging the delicate membrane. In short, Li Mu always adhered to the principle of taking money to eliminate troubles. Having received the benefits of the Thunderbolt sword technique from Shen Luoyan, he naturally wouldn't hold back, imparting his entire mastery of the subtle realm sword intent. As for how much Shen Luoyan ultimately comprehends from it, that depends entirely on her own destiny. The master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. So that's how it is. Li Mu, I've grasped it. He had no idea how much time had passed. He'd even fallen asleep on the ground. When he stirred groggily, he saw Shen Luoyan had already raised her long sword again, pointing it at him and assuming the starting stance. Clang! This time, the sword energy emanating from Shen Luoyan's blade was noticeably denser than before, approaching the very essence of sword intent. I did it! Shen Luoyan's lovely face lit up with wild joy as she looked at Li Mu, her excitement making her words come out a bit jumbled. Li Mu! I succeeded! I can finally feel the presence of the embryonic form of sword intent. That's incredible! You're truly incredible! This time, Shen Luoyan felt an ecstasy as if a pie had been dropped from the heavens and smacked her square in the face. Choosing to apprentice under Li Mu was the most correct decision she had made in her entire 17 years of life. In less than a day, Li Mu had allowed her to tangibly grasp the very essence of the embryonic form of sword intent. If one were to use an apt metaphor, the Shen Luoyan of before was like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, forever unable to see the shore. Li Mu, however, was like a lighthouse, guiding her lost self toward the path ahead. This was something even her own father could never achieve. Watching the young girl gaze at him with starry eyes full of adoration, Li Mu felt a bit embarrassed under her admiring gaze and scratched his face. If he could, Li Mu would have loved to tell Shen Luoyan right then and there. Don't get the wrong idea. This isn't my power. It's purely thanks to the cheat system. He'd instantly mastered over 100 foundational sword techniques. With the system's cheat mode activated, his comprehension of these hundreds of basic sword arts had skyrocketed to the pinnacle of perfection. At the same time, he had awakened innate sword intent. Just this little cheat alone. Forget your old man. Even if the sword saint of China himself showed up, his teaching wouldn't be as effective as mine. Ahem. Truthfully, I believe your innate talent in swordsmanship rivals that of Lu Shangyao. It's just that Lu Shangyao had better luck grasping the embryonic form of sword intent before you did. Li Mu couldn't quite handle Shen Luoyan's starry-eyed adoration, as if she were watching My Sword Immortal. He clenched his right fist to his mouth and cleared his throat twice. Ha ha ha. Both Lu Shangyao and I are merely ordinary mortals living in a world without you. With that, Shen Luoyan lifted her head, forcing a strained smile onto her exquisite oval face. Li Mu. Before meeting you, I was so arrogant, so conceited, so blind to everything else. I believed that in the vast city of Jizhou, the only person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with me, Shen Luoyan, was Lu Shangyao. And only Lu Shangyao was worthy of being my rival. I thought. Lu Shangyao probably felt the same way, didn't she? Li Mu. Damn it. Listening to your self-pitying tone, you'd think you're not a genius right now? If the original host had half your talent, give me a character starting at 4th rank martial artist realm, already infinitely close to grasping the rudiments of sword intent. Let me play with that. Instead of dumping me into a 6th rank martial disciple who's practically useless? If that were the case, I wouldn't be stuck in Jizhou City trying to grind quests and reversal points. I'd have bought a plane ticket to Quan City without a second thought, staked out the gates of Haidai Province Experimental High and Shandong Normal University Affiliated High, and ambushed those Shuaiquan brats, right? I'd wipe out every last one of them. Ahem, ahem. After venting his frustration internally, Li Mu cleared his throat again and spoke calmly. The public eye is sharp. You're a genius. Stop being so hard on yourself. How could that be? Compared to you, Shen Luoyan paused, then a look of unprecedented desolation spread across her lovely face. I'm just a mediocre talent who was born into a privileged family and had countless resources poured into me. Li Mu. Fine. Then you stay here and train hard. I'm off. Li Mu's mouth twitched. Seeing Shen Luoyan already starting to emo, he simply couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He'd already taught her everything he could. Even if he wanted to teach her more, Shen Luoyan wouldn't dare learn it anyway. What could he do? Who could blame her? The cultivation techniques Li Mu practiced were one more insane than the next, utterly inhuman. It wasn't just the 7 wounds fist, where practicing any of the 7 techniques would injure all 7. It was the transcending energy technique, which required endlessly ingesting deadly poisons to counteract poison with poison, or the mad thunder sword technique, where one risked being struck by lightning at the slightest provocation. Only someone like Li Mu, blessed with divine favor, could cultivate these simultaneously. For any ordinary martial artist attempting these 5 poison-infused techniques, be it internal arts, fist styles, or sword arts, forget about mastery. They'd likely be 6 feet under before they even got started. Thus, after much deliberation, Li Mu concluded that the only thing he could possibly teach Shen Luoyan was his innate sword intent at the subtle level. But just as Li Mu reached halfway, he seemed to suddenly recall something and turned back. Shen Luoyan halted her sword, her bright almond-shaped eyes fixed on Li Mu. Li Mu, is there anything else you wish to instruct me on? Ahem. I wouldn't call it teaching. Li Mu cleared his throat twice more, pointing at Lu Xingyao's exposed, youthful figure. His old face flushed as he stammered. You can practice swordsmanship all you want, but could you at least put some clothes on first? This is my training room, after all. If you walked out looking like that all torn and battle damaged, I'm afraid you wouldn't just be making waves on campus. You'd be making waves across the entire city of Jizhou. Ah. At first, Lu Shangyao, immersed in grasping the essence of swordsmanship, hadn't fully processed what Li Mu meant by his words. But when she followed Li Mu's gaze downward and saw the tender, youthful beauty unique to a young girl, she let out a sharp "ya." She immediately crouched down, burying her face in her knees, though the crystal-clear earlobes peeking out were flushed crimson, almost as if they might bleed. Look! This woman really is a natural airhead. Seeing this, Li Mu nodded to himself, silently sighing before tactfully retreating from the training room. Before leaving, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Stepping outside the teaching building, Li Mu saw that the sky had grown completely dark, with only a bright moon hanging high above. Clearly, it was well past midnight. Since there was no dinner waiting for him at home, Li Mu decided to grab a simple bite at a nearby late-night spicy soup stall to fill his stomach. But just as he finished ordering his stuffed pancake and was happily slurping his spicy soup, his relaxed posture instantly tensed. His expression turned serious. Killing intent. Chapter 112, Only One Chance. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent swept in from behind. Whoosh! Immediately after, an extremely faint whistling sound cut through the air behind Li Mu. The gleaming blade, illuminated by the restaurant's bright lights, flashed with a cold glint as it slashed toward Li Mu's slightly lowered neck. Just 3 inches from Li Mu's throat. A life or death moment. A sudden warning shot through Li Mu's mind, the hairs on the back of his neck instantly standing on end. Without turning his head, adrenaline surged through his body. His body jerked violently to the right, narrowly evading the attacker's vicious slash. Thud! Li Mu launched a flying kick, shattering the long table before him into splinters that scattered everywhere, shattering all the restaurant's incandescent bulbs in the process. Seizing the moment, he flashed 10 meters away. Having dodged the fatal blow, Li Mu turned to face the assailant who had just struck. But what he saw? The assassin was a middle-aged woman clad in a black, form-fitting outfit. Her aura was profoundly deep and restrained, making it extremely difficult to sense any killing intent emanating from her, even when standing face to face. Yet her exposed eyes gleamed like venomous snakes, radiating an icy coldness that threatened to deliver a fatal blow to Li Mu at any moment. It seemed this woman had been following him since he left the meditation chamber, waiting for the moment his guard was down to strike. Not only were her attacks deceptively precise and vicious, but her ability to conceal her presence was truly masterful. Had Li Mu not learned yesterday through the King of Hell's roll call that someone sought his life, forcing him to maintain constant vigilance, he probably wouldn't have even finished his late-night snack before his head rolled across the floor. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure before him. Although he had been teaching Shen Luoyan swordsmanship in the training room without monitoring his surroundings. But after leaving the teaching building, the assailant had been tailing him all the way to the snack shop without him noticing. This indirectly proved the assailant's strength far surpassed his own. At the very least, they must be at the 7th rank martial artist realm. Who on earth wants me dead? Li Mu's expression darkened as the portraits of those individuals who had appeared during the King of Hell's roll call flashed back into his mind. Yet all 5 felt utterly unfamiliar to him. He couldn't fathom where he might have incurred their enmity, let alone one so deep it demanded death. But none of that mattered to Li Mu now. His life principle had always been, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. If someone provokes me, I'll kill them outright. At this thought, Li Mu's eyes instantly turned icy cold as he glared at the black-clad woman and demanded in a chilling voice, "Speak. Who sent you?" The black-clad woman remained silent, only her cold, piercing eyes visible beneath the mask, staring intently at Li Mu. Though her facial expression remained hidden, the shock within her heart was no less than Li Mu's. According to the intelligence she possessed, Li Mu was merely a high school student who had just broken through to the 5th rank martial artist realm. She, at the peak of 7th rank martial artist, towered over Li Mu by nearly 3 cultivation realms, an immense disparity in strength. Moreover, this was a premeditated assassination attempt against an unprepared target. Yet, her fatal strike had ultimately missed? And within the shortest possible time, he had devised the most correct countermeasure. Could a mere high school student truly accomplish such feats? Ha ha ha. Boy, you're proving far more difficult to deal with than our intelligence suggested. At your age, not only do you possess such a high cultivation level, but your combat intelligence and ability to think on your feet are also top tier. Someone like you would be a rare gem even at the high school martial arts tournament. Truth be told, you've genuinely stirred my desire to nurture talent. Seeing her strike miss, the black-clad woman didn't choose to attack again. Instead, she first sealed off the escape route behind her while distracting Li Mu through conversation, using the opportunity to catch her breath. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, it seems she's mindful that this snack shop is near the school and doesn't want to cause too much commotion, which is why she didn't strike again. And that assassination technique she just used, nearly perfect at concealing her presence, must be a movement-based combat skill that demands a significant cost. It cannot be used consecutively, one must recover before deploying it again. While a peak 7th rank martial artist is formidable, repelling them is easy, capturing them alive is another matter entirely. But failing to capture them alive means facing endless assassination attempts from unknown forces. In this world, thieves may operate for 1,000 days, but who can guard against them for 1,000 days? Therefore, I must capture her alive today and extract valuable intelligence from this woman. Watching the black-clad woman who hadn't attacked and continued to meditate in place, Li Mu's mind raced like lightning, and he quickly formed a plan. Oomph. At that moment, the black-clad woman suddenly let out a cold snort. Though it would be a pity to kill you like this, the stakes offered by the other side are simply too tempting. No matter how reluctant my heart may be, I have no choice but to strike you down. Ha! Li Mu suddenly let out a faint, enigmatic chuckle. But in the very next instant, Li Mu's expression abruptly turned savage. You want me dead? Then I'll kill you first. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Mu lunged forward like a cheetah, closing the distance to the black-clad woman in a single stride. Li Mu! You die today. Watching Li Mu charge toward her instead of retreating, the black-clad woman did not leap away. Instead, she slowly vanished into the shadows, her form fading away. This was her B-rank movement-type combat skill, stealthy pursuit. Once her breathing was regulated, she could perfectly conceal her form and aura within the environment. Ordinary martial artists would be utterly unable to detect her subsequent movements. She could take an opponent's life in utter silence. Clang! Li Mu abruptly drew the demon-slaying blood-crying sword from its scabbard, his body radiating a fierce sword aura as he cautiously guarded his surroundings. Yet since the black-clad woman vanished, the restaurant had once again fallen into deathly silence. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A breeze swept through. The only sound in the restaurant was the rustling of the curtains as the night wind swept through. Li Mu knew he had only one chance. Given the black-clad woman's formidable prowess, if she were to sense his true combat strength, she would never continue this drawn-out battle. Next, Li Mu must strike to kill. Surveying the pitch-black restaurant, Li Mu slowly closed his eyes. Holding his breath, he focused his senses to their absolute limit, searching inch by inch for the black-clad woman's location within the space. Imperceptible ripples radiated outward in concentric circles from Li Mu, spreading to cover the area within 10 meters. This was the absolute limit of Li Mu's perception. Yet, so far, he found nothing. Yet Li Mu showed no sign of urgency. He paced slowly through the restaurant, constantly shifting his position. Suddenly, Li Mu's ears twitched slightly. Faintly, he seemed to hear an extremely faint gasp. Though the source suppressed it well, Li Mu's keen senses had detected it. Li Mu's eyes snapped open, a barely perceptible curve forming at the corners of his mouth. He had seen through the black-clad woman's concealment technique. But if she realized this, she would flee without hesitation. Then he wouldn't be able to capture her alive, and he'd never discover who was plotting against him. For Li Mu, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was fleeting. Though Li Mu's expression betrayed nothing, his mind raced with countermeasures. Then, a flash of insight lit up his eyes. He immediately feigned impatience, wildly swinging his sword and unleashing indiscriminate slashes throughout the restaurant, as if intent on tearing the place apart. It seemed as though the immense pressure of life and death was pushing Li Mu to the brink of mental collapse. Eyes bulging, Li Mu screamed hoarsely, "You! Weren't you here to kill me? I'm standing right here waiting for you to kill me. Come out and get me, you coward! Hiding like a coward, what kind of person are you?" The black-clad woman lurking in the shadows watched Li Mu's emotional outburst. A sneer curled her lips, revealing a mocking, contemptuous smile. Chapter 113, Answer My Question. Sure enough, no matter how monstrously gifted Li Mu was in martial arts, he was nothing more than a wet behind the ears brat at heart. Before this professional assassin, Li Mu had no chance whatsoever. Had it not been for the proximity to Jizhou First High School, she would have simply overpowered him with brute force. Why go to such lengths with stealthy assassination tactics? Before the operation, she had already prepared the silent array. As long as Li Mu doesn't leave this restaurant, even if he causes absolute chaos here, no one will notice anything unusual. Therefore, Li Mu's scheme to cause massive destruction in hopes of drawing attention and triggering an alarm seemed utterly laughable to the woman in black. Watching Li Mu, now completely flustered, the black-clad woman's icy eyes were filled with amusement. Tonight, she would toy with him like a cat with a mouse, steadily amplifying the despair within Li Mu's heart. Then, when he finally gave up struggling, she would emerge to deliver the fatal blow. At this thought, the black-clad woman extended her crimson tongue to lick the blade of her dagger, her smile growing ever more cruel. In her eyes, Li Mu was already cornered, nearly fighting like a trapped beast. The dark restaurant remained eerily quiet, broken only by Li Mu's curses and furious shouts. At that moment, Li Mu seemed driven mad by the deathly silence. Fixating on the restaurant exit, he charged toward it recklessly, utterly oblivious to the black-clad woman lurking in the shadows. Watching Li Mu flee toward the exit in a panic, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes of the black-clad woman in the shadows, and a smile filled with murderous intent spread across her face. The moment has come. Li Mu was now completely exposed. If I strike now, he's as good as dead. With that thought, the black-clad woman sprang from the shadows like a venomous snake, her gleaming dagger thrusting viciously toward Li Mu's back. The pitch-black dagger flashed with a blinding silver gleam. The terrifying power of a peak 7th rank martial artist erupted in that instant. The black-clad woman moved with lightning speed, closing the distance to Li Mu's back in an instant. A smirk involuntarily curled her lips, the face beneath her mask already wearing the triumphant grin of a victor. Unfortunately, the black-clad woman failed to notice that Li Mu, fleeing in panic with his back to her, had likewise drawn a cold smile upon his lips. "You've fallen for it." Just as the dagger was about to pierce Li Mu's back, he spun around abruptly. Thus, the dagger veered slightly off course. Instead of piercing Li Mu's back, it sank into his right chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh, blood spurting from the dagger's groove in a steady stream. The black-clad woman froze, immediately attempting to pull the dagger from Li Mu's chest. But in the next instant, horror washed over her face. She discovered the dagger was now stuck fast, as if cast in iron, utterly impossible to pull out. A sudden, ominous foreboding surged through her, and she scrambled backward. But it was already too late. Li Mu flashed a chilling grin at the black-clad woman. His hand shot out like lightning, seizing the woman's right hand that held the dagger. The black-clad woman began struggling desperately, but how could she possibly break free? Li Mu's hand felt as though it were an extension of her own body, leaving her utterly unable to break free. "Ah!" The woman in black let out an involuntary scream. "Ha ha ha ha!" The final form of the 7 wounds fist, 7 slays. Li Mu roared with laughter, suddenly exerting force with his left hand to yank the black-clad woman toward his white ox. Simultaneously, Li Mu transformed his right hand from a palm to a fist. The 7 wounds fist struck with unmatched ferocity, slamming viciously into the woman's left lung. A terrifying hidden force erupted from her body, raging wildly within her. Wah! The black-clad woman let out a piercing scream as a mouthful of blood spurted forth, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Even at the peak of 7th rank martial artist cultivation, taking Li Mu's 7 injury fist, the 7 slays at point-blank range left her gravely wounded. Strike while the iron is hot. After crippling the black-clad woman with one punch, Li Mu followed up with a whipping kick. Her right arm was locked in a death grip by Li Mu's left hand, leaving her no room to dodge. She had no choice but to brace for the full force of his kick. But Li Mu's physical strength had long been tempered to terrifying, formidable levels through the refinement of his essence and marrow by the golden core of humanity. When unleashed at full force, his kick struck like a cannonball, smashing into flesh. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The black-clad woman's form flew backward like a. Even so, Li Mu's left hand remained firmly clamped around her right wrist. The next instant, a sickening crack of flesh tearing filled the air. Under the terrifying force, her right arm twisted and deformed, then spun nearly 360 degrees forward toward Li Mu's body. Finally, her entire body ended up in front of Li Mu, hanging upside down on his back in an utterly twisted and grotesque posture. Though much of the force had dissipated as the kick spun through the air, the remaining impact was far beyond what a normal person could endure. With that single strike, the black-clad woman could only exhale. No breath remained for her to inhale. All this seemed to unfold over a long stretch of time. Yet in reality, from the moment Li Mu launched his counterattack to the conclusion of the battle, it had all happened in the blink of an eye. Only then did Li Mu toss the gravely wounded assassin to the ground. "Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Go ahead. Come kill me. I'm right here, waiting for you to kill me." A furious roar. Amidst the overwhelming aura of murder radiating from Li Mu, even the black-clad woman, a professional assassin, could not help but shudder violently upon sensing such terrifying killing intent emanating from him. Her face was pale from blood loss, yet her voice dripped with madness and triumph. "Ha ha ha ha! Li Mu! Li Mu! Who'd have thought that after all these years as an assassin, always hunting the prey, I'd end up blinded by a clumsy youngling like you? Today, I've actually fallen into the hands of a wetbeard like you. But Li Mu, don't gloat too soon. Let me tell you straight, this dagger is laced with deadly poison. That earlier strike may not have hit your vital organs, but when you unleashed the 7 wounds fist, it stirred up a massive surge of chi and blood within you. Now the poison from this dagger has spread throughout your body. You're as good as dead." With that, the black-clad woman let out another chilling laugh. "Though I too won't survive today, dragging you, that once-in-a-century prodigy and demonic genius, down with me before I die means this old hag hasn't lived in vain." But before she could finish her sentence, the confusion and bewilderment on her face instantly turned to shock. The deep, bone-exposing wound she had just inflicted on Li Mu's chest was now visibly healing before her eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within mere breaths, nothing remained but the slash where the dagger had pierced Li Mu's white martial robe, and the blood splattered across his body. "How could you? Pwah!" Before the black-clad woman could voice her question, a sharp pain gripped her heart. She gasped, "Wah!" and coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. This sensation was all too familiar to her. This potent poison was precisely the venom she had coated her dagger with. How could this be? The poison hadn't taken effect on Li Mu, so why was it affecting her instead? Martial talent. Just as the black-clad woman was consumed by shock and dread, a cold, youthful voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. The black-clad woman snapped her head up to find Li Mu standing before her, having appeared at some unknown moment. I suppose I can tell you, since you're about to die anyway. My martial talent belongs to the rarest category, the causality rule type. And you just happen to trigger the very rule that defines my martial talent. Well, now I've cleared up the doubts in your mind. Now, it's your turn to answer the questions in my mind. Limu lowered his expressionless gaze, pressing the demon-slaying blade against her throat as he demanded coldly. Now tell me. Who sent you to kill me? If you answer readily, I won't mind letting you die quickly, sparing you some of the pain. Chapter 114, Guilt? Not a chance. Ha 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 ha. Limu, you've seriously underestimated the professional ethics of us assassins, haven't you? I won't tell you. I absolutely will not betray my employer. At the critical moment, the black-clad woman spat a mouthful of black blood at Limu, but he easily dodged it with a quick tilt of his head. Yet Limu seemed utterly unfazed, merely stroking his chin and furrowing his brow in thought for a moment. Then, with a look of sudden realization, he smiled and asked, "Oh, never mind. So, do you like grilled meat?" "I like it." "Grilled meat?" The black-clad woman had expected Limu to turn on her publicly after she spat at him. She never imagined he would suddenly ask her this question. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Limu be trying to pry open her mouth to find out who was behind her? She had even steeled herself for brutal interrogation, prepared to die rather than yield. Yet somehow, the next turn of events had somehow tied back to grilled meat? This was nothing like she had imagined. As confusion swirled in the black-clad woman's mind, Limu flashed her a kindly smile. Then, with a swift motion, he sliced a thick, marbled piece of pork belly from her abdomen. The woman opened her mouth to scream, but Limu had already dislocated her jawbone. Limu snapped his fingers. A strange, pitch-black flame erupted from his fingertips with a loud boom and instantly reduced the pork belly to a cloud of white vapor. My apologies. This is my first time using this flame. I'm still a bit rusty with the heat control. But no worries, you've got plenty more meat on you. Just give me a few more tries, and I'll get it perfect. With that, Limu snapped the black-clad woman's jaw back into place. The black-clad woman stared at the wound in her lower abdomen, still oozing blood with a hissing sound. She glanced at Limu, who was grinning at her with an innocent expression, and was suddenly overcome with terror, trembling violently. Only then did she realize what Limu meant by inviting her to eat grilled meat. Devil! You're a devil! Watching Limu once again pick up his eerie crimson longsword and begin gesturing with it over her body. His expression was so intense, like a late-night gourmet scrutinizing which cut of meat was superior. Even with the steely resolve of a black-clad assassin, she was now utterly broken. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. Seeing Limu poised to strike again, ready to slice another chunk of flesh from her body, the black-clad woman dared not hesitate any longer. She spilled everything she knew like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. I work for Hong Tianxiong in the black market. As for why Boss Hong killed you, it's because you're the one who killed Song Tiehu. Song Tiehu was Boss Hong's most trusted right-hand man. Killing him was like cutting off one of his arms. Of course Boss Hong wouldn't let you off. Just let me go. I can report to Boss Hong that I've completed my mission. If you just change your identity, no one will come looking for trouble again. But if you kill me, when Boss Hong learns the mission failed, he'll definitely send even stronger assassins after you. Limu gave a cold laugh. Hong Tianxiong, is it? Fine. Understood. Feeling the black-clad woman's vitality drained to the brink by poison and severe wounds, Limu's right palm shot out, clamping down hard over her entire face. Boom! The sound of searing flames erupted. The black flames that had been in Limu's palm now spread like wildfire over the woman's face, engulfing her entire body in an instant. The only sound reaching his ears was the sizzling crackle of black flames consuming flesh. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad woman was reduced to nothing but ashes, never even having the chance to utter a scream. With a clatter, the black-clad woman's garments, dagger, and other belongings scattered across the ground. Yet the woman herself seemed to have vanished into thin air, not a single strand of hair left behind. The charred remains of her flesh transformed into thick, almost tangible black smoke that swirled around Limu, seeping through his pores and into his body. Though Limu had weakened her power as much as possible before consuming her with the infernal flames, the infusion of terrifying true chi from a peak 7th rank martial artist was clearly too immense for a 5th rank martial artist like him. Veins bulged across Limu's entire body like roots on an ancient tree, while blood seeped incessantly from every pore in his skin. Instantly, Limu transformed into a blood-soaked gourd, a sight both terrifying and unsettling. It felt as though thousands of ants swarmed over his entire body, swarming and gnawing at his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Every bone and muscle in his body was being torn apart and reassembled by this immense force, the process repeating over and over again. For a normal person, such torment would surely kill them from the agony. But Limu was different. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his resilience far surpassed that of ordinary men. Ah! Thud! Limu's body crashed heavily to the ground, utterly silent. Time seemed to freeze. Who knows how long it had been? Perhaps it was only a few breaths, or perhaps it felt as long as a century. In the once silent dining hall, Limu suddenly scrambled to his feet. He crossed his legs and sat in meditation, quietly sensing his state. Then, with a startled gasp of delight, he snapped his eyes open. He discovered that after devouring the black-clad woman, his cultivation had directly surged to the peak of 6th rank martial artist realm. The 7th rank martial artist realm no longer seemed so distant. His chi and blood surged violently within him. As they grew stronger, an unstoppable tide of true chi churned restlessly, swelling and rising. It then raced through his 8 extraordinary meridians at a speed far surpassing anything he had experienced before. Li Mu clenched his fist slightly as surging true chi erupted within him, moving with astonishing speed. If he were to unleash a combat technique now, its speed would be several times faster than before. Li Mu gazed at his outstretched, slender palm, a flicker of delight dancing in his dark eyes. Indeed. Beyond using reversal points to boost cultivation, this method of devouring other martial artists through hellfire to enhance one's cultivation was so fast it felt like cheating in absurdly high speed. Moreover, devouring the black-clad woman with the infernal karma flame not only granted Li Mu an explosive leap in cultivation. As the true chi surged through his body, relentlessly tearing apart and reconstructing his flesh and meridians, it also subjected his physical form and extraordinary meridians to an intense tempering. Beneath his smooth skin lay meridians as clear and brilliant as jade, no longer fragile as before. He felt as though he had been reborn. Yet after the exhilaration faded, Li Mu's expression grew grave once more. Of course, this gravity stemmed not from guilt over devouring the black-clad assassin with hellfire. In truth, Li Mu felt no guilt whatsoever at this moment. Instead, he found this sensation awesome. For Li Mu. In his previous life, what he despised most was encountering saintly female protagonists in novels. From that moment on, Li Mu had made up his mind, if he ever reincarnated, his first act would be to take up the blade and slaughter every last one of those saintly female protagonists, cleansing the entire world. Take this time, for instance. If not for the King of Hell's roll call warning him in advance, allowing Li Mu to mentally prepare himself. Otherwise, during this late-night snack, Li Mu might have genuinely had his head chopped off by that black-clad female assassin. When someone's brandishing a blade to kill you, why should you feel guilty? Ha! What a joke! Whoever wants to play the saintly martyr and wear the green hat can have it. Li Mu was being generous enough to grant her a swift and a complimentary full-service cremation package that even spared her the trip to the funeral home. He considered himself remarkably magnanimous. He was practically a living Buddha, an 18-lifetime saint, right? The reason Li Mu's expression remained grave, however, stemmed from his life-or-death battle with the black-clad female assassin. That encounter had made him realize the hellfire wasn't all-powerful after all. Chapter 115, neither bland nor strong, yet deliciously perfect. Its limit could only devour martial artists 2 minor realms above itself. During the devouring process, it had to endure the immense torment from the powerful resentment the black-clad woman had transformed into before dying, along with the immense pain brought by the massive infusion of her true chi. Moreover, this resentment and agony couldn't be transferred through the King of Hell's roll call of karmic rules. Li Mu had to endure it all himself. Recalling that ordeal now, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Had he not been a transmigrator, living 2 lifetimes with willpower far surpassing ordinary men, he feared he would have been driven mad by the black-clad woman's frenzied resentment in her final moments. He would have become a soulless, mindless shell, a walking corpse driven solely by the urge to kill. Either that, or the body couldn't withstand the sudden, overwhelming surge of true chi pouring in, exploding on the spot. Huff. It seems I must exercise greater caution with this hellfire in the future. Devouring martial artists does indeed bring immense benefits, allowing one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. But the hellfire is perfect in every way. The only downside is that the backlash falls squarely on my shoulders. I can't pass it off to those sacrificial lambs, letting them bear this blessing for me. After this moment of reflection, Li Mu furrowed his brow once more, deep in thought about his current predicament. His expression grew noticeably more somber than before. Li Mu thought to himself, tonight was undoubtedly the closest I've come to death since my transmigration. If not for Yama's roll call warning me in advance, I might have truly met my end in the most unexpected way today. And the one who wanted to kill me was none other than Hong Tianxiong from the Jizhou black market. He's a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Even though I've reached the peak of 6th rank martial artist cultivation, going up against Hong Tianxiong would be like hitting a stone with an egg. It'd be suicide. As for asking father for help, the thought of appealing to his father flickered in his mind before Li Mu immediately dismissed it with a shake of his head. His father had just regained control of the family with Uncle San's support. Now was the critical moment to stabilize morale. If the Li family of Jizhou were to confront Hong Tianxiong at this critical juncture, opposition within the clan would be fierce. Besides, a mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake. Not to mention Hong Tianxiong had spent decades cultivating deep roots in Jeju's underworld. His network of connections ran deep and tangled, it wouldn't be so easily uprooted. And then there's this. Setting aside whether Hong Tianxiong is easy to deal with or not. Doesn't he, Li Mu, as a time traveler, have any pride left? As someone with cheat codes facing a native of Blue Star, if he couldn't even avenge himself, would he have to go back and tell his parents? Regardless of whether other time travelers might stoop to such disgraceful acts, Li Mu certainly wouldn't. After dismissing the thought of going home to tell his parents, a strong sense of crisis welled up in Li Mu's heart. No way! To take down Hong Tianxiong, my current 6th rank martial artist cultivation is nowhere near enough. Not nearly enough. The high school martial arts competition is imminent. I must seize this opportunity to become stronger. Li Mu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve as he silently vowed to himself. But, after reaching his decision, a fierce glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Even with my current strength, I can't kill you, Hong Tianxiong. It doesn't mean I can't destroy you from the shadows. With a thought, Li Mu summoned the system interface. Sure enough, after devouring the black-clad woman, her character avatar shattered instantly. Simultaneously, Li Mu pulled out his phone and found Hong Tianxiong's personal profile. After memorizing the man's appearance, he clasped his hands together and began chanting incessantly, as if performing a ritual. Please, please, please. Please let me draw an SSR. Ugh. Please let me draw that old bastard Hong Tianxiong. Amidst Li Mu's incessant prayers and rituals, the translucent light screen before him rippled once more. Whether it was due to Li Mu's rituals or not, the screen finally revealed a rugged, scarred face. This man was none other than Hong Tianxiong. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. You really think I'm some soft target you can push around? In this world, I'm the one who kills others, no one kills me. Right now, I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me. With that thought, Li Mu took advantage of the night and jogged straight back to his family's kitchen. He was going to refine pills here. Back when he first browsed the Reversal Mall, Li Mu had casually bought a copy of Beginner's Alchemy, 3,000 questions just to round out his purchase. He planned to spare some time during his leisure hours to learn alchemy like those predecessors who had traveled through time before him just for fun. Who knows? Maybe he was one of those legendary innate alchemist emperors with a divine physique. As for not having a pill furnace? Simple. He'd just use the pressure cooker at home. As for Li Mu's alchemy techniques? He's a complete newbie who barely skimmed the beginner's tutorial. What alchemy techniques could he possibly have? He's all about the wild-style alchemy. As for whether it might blow up the furnace? Sorry. Li Mu had considered that possibility too. But his focus was entirely on how to make it explode. Just like last time when he used the backlash from the Meridian opening pill to take down that old fool Li Song. As long as his own alchemy furnace exploded, under the karmic rules of the King of Hell's roll call, all the backlash would naturally shift onto Hong Tianxiong. Admittedly, the pills he could refine from his manual, The Beginner's Guide to Alchemy, 3,000 questions, couldn't compare to the quality of the pulse opening pill. But quantity mattered. A few more attempts would be more than enough to give that old bastard Hong Tianxiong a taste of his own medicine. Once he grasped this point, Li Mu followed the tutorial in 3,000 questions for beginner alchemists to the letter. Like preparing a dish, he dumped all the spiritual herbs and medicines from his home into the pressure cooker. He then stir-fried everything over high heat before slamming the lid shut. Next, Li Mu crouched beside the pressure cooker, watching it tremble more and more violently while muttering incessantly. Blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it up. But disappointingly, the expected explosion never came. In fact, when Li Mu lifted the lid and saw the single, jet black pill lying quietly inside roughly the size of a baby's fist, he fell into silence. This pressure cooker. It must be sabotaging me. I even deliberately added extra poison, the kind I use for cultivating the dissolving energy technique. And you're telling me it didn't blow up? Not only did it not blow up, but it actually formed a pill. Li Mu reached into the pot and pulled out the pitch black pill. He held it before him for a closer look, his expression growing increasingly bizarre. Holy! After all my haphazard messing around, not only did it form a pill, but there's even a faint, barely perceptible white streak on it. That's the mark of a first-grade pill. Could it be that I actually hit the nail on the head? Could it be that I'm the legendary innate pill emperor's holy body? I can even refine a first-grade pill using a pressure cooker. If I got a proper alchemy furnace, wouldn't I just take off? But the aura emanating from this pill. Holy crap! Could my eyes be playing tricks on me? How is it warping space itself? Could it be that I've succeeded in refining a poison pill? At this thought, Li Mu curled his lips, his face practically spelling out two words, speechless. But then, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd discovered a new continent. For others, a poison pill is undoubtedly a deadly thing. But for me? Not only does it have zero negative effects, it actually aids my cultivation of the great refining technique. Moreover, though this poison pill is incredibly toxic. But every medicine has its toxicity. What elixir isn't toxic? In fact, many alchemists deliberately reduce a pill's potency to counteract its toxicity. So look at it this way: what Li Mu refined wasn't a poisonous pill at all. This is clearly Li Mu choosing to preserve the pill's original medicinal properties in pharmacology, opting for additive-free, pollution-free, green, and organic pills, okay? Even the spiritual energy contained within was more potent than that found in a genuine grade 1 blood-activating pill. The more Li Mu thought about it, the more delighted he felt. Then, Li Mu took a big bite. Not too salty, not too bland, absolutely delicious. Chapter 116, Watch Me Play You to Death. After swallowing the poison pill, Limu felt no unusual sensations. He'd just eaten it too hastily. The thing was so big, and without a sip of water, it felt like it was getting stuck in his throat. Other than that, he felt no pain, but the bloated sensation in his lower abdomen grew increasingly intense. However, Limu had no intention of using the pill's toxicity to cultivate the meridian destroying technique. What he sought was the pill's explosive effect. Artistry. Explosion. Explode. 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 But the result? A bizarre scene unfolded. After a full quarter of an hour, Limu hadn't moved. The transcendence technique remained dormant. Yet the true chi within his body, which had initially been turbulent, began to grow incredibly calm. Subsequently, the potency of the poisonous pill began circulating autonomously within his body, completing a minor cycle. In short, everything happening to Limu seemed perfectly normal no matter how you looked at it. But precisely because it was so damn normal, it felt utterly abnormal to Limu. Limu? At that moment, Limu summoned the system once more with a thought and looked at Hong Tianxian's avatar. He saw ripples begin to form around Hong Tianxian's avatar. Its color appeared slightly paler than the last time he had seen it, though not by much. Simultaneously, the faded hues from the portrait transformed into a rainbow-colored radiance that drifted toward him. It seeped into every fiber of his being, now actively aiding Limu in refining the poisonous pill within his body. As the poison pill's potency was steadily refined, Limu's cultivation base solidified completely at the peak of 6th rank martial artist realm, shedding the previous sense of instability he'd felt immediately after breaking through. Limu? Holy crap! Looks like that upgrade from reporting to the King of Hell last time didn't just raise my substitute ghost quota and awaken new innate abilities. This King Yama roll call level 2 even put my cultivation on autopilot? I don't even need to try anymore? This damn thing. Not only can enemies absorb the backlash of side effects for me, they can also refine pills for me and cultivate on my behalf. Truly worthy of the system's SSS plus rating for karmic rule type talents. Forget the rest, it's just damn useful. Not only that, but Limu discovered that swallowing the poison pill had little effect on Hong Tianxiang. Holy! So this is how thick the health bars of Grandmasters are? He swallowed a poison pill and didn't even flinch. At this realization, Limu's expression darkened. But upon reflection, it made sense. Back in the day, the fodder he reaped in the underworld had come in wave after wave, yet only Li Song had managed to endure until now. In fact, when Limu glanced at Li Song's avatar just now, he noticed that the old guy's condition was clearly much better than when he himself had cultivated the Mad Thunder Sword technique. Back then it had even turned into a vibrant, colorful avatar again. This alone demonstrated the tenacious vitality of a grandmaster not so easily dispatched by him. Oomph. You really think just because I can't kill you, I have no other ways to torment you? If I don't make you suffer until you beg for mercy, I'll take your surname. With that thought, Limu immediately entered the Reversal Mall. He didn't look for anything else, he specifically searched the store for pills with strange and bizarre side effects. Limu's plan was simple. Since blowing you up won't kill you, then today, I'll just have my fun. I'll play until you drop. Let's see who can outplay who. Pill, mind-bending pill. Grade, 1st grade. Effect, enhances mental power after ingestion. Side effect, mental derangement. Pill, muscle relaxing pill. Grade, 1st grade. Effect, expands and fortifies the 8 extra meridians. Side effects, causes full body cramping for 3 hours. Pill, petrification pill. Grade, 1st grade. Effect, upon ingestion, it hardens the skin as solid as rock. Side effects, endures 3 hours of full body itching. Pill, dragon yang pill. Grade, grade 1. Effect, enhances vital energy and blood. Side effects, this pill is supremely pure and yang dominant. After consumption, it will cause one's chi and blood to surge to extreme levels, prompting them to act boldly and do things they normally desire but dare not attempt. Before long, numerous bottles and jars appeared before Limu. Thankfully, the Reversal Mall offered everything under the sun. Otherwise, gathering so many pills with bizarre side effects would have required an unimaginable amount of effort. With that thought, Limu first opened a bottle of Dragon Yang pill, then let out a wicked chuckle. All night long, Limu did nothing else but binge on pills. However, this all-night binge wasn't entirely without reward. He could distinctly feel his chi and blood had surged to a peak. He was now just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the pinnacle of 6th rank martial artist. Wow! He had only broken through to the 5th rank martial artist realm 2 days ago, and now, barely 2 days later, he was already on the verge of reaching the peak of the 6th rank martial artist realm. Such rapid breakthroughs would make even the legendary Hang Bai bow down in awe. Especially when he thought about how that old bastard Hong Tianxiang hadn't managed to kill him. Instead, after swallowing over a dozen poison pills all night, who knows what state Hong Tianxiang was in now. He probably didn't even have the energy to send anyone after him anymore. Limu couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his lips. He was grinning like crazy. He immediately returned to his room and drifted back into a blissful nap. Meanwhile, in the underground black market of Jizhou, Ha ha ha. Elder Li, you just came over, why did you bring so much stuff? This is so embarrassing. Watching Li Song pull out those rare treasures and miraculous elixirs from his spatial ring. Just these treasures alone would be more than enough to kill not just a 5th-rank martial artist, but even a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Yet Hong Tianxiong seemed to have completely missed the display. He merely gave them a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. The wine cup he had just raised to his lips was promptly set back down. Clearly, Hong Tianxiong held no regard for the items Li Song had brought. Seeing this, a shadow of gloom flashed in Li Song's eyes. He cursed under his breath before forcing a smile. Well, Brother Hong, you've truly helped our Li family clean house this time. This favor, I, Li Song, shall remember forever. Rest assured. Once I become the head of the Li family of Jizhou, the benefits I can offer you, Boss Hong, will be greater than this never less. For instance, the Li family's holdings in Jeju's upper city. The moment Li Song spoke, it instantly hit Hong Tianxiong's funny bone. He immediately raised his wineglass toward Li Song. Ha ha ha. What industry this or that? None of that matters. The only reason I, Hong Tianxiong, am willing to help is because I see you, brotherly, as a man of honor, with a sense of justice that knows no bounds. If it were anyone else, forget about this little business. Even if you handed me the entire upper city of Jizhou, I, Hong Tianxiong, wouldn't give it a second glance. Watching Hong Tianxiong grin like a hippopotamus, his mouth stretched wide in delight, Li Song wore a smile on his face but inwardly sneered with disdain. Now that's shameless. But someone as shameless as you? In all my years, I've never seen the likes of it. Don't you fear retribution for such words? After his silent rant, Li Song clinked glasses with Hong Tianxiong. They drained their cups in unison before Li Song turned to Hong Tianxiong with a smile. I've shown my sincerity. Now, what about you, Boss Hong? My side? You can rest assured. To ensure this mission goes off without a hitch, I've sent my most skilled assassin Black Scorpion to handle the stealthy elimination. Oof. But there's just one thing: Black Scorpion is perfect in every way, except that loves using poison. When it comes to killing, she prefers slow, brutal methods, torturing her victims to death bit by bit. Hong Tianxiong glanced at his wristwatch and sneered. Judging by the time, that kid Li Mu must be suffering at the Black Scorpion's hands, neither living nor dying. Ha 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 ha. Serves him right. That little bastard Li Mu falling into old Master Hong's hands? Serves him right. We'll make sure that little bastard tastes the agony of a life worse than death. Upon learning Black Scorpion was the one who struck, Li Song's heart finally settled. He poured another cup for Hong Tianxiong. Here. Let's keep drinking. Tonight, we won't leave until we're dead drunk. After downing another cup, Hong Tianxiong suddenly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 117, Wait for me to catch up. Truth be told, even after the first cup, he felt a tingling sensation in his lower abdomen like a burning fire spreading through his body, making him feel scorching hot. At first, he didn't think much of it, assuming the high-proof liquor was making him tingly. But as time passed, he genuinely began to feel an itch in his lower body, an urge he couldn't resist scratching. Thinking of this, Hong Tianxiong glanced at Li Song, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Elder Li, I need to step away for a moment. Li Song nodded, paying it little mind as he continued eating his meal. Especially when he thought about how that little bastard Li Song had finally been outmaneuvered and eliminated by him, his heart was filled with such sweet satisfaction that he even ate 2 extra bowls of rice. But lost in his triumphant gloating, Li Song failed to notice that Hong Tianxiong, who had gone to relieve himself, had somehow appeared behind him. His old face was flushed red like a freshly steamed crab, steam practically puffing from his nostrils. Snap! Hong Tianxiong's arms trembled violently, and his clothes exploded into shreds under the force of his surging true qi. Then, striding purposefully, he approached Li Song, who was still facing away, eating and drinking. Hearing footsteps behind him, Li Song was just about to invite Hong Tianxiong to sit down. But when he whipped his head around, he found Hong Tianxiong standing right behind him, a wicked grin curling his lips as he stared at him. You! Li Song, who had been happily eating, was startled by Hong Tianxiong's sudden stare. Boss Hong! What the hell are you doing? Li Song demanded loudly. What am I doing? Ha ha ha! Of course I'm. You! The moment Li Song asked what he was doing, Hong Tianxiong's smile grew even more wicked. He raised his hand and lunged toward Li Song. You bastard! I can't take it anymore. Li Song was, after all, a peak 8th rank Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Having consumed the Black-Cloaked Man's 7 insects and 7 flowers pill, his strength had surged dramatically. He easily subdued Hong Tianxiong and bound him up like a rice dumpling with rope. But before he could step forward to check on Hong Tianxiong, the old man whose face had been flushed crimson moments ago suddenly widened his eyes. His expression was neither quite crying nor quite laughing. This feels awful. Cramps. Cramps. It hurts. It's so itchy, so uncomfortable, I want to die. Ha 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 ha. Elder Li, do you know how to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Daddy, where are you going? Seeing Hong Tianxiong suddenly go completely mad, Li Song stumbled back in fright and collapsed onto the ground. The next morning. After climbing out of bed, Li Mu's first action was to pull up the system interface and check on Hong Tianxian's status. The moment he looked, just as Li Mu had expected, Hong Tianxian's avatar was still colored. This meant that those potent elixirs with severe side effects could only inflict negative effects on Hong Tianxian. Truly harming him was incredibly difficult. After all, he himself had failed to take down Li Song by accident using the pulse-opening pill earlier. How could these first-grade pills possibly succeed? Once the side effects of these pills wore off, Hong Tianxian would likely be back to full strength in no time. But for the time being, Hong Tianxian was too preoccupied with his own affairs. He was probably undergoing a full-body examination at some hospital right now, leaving him no time to cause trouble for him. Perfect timing. I can use this window to catch up on development. Once I've mastered the Six Gods technique, Hong Tianxian, just wait and see how thoroughly I'll crush you. With that thought in mind, Li Mu had a quick breakfast with his parents before heading straight to the city library. After the last wilderness beast trial concluded, Li Mu shattered the previous record with a score of 10,086 points, securing the undisputed first place. As the reward for topping the wilderness beast trial, he earned 24-hour access to a B-grade cultivation chamber and the right to exchange for one A-grade combat technique and one B-grade combat technique. However, Zhu Guiyo's sudden visit to recruit him as a recommended student had temporarily put this matter on hold. Moreover, Li Mu had been occupied these past 2 days either accepting Lu Xingyao's challenge or teaching Shen Luoyan sword intent lessons. Then last night, he'd even survived an assassination attempt. Damn it. Reflecting on his experiences these past few days, Li Mu genuinely felt he must rank among the hardest working time travelers ever, right? Back in his previous life, reading novels where the male protagonists would casually mention 7 days passed, a month passed, 3 months passed. It always gave the impression that time flew by incredibly fast. But when it came to him, Li Mu felt it was a whole different story, right? The moment he opened his eyes after crossing over, he was already in a fight. And every single day since then has been nothing but more fighting. If he wasn't fighting, he was on his way to a fight. On the rare day he finally got a break, he had to drag himself to the city library to pick out combat techniques. For some reason, he suddenly felt like his life as a transmigrator was just so damn miserable. Other transmigrants? They just flex their muscles, and beauties throw themselves at them. Then it's nightly revelry, daily escapades, living it up like life's ultimate winners. But when it comes to me? Come to think of it, since my transmigration, I have indeed encountered quite a few beauties. Shen Luoyan, Lu Shengyao, each one truly one in a million, campus queen level goddesses, the kind of pure, radiant beauty you dream of. But why didn't these beauties play by the usual rules? The moment we met, every last one of them looked like they wanted to come at me with a knife. Damn it all. When will you ever give me a normal, pretty girl? Amidst Li Mu's speechless ranting, he finally arrived at the city library. After verifying his combat skill exchange card, the city library administrator led Li Mu all the way to the top floor. First to catch his eye was an incredibly heavy door, cast from a special alloy, flanked on either side by martial artists standing guard. The overwhelming aura emanating from them made it clear to Li Mu that both were on par with Song Changming, at least 5th-rank Grandmaster level cultivators. This alone made the significance of the library's top floor abundantly clear. But consider this, the strongest combat technique in Jizhou First High School's library was merely a B-grade offensive fist technique called the 7 Wounds Fist. Crucially, that damn thing was a banned book. If he hadn't just awakened the King of Hell's roll call, with a group of sacrificial pawns behind him to absorb misfortune, then the devastating side effect of the 7 Wounds Fist wounding 7 others while wounding oneself would have truly brought ruin to anyone who practiced it. Yet Jeju City Library could directly offer an A-rank combat technique and a B-rank combat technique as rewards. The gap between them speaks for itself. Li Mu. The A-rank and B-rank combat techniques you earned as rewards for winning the Wilderness Beast trial are only available for borrowing. You cannot remove them from the library. Please be advised. As he spoke, the librarian stepped forward, first presenting his administrator ID card, then undergoing iris verification before successfully unlocking the door. Understood. Li Mu politely thanked the librarian before striding inside without further ado. Compared to the vast collections on the lower floors, the topmost level held relatively few manuals on internal cultivation techniques and combat skills. Li Mu scanned the area with a glance. Only 3 bookshelves were present. But martial arts and combat techniques have always valued quality over quantity. This was especially true for Li Mu at this moment. After successively cultivating the transmutation technique and the 7 Wounds Fist, ordinary combat techniques no longer held any appeal for him. What stood here, however, represented the very pinnacle of combat techniques available in the city library. The lowest ranked among them were B-grade techniques, with a handful of A-grade techniques also present. With this thought in mind, Li Mu approached the first row of bookshelves and began flipping through them one by one. He couldn't help but admit, as Li Mu surveyed the highest tier of cultivation techniques and combat skills in the city library, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly, feeling thoroughly satisfied. While the selection of cultivation techniques and combat skills here may be limited, every single one is a masterpiece among masterpieces. This saves me the trouble of searching through countless options one by one. Take this a great fist technique, the Great Demon Subduing Fist, for example. This fist technique is supremely yang and supremely fierce, radiating a solid, powerful energy. Its moves are profoundly mysterious, and under the cover of its fist power, it is truly unstoppable. Li Mu gazed at the Great Demon Subduing Fist manual in his hands, praising it effusively. But after careful consideration, Li Mu ultimately set the Great Demon Subduing Fist manual aside. Chapter 118, Tailor-Made. Though the Great Demon Subduing Fist ranked among the most lethal A-grade fist techniques, a close combat style coveted by offensive-focused classes for its ability to defeat foes with a single strike. But overall, it failed to meet Li Mu's requirements for combat techniques. The primary reason was that he already possessed the 7 Wounds Fist, a technique superior in every aspect except for its significantly greater side effects. Li Mu simply saw no point in cultivating another combat technique so similar to the 7 Wounds Fist. Moreover, the librarian had explicitly stated that he only possessed borrowing rights. He could not remove combat techniques from the library. This restriction narrowed Li Mu's options to either techniques that perfectly suited his needs, worth exchanging a sudden insight experience card from the reversal mold to master. Or, it had to be a combat technique he could master in the shortest possible time. Techniques like the Great Demon Subduing Fist, however, were not his top choice. Not only did its attributes overlap significantly with the 7 Wounds Fist, but its cultivation difficulty was also high, making it impossible for him to master in a short time. Another 15 minutes passed. Li Mu finally selected a B-grade body technique manual, 6-fold Thunderbolt Steps. 6-fold Thunderbolt Steps. As the name suggests, this technique required practitioners to harness the power of lightning attributes to amplify their leg strength, enabling them to dramatically increase their speed in the shortest possible time. But the cost was immense. The cultivation of this 6-fold Thunderbolt Step shared a similar principle with the Mad Thundersword technique Li Mu had previously obtained from Shen Luoyan. Both techniques involved absorbing the thunder attributes from the heavens and earth and harnessing them for personal use. Yet, the side effects and backlash of both the 6-fold Thunderbolt Step and the Mad Thundersword technique are identical. Both techniques involve the frequent mobilization of thunder attributes, forcibly stimulating the physical body, making it extremely prone to thunder tearing apart the leg muscles. The slightest misstep could cause the thunder's energy to surge through the legs, triggering a reversal of qi and blood flow. Minor injuries might involve bleeding and muscle tears, while severe cases could sever leg meridians inch by inch, resulting in lower body paralysis. And the most frustrating part? The speed boost from the 6-fold Thunderbolt Step lasts only a fraction of a second, barely a few seconds at most. Yet high risk naturally brings high reward. Though the 6-fold Thunderbolt Step carries immense side effects, the gains it offers practitioners are truly extraordinary. If cultivated to its 6th and highest level, the 6-fold Thunderbolt Step can instantly boost the user's speed by 5-fold. As for the short duration? That was completely irrelevant to Li Mu. After all, he wouldn't have to bear the backlash of its side effects himself. If Li Mu was willing, he could even use the 6-fold Thunderbolt Step to run a triathlon. Imagine charging through the world like a whirlwind of lightning, utterly badass and mind-blowing. For my B-rank combat technique, I'll exchange for the 6-fold Thunderbolt Step. Later, I'll exchange for an A-rank combat technique for myself. Let's see if there's anything suitable. Having made up his mind, Li Mu secured the 6-fold Thunderbolt Step and resumed his search. Time ticked by. Finally, on the top shelf of the 3rd row, Li Mu made a discovery. 8 Gates of Escape, Upper Volume? Upon seeing this, a great combat technique titled 8 Gates of Escape, Upper Volume, Li Mu was immediately captivated by its description. A full quarter of an hour later, a fierce gleam ignited in Li Mu's eyes. He clapped his hands sharply. This is it. 8 Gates of Escape, Upper Volume. While searching through the combat techniques, Li Mu had come across quite a few A-grade ones. Yet each bore flaws of one sort or another, making Li Mu feel they weren't worth spending an epiphany experience card to cultivate. But the 8 Gates Escape technique was different. This was a terrifying combat technique rated a grade based solely on its upper volume. The true terror of 8 Gates Escape armor lay not merely in its upper volume status, but in its ability to enhance one's strength to a level comparable to S-rank combat techniques. The price, however, was bearing the backlash equivalent to that of an S-rank combat technique. Typically, combat techniques at the A-rank level or above were well balanced and refined in every aspect, rarely causing side effects or backlash. Even if they do, the backlash is usually contained within reasonable limits, avoiding the extreme self-destruction seen in techniques like the 7 Wounds Fist. Yet Li Mu's 8 Gates of Escape, Upper Volume stood as an anomaly among A-grade combat techniques. This is because the 8 Gates Escape formation itself is a technique designed to release excess true qi by removing the body's restrictions on qi and blood flow. Qi and blood flow through the body's extraordinary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. The 8 gates: opening gate, rest gate, birth gate, injury gate, closing gate, scenery gate, shock gate, and death gate serve to suppress and regulate this flow. Martial arts texts explicitly state that every martial artist possesses these 8 gates suppressing their qi and blood, yet these gates remain hidden and elusive. Even ordinary martial artists struggle to perceive these gates suppressing their own qi and blood, so it is common for the 8 gates to remain locked for life. Cultivating the 8 gates of escape essentially involves unlocking these gates, releasing the genetic locks, and thereby unleashing the body's maximum potential. One can only wonder what level of cultivation must the martial artist who created the 8 gates escape armor and unlocked the secrets of human genetic locks have attained? Martial Saint realm? Or perhaps the legendary Martial Emperor realm? Lost in thought, Limu skimmed the first volume of the 8 gates escape art. It could only guide him to cultivate up to the third gate, the wound gate. The first gate, opening gate, would unlock the limitations of the human brain, enabling one to unleash 100% of their physical capabilities. This single ability alone rivaled the fusion of chi and intent at the Grandmaster realm, allowing him to unleash his chi and blood beyond capacity and dramatically increase his attack speed. Her chi and blood, combat prowess, and battle effectiveness would multiply exponentially. However, the cost is excruciatingly brutal. It requires burning one's own essence blood. This vital essence is the very foundation of a martial artist's power. Typically, martial artists only choose to burn their vital essence to forcibly enhance their strength when facing life or death crises. But for ordinary martial artists, this last-ditch life-saving trump card is merely the first step, the prerequisite for activation. This alone shows how terrifying the backlash from this combat technique truly is. Excellent, excellent. This 8 gates escape technique was practically tailor-made for me. Limu grinned from ear to ear, as if he'd stumbled upon the greatest bargain in the world. It was like someone had brought him a pillow just as he was nodding off. Limu had been fretting that those first-grade pills wouldn't be enough to finish off Hong Tianxiong. Now, all was well. Limu was eager to see whether Hong Tianxiong's health pool was thicker or the backlash from his 8 gates escape technique was stronger. Crucially, this was merely the first gate, the power gain and side effects from opening the gate. With each subsequent gate opened, the enhancement to one's strength and power would increase exponentially, while the price the martial artist must pay would become increasingly terrifying. Until the final gate, the gate of death, which guarantees death upon use. Yet, when all 8 gates are fully opened, the 8 gates escape formation could amplify a martial artist's strength dozens, even hundreds of times over. But all he possessed were the first 3 gates, the opening gate, the rest gate, and the wound gate. So what did the question of whether the death gate would kill him have to do with Limu? With King Yama's protection at his side, Limu had absolutely no need to fear any backlash from side effects. And as for burning one's own vital energy, something that made ordinary martial artists pale at the mere mention, well, that just made Limu's eyes sparkle with excitement. This 8 gates escape formation seemed tailor-made for him. After all, he already enjoyed burning his vital essence during combat. To Limu, burning was burning. What difference did the method make? Using the 8 gates of escape to burn it granted him even greater amplification. Why wouldn't he embrace it? His mind made up, Limu selected both the 6-fold thunderstep and the 8 gates of escape, then walked out the door feeling utterly delighted. He found the librarian guarding the alloy doors and grinned, "Librarian, I've made my choice. I'll take these 2 combat techniques." Upon seeing Limu holding both the 8 gates of escape and 6-fold thunderstep manuals, the librarian instinctively rubbed his eyes, as if doubting whether he'd just hallucinated. The look he shot Limu was practically like staring at a ghost. Seriously. What the hell? Are these even combat techniques a human would choose? Chapter 119, Don't be shocked too soon. After confirming the selections, even the administrator, known for his composure, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Whether it was the 6-fold thunderstep or the 8 gates escape technique, as combat skills, they were undoubtedly the cream of the crop in terms of both movement speed and lethality. But their side effects and backlash were equally formidable. They were textbook examples of techniques that killed 1,000 enemies but cost 800 of your own. Likewise, the 8 gates escape technique and 6-fold thunderbolt step are widely acknowledged as the 2 most difficult combat techniques to master in the city library. Limu, there are still plenty of combat techniques to choose from in the city library. You don't have to fixate on these 2. In the city library, you only have borrowing rights. You can't take the combat techniques out of the library. So it's best to pick 2 combat techniques that suit you and can be mastered quickly. Don't waste this rare opportunity to exchange for combat techniques. The librarian advised. Thank you for the advice, sir. But I've already made up my mind. These 2 combat techniques are the ones I'll take. No changes. Limu politely thanked the librarian, though his mind was already made up. Alright. That's bold. Seeing Limu's resolve, the administrator said no more, immediately giving him a thumbs up. He then tucked away the exchange card and handed Limu the keys to the 8 gates escape technique and 6-fold thunderstep. As Limu descended from the top floor of the city library, the 2 combat technique keys in his hand drew stares from everyone around him. Their eyes burned with intense admiration. Naturally, this sparked a hint of envy among the crowd. If they had to choose, they wouldn't either. After all, the higher the rank of a combat technique, the greater the difficulty in mastering it. It was akin to the Ming sect's treasured technique, the Great Shift of Heaven and Earth. Powerful as it was, it demanded exceptionally high aptitude from practitioners. Those with even slightly inferior talent would struggle to grasp its secrets even if they devoted their entire lives to it. Moreover, combat techniques from the city library came with numerous restrictions. Cultivation was only permitted within designated meditation zones and could not be taken outside the library. Even if you tried to take the combat technique key to black market dealers to profit from the price difference, it wouldn't work at all. Therefore, for the vast majority of martial artists borrowing combat techniques from the city library, their selection is based on the principle of bite off what you can chew. They absolutely won't risk choosing a technique they can't possibly master in a short time just for the sake of a higher level skill. Not only would they waste a precious opportunity to exchange for combat techniques, but crucially, they'd end up learning nothing. Especially someone like Li Mu, who immediately selected the two most difficult combat techniques in the city library's sixfold thunderbolt steps and 8 gates of escape. Upper volume stunned everyone present. They stared at him as if he were a madman. What was Li Mu thinking? Was he planning to treat the city library as his own home and stay there for decades? This was utterly idiotic behavior. Thus, amid the snickers of fellow martial artists and the gleeful, scandal-hungry stares of onlookers, Li Mu carried the combat technique keys for the 8 gates escape art, upper volume and sixfold thunderbolt step to the library's dedicated meditation area for martial artists to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of Jizhou Base City, Lu Dongbua and Zhu Guiyu were holding a video conference. Moments earlier, Lu Dongbua had received a call from the city library administrator reporting that Li Mu had used his exchange card to obtain the Grade A 8 Gates of Escape and Grade B sixfold Thunderbolt Step combat techniques. Upon hearing this news, Lu Dongbua wasted no time and immediately initiated a video conference with Zhu Guiyu, who was far away in Quancheng. This time, I'm not giving you face, old Zhu, am I? This promising student you've taken on has gone straight for the two most challenging combat techniques in our city library 8 Gates of Escape and sixfold Thunderstep. Perhaps Li Mu's talent in martial arts truly is extraordinary, but it seems that aside from his martial prowess, his brain might not be working too well. Once he arrives at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, you'll need to put in extra effort to guide him. Don't let this recommended student become a laughingstock. Ha ha ha. The difficulty of the 8 Gates Escape technique and sixfold Thunderbolt Step is such that even if you replaced him with one of the top 5 prodigies on your Haidai Martial Academy's Daizong ranking, it would still take them a good 10 to 20 years to master. Listening to Lu Dongbua's unabashed mockery ringing in his ears, Zhu Guiyu's face darkened with frustration, his expression turning grim. In the meditation section of the library, Li Mu glanced around. Sure enough, upon learning that another sucker had chosen the 8 Gates Escape technique and the sixfold Thunder Step, the martial artists scattered across the library's floors swarmed toward the contemplation area like sharks sensing blood, surrounding it layer upon layer until it was packed to the brim. For Li Mu, the creator who had recently shattered the historical record of the Wilderness Beast trial and crushed Xingzi Academy's top student, the Jeju sword art prodigy Lu Shangyao, with an overwhelming advantage. If anyone dared claim second place in popularity in Jeju City lately, no one would dare claim first. Upon realizing that the martial artist who chose the 8 Gates Escape technique and sixfold Thunder Step was none other than Li Mu, many sharp-eyed practitioners immediately pulled out their phones, aimed them at him, and launched live streams eager to cash in on this massive wave of traffic. After all, a fool like Li Mu was a rare find. Not only did he attract attention naturally, but crucially, he was incredibly savvy. He knew exactly how to set the tone for himself. So, while Li Mu's massive traffic was there for the taking, they weren't about to let it go to waste. Li Mu glanced at the crowd of onlookers gathered around to gawk. The looks on their faces like they were watching a clown or some pathetic loser made Li Mu sneer inwardly. Did they really think he, Li Mu, was an idiot? The reason he chose to cultivate in the public area instead of a Class B cultivation room. His goal was precisely to shock these people by displaying his divine prowess in public, creating a sensation to earn more reputation points and complete the system's main quest as soon as possible. Moreover, Li Mu noticed that many martial artists in the front rows had pulled out their phones, pointed their cameras at him, and started live streaming. Seeing this, Li Mu's mind flashed, and he instantly summoned the system panel visible only to himself. Sure enough, just as Li Mu had anticipated, the main storyline reputation column showed his reputation skyrocketing. In less than 3 minutes, he had already gained nearly 50,000 reputation points. Needless to say, most of this 50,000 reputation came from his looks-obsessed fans, the screen-licking crowd. Just as I thought. Even in this high martial arts world, earning reputation through live streaming is way faster than the traditional, by-the-book approach. If that stupid system hands me more main quests tied to reputation next time, I might seriously consider becoming an internet celebrity in this high martial arts world. But don't get too excited just yet. Because the real show has only just begun. As Li Mu basked in this delightful thought, he immediately entered the reversal shop and spent 5,000 reversal points to purchase a 15-minute enlightenment experience card. He then unlocked the combat technique key for the 8 Gates Escape formation, studying the cultivation mantra before him. Li Mu silently chanted in his mind. System. I wish to use a 15-minute enlightenment experience card. Chapter 120, Practicing Right in Front of You. Li Mu silently resolved to directly cultivate the sixfold Thunderbolt steps to the 6th level's Grand Perfection realm. He planned to leverage the live broadcast to earn a massive wave of reputation points. At the same time, the onlookers nearby, the viewers glued to their phones and computers across China watching the livestream, and martial arts masters like Lu Dongbua and Zhu Guiyu, all eyes were fixed on Li Mu's every move with intense curiosity. Ha! What exactly is Li Mu trying to do? What is he trying to do? Why did he close his eyes? Could he possibly be starting to cultivate the 6th-tier Thunderbolt step right now? Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know about the backlash from cultivating the 6th-tier Thunderbolt step? Even the first tier, Thunderbolt, demands immense chi and blood from the martial artist and is incredibly difficult. Even if one of the top 10 prodigies from the Dai clan ranking at the High Dai Martial Academy came here, without thorough preparation and a decade or 8 years dedicated to it, they wouldn't stand a chance of breaking through the 6-fold Thunder step. Judging by this kid's attitude, does he seriously intend to forcefully cultivate the 6th-tier Thunderbolt step without any preparation whatsoever? This is nothing but grandstanding, pure clowning around. The 6th-tier Thunderbolt step is a B-grade combat technique with an extremely high cultivation difficulty and immense risk factor. With his approach, I'd bet 100% he'll end up with chi deviation. Hey! What's this nonsense about chi deviation? If you ask me, this kid's clearly asking to get struck by lightning. Ha 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 ha. The crowd gathered at the library, along with Chinese netizens watching the live stream through phones, computers, and other channels, and martial arts masters like Zhu Guiyu and Lu Donghua, all of them were inwardly convinced Li Mu was doomed. They believed Li Mu was riding high on his natural talent, growing so arrogant and reckless he lost sight of who he was and what he was capable of. This was the perfect opportunity to thoroughly humble Li Mu and strip him of his arrogance. Among the countless viewers watching the livestream, only Song Changming, the principal of Jizhou First High School, wore a grim expression. His gaze was fixed intently on Li Mu within the display screen. Others might not yet grasp the full depth of Li Mu's comprehension. But Song Changming possessed an unparalleled understanding of just how monstrously gifted this kid was. He vividly recalled that day at the school's outdoor training ground, when Li Mu had staged a spectacle right before his eyes, demonstrating what it truly meant to gain enlightenment in the rain. The vivid scenes from that day remained etched in Song Changming's memory. Even with the 7 wounds fist, a martial art so profound it seemed beyond mortal cultivation, Li Mu not only grasped its 7th layer in an instant but also built upon it, devising the ultimate technique, the terrifying 7 slays. Therefore, for Li Mu to cultivate the upper volume of the 8 gates of escape and the 6-fold thunder step, wouldn't that be as easy as lifting a finger? In that moment, Song Changming's heart swelled with boundless anticipation for Li Mu. In the public contemplation area of the city library, Li Mu closed his eyes slightly, held his breath, and began to quietly contemplate the B-grade offensive combat technique, the 6-fold Thunderbolt step. After using the A-grade Enlightenment experience card, Li Mu felt his mind become crystal clear and serene. Countless inspirations gushed forth as he began to resonate with the cosmic laws of heaven and earth, forming a profound harmony. The once profoundly mysterious and obscure 6-fold Thunderbolt steps now appeared simple and clear to Li Mu's eyes, everything lucid and straightforward. If one were to find an apt analogy, it was as if a research topic worthy of a Nobel Prize in physics. Now it had transformed into a kindergarten entrance exam, where the teacher simply asks, "What's 1 plus 1?" The difficulty level had plummeted to negative territory, hadn't it? Oh. So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand everything. Immersed in a state of profound unity with the heavens, Li Mu effortlessly grasped every profound essence of the 6-fold Thunderbolt step. He opened his eyes and began executing this B-rank combat technique. Boom! As Li Mu opened his eyes, a faint golden light shimmered within his jet-black pupils. This light contained the dark gold Tao inscriptions, embodying the cyclical movements of the cosmic laws and the transformations of the sun, moon, and stars. He's standing up. Holy crap! Could it be that Li Mu has already mastered the 6-fold Thunderbolt step? Impossible. This kid must be here to cause trouble. Both the crowd at the city library and the countless viewers glued to their phones and computers watching the livestream, including martial arts masters like Lu Donghua and Zhu Guiyu, stared intently at Li Mu, not blinking once. They were determined to see with their own eyes whether this kid Li Mu was truly that 1-in-a-million prodigy blessed with innate talent, or just a clown seeking attention. Boom! At that very moment, Li Mu suddenly stepped forward. A terrifying dark purple lightning bolt erupted from beneath his feet, accompanied by a deafening roar of wind and thunder that made the air itself explode. In the next instant, Li Mu transformed into a dark purple bolt of lightning and vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away, a speed so swift it could truly be called lightning fast. First tier, Thunderbolt dash. That's the sign of mastering the first tier of the 6th-tier Thunderbolt step. Holy crap! How is this possible? Am I seeing things? How long has it even been? In less than 3 minutes, he's already mastered the first tier of the 6-fold Thunderbolt step. This is the B-rank body technique renowned as the most difficult to cultivate in the city library, with the most severe side effects and backlash. Forget here in Jizhou, even if one of the top 10 prodigies on the High Dai Martial Academy's Dai Zone ranking were to practice it, they'd need at least a year of grueling effort just to have a slim chance of mastering the first tier. Good heavens! Is this what Li Mu's innate talent looks like? Such comprehension, it rivals those once-in-a-century prodigies from Huaxia who possess innate wisdom. Terrifying. This Li Mu utterly terrifying. A wave of stunned murmurs instantly rippled through the crowd. Having witnessed Li Mu master the first tier of the sixfold thunderstep in less than the time it takes to sing a song, the shock within them was beyond imagination. It could be said that Li Mu's demonic level comprehension had completely wiped out what little brain cells they had left. When it came to Li Mu's monstrous level of talent, you really couldn't afford to use even a shred of common sense. Truth be told, it wasn't their fault. For the astonishing scene unfolding before them was not merely something they had witnessed, it was beyond anything they could have imagined even in their wildest dreams. Even the group of martial sovereign-level elders like Lu Dongbua and Zhu Guiyu, who were in the middle of a video conference, were utterly stunned by Li Mu's current display. That's just the first level of Thunderbolt? Please, someone tell me. Am I watching a sci-fi flick or a bloody horror movie right now? Such insight. Damn it. Regret. I'm regretting this to death. If only I'd known back at Jeju First High that Li Mu wasn't just born with innate sword intent, but also possessed such terrifyingly gifted comprehension. Back then, even if I'd beaten Zhu Guiyu's brain out of his skull, I absolutely would never have let such a once-in-a-century martial prodigy slip into their Haidai Martial Academy. At that moment, numerous instructors from major martial academies who had competed with Zhu Guiyu for Li Mu back at Jizhou No. 1 High School were also pounding their chests in fury, their guts churning with regret. Meanwhile, far away at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy admissions office, Zhu Guiyu watched Li Mu's extraordinary performance on the large screen before him. While stunned, the smile on his face hadn't faded for a single moment since it first appeared. Look at Zhu Guiyu grinning like that, his jaw's practically dislocated. Right now, Zhu Guiyu has only one thought in his head. Damn it! What a steal! This time, he really did snag a hell of a bargain. Chapter 121, Forbidden Realm. Li Mu's monstrous talent, forget comparing him to the top 10 on the Daisong rankings. Even against those peerless prodigies ranked in the top 3, 1 in a million geniuses, he holds his own without flinching. Especially. Zhu Guiyu caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye during the video conference. Some mentors from other martial academies who had been present at Jeju First High School were now banging their fists on the table in frustration. Others were wringing their hands in regret, faces twisted with remorse. The most dramatic ones had even started pinching their own arms. The look on his face suggested he was nearly fainting from regret over missing out on Li Mu, that peerless prodigy. Inside Jeju City Library. After mastering the first tier of the sixfold Thunderbolt steps, Li Mu wasted no time diving into the second tier. After all, he was still in a state of enlightenment, bolstered by his prior experience cultivating the Mad Thundersword technique. This made Li Mu's cultivation of the sixfold Thunderbolt steps feel like a fish in water, effortless and delightful. He barely had to exert any energy, and his progress through the second layer surged forward like a raging torrent, swish, swish, swish. Boom! Boom! Before long, Li Mu effortlessly broke through to the second level of the sixfold Thunderbolt steps. Each step he took reverberated like thunderclaps, causing the void to tremble. The space before him seemed compressed by purple lightning, propelling Li Mu's speed to unprecedented heights. The onlookers and spectators watching the livestream were utterly speechless, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Rumble, rumble. As time slowly passed, Li Mu had already cultivated the sixfold Thunderbolt step to the sixth level of perfection. His figure flickered as 6 muffled thunderclaps exploded successively from the void. Endless dark purple lightning streaks trailed behind him, forming serpentine bolts that made him appear like a thunder god descended from the heavens, dazzling and radiant. Moreover, this time was different from before. As Li Mu executed the sixth tier of the sixfold Thunderbolt steps, each step left behind an exact duplicate of his true form. As his figure transformed into flickering thunderbolts, these duplicates remained fixed in 6 distinct positions. These 6 figures shared identical features, expressions, and even aura with Li Mu himself, making it nearly impossible to discern which of the 6 thunderous duplicates was the genuine Li Mu in the blink of an eye. Those witnessing this spectacle were utterly stunned. For what Li Mu had now manifested, 6 thunderous clones had completely transcended the scope of the sixfold Thunderbolt step. In other words, during this period, after mastering all the movement techniques of the sixfold Thunder step to the pinnacle of perfection, Li Mu had built upon this foundation to create an entirely new sixfold Thunder step. In a sense, Li Mu's current mastery and understanding of the sixfold Thunderbolt step were so profound that even its original creator, were he present, would likely feel inadequate in comparison. Lu Dongbua, Zhu Guiyu, and the other instructors from the major martial academies, who were in the midst of a video conference, all fell into a profound silence. It seemed like an eternity before someone finally broke the dead air. Can any of you tell me? Is that kid Li Mu even human anymore? Damn it! He managed to cultivate the 6th tier of the Thunderbolt steps to the peak of perfection in less than a quarter of an hour. And on top of that, he created the sixfold Thunder clone, transcending the 6th level. Is this even humanly possible? I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that I, a venerable martial sovereign, would be humbled by a mere martial artist level brat. Such talent defies description, it's beyond terrifying. I'm genuinely curious now just how far his limits will extend in the future. Once Li Mu enters the Haidai Martial Academy, the wind and cloud rankings of the Academy's Mount Tai sect are bound to be shaken by a storm of blood and carnage. TSK TSK TSK. The top 10 on the Mount Tai Hall rankings are in for a rough ride. Amidst the crowd's gasps and cheers of holy crap and 666, Li Mu's footsteps beneath the city library grew ever more thunderous and swift. With each stride, a domineering aura of wind and thunder rumbled faintly. His body, now bathed in the overwhelming purple thunder, emitted a blinding, dazzling light. The thunderous power of heaven and earth relentlessly forged his flesh, nourishing his meridians and bones. As the thunderous forging continued, Li Mu's physique grew ever more formidable. He resembled a thunder god descended from the heavens, purple light piercing the sky. Thousands upon thousands of lightning serpents and thunderous pythons coiled around his entire body, beginning to temper his flesh. Mentors from academies across the Hai Dai province and the city's elite all watched with eyes aglow with excitement. For in their eyes, they could see with crystal clarity. At this moment, every bone within Li Mu's body glowed with a pure, jade-like white light under the tempering of the dark purple thunder, while his flesh and blood had transformed into a golden hue. It's golden flesh and jade bones. Roar! Li Mu! He has truly stepped into the legendary Forbidden Realm. In the video conference, a martial sovereign-level instructor witnessed this and felt 1,000 emotions surge within him. Forget a mere city like Jizhou, even across the entire Hai Dai province with its hundreds of millions of people, it had been ages since a genius like Li Mu, who had stepped into the Forbidden Realm, had appeared. Huff! Before the large screen, Zhu Guiyu had risen from his seat without realizing it. Staring at the white-robed youth floating mid-air, bathed in purple thunderbolts, 2 puffs of white breath escaped his nostrils. This was clearly a sign of utter excitement. They say when one person achieves greatness, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Li Mu was recruited by him to the Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy. The thought that he would soon be able to latch onto Li Mu's coattails filled him with wild elation. Thunder rumbled. Inside the city library, Li Mu stood motionless, eyes slightly closed, holding his breath and focusing his mind. Yet within his body, it felt as though a thunder god wielded a colossal hammer, tempering his flesh. His body rumbled, erupting in bursts of dazzling, brilliant lightning. Yet when the hammering ceased, the 6 thunder avatars Li Mu had suspended midair suddenly converged toward his physical body at the center. They coalesced into the most dazzling thunderous radiance, illuminating the vast city library as bright as day. Those gathered around Li Mu instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. Even viewers watching the livestream subconsciously dimmed their screens. The light was simply too blinding. Only after the violet light faded did everyone lower their hands. They now saw Li Mu standing firmly on the ground, restored to his original form, a youth of peerless handsomeness clad in a white robe. The only subtle difference was this. The Li Mu before them now carried a subtly altered aura. Gone was the ethereal, otherworldly quality. Instead, a hint of domineering presence flickered between his brows. His eyes, as dark as the stars, flickered with faint purple lightning. His gaze was domineering, brimming with pure aggression. Even when Li Mu stood there motionless, merely sweeping his gaze across the room, it felt suffocating. Breath caught, hearts raced, as if an overwhelming pressure was bearing down on them. Under the forging of thunder, Li Mu's skin had not hardened like armor but instead grown finer and firmer. His pores, in particular, had shrunk to such a degree that they were barely visible except at close range. This accentuated the sharp definition of his facial features, rendering him even more strikingly handsome. His entire face seemed to radiate a luminous glow, his skin smooth as polished glass. As time passed, Li Mu's muscles, bones, tendons, and even bone marrow emitted successive pops and cracks. Everything was growing at a visible pace. Whoosh! Is this the Forbidden Realm? I never imagined this sudden enlightenment would bring me such immense gains. Though my cultivation hasn't broken through to the 7th rank martial artist realm, it has inadvertently, by sheer accident, led me into the Forbidden Realm, a realm that only existed in ancient texts. Li Mu clenched his fist tightly, feeling the surging power within him flow like a mighty river, vast and unstoppable. In this moment, he felt as though a dormant beast within his body had awakened. Wave after wave of immense power surged forth from every part of his body, seemingly without end. I wonder just how much stronger I'd become after successfully stepping into the Forbidden Realm. Li Mu exhaled deeply, preparing to test himself thoroughly in the Class B training room. Chapter 122, How Tough is This Machine? On the way to the B-Class training room, Li Mu simultaneously pulled up the system interface and glanced at his main quest section. But what he saw was startling. His main quest reputation had suddenly skyrocketed to a staggering 100 million. The main quest is already more than halfway done. Li Mu had been a bit worried if he had to earn those 200 million reputation points himself, it would take him ages. Who would have thought? Simply by making a public appearance, a divine revelation before countless netizens and onlookers, he effortlessly earned nearly 100 million reputation points. I wonder if tomorrow's high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, will feature a similar live broadcast segment. If they do, then raking in these 200 million reputation points to complete the main quest? That'd be a piece of cake. Earth Spirit Elixir. This is truly something to look forward to. Li Mu clenched his fists in excitement, his mind already racing with visions of using the elite prodigies from all corners of Hai Dai province as his backdrop to rack up reputation points. Lost in these delightful thoughts, Li Mu followed the guidance of the OL in black stockings at the library and arrived at the B-grade cultivation room. The moment he stepped inside, an overwhelming surge of potent celestial energy washed over him. Feeling this overwhelmingly dense spiritual energy, Li Mu could sense his own chi and blood becoming unusually active under its influence, leaving him somewhat astonished. He then turned to the OL in black stockings who had followed him in and asked curiously, "Is this the B-level cultivation room? Such incredibly dense spiritual energy." The OL in black stockings smiled and nodded. "That's right. Actually, from the highest SSS grade to D-grade cultivation rooms, we enhance the inherent spiritual energy by arranging different grades of heavenly treasures and earth treasures. This better assists martial artists in their cultivation and breakthroughs. Take this Class B cultivation room you're in now, for example." As she spoke, the black-stockinged lady pointed toward the floor of the cultivation room. The dense celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy contained within this B-grade cultivation room originates from the spirit-gathering pool in the inner chamber. Li Mu followed the direction of the black-stockinged lady's finger. Several dozen meters ahead lay a pool of emerald green water. Bathed in warm-toned lighting, it shimmered with ripples. Rich celestial energy rose from the spirit-gathering pool, lending the entire space an ethereal, otherworldly aura. As for this spirit-gathering pool, Li Mu knew its benefits all too well. Formed by the convergence and accumulation of celestial and terrestrial energies following the planet's spiritual energy revival, it was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, something one could encounter but rarely possess. The sheer magnitude of celestial energy contained within made Li Mu eager to dive in and explore its depths. It seems winning the championship in the Savage Beast trial this time has been a huge payoff. Not only did I gain the A-grade offensive combat technique 8 gates escape armor, upper volume, and the B-grade movement technique 6-fold thunderbolt step. Even this B-grade cultivation chamber is incomparably superior to the one I used back at the academy. This reward, it's absolutely top tier. The OL in black stockings looked at Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, as the champion of this Savage Beast trial, you can use the B-grade training room for free for one day. I'm the staff member in charge of the training room area. If you need a sparring partner, just let me know in advance." The black-stockinged lady offered the thoughtful reminder. "No need for a sparring partner. I'm perfectly fine training alone." Earlier, Li Mu had chosen to train in the library's public meditation area, unconcerned about being watched or even live-streamed. That was because he intended to make a public spectacle of himself, aiming to earn a massive surge in reputation points. That's why he publicly demonstrated the 6-fold thunderstep, a hands-on tutorial from zero to mastering the 6th tier. But now that he was in this Class B cultivation room, Li Mu intended to thoroughly test just how terrifyingly powerful he had become after successfully stepping into the Forbidden Realm. When it came to his ultimate trump card, naturally he would conceal it whenever possible, something best kept hidden from others. Understood. Wishing you success in your cultivation. Hold on. After speaking, the OL in black stockings gave Li Mu a slight bow and was about to leave when he called out to her from behind. "Is there anything else you require?" The OL in black stockings bowed again to Li Mu with a sweet smile. Li Mu raised his hand and gestured toward the punch power tester positioned at the center of the cultivation room. "What's the maximum reading this punch power tester can register? What's the maximum force it can handle, and are there any precautions?" A flicker of surprise crossed the black-stockinged lady's face before her smile remained unchanged as she replied, "This machine is primarily designed for martial artists at the Martial Master realm. As long as you haven't reached the Grandmaster realm, feel free to use it. If during training, I cause any irreversible damage to the machine, you wouldn't make me pay for it, would you?" Li Mu weighed his words carefully. He planned to use it to test the limits of his physical strength, and accidents were always possible. Better to speak up now. "Ha!" Hearing Li Mu's question, the black-stockinged lady finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She'd seen people worry about trivial matters before. But someone as overly cautious as Li Mu? She'd never seen the likes of it before. A mere 6th-rank martial artist fretting over whether he could damage a machine that wouldn't even flinch against a peak 10th-rank martial artist? This was simply too ridiculous. Ahem. Noticing Li Mu's peculiar gaze directed at her, the black-stockinged lady cleared her throat twice before forcing a serious expression. "Rest assured on that point. If the punch force tester malfunctions during your normal use, that's entirely its own fault. You won't be held responsible at all." "Alright. That's all I needed to hear." Seeing the black-stockinged lady speak with such certainty, Li Mu finally felt his heart settle back into place. He certainly didn't want to step out of the training room only to have someone send him a bill right to his doorstep. "Alright. Enjoy your training." As the black-stockinged lady left, she thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Li Mu casually locked the door behind him. He then made his way to the punching power testing machine in the B-class training room. Gazing at the massive sandbag used for strength testing, Li Mu relaxed his shoulders, lowered his elbows, shifted his center of gravity downward, slowly clenched his fist, and exhaled deeply. Then, the muscles along his entire upper arm gradually tensed and compressed, revealing terrifying lines like coiled dragons. Even from the outside, it was clear that beneath Li Mu's coiled muscles, a terrifying force was brewing and accumulating. Oomph! With a thunderous roar, Li Mu's right fist erupted forward. A terrifying, domineering fist aura raged wildly in that instant, relentlessly compressing the air before Li Mu. It emitted crackling sounds like firecrackers, resembling a cannon firing from its barrel. The instant his fist struck the sandbag, every muscle in his right arm contracted violently, taut as a bowstring, unleashing a terrifying force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 123, shattered with a single punch. Boom! A deafening roar erupted suddenly. As Li Mu unleashed that punch, the alloy floor beneath his feet shook violently. The immense force erupted like a volcano, while sonic booms echoed continuously through the air. The sandbag before Li Mu flew high into the air like a torn sack of rags, crashing heavily into the rear barrier. The entire punch-testing apparatus shook violently, giving the impression it might fall apart at any second. Moments later, the large screen of the force gauge quickly displayed a staggering number. Punching power, 8,000 kilograms. This signified that Li Mu had successfully entered the Forbidden Realm. The so-called Forbidden Realm was a level ordinary martial artists could never reach, even by exerting their utmost effort within their current cultivation stage. Take, for example, a martial artist at the same level as Li Mu, a peak 6th rank martial master. Even if they wrenched their arms off, the maximum force they could unleash would barely exceed 6,900 kilograms, the absolute limit for even the most gifted talents. However, some prodigies with exceptional physiques could surpass this limit. At the peak of 6th rank martial artist, they could unleash 7,000 kilograms, 7,200 kilograms, or even greater force. This is the Forbidden Realm. Yet Li Mu's single punch now unleashed a staggering 8,000 kilograms of force, a terrifying power rivaling that of an 8th rank martial master. Crucially, this is merely Li Mu's foundational strength. If, on top of this foundation, Li Mu were to unleash the transcendent energy technique, the 7 wounds fist, and the 8 gates of escape he was about to cultivate, the power Li Mu could unleash would truly live up to the saying, "One punch from me, and you might die." Li Mu withdrew his fist and flexed his wrist. Seeing the reading displayed on the large screen of the punch force tester, a look of delight spread across his face. 8,000 kilograms. This means that without relying on any internal energy or combat techniques, my strength alone is sufficient to go toe-to-toe with an 8th rank martial master. I wonder what terrifying enhancements await once I master the 8 gates of escape, unlock its gates, and achieve complete control over my body. Li Mu thought to himself with quiet anticipation. Roar! Truly a forbidden realm, its terror is beyond measure. No wonder I've only ever seen a few scattered mentions of such forbidden concepts in the library's archives. In real life, forget Jeju City, even across the entire Haidai province with its hundreds of millions of people, how many could possibly succeed in stepping into the Forbidden Realm? Speaking, Li Mu clenched his fists once more, feeling the surging power within him and making a rough calculation in his mind. I'm now at the peak of the 6th rank martial artist realm, ready to break through to the 7th rank martial artist realm at any moment. Now that I've broken through into the Forbidden Realm, I possess a base punch force of 8,000 kilograms. I wonder what kind of power I'll wield when I master the 8 gates of escape, achieving absolute control over my body, and combine that with the utterly overwhelming terror of the Forbidden Realm. Just how powerful will I become then? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mu stripped off his clothes and plunged headfirst into the spirit gathering pool. The moment Li Mu submerged himself, that familiar sensation returned, celestial and terrestrial chi flooding through every pore of his body. A tingling sensation spread throughout his entire being, leaving no part untouched by pure bliss and utter satisfaction. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt his own vital energy stirred by the dense celestial essence, coursing through his 8 extraordinary meridians, gathering and surging. Li Mu wasted no time. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, he began to look inward at the meridians and acupoints marked in the 8 gates escape technique, searching for his own hidden gate. However, compared to the 6th tier Thunderbolt step, this time, Li Mu did not splurge extravagantly by purchasing another Enlightenment experience card from the marketplace. Ultimately, the essence of the 8 gates of escape lay in the untapped, dormant power within the martial artists themselves. Unlike the 7 wounds fist or the 6-fold Thunderbolt step, which required personal comprehension. Rather, the 8 gates of escape functioned more like an instruction manual. It revealed the precise locations of the 8 gates within the practitioner's body, guiding them on how to locate and fully harness these points. Thus, as Li Mu cultivated the 8 gates escape technique, he naturally entered a state of deep cultivation. Before long, Li Mu could distinctly feel the spiritual energy stored within the gathering spirit pool flowing through his pores, intertwining and merging with his own vital energy. As Li Mu methodically channeled the great transformation technique, the newly infused spiritual energy obeyed like soldiers following a general's command, steadily converting into vital energy. At that moment, seated cross-legged in the spirit gathering pool, Li Mu, resembling a stone or wooden statue, suddenly opened his eyes. Good. I've finally pinpointed the exact location to unlock the gate. Now, it's time to unlock the gate with chi and blood. Li Mu began his attempt. If he succeeded this time, opening and closing the gate would henceforth be as simple as a single thought. Just as Li Mu concentrated his chi and blood to launch an assault on the door, he failed to notice that the spirit-gathering pool he stood in was now churning like boiling water. Water columns were rising upward from the depths. Looking up, above his head, an eye had formed in the swirling pool. The surging spiritual energy rising from the pool was being drawn into this vortex, then poured down onto Li Mu. It's almost ready. Li Mu felt the colossal, surging chi and blood within him, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, begin to violently assault the tightly sealed gateway within him. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, countless times. Each time the vital energy within his body violently collided with this barrier, Li Mu's brows furrowed tightly. The agony felt like a knife cutting through his flesh, piercing his very soul. Damn it! Break open, damn it! Li Mu had lost count of how many times he'd assaulted the barrier, beads of sweat the size of soybeans forming on his forehead. Yet, just as he was about to collapse, a faint sound like an eggshell cracking seemed to reach his ears. It felt as though something had shattered within him, followed by a sensation akin to long-awaited rain after a drought. Li Mu felt as if everything within him had awakened, every part of his body finally at ease. At that moment, a faint golden light began surging into Li Mu's body. As wave after wave of pale golden light entered his body, tiny specks of black impurities began seeping out through his pores. Finally, a golden radiance enveloped his entire body, shrouding him in a layer of pale gold that appeared as ethereal and elusive as a gauze veil. Nourished by this golden radiance, Li Mu's skin, bones, flesh, tendons, and marrow all grew and transformed at a visible pace. I've broken through. Is this the 7th rank martial master realm? As the vital energy shattered the barrier, Li Mu simultaneously felt the bottleneck that had confined him at the peak of 6th rank martial artist realm shatter along with it. Li Mu exhaled a long breath of relief. The thick layer of black grime clinging to his body, resembling muddy sludge. This grime was the impurities and toxins expelled from his body after breaking through the barrier. Li Mu rose and headed for the shower. After washing away the black grime, he felt his body undergo a distinct transformation. First and foremost, after breaking through to the 7th rank martial master realm. Simultaneously, as he surveyed his surroundings, everything around him suddenly seemed vastly different from before. Things that were usually indistinct from a distance now came into sharp focus. With a single glance, he could see hundreds of meters away as clearly as if through a telescope. Looking out through the cultivation room's window, even the rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze and the faint scurrying of ants on the ground reached his ears with crystal clarity. As Li Mu rose to his feet, he felt his body grow immeasurably lighter than before. He sensed a colossal force surging through his entire being, accompanied by a dramatic surge in his true chi and vital energy. Is this the realm where chi and intent unite? Li Mu murmured to himself, eyes closed. He now wielded precise control over his chi, blood, and true energy, while his perception of the surroundings reached heights he had never before experienced. This sensation is truly indescribably wonderful. Let me test it out. With that, Li Mu once again channeled the vast chi and blood within his body to generate an endless stream of true chi. He then stepped back before the punch power testing machine. First gate of the 8 gates opening. Open. As Li Mu activated the 8 gates of escape, he gathered all his strength and slammed his fist fiercely into the punch power tester before him. The punch erupted with a piercing gale, its force surpassing the previous strike. Boom! The compressed air formed a series of deafening sonic booms as the fist struck the machine, causing the very air to tremble. Beep beep beep. The punch tester began to beep frantically as the numbers on the display surged upward once more. 8,000 kilograms. 9,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. But at that very moment, the punch force tester suddenly emitted a series of shrill alarm sounds. Although the display stopped climbing and remained stuck at 10,000 kilograms. The machine went haywire, its beeping growing louder and louder. The green indicator light turned red and began flashing rapidly, emitting an increasingly shrill alarm. Finally. Boom! After flashing red for a while, thick black smoke began billowing out from the back of the machine. Then, under Li Mu's stunned gaze, the punch power tester shattered with a loud boom right before his eyes. Chapter 124, isn't this going too far? You bet. It actually shattered. It shattered into a pile of parts. Li Mu himself stood frozen in place, as if petrified into a stone statue. On the way here, Li Mu had already harbored such fears. But in the end, the very thing he'd feared most had come to pass. Did I just smash the punch force tester to pieces? Li Mu stared at the machine, now reduced to a pile of parts by his single punch, utterly speechless. If everything was truly as the black-stockinged lady had claimed that this device could withstand a full power strike from a peak 10th rank martial master, it was safe to say even the manufacturer never imagined such a scenario. In this world, there actually existed a freaking martial artist prodigy capable of shattering the punch force tester they manufactured. Li Mu then made a rough mental calculation. While not precise, my current strength in the first gate, the opening gate state, can unleash at least 120,000 kilograms. In terms of raw physical strength alone, I'm now on par with a half-step grandmaster. An 8th rank martial master possessing physical strength rivaling that of a grandmaster. Even Li Mu, with his composure, was startled by this figure. Consider this, it was merely a single punch unleashed by harnessing his raw physical strength alone. If he were to unleash the ultimate form of the 7 wounds fist 7 slays on top of that, while simultaneously activating the blood surge from opening the gate and achieving absolute, 100% control over his body, Li Mu could utterly overwhelm any martial master before him. Even if he encountered a first-rank grandmaster, Li Mu would dare to test his strength against them. Alright. 7th rank martial artist cultivation. Successfully stepping into the forbidden realm. Simultaneously wielding formidable combat techniques like the 7 wounds fist, thunderous sword art, and the 8 gates escape technique, opening gate, along with the 6-fold thunderbolt steps. In terms of equipment, he also possessed the demon-slaying blood-crying sword. Now that he'd essentially assembled a full set of legendary gear, what could the top disciple of one of the 3 traditional powerhouses in the Haidai high school realm possibly offer him? Li Mu's eyes gleamed with anticipation for the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. After finishing his cleaning duties, he stepped out of the training room with a satisfied smile. Watching Li Mu check out, the black-stockinged lady had half-jokingly considered asking, "How was the punch power tester? Should we have the manufacturer's after-sales team come fix it?" But Li Mu acted as if he'd forgotten to turn off the gas at home. He flung his key card and bolted straight out. Watching his retreating figure, the black-stockinged lady shook her head before entering the B-class training room to inspect it. To her surprise, the room remained exactly as she had left it, nearly everything intact, not even a hint of use. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "I knew it. A 6th-rank martial artist actually worrying about this? How ridiculous." She turned to close the door and leave, but as she looked at the empty training room, something suddenly felt off. Something's wrong. Damn it. Where's the punch power tester? That huge punch power tester, how could it be gone? While Li Mu was busy verifying his current strength limit. Meanwhile, at Qingdao No. 2 High School, Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin, who had just emerged from their secluded training, were equally filled with anticipation for the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. "Brother, how do you plan to teach that Li Mu a lesson at this tournament?" In the training room, Yao Mingjin, fresh from combat drills, sprawled out on the floor without a care for her appearance. Her fiery red hair fell loosely around her, yet her voice brimmed with eager anticipation. "Little sister, how many times have I told you? We have only one goal this time, to win the championship at the high school martial arts tournament." Watching his sister, brimming with fighting spirit and resembling a fiery little pepper, Yao Ziyuan pushed his glasses up his nose and sighed with a helpless smile. "What's a mere Li Mu? He's just a 5th-rank martial master, a minor player. There's no need to waste too much energy on him." "Oomph. I couldn't care less about that." Yao Mingjin flung her fiery red hair back and huffed, "As long as my brother fights for first place, that's all that matters. My goal is simple, I'm going to teach that little thief who stole my brother's stuff a lesson." Before this, even if Yao Mingjin had known of Li Mu, she wouldn't have given this country bumpkin a second thought. But now it was different. The Li Mu she saw now had transformed from a country bumpkin in a girl's eyes into a despicable villain who had snatched her brother's guaranteed admission spot. "So you Haidai Martial Arts Academy won't give my brother that scholarship spot? Then I, Yao Mingjin, will use this high school martial arts tournament as my stage. I'll humiliate Li Mu in front of every high school student in the entire Haidai province." Do you think this is merely about saving face for Li Mu? No. I'm publicly humiliating your entire Haidai Martial Arts Academy. Little sister, don't be childish. The Haidai Martial Arts Academy chose Li Mu because he undoubtedly possesses strengths surpassing all of us. We must trust the judgment of the Academy's instructors. Yao Ziyuan spoke as he returned his spear to the weapon rack. Didn't Big Brother say last time? First, we must secure our position as the top school in Qingdao No. 2 High. Once we've secured it, I'll personally go and see what this Li Mu is made of. Seeing that even after all this, Yao Ziyuan remained as unhurried and composed as ever, Yao Mingjin couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in indignation. Blah, blah, blah. It all comes down to your overly forgiving nature, brother. Even when you say you want to test someone's skills, you always end up going easy on them in the end. Just tell me, in all these years of the positional challenge matches or exchange games with other schools, when have you ever gone all out? Hearing Yao Mingjin's words, Yao Ziyuan's smile remained unchanged, but beneath his reflective glasses, a shadow flickered across his eyes. Truthfully, everything was just as Yao Mingjin described. Throughout his 3 years of high school, whether in the school's position swap challenges or exchange matches against other schools, Yao Ziyuan had always maintained a polite facade, never delivering a truly decisive blow. But that was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, Yao Ziyuan had done his fair share of dirty tricks, spreading rumors, stabbing people in the back. It was just that for 3 years, Yao Ziyuan had concealed these dark, unsavory deeds so well that Yao Mingjin never caught wind of them. Watching Yao Mingjin's indignant, puffed-up expression, Yao Ziyuan shrugged his shoulders, deliberately adopting a helpless tone as he scoffed. Fine, fine. Since you hate this Li Mu fellow so much, little sister, I suppose there's nothing to be done. Tell me. Little sister, how do you plan to teach him a lesson? Big bro's got your back. Really? At those words, Yao Mingjin instantly perked up. She sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping out of water and turned to Yao Ziyuan, her voice brimming with excitement as she pressed him. Anything goes? Well. Yao Ziyuan pushed his glasses up his nose, deliberately feigning hesitation. Then, under Yao Mingzhen's expectant gaze, he sighed helplessly as if finally giving in to his little sister's plea. Alright, I agree. Really? Yao Mingzhen's eyes lit up. When have I ever lied to you, big brother? Though Big Brother initially only wanted to have a friendly spar with Li Mu, seeing how much you dislike him, it wouldn't be out of the question for him to lay into him a bit harder. Go ahead. That's great. Yao Mingzhen excitedly threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around Yao Ziyuan's waist. Her voice brimmed with delight. I knew it. You're the best brother ever. Her cheeks flushed as she giggled shyly. Brother. Actually, I've already figured out how to teach that kid a lesson. Yao Ziyuan perked up. He hadn't even figured out how to deal with that Li Mu yet, and his little sister had already beaten him to it? The thought made Yao Ziyuan's tone grow impatient. Little sis, tell me already. Brother. This high school martial arts tournament is being held in Langya Base City. While the tournament doesn't prohibit combat between participants, it's absolutely forbidden within Langya Base City. And Li Mu happens to be the type who acts on impulse, completely disregarding the consequences of his actions. You can see that from his behavior during the beast trial. At this point, Yao Mingzhen flashed a mischievous grin, revealing her two small fangs. So, we can exploit this. Have our people provoke a conflict with the Jeju No. 1 high school team first. Given Li Mu's temper, he won't be able to hold back from intervening. Once the situation escalates, we siblings can take the moral high ground, using the excuse of protecting our comrades to teach Li Mu a harsh lesson. Not only will we vent our anger, but Li Mu will also be disqualified from the competition for using violence at the Langya base. Isn't that going too far? After hearing his sister's plan, Yao Ziyuan's lips curled upward involuntarily. But he quickly composed himself, adopting a stern expression as he said, besides, aren't you oversimplifying things? What if Li Mu shows up and doesn't fight back? Doesn't fight back? Yao Mingzhen crossed her arms, snorting dismissively. He might not fight back, but this incident has already blown up. The feud is set. As long as we fly the banner of seeking justice for our comrades, neither Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School nor Haidai Provincial Experimental High School will dare to intervene. That way, Li Mu will be completely isolated, no one will come to his aid. With that, under Yao Ziyuan's approving gaze, Yao Mingzhen extended her pale, delicate hand, clenching it into a fist bit by bit as she exclaimed excitedly. Oh my. Just imagine the look on Li Mu's face when he sees us siblings appear before him in the battle royale. I'm genuinely looking forward to it now. Chapter 125, The High School Martial Arts Tournament begins. Unlike previous tournament matches, this high school martial arts tournament was the first to adopt a battle royale format. Consequently, its popularity and buzz remained consistently high. Although the hidden reward for first place, a guaranteed admission slot to Haidai Martial Arts Academy, had already been given away in advance. To compensate for this loss, the Haidai provincial authorities had significantly doubled the value of other prizes. Whether it was rare treasures, divine weapons, martial arts techniques, or miraculous elixirs, the rewards were absolutely the most lavish in the tournament's history. Thus, compared to the hidden reward unattainable and exclusive to the tournament champion, this adjustment to the prize pool has proven far more effective in igniting the enthusiasm of all participants. This led to the entire Haidai province being swept up in a wave of excitement for the high school martial arts tournament. However, while most were swept up in excitement, Li Mu remained utterly calm, continuing his daily routine of eating and drinking without a hint of distraction from the approaching tournament. Ironically, Song Changming seemed more invested in the tournament than Li Mu himself, the actual participant. He called 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, to check on Li Mu. Crucially, the content of his concern offered no fresh variations, endlessly repeating the same few phrases. Restoring the glory of First High is our solemn duty. After informing Li Yu and Lu Yueying that he was heading to Langya Base City for the tournament, they looked worried and offered plenty of advice. Li Mu could only smile and reassure his parents, explaining that the tournament was merely a formality. He'd collect his prize and return promptly. And so, the family gathered for a hearty, joyful dinner, treating it as a farewell feast for Li Mu. The next morning, Li Mu rose from bed at the first light of dawn. After bidding farewell to his parents, he headed to the train station bound for Langya Base City, the venue for the tournament. Only after boarding the train did he notice the carriage was already filled with students. Haidai province had 16 base cities, and those participating in this high school martial arts tournament were essentially the top 10 representatives from each school, traveling together to Langya, the largest base city in southwestern Shandong, nestled in the Yiming Mountains. After boarding, a stewardess in black stockings approached Li Mu with a warm smile and introduced herself. Mr. Li, you might not be aware yet? This special train bound for the Yiming Mountains essentially gathers the finest young talents from across the entire Haidai province. First, the 3 powerhouses of Haidai province's high school scene. The Yi trio from Haidai Provincial Experimental High, Jiang Qinjue from Shandong Normal University Affiliated High, the Yao siblings from Qingdao No. 2 High, and Lu Xingyao the sword art prodigy from Xingzha High who's said to have awakened the embryonic form of sword intent. Why are all the contestants from Xingzha High so weak? The uniformed black-stockinged young lady, who had been enthusiastically briefing Li Mu, cast her gaze upon Xingzha High's competitors. A trace of bewilderment flashed across her exquisitely pretty face. Among Xingzha Middle School's team, one had their head wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Another had their arm in a cast, suspended from their neck. Yet another was leaning on crutches. Worse still, there were even wheelchair users among the Xingzha Middle School team. At that moment, every single one of them glared at her with eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Their expressions were practically as if they were staring at their own sworn enemies. If it weren't for the fact that the black-stockinged girl had already obtained the list of Xingzha Middle School's competitors from the train conductor and double-checked it, she would have genuinely thought these people had just escaped from a refugee camp and, in their excitement, boarded the wrong train. Seeing the black-stockinged girl's expression, Li Mu finally confirmed it. This girl was definitely from out of town, no doubt about it. With that thought, Li Mu casually glanced back toward the Xingzha Middle School contingent. Just moments ago, the Xingzha Middle School team had been shooting him resentful, bitter glances. Now, every single one of them was either staring at their phones or gazing out the window at the scenery. In short, they were as well behaved as could be. This is truly bizarre. I'll ask that Lu Qi from Xingzha Middle School later. What's gotten into their team? Remembering she still had a mission to complete, the black-stockinged lady led Li Mu forward. Beyond the basic information about the contestants, each carriage of this rail train also has a very clear class division. Ordinary high school teams are concentrated in hard seat compartments 11 through 21. Last year's top 5 high schools are sequentially grouped in hard sleeper compartments 5 through 10. Cars 1 through 5 are premium soft sleeper cars with private compartments reserved exclusively for mentors and examiners. Li Mu nodded. Passing by earlier, he had seen the hard seat carriages as the name implied. They contained only small benches, with 3 people sharing each row. But then again, it made sense. Just look at Xingzha Middle School, they couldn't even muster a single fully able-bodied participant among their 9 contestants. Things were already this dire, yet Zhang Shihai's side had even hauled up wheelchair users, forcibly scraping together 10 participants. Haidai province had 16 base cities in total. The 10-seat school teams from major high schools across the province, all combined, surely numbered close to 2,000 or 3,000 people. With so many people, it was impossible to arrange berths for everyone. Getting a seat at all was already a blessing. Upon seeing the hard seat carriages, the young lady in uniform and black stockings continued forward, her high heels clicking tap, 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 toward the front carriages. Along the way, other contestants were crammed into hard seats or standing in the aisles, squashed like sandwiches. Yet Li Mu alone had a black-stockinged lady accompanying him throughout the journey. Combined with the purple gold badge hanging on his left chest engraved with the Jade Emperor's crown and holding profound significance, this spectacle made many envious enough to practically drool. As the black-stockinged lady guided them along, introducing the surroundings, they soon reached the frontmost hard sleeper compartments, the designated activity area for Qingdao No. 2 High School's top 10 team. Just as Li Mu had told his parents before leaving, his participation in this high school martial arts tournament was merely a formality. He intended to collect the championship prize and call it a day. As for the opponent's name? Sorry. Li Mu genuinely couldn't care less. But Li Mu's utterly indifferent attitude, combined with the fact that he was wearing the purple gold badge of a guaranteed admission student from the Jade Emperor Peak of the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, which clearly marked his affiliation with Qingdao No. 2 High School, made him stand out like a sore thumb. For someone like Li Mu to walk right onto their turf, wearing the Jade Emperor Peak purple gold badge on his chest, a symbol of his guaranteed admission to Haidai Martial Arts Academy, was practically like unleashing a devastating attack right in front of Qingdao No. 2 High School's team. Meanwhile, within the Qingdao No. 2 High School team, the appearance of a young man accompanied by a girl in uniform and black stockings, wearing a purple gold badge with the Jade Emperor's crown emblem on his chest, immediately sparked a flurry of whispers. Yao Ziyuan, wearing rimless glasses and possessing an elegant, refined appearance, had been casually chatting with his teammates. As the murmurs grew louder around him, Yao Ziyuan instantly furrowed his brow and instinctively turned his head toward the commotion. There it was, the very purple gold badge he had longed for, the one he had dreamed of possessing, now right before his eyes. This sight made Yao Ziyuan clench his fists so tightly that his not particularly sharp fingernails dug into his flesh, yet he felt nothing. Chapter 126, this privilege is way too obvious. No doubt about it. The Jade Emperor Peak purple gold badge worn on the chest of that white-robed youth across the vast expanse of the Haidai Martial Academy, only the 10 elite of Mount Tai were qualified to wear such a badge. Yet the extraordinary, ethereal youth before him was clearly none of the Dai Sect's 10 elite. His identity was now plain for all to see. Li Mu. The smile on Yao Ziyuan's face gradually faded. His gaze followed the strides of that graceful, extraordinary youth in white as he walked forward, his fists clenching tighter and tighter. Yao Ziyuan had seen Li Mu's face countless times back on Qin Island, so the memory was deeply etched in his mind. Recently, it seemed Li Mu had even cultivated a B-grade body movement combat technique, the six-fold thunder step. Though Yao Ziyuan hadn't watched the livestream, he'd heard from those around him that Li Mu had caused quite a stir in the city over it. This only deepened Yao Ziyuan's contempt and distaste for him. In Yao Ziyuan's eyes, so what if Li Mu had mastered a B-rank footwork technique? Yao Ziyuan himself possessed numerous A-grade combat techniques, yet he had never once acted as ostentatiously as Li Mu, showing off and broadcasting it live across the entire network. Such behavior was truly nauseating. Now, even before the high school martial arts tournament had officially begun, Li Mu was already putting on another show. As a school that had consistently been eliminated in the first round, serving merely as a learning experience for others, Jeju No. 1 High was destined for hard seat tickets. They had no right to appear before me, the esteemed chief of Qingdao No. 2 High School, who occupied a hard sleeper compartment. Therefore, Li Mu's presence here could only mean one thing: he deliberately came here to flaunt himself in front of me. Pulling off something this low and brainless fits Li Mu's character perfectly. He'd already caused a citywide uproar over mastering a mere 6th-tier thunderbolt step. Now that he'd boarded the train, he'd seize this chance to flaunt it to the fullest. What a thoroughly despicable little man. At this thought, a flash of malevolence and murderous intent flickered in Yao Ziyuan's eyes beneath his glasses. Yet he concealed it perfectly, undetected by anyone else. There was no other explanation. In Yao Ziyuan's eyes, Li Mu's actions had already paved his own path to destruction. Brother! What's wrong? Among those present, only Yao Mingjin noticed Yao Ziyuan's unusual state and pressed him with puzzled concern. Nothing. Yao Ziyuan pushed his glasses up his nose, his expression shifting back to its usual gentle and amiable demeanor. He chuckled lightly. Just saw someone I care about deeply. Got a bit distracted. As he spoke, Yao Ziyuan's gaze settled once more upon Li Mu. Even if I can't lay a hand on you directly on this train, that won't stop me from humiliating you thoroughly next time, making you utterly disgusted. Li Mu. You think you're so tough, huh? Don't you love showing off and acting all high and mighty? Fine. Today, I'll let you clown around to your heart's content. Yao Ziyuan let out a long sigh, his mind already scheming how to undermine Li Mu behind the scenes next. The white-clad youth approaching from afar seemed to sense something, casually turning his head to glance in Yao Ziyuan's direction. Upon hearing Yao Ziyuan's words, Yao Mingjin followed her elder brother's gaze and murmured instinctively, someone who's caught brother's attention? Who could it be? Could it be someone from Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School or Haidai Provincial Experimental High School? Yao Mingjin spoke while instinctively raising her eyes to look. Soon, their gazes met midair. Li Mu wore an expression of calm detachment, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. In contrast, Yao Mingjin's peach blossom eyes involuntarily narrowed. Her attention was clearly drawn to the purple gold badge hanging on Li Mu's chest. Her delicate brows furrowed, and a flash of displeasure crossed her sweet, adorable oval face. Gritting her tiny fangs, she exclaimed, "Brother! Why is that Li Mu here? Isn't there a clear rule on the train that every contestant must stay in their assigned car and seat? Competitors are strictly forbidden from wandering into other carriages." Who knows? Maybe he just wants to show off his Haidai Martial Arts Academy badge and brag in front of all the other competitors. That's hilarious. Yao Ziyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. As Li Mu's figure vanished from his carriage, he tilted his chin upward, his voice tinged with indifference. But there's an old saying in our land. It goes like this: a half-full bottle clatters louder than a full one. Some people think they've stumbled into a stroke of luck, snagged some big opportunity, and suddenly get all high and mighty, flaunting it everywhere. Little do they realize that such opportunities depend entirely on whether you can master them. If you can master it, it becomes a blessing. But if you can't handle it... At this point, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Yao Ziyuan's eyes as he spoke in a low, ominous tone. Then it becomes a calamity. While Yao Ziyuan and his sister Yao Mingjin whispered behind his back, Li Mu remained unaware of the matter. Of course, even if he did know, he wouldn't give it a second thought. After all, a tiger doesn't turn its head at a dog's bark. If this dog became a nuisance, he could simply swat it dead, a mere afterthought, requiring no effort at all. By now, Li Mu had followed the black-stockinged lady through the hard sleeper car without pausing. They finally arrived at carriage 5, where the uniformed black-stockinged lady halted and gestured invitingly to Li Mu. "Mr. Li, this is your compartment." "This isn't." Staring at the door of the deluxe soft sleeper compartment before him, Li Mu froze, puzzled. "Miss, why did you bring me to the carriage where the instructors stay?" The young lady in the uniform and black stockings smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Li, Instructor Zhu said you're different from the other trainees out there. Their mediocrity's unworthy of even trailing behind you. As a recommended student from Haidai Martial Arts Academy, you deserve this special treatment." Li Mu. Li Mu felt a slight jolt, a look of genuine surprise flitting across his face. But since this was an arrangement from the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, Li Mu naturally accepted it gladly. After all, Li Mu was the type who'd never stand when he could sit, and never sit when he could lie down. Now that he had the chance to stay in the instructor's compartment instead of cramming into the hard seats with students from other schools, why would he refuse? But then again, sharing the joy is better than enjoying it alone. Sitting alone in such a spacious carriage would be rather dull. Since he was leading the group this time, he might as well invite his classmates from Jizhou No. 1 High School to join him and enjoy the ride. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Mu seemed to recall something else. He casually asked the young lady in black stockings, "Is this mentor car meant for just me? Or am I allowed to invite others in?" The black-stockinged lady in uniform was clearly taken aback by the question. Evidently, this query was beyond her usual scope. But since Li Mu had expressed this need, it was her job to make the arrangements. With that, the black-stockinged lady clicked away on her high heels, tap tap tap. A moment later. "Mr. Li Mu, I've already inquired with the higher-ups on your behalf. While the explicit rules strictly prohibit contestants from wandering between carriages, each should remain in their assigned seat, and trespassing in other carriages will incur penalties." At this point, the black-stockinged lady paused briefly before adding with a sweet smile, "But the higher-up said that if it's at your request, Li Mu, they wouldn't mind making an exception just for you." Hearing this, Li Mu was genuinely surprised. If one could stay in a private suite reserved for instructors while merely participating as a contestant, that could still be chalked up to the prestige of the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. After all, Haidai Martial Arts Academy isn't just the undisputed top martial arts academy in Haidai province even across all of China, it's solidly ranked third, right? And since I happen to be a recommended student from the academy, receiving preferential treatment on the train wasn't entirely unexpected. But judging by what the black-stockinged lady implied, not only did he enjoy privileges on this train, but his friends did too. Such blatant, even deliberately flattering favoritism genuinely caught Li Mu off guard. "Alright. If you have no further business, Mr. Li, please get some rest. Once we arrive at Langya Base City tomorrow, a high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale will commence. Since you, Li Mu, have already secured the hidden reward, the prize for the official first-place winner this time will be the most generous in the history of the high school martial arts tournament. We wish you the best of luck, Li Mu." After completing the customary briefing on the camp assessment, the uniformed black-stockinged lady handed Li Mu a room key before turning to leave. The most generous prize in the history of the high school martial arts tournament? Interesting. The moment he heard the word reward, Li Mu's eyes lit up with excitement. He found himself looking forward to tomorrow's tournament more than ever. Of course. To be precise, Li Mu was anticipating the reward for first place in the tournament. Although, judging by his overt strength, his 7th-rank martial artist cultivation level placed him at best on par with the second-ranked students from the three powerhouse schools, Shanshur-affiliated high school, Haidai Province Experimental High School, and Qingdao No. 2 High School. But when it came to actual combat prowess, forget any single one of those elite schools. Even if you lumped together the top disciples of all three, they wouldn't stand a chance against him, Li Mu. With his current mastery of the first gate of the 8 gates escape technique gate opening stacked with the physical strength of the forbidden domain, his body alone could rival that of a half-step grandmaster. Factor in his trump cards, the 7 wounds fist, the innate sword intent at the subtle realm, the demon-slaying blood-crying sword technique, and the mad thunder sword art. Even if they brought in a true grandmaster of the first rank, Li Mu wouldn't be the least bit intimidated. Instead, they sent a half-step grandmaster to compete in a tournament filled with mere martial artist-level minnows. That's nothing short of a demotion, right? Chapter 127, Li Son's Sense of Crisis. At this thought, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He quickly dismissed the thought and turned to enter the exclusive mentor-level private room. Though the door appeared unassuming, the interior proved surprisingly spacious and well-appointed, featuring a separate outer room. Unlike the high-tech B-grade cultivation room at the city library, this private room was steeped in the antique charm of ancient China. The furnishings were crafted from rosewood, featuring an intricately carved bed made of Hainan Wanwali wood. Exquisitely crafted porcelain pieces adorned the space, each piece radiating an air of refined elegance. Compared to the cramped, cold benches he'd passed by where 3 people had to squeeze together and the hard berths divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, this premium soft sleeper compartment felt like paradise. At this thought, Li Mu's smile grew even broader. Adhering to the principle of sharing blessings, Li Mu immediately called Shen Luoyan, instructing her to bring the entire Jeju No. 1 high school team to his compartment, sparing them the discomfort of the hard seats further back. Over the phone, Shen Luoyan expressed surprise at Li Mu's arrangement, her tone clearly hesitant and reluctant. But after Li Mu repeatedly patted his chest and assured her, she finally nodded in agreement. After settling everything, Li Mu retrieved the pitch-black, unidentified pill he had previously refined from his backpack and swallowed it in a few quick bites. Feeling the waves of warmth spreading from his abdomen, Li Mu seized the moment and immediately began cultivating the Great Meridian Transformation technique. Meanwhile, Li Mu boarded the express train bound for Langya Base City. Meanwhile, in Jizhou Base City. After surviving that harrowing night at Hong Tianxiong's place, Li Song had holed up in a hotel for several days. He was terrified that Hong Tianxiong, that old lunatic, might show up at his doorstep again over the slightest provocation. Although Li Song's cultivation level meant he wasn't exactly outmatched by Hong Tianxiong. But the psychological shock and trauma Hong Tianxiong inflicted that night were far from easily healed. He certainly didn't want to end up disgraced in his twilight years because of that wretched bastard Hong Tianxiong. After lying low for several days, Li Song emerged to learn that Li Mu had not only evaded the assassins sent by Hong Tianxiong but had also returned home that very day, strutting back as if nothing had happened. Before departing, the Jeju Li family had even laid out several tables of banquet for Li Mu. This news sent shockwaves through Li Song. He rushed home immediately, crushed the communication jade tablet, and paced restlessly in the secret chamber of his study. If before, in Li Song's eyes, Li Mu had been nothing more than an ant he could crush at will. Had it not been for Li Mu's status as the young master of the Li family and the protection of Li Yu, who held a clear advantage over him, Li Song might have personally dealt with Li Mu, just as he had at the clan assembly. Yet since that clan gathering, Li Mu had grown at an astonishing pace, as if he'd been given a cheat code. Not only had he slaughtered the martial artists squad led by Song Tiehu in the Beast Trial and claimed the championship by shattering the record. Later, he faced the challenge from the top swordswoman of Jizhou, Lu Shengyao, the ace of Xingza Academy, and won with overwhelming superiority. He even secured the recommended admission spot to Haidai Martial Arts Academy. It was precisely Li Mu's meteoric rise that made Li Song's position within the clan increasingly awkward. Originally, as the senior patriarch, Li Song and his faction had consistently kept the clan leader, Li Yu, in check. Even the third patriarch, Li Shang, had covertly supported him in numerous clan decisions. But now, things had changed. Not only had the faction loyal to clan chief Li Yu grown significantly stronger, but even the third elder Li Shang, who had always maintained neutrality, had now openly sided with Li Yu. Li Mu's rise and Li Shang's allegiance had instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis in Li Song. If he couldn't eliminate Li Mu now, it would likely be Li Mu coming for him next. With this thought, Li Song proactively reported the failure of his previous assassination attempt on Li Mu, hoping the all-powerful man in black might offer a solution. Just as Li Song's mind was filled with anxious thoughts, a deep, gravelly male voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Li Song! What's the urgency in summoning me like this? Hearing this, Li Song quickly turned around, bowed his head, and spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. He recounted the failure of the previous assassination mission targeting Li Mu, orchestrated by Hong Tianxiong, and how Li Mu was now aboard the orbital train heading for Langya Base City. Upon hearing this, the man in black erupted in fury. Smack! A sharp crack echoed through the air. A resounding slap landed squarely on Li Song's weathered face. The black-clad man's face twisted with fury as he snarled, "Useless. A good-for-nothing who can't accomplish anything but only cause trouble. Back then, it was you who recommended Hong Tianxiong to me. Didn't you claim he wielded immense influence in Jeju's underworld? Jobs others wouldn't touch? He'd take them. He kills those others won't dare touch. And now he can't even handle a mere 6th-rank martial artist? And he still has the nerve to hang around Jeju's underground black market? Then your Jeju underground black market must be utterly trash." After that day at the hospital, to ensure the second assassination attempt on Li Mu went off without a hitch, the man in black decided to personally orchestrate the hit. But when the mission was posted on the underground black market, the moment those black market merchants learned the target was none other than Li Mu, the man who had recently dominated Jeju like no other, and who had even been personally received by Jeju City Chief Lu Donghua, and that he had been admitted as a special recruit by Zhu Guiyu of the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, every single one of them shook their heads like rattles, not a single soul willing to take on this hot potato. Money was certainly a tempting prize, but what good was it if you didn't live to enjoy it? Who in their right mind would risk offending two martial reverends simultaneously by attempting to assassinate Li Mu? Moreover, the black-clad figures harbored a deep-seated apprehension toward the mysterious protection of heaven's will that seemed to surround Li Mu, the chosen one. They dared not act too brazenly. One slip up. They might end up like that unlucky bastard Li Song, stricken by divine retribution, reduced to something neither human nor ghost. That would be utterly heartbreaking, wouldn't it? The black-clad assassin was already reluctant to take on the task, but Li Song had volunteered. The black-clad man was more than happy to pass this hot potato to Li Song, letting the old man take the lightning strikes for him. Unexpectedly, such a crucial matter ended up being botched by Li Song in the end. Tell me, how could this not enrage the black-clad man? Were it not for the fact that Li Song was currently the best and most suitable pawn for eliminating Li Mu, the black-clad figure would have been itching to smack that wretched fool to death with a single blow. Li Song hunched over, one hand clutching his swollen cheek where he'd been struck. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his forehead as he meekly stammered, not daring to utter a word. Seeing him looking like such a useless piece of trash, the man in black felt an inexplicable rage welling up inside him. He barked angrily, "Get out! You useless piece of trash! Just looking at you annoys me." When the man in black ordered him to leave, Li Song felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve. He immediately nodded repeatedly, bowing low like a fawning lapdog as he hurried away. A fierce glint flashed in the dark-clad man's eyes as he murmured under his breath, "Li Mu, that boy absolutely must not reach Langya Base City safely." As he spoke, the figure pulled a jade talisman from his robe, inwardly lamenting the sacrifice. "I had hoped to claim sole credit for eliminating this Li family's chosen heir. But for the sake of that noble 1-century-long plan, I must share some of the glory." Crushing the jade talisman in his hand, the figure dissolved into a wisp of ethereal energy and vanished from the room. A vast web of conspiracy targeting Li Mu once again descended like a storm, enveloping his entire journey to Langya Base City. Chapter 128, The Deposit is Too Disturbing. Huff. Li Mu exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes from his profound cultivation state. Current reversal points, 6,893. Seeing his reversal points drop from 5 digits back to 4, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over Li Mu. He let out a soft sigh. After opening the silver treasure chest, redeeming a 15-minute enlightenment experience card, and purchasing numerous grade 1 poison pills with bizarre side effects, his reversal points, which had seemed quite ample, were now stretched thin once more. If it weren't for the lack of powerful antagonists actively seeking him out lately, he'd be tempted to go out and stir up trouble himself. But the high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, wouldn't officially begin until he reached Langya Base City. By then, he'd better make a killing off those 3 major clans to earn a solid haul of reversal points. His current 4-digit savings balance was still far too unsettling. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find a suitable reason to act. He couldn't just run to the hard sleeper car now, grab any random student from Qingdao No. 2 High, Shandong Normal Affiliated High, or Haidai Provincial Experimental High, and slap them across the face. I activated a middle-aged comeback system, not some god-tier villain system. I can only hope that more prodigies emerge from these 3 elite families. Preferably ones whose talent and strength surpass even Lu Shangyao, whom I humiliated before. Otherwise, it'd be tough to rack up those big reversal points. Speaking of prodigies. At this thought, Li Mu couldn't help but recall the girl he'd seen in the hard sleeper compartment during his journey, the one with fiery red hair and an adorable oval face. This is a pretty decent mission target. After getting off the train, I'll do some more groundwork and see if I can trigger the system's Heaven's Pride submission quest. As Li Mu pondered where to earn his reversal points, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and his smile instantly vanished. He sat bolt upright on the bed. There, displayed prominently on the screen, was a brief message. Shenluoyan, they're all from Qingdao No. 2 High School. They claim some items are missing and are falsely accusing Wang Xiyu of stealing them. We're surrounded now. They're all very powerful and troublesome. Can you notify the mentors on the train? At the connecting passageway between the front-end soft sleeper and hard sleeper carriages reserved for mentors, a group of young men wearing Qingdao No. 2 High School's school team uniforms had completely surrounded another group. At the front of the crowd stood a cold-looking girl with pale skin, her slender white fingers rapidly tapping on her phone screen. Qingdao No. 2 High School? Yes. Got it. Got it. Upon seeing Li Mu's reply, Shen Luoyan felt an inexplicable wave of relief wash over her before she slipped her phone back into her pocket. In the past, even if Shen Luoyan faced a problem she couldn't solve on her own, her pride would never have allowed her to lower herself to ask someone else for help. Especially when the person she was asking for help was her junior. This was evident during the Beast trial, when she found herself surrounded by over 100 students from Xingza Middle School and Jeju No. 4 Middle School. Even then, her first instinct had been to bear the pressure alone, never to call for backup. Because the proud girl, who had never been bested by anyone, simply wouldn't allow herself to do such a thing. Yet, at some point, it seemed as if the girl had gradually shed her proud exterior. She found herself increasingly drawn to rely on that white-clad youth, who was even younger than herself. Especially after the Beast trial, they had weathered so many events together. Time and again, situations that seemed utterly hopeless to her eyes were effortlessly resolved by the white-clad youth. It seemed as though nothing in this world could ever truly challenge this youth. Hey! Our people saw it with their own eyes. It was that girl with glasses who stole our stuff. Today, she's not getting away without handing over the stolen goods. Or this won't end well for her. As he spoke, a burly, pot-bellied man with a face full of fleshy rolls lunged forward, reaching out to grab Wang Xiyu. Wang Xiyu's face had already turned pale with fear, and she cowered deeper into her companion's embrace. You're making false accusations. Shen Luoyan tucked away her phone and stepped alone in front of the pot-bellied man. What gives you the right to accuse us of stealing your stuff? Where's the proof? Shen Luoyan's cold, fair face flushed with indignation. Any clear-eyed observer could see this was a deliberate provocation by Qingdao No. 2 High School, a baseless accusation fabricated to frame them. Moreover, the fat man standing before her was Fu Gang, the third-ranked martial artist of Qingdao No. 2 High School, already at the 7th rank martial master realm. One-on-one, she stood no chance against Fu Gang. What's more, the crowd surrounding her consisted entirely of members from Qingdao No. 2 High School's top 10 school team. Even the weakest among them were 5th-rank martial masters. Her side stood no chance against them. Therefore, Shen Luoyan's only option now was to inform Li Mu of the situation, sending him to summon reinforcements, while she devised a plan to stall Fu Gang and his group here. Ha. Evidence? My word is proof. As he spoke, Fu Gang's jowls trembled as he closed in on Shen Luoyan. With every step Fu Gang took forward, Shen Luoyan retreated a fraction. He continued, since you're willing to fight for her, tonight you two are coming back with me. I'll give you both a thorough search, and then we'll know for sure if you've stolen anything. His greasy, large hand reached out toward Shen Luoyan, inches away from grabbing her chest. As for the rest of the Jeju First High School team, they were already cowering like frightened quails. Huddled on the ground, each clutched their heads, not daring to breathe a sound. Are you kidding me? Make them go cause trouble for Fu Gang from Qingdao No. 2 High School? That would be more painful than just killing them outright. Sure, watching Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu, the only two girls on the school team, suffer humiliation was painful, but it was far better than getting beaten to a pulp, bones broken and faces bruised, during the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the air. Fu Gang, who had just lunged forward, suddenly bounced off the carriage wall like a round leather ball. The other Qingdao No. 2 High students stood frozen in confusion. Shen Luoyan's heart skipped a beat. Turning around, she found a youth in white robes standing beside her. His fair, handsome face flashed a hint of joy. Li Mu. Chapter 129, You Can't Mess With Me. There he stood. Li Mu still held the stance from his earlier kick. Slowly retracting his leg, he coldly declared, "What kind of lowly scum dares lay a hand on my people? Ha! Gang." Only then did everyone snap to attention. Fu Gang had actually been kicked flying by Li Mu. The other Qingdao No. 2 High School students scrambled to help him up from the ground. Ouch! This hurts like hell. Damn it! Get him! Hit him hard! Hit him so hard he'll die. Fu Gang rubbed his stomach, grimacing as he struggled to his feet. At Qingdao No. 2 High School, aside from the Yao siblings Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin, everyone else addressed him with utmost respect, calling him Brother Gang. Today, he'd been caught off guard by Li Mu's sneak attack. With his status, how could he tolerate such humiliation? With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the Qingdao No. 2 High School team members beside him to swarm forward, closing in on Li Mu. Ah! Li Mu, watch out! Shen Luoyan's heart sank with worry. She knew Li Mu was no ordinary opponent. He had single-handedly subdued Lu Shangyao, demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess. But this was Qingdao No. 2 High's turf. If a direct confrontation could be avoided, it was best to steer clear. Thud, thud, thud. Before Shen Luoyan could finish her warning, 7 muffled thuds echoed in quick succession. Throughout the entire sequence, no one witnessed how Li Mu had actually struck. All that was visible was the Qingdao No. 2 High School team members being knocked down like bowling pins before Li Mu. In the blink of an eye, they were all sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and writhing in agony, none able to rise. Li Mu remained standing in place. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and tucked it between his lips. With a playful tone, he asked, "Want to play some more?" His eyes brimmed with mockery as he stared straight at Fu Gang, showing him no respect whatsoever. "Do you know who I am? You dare provoke us from Qingdao No. 2 High School?" A smug look spread across Fu Gang's fleshy, bulging face. Just as expected. Everything unfolded exactly as Chief Yao had predicted. Li Mu truly was a reckless bastard, acting with utter arrogance and complete disregard for consequences. It seemed Chief Yao's backup plan was no longer necessary. Just as Fu Gang stood there, basking in his smug satisfaction, ready to reveal his plan and relish the look of utter despair on Li Mu's face, Li Mu had already strided up before him. "I may not know who you are, but you need to know this. You can't take me on." As the final syllable of "me" left his lips, Li Mu lunged forward, delivering a vicious kick straight into Fu Gang's bulging belly. The nearly 200-pound pig of a man flew through the air, tumbling out of the carriage and landing with a thud, utterly silent. Everyone in the carriage was stunned. No one could have imagined Li Mu was this fierce. Even after Fu Gang explicitly stated the train's strict no-fighting policy, the man showed no fear or restraint. Instead, he kicked Fu Gang flying across the carriage. The looks Gao Jiancheng and others gave Li Mu were incredibly complex, a mix of envy and satisfaction. As one of the 3 powerhouses in Haidai Province's high school scene, Qingdao No. 2 High had consistently held a top 3 position in the provincial martial arts competitions over the past decade. Now that Li Mu had defeated Qingdao No. 2 High's 3rd-ranked fighter, Fu Gang, and other members of their team, they were bound to face a rough ride in the upcoming high school martial arts tournament. "Li Mu, you're finished. You're finished for good this time. Ha 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 ha." While everyone present was still reeling in shock, one of the Qingdao No. 2 High School youths lying on the ground suddenly spoke up. He struggled to his feet, lifting his head defiantly as he glared at Li Mu. "Li Mu, you really are as arrogant as the rumors say. But this time, you've got the wrong target for your arrogance. Do you know what happens to those who repeatedly break the rules on this train? On the train, contestants are strictly forbidden from wandering between carriages. They must remain at their assigned seats. Fighting between contestants is strictly prohibited. Now, you've violated both of these prohibitions. Our Chief Yao has already gone to summon Xiao Wenfang, the overall supervisor of this high school martial arts tournament." "Xiao Wenfang?" Compared to the young man laughing maniacally like a villain, Li Mu showed no reaction whatsoever. But beside him, Shen Luoyan, Wang Xiu, and the others all turned pale with shock. Indeed. The train had explicit regulations strictly prohibiting contestants from wandering between carriages. Everyone was required to remain in their assigned seats until arriving at Langya Base City. Furthermore, the train strictly forbade any fighting incidents, with violators facing severe consequences. This explained why Fu Gang had taken Li Mu's kick without retaliating earlier. Only now did Shen Luoyan, Wang Xiu, and the others belatedly realize. It turned out this had been a trap set by Qingdao No. 2 High School for Jeju No. 1 High School from the very beginning. The objective was to exploit the train's rules to eliminate Li Mu and all of them before the high school martial arts tournament even began. Li Mu, maybe we should. Shen Luoyan, grasping the gravity of the situation, was about to pull Li Mu away from the scene. But unexpectedly, Li Mu walked straight up to the young man who had spoken earlier, towering over him with a condescending gaze. "You idiot! I'm on a scholarship." Thud. Li Mu spoke with half-closed eyes, his tone calm as he delivered a flying kick straight to the man's jaw. The youth felt a sharp, searing pain shoot through his jaw, followed by darkness engulfing his vision as he lost consciousness completely. At that moment, the contestants from Qingdao No. 2 High School, who had been about to make a scene in front of Li Mu, promptly chose to close their eyes and play dead. As for Jeju First High's side, aside from Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu, the rest hung their heads like frostbitten eggplants. At that moment, Li Mu suddenly smiled. "Why are you all looking so gloomy? I was the one who hit him. Not you. Besides, I'm the one who called you all here. Shen Luoyan, Wang Xiu, you two may leave. I'll wait here for a moment. Let's see just how formidable the head organizer of the high school martial arts tournament and the top student of Qingdao No. 2 High School really are." Li Mu's simple statement instantly awakened everyone present. That's right. It was Li Mu who had beaten Fu Gang and the Qingdao No. 2 High School students. The one who called them here was Li Mu. If it wasn't them, what did it have to do with them? Once they grasped this, Gao Jiancheng and his group wasted no time. With a sweeping gesture, they fled the scene as if escaping. In the vast hard sleeper compartment, only Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu remained. Chapter 130, Deeply Wounded by Men. Why aren't you leaving? Seeing everyone else had left, leaving only Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiu behind, Li Mu casually pulled open a window seat and plopped down with a cigarette dangling from his lips. His demeanor was as cocky as could be, as if he didn't give a damn about Yao Ziyuan. "Whether I participate in the high school martial arts tournament or not doesn't matter to me. I don't care either." Watching the white-clad youth's arrogant demeanor, Shen Luoyan bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth. Her gaze gradually hardened. "The only thing I care about is whether I can get into Shanghai Dai Martial Arts Academy." "Then do your best." Hearing Shen Luoyan's words, Li Mu shot the girl a surprised glance. In his memory, hadn't Shen Luoyan always placed immense importance on collective honor? Back during the Beast Trials, when facing an attack from over 100 students from Jizhou No. 4 Middle School and Xingzi Middle School, she had resolutely chosen to fight to the end, vowing to defend the honor of No. 1 Middle School with her life. What had gotten into Shen Luoyan today? How could she give up so suddenly? And this is the high school martial arts tournament. How is it suddenly tied to the Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy afterward? Could it be that my special admission spot has gotten to her? At this thought, Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He then turned his gaze back to Wang Xiu and sneered, "And you? The high school martial arts tournament isn't important to you?" "MHM. Wang Xiu nodded firmly. "So you just want to get into Shanghai Daiwu Academy, no matter what?" Wang Xiu nodded again, her expression equally earnest. "Got it. Since you both feel this way, I won't say any more. You two stop loafing around and clean up this mess on the floor." With that, Li Mu pointed lazily at the scattered members of the Qingdao No. 2 High School team lying haphazardly on the floor. After giving a brief order, he stood up and walked out of the hard sleeper compartment. Upon reaching the front row of the mentor's compartment, Li Mu immediately spotted a young man wearing rimless glasses. With a rather delicate and scholarly appearance, he was passionately arguing with a rugged-looking middle-aged man. Li Mu slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled over at a leisurely pace to listen in. "Mentor Shao. You're the chief organizer of this high school martial arts tournament. How dare you openly violate the train's clear regulations in front of all the competitors, darting between compartments and assaulting someone in public like this? This matter must be dealt with severely. If this youth isn't severely punished, it will undoubtedly set a terrible precedent for the contestants. The repercussions would be nothing short of disastrous." "Oh? You mean it?" Upon hearing that someone had openly violated the train's clear regulations, Xiao Wenfeng, the mentor overseeing this high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, immediately furrowed his brow into a knot. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. If someone dared to openly defy the rules right at the start of the tournament, it would be a serious challenge to his authority as the chief organizer. He must seize this opportunity to make an example of someone, thereby establishing his authority as the event's chief organizer. Absolutely true. Instructor Xiao, I witnessed this with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. Seeing the anger flash across Xiao Wenfeng's face, the scheming little rat Yao Ziyuan was overjoyed. He immediately began pounding his chest with a thump-thump rhythm. But just as Yao Ziyuan was about to fan the flames further, plotting behind Li Mu's back, Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a graceful, handsome youth in white robes approaching. The moment he recognized the face, Yao Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Well, well. Talk about mentioning the devil just as he arrives. Li Mu, you're finished. Now you'll get a taste of my throwing lime technique. The thought of Li Mu facing Xiao Wenfeng's wrath head-on, only to be driven out of the high school martial arts tournament like a stray dog, made Yao Ziyuan's smile impossible to suppress. It was pure, unadulterated glee. Instructor Xiao. That's the guy who just attacked someone in our Qingdao No. 2 high school carriage, openly violating train regulations, Li. But before Yao Ziyuan could utter the final syllable of mu, Xiao Wenfeng sprang up from the sofa as if his backside were fitted with springs. One moment his brow was furrowed in anger, the next his face bloomed like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. He strode toward Li Mu from a distance. As he approached, Xiao Wenfeng waved enthusiastically at Li Mu, his voice dripping with obsequiousness and flattery. Oi! Li Mu! How's that matter I discussed with you last time coming along? Let me tell you something. Don't listen to that old fool song spouting nonsense. You should see what his granddaughter looks like. She's a total female T-Rex. Unlike my granddaughter, she was born with natural beauty that's impossible to ignore, and she'll be absolutely stunning when she grows up. She's the kind of beauty that makes fish sink, geese fall, the moon hide, and flowers blush. You should really consider. At that moment, Yao Ziyuan still maintained the same gesture of pointing his finger at Li Mu. But every expression on his face had frozen solid. His eyes were wide and vacant as he stared dumbly at Xiao Wenfeng, who had his arm around Li Mu's shoulder. Like some salesman peddling miracle pills, Xiao was talking a mile a minute, desperately trying to sell his granddaughter to Li Mu. Finally, Yao Ziyuan watched helplessly as Li Mu, his face a mask of yes, yes, yes. And alright, pulled a room key card from his pocket. He swiped it at the door of the private room marked 001 and walked straight inside. With that, Li Mu and Xiao Wenfeng vanished completely from his sight. All that remained to greet Yao Ziyuan was the heavy thud of the door slamming shut. Huff! A cold breeze swept past Yao Ziyuan. After what felt like an eternity, Yao Ziyuan finally managed to force out a word. Holy! After finally seeing off Xiao Wenfeng, who, for reasons unknown, had become utterly fixated on marrying his own granddaughter off to him, Li Mu's private room finally settled into quiet. He let out a long sigh, about to grab something to eat to fill his stomach. But just then, a task notification suddenly popped up on the translucent system screen before him. Special reversal quest triggered. It wasn't just women who hurt you in your first half-life. Truth be told, you were wounded just as deeply by men. Because you married a promiscuous ex-wife. While you toiled underground mining coal, she cheated on you countless times, leaving your 2 children without a single biological father. For a time traveler like you, this is nothing short of utter humiliation. Now that you've made a name for yourself on Blue Star and amassed considerable prestige, it's time to crush and humiliate those so-called prodigies who tormented you countless times in your past life. Ding! Detected, Heaven's Chosen. Name, Yao Ziyuan. Age, 43. Cultivation, peak 10th rank Martial King Realm. Martial talent, Beast Commander. Friendly reminder, system intelligence indicates an enemy prodigy in hostile relations with the host. These prodigies may pose a threat to the host. Host is advised to eliminate these prodigies whenever possible, instilling in them a fear akin to standing on the edge of an abyss. Phase 1 task, Yao Ziyuan's fear value towards host, 25%. Mission reward, 5,000 reversal points. Phase 2 mission, Yao Ziyuan's fear level toward the host reaches 50%. Mission reward, 10,000 reversal points. Phase 3 task, Yao Ziyuan's fear level toward the host reaches 75%. Mission reward, 20,000 reversal points. Phase 4 task, Yao Ziyuan's fear level toward the host reaches 100%. Mission reward, 50,000 reversal points. Upon the fallen prodigy's spiritual core shattering or death, the host shall inherit their martial talent, cultivation progress, and 1 Demon King gift pack issued by the system. Chapter 131, Fear Mission issued. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly as he studied the system prompts displayed on the translucent screen before him. Unexpectedly, today's mission to subdue the Heaven's Pride daughter failed to spawn. Instead, the system had spawned a fear mission for the Heaven's Pride son. This peculiar fear mission from the system surprised Li Mu, yet it also felt somehow expected. After all, as the system, it had to keep things balanced, right? It couldn't keep assigning him special missions focused on women. The male side needed its fair share of attention too. As for Yao Ziyuan becoming the target of his first special task involving a prodigy, Li Mu found that unsurprising as well. From their very first encounter, Li Mu had keenly sensed the murderous intent flickering in Yao Ziyuan's eyes. The reason he hadn't acted immediately back then was that Li Mu was still pondering whether Yao Ziyuan might become the next lucky soul to face his judgment. So he pretended not to see it, choosing instead to reel him in for a while and observe. But what transpired afterward pushed Yao Ziyuan recklessly beyond Li Mu's breaking point. From Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiyu being deliberately targeted by Qingdao No. 2 high school's team in the carriage earlier. From that fat pig Fu gang's clumsy smear campaign and frame-up, to the utterly amateurish attempts to provoke conflict and stir up hatred afterward. In Li Mu's eyes, all of this was nothing but a joke. He could see right through Yao Ziyuan's scheme. It was nothing more than a ploy to lay traps and spread lies, hoping to make him step on a landmine and forfeit his eligibility for the high school martial arts tournament. Li Mu's suspicions coincided perfectly with his arrival in the mentor's compartment, where he had just witnessed Yao Ziyuan publicly humiliating himself. What a pity! Yao Ziyuan's crude little trick might well have succeeded against an ordinary person. But Yao Ziyuan should never, ever have to scheme against him, Li Mu. For Yao Ziyuan would never know what terrifying force he had truly provoked. Yao Ziyuan, prepare to face your fears. The next morning, the sun rose in the east, casting a faint glow across the sky. The distant horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Xiao Wenfeng had arrived early at the locomotive's front, gazing intently toward the horizon. There, not far ahead, a towering and magnificent base city was faintly visible. Its massive walls, resembling a forest of steel, soared at least 50 meters high at a glance. Years of relentless assault by demonic beasts had left deep claw marks etched into the steel walls, lending the city an air of desolation and grimness. Above the base city gates, 5 large characters were carved: Langya Base City. Langya. This was the largest base city in the Haidai Lu region of southwestern Shandong, the foremost line of defense against demon beast assaults from the southwest, and the destination of their journey. As Langya Base City came into view, Xiao Wenfeng tilted his head slightly and coldly ordered his assistant in the black silk uniform beside him. Go now and summon every single participant in this high school martial arts tournament. The staff member hurriedly nodded in agreement before departing at a brisk pace. Moments later, the staff member's loud voice echoed through the train cars over the loudspeaker. All participants in this high school martial arts tournament assemble immediately at the small plaza at the train stop. Inside the compartment, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the announcement. After a night of cultivating his internal martial arts techniques, Li Mu felt not the slightest fatigue. On the contrary, practicing the transforming energy technique all night had significantly enhanced his qi and blood, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Li Mu smiled faintly. Seems the details of the high school martial arts tournament's battle royale are finally being revealed. After a quick wash, Li Mu stepped off the train and headed toward the small plaza. At that moment, many contestants who had heard the announcement also emerged from their respective train car exits. Seeing Li Mu step out of the first car, the one representing the mentors, they couldn't help but cast envious glances his way. Among them, some contestants gazed at Li Mu's retreating figure, their voices tinged with envy as they exclaimed, "Look over there! Is that Jeju first high top student, Li Mu? I've heard about him." Li Mu is highly favored by mentor Zhu Guiyu of Haidai Martial Arts Academy. He even gave him the hidden reward spot for the top high school martial arts tournament winner a direct admission offer. And that's not all, they've even arranged for him to stay in a luxury soft sleeper compartment, reserved exclusively for instructors. Li Mu had long grown accustomed to the envious and admiring gazes directed at him. He walked straight to the small plaza, found the Jeju No. 1 high school section, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Luoyan and Wang Xiyu. Just then, Yao Ziyuan led the battered members of Qingdao No. 2 high school's team onto the plaza. Seeing Li Mu's smug expression, Yao Ziyuan recalled how yesterday not only had he failed to outmaneuver his opponent. Instead, his Qingdao No. 2 high school team members suffered increasingly severe injuries, to the point where it threatened to impact their participation in the high school martial arts tournament. This made the eyes behind Yao Ziyuan's glasses appear even more dark and ominous. As competitors from various high schools gradually arrived, Xiao Wenfeng, the chief organizer of this high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, led a group of proctors to the elevated platform at the front of the small plaza. We have now reached the closest stop to the Yiming Mountains from Langya Base City. The straight line distance from here to the Yiming Mountains will not exceed 3,000 meters. Regarding the assessment content for this high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, I believe each base city has already provided you with practical training in advance. Therefore, I shall cut to the chase without further ado. The high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, commences at 9:15 a.m. and will continue for 48 hours. I solemnly remind every participant, this high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, will differ from previous year's arena matches. It will be the most brutal and bloodiest tournament in history. Participants in the high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, will each receive an identification tag before being transported into the Yiming Mountains from the designated staging area. Within the Yiming Mountains, you must rely solely on your own strength to survive and escape the deadly claws of the demonic beasts. Remember, these beasts are no less vicious than humans. One misstep, and dying in there won't be surprising at all. At this point, Xiao Wenfeng paused, his gaze sweeping warningly over every person present. Additionally, to prevent the high school martial arts tournament from descending into chaos from the very start. Therefore, the hour and a half preceding the assessment will be a ceasefire period. Any combat between contestants is strictly prohibited. After the 1.5-hour truce, while battling the beasts, you must also find a way to obtain 100 identity tokens from other contestants. Only contestants who collect 100 identity tags will qualify to proceed to the central region of the Yiming Mountains for the tower battle. This battle royale isn't just about escaping the demon beast's claws, it's about overcoming all rivals to ultimately stand atop the Iron Tower and claim the championship of this high school martial arts tournament. Chapter 132, Battle Royale Rules. After listening to Xiao Wenfeng's explanation of the high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, Li Mu's expression turned pensive. Although prior to this, the Jizhou-based city authorities had specifically arranged the high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, to resemble the Demon Beast trials. But comparing the intensity of the Savage Beast trials to this Battle Royale? They weren't even in the same league, right? Back then, Li Mu single-handedly shattered the joint assault by Shengzi Middle School and Jeju No. 4 High School, taking on 100 enemies alone. That feat had already shattered the highest record in the history of the Savage Beast trials since its inception. Now look at this high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale. To advance to the next round, you need to collect 100 identity tags. That means defeating 100 opponents to earn the right to compete in the final tower battle. To prevent powerhouses like Qingdao No. 2 High, Haidai Provincial Experimental High, and Shandong Normal University Affiliated High from artificially inflating their scores, the Haidai provincial authorities deliberately confined participants from other schools to spawn points. Thus, a strict rule was enforced: no identity tags could be seized from other participants within the first hour and a half. Even with this rule in place, contestants must find ways to seize other participants' identity tags while simultaneously guarding against the ferocious beasts lurking in the jungle. As Xiao Wenfeng had warned, if not a single one survived, they might well lose their lives here. No wonder this high school martial arts tournament adopted a battle royale theme. This truly differed from the ring-based tournaments of previous years, carrying genuine life-threatening danger. This selection process was tinged with a significant degree of cruelty. The total number of high school students participating in this tournament from all schools combined is roughly 3,200. If we're talking about selecting 1 in 100, that means only 32 will ultimately make it to the tower battle stage. In this battle royale, many contestants will ultimately meet their end. This competition is absolutely fierce and brutal. Shen Luoyan took a deep breath, her fair, delicate face etched with solemnity, radiating palpable tension. Though Wang Xiyu remained silent beside her, the equally solemn expression on her own face betrayed an unprecedented anxiety and unease within. For a moment, an oppressive atmosphere unlike any before filled the vast plaza. Everyone was filled with unease and tension over the impending brutal battle royale competition. He. Yet amidst this solemn atmosphere, an untimely chuckle suddenly echoed through the air. The chuckle instantly captured the attention of the entire crowd. All eyes turned in unison toward the source of the sound, only to find that the one laughing was none other than Yao Ziyuan, the top student of Qingdao No. 2 High School. Xiao Wenfeng frowned, his gaze fixed on Yao Ziyuan as well. His tone carried displeasure. Yao Ziyuan, what are you laughing at? Was what I just said so amusing? By the end of his sentence, a terrifying aura had already spread out from Xiao Wenfeng's entire body. Any ordinary student, sensing the pressure emanating from a martial arts revered master, would have immediately lowered their head in fear, closing their mouth and daring not to breathe a word. But Yao Ziyuan paid no heed to Xiao Wenfeng's warning. Pushing his glasses up his nose, he fixed Xiao with a piercing stare. Instructor Xiao, you yourself stated that the first hour and a half after the battle royale begins is a truce period, during which combat between any participants is prohibited. Right? At this, Xiao Wenfeng's expression grew slightly uneasy, yet he nodded. Correct. That is the rule for this high school martial arts tournament. But, fine. Before Xiao could finish his sentence, Yao Ziyuan cut him off sharply. Since you brought up the rules, Instructor Xiao, let me explain them to you properly today. With that, Yao Ziyuan raised his hand toward the battered and bruised members of Qingdao No. 2 High School's team, their faces swollen and battered, looking utterly miserable. If the rule against martial combat at the high school martial arts tournament counts as a rule, then does that mean the rule against martial combat on trains is just bull? At this point, Yao Ziyuan's voice shot up an octave, each word ringing out with force and conviction. Yesterday, students from Jizhou No. 1 High School disregarded the train's explicit regulations, roaming freely between carriages without authorization. This resulted in the loss of important belongings belonging to our Qingdao No. 2 High School students. Afterwards, we demanded that the Jeju No. 1 High School students return the stolen items. Instead of complying, not only did they refuse, but Li Mu even attacked and injured our Qingdao No. 2 High School students. Instructor Xiao, as the chief organizer of this high school martial arts tournament, don't you owe Qingdao No. 2 High School an explanation for this incident? Whoosh! Yao Ziyuan's words were like a bomb dropped into calm waters, instantly sending shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes darted back and forth between Yao Ziyuan and Xiao Wenfeng. Groups of students gathered in clusters, their murmurs growing louder by the second. As the murmurs reached his ears and the students' gazes fell upon him, an awkward flush spread across Xiao Wenfeng's face. He had thought yesterday's incident would be forgotten. Little did he expect that Yao Ziyuan would play dirty tricks on him. His seemingly gracious retreat yesterday was actually just a setup to publicly humiliate him in front of all the contestants today. If he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, it would pose a significant challenge and threat to his authority. Watching Xiao Wenfeng's shifting expression on the elevated platform, Yao Ziyuan's smile grew wider.
Ever since yesterday, when he saw Li Mu move into the mentor's carriage and display such close rapport with Xiao Wenfeng, this plan had gradually taken shape in Yao Ziyuan's mind.
So, Xiao Wenfeng, you want to publicly shield Li Mu and give him preferential treatment? Fine. Since you're playing this game, don't blame me, Yao Ziyuan, for exposing your true colors in front of all the contestants today. But the cost of doing this would be completely alienating Xiao Wenfeng, the martial arts revered master. If it were any other student, even if you gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare offend a martial arts reverend. But who is Yao Ziyuan?
The current young master of the Yao family, a martial arts dynasty with a century of history on Qin Island.
Offending a martial arts revered master? That's a price Yao Ziyuan can afford to pay. Not to mention, he held the moral high ground this time. Even if this matter escalated all the way to the provincial capital of Haidai province, he would still hold the moral high ground. He wasn't afraid of you, Xiao Wenfeng. Yao Ziyuan's move was designed to force Xiao Wenfeng into the fire. By leveraging this momentum, he would compel Xiao Wenfeng to publicly deal with Li Mu, thereby venting yesterday's bitter resentment. Under the stares of Yao Ziyuan and the others, Xiao Wenfeng was clearly backed into a corner. His face darkened, his mouth opened as if to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. Just as Yao Ziyuan cornered Xiao Wenfeng into a hopeless predicament, the white-clad youth whom Yao had been constantly mentioning suddenly turned around. His expression serene, he strode purposefully toward the scene. "Brother, look." As Li Mu approached with an expressionless face, striding toward them with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, the overwhelming sense of pressure that washed over Yao Mingjin caused her heart to beat wildly, thumping uncontrollably. Her throat tightened. "He's coming this way." Hearing his sister's words, Yao Ziyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and followed the direction she pointed. There, a youth clad in white strode toward them with a stern expression. Li Mu's boldness, not only showing no fear but actively approaching him, was entirely within his expectations. His earlier words had not only publicly challenged Xiao Wenfeng but had also directly put Li Mu on the hot seat. Thus, cornered by him, Li Mu would either obediently shut up and be driven out of the high school martial arts competition like a stray dog. Or, as was happening now, driven to desperation, he would inevitably lash out in fury, choosing to publicly sever ties with him once and for all. Oomph. Better yet, let's tear it apart. I was worried you wouldn't have the guts, Li Mu. A mocking curve lifted the corners of Yao Ziyuan's mouth. He then shoved his hands into his pockets and strode directly toward Li Mu. Although Xiao Wenfeng had repeatedly emphasized that combat between competitors was strictly prohibited within the hour and a half preceding the start of the high school martial arts tournament. But if the other side struck first, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. This was self-defense. Even if he crippled Li Mu in public and Li Mu screamed bloody murder to the heavens, as long as his actions were justified as self-defense, his conscience wouldn't flinch. Next, he would make Li Mu experience firsthand just how formidable the young master of the Yao family from Qingdao truly was, a man who stood at the pinnacle of the high school martial arts world in Haidai province. This chasm in their realms. Yao Ziyuan was confident he'd soon make Li Mu feel it firsthand. Soon, Li Mu and Yao Ziyuan met face to face at the very center of the plaza. Nearby high school competitors instinctively retreated backward, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura radiating from the two combatants. Soon, a 100-meter vacuum zone formed between Li Mu and Yao Ziyuan. Li Mu slowly lowered his eyes, dark as starlit night. Though he stood at the same height as Yao Ziyuan, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of being looked down upon. This feeling wasn't exclusive to Yao Ziyuan. Even Yao Mingjin and the members of Qingdao No. 2 High School's team behind him shared this inexplicable, yet undeniably real, sense of unease. Then, the white-clad youth spoke in a flat tone. "Yesterday on the train, and even now it's all your little tricks, isn't it?" Chapter 133, Guess If I Care. Ha. Hearing this, Yao Ziyuan shook his head and chuckled. Then he stepped forward, leaning close to Li Mu's ear and murmuring in a voice only the two of them could hear, "So what if I did it? Li Mu, you're finished today. Either that, or you'll be kicked out like a stray dog by the examiner. Or I'll break one of your legs and have you carried out from where you stand." "Oh, I see." Facing Yao Ziyuan's blunt threat, Li Mu nodded slightly, a look of sudden understanding crossing his face. He then turned to the group from Qingdao No. 2 High School behind Yao Ziyuan and said, "So it seems. Even before we met, you'd already planned how to deal with me, hadn't you?" No. It's not about dealing with me." Yao Mingjin, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward. She waved her right index finger back and forth, grinding her small fangs with a hint of smugness in her voice. "To be precise, it's about dealing with you. This lady has already figured out how to deal with you, you shameless jerk. Little sister. Watch your mouth." Yao Ziyuan feigned displeasure as he scolded Yao Mingjin, then turned his gaze back to Li Mu. He shrugged indifferently and chuckled. "Heh. I'm afraid I've embarrassed myself in front of Mr. Li. My sister has always been straightforward and speaks her mind. Whatever comes to her head, she says. Please don't take it to heart. She just blurts things out. After a pause, Yao Ziyuan continued with an unchanged smile, but I think, rather than worrying about what's already happened, student Li should focus his energy on the mess he's currently dealing with. The moment these words left his mouth, the students of Qingdao No. 2 High School crossed their arms, gazing at Li Mu with mocking, teasing eyes, the kind reserved for watching a clown perform. Their expressions screamed, "We've got you cornered either way. You think you're so tough, Li Mu? You think you're so tough, Li Mu? In front of our boss, you got played like a fool. You think you've got some skills, so you're arrogant and reckless. Today, Big Boss Yao will teach you a lesson you won't forget." Yao Mingjin covered her mouth with her delicate hand and giggled softly. She could see clearly that Li Mu had been driven to the edge of a cliff by her big brother. Either Xiao Wenfeng, facing so many competitors present, would forcibly kick Li Mu off the high school martial arts tournament roster to preserve his own authority and reputation. Or, Li Mu would be unable to contain his rage and lash out again, just like yesterday. But could Li Mu count on the same luck today? The answer was undoubtedly no. Yesterday, Li Mu had escaped unscathed only because Fu Gang hadn't intended to fight him at all, allowing Li Mu to land a surprise attack. Now, Li Mu faced his own senior, the undisputed leader of Qingdao No. 2 High School. Though Yao Mingjin could tell his elder brother wasn't about to let Li Mu off easily, his words were practically forcing Li Mu to strike back. That would give Yao Ziyuan the perfect opportunity to retaliate, publicly humiliating Li Mu before the 3,000 contestants gathered there. But if Li Mu were a smart man, he would bow his head and apologize to his elder brother right now in front of the entire crowd, then be driven out of the high school martial arts tournament venue like a stray dog. For Li Mu, that might well be the best possible outcome. Ahem. Thinking this, Yao Mingjin cleared his throat twice, about to follow his elder brother's lead and fan the flames further. But suddenly, Li Mu's voice, tinged with amusement, cut through the air. "I'll tell you. Yao Ziyuan, man, isn't life just exhausting for you? Did you go through all this trouble just to get me to beat you? Is it really necessary to make things this complicated? Fine. Since you're so eager, I'll grant you this little wish today." Li Mu spoke calmly, his expression unreadable, yet beneath his brow, a terrifying storm seemed to brew. Hidden murderous intent, deceitful words and actions. Li Mu had reached his limit with this bespectacled young man before him, one who feigned refinement on the surface yet was nothing but a backstabber behind closed doors. As before, Li Mu radiated no aura of authority. He lifted his right foot lightly and stepped onto the platform. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the square, sending the onlookers who had gathered to gawk scattering in panic. The square, spanning dozens of zhang in diameter, shattered completely under Li Mu's stomp. Countless fragments of stone shot skyward. Yao Ziyuan, struck by the overwhelming true chi surging upward, spat blood and recoiled violently, his face drained of color. Is this truly the combat power a martial artist can unleash? This thought echoed not only in the minds of ordinary contestants but also among the 10 school teams from Haidai Province Experimental High and Shandong Normal University affiliated high school, who had been watching nearby. Witnessing this scene, they too were stunned speechless, their faces drained of color. At their cultivation levels, they could indeed shatter the square's bluestone pavement with a single kick, but at most, they could only leave superficial cracks. Yet Li Mu's display had shattered the entire station plaza from within, causing it to explode instantly and send debris skyward. Such a feat was utterly unfathomable, terrifying beyond measure. Is this kid even human? The 10 members of the Haidai Province Experimental High School and Shandong Normal University affiliated high school team all swallowed hard, their Adam's apples bobbing. The look in their eyes as they stared at Li Mu was pure disbelief, as if they were witnessing a ghost. Not only that, but Xiao Wenfeng, standing atop the high platform after Li Mu's move, shook his head and sighed. What were you thinking, provoking that prodigy for no reason? Li Mu had just gone live in front of over 100,000 people, entering the forbidden realm like some unparalleled prodigy. Damn it! I admit I didn't want to get involved yesterday on the train. There was definitely some personal selfishness at play. Inside. But equally, I didn't want to watch you go out of your way to provoke Li Mu. Now look what you've done. You're so hell-bent on courting disaster, I couldn't stop you even if I tried. Not only can I not stop you, but you've just humiliated me, the chief organizer, in front of all these competitors. Since you're so cocky, I guess I don't need to step in after all. You'll reap what you sow all by yourself. If this had happened before, Xiao Wenfeng, as the head organizer of the high school martial arts competition, would have stepped in to handle it. But damn it, Yao Ziyuan played his cards so poorly. After that series of shady maneuvers, he'd completely alienated Xiao Wenfeng. Seeing Li Mu already intervene, Xiao Wenfeng stood by with eyes fixed on his nose and nose on his heart, showing no intention whatsoever to mediate the dispute. With even the chief organizer showing no inclination to intervene, the other staff members present naturally had no desire to meddle in this affair either. They all adopted a spectator's attitude, eager for a good show. They might as well have brought out small stools to sit down and crack sunflower seeds. However, with the martial arts competition organizers like Xiao Wenfeng unwilling to intervene and the other contestants unable to do anything about it, this left Yao Ziyuan and the rest of the Qingdao No. 2 high school team suffering terribly. The instant Li Mu's foot slammed into the ground, Yao Ziyuan's clothes were torn to shreds. His body was covered in wounds, torn open by the sharp edges, blood gushing freely. He was covered in injuries, many of them deep enough to expose bone. Li Mu, have you lost your mind? We're still in the half-hour truce period. Yao Ziyuan, sent flying through the air, roared in a mix of shock and fury. Oomph. Guess what? I couldn't care less. Li Mu sneered coldly, unleashing a punch toward Yao Ziyuan's chest mid-air. 7 wounds fist. Danger. As the Crimson Fist aura hurtled toward him at breakneck speed, alarm bells rang in Yao Ziyuan's mind. A palpable sense of impending doom surged toward him like a tidal wave from all directions. His true chi surged wildly within him. Pale blue light flared from his arms as he mustered every ounce of strength, gritting his teeth to block the attack before him. The aura of a peak 8th grade martial master erupted from his body, its might staggering. Boom! Yao Ziyuan felt like a lone boat in the ocean, struck head-on by a colossal wave that hurled him violently backward. The terrifying Crimson Fist aura shattered his arms, which he had held out in front of his chest, the moment they made contact. The residual force continued unabated, slamming into his chest. Yao Ziyuan's once proud physique crumpled like paper under this single blow, his chest caved inward instantly. He let out a guttural wah and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he prepared to break free and flee, 2 small hands pressed against his back, and the girl's soft voice called out from behind him. Brother! I'm here to help you. Behind Yao Ziyuan, a figure with waist-length crimson hair had appeared out of nowhere. Her hands pressed firmly against Yao Ziyuan's back, attempting to. Witnessing this, Yao Mingzhen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. She crouched down, then leapt behind Yao Ziyuan, bracing herself with both hands as if determined to forcefully push back the Crimson Fist aura Li Mu had unleashed. Especially as Yao Ziyuan before her not only coughed up blood in great gulps, but his terrifying physique far superior to any of his peers now groaned under the crushing weight of the assault. It felt as though Yao Ziyuan's body would be crushed to pieces by that Crimson Fist aura in the very next second. Boom! Under the stunned, astonished gazes of the entire crowd, Yao Ziyuan and his sister Yao Mingzhen vanished like shooting stars, swiftly disappearing from everyone's sight. Boom! Just as the crowd was rendered speechless by the shock, another explosive roar echoed through the air. Li Mu stomped his foot heavily on the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. He swiftly pursued the direction where Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingzhen had vanished. Chapter 134, How else do you plan to deal with me? Whoosh! A bitterly cold wind swept through the air, finally drawing the stunned gazes of the Qingdao No. 2 high school students back to reality. Fu Gang, seething with anger, stormed up to Xiao Wenfeng and demanded loudly. Coach Xiao! Didn't you see what Li Mu just did? That Li Mu has no regard for discipline whatsoever. He's arrogant and overbearing. Mentor Xiao, you just stated that combat between competitors is strictly prohibited 1.5 hours before the high school martial arts tournament begins, with severe consequences for violators. Now, Li Mu openly defies you, launching an attack in front of over 3,000 competitors from all schools. If you don't provide a proper explanation, not only will we from Qingdao No. 2 High School be dissatisfied, but I fear even these 3,000 competitors here will refuse to accept it. Fu Gang's words rang out with such force they were deafening. Simultaneously, it sparked a flurry of whispers among the surrounding high school students, each clearly intrigued by the commotion. Earlier, regarding the incident where Li Mu clashed with Qingdao No. 2 high school students on the train, aside from the direct parties involved No. 1 and No. 2 high schools, the others present had only heard one-sided accounts from Yao Ziyuan and knew nothing about what had transpired the previous night. So, lacking context, these bystanders adhered to the principle of rational spectating, choosing to let the dust settle. But where those bullets flew, they had no idea. But Li Mu's punch? Everyone present saw it clearly. Crucially, Xiao Wenfeng hadn't even finished explaining the rules before 2 people had already been sent flying. If Xiao Wenfeng didn't step in now, it would be downright inexcusable. Just as all eyes in the venue converged on Xiao Wenfeng, he shook his head calmly, showing no sign of embarrassment or breathlessness. First, I need to clarify something. That is, I stated a 1.5-hour ceasefire period after the official commencement of the high school martial arts tournament, during which contestants are prohibited from engaging in combat. But the tournament hasn't even started yet. So what happened between Li Mu and Yao Ziyuan is just a personal dispute between them. I'm not about to waste my time breaking up a fight between 2 kids. The over 3,000 high school students present exchanged glances, each reading the same unspoken thought on the other's faces. You make such a compelling point, I'm speechless. As for the students from Qingdao No. 2 High led by Fu Gang, their faces paled as they clutched their chests in unison, looking utterly frustrated and wounded inside. Indeed. By Xiao Wenfeng's logic, there wasn't a single flaw in his argument. They weren't on a train, and the high school martial arts tournament hadn't officially begun yet. It was merely the rules explanation phase. Therefore, Li Mu's earlier actions could only be considered disrespectful towards Xiao Wenfeng personally. But since Xiao Wenfeng himself had no objections, who were they to bark like dogs? Compared to the impotent rage boiling over at Qingdao No. 2 High School, Yao Ziyuan's situation on the other side was equally dire. He felt like he'd been launched from a human cannon, the scenery around him receding at a visible speed. Yao Mingzhen had been holding him steady from behind, but as he hurtled forward, she had vanished into the distance. Crash. Here, deep within a dense primeval forest far from Langya-based city, Yao Ziyuan spat a mouthful of blood mist. His tall, sturdy frame flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing violently through the air. His body smashed through over a dozen trees along the path, kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally, with a heavy thud, he slammed into a rock wall before sliding limply down its surface. Phew! Yao Ziyuan felt his head buzzing incessantly like a broken bellows since the impact. He struggled to rise, but suddenly felt a surge of blood rise from his chest. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood with a loud wah. Huff, huff. Yao Ziyuan gasped for air twice before finally managing to pull himself up from the ground, clutching his knees. At that moment, Yao Ziyuan felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Piercing pain radiated throughout his entire being, and he had no idea how many bones had snapped during his flight. Yet compared to the physical agony, the shock and terror gripping his heart now reached an unimaginable peak. His hands gripped the rock wall as he staggered backward, his eyes filled with terror as he watched the white-clad youth steadily approach him. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable, deep-seated terror and lingering dread. Yao Ziyuan swallowed hard several times before managing to stammer, "How is this possible? Judging by the aura emanating from you, you're clearly only at the 7th rank martial artist realm. How could you possibly be this strong? How could you have become this powerful?" As Li Mu closed to within 10 paces, Yao Ziyuan erupted into a frenzied roar, his face contorted with bewilderment and utter disbelief. He seemed utterly unable to comprehend why Li Mu could be this powerful. Judging by his aura, Li Mu's current display was even inferior to that of his own sister, Yao Mingjin, let alone himself, a peak 8th rank martial artist. Yao Ziyuan couldn't comprehend it. Was Li Mu's 7th rank martial artist cultivation fake, or was his own peak 8th rank martial artist cultivation watered down? If neither was true, then Yao Ziyuan racked his brain in vain, unable to fathom where he had gone wrong. How had he fallen so low that Li Mu could shatter him with a single touch? Observing Yao Ziyuan's pallid expression, Li Mu halted within 10 paces of him. His chin lifted slightly as a playful curve touched his lips. "Have you ever heard of the Forbidden Realm?" "What did you say?" "Forbidden Realm." The moment Yao Ziyuan heard the words Forbidden Realm from Li Mu's mouth, his pupils suddenly contracted into dangerous pinpricks. His voice shot up an octave. "You mean you've entered the Forbidden Realm?" Though Yao Ziyuan had never witnessed anyone truly reaching this legendary realm, he had heard tales from his clan elders about the terrifying nature of the Forbidden Realm. Rumor had it that the peerless prodigies truly standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid in Huaxia, upon reaching their respective realms, did not rush to break through. Instead, they chose to continue mining the potential of their physical bodies, thereby transcending the extreme realm and entering the legendary Forbidden Realm. Take Li Mu before him, for instance. On the surface, his cultivation level was even weaker than that of Yao Mingjin, his younger sister. But if Li Mu truly had stepped into the Forbidden Realm as he claimed, then his current base physical strength would be at least 8,000 kilograms. Within this Forbidden Realm, there are also tiers. The first Forbidden Realm doubles one's power, while the 9th Forbidden Realm elevates one to godhood. Reaching the 9th Forbidden Realm. This realm is reverently known throughout the martial arts world as the Divine Forbidden Realm. It signifies the supreme realm where only gods possess the qualification to tread. Though Yao Ziyuan certainly didn't believe the current Li Mu had reached the legendary Divine Forbidden Realm of the 9th Forbidden level. But one thing is certain. That is, the Li Mu before them was indeed an unparalleled prodigy who had stepped into the Forbidden Realm. Moreover, judging by the overwhelming, absolute combat prowess Li Mu had displayed against him, the Forbidden Realm he had now attained was certainly far more than just the first Forbidden Realm. If he were at the 2nd Forbidden Realm, forget about me. Even if you combined the top students from Haidai Province Experimental High and Shandong Normal University Affiliated High, they wouldn't be enough to take on Li Mu alone. For Li Mu, who had already stepped into the Forbidden Realm, he possessed the unconditional ability to strike down these so-called prodigies of Haidai Province with a dimension-lowering blow. No wonder he showed no fear facing me yesterday. No wonder Zhu Guiyu of the Haidai Martial Arts Academy holds him in such high regard, even going so far as to break precedent and alter the hidden championship reward for this high school martial arts tournament just for this youth. He had been hiding his true strength all along. Even when facing Lu Xingyao's challenge that day, Li Mu was merely feigning weakness, deliberately creating the illusion that he needed to unleash his most profound sword intent just to barely defeat her. He made everyone believe Li Mu and Lu Xiangyao were evenly matched. Damn it! Facing a freak like Li Mu who'd stepped into forbidden territory, what chance did Lu Xiangyao have against such a demonic talent? From the very start, these two weren't even in the same league, okay? Watching Li Mu advance relentlessly, Yao Ziyuan felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, sending an involuntary shiver through his entire body. Especially when Li Mu turned his gaze toward him, that playful, cat-toying with a mouse look in his eyes sent another shiver down Yao Ziyuan's spine. Had he known earlier that this monster Li Mu had already stepped into forbidden territory, he never should have agreed to Yao Mingjin's request to confront him. Even if Yao Ziyuan now played his trump card for the championship and continued burning his vital essence, With his peak 8th rank martial master cultivation, he might still have a chance to go toe-to-toe with this monstrous prodigy who had stepped into the forbidden realm. But now, his internal organs were saturated with the dark energy forcibly channeled by the 7 wounds fist. His meridians and organs felt as if pierced by countless tiny knives. Forget deploying his final trump card, even slightly mobilizing his true chi felt incredibly difficult. Your relentless pressure has instilled immense dread in Yao Ziyuan, the most outstanding young master of the Yao family in nearly a decade, increasing his fear level toward the host by 15%. Because you graciously resolved Yao Ziyuan's inner doubts, upon learning that the host has now entered a forbidden realm he could never hope to reach in his lifetime, Yao Ziyuan has developed profound fear toward you. Fear value toward the host has increased by 25%. Ding! Detected, Yao Ziyuan's fear level toward the host has successfully reached 50%. First and second stage rewards are now issued, totaling 15,000 reversal points. Funds have been deposited into the reversal mall account balance and are available for withdrawal at any time. Thud! As Li Mu approached Yao Ziyuan step by step, the latter's knees buckled in terror. Thud! He collapsed to his knees before Li Mu, trembling like a frightened rat. Li Mu's lips still curved in that amused, teasing smile as he slowly lowered his head to look down at the deathly pale, trembling Yao Ziyuan. He asked cheerfully. Go on. Why don't you continue telling me? Besides the train and just now in the square, how else did you and your sister plan to deal with me? Yao Ziyuan. Chapter 135, I Want the Truth. Though Li Mu's face wore a smile, his words sent a chill down Yao Ziyuan's spine. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and it took him a long moment to force out a single sentence. Clang! A piercing, sharp sword cry echoed through the air. A demonically crimson sword materialized in Li Mu's hand, then plunged violently into Yao Ziyuan's abdomen. With a wet thud as the blade pierced flesh, the crimson blade sank inch by inch into Yao Ziyuan's body. Bright red blood gushed forth like a spring from the wound in his abdomen. Aya! As the bone-chilling blade twisted relentlessly within his abdomen, Yao Ziyuan's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, erupting in waves of hysterical screams. But under Li Mu's piercing stare, Yao Ziyuan finally stammered, It's gone. It's truly gone. I swear, it's truly gone. We just wanted to teach you a lesson on the train, and use this against you after we got off. And my sister has long admired your reputation, Li Mu. She hoped to face you in the upcoming tower battle. Smack! Before Yao Ziyuan could finish his sentence, Li Mu delivered a backhand slap that silenced him abruptly. Yao Ziyuan felt the pain from Li Mu's blow wasn't like being slapped at all, it was more like being smashed in the head with a club, a sensation so intense it nearly sent his brains flying out. Immediately, excruciating pain surged through him. A metallic taste flooded his throat as blood surged up, spilling out in a gush. Yao Ziyuan's appearance was now nothing short of pitiful. Not only his ears, but his nose and mouth were also streaming crimson blood. As his mind reeled, his scalp tightened as a large hand forcibly yanked his head upward. But all he saw were the calm, dark eyes of the white-clad youth, as still as a deep pool. What I hate most is being deceived. Li Mu's words were as calm as the expression on his face, yet the overwhelming aura radiating from him exerted an intense pressure. I'll give you one last chance. Besides this, what else do you and your sister plan to do to me? She. I advise you to think carefully before speaking further. Otherwise. With that, he finished. Yao Ziyuan felt a heavy weight settle on his shoulder. Li Mu's crimson sword, as red as blood, pressed down hard on his shoulder, its edge so sharp it felt like it could slice through his skin. I want the truth. Li Mu's expressionless demand struck like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on Yao Ziyuan's forehead. His chest heaved violently, yet it felt as though no air could reach his lungs. His mind went completely blank. Why? Why could Li Mu be so certain I was lying to him? Impossible. Only the student council members should know about this. Just as Yao Ziyuan was racking his brain trying to figure out where he'd gone wrong, Li Mu's emotionless voice made his breath catch. 3. Hearing this, Yao Ziyuan felt his heart clench in an instant. He had experienced Li Mu's madness firsthand. If that madman ever found out that the decision to target Li Mu at Qingdao No. 2 High School had originated from his own sister's proposal within the student council, then his sister's fate would be all too clear. So, should he really tell this madman what happened in the student council that day? The moment I spoke, my little sister would fall into this madman's hands, facing an utterly miserable fate. As her older brother. Huff, puff, huff. Yao Ziyuan's pupils kept dilating and contracting as his chest heaved violently. He gasped for air in ragged breaths, yet it was like a fish beached on shore, unable to catch its breath. His face flushed crimson, clearly locked in a fierce internal struggle. 2. Li Mu thrust his sword forward once more. Yao Ziyuan felt a sharp pain in his neck, and instantly, a thin crimson line began spreading across his throat. At that moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie, deathly silence, as if an invisible hand had pressed mute. The stillness was so profound that Yao Ziyuan could hear his own breath and heartbeat, along with Li Mu's countdown echoing in his ears like the tolling of a grim reaper's bell, each beat hammering heavily against his heart. Yao Ziyuan looked up at Li Mu. Instead of the icy mask of murderous intent he had expected, Li Mu wore the same gentle smile as before. Were it not for the sword pressed against his throat, Yao Ziyuan might have mistaken Li Mu's expression for that of a long-lost friend, catching up amidst the wilderness. Yet it was precisely that broad smile on Li Mu's face that exerted an unprecedented pressure on Yao Ziyuan. Li Mu's reaction could only stem from two possibilities. First, Li Mu was a complete moron, mentally unstable, unable to discern the gravity of the situation, laughing obliviously as if no one else existed in this environment. The second possibility was that this wasn't the first time Li Mu had taken a life. To him, taking a life was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. After all, put yourself in his shoes. If you were the one slaughtering a chicken, would your heart or face show any different emotion or expression for that chicken? Of course not. Now, Yao Ziyuan felt like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered in Li Mu's hands. 1. Just as Yao Ziyuan's mind was racing with wild thoughts, Li Mu's icy countdown echoed in his ears once more, accompanied by the man's voice dripping with amusement. Yao Ziyuan. Say your goodbyes to this world. With that, Li Mu swung his sword toward Yao Ziyuan's neck. As the fragile skin of his neck was sliced open inch by the blade, the terror of death engulfed Yao Ziyuan like a tidal wave, drowning him in the depths of despair. Tears and snot streamed down his face as his spirit shattered completely. Gone was the confident, arrogant demeanor of Qingdao No. 2 High School's top student. Instead, he wailed and screamed in utter collapse. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. Deep within the primeval forest, dozens of miles away from Li Mu and Yao Ziyuan, a tall bush rustled and trembled. Soon, a girl with waist-length, fiery red hair emerged from within. Dust covered the girl's delicate oval face, and her combat suit bore several fresh scratches. She looked utterly disheveled. Ever since stepping off the train, Yao Mingjin felt like she was in a daze. According to the original plan, after getting off the train, she and her brother were supposed to confront Li Mu for a major reckoning. But before they could finish, her older brother had inexplicably been sent flying by Li Mu. She had tried to intervene, reaching out to catch her brother mid-air. Instead, not only did she fail to save him, but the terrifying force of the impact hurled her out of the station entirely. Where Li Mu had taken her, she had no clue. Yao Mingjin rubbed his throbbing temples. The last image etched in his mind was that crimson fist aura unleashed by the white-clad youth. Scenes from the train station plaza earlier flashed through Yao Mingjin's mind like a slideshow. Recalling Li Mu's terrifying prowess capable of shaking mountains and earth with every gesture, radiating an overwhelming aura, Yao Mingjin's oval face drained of color, her heart pounding with lingering dread. Yao Mingjin couldn't help but imagine. What if that punch had struck her instead of her brother? What fate would have befallen her? SSHHH. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Back when she watched the battle footage of Li Mu and Lu Xingyao's tournament match at the student union, Yao Mingjin had simply thought Li Mu was an average 5th-rank martial artist. The only thing noteworthy was the subtle realm sword intent he had displayed. As long as she could evade Li Mu's subtle sword intent, victory would be hers. But how much time had passed since the duel with Lu Xiangyao ended? Li Mu had already advanced from 5th-rank martial artist to 7th-rank martial artist, the same level as Yao Mingjin. Such a rapid cultivation advancement, Yao Mingjin had never even heard of such a thing before, let alone witnessed it. Oomph. Still, while that kid Li Mu's cultivation growth was astonishingly fast, the combat prowess he displayed was equally breathtaking. But when he faced my elder brother, Li Mu's run would come to an end. A 7th-rank martial artist was undeniably formidable. Even among the 3 elite families dominating the high school scene in Haidai province, such a cultivation level would place him among the absolute elite. But the man he faced now was Yao Ziyuan, the undisputed pinnacle of Qingdao No. 2 High School's hierarchy, the 3-time consecutive top student. His elder brother's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th-rank martial master realm, standing but a half step away from the coveted 9th-rank martial master realm. Even among peers at the same cultivation level, my elder brother stands unmatched, let alone Li Mu, who's more than one realm below him. My brother could absolutely defeat that bastard Li Mu. Yao Mingjin clenched her delicate fists in excitement, already envisioning the pitiful scene of Li Mu kneeling at her elder brother's feet, tears streaming down his face. No! I have to hurry over. If Li Mu gets knocked unconscious by my big brother, it won't be fun to torment him anymore. Yao Mingjin's mind raced with urgency. After roughly determining her big brother's flight path, she set off without delay. Before long, Yao Mingjin heard a familiar voice ahead. But the distance was too great. Yao Mingjin could only make out the general tone, not the exact words. Still, the young girl was certain the speaker was her elder brother, Yao Ziyuan. Chapter 136, I'll execute him publicly. My brother is truly formidable. He'd already finished the fight before I even got here. Right now, he's probably verbally humiliating Li Mu. Hurry! I have to hurry even more. Yao Mingjin urged herself onward relentlessly. Along the way, she passed countless trees snapped clean in half and boulders shattered to pieces, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with excitement. In her mind, the red-haired girl could already picture her older brother brutally dominating Li Mu in combat nearby. Her cheeks flushed crimson. The red-haired girl quickened her pace, charging straight through the chaotic debris of shattered rocks and broken timber. "Brother," she exclaimed excitedly, "leave the rest to me." Yao Mingzhen's words were already on the tip of her tongue, but upon seeing the scene before her, her pupils suddenly contracted into dangerous pinpricks, as if she had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Standing no more than 100 meters away was a youth clad in white, his posture perfectly straight. His back was turned toward Yao Mingzhen, obscuring his expression from the red-haired girl. Yet from her vantage point, she could see her brother lying sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were filled with terror as he stared at her, utterly bewildered by Yao Mingzhen's presence here. Yet the instant their gazes met, Yao Ziyuan immediately lowered his head. Whether out of guilt or some other reason, he dared not hold the girl's gaze. Hearing the voice behind him, the white-clad youth slowly turned around, the same carefree, mocking smile still playing at the corners of his lips. Li Mu's lips curved upward involuntarily. He flicked the blood droplets from his sword and chuckled, "Change." There was no doubt about it. Kneeling before Li Mu now, his face half swollen and utterly disheveled, was none other than the very person Li Mu had pinned his hopes on, his once invincible older brother, Yao Ziyuan. At this moment, Yao Ziyuan's appearance was a stark contrast to the spirited figure Yao Mingzhen had always imagined. With his head bowed low like a defeated dog, he had been so filled with guilt that he hadn't even dared to look her in the eye the entire time. Was this really the same elder brother she remembered? The stark contrast between the image of the big brother in Yao Mingzhen's mind and the defeated dog before her eyes created a jarring disconnect, leaving the red-haired girl with an unprecedented sense of unreality. She even began to doubt whether she was dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, then how could she possibly explain what was happening before her eyes? Just as the girl was lost in a haze of confusion and helplessness, the white-clad youth uttered a single word, "Change." It snapped her back to her senses. She watched as the youth before her, still wearing a faint smile, turned his calm gaze toward her. But being locked in his gaze made Yao Mingzhen feel like she was being stared at by a venomous snake. She covered her mouth with her hand and shivered involuntarily. Fear made the girl stumble backward several steps. Given the current situation. Meaning. Why? Why is it my older brother kneeling, not Li Mu? Isn't he only at the 7th rank martial master realm? What on earth is the reason for all this? The overwhelmingly shocking scene before her left Yao Mingzhen feeling as if her mind had gone completely blank. Only her primal instinct for survival kicked in, sending her adrenaline surging. Every cell in her body was screaming at her to run, to flee from this boy. He was a monster. Yao Ziyuan. Your sister heard about what happened to you and came all this way just to see you. As her brother, don't you have anything to say? Aren't you two siblings supposed to be close? This isn't right. Li Mu's tone was gentle, as if scolding a disobedient child, yet his actions held no trace of tenderness. Just as before, Li Mu grabbed Yao Ziyuan's hair with one hand, forcing his head up to make him look directly at Yao Mingzhen. Little sister. Every flicker of emotion across his sister's face was captured by Yao Ziyuan, kneeling on the floor. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words stuck in his throat like a fishbone, as bitter as if he'd bitten through his own gallbladder. He recalled the past. How full of vigor and ambition he had been. Freshman year, he challenged a senior and claimed the top spot at Qingdao No. 2 High School, one of the 3 elite institutions. From then on, Yao Ziyuan held that top spot for 3 full years. As Yao Ziyuan made rapid strides in martial arts, he earned the esteem and high hopes of his clan elders. The family regarded him as the pillar who would lead the Yao clan of Qingdao into its next century of glory. His younger sister, Yao Mingzhen, idolized him like a hero. But then, his current humiliating defeat was witnessed by the very sister who had idolized him since childhood. This left Yao Ziyuan seething with shame and rage, feeling as if he might shatter on the spot. Yet what lingered more intensely in his heart was the profound dread he felt toward that monster, Li Mu. He wasn't human. He was a monster. He was a complete and utter monster. Li Mu publicly executing him in front of his own sister now felt far less satisfying than simply slitting his throat earlier. Host publicly executes Yao Ziyuan before his sister, causing Yao Ziyuan's social death. The target's fear level toward the host increases by 25%. Ding! Detected, target Yao Ziyuan's fear level toward host has successfully reached 75%. Phase 3 mission reward issued, 20,000 reversal points deposited into reversal mall for host's immediate use. Oh? This public execution, is this effective? Seeing Yao Ziyuan's ashen face, his entire being suddenly devoid of spirit, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Originally, he'd been agonizing over how to extract higher fear values from Yao Ziyuan to earn more reversal points. But after that, no matter how he humiliated or flogged Yao Ziyuan, the guy was as unflappable as a dead pig in boiling water. It seemed that after revealing his sister's whereabouts, he'd become utterly reckless. No matter what tactics Li Mu deployed, Yao Ziyuan simply refused to react. Seeing Yao Mingzhen suddenly presented to him, Li Mu had planned to use this red-haired girl for another round of probing. Unexpectedly, Yao Ziyuan delivered a massive blow, sending his fear meter soaring to 75%. This successfully unlocked the 3rd stage reward, 20,000 reversal points. Awesome! This was absolutely exhilarating. But at that moment, Yao Ziyuan, utterly devastated, had no idea what was going through Li Mu's mind. If he could see Li Mu's mind right now, he'd witness a flood of system rewards erupting from the social death he'd just suffered in front of his own sister. As he was so overwhelmed with exhilaration he could barely breathe, the shaman fury might have driven him to want to smash his head against the ground right in front of Li Mu. They say kill without cruelty. Damn it! Li Mu wasn't merely tormenting him, this was pure torture, like being slowly dismembered with a dull blade. An unprecedented wave of shaman rage surged like a tidal wave, threatening to shatter every last shred of Yao Ziyuan's sanity. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right then and there. Yet even in this desperate strait, Yao Ziyuan's heart remained fixed on the light. In that moment, he had already devised a plan in his mind, a desperate counterattack to turn the tables and exact brutal revenge on Li Mu. If his sister could buy him just 15 minutes, he would swiftly heal his wounds with the medicinal pills he carried and unleash his newly awakened S-rank martial talent, Beast Commander. Beast Commander. As an S-rank summoning martial talent, Yao Ziyuan could spiritually summon demonic beasts no more than 2 minor realms below his own to fight. Yao Ziyuan's summoned beast was precisely the one constrained by the upper limit of his martial talent, a 10th grade demon soldier, the Crimson Blood Demon Python. This Crimson Blood Demon Serpent had been gravely wounded by the Sex Elder Patriarch before being placed before Yao Ziyuan. It was only then that Yao Ziyuan finally gained the opportunity to harness his martial talent, subjugating it and transforming it into his summoned beast. It was precisely because he had the Crimson Blood Demon Python, a 10th grade demonic beast, by his side that this became Yao Ziyuan's greatest trump card in his quest for the championship at this high school martial arts tournament. Just imagine. In the final tower battle segment, no matter what trump cards the top students from Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School and Haidai Provincial Experimental High School might have hidden up their sleeves. But once he summoned the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent, all their tactics and trump cards would be utterly futile against a demon beast of the 10th grade demon weapon tier, like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. However, while the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent was flawless in every way, its sole drawback was its cultivation level far surpassing Yao Ziyuan's own. It was precisely at the limit of what a beast commander could command. Therefore, even if Yao Ziyuan gave his all, it would still take at least a quarter of an hour before he had a chance to summon the Crimson Blood Demon Python. With the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent by his side, coupled with his own peak 8th rank martial artist cultivation, even if Li Mu truly stepped into the forbidden realm of second taboo, he could still fight. With this thought, Yao Ziyuan took 2 deep breaths to steady his nerves. Shaking his head repeatedly, he forced a bitter smile and gazed tearfully at Yao Mingjin, his voice trembling. Little sister. Run. Run now. Don't worry about me. This monster, he's not. Smack. Before Yao Ziyuan could utter the word human, the white-clad youth delivered another backhand slap across his face. It must be said, Li Mu's control over his strength was remarkably precise. The blow left Yao Ziyuan's left and right cheeks symmetrically swollen, making his face look considerably more balanced than before. This finally cured Li Mu's obsession. I said, cut it out already. Stop putting on a show for me, okay? Li Mu's sword-like brows knitted tightly. He wiped the blood clean from Yao Ziyuan's clothes with his hand before saying flatly, if you truly cared so much about your sister, why did you sell her off so decisively just now? Whether before or after his transmigration, Li Mu loathed hypocrites like Yao Ziyuan, true scoundrels. Great, you've blocked every single good thing. So I'm the only villain here, huh? Chapter 137, How to Recycle Useless Scum. Detected, Heaven's Pride Daughter. Special reversal quest triggered. Name, Yao Mingjin. Age, 41. Cultivation, peak 9th rank martial king realm. Martial talent, Surging Flames S rank. Attempt to make Yao Mingjin submit to you to earn rewards. The higher her submission level, the richer the system rewards. Phase 1 task, Yao Mingjin's submission level to the host has reached 25%. Task reward, 5,000 reversal points. Stage 2 task, Yao Mingjin's submission level to the host reaches 50%. Task reward, 10,000 reversal points. Stage 3 task, Yao Mingjin's submission level to the host reaches 75%. Mission reward, 20,000 reversal points. Phase 4 task, Yao Mingjin's submission level to the host reaches 100%. Mission reward, 50,000 reversal points. Note, upon reaching 100% submission, the host will inherit the target's martial arts talent, cultivation progress, and receive 1 Conqueror's gift pack from the system. Has the reversal quest finally triggered? As the translucent virtual screen before him finally refreshed with Yao Mingjin's submission-related tasks, Li Mu's eyes instantly blazed with intense focus, fixed unwaveringly on Yao Mingjin not far away. That burning, excited gaze was like a big gray wolf eyeing a little white rabbit filled with greed and an intense desire to conquer. Li Mu. Feeling Li Mu's piercing gaze, as tangible as if it were solid, Yao Mingjin instinctively took a step back. Her slender white hands clasped together, she placed them over her chest, her face filled with wariness. You? What did you do to my brother? What did I do to your brother? Oomph. Can't you see for yourself? Shrugging his shoulders, Li Mu replied with a tone of casual ease, I'm tormenting your brother. You? Yao Mingjin was so flustered by Li Mu's retort that her oval face flushed bright red. Her fists clenched tightly in anger, and her almond-shaped eyes glared fiercely at Li Mu. Though she had no idea what exactly had transpired in her absence. But one thing was certain, Li Mu must have used some underhanded trick to catch her older brother off guard. Otherwise, with her brother's strength, how could he possibly lose to Li Mu? Yao Mingxin's eyes flickered. She glanced at Yao Ziyuan, then at Li Mu, her thoughts racing like lightning. Though her elder brother had been driven to this point, it was undoubtedly Li Mu who had launched the surprise attack first. Yet, ambush or not, this also indirectly proved that Li Mu's frontal combat prowess was by no means weak. On the surface, she was at the peak of the 7th-rank martial artist realm, while Li Mu had only just entered it. But if it came down to a direct confrontation, Yao Mingxin knew deep down that her chances of victory were slim. Therefore, his immediate task was to divert Li Mu's attention away from Yao Ziyuan. Once her elder brother recovered from his injuries, the siblings would unite their forces. That would be the day Li Mu met his end. Li Mu! Release my brother! I am your enemy! With her resolve set, Yao Mingxin roared in fury. Simultaneously, the aura surging around her rapidly intensified. Her chi and blood churned violently within, and a crimson storm of true energy, centered on the young girl, began to spread wildly outward, unleashing waves of scorching flames. Her overwhelming might caused the ambient temperature to soar by 5 or 6 degrees. The air filled with the acrid smell of burning and the crackling sound of flames consuming everything. Intense fire elemental energy locked Li Mu in place. Flame wave assault. Yao Mingxin pressed her palms together, aimed at Li Mu, and her crimson hair exploded behind her. Terrifying flames swept out from the girl's back, transforming into a crimson storm that slammed toward Li Mu. As the rolling waves of flame engulfed the sky and surged toward him, a faint smile touched Li Mu's lips. His right hand clenched into a fist, his right foot stomped the ground, and a surge of blood energy erupted around him. His right fist shot forward like a cannonball. Boom! The overwhelming, towering flames that had been so formidable moments before seemed like insignificant sparks in the face of Li Mu's fist. Wherever the crimson fist aura passed, the flames scattered and dissipated, extinguished with ease. In the blink of an eye, Li Mu's fist slammed into Yao Mingxin's exposed chest. Snap! Accompanied by the crisp snap of shattered bones, Yao Mingxin's petite body flew backward like just like Yao Ziyuan before. Swept along by the crimson fist aura, Yao Mingxin's body forcibly carved a path through the primeval forest. Boom! Her body finally slammed into the ground like a cannonball. When the dust settled, a massive crater 5 meters deep had appeared on the ground. Yao Mingxin lay within the crater. His purple battle armor was torn to shreds across his upper body, his chest caved inward, and it was impossible to count how many ribs were broken. But Yao Mingxin struggled to rise from the pit, but the movement accidentally tugged at the wound on her chest. The color drained instantly from her small face, and with a gasp, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It hurts so much. It hurts like hell. Ah! Cough cough cough. Just as Yao Mingxin was about to scream in agony, the movement suddenly aggravated the wound in her lung, triggering a violent coughing fit. As she lifted her head to see the white-clad girl slowly approaching the deep pit, gazing down at her, Yao Mingxin's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The usual defiance and arrogance that defined her vanished completely. Now, she resembled a frightened little white flower, staring at Li Mu as if he were a demon. Her delicate, oval face held nothing but terror and panic. Little sister. On the other side, Yao Ziyuan, who had been lying beneath the cliff face, had just struggled to his feet after witnessing his sister being sent crashing into the pit by Li Mu's single punch. Whoosh! But just as he prepared to rise, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Before Yao Ziyuan could even process it, a dull clang echoed in his ears. Yao Ziyuan's rising body suddenly staggered. His knees buckled, and his entire body collapsed back onto the ground. He glanced sideways to see a blood-red sword fixed firmly beside him, mere inches from his throat. Had the blade been even slightly off-center, Yao Ziyuan would likely have been pinned to the rock face. Gulp! Yao Ziyuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Even with the healing elixir, Li Mu's monstrous combat prowess meant that if he charged in, his fate would likely mirror Yao Mingxin's, crushed into a pit and buried beneath the rubble. Though he'd witnessed his sister being brutalized by Li Mu, he'd cling to survival by any means necessary until he successfully summoned the Crimson Blood Demon Python. Survival might be shameful, but it worked. Little sister. For the greater good, please hold the line for your big brother a little longer. After a moment's internal struggle, Yao Ziyuan quickly swallowed another pill, seizing the chance to hasten his recovery. That's enough. Is it really necessary? So dramatic. Li Mu shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely toward the deep pit below. He shook his head in disappointment at Yao Mingxin, who was still lying at the bottom, groaning in pain. Before striking just now, I deliberately avoided your vital areas. I only broke a few of your ribs. Is it really necessary to act so dramatic? If you're really that delicate, then you shouldn't be a martial artist. Wouldn't it be better to just stay at the Yao residence and be a proper young lady? As Li Mu had just stated, Yao Mingxin's current condition appeared pitiful on the surface, but overall, it wasn't a serious matter, merely a few broken ribs on her right side. Crucially, when Li Mu delivered that punch, he deliberately avoided even the slightest contact with the young girl's already well-developed, infinitely beautiful form. Talk about meticulous attention to detail. Thinking of this, Li Mu found himself almost moved by his own actions. Yet amidst this admiration, a new problem presented itself. After today, having struck so hard from the very start, wouldn't Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mengjin, brother and sister, avoid him like the plague whenever they saw him? Avoiding him was one thing. The real problem was this: if the siblings didn't come looking for trouble themselves, was he really going to storm into their house and drag them out for a beating? But then again, if circumstances permitted, Li Mu would genuinely love to do just that. The problem was, the current conditions simply didn't allow it. The Yao family of Qin Island weren't pushovers either. Rumor had it they had several martial kings, even martial sovereigns, stationed there. Li Mu might be reckless, but he wasn't stupid. He'd have to be utterly reckless to storm the doorstep of a martial sovereign's residence right now. Therefore, the most pressing issue before Li Mu now was how to extract more reversal points from this brother and sister. Ideally, he could use this chance to wipe out the Yao siblings entirely, sparing himself future regrets. Speaking of fear values, why not ramp up the intensity on Yao Ziyuan later? Start by severing one of his arms and one of his legs. That way, Yao Ziyuan's fear of me would deepen significantly, making completing the task a breeze. As for Yao Mengjin, how could he make that red-haired brat submit to him? How about giving Yao Mengjin the same martial virtue package I used on Lu Shangyao last time? Both women were the arrogant, self-righteous type anyway. As long as he trampled their pride and dignity into the dirt, it should rack up plenty of submission points. Thinking about it, he felt a tinge of anticipation. A curve of eager anticipation lifted the corners of Li Mu's mouth. This was essentially recycling waste. As for retaliation from the Yao family of Qindao? You expect someone who's already contemplating blocking the other's doorstep to worry about their retaliation? What a joke! Chapter 138, I haven't even asked you to kneel yet. They say the public eye is sharp. Take Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mengjin, brother and sister. The reason they ended up in such a sorry state? Ultimately, it was their own doing. Ever since Li Mu boarded the train bound for Langya Base City, the Yao siblings had been scheming relentlessly to cause him trouble through every possible means. Many witnessed this firsthand. Li Mu's current approach is more about inviting a beating. Since you, Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mengjin, are so begging for a beating, repeatedly running up to me, Li Mu, to cause trouble, then I, Li Mu, can only reluctantly oblige and give you a taste of your own medicine, fulfilling this little wish of yours, Yao siblings. Besides, Li Mu's current status and standing are fundamentally different from when he first arrived on Blue Star. The Li Mu who first arrived on Blue Star was nothing more than a greenhorn who couldn't even hold on to his position as young master. But the Li Mu of today? Not only does he command the highest prestige among the younger generation of the Jeju Li family, but he's also a specially admitted student at the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. As the third-ranked academy among China's 10 great martial arts academies, any instructor from Haidai Martial Arts Academy would be considered an ultimate combat force if placed in the Yao family of Qindao. Not to mention, setting aside the academy, countless martial arts reverends outside like Xiao Wenfeng were desperately climbing the ladder, scrambling to curry favor with him. Thus, the Qindao Yao family was hardly worth Li Mu's attention. Since the Yao family of Qindao posed no threat to him at this stage, why should he bother with restraint? For whom was this restraint meant? Was he trying to emulate the Bone King, engaging in a battle of wits with thin air? Ridiculous. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. The strong have the unconditional right to humiliate the weak. This is an ironclad law within the martial arts realm of China. As long as Li Mu didn't betray his own principles, he wouldn't pass up any chance to squeeze every last drop of value from his enemies. Turning waste into treasure and recycling refuse, isn't that itself a magnificent endeavor? Ding! Detected, Yao Mengjin subjugated by host's peerless martial virtue. Submission rate increased by 25%. Conquest of the Heavenly Pride's daughter, Yao Mengjin Phase 1 mission complete. Reward of 5,000 reversal points issued and deposited into the reversal mall. Host may access at any time. Only 5,000 points? Looks like I'll have to step up the intensity. With this thought, Li Mu withdrew his gaze from the translucent virtual screen before him and looked down into the deep pit. He saw that Yao Mengjin, trapped within the pit, had gradually transitioned from initial screams to muffled groans. The red-haired girl gasped for breath in short, shallow puffs as she staggered to her feet within the pit. Yao Mengjin lifted her small head to look up at Li Mu above her. Fear involuntarily flickered in her eyes as she addressed the man before her voice trembling, devoid of the earlier confidence. We lost. Let's call it quits here, okay? What do you think? Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth as he countered. Brilliant. She actually wanted to call it quits. Then, Yao Mengjin instinctively took a step back at the question. Well, Li Mu rubbed his chin, pondering earnestly for a moment before clenching his right fist and tapping it against his left palm. How about this? After all, the whole reason you brothers went through all this trouble was to kick me out of the high school martial arts competition, then use that as an excuse to humiliate me, right? Since that's the case, I won't let you withdraw from the competition either. Just do what Lu Shengyao did that day, kiss the ground 3 times before me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll just let this slide. After all, I'm not some kind of monster. As he spoke, Li Mu's peripheral vision casually or so it seemed flicked toward Yao Ziyuan, who was still huddled trembling beneath the rock wall. The implication couldn't have been clearer. As Li Mu's gaze fell upon him, Yao Ziyuan clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh without him noticing. He hung his head, his body curled tightly into a ball. Though hidden from Li Mu's line of sight, his eyes glowed an alarming crimson. Yet the words that came out were as calm as he could manage. I understand. Forcing Yao Ziyuan to kowtow 3 times to Li Mu was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. But if he refused, Li Mu's ruthless nature would never let him off the hook. As the saying goes, small impatience ruins great plans. He had already taken the healing pills, and the injuries within his body were rapidly recovering. Once fully recovered, he would activate his martial talent, Beast Commander, to summon the Crimson Blood Demon Python. Then, it would be the end of Li Mu. Li Mu. Go ahead and laugh in triumph. Just wait for the humiliation you'll inflict upon me next. I, Yao Ziyuan, swear I will repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. I'll make you regret ever being born. Filled with seething hatred, Yao Ziyuan struggled to his feet, head bowed. With resolute steps, he advanced toward Li Mu. But just as he bent his knee to kneel before him, thud! Li Mu sneered coldly, lifting his foot to kick Yao Ziyuan squarely in the back of the knee, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. Before Yao Ziyuan could scramble back up, Li Mu planted his foot squarely on the man's head, crushing any chance of resistance. Under the furious, bloodshot gaze of the fallen man, the white-clad youth offered a faint smile. I didn't tell you to kneel. What's the rush? Turning his head toward the dazed Yao Mingjin nearby, Li Mu pointed at his own feet and chuckled. You've been watching plenty of videos of my matches with Lu Shengyao lately, haven't you? Now, just copy what Lu Shengyao did in that video, run over here and kowtow to me. You. What did you say? Yao Mingjin's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Her delicate oval face froze in utter bewilderment. After a long moment, she finally managed to choke out, you want me to kowtow to you? The moment those words left her lips, all color drained from Yao Mingjin's face. She turned deathly pale. Before this, Yao Mingjin had publicly mocked Lu Shengyao countless times for her pathetic behavior in front of Li Mu, reveling in her humiliation. Little did she expect karma would strike so swiftly. Back then, Li Mu had literally stepped on Lu Shengyao's head to make her kowtow. Now, when it came to her, Li Mu was demanding she prostrate herself willingly. Li Mu's action was nothing short of a complete annihilation of Yao Mingjin's dignity, even her very personhood as the prized daughter of the Yao family. You. Yao Mingjin's petite face flushed crimson, words of fury already forming at her lips. But before she could utter them, a sharp pain in her lungs forced the words back down her throat. The fact that Li Mu had defeated both her elder brother and herself in such rapid succession proved beyond doubt that he had deliberately concealed his true strength during his match against Lu Shengyao. How laughable. She had once believed that the subtle realm sword intent was Li Mu's ultimate trump card. Little did she know that microcosmic realm sword intent was merely something Li Mu had brought out to toy with her. Li Mu exploited this information gap, drawing both her and her elder brother's full attention to his subtle realm sword intent, causing them to overlook his other lethal techniques. The result? A calculated ambush against the unprepared. Both he and his elder brother suffered heavy losses at Li Mu's hands, landing them in this dire predicament. Yet even now, Yao Mingjin clung stubbornly to his original plan. Whatever trump card Li Mu held, his cultivation realm remained undeniable. 7th rank martial artist. As long as they could find a way to stall for time, buying precious moments for their injuries to heal. The ultimate victors would undoubtedly be them, the siblings. As Yao Mingjin's mind raced with strategies to break the stalemate, she noticed Yao Ziyuan currently pinned under Li Mu's foot, frantically signaling toward her. Little sister. Agree to him. Agree to him quickly. But, as Yao Ziyuan's pleading glances kept darting her way, the expression on Yao Mingjin's face grew undeniably more complex. Yao Ziyuan's thoughts aligned almost perfectly with Yao Mingjin's own battle plan. But knowing something was one thing, actually doing it was quite another. What Yao Mingjin could accept was fighting to buy precious time for her elder brother's recovery. But she could not bear the thought of the prized daughter of the Yao family kneeling in humiliation before Li Mu. To gain time for her elder brother through such an act of utter submission to Li Mu was unbearable. Now, however, she was publicly kowtowing in apology, and to the very man she loathed and despised most. Such humiliation was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more agonizing than being killed outright. Little sister. Though Yao Ziyuan's face was contorted beneath Li Mu's foot, he still managed to speak in the gentlest tone possible. Obey him. Trust your elder brother. When Yao Ziyuan uttered those words, it felt like 2 daggers plunging deep into her heart. But there was no other way. Yao Ziyuan knew all too well that given all the humiliation Li Mu had inflicted upon him today, if he failed to complete his revenge, from that day forward, Li Mu would become the greatest demon haunting Yao Ziyuan's martial path, a nightmare tormenting him without respite. Then his entire life would be utterly ruined and he would likely never make any further progress in martial arts. Whether he could recover from his injuries, summon the Crimson Blood Demon Python, and finally exact vengeance on Li Mu had become Yao Ziyuan's most intense obsession. Therefore, even his most beloved younger sister. If it meant securing his future in martial arts, even she could be sacrificed. Snap, snap, snap. Listen. Watching Yao Ziyuan utter these words with bloodshot eyes, Li Mu's smile grew wider. He clapped his hands in satisfaction before turning to Yao Mingjin, who stood as if struck by lightning, and teased. Your own brother is urging you to kowtow and apologize to me. As his younger sister, are you going to listen, or not? Swish. Yao Mingjin's pupils dilated sharply. As if all her strength had been suddenly drained, her body swayed like a candle flickering in the wind, nearly collapsing to the ground. Host has successfully exploited the target's profound sense of defeat and submission by shattering her greatest idol and pillar of support, simultaneously triggering deep frustration and surrender. Submission level increased by 30%. Ding. Detected Yao Mingjin's submission level to the host reaching 55%. Successfully completed phase 2 of the submission task. Reward, 10,000 reversal points. Funds have been dispersed to the reversal mall and are available for immediate use. Ha ha ha. Just as I anticipated. To make Yao Mingjin submit to me swiftly, I must utterly shatter the pillar of strength she clings to. Though Li Mu's expression remained impassive, witnessing Yao Mingjin's rapidly escalating submission rate, he was already laughing maniacally inside. Chapter 139, The system is even crazier than me. But after the laughter subsided, Li Mu felt a deep sense of speechlessness. He had thought he was already sufficiently insane. But this system? It was even crazier than he was. Starting off with such high emotional intelligence. Well. Its specialty? Loving to watch the drama unfold. After hearing Li Mu's words, Yao Mingjin bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. In an instant, her watery peach blossom eyes turned crimson, and the fiery, clever, and headstrong demeanor of a spoiled young miss vanished from her. Instead, an intangible aura of sorrow and desolation emanated from her. This only deepened Li Mu's perception of a unique, shattered beauty emanating from Yao Mingjin. Yet this very shattered quality did not stir a protective urge toward the red-haired girl within him. Instead, a voice echoed relentlessly in his mind, break her. Break her completely before your eyes. The moment this thought surfaced in Li Mu's mind, it sent a chill down his spine. He never imagined this damn system could be so wicked. How could I have allowed such wicked thoughts to take root within me, a 16-year-old minor of pure nature, wholly devoted to goodness without even realizing it? Sinful. Truly, it was a grave sin. Just as Li Mu was chanting the Tao Te Ching to purify his soul. At the same time, Yao Mingjin's heart was also enduring immense pain and torment. The man he had always idolized, the elder brother he most yearned to emulate. Now, he was actually asking her to abandon all dignity and kowtow to her most hated enemy. Of course, did Yao Mingjin not know that Yao Ziyuan's true purpose was to buy time to recover from his injuries? She knew it all too well. But in this world, knowing something is one thing, experiencing it firsthand is quite another. Take that first moment when she arrived. After witnessing her elder brother kneel pitifully before that demonic tyrant Li Mu, even without Yao Ziyuan uttering a word, Yao Mingjin had already resolved to stall Li Mu and buy time for Yao Ziyuan. But what happened next revealed Yao Mingjin's grave miscalculation of the power gap between herself and Li Mu. With his meager skills, forget about buying time for his elder brother. In the blink of an eye, Yao Mingjin had been sent crashing into a pit by a single punch from Li Mu, utterly incapacitated. There was no way he could hold back this demon king, Li Mu, now. Yao Mingjin understood this better than anyone. Yet for some reason, the thought of her elder brother's head being trampled under Li Mu's foot while he was earnestly urging her to kneel and submit to Li Mu. A bitter, humiliating ache welled up inside him. Recalling the moment in the student council when he had delivered his victor's declaration as the 10th-ranked member of the school team, this feeling only intensified. Facing Li Mu, not only had he failed to teach the other a lesson, but he'd been crippled by a single punch and forced to kowtow an apology. It was as if the heavens had turned upside down. Memories flashed through Yao Mingjin's mind like a slideshow. Her adorable, slightly chubby face was etched with resentment and frustration as she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Can we change the terms?" Originally, given Li Mu the Demon King's temperament, Yao Mingjin expected nothing less than intensified humiliation after uttering those words. For instance, how brilliant! She actually dared to bargain with me. Something along those lines, bitterly sarcastic remarks that would send the mockery meter off the charts. But what Yao Mingjin never could have imagined was that Li Mu would nod calmly, of course. Really? I never lie to women. Li Mu offered a faint smile. Then, before Yao Mingjin's smile could even widen further, Li Mu flicked his toes upward. With a sharp whoosh, Yao Ziyuan, who had been sprawled on the ground, curled up trying to recover from his injuries, was sent flying into the air. Yao Ziyuan had almost grown accustomed to being pinned underfoot. In a moment of distraction, the martial artist had already materialized in the air. Before his brain could process how he ended up there, Li Mu delivered a mid-air roundhouse kick, sending him flying like a kicked soccer ball. Brother! Yao Mingjin cried out in shock. Yao Ziyuan, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, slammed heavily into the rock wall. His face turned pale as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The healing pills he had just swallowed were not only wasted, but his entire aura now seemed even more depleted than before taking them. After struggling to pry himself free from the rock face, Yao Ziyuan lifted his head. The gaze he fixed on Yao Mingjin now held an instinctive venom, his expression seeming to scream, "You disobeyed me and worsened my injuries, you've earned your death." Li Mu! What are you doing? Yao Mingjin glared angrily at Li Mu before him, oblivious to the venom in his elder brother's eyes. His voice trembled with grief and indignation as he shouted, "Just because I didn't follow your orders, you're going to harm my brother? Don't you think what you're doing is utterly outrageous? I admit it. There were conflicts and disagreements between us on the train earlier. But murder is the ultimate punishment. Where there's room to spare, spare. Now you've beaten both me and my brother. Haven't you vented your anger enough? That should be enough, right? Must you destroy us completely before you'll let it go?" As Yao Mingjin spoke, his emotions grew increasingly agitated. By the end, his voice trembled with sobs, as if he'd suffered some immense injustice. Hearing this, Li Mu remained silent. The faint smile vanished from his face entirely as he walked expressionlessly toward Yao Ziyuan, who lay collapsed on the ground. With each step Li Mu took forward, the aura radiating from him intensified, a murderous intent as overwhelming as a tidal wave instantly engulfing Yao Ziyuan. Feeling the relentless surge of killing intent emanating from Li Mu, Yao Ziyuan felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart. Each breath felt like surviving a battle. Once hailed by the Yao family of Qingdao as the prodigy destined to lead them into another century of prosperity, he now resembled a fish pinned to a cutting board, utterly defenseless and at the mercy of his tormentor. Yao Ziyuan desperately wanted to retreat, but his back was pressed against the rock wall. There was nowhere to go. He could only watch in utter despair as Li Mu closed in, step by step. A single thought consumed his mind. Move. Move, for God's sake. He'll kill me. He'll definitely kill me. Ding. Detected, Yao Ziyuan's psyche is being shattered by the host's terrifying killing intent. Fear level increased by 10%. Wait. Just as Li Mu was about to reach Yao Ziyuan, Yao Mingjin's tearful, desperate cry erupted from behind him. I'll kowtow. I'll kowtow to you and apologize. Isn't that enough? Thud. As she spoke, the girl's knees slowly bent. With each inch she knelt before the white-clad youth, Yao Mingjin seemed to shed her past willfulness and arrogant princess complex, crashing heavily to the ground with a crisp thud. Li Mu halted, raised a finger toward his own feet, and spoke in a tone devoid of any trace of pity. Continue. Yao Mingjin bit down hard on her lower lip with her pearly teeth, blood seeping from her thin lips. Meeting the white-clad youth's icy gaze, she braced her small hands against the ground. Her proud head lowered inch by inch, drawing closer to the muddy, chaotic earth. Under Li Mu's calm stare, her pale forehead pressed firmly against the soil. The stubborn defiance vanished from her adorable, slightly chubby face. On the verge of emotional collapse, she cried out, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I truly know I'm wrong. Please, forgive me this once." Watching Yao Mingjin's head pressed hard against the ground, tears soaking the soil in the pitiful scene, Yao Ziyuan remained surprisingly calm. He poured a healing pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it, his fists clenched tightly as he thought bitterly to himself. Why didn't you kneel sooner? You had to wait until I kicked you before you'd get down on your knees. If you just knelt earlier, my injuries might be completely healed by now. Useless in helping, but excellent at making things worse. Enough. Get up. Looking at the red-haired girl before him, now nearly shattered, Li Mu's expression remained as calm as ever. Hearing this, Yao Mingjin sprang to her feet as if granted a pardon, wiping away tears with her small hands. Meanwhile, Yao Ziyuan lurked unnoticed in a corner, frantically popping pills. His mind was already racing with plans for brutal revenge against Li Mu. But just as his grand revenge scheme reached its climax in his imagination, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Li Mu shook his finger at Yao Mingjin and murmured with a sigh, "Let's leave the grudge from the train behind us for now. Now, let's settle some other scores." Settle other accounts? Yao Ziyuan's pupils contracted sharply. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him, and he blurted out, "What else do you intend to settle with us?" Li Mu paid no attention to Yao Ziyuan behind him, his gaze fixed firmly on Yao Mingjin as a faint, ambiguous smile played on his lips. "I hear you want to strip me naked, hang me up, and whip me for 3 days and 3 nights in front of all the participants of the high school martial arts tournament? I'm sure there's no exaggeration in what I said. I'm just repeating your exact words from back then, right? Chapter 140, You're one tough nut to crack." At these words, Yao Mingjin instantly paled, her petite frame beginning to tremble uncontrollably. "These? How did you find out?" Yao Mingjin's red lips trembled as she stammered for a long moment before finally forcing the words out. "How did I know?" Li Mu shook his head with a dismissive snort, then turned his gaze to Yao Ziyuan behind him, his meaning clear. "There were only 3 of us at the scene. Where else could I have found out?" With that, Yao Ziyuan, who had been quietly taking his medicine to restore health nearby, turned to Li Mu. His pale face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to drip with venom. "You bastard! Even though you didn't name names or mention surnames just now. But you had to go and add that there were only 3 of us present. Unless you and Yamanjin rolled around in bed together and she told you in her sleep. Other than that, that leaves only me who could have told you. The thought that his carefully cultivated image as the great big brother of Huaxia, a persona Yaominjin had painstakingly built for him since childhood, was crumbling to dust in this very moment nearly made Yao Ziyuan grind his teeth to dust. Little sister, let me explain. Yao Ziyuan was still trying to make one last desperate attempt. Smack! But before he could even finish his sentence, Li Mu didn't even glance at him. She just whipped her hand around and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The slap landed with such ease. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Whether from anger or the blow itself, Yao Ziyuan collapsed instantly with a sharp crack under Li Mu's slap, falling completely motionless. I've always been one to return respect tenfold for every inch given. But if someone destroys even a grain of mine, I'll take 3 bushels from them. Li Mu pulled out a wet wipe to clean his hands as he spoke leisurely. So, given your current situation, I suppose I could charge you with attempted crime. That might get you a lighter sentence. So you needn't worry, I won't strip you naked, hang you at the tower pit, and whip you with a small leather strap. But while death may be spared, punishment remains inevitable. I won't strip you naked, but I'll knock you unconscious and hang you at the tower fight site as a mascot. How does that sound? Aren't you touched by my kindness? Though the white-clad youth's tone carried a hint of teasing, each seemingly casual remark pierced the red-haired girl's heart like a sharp blade. Yao Mingjin staggered backward several steps as if struck by a tremendous blow. The color drained completely from her oval face, and her breathing grew frantic. These words. Did my brother tell you all this? Though Yao Mingjin phrased it as a question, she already knew the answer in her heart. Did he tell you everything? What else could it be? If he hadn't been so forthcoming, how could I possibly know so much about the inner workings of your Qingdao No. 2 high school? Li Mu seemed utterly oblivious to the vulnerability and despair radiating from the girl before him, his pace steady as he approached Yao Mingjin. After receiving Li Mu's affirmative response, Yao Mingjin merely lowered her head, her lips curling in a smile that was 3 parts cold detachment and 7 parts self-mockery. Never before had the girl felt such utter despair. She could never have imagined this. Her older brother, Yao Ziyuan, whom she had idolized and pursued as a role model. Yet the more noble and upright his public persona appeared, the more despicable his secret deeds became. To prolong his existence under Li Mu's control, Yao Ziyuan had sold himself out completely. And selling himself wasn't enough. That bastard Yao Ziyuan, in his desperate attempt to curry favor with Li Mu, had even commanded his beloved younger sister to prostrate herself before the enemy. From that moment on, Yao Ziyuan had thrown the reputation and dignity of the Yao family as both the young master of the Yao clan and the centuries-old prestige of the Qingdao Yao lineage to the ground, trampling it mercilessly underfoot. Should I praise my dear elder brother now? For enduring such humiliation beneath another's crotch, he's surely destined for greatness. What utter mockery! What a joke! Yao Mingjin chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he staggered and collapsed onto the ground. He now presented a picture of utter resignation, a posture of hopeless surrender. Host launched a verbal assault on the heavenly pride, Yao Mingjin, successfully shattering her mental defenses. Her fear and despair toward the host reached its peak, increasing submission by 25%. Ding! Detected that heaven's pride, Yao Mingjin, has reached 75% submission to the host. Third stage mission successfully completed. Reward issued, 10,000 reversal points deposited into the reversal mall for immediate use. Seeing Yao Mingjin once again shower him with reversal points, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Just as he was contemplating whether to deliver the final blow to this red-haired maiden, utterly broken and despairing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a winding, coiling hissing sound echoed from behind him. The sound rapidly approached Li Mu, growing louder as it drew nearer. Within mere moments, a wave of intense, foul-smelling wind swept toward him. A massive black shadow burst forth from the primeval forest behind him. What is this? Yao Mingjin, who had already given up all hope and resistance, gasped in horror upon seeing the monstrous creature bursting from behind Li Mu. Her small hand instinctively covered her red lips, her almond-shaped eyes widening in shock. A crimson blood demon python? It's actually a crimson blood demon serpent. Yao Ziyuan actually summoned this demon beast. The moment she saw the crimson blood demon serpent, the despair that had clouded Yao Mingjin's beautiful face gave way to excitement, even a faint glimmer of hope. Though Yao Ziyuan's conduct was utterly despicable, especially how his first thought in dire straits was to sell himself out, this was something Yao Mingjin could never forgive. In fact, after today, Yao Mingjin no longer wished to acknowledge Yao Ziyuan, that hypocritical pretender, as her brother. But loathing was one thing. Shen Luoyan understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Though Yao Ziyuan was utterly despicable, Li Mu was even more detestable than her hypocritical, two-faced elder brother. Therefore, deep down, Yao Mingjin still hoped Li Mu would ultimately fall at Yao Ziyuan's hands. A crushing defeat, preferably. Only a complete and utter defeat of Li Mu could ease the hatred in Yao Mingjin's heart and fully avenge the humiliation that bastard had inflicted upon her. Li Mu must fall today. Just as Yao Mingzhen's mind began to revel in visions of Li Mu being torn apart by the crimson demonic python summoned by Yao Ziyuan, the terrifying scarlet form had already lunged toward Li Mu. It was a colossal serpent nearly 30 meters long, its entire body a deep reddish brown. Simultaneously, from the primeval forest behind them, Yao Ziyuan's hysterical, venom-filled roar echoed. Li Mu! I'm coming! Accompanied by Yao Ziyuan's murderous roar, the crimson serpent seemed to respond to its master's intent. It opened its gaping maw, revealing 4 gleaming fangs, and lunged toward Li Mu's head. A thick, pungent stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Yet Li Mu remained impassive, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Finally manifesting spirit power, huh? What a worthless creature! You've kept me waiting. Boom! Without hesitation, Li Mu unleashed the 6-fold thunderstep, his feet erupting with blinding purple lightning. Amidst the thunderous roar, Li Mu instantly closed the distance to the crimson blood demon python, landing lightly on a rock wall and coming to a halt. Li Mu showed no urgency to strike, instead coldly appraising the crimson blood demon python below. Li Mu had understood Yao Ziyuan's S-rank martial talent, the beast commander ability, from the very beginning. This ability to spiritually command and control demonic beasts was exceptionally rare, even among S-rank martial talents. Especially in combat, if a martial artist could spiritually summon a demon beast at a critical moment, one whose strength matched or even surpassed their own, it possessed the formidable power to turn the tide of battle. Therefore, even though Li Mu had anticipated Yao Ziyuan might summon a demon beast to fight him, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. The crimson giant serpent was covered in reddish-brown scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Across the giant serpent's scaly hide, crimson patterns bloomed like clusters of demonic flames swirling around the colossal beast. Li Mu stroked his chin, silently pondering within. This is actually a crimson blood demon python. The crimson blood demon python stood among the elite of serpentine demon beasts, possessing formidable strength. An exceedingly rare fire attribute demon beast, it possessed terrifying combat prowess equivalent to a 10th grade demonic weapon. Fire attribute demon beasts were naturally gifted with innate flame power. When enraged in unleashing their full fury, they could even challenge martial artists at the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. This crimson blood demon serpent favors scorching lands it shouldn't be appearing in the Yiming Mountains. Moreover, judging by its grade, this crimson blood demon serpent is absolutely beyond Yao Ziyuan's ability to tame on his own. It must have been captured for him by one of the clan elders. He glanced at the crimson blood demon serpent, then at Yao Ziyuan, who had climbed onto the serpent's head at some point. A look of understanding spread across his face. I knew it. How could Yao Ziyuan be so cunning? I humiliated him so thoroughly, even driving a wedge between him and his sister until they turned against each other. Yet he still endured it all. All for the sake of summoning this crimson blood demon serpent, hoping this beast could turn the tide of battle. Chapter 141, Li Mu, I've come for revenge. However, the astonishment in Li Mu's eyes did not escape Yao Ziyuan's notice. His face was now twisted with madness. He beckoned to Li Mu with a finger and roared with maniacal laughter. Li Mu, laugh all you want. Didn't you seem quite happy just a moment ago? Why'd you suddenly stop laughing? Is it that you don't want to laugh, or that you can't laugh anymore? Let me tell you, I've been holding back all this time just for this moment. I'll repay every ounce of shame you've inflicted on me 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The more he spoke, the more maniacal Yao Ziyuan's expression became, his aura surging relentlessly upward. Everything that had happened today felt like a nightmare to Yao Ziyuan. He had never imagined he would suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of a defeat so direct, so utterly without the slightest chance to fight back. Li Mu had become Yao Ziyuan's nightmare on the path of martial arts. Unless he defeated him, his cultivation would stagnate forever. Therefore, he had to win today. He must win, by any means necessary. Yet as Yao Ziyuan's roars and maniacal laughter grew ever more frenzied, Li Mu's expression remained as calm and composed as ever, his smile unchanged. It seemed as though Yao Ziyuan's earlier declarations of certain victory, made right before his eyes, had sounded to Li Mu like nothing more than a fart, neither loud nor soft, utterly insignificant. Fear him? Seeing Li Mu remain silent, no longer displaying the earlier aggressive demeanor, Yao Ziyuan naively assumed Li Mu was simply scared. His smile grew even more smug as he boasted arrogantly. He raised an eyebrow and sneered, Li Mu. If you're afraid, then I'll give you a chance. I won't make it hard on you. Kneel down now and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I won't mind just breaking your limbs and sparing your worthless life. How about it? Has my mercy moved you? With that, Yao Ziyuan threw his head back and roared with laughter, as if venting every ounce of humiliation he'd endured at Li Mu's hands. The feeling of release was beyond description. Kneel and kowtow 3 times, then have my limbs broken? That's actually a pretty good deal. I like it. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Then I shall first behead this beast and then break your limbs. I'll grant you that petty wish. A cold gleam flashed in Li Mu's eyes as colossal, surging true chi erupted like rolling waves. He was about to unleash a bloodbath. Li Mu roared, first gate of the 8 gates escape technique, open gate. Open! Instantly, the chi and blood surging through Li Mu's body ignited like a raging inferno, burning and pulsing with frenzied intensity. Powerful true chi surged like a raging river, unstoppable. 7 Wounds Fist. In the next instant, Li Mu drew his right fist back. A formidable crimson fist aura swirled and condensed around his knuckles, coalescing into the shape of a blood serpent that hissed incessantly. Roar! The blood serpent formed by the 7 Wounds Fist's energy echoed through the forest, its roar reverberating long after it faded, startling birds into flight and sending beasts fleeing. Then, as the aura surrounding Li Mu reached its peak, he unleashed a punch. The crimson fist aura struck directly toward Yao Ziyuan's face. Yao Ziyuan merely glanced at Li Mu with disdain and sneered, "Li Mu, do you truly believe the same move could bring me down twice? Demon Serpent! Devour him! Roar!" At Yao Ziyuan's command, the crimson blood demon serpent roared toward the heavens. Its massive orange-yellow vertical pupils locked onto Li Mu. The snake's jaws opened and closed, sending waves of foul wind. Its forked tongue flickered in and out. The crimson scales covering its body seemed drenched in blood, shifting from their original reddish-brown hue to a dark, blood-like black. Boom! 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 A crimson flame slowly coalesced within the demon serpent's maw. Boom! Boom! The crimson flames continued to gather and condense within the demonic serpent's jaws. In mere moments, a massive fireball radiating scorching heat like a miniature sun had formed within the serpent's gaping jaws. This was the crimson blood demon serpent's innate divine ability, Blazing Inferno. Hiss! With a deafening roar, the crimson blood demon serpent opened its scarlet maw and unleashed the fireball in a single, powerful blast. The dark crimson, searing orb unleashed waves of scorching heat. The terrifying temperatures along its path caused space itself to warp and distort. The intense heat even began melting the rock wall where Li Mu stood. At that moment, Li Mu was barely 100 meters from the crimson blood demon serpent. In the blink of an eye, the colossal fireball threatened to engulf Li Mu entirely. Li Mu gave a cold laugh. "Today, I shall shatter your beastly innate divine power." Demon-slaying blood cry. Clang! Li Mu uttered a sharp command as his right hand whirled downward, unleashing terrifying true chi through his palm. The crimson sword embedded in the rock wall seemed to sense its master's call, emitting a piercing sword cry as it was drawn by Li Mu's chi, flying into his palm. Li Mu raised the demon-slaying blood-crying sword high above his head, his aura surging upward with each passing moment. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, channeling into the crimson blade. Crack! Crack! Immediately after, white lightning bolts seemed drawn to the sword in Li Mu's grasp, striking it repeatedly. With each bolt that struck the heavens, Li Mu's aura surged upward another notch. Deep purple sparks of lightning surged and churned along the crimson blade, crackling incessantly. Just as the massive fireball closed in on his face, the thunder-forged sword held high in Li Mu's hand finally descended slowly, striking toward the blazing orb. Boom! The thunderous sword energy collided head-on with the fireball, instantly erupting into a blinding burst of lightning sparks. As the fireball shattered, bolts of lightning and sparks erupted from its core, scattering wildly in all directions like a torrential downpour. Boom! This shower of fire rained down upon the dense forest below, instantly igniting raging infernos. In midair, thunder raged and flames churned. Li Mu roared, his figure bursting forth from the rolling waves of flames in the sky. His white robes were scorched and torn, revealing the muscular, well-defined chest beneath. Clearly, the crimson blood demon serpent's fiery assault had also caused Li Mu considerable trouble. But Li Mu didn't care. An unstoppable aura still erupted from his body as he charged toward the crimson giant serpent's head. Li Mu activated the first gate of the 8 gates of escape, opening the gate. A crimson glow, like blood, blossomed across his body. This was the symbol of his own vital essence burning. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Li Mu unleashed his power. His demon-slaying sword, drenched in blood, rose and fell, striking viciously at the thick neck of the crimson blood demon serpent. Splatter! The blade sliced through, shattering the serpent's scales on the giant blood-red python's neck. Gushing crimson blood spurted forth, staining half its body red as the demonic serpent staggered backward under the blow. Li Mu gripped his sword, a confident smile spreading across his face. "I win." Before he could finish speaking, the crimson demon serpent roared again. The demonic serpent shook its head, and the bone-deep gash on its neck began healing at a visible pace. The regenerative power of a demon beast at the 10th-ranked demonic soldier realm was truly terrifying. This was absolutely beyond comparison to any demon beast I had slain before. Li Mu watched the rapidly healing demon serpent with grave concern. Its orange-yellow vertical pupils now brimmed with savage intent as it snapped its massive jaws open, lunging once more for Li Mu's head. Boom! Li Mu's sword-like brows knitted slightly, yet he showed no fear. Purple lightning flares erupted beneath his feet as he unleashed the 6th-tier thunderbolt step. In an instant, Li Mu transformed into a streak of purple lightning. His figure flickered, appearing on a towering tree 100 meters away with lightning speed. At that moment, the crimson blood demon serpent rapidly flicked its forked tongue, gathering and igniting a dark crimson flame within its serpentine maw. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The crimson blood demon serpent's orange-yellow vertical pupils fixed intently on Li Mu. It opened its gaping maw, rearing its hind legs in a threatening display. The fiery aura enveloping its entire body not only failed to diminish but grew increasingly savage and unrestrained. Yao Ziyuan, perched atop the massive serpent's head, now threw his head back and roared with maniacal laughter. Li Mu, I advise you to stop wasting your effort. And certainly don't keep launching these futile attacks that feel like mere tickling. Do you truly believe the demon beast's physical strength and defense being unmatched at the same cultivation level is merely empty talk? You've already experienced firsthand the terrifying regenerative power of this crimson blood demon serpent's flesh. Don't even mention breaking through the first barrier. Even if you've reached the second forbidden realm or the third, your cultivation is merely at the 7th rank martial artist realm. With that ceiling, you expect to leap over 3 minor realms and defeat a 10th rank demon soldier grade crimson blood demon python? That's nothing but a fool's fantasy. Yao Ziyuan, observing the rare seriousness on Li Mu's face, couldn't resist sneering sarcastically. I advise you to surrender peacefully. The lethal combat is strictly forbidden in the high school martial arts tournament. If you know what's good for you, I wouldn't mind sparing you some of the pain. With that, Yao Ziyuan's grin grew even more maniacal, his eyes brimming with mockery. Not far below, Yao Mingjin clenched her fists in excitement, her breathing growing ragged. Just as I thought. No matter how monstrously gifted Li Mu is, he absolutely cannot be a match for the crimson blood demon python. That crimson blood demon serpent was captured and tamed by our clan elders themselves. Back then, it was already at the 10th grade demonic weapon level. And after years of being nurtured by Yao Ziyuan with his own vital essence, its power has likely reached the peak of the 10th grade demonic weapon tier. Forget Li Mu, even a martial artist at the threshold of Grandmaster realm wouldn't stand a chance against this crimson blood demon python. This time, Li Mu is doomed to fail. Chapter 142, You wanted revenge, didn't you? Perched atop a towering tree, Li Mu's sword-like brows knitted tightly as he intently observed the crimson blood serpent's movements. The dark red scales covering its body occasionally flashed with crimson bloodlight. It was precisely this colossal vitality that granted the crimson blood demon python such terrifying self-healing capabilities. Li Mu exhaled a long, heavy breath from his chest and murmured, therefore, I must now locate the weak point of this crimson blood demon serpent and concentrate my assault upon it. Only when the damage exceeds the limits of its physical regeneration can I kill it. If this beast drags me into a protracted battle, I'll be the one to exhaust my strength first. In terms of both vital energy and stamina, demonic beasts far surpass martial artists. Not to mention, Li Mu was facing a crimson blood demon python whose cultivation realm was 3 minor realms above his own. Even though Li Mu had stepped into the forbidden realm, such a vast gap in cultivation levels still rendered him utterly inadequate. At this point, the situation no longer allows me to drag this out. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Mu's eyes as he coldly declared, I must end this swiftly and slaughter this beast. Li Mu's thoughts raced as he began plotting a way to break the stalemate. Yao Ziyuan, perched atop the serpent's head, watched Li Mu standing motionless. He naively assumed Li Mu, having witnessed the crimson blood demon python's terror, was now plotting his escape. At this thought, Yao Ziyuan's smug expression deepened as he sneered, Li Mu, you won't escape today. Red blood. We're all coming at you. With a sweeping gesture, Yao Ziyuan commanded the crimson blood demon serpent to strike at Li Mu once more. The crimson blood demon serpent opened its gaping maw, lunging toward Li Mu. When Li Mu saw that the demonic serpent had terrifying fire attribute elemental attacks within its jaws like before, a flicker of hope lit his eyes. I have a plan. At that moment, Li Mu had devised a plan. Without a word, Li Mu feigned terror, retreating backward as if in a panic. But this time, instead of activating the six-fold thunderstep like before, he simply retreated backward, moving far slower than the crimson blood demon python. The moment the crimson blood demon serpent lunged behind him, opening its gaping maw, Li Mu vanished into thin air. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Below, Yao Mingjin hadn't even registered what happened before Li Mu vanished from his spot. Only the crimson blood demon serpent and Yao Ziyuan remained standing there, man and serpent. After a moment of stunned silence, Yao Mingjin instinctively covered her red lips with her pale hand, her face etched with utter disbelief. Li Mu. Li Mu was actually swallowed by the demonic python? Ha 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 ha. This Li Mu has finally met his end. He's finally been defeated. I've won. I'm the one laughing last. Yao Ziyuan paused for a moment, then threw his head back and burst into unrestrained laughter. He was still in the high school martial arts competition arena, with so many eyes watching him, openly and covertly. Yao Ziyuan dared not strike a fatal blow against Li Mu at this moment. If he dared to do so, even the Yao family of Qingdao backing him wouldn't be able to save him. So, Yao Ziyuan would never commit such a foolish act. But while he might escape death, he wouldn't escape punishment. Though he couldn't kill Li Mu outright, he'd first let the crimson blood torment him inside its belly, only to spit him out once they reached the tower combat zone. With that troublesome Li Mu out of the picture, the championship of this high school martial arts tournament is mine, Yao Ziyuan's. Just as Yao Ziyuan envisioned himself lifting the championship trophy in his mind's eye, a sudden change occurred. The massive serpent body of the crimson blood demon python began convulsing violently, thrashing wildly. The struggle was so sudden that Yao Ziyuan, standing atop its head, lost his balance and was violently flung off. Blood red. What's wrong with you? Yao Ziyuan scrambled to his feet, ignoring the pain in his body as panic spread across his face. He stared at the crimson blood demon serpent. Yet the demonic serpent seemed utterly oblivious to Yao Ziyuan's cries, instead thrashing and rolling with increasing fury, sending billowing clouds of dust skyward. Suddenly, the demonic serpent raised its tail high, then lashed it violently against the rock wall. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, the entire cliff face trembled under the colossal force. Rocks and broken timber rained down from above like a torrential downpour. Next, under the stunned and horrified gazes of Yao Ziyuan and Yao Menjin, at the vulnerable spot on the crimson blood demon python's belly, a visible bulge began swelling outward. Pop! A sudden, jarring sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. Sizzle! Immediately followed by a piercing thunderclap. Yao Ziyuan and Yao Menjin watched helplessly as a sword chi, radiating a dark purple lightning glow, burst forth from the belly of the crimson blood demon python. In an instant, the lightning flared, and the sword energy surged wildly. In an instant, the thunderous sword energy sliced the demonic serpent's vital spot to shreds from the inside out. Break! Accompanied by a furious shout, a figure clad in blood-stained robes, enveloped in dark purple thunder, burst forth from the demonic serpent's belly. That man! None other than Li Mu. It turned out that after several rounds of combat, Li Mu had realized that even with his current cultivation level, even when activating the first gate of the 8 gates escape technique, the opening gate, and unleashing the peak attack state of the Mad Thunder Sword technique, it would be extremely difficult for him to inflict fatal damage on the peak 10th grade demonic weapon, the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent, from the outside. As the saying goes, all seemingly impregnable fortresses are breached from within. Since it was difficult to breach the Crimson Blood Demon Python from the outside, why not turn the tables? By deliberately feigning weakness and allowing himself to be swallowed whole, he could attack from within. The tactic Li Mu devised was nothing short of burning his boats. One must understand that while the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent lacked the thick, hard scales of its exterior for internal defense, the corrosive power of its gastric juices was terrifying. Even though Li Mu had immediately activated the Mad Thunder Sword technique upon being swallowed, harnessing the thunderous energy of heaven and earth to form a lightning armor over his body, his flesh was still corroded into a pitiful state by the serpent's stomach acid. In the worst areas, the flesh had been completely eroded away, exposing stark white bones. Gritting his teeth to endure the intense burning sensation of the corrosion, Li Mu unleashed the Mad Thunder Sword technique within the demonic serpent's body. Only then did he rip open its belly and slay it. The foul, highly corrosive serpent blood stained Li Mu's white robes crimson, the vivid red liquid dripping relentlessly from the hem of his garments. Li Mu swept his gaze coldly around the surroundings, letting out a solitary, chilling smile. To Yao Ziyuan and Yao Menjin, the siblings, that smile resembled that of a starving ghost from hell, sending both of them reeling backward in terror. Li Mu, however, remained composed. He slowly withdrew his gaze and looked down at the object in his hand. It was a strange, crimson-red pill, roughly the size of an infant's fist. This object was none other than the inner core of the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent. Gazing at the Crimson Demon Snake's inner core in his hand, a fiery gleam flashed in Li Mu's eyes. He thought to himself, I never expected this Crimson Blood Demon Serpent to possess an inner core. If I were to swallow this inner core, it would undoubtedly grant me a significant leap in my current cultivation realm. But now was not the time to consume the core. With this thought, Li Mu tucked the Crimson Demon Serpent's inner core into his robe and slowly turned to face Yao Ziyuan. As Li Mu's gaze swept over him, Yao Ziyuan shuddered violently as if electrocuted. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. An orange-yellow liquid soaked through his pants, saturating the earth beneath him in a wide patch. Clearly, this prodigy hailed as a once-in-a-generation talent of the Yao family on Qin Island. Yao Ziyuan, who had reigned as top student at Qin Island No. 2 High School for 3 consecutive years, had been so utterly terrified by a single glance from Li Mu that he had literally wet himself on the spot. Detected, Yao Ziyuan has been utterly terrified by the host's godlike presence, resulting in a 10% increase in fear value. Only 10%? That shouldn't be right. Staring at the information displayed on the semi-transparent virtual screen before him, and seeing Yao Ziyuan's fear value progress bar finally freeze at 85%, Li Mu couldn't help but frown, muttering in confusion. In that very instant, Yao Ziyuan, sprawled on the ground before him, erupted into a maniacal, unhinged laugh. I haven't lost. How could I, Yao Ziyuan, possibly lose? I'm the current young master of the Yao family, the top student at Qingdao No. 2 High School. This is a dream. This must be a dream. Holy crap, this nightmare feels way too real. Yao Ziyuan laughed wildly as he pulled a jade token from his robe and crushed it in his fist. Instantly, the space before Yao Ziyuan became chaotic, then a blinding white light erupted. The blinding light made Li Mu instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. When the glare finally faded, Yao Ziyuan's previous spot was empty, leaving only the chaotic spatial ripples echoing in layers. Damn it! The Yao family of Qin Island sure spared no expense on this guy. They even gave him a disposable spatial teleportation array. As the heir apparent of the Yao family, a martial lineage with centuries of heritage on Qin Island, Yao Ziyuan undoubtedly possessed more than just the Crimson Blood Demon Python, a peak 10th grade demonic weapon, as his ultimate life-saving trump card. Of course, Li Mu's sole intention from the start had been to squeeze more reversal points from the Yao siblings, not to kill them. Just like Yao Ziyuan before, even after successfully summoning the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent, his first instinct was to thoroughly humiliate Li Mu and vent his pent-up frustration. Not to find a way to kill Li Mu. After all, Xiao Wenfeng, the chief organizer of this high school martial arts tournament, was a genuine martial reverend. Trying to kill someone in front of a martial sage? What a joke! Besides, the very purpose of Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingzhen's existence was merely to provide Li Mu with more opportunities for an underdog comeback. To make Li Mu risk being targeted by a martial revered master while also facing a nationwide manhunt by the authorities? Those two aren't even worthy of that. Chapter 143, What are you looking around for? That Yao Ziyuan sure runs fast. But there's no rush. Good things come to those who wait. Anyway, only the final 15% of progress remains uncompleted on Yao Ziyuan. We'll just take care of him next time we meet. It's not like we're in a hurry. As for Yao Mingzhen, we can ramp up the pressure on her when the time comes. Right now, Yao Mingzhen is only at the second stage. We absolutely need to advance her to the third stage before the high school martial arts tournament concludes. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mu lifted his gaze toward the spot where Yao Mingzhen had been standing. But now, that spot too was empty. Not a trace of the girl remained. No doubt about it. After witnessing Li Mu tear apart the Crimson Blood Demon Python with his bare hands, Yao Mingzhen had long since fled in terror. There was no way she'd dare linger here any longer. Didn't she use a spatial teleportation array? Ha. Since you're trying so hard to escape, I'll give you 4 minutes. You'd better pray you can run faster within these 4 minutes. Faster still. If I catch up to you, you'll be in for a world of pain. Having made up his mind, Li Mu sat down cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. When the 4 minutes passed, the gruesome, bone-deep wounds that had once covered his upper body began healing at a visible pace under some causal force. Soon, not even a trace of scarring remained. Were it not for the blood-soaked crimson robe clinging to his form and the lifeless corpse of the blood-red demonic python still lying motionless nearby, no one would have believed the brutal life and death struggle this youth had just endured. Huff. Li Mu exhaled deeply. He retrieved a clean white martial uniform from the spatial badge of the Haidai Martial Academy on his chest and changed into it. Then, holding his breath and focusing his senses, he locked onto a direction. 2 sharp beams of light shot from his eyes. Found you. 6-fold thunderstep. Boom. Amidst distant thunderclaps and flashes of lightning, Li Mu vanished from his spot in an instant, his figure streaking toward the heart of the Yiming Mountains. At the same moment, deep within the dense forest, a slender figure clad in dark purple martial attire fled desperately toward the heart of the Yiming Mountains, utterly heedless of her surroundings. For Yao Mingzhen, witnessing that freak Li Mu actually kill a peak 10th grade demonic weapon, the Crimson Blood Demon Python, right before her eyes, what reason did she have to linger? Wait for death? Therefore, the moment she saw Li Mu burst forth from the demonic python's abdomen, she didn't hesitate. Like an arrow released from its string, she charged toward the tower fighting area of the Yiming Mountains. Yao Mingzhen's reasoning was simple. Of the 36 stratagems, flight is the best course. If she could reach the tower battle zone, it meant examiners were bound to be nearby. And no matter how crazed Li Mu was, he couldn't possibly beat her senseless right in front of the proctor, could he? Worst case, she could just concede defeat. It's just a high school martial arts tournament. Losing is losing, but it's better than getting beaten to a pulp by Li Mu. Come on. Yao Mingzhen, you can do it. You'll definitely escape the clutches of that big demon king. Pant. At the brink of life and death, Yao Mingzhen unleashed 120% of her potential, sprinting forward with every ounce of strength. Her movements grew faster and faster, her form like a whirlwind, darting through the primeval forest like a flash of lightning. The scenery before her rapidly receded as she sped along. After nearly 15 minutes, Yao Mingzhen felt she had gained a significant lead over Li Mu. The demonic beasts lurking nearby grew increasingly powerful, with even 5th-ranked demonic soldiers appearing in the vicinity. In the past, Yao Mingzhen might have paused to enjoy a hunt. But now, not only did she lack such inclination, she remained constantly vigilant of the movements of these demon soldier-level beasts. She strove to avoid provoking them while keeping a watchful eye on the situation behind her. He was checking to see if that freak Li Mu had caught up during this time. However, when Yao Mingzhen saw nothing but empty space behind him and no other abnormalities, only the occasional demon beast roar echoing from the dense forest, the heart that had been lodged high in his throat finally settled back into his chest. Did I really escape him? Yao Mingzhen kept walking, but the question echoed in his mind. I should have gotten away. Nearly 15 minutes have passed now. If Li Mu truly possessed the means to catch me, he would have done so by now. It's impossible that so much time has passed without any sign of him. Of course, it's still possible that Li Mu took a wrong turn along the way and got shaken off. The more Yao Mingzhen thought about it, the more plausible this possibility seemed. She couldn't help but exhale deeply in relief, letting out a soft chuckle. Li Mu, he's nothing special after all. Who do you call nothing special? Before Yao Mingjin's soft chuckle had fully faded, a cold, eerie male voice suddenly echoed from directly above her. Li Mu. To Yao Mingjin's ears, that icy voice sounded no different than a demon demanding her soul, sending shivers down her spine and making every hair on her body stand on end. Looking up, Yao Mingjin saw a figure shrouded in dark purple lightning had materialized directly above her. Seconds after this violet-flashed figure materialized, a deep rumble of thunder boomed from the distant horizon. The terrifying aura brewing from within that purple light figure surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelmingly pressing down upon her. He really did chase after me. Yao Mingjin bit her lower lip tightly, struggling to suppress the terror welling up inside her. Simultaneously, she pulled a vermilion red pill from her bosom, tilted her head back, and swallowed it whole. As the vermilion pill dissolved between her teeth, Yao Mingjin felt an immediate lightness wash over her body. It was as if the relentless, oppressive aura hanging over her in midair had suddenly lessened considerably. Simultaneously, the crimson hair at her waist stood on end, each strand bristling as the surging blood energy erupted from within her. As the blood energy surged, Yao Mingjin's cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, swiftly breaking through the barrier to reach the realm of an 8th-rank martial artist. This vermilion pill was Yao Mingjin's ultimate trump card for the high school martial arts competition, a grade 3 pill, the blood ignition pill. Consuming the blood-igniting pill would enable Yao Mingjin to shatter the bottleneck at the peak of 7th-rank martial artist within an extremely short time, propelling her to the 8th-rank martial artist realm. Yet even after swallowing the blood-igniting pill, Yao Mingjin dared not let his guard down for a moment. Having witnessed the battle between Li Mu, Yao Ziyuan, and the Crimson Blood Demon Python earlier, Yao Mingjin knew full well that with his current abilities, he stood no chance against the prodigy Li Mu. Since he couldn't fight back, he would flee. If escape proved impossible, then he would find a way to buy himself precious time. Oh? Interesting. I never expected you to have such a trump card up your sleeve. It's surprising you managed to hold back until now. Mid-air, Li Mu moved like a cat toying with a mouse. With each leap forward, his feet erupted in blinding dark purple lightning, keeping him perpetually close behind the girl. I have a sword, test its edge. As the youth's words fell, Yao Mingjin halted instantly. The white-clad youth, who had been over a kilometer behind her moments ago, now stood directly above her, appearing as if out of thin air. Li Mu drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist, pointing its tip skyward with his left hand while forming a seal with his right. He roared into the air. Thunder, come! Crack! Accompanying Li Mu's thunderous command, a dazzling silver-white lightning bolt descended from the heavens, like the judgmental sword of the thunder god himself. Guided by the crimson blade in Li Mu's hand, it slammed downwards with full force, targeting Yao Mingjin, who was desperately trying to resist. Rumble! The terrifying force erupted instantly. The blood energy Yao Mingjin had forcibly condensed using the blood-igniting pill shattered like a thin sheet of brittle paper under the slash of the dark purple thunderous sword energy. Clatter! No, no, no! Watching her blood chi defense, forged with every ounce of her strength, crushed so effortlessly by Li Mu, the blinding lightning glare washed Yao Mingjin's face a deathly pallor. A shriek of no tore from her throat. Yet the silver-white sword energy, now streaked with flashes of dark purple lightning, moved entirely independent of Yao Mingjin's will. In the blink of an eye, it struck her body with devastating force. Boom! The terrifying sword strike hurled Yao Mingjin backward, uprooting dozens of towering trees in its wake as her body tumbled across the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Yao Mingjin braced herself on her knees, preparing to rise. Suddenly, a wave of blood surged up from her chest. A sweet taste filled the red-haired girl's throat, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood mist with a gurgling wah. Yet she forced herself to stand, her pale face gazing downward. She saw that 3 or 4 ribs on her right side, which had just healed, were now broken again. But at least she had held firm. Moreover, through Li Mu's frenzy thunder sword technique just now, Yao Mingjin realized that compared to the initial strike against the Crimson Blood Demon Python, the sword strike she had just endured was vastly inferior in both the speed and lethality of its sword energy. Did this mean that although Li Mu had defeated the Crimson Blood Demon Serpent, it must have been a Pyrrhic victory? He himself might have suffered severe internal injuries, only choosing not to show it. If that's the case, then the next battle will be about who can endure more. The very next second, a fierce, piercing slash suddenly struck toward her face. Yao Mingjin's pupils instantly contracted into dangerous pinpricks. The white-clad figure had materialized before her in an instant. The youth snapped his head up, revealing a handsome face radiating murderous intent. Hey! Hey, what are you looking around for? The moment the words fell, the white-clad youth held his long sword but did not strike. Instead, behind him, a sword chi crackling with electric sparks surged forward with overwhelming force, swiftly slashing toward Yao Mingjin's position. Every possible escape route was sealed off. Chapter 144, Begging Won't Help. A feint. That earlier strike was merely a feint. After a moment of stunned silence, Yao Mingjin quickly grasped the crux of the situation. This wasn't what she'd initially thought, that Li Mu's slashes had weakened because he'd been injured fighting the Crimson Blood Demon Python. Rather, that earlier strike had been nothing but a feint. Its purpose was to lure her into a specific position, then reveal the true lethal strike hidden beneath the feint. Yao Mingjin's horrified expression remained frozen on her face, but the situation left her no time for further thought. For that silver-white slash, crackling with purple lightning arcs, was growing larger and larger in her field of vision. It illuminated Shen Luoyan's beautiful face, distorted by despair and terror, rendering it deathly pale. Crash! In such a sudden turn of events, Yao Mingjin had no time to mount any defense. She was struck squarely by that pale sword chi. In utter despair, Yao Mingjin was carried by the sword energy and slammed into the earth. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the earth shattered beneath the force of the strike. Yao Mingjin lay sprawled on the ground, limp and lifeless. Her lifeless almond-shaped eyes stared blankly at the sky as her chest heaved violently with each breath. With every inhale, gurgling blood trickled from the corners of her lips, cascading down her classical, oval-shaped face. Simultaneously, the crimson pool of blood beneath Yao Mingjin's body began spreading outward. Her delicate frame still trembled occasionally. Although Li Mu had carefully controlled the force of his strike earlier, sparing her life. Yet the psychological blow to the girl was devastating. Because Li Mu could have easily ended her with a single strike just now. A data-driven, no-contest kill, instantly obliterating her through the sheer disparity in raw power between them. Yet Li Mu chose not to do so. Instead, he delivered 2 strikes. One feint, one killing blow. Brilliant! He could have finished me off instantly, yet he chose to show off his skills right in front of me. Just as he'd glimpsed a sliver of hope, reality kicked him back down with a brutal stomp. Though Yao Mingjin now felt excruciating pain radiating from every inch of his body. But this physical agony couldn't compare to the heartache he felt. Once, as the cherished jewel of the Yao family of Qingdao, she had been pampered beyond measure by her elders. Treated as if she might melt if held in their mouths, or shatter if held in their hands, she had been showered with care. This sense of privilege extended beyond the family. At school, Yao Mingjin remained a dazzling presence, the center of everyone's attention, a true princess of heaven. Growing up in such an environment had cultivated in Yao Mingjin an arrogant, spoiled princess complex. She never gave her peers a second glance. But today, a boy who was clearly younger than her. A boy she had already despised to her core before they had even met, one she had already planned in her mind how she would humiliate him when they finally faced each other at the high school martial arts tournament. Yet at this high school martial arts tournament, the boy had only attacked her twice. Both times, without exception, he had knocked her down from the clouds and into the dirt. And it wasn't just Yao Mingjin's body that was crushed beneath the earth. The teenager had also shattered the prideful self-esteem Yao Mingjin had maintained for 17 long years, trampling it into the mud and dust. Why? Why? After a long silence, the red-haired girl lying on the ground stammered before finally forcing the words out of her throat, a question filled with hurt and bitter resentment. Why? Why did you do this to us? In this world, there are no such things as why. Li Mu walked calmly toward Yao Mingjin with his hands in his pockets. He slowly crouched down, his expression composed. First, I want to make one thing clear. From start to finish, it was you 2 siblings who repeatedly sought trouble with me. And I acted out of sheer necessity, adhering to the principle of giving them what they asked for. That's why I reluctantly stepped in to teach you 2 arrogant, clueless siblings a lesson. Even if I wanted to avoid conflict, you wouldn't let me. You wouldn't even allow me to listen to the rules of the high school martial arts tournament in peace. Your so-called good big brother couldn't wait to start pushing me to my limits right there in front of the chief organizer and over 3,000 competitors. So in the end, you 2 siblings are the ones who started this whole mess. And you 2 are the ones who wrecked the whole place. And now you have the nerve to ask me why. Damn it! I'd like to ask you the same thing. Ever since before we even met, you've been like a rabid dog trying to get me. If it weren't for me being one step ahead. You know exactly what would happen if you fell into the hands of you 2 siblings, no need for me to spell it out. And another thing. At this point, Li Mu leaned forward, grabbed the fiery red hair, and yanked the girl off the ground. A teasing curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Later, during the tower battle, I'll hang you up there. That'll give you a little sense of participation. And one more thing. I said, considering this is your first offense and it was only attempted, I'll give you a chance for leniency. I won't strip you naked, nor will I whip you. I'll just hang you up to catch some breeze. Just bear with it for now. Don't. Please, I'm begging you. As Li Mu uttered the most inhumane words with the calmest expression, the tears Yao Mingjin had been desperately holding back finally burst forth like a dam breaking. Her tears fell like broken strings of pearls, plop, plop. Just as she prepared to beg for mercy, the youth delivered a swift backhand slap that instantly knocked Yao Mingjin unconscious. Host swiftly used 2 consecutive sword strikes to make the prodigy Yao Mingjin fully recognize the gap in cultivation between herself and the host. The humiliation caused her submission to the host to increase by 25%. Ding! Detected that the heavenly pride Yao Mingjin's submission to the host has reached 75%. Unlocking Phase 3 submission reward, 20,000 reversal points, now deposited into the reversal mall for the host's immediate use. After knocking Yao Mingjin unconscious with a single slap and triggering this 3rd stage reward, Li Mu swiftly hoisted the unconscious red-haired girl onto his shoulder. Lightning flashed beneath his feet as thunder rolled. In less than 3 minutes, Li Mu had already carried Yao Mingjin back to the corpse of the crimson blood demon python. He first hung Yao Mingjin from a tree, then swung his demon-slaying sword with lightning speed. In no time, he had dug a pit roughly 10 meters deep. After completing his preparations, Li Mu began processing the crimson blood demon python's corpse. As a peak 10th grade demonic beast, the crimson blood demon python held value far beyond just its demon core. Every part of its body was a treasure. Its thick, resilient skin made for excellent material for combat armor. It took considerable effort for Li Mu to use his green-edged sword to peel it off intact, following the snake's muscle texture. After completing this task, Li Mu proceeded to extract the serpent's gallbladder. The gallbladder was the most potent tonic among serpent demon beasts, enveloped in an indissoluble aura of potent spiritual energy. It was clearly no less valuable than a grade 3 heavenly treasure. When consumed by martial artists, it nourished muscles and meridians, offering immense benefits to the body. Li Mu extracted the snake gall, roughly the size of an adult's fist, and swallowed it in 3 or 4 gulps. As it slid down his throat, a heavy, fishy stench and bitter taste filled his mouth. Li Mu soon felt his body temperature rise from head to toe. It felt as though his entire body was immersed in warm water, every pore opening up in blissful relaxation. Every inch of him reveled in the sensation. Vaguely, Li Mu could distinctly feel that this warm current wasn't confined to his skin. It flowed smoothly into every bone in his body. Even with his eyes closed, Li Mu could hear the faint crackling sounds of bones shifting within his body. This vibrant, life-giving force nourished his muscles and bones like silent spring rain, gradually transforming his physical form. This filled Li Mu with immense joy. He never imagined. Beyond its blood-activating properties, the snake gall could actually temper the physical body. Upon realizing this, Li Mu abandoned his pursuit of the demon crystal and began to bleed the crimson blood demon python. For martial artists, enhancing physical strength relies not only on boosting vital energy but also on tempering the body. The demon beast's essence blood was one of the finest means for such tempering. One could see the crimson demon python's venomous blood gushing from the incision, shimmering with flecks of dark gold. Within the blood surged a violent, overbearing power. For tempering the body, it was simply perfect. After breaking through the forbidden realm, Li Mu had profoundly realized just how terrifyingly powerful a strengthened physical body could make him in battle. Therefore, Li Mu had no reason to pass up any opportunity to enhance his physical strength. With this snake blood, Li Mu could now elevate his physical strength and power to an entirely new level. Combined with the snake gall, with both internal consumption and external application, Li Mu believed that even without using the 7 wounds fist or igniting his essence blood to activate the first gate of the 8 gates escape technique, the opening gate, he could now directly confront a martial artist at the 10th rank martial master realm in a pure physical strength contest. Even if he were to face a true or half-step grandmaster level opponent, without resorting to the 8 gates escape technique, Li Mu was confident he could go toe-to-toe with them. The massive pit Li Mu had previously dug now measured over 10 meters deep. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the pit was nearly half filled with snake blood. Stripping off his clothes, Li Mu dove headfirst into the pit. Chapter 145, The Demon Serpent's Core. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, he activated the transforming energy technique. A faint crimson glow emanated from his entire body, as if he were draped in a layer of red gauze, creating an aura of profound mystery. The domineering and violent power within the snake blood relentlessly tempered Li Mu's physical form. Within his body, the serpent gallbladder now steadily emitted a gentle force outward. In an instant, his internal organs were nourished, harmonizing perfectly with the domineering, violent power of the snake blood as they merged together. As time ticked by, the crimson glow enveloping Li Mu grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, Li Mu's body trembled violently. A formidable force of supreme yang and utmost rigidity radiated outward from him like shockwaves. In an instant, sand and stones flew wildly, leaves rustled and fell. Li Mu abruptly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. Oomph! A low growl. A fist erupted. The fist erupted like a cannonball from its barrel, carrying the force of 1,000 tons as it slammed into the solid granite wall before him. Thud! Whoosh! A deafening roar erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. The granite wall instantly caved inward, and from the point of impact, spiderweb-like cracks spread densely outward in all directions. Li Mu laughed up at the sky. My physical strength now ranges from at least 9,000 to 10,000 kilograms. Just as Li Mu had initially anticipated. Having undergone snake blood tempering and snake gallbladder cultivation of his internal organs, Li Mu now surpassed ordinary 9th rank martial artist realm experts even without resorting to any hidden cards. He could now almost match a 10th rank martial master. Of course, this represented only the purest expression of Li Mu's innate strength. If he were to casually deploy a few hidden cards, such as the 7 wounds fist or the 8 gates escape technique, then when facing the crimson blood demon python again, he wouldn't need to go through the trouble of burrowing into its belly to break through from within. At that point, Li Mu could rely entirely on his physical strength, combined with the razor-sharp sword chi of the Mad Thunder Sword technique, to shatter the crimson blood demon python's physical defenses from the outside and complete the kill. He felt the surging power coursing through his entire body. Li Mu took 2 sharp, hurried breaths, forcing down the excitement surging within him. Then, he turned his gaze back to the demonic serpent's body. The most crucial demon crystal remained unclaimed. A demon beast's demon crystal was equivalent to a martial artist's dantian, a vessel for storing its innate power, containing the lifetime cultivation of this crimson blood demon serpent. With this demon crystal from the crimson blood demon serpent, Li Mu was utterly confident he could take another giant leap forward, reaching the long-coveted 8th rank martial master realm. Once he reached the 8th rank martial artist realm, as long as Hong Tianxiong himself didn't personally intervene, no matter whom Hong Tianxiong sent, Li Mu was confident he could ensure their return would be impossible. Of course, given Li Mu's temperament, he wouldn't settle for mere self-preservation. An eye for an eye, 100-fold in return. In Li Mu's eyes, this world was meant for him to kill others. How could anyone dare to kill him? Wasn't that pure defiance of the heavens? Since Hong Tianxiong dared to cross this line, he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. But now you want me to go confront the Grandmaster head-on? Damn it! Is this something a noble transmigrator who stands above the natives of Blue Star should be doing? That's way too reckless. At the very least, I need to find a way to break through to the Grandmaster realm before I even think about taking on that old bastard. But before that, I'll make sure to thoroughly torment you. First, I'll collect some interest from you. As an SSS plus martial talent of the karmic law category, Yanwang Dianmiao leaves no room for escape, not even for a Grandmaster level powerhouse. As he schemed over how to ramp up the intensity for Hong Tianxiong next, Li Mu's hands moved with lightning speed. With a swift swing of his sword, he severed the crimson demon python's head. Before long, Li Mu discovered a demon crystal roughly the size of an egg nestled within the serpent's skull. Previously, the demon crystals Li Mu had obtained from scattered demons in the giant beast mountains, even those from the golden-backed giant-toothed tiger, were no larger than a thumb. But now, having ascended to the demonic weapon grade, the demon crystal nurtured within its skull was already the size of an egg. This demonic soldier-grade crystal was utterly translucent, sparkling flawlessly like crystal. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the surging, multicolored streams of light within, mysterious and profound, dazzlingly vibrant. The power contained within was immense. Li Mu smiled faintly. This time, I've truly struck gold. Not only did I snatch a huge reversal point from Yao Mingjin and Yao Ziyuan, brother and sister, but then Yao Ziyuan also prepared such an enormous surprise for me, this crimson blood demon python. Crucially, this is a demon beast that has condensed its own inner core, truly a gift delivered right to my doorstep. As Li Mu basked in this delightful thought, he reached into his robe and pulled out a small sphere roughly the size of an adult's fingernail, a pale red, translucent demon beast inner core. When a demon beast evolved from a scattered demon to a demon soldier, it could not only condense demon crystals within its body but also had a certain probability of forming an inner core. Like snake gallbladders, demon beast inner cores were classified among the ranks of heavenly treasures. Depending on their quality, they were similarly graded from 1st to 9th grade. The very fact that they are classified as heavenly treasures indicates how exceedingly rare demon beast cores are. Only those beasts possessing innate spiritual essence and frequently nourished by heavenly treasures can form such cores, truly a 1 in 100 occurrence. Carefully sensing the surging energy contained within the pale red sphere in his palm, Li Mu was utterly certain this was indeed a demon beast's inner core. But how does one refine a demon beast's inner core? With this thought in mind, Li Mu pulled out his phone and dialed Zhu Guo's number directly. The moment the call connected, Li Mu cut straight to the chase. Mentor Zhu, how is the inner core of a crimson blood demon python typically refined? The core, you say? An inner core like this crimson blood demon python's is usually used to refine pills. It can greatly enhance a martial artist's chi and blood, boosting their cultivation level. On the phone, Zhu Guoyu patiently explained to Li Mu, but Li Mu, you must remember, while the crimson blood demon python's inner core is indeed valuable and possesses many extraordinary effects, you absolutely must not consume it directly. While direct ingestion preserves the demonic power of the inner core to the greatest extent, it also carries a high risk of poisoning. Poisoned? Originally, Li Mu had been nodding off while listening to Zhu Guoyu's textbook-like explanation. But the moment Zhu Guoyu uttered the word poison, Li Mu instantly perked up. He hurriedly pressed, Mentor Zhu, please explain in detail what kind of poison one would ingest by swallowing the crimson blood demon python's inner core directly. Oh, you're asking about that? On the other end of the line, Zhu Guoyu didn't think twice before answering without hesitation. Swallowing the core directly will cause your mind to be corrupted by beastly instincts, turning you into a half-human, half-snake creature. And the snake meat is inedible, it causes severe diarrhea. Good. So it seems the crimson blood demon python truly is a treasure from head to tail. Who knew it had such extraordinary effects? Li Mu thanked Zhu Guoyu with a look of excitement before hanging up the phone. Left on the other end, Zhu Guoyu stared at his phone, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was that all about? Why would that kid Li Mu get so excited after hearing about the side effects of this inner core? Did I fail to explain the pros and cons clearly enough during our call? Forget it. Young people's minds, an old man like me just can't keep up. Let him be. There's no way Li Mu would actually eat the demon python's inner core and snake meat knowing they're poisonous, right? Just as Zhu Guiyu was inwardly lamenting whether he was getting too old to keep up with the younger generation's mindset, Li Mu, having just hung up the phone, was already itching to unleash his thunderbolt sword technique. In no time at all, he began skinning and carving up the crimson blood demon python. He. An inner core that can turn someone into a half-human, half-snake hybrid, and snake meat that causes diarrhea. What if you combined the effects of the inner core and the snake meat? The scene would be absolutely delightful. It'd be enough to give that old bastard Hong Tianxiong a taste of his own medicine. Li Mu stared at the neatly categorized piles of snake meat, skin, and bones he'd meticulously separated, lost in thought. But the only question now before Li Mu was how exactly to cook this snake meat? In his previous life as a northerner, Li Mu had grown up eating mostly Shandong cuisine. Regarding snake meat, he had heard that people in southern Guangdong particularly loved to stew it into soup, claiming snake soup was a highly nourishing tonic. However, his knowledge of snake soup was limited to knowing the dish existed. When it came to the actual preparation, he was completely clueless. After much deliberation, Li Mu decided to simply light the fire and stew it in an iron pot. After all, he had stockpiled plenty of seasonings in his High-Dai Martial Academy badge. If anything, he could just add extra seasoning to mask the gamey taste. He closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and plunged ahead. After all, he wasn't doing this for a documentary like A Bite of China. Let's be honest, this is nothing but using every resource at hand to give that old bastard Hong Tianxiong a free ride. Damn it! Guys! Li Mu immediately rubbed sticks together to start a fire, then pulled out the large iron cauldron he used for alchemy from his badge space. He roughly chopped the snake meat and tossed it into the pot, letting it simmer away with a steady bubbling sound. After nearly 2 hours, the tantalizing aroma of meat began wafting from the pot. Originally, Li Mu hadn't felt hungry at all, but the moment he caught that scent, his stomach growled with hunger. Li Mu swallowed hard, sprinkled a generous dash of white pepper, and prepared to dig in. And you know what? Not too salty, not too bland, it tasted absolutely fantastic. Chapter 146, This Backlash? I love it. The sensation in his mouth felt surprisingly authentic. Plus, after enduring several consecutive battles, his stomach was genuinely growling. After slurping down the snake soup, Li Mu tilted his head back and swallowed the demonic python's inner core whole. Then, gulp, gulp, gulp. He downed several more bowls of rich broth. With a satisfied belch, Li Mu found a massive slab of green stone nearby. Shouldering the still unconscious Yao Mengzhen, he leapt into the prepared pit and covered it with the stone slab. After completing all this, Li Mu sat cross-legged in the pit, gathering his focus and centering his energy in his dantian to begin refining the crimson blood demon serpent's inner core. Considering he'd have to fight again upon returning, Li Mu had little time left. He had to hurry to achieve his breakthrough. Transmutation technique. Open. The demonic serpent's inner core, freshly swallowed, surged into Li Mu's body like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea. It circulated ceaselessly throughout his entire being, the chi and blood within his dantian churned like boiling water, radiating faint crimson brilliance. The energy contained within the demonic python's inner core surged like an unceasing river. Now, within Li Mu's body, it surged with power dozens of times greater than before, violently crashing through his extraordinary meridians and vital organs. It was precisely because Li Mu had refined the inner core that he knew no fear. To put it bluntly, just the sheer madness of him swallowing the demon beast's inner core without a second thought. To ordinary martial artists, such a sight would be enough to scare the living daylights out of them. Though the crimson blood demon serpent's inner core was small, no larger than an adult's thumbnail. It was a heavenly treasure born from the demon beast's essence, forged from the heavens and earth, imbued with the spirit of flesh and blood. Its energy was utterly overwhelming. Moreover, its energy was the very source power of the demon beast, causing an extremely intense rejection reaction in human martial artists. That's precisely why Zhu Guiyu repeatedly stressed to Li Mu over the phone, the crimson blood demon python's inner core could only be used for alchemy, under no circumstances should it be swallowed directly. Rashly swallowing it would not only corrupt one's mind with beastly instincts, turning them half-human, half-snake, but could also cause the violent force and the rejection reaction from the demon beast's primordial energy to violently assault the body, leading to bleeding from all 7 orifices and explosive death. However, for ordinary martial artists, the terrifying side effects and backlash that send shivers down their spines were utterly insignificant to Li Mu. The moment the inner core's side effects began to manifest, before they could fully take hold, they were seamlessly redirected onto that old bastard Hong Tianxiong by the Grim Reaper's call. Li Mu himself bore no cost whatsoever. He directly freeloaded off the benefits and gains bestowed by the crimson blood demon python's inner core. It was precisely because of the SSS plus level martial arts talent, the karmic rule known as King Yama's roll call, assisting him from the sidelines. It transformed what should have been a perilous, hellish refinement process into something as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, as easy as eating or drinking for Li Mu. Langya Base City. While Li Mu remained immersed in refining the crimson blood demon python's inner core to continuously enhance his strength, Li Song and Hong Tianxiong hurriedly emerged from the exit of Langya High-Speed Rail Station. Upon arriving in Langia Base City, Li Song hailed a taxi and headed straight to the hotel room they had reserved earlier. After receiving the room key from the front desk, Li Song approached the door of the presidential suite, ready to swipe the card. But at that moment, Li Song seemed to suddenly remember something. His gaze darted toward Hong Tianxiong behind him, his eyes brimming with caution and the intention to book a second room, a look that could only be described as that of a young maiden guarding herself against a lecherous wolf. Seeing that look in Li Song's eyes, how could Hong Tianxiong not know what the other was thinking? His face darkened instantly, and he grumbled, "Damn it! Li Song! How many times have I explained this to you these past few days? It was that wine we drank last time, it hit me too hard. I couldn't hold my liquor, so I ended up doing something I couldn't control. Besides, nothing happened afterward, did it? Hong Tianxiong, male, interested in women? Got it?" After explaining all this, Hong Tianxiong grew annoyed seeing Li Song still blocking the doorway like a wooden post, refusing to let him in. He immediately shoved Li Song aside, muttering curses under his breath. "Enough! Stop dithering around with me. You know exactly why we're here. Is this something we can figure out in 2 rooms? Bottom line, before we move, we need to be 120% cautious. If we don't strike, fine. But once we do, we take that kid's life. Otherwise, if Xiao Wenfeng, the chief organizer of this high school martial arts tournament, sets his sights on us, facing the wrath of a martial arts reverend, with our meager skills, we'd both be dead." At the mention of Xiao Wenfeng, the martial arts reverend, Li Song nodded solemnly. Without further ado, he followed Hong Tianxiong through the door. Once inside, Li Song promptly and proactively locked the door from the inside. After meticulously inspecting the private room to confirm the absence of any surveillance or listening devices, Li Song crouched down and began searching his backpack for paper and pen. He intended to jot down a fully viable plan for assassinating Li Mu later. Although the last time he had informed that mysterious black-clad figure of his failed attempt to assassinate Li Mu, the man had merely beaten him up without demanding further action, stating he had other arrangements. But Li Song understood better than anyone else that his greatest value to the black-clad man and the powerful figure behind him lay precisely in his identity as the senior patriarch of the Jeju Li clan. He was the perfect asset to eliminate that brat Li Mu and relieve the powerful figure's lingering concern. If even his most valuable asset to that master could be replaced by someone else, it would be a tacit admission that he had lost his utility in the eyes of that master. Not to mention, his eldest son, Li Jiaqing, was still under the authority of that powerful figure. If he were to lose his utility and be made to vanish without a trace by that nobleman, that would be the best-case scenario. What Li Song truly couldn't bear was the thought of his son, Li Jiaqing, suffering the same fate as himself. He was the hope of his lineage, the bloodline Li Song cherished most. Therefore, no matter what, Li Song refused to let anything happen to his eldest son. That's why, in order to act before that mysterious black-clad figure could make his move, Li Song had no choice but to grit his teeth and contact Hong Tianxiong. The two of them wanted to attempt the impossible, see if they could eliminate Li Mu right under Xiao Wenfeng's nose. In fact, Li Song had already prepared himself mentally for the worst-case scenario. Even if they failed, he absolutely could not allow the assassin sent by the black-clad group to succeed. But assassinating Li Mu was no small matter, especially during such a critical and important event as the high school martial arts tournament. Li Song racked his brains for a long time, but in the end, the only person he could think of to join him on this mission was Hong Tianxiong. The others were either too weak or untrustworthy. Only Hong Tianxiong matched his own Grandmaster realm strength, and both were essentially in the same boat, trustworthy allies. As Li Song crouched on the floor rummaging through his luggage, preparing his gear, Hong Tianxiong, seated on the bed behind him, suddenly felt an energy surging chaotically through his body. He shook his head vigorously, but the strange sensation deep within his body not only failed to dissipate but grew even more intense, causing his consciousness to blur. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Hong Tianxiong's pupils transformed into vertical slits resembling those of a snake, turning an orange-yellow. He leaped off the bed and began darting wildly around the room. "Damn it! Hong Tianxiong, what the hell is wrong with you now?" Having learned from the previous incident where the defense nearly collapsed, Li Song was now extra cautious and vigilant, sharing a room with Hong Tianxiong. The moment he heard the commotion behind him, Li Song reacted like a startled animal, leaping 3 feet into the air. Turning his head, he froze in utter shock. At first, Hong Tianxiong had been walking upright, but now he was on all fours, knocking over everything in sight. The entire suite was reduced to a chaotic mess. After smashing everything, Hong Tianxiong still felt unsatisfied. He reached out and tore his own clothes into shreds. His entire body was now covered in reddish-brown snake scales. His posture shifted from crawling on all fours to slithering along the floor like a serpent, occasionally emitting eerie hissing sounds from his mouth. A living person had suddenly transformed into a half-human, half-snake creature right before their eyes. The sheer visual impact was overwhelming. It sent a chill racing straight up Li Song's spine, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. If Hong Tianxiong's drunken antics last time could be chalked up to alcohol-induced indiscretion, his current behavior was making Li Song's scalp tingle. By now, Li Song was even beginning to suspect that this Hong Tianxiong might be some prank sent by the heavens to torment him. watching Hong Tianxiong scramble around on all fours one moment, then crawl along the floor in a serpentine motion the next, before suddenly leaping out the window. This sent a cold sweat running down Li Song's back, and he rushed out after him. Great! Hong Tianxiong's bizarre behavior immediately drew a large crowd of onlookers nearby. Many pointed and whispered, discussing the man writhing on the ground. Everyone was discussing whether Hong Tianxiong had gone mad from practicing martial arts to the point of losing his mind. As the discussions grew more heated, the crowd swelled until the area was completely packed. Chapter 147, He must be trying to frame me. But then, Hong Tianxiong, who had been writhing on the ground, suddenly went berserk, throwing the entire scene into chaos. Langya Base City was already under citywide lockdown due to the high school martial arts tournament. With Hong Tianxiong's incident now unfolding, it immediately caught the attention of Langya Special Services Bureau. Special agents swiftly arrived at the scene, immediately subduing Hong Tianxiong by force and escorting him along with the arriving Li Song directly to Langya People's Hospital. After a series of x-rays, blood tests, and examinations, an elderly chief physician, white-haired and bearded, clad in a white lab coat, studied the stack of test reports in his hands. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. Judging by the patient's clinical symptoms, this is clearly the poison of a demonic python. Did he consume the flesh and inner core of a crimson blood demon python? The senior doctor turned to Li Song, who had also been brought in by the Special Services Bureau, and asked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Song shook his head vigorously like a rattle. The demon python's inner core can only be used as an auxiliary ingredient in alchemy. It cannot be swallowed directly. For us Grandmaster level cultivators, this is basic knowledge. Besides, on our journey from Jizhou to Langya, we didn't even spot a single snake, let alone accidentally swallow a demon snake's inner core. Oh. So your friend's illness really is rather peculiar, then. Although the illness afflicting Hong Tianxiong posed no challenge to the old chief physician, the diagnostic report would confirm it almost immediately. But the bizarre part was this: everyone knew exactly what illness Hong Tianxiong was suffering from, yet he had never ingested a demonic python's inner core? That just didn't add up. Doctor! Doctor! Someone must have poisoned me. As silence fell over the hospital room, Hong Tianxiong, having regained some lucidity after treatment, spoke with extreme weakness. Simultaneously, Hong Tianxiong began racking his brain, desperately trying to figure out who could be plotting against him. He reviewed the events of the past few days in his mind, including when the strange illness had first appeared on his body. Hong Tianxiong's gaze inevitably settled on Li Song, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Could it be that old bastard Li Song trying to harm me? That's it. It must be him, no doubt about it. I was perfectly fine before, never had any issues. But ever since Li Song ordered me to assassinate that Li Mu, I, Hong Tianxiong, haven't been normal. I knew something was off after drinking with that old bastard Li Song. He suddenly seemed so sharp and alert. Turns out he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Even my uncontrollable rage today must be connected to that old bastard Li Song. Damn it all. I'm still weak right now, so I'll let you off this time. Just wait till I'm back on my feet, Li Song. You'll see what happens when I get you back. While Hong Tianxiong's mind was consumed with thoughts of how he'd deal with Li Song later. At that moment, deep within the Yiming Mountains. After enduring a full day and night, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes, a look of disappointment spreading across his face. Admittedly, the karmic rules of the King of Hell's roll call did help Li Mu mitigate the rejection reaction from the crimson blood demon python's inner core. However, the primordial energy of this demonic beast was fundamentally different from the vital energy of a human martial artist. This difference caused Li Mu's absorption and refinement process to be extremely slow. At the current rate of refinement, it would take at least half a month to fully assimilate the demon beast's inner core, a feat impossible to achieve overnight. Li Mu frowned. In the span of mere days, his cultivation realm had skyrocketed like a rocket, propelling him from the 6th rank martial artist realm to the 7th rank martial artist realm. To others, this advancement was nothing short of miraculous, an utterly unimaginable rate of progress. Yet this still failed to satisfy Li Mu. Especially when he considered that he was now firmly in the crosshairs of Hong Tianxiong, that Grandmaster level black market tycoon. He had already killed the assassin sent by Hong Tianxiong last time. Now, the man probably dreamed of eliminating him. Such formidable enemies made Li Mu feel like thorns in his back, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, Li Mu had to seize this precious time and utilize every available resource to frantically enhance his strength. But how could he refine this demon beast's inner core as quickly as possible? Should I consult Zhu Guiyu again? No. If I ask him like that, wouldn't it be like indirectly admitting I've already swallowed the crimson blood demon python's core? With my current cultivation, I might fool others, but fool a martial revered one? What a joke! When Zhu Guiyu discovers I swallowed the crimson blood demon python's inner core, not only will nothing happen, but he'll actually adopt a diligent and eager to learn attitude, begging me to teach him how to refine the inner core faster? Even if Zhu Guiyu were the dumbest fool, he'd realize there must be some great secret hidden within him. Then, that martial talent the King of Hell's roll call might just slip out. As the most powerful trump card currently in his possession, Li Mu certainly didn't want it exposed so soon. Naturally, he'd conceal it as long as possible. Relying on the King of Hell's roll call? But martial talent can only help divert the backlash from refining the inner core. It can't actually refine it for me. Just as Li Mu was growing increasingly restless over this dilemma. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from above the deep cavern, drawing nearer. It seemed someone had stopped right at the entrance of his hiding place. Brother! I caught the scent earlier. There's a strong, thick bloodlust here. It must be coming from this place. Wait a moment. Doesn't this deep hole look like it was just dug out? They even covered it with a slab of bluestone. Someone's definitely in there. Beneath the deep hole. Li Mu could hear the voice of a young man crystal clear through the stone slab. Could someone be hiding in here refining demon crystals? Second brother. Keep it quiet for now. I just saw it. There are fragments of a fourth-tier demonic beast, the crimson blood demon python, nearby. The blood scent we smelled earlier must have come from this demon snake. Another voice, slightly hoarse, came through the stone slabs. If the one hiding in this deep cavern is truly the hunter who slew the crimson blood demon python, and if that person is still refining this demon crystal, then we'll kill him, seize the treasure, and slip away from the Yiming Mountains, leaving us rolling in riches. Everything depends on your plan, big brother. The young man's voice, brimming with excitement, followed closely behind. Deep within the cavern. Kill me for my treasure? Are they trying to slaughter me like a fat lamb? Upon overhearing the brothers' conversation above, Li Mu not only showed no fear, but the furrowed brows that had just been knitted together relaxed. He grinned. Excellent. Excellent. This is perfect. It's like someone brought me a pillow just when I was nodding off. I was just fretting about my cultivation progress being too slow, and now someone's offering to hand me a pillow. Just as Li Mu prepared to push aside the stone slab and step out, a series of ripples began appearing on the virtual screen before him. Soon, 2 more images of middle-aged men materialized. Ha! Seeing these 2 figures, Li Mu couldn't help but utter a soft exclamation. Of course, what puzzled him wasn't that these 2 had been added to the list of souls summoned by the King of Hell. Rather, it was the sudden disappearance of the 4 individuals who had previously sought to eliminate him, Hong Tianxiong and the others, leaving only Li Song remaining. This was the first time Li Mu had encountered a situation where the images of individuals vanished before he had a chance to eliminate them. But before he could ponder further, the sound of footsteps grew ever closer. Li Mu had no time for further thought. He unleashed a punch that shattered the stone slab above him, then leaped out of the deep hole with a single bound. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Li Mu could clearly see 2 men standing outside the cave. The middle-aged man on the left appeared to be around 35 or 36. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a sturdy build, and deep, steady breathing. His muscular frame strained the black combat uniform he wore, making it bulge and stretch. His square jaw exuded an imposing presence that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. As for the young man on the right, his appearance suggested he was at most in his early 30s. Though they had just addressed each other as brothers, their appearances shared not a single resemblance. The younger man had a sharp, monkey-like face with triangular eyes that radiated malevolence, and a murderous aura lurked between his brows. Aha! Big brother, you guessed right. This kid is one of the contestants in the high school martial arts tournament. The young man with the triangular eyes quickly fixed his gaze on the watch on Li Mu's left wrist, his delight evident between his brows. Ha. Who'd have thought we brothers would get such a stroke of luck? We actually stumbled upon one of those unlucky bastards who wandered out of the exam zone. As he spoke, the young man with the triangular eyes grew so excited he began gesturing wildly. He looked every bit like someone who'd just won 5 million in the lottery. As for the square-jawed middle-aged man, though he said nothing, his eyes fixed on Li Mu were equally filled with greed and excitement. For martial arts squads like theirs, active in the Yiming Mountains and constantly facing life or death situations, it was common knowledge that contestants like Li Mu participating in the high school martial arts tournament were nothing short of walking cash cows. For these high school martial arts tournament competitors were typically ranked among the top 10 in their respective schools. Not only did each possess valuable treasures, but crucially, having lived sheltered lives within their school's ivory towers, they rarely risked their lives like the warriors who constantly faced mortal danger in the Yiming Mountains. This meant they were young, low-level, and inexperienced. Crucially, they carried precious treasures like pills, weapons, combat techniques, and cultivation methods. Naturally, they became prime targets, the easy prey in the eyes of other martial artist squads. Chapter 148, I told you to turn back. If it weren't for the fact that the overall supervisor of the high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale, was Xiao Wenfang, a genuine martial reverend-level powerhouse. Among the over 3,000 participants in this high school martial arts tournament, the demon beasts wouldn't even get a chance to kill them. These martial artist squads would slaughter and plunder them in mere minutes. Originally, the Ku brothers, Ku Jiasong and Ku Jiacheng, had only come to the assessment area to try their luck, hoping to snatch up any leftovers. And lo and behold, the heavens delivered exactly what they wished for. Talk about thoughtful. Kid, where's that crimson blood demon python's demon crystal? I advise you to hand it over willingly to spare yourself a painful beating. Ku Jiacheng first glanced at the hollowed-out serpent's massive head. His triangular eyes glinted coldly as he interrogated Li Mu, his terrifying aura already pinning Li Mu in place. Should Li Mu dare the slightest movement, a single stroke of his blade would cleave him in two. Meanwhile, the other man, Kujashing, a square-jawed middle-aged figure, closely examined the fatal wound on the crimson demon python's corpse. His gaze then shifted to the long sword at Li Mu's waist, and a look of sudden realization washed over his face. If Kujasong's guess was correct, the sword wound near the base of the crimson blood demon serpent's neck was most likely inflicted by Li Mu. Yet this sword wound was undeniably shallow, leaving only a faint white mark on the reddish-brown scales. It hadn't even breached the creature's physical defenses. The true fatal wound lay at the serpent's vital point, a gaping, blood-soaked hole torn open in its belly. Piecing together the serpent's injuries with Li Mu's mere 7th-rank martial artist cultivation, a complete battle sequence emerged in Kujasong's mind. Most likely, Li Mu and that red-haired girl had encountered the peak 10th-rank demon soldier realm crimson blood demon serpent during their high school martial arts trial. With their strength and cultivation, they were no match for this demonic beast. Only by drawing the attention of the supervising instructor was the crimson blood demon python finally slain. This conjecture was further supported by the red-haired girl behind Li Mu, who remained unconscious and covered in wounds, clear evidence of the life-threatening, brutal battle they had just endured. Kujashing and Kujaching, convinced they had perfectly reconstructed the entire battle, exchanged glances. Excitement and ecstasy shone in each other's eyes. Simultaneously, the last trace of apprehension in their eyes toward Li Mu vanished completely. Though this spot, at the very edge of the high school martial arts tournament, Battle Royale exam area, still couldn't completely rule out the possibility of being spotted by nearby patrolling proctors. But for wandering martial artists like the Ku brothers, Kujaching and Kujasong, this was precisely the kind of high-stakes business where they wore their lives on their belts. If they were the type to fear both wolves ahead and tigers behind, hesitating at every turn, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. Realizing this, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes of the Ku brothers, Kujaching and Kujasong, their resolve to kill Li Mu solidified. Yet, facing the brothers' icy, murderous stares, Li Mu seemed utterly oblivious. He patted his belly and wore a satisfied smile. Sorry, you're a step too late. The demon crystal of that crimson blood demon python has already been refined by me. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing Li Mu's words, Kujacheng, who had been holding the demon crystal, did not grow angry. Instead, he let out a sinister chuckle. So what if you've refined it? This crimson blood demon serpent was at the peak of the 10th grade demonic weapon realm. Its demon crystal energy is immense. With your measly 7th rank martial artist cultivation, you could never fully refine it in such a short time. Once we slit your belly open later, my brother and I will devour you whole. We'll still extract the demon crystal's energy from your body. Oh? Slit me open and devour me. Kujaching delivered these words with an utterly calm expression, his tone as if he were discussing the most ordinary of matters. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. Though his resolve to kill had solidified within, his expression remained utterly unreadable, still wearing that same harmless smile. Outwardly, Li Mu appeared utterly naive, completely oblivious to the perilous situation he now faced. Kujacheng seemed utterly unconcerned with Li Mu, continuing unabashedly, I've long been plagued by a lack of resources, unable to break through the bottleneck and reach the 10th rank martial master realm. Now, I've finally found a fat lamb to slaughter. This time, it's truly all thanks to heaven's favor I'll finally break through to the 8th rank martial artist realm. As he reached the most emotional part, Kujacheng's eyes welled up with tears, his excitement overwhelming him. But before he could continue his soliloquy, he noticed Li Mu's expression had turned utterly bizarre. The young man kept pointing behind Kujacheng. Kid, don't think putting on a show in front of me will soften my heart and let you off the hook. To his surprise, Li Mu shook his head and solemnly warned, look behind you. Kujacheng snorted coldly, not even turning his head. Kid, you think these cheap tricks of yours are good enough to show off in front of me, Kujacheng? Who do you think stands behind me? That's my dearest elder brother. My rock-solid support. You brat just want me to turn around so you can sneak attack me. Let me tell you something. You think you can fool me with such a clumsy trick? Not a chance. No. Turn around. Li Mu exclaimed anxiously, sweat already beading on his forehead. No way. I won't fall for it. Brother. You know I'm right. Kujacheng hadn't even finished his sentence. Behind him, the square-jawed middle-aged man. Feeling the chill creeping up his spine, Kujacheng's expression darkened. Just as he turned, he saw his elder brother had silently appeared behind him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Kujasong's clenched right fist shot out like lightning, striking Kujacheng squarely in the back. From the moment Kujacheng appeared behind Kujacheng to the instant he struck, there was not a shred of hesitation. The palm strike was ruthless and overwhelming, shattering Kujacheng's heart meridian clean through. This left Kujacheng no chance to react whatsoever. His body flew forward like a rag doll, landing heavily on the ground 5 or 6 meters away. Watching Kujacheng get knocked flying by that square-jawed middle-aged man's palm strike, Li Mu couldn't help but feel utterly exasperated. He had warned that unlucky kid repeatedly to turn back, but the fool wouldn't listen. Seriously. Wasn't this kid the very definition of lighting candles in a latrine, practically courting death? Just as Li Mu was feeling utterly speechless at Kujia actions, that unlucky bastard's unbelievably weak voice reached his ears once more. Big brother. Why did you kill me? Kujia heart meridian shattered, causing him to cough up blood incessantly. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, horror, and venomous resentment. My foolish little brother. This fat lamb, I wanted to devour it all by myself. The square-faced man, Kujia, shed his usual honest and trustworthy expression. In its place was a smug and ruthless look. Besides, ever since our parents had you, every good thing in the family, every valuable resource, was prioritized for you. They always put you first. Even that old bastard planned to leave most of his inheritance to you. And I, your older brother, have always been the one sacrificed and forced to endure. Well, that's all over now. This fat lamb is mine now, and that old bastard's fortune is mine too. No more enduring, no more sacrifices. Well, my foolish younger brother. Go in peace for now. Every Qingming festival from now on, I'll burn extra joss paper for you as an apology. Ha 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 ha. At this point, Kujia could no longer contain the wild joy surging within him. He threw his head back and burst into laughter, a laugh of utter, unbridled delight. Pwah! Kujia finally spat out a large mouthful of blood in a fit of frustration. So all these years, your honest and trustworthy facade was just an act. In truth, you're the most treacherous and cunning one in this family. Before he could finish, Kujia's head lolled to the side as he breathed his last. Ah! History truly does not deceive me. First there was Zhu Zhanji, who had his own uncle Zhu Gaoshi roasted alive until he was crispy pork belly. Then came the seemingly honest and upright eldest brother, who struck down his own younger brother with a single blow. Life is but a mere few decades long. Is it truly worth it for a few scraps of silver? Li Mu walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back, sighing mournfully over Kujia, whose eyes remained wide open in death. I say! You, as the eldest brother, could bring yourself to harm your own flesh and blood. Doesn't your conscience ache at all? As he spoke, Li Mu pressed his hand firmly over his heart, shaking his head and sighing again, truly looking heartbroken. Kid! You're in deep water yourself, barely able to save your own skin. Stop being so sarcastic with me. The middle-aged man flicked the blood from his hand and strode toward Li Mu with a savage grin. His left fist clenched tightly, unleashing a surging aura that whipped the fallen branches and leaves into a whirlwind. Kid! When you get to the underworld, remember to tell the king of hell. The one who killed you is Kujia. MHM. Fine. Then come hit me first. Let me see what you're made of. Let's see if you're capable of killing me. Li Mu maintained his stance with hands behind his back, leaving himself wide open, smiling as he walked toward Kujia. By now, Li Mu had a clear understanding of his own offensive capabilities. But he still knew too little about the defensive capabilities of his body after being tempered by snake blood and enhanced by demon crystals. Now, he had finally encountered Kujia, a test subject of suitable cultivation level who could be killed with a single slap. Naturally, Li Mu didn't mind using this opportunity to conduct a thorough experiment. As for any damage inflicted upon himself during the test, he would simply return it to Kujia in full measure using the King of Hell's roll call. Chapter 149, The Yellow Bird in the Rear. Hey! Goodness! I really am too kind. This. Kujia's expression froze, then his lips twitched. His face became equally vivid. In all my years as a martial artist, I've never encountered such an unusual request before. Rest assured. I'll give you a quick death. With that, Kujia clenched his right fist, muscles bulging as his aura surged. He unleashed a full-force punch, aiming squarely for Li Mu's vital chest area, clearly intending to finish him with a single strike. Thud. Facing this ferocious punch, Li Mu stood completely still, neither dodging nor blocking. He left himself wide open, allowing the blow to strike his chest directly, utterly defenseless. A dull thud echoed as colossal force surged into Li Mu's body like a raging river. The sheer power showed no sign of relenting, clearly intended to end him in one blow. Yet this punch, powerful enough to shatter stone and split jade, struck Li Mu like a stone sinking into the sea. The damage inflicted was so minimal it didn't even breach his physical defenses. Li Mu's smile remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. He casually patted the slightly wrinkled fabric on his chest and chuckled. Have the martial artist squads roaming the wilderness become this weak nowadays? With your half-baked skills, you actually think you can pick my pockets? You're so pathetically weak, it's not even worth my time to fight you. Li Mu stroked his chin, offering a detailed critique of Kujia's earlier punch as he strolled leisurely toward the middle-aged man. At that moment, Kujia's gaze toward Li Mu had completely changed, hadn't it? It wasn't like looking at a human at all. His eyes seemed to suspect Li Mu was some kind of great demon disguised as a man who'd lost his mind and come out specifically to toy with him. As Li Mu advanced step by step toward him, Kujia's legs trembled violently, forcing him to stumble backward. Fear gripped his heart, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans poured down his forehead like rain. How could this be possible? He had poured every ounce of strength into that punch, unleashing the most terrifying force possible. Anyone of the same cultivation level who took that punch head-on would be dead or severely injured, at the very least. Besides, my wretched younger brother is also at the peak of the 7th rank martial artist realm. The palm strike I just delivered to him wasn't even as fierce as the one I hit Li Mu with earlier. Yet my own brother was sent to the bridge of no return with that single slap. How could the same blow to Li Mu leave him unscathed? Is this just me not fully awake, or did I run into a demon? After being struck by Kujasong's fist, Li Mu felt no pain whatsoever. Especially after his relentless training over this period, Li Mu had already cultivated the dissolving energy technique to its pinnacle. This meant that even without consciously channeling the technique, it flowed through him like an unstoppable river. Instantly dissipating the force of Kujasong's punch, it then generated a warm current that began refining the partially dissolved demon beast core within Li Mu's dantian. However, Kujasong's strength was ultimately too feeble. His attack landing on Li Mu was simply insufficient to swiftly disperse the dormant core energy within Li Mu's body. To put it bluntly, that single punch just now, it had only helped Li Mu refine less than 1% of the core's energy. No. Impossible. Kujashing's mouth kept murmuring, his expression as if he'd encountered a ghost in the dead of night, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Then, he summoned every ounce of strength, unleashing both fists in unison. A gale-force wind surged forth, crashing like a tidal wave against the shore. Thud. Boom. Perhaps spurred by the life or death urgency, Kujasong felt an extraordinary surge of power beyond his usual strength, forcing Li Mu to stumble back half a step. Not bad, not bad. These two punches you just landed show genuine improvement over your previous strike. The smile on Li Mu's face grew increasingly enigmatic. He extended his right index finger, wiggling it back and forth at Kujasong with a chuckle. However, if this is the extent of your ability, it's rather disappointing. Alright, I've had enough of this game. Hellfire. With that, Li Mu struck suddenly. In an instant, he seized Kujashing's throat. Meeting the terrified, horrified gaze in his eyes, a mass of eerie, sinister black karmic fire surged upward. In the blink of an eye, the black flames completely engulfed and consumed Kujasong. Soon, they transformed into wisps of black smoke that seeped through Li Mu's pores and into his body. Is that all the spiritual energy you've got? Truly disappointing. Li Mu stroked his chin, quietly assessing the boost to his spiritual energy and vital blood gained from devouring Kujasong. He shook his head in disappointment. But upon reflection, this meager amount seemed only natural. After all, Kujasong's cultivation realm was at best on par with that unlucky soul Kujacheng who'd just been ambushed earlier. If Kujasong truly possessed strength capable of crushing Kujacheng, why bother becoming old Luo's tool for underhanded schemes? Wouldn't a direct confrontation be far more satisfying? Therefore, Kujasong's true cultivation level was likely around the 7th rank martial artist realm. After being struck by the hellfire of the first stage, the boost to his vital energy and true chi could only reach the level of a 3rd rank martial artist at best. No wonder the cultivation boost felt so limited. However, using the hellfire had also given Li Mu a deeper understanding of his newly awakened innate ability. He then turned his gaze inward, observing the demon beast's inner core within his dantian. Moreover, Kujasong's attacks are still far from sufficient to swiftly disperse the accumulated energy of the crimson blood demon python's inner core within my body. I was counting on this crimson blood demon serpent's core to help me advance to the 8th rank martial master realm. Therefore, I must find a way to gather more scapegoats. Li Mu pondered briefly. Moreover, based on Kujasong's words, who knows how many martial artist squads are lurking in the outer regions of the high school martial arts competition, eyeing the contestants like hungry tigers, hoping to pick up their scraps? Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes lit up. A murderous aura surged around him as a smirk curled his lips. But who is the hunter and who is the prey? That remains to be seen. With that, Li Mu walked over to the still unconscious Yamanjin. He delivered another swift karate chop to the back of the red-haired girl's neck before tossing her into the deep pit he had dug earlier. He then covered it with a slab of green stone. Before leaving, he took care to camouflage the slab slightly, blending it into the surrounding environment so it wouldn't appear so conspicuous. Satisfied that nothing could be missed, Li Mu's figure shot forward. In a few leaps, he vanished into the dense forest ahead. Li Mu began sprinting along the outer perimeter of the assessment grounds once more. Unlike his first encounter, where he had simply punched Yao Ziyuan far away, this time was different. This time, Li Mu was playing the role of a hunter. Based on the clues gleaned from the Ku brothers, Kujasong, and Kujacheng, numerous martial arts squads primarily wandering practitioners hoping to get lucky and snatch up leftovers were lurking around the high school martial arts competition grounds. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. After all, the greatest hidden reward of this high school martial arts competition, the guaranteed admission slot to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy, was already secured by him. Beyond that, the rest were mere trifles at best. The only true path to victory was to leverage every available resource to rapidly elevate his current cultivation realm. If he missed this opportunity at the high school martial arts tournament, who knew when Li Mu would ever find such a plentiful crop of juicy, ripe martial artists to harvest again? Boom! With that thought, purple thunder flared beneath Li Mu's feet, and before long, he had completely left the examination grounds. After leaving the exam grounds, Li Mu felt an inexplicable lightness on his shoulders, and his mood relaxed considerably. He now truly felt the exhilaration of soaring like a bird in boundless skies and swimming like a fish in vast seas. Especially after undergoing the serpent blood tempering and nurturing his inner core. Li Mu could distinctly feel the chi and blood within him surging as thick as thighs, ceaselessly coursing through his body. The sun and moon traversed the heavens, rivers flowed across the earth. This made Li Mu's vitality incredibly robust, transforming him into a primordial beast. After the snake blood tempering and the constant strengthening from the transcendence technique, Li Mu could distinctly feel his physical strength had reached the absolute limit achievable by a 7th-rank martial artist. Now, all that remained for Li Mu was to refine the inner core within his body and seize every opportunity to devour martial artists, thereby gaining more vital energy to break through his current realm and reach the 8th-rank martial artist stage. This demon beast's inner core truly lives up to its reputation as a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Merely the demon core condensed from a crimson blood demon python of the demon soldier rank possesses such formidable, overbearing energy. Yet humans and beasts follow different paths. While the King of Hell's roll call perfectly shifts the rejection reaction side effects onto that old beast Hong Tianxiong, refining it within a short time frame remains no easy feat. In that case, I shall forge a new path. Who knows how many martial artist squads, composed of countless wandering cultivators, lurk outside the exam grounds right now, eyeing these contestants like hungry predators. Each one sees me as a fat lamb, eager to be the first to slaughter me, dreaming of overnight riches. In that case, I might as well grant your wishes. While you help me refine the inner core, I'll use the karmic flames to incinerate you all, turning you into nourishment for Li Mu's ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 150, Who's the Real Easy Target? After traveling 100 miles, Li Mu spotted a towering ancient tree and leapt onto its branches. Its dense canopy offered the perfect concealment. With his aura deliberately suppressed, it would be nearly impossible for others to detect anything amiss. Li Mu sat cross-legged on a thick branch, pulling out dried meat and water from his backpack to replenish his strength. But just as Li Mu finished munching on a few pieces of jerky, replenishing his energy, he began to faintly hear rustling sounds coming from beneath the tree. Clearly, someone was approaching. Peering through the dense foliage, Li Mu looked down. 2 young men approached, their faces sharp and rat-like, their eyes shifty and furtive. After observing them in the shadows, Li Mu could roughly gauge that these 2 were merely 6th-rank martial masters. In terms of strength, they were nowhere near as formidable as Kujiasong, whom Li Mu had dispatched with a single strike. One of them glanced around and murmured, "This is really strange. The markings left by the Ku brothers should indicate that the fat sheep is active somewhere nearby. I've searched the entire area, yet haven't seen a single soul." Hearing this, the other man frowned deeply and snapped, "If that's the case, we should split up and search. Our martial artist squad is too small. Even splitting into pairs, we can't match other squads. We've finally stumbled upon such a prime target, we can't let other squads beat us to it." Hearing this, Li Mu quietly parted the leaves and watched the 2 men searching beneath the tree. One of them, clad in a yellow robe, was already walking back toward the direction he had come from. Another figure clad in a blue robe was still searching around the ancient tree. It seemed he had already detected something amiss. A cold gleam flashed in Li Mu's eyes as his expression grew increasingly fierce. Just as he had anticipated, the Ku brothers Kujiasong and Kujiacheng had already spread word of his whereabouts long before this. Now this squad of martial artists was like mad dogs, searching everywhere for him. Li Mu gave a cold laugh. "Since you all want to kill me, then I'll slaughter every last one of you first. One comes, one dies. Come as a pair, and I'll kill you both." His gaze grew even colder as Li Mu leapt down from the great tree. A powerful gust of air whipped through the leaves, making them rustle. "Ha ha ha ha. Brother, I knew this kid was hiding around here. Finding him is truly a stroke of luck for us brothers." The man in the green robe drew a brow-level iron staff from his waist and flashed forward, closing in on Li Mu. Eyebrow-level staff technique, snowflake overhead. Though the green-robed man boasted arrogantly, he dared not be the slightest bit careless in his attack. He immediately unleashed his innate class skill, whipping the iron staff in his hands until it whistled through the air. His strikes formed a flurry of patterns, chopping, sweeping, slicing, rolling, thrusting, executed with surprising precision. The heavy, 1,000-gene-weight iron staff felt effortless in his grasp, his techniques astonishing. "Second brother. Cut the chatter. Kill that Li Mu staff quickly. Don't let the other squads find out. This fat sheep, we brothers will quietly devour it." In the distance. Upon hearing the sounds of combat, the man in the yellow robe immediately rushed toward this location. With several leaps, he closed in behind Li Mu. He drew the iron staff strapped to his waist and swung it with the same technique, aiming a vicious blow at the back of Li Mu's head. The air ripped with a whistling sound like a raging torrent, the attack coming with overwhelming force. Eyebrow-level staff technique, Black Dragon emerges from the cave. Facing the brothers' pincer attack from front and back, Li Mu showed no fear. Instead, he spun abruptly, arching his back upward to brace the blow with his bare body. Thud! The 1,000-gene iron staff slammed into Li Mu's back, producing a dull, thunderous impact. Did you even eat today? Is that all the strength you've got? What a disappointment! With your half-baked skills, you're not even as good as the Ku brothers, Kujasong and Kujacheng, in my eyes. After taking the blow head-on, Li Mu straightened up, gave his neck a quick stretch, and wore a distinctly displeased expression. However, Li Mu's displeasure stemmed not from being outnumbered. Judging by his tone, it sounded more like he was scolding the other party for lacking sufficient strength. But after silently assessing the blow the yellow-robed man had just landed on his back, Li Mu still felt it fell short. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. In the end, I had placed too much faith in this group of martial artists. But then again, it made sense. The reason martial artists like Ko Jiasong had gathered around the exam grounds was driven by a desire to pick up loose ends. The root cause was that most of them were independent practitioners who couldn't join either the state or the sects. If they could gain the state's favor or be recognized by a sect to join, they wouldn't be resorting to luck like this. What did you just say? The Ku brothers. Upon hearing Li Mu mention the names Kujasong and Kujacheng, the green-robed youth exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, the yellow-robed youth who had just swung a club at Li Mu from behind glared at Li Mu with eyes that seemed to regard him as a freak, while Li Mu calmly continued his slow narration. It was as if, in their eyes, the formidable brothers Kujasheng and Kujacheng seemed to be mere cats and dogs in Li Mu's mouth. He spoke of them with such casual indifference, as if they were utterly unworthy of his attention. You? What did you do to the Ku brothers? Killed them, that's what. What else could I do? Li Mu spoke with an air of utter matter-of-factness. The next moment. Enough. I'm in a hurry. I'll send you both on your way right now. With that, Li Mu's aura surged violently. His right hand clenched into a fist and a crimson aura, accompanied by the hiss of a blood python, struck directly at the head of the yellow-robed man before him. Boom! The yellow-robed man's head exploded like a watermelon under Li Mu's punch, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. This man was merely at the 6th-rank martial artist realm. Crucially, even his current cultivation level was inflated. His true strength paled in comparison to Li Mu's. The punch struck before he could react, killing him instantly. The other man in green robes, witnessing this, was instantly terrified out of his wits. His legs trembled, and the iron staff in his hands clattered to the ground with a clang. His teeth chattering, he stammered. No. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Li Mu paid him no mind, his stride unbroken. His right hand opened, black karmic flames roaring from his palm. With a light flick of his wrist, the black flames grew ever brighter. Die. Seeing Li Mu closing in, the green-robed man who had been kneeling on the ground, appearing utterly terrified, suddenly snapped his head up. Grasping the iron rod from the ground, he let out a furious roar and thrust it toward Li Mu's throat. Facing this sudden attack, Li Mu watched coldly, his smile growing even more icy. Thud! Li Mu's right hand effortlessly seized the iron rod thrust toward him. The black karmic flames, like flesh-eating maggots, burned wildly along the rod, spreading relentlessly until they reached the man's hands gripping the iron rod. Boom! The moment the black karmic flames touched the man's hands, they ignited like dry kindling meeting hot oil. With a thunderous boom, they engulfed his entire arm like a raging wildfire. Arg! Just a moment ago, the man in the green robe, who had deliberately feigned weakness to deliver a desperate final blow. The next second, the black karmic fire had already begun spreading rapidly along his right arm toward the rest of his body. His skin wrinkled and twisted like burning plastic sheeting, emitting a nauseating, acrid stench. Then, the man in green robes rolled on the ground, desperately trying to smother the dark karmic flames engulfing him. But this karmic fire was the very flame that consumed sinners in hell, ignited by evil deeds the retribution sinners deserved. Thus, how could it possibly be extinguished by external force? The man in green robes was overcome with shock and terror. He tried to open his mouth, but no sound came out. In less than a few breaths, the dark karmic flames instantly engulfed the man in green robes. Feeling the colossal spiritual energy surging through every limb and organ, Li Mu's expression grew grim. Black karmic flames ignited once more in his right hand, and he used the same method to consume the man in yellow robes. Then, Li Mu didn't pause his steps, continuing to circle the outer perimeter of the examination grounds. Along the way, Li Mu indeed encountered numerous ambushes by small squads composed of wandering cultivators. However, without exception, every single one of them was utterly slaughtered by Li Mu. After traveling another 100 li, Li Mu's eyes glowed crimson from the relentless killing, his robes stained with blood. It was precisely these waves of lone cultivators, relentlessly offering themselves as experience points, that propelled Li Mu forward. This caused Li Mu's experience gauge to skyrocket like a rocket, bringing him to the brink of breaking through to the 8th-rank martial artist realm at any moment. Li Mu had already slain over 20 men. Almost every mile he traveled, someone would pursue him, intent on ending his life. One kill every 10 steps. No mercy for 1,000 miles. Every step of Li Mu's journey was drenched in blood. This was far more exhilarating than the killings he'd carried out back in Jizhou Base City. Back in Jizhou Base City, Li Mu had to meticulously plan his escape to evade the Special Services Bureau's pursuit and interrogation. But killing in the wilderness? No laws to bind him. He could kill however he pleased. He who kills shall be killed. Li Mu cared not a whit where they came from or what status they held. As long as they harbored murderous intent toward him. Li Mu was no saint either. If you seek to kill me, I shall kill you first. That's only fair. The sun was setting. Li Mu crouched before a mountain stream, cupping water in his hands to splash his face, cooling his overheated mind. His white combat uniform was now completely saturated with blood, soaked through to the core. As he moved, reddish-brown clots of dried blood flaked off the fabric. Awesome. Absolutely amazing. After drinking his fill, Li Mu found a massive green stone by the stream and sprawled himself across it without a care for his appearance, letting the cool stone dispel the scorching summer heat. Ha! Li Mu exhaled a long breath, closing his eyes and focusing his mind as he felt the surging vital energy and spiritual essence now fully permeating every limb and organ within him. With both having reached their peak, Li Mu resolved to break through to the 8th rank martial artist realm today. Chapter 151, 8th rank martial artist realm. Throughout the entire day, skirmishes had never ceased. Though battles had never ceased along his journey. Ultimately, the strength of this group of martial artists, primarily composed of wandering cultivators, was simply too uneven. Essentially, before Li Mu even sensed anything coming his way, the attacks from these wandering cultivators were automatically neutralized by the dissolving energy technique, rendered utterly ineffective. Such half-baked skills, honed over a mere 2 or 3 years, were nothing more than a tickle to Li Mu. While these cultivators offered little tangible assistance in refining the Crimson Blood Demon Python's inner core, devouring them with the infernal karma fire provided Li Mu with a substantial boost in vital energy and spiritual essence. The gains Li Mu reaped from these wandering cultivators extended far beyond mere assistance in refining the demonic core or acquiring vital energy and spiritual essence. Killing and plundering. After slaughtering his way through, Li Mu had also seized a considerable amount of demon crystals from them. Though these demon crystals were mostly low-grade, predominantly from 9th and 10th tier solitary demons, with only a handful reaching the demon soldier grade. For Li Mu, this was still a windfall. The chi and blood within my body have now reached a peak of vitality, while spiritual energy surges through every limb and organ. I've essentially reached the peak of the 7th rank martial artist realm. It's time to break through to the 8th rank martial artist realm. Li Mingju exhaled silently, feeling the chi and blood within him begin to surge restlessly through his extraordinary meridians. The burning sensation grew intensely pronounced, as if the blood in his body had begun to boil. If one were to find an apt metaphor, it was like a piece of refined iron being hurled into a furnace blazing with raging flames. There was no unbearable heat, only the sensation that her very life genes, flesh, and organs were about to undergo a new round of transformation and elevation at this very moment. Without hesitation, Li Mu sat cross-legged upon the massive green stone slab, holding his breath and focusing his mind as he prepared to enter meditation for his breakthrough. From that moment on, Li Mu resembled an old monk deep in meditation, his breath long and restrained, his aura profound and distant. An entire day and night passed. In the distance, the first faint glimmer of dawn began to appear. The golden sun rose, filling the sky with rosy hues, dewdrops glistening like pearls. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyelids fluttered slightly as he finally emerged from his profound meditative state. Oomph! A long breath escaped Li Mu's lips. Simultaneously, the aura radiating from his entire being surged upward. It was as if he were an extraordinary elixir nearing completion. A faint golden radiance now enveloped him like a delicate veil, radiating from within, embodying the perfection of a fully formed elixir. His transformed blood and bones shone in harmony, causing a dull rumbling to emerge from his stomach. At first, Li Mu simply thought he'd worked himself hungry during this day and night of non-stop cultivation and breakthrough. But soon, he realized the matter was far from simple. For the rumbling within his belly grew louder and louder. Moreover, each rumble carried such intense vibration that Li Mu felt his entire body tremble faintly. The sound resembled distant rolling thunder, deep and muffled, yet also echoed like the roar of tigers and leopards in the depths of the mountains. Could this be the tiger-leopard thunder sound after breaking through to the 8th rank martial artist realm? Amidst his astonishment, a thought surged through Li Mu's mind. Ever since his transmigration to Blue Star, Li Mu had felt that throughout his cultivation journey, starting from the 6th rank martial trainee realm and steadily advancing upward, there had never been any so-called bottlenecks. What usually trapped ordinary martial artists for months or even years as bottlenecks could be easily broken through by Li Mu in the time it took to nap. This allowed Li Mu to advance at a breakneck pace in his cultivation realm, yet his understanding of each realm remained superficial. He only knew that after each breakthrough, he became more formidable and powerful in every aspect. As for the tiger-leopard thunder sound he mastered after breaking through to the 8th rank martial artist realm, that knowledge primarily came from reading The Vanished Martial World, written by Li Zhongshuan, the last disciple of Xingyi master Shang Yinxiang, which he had studied in his previous life. In that book, it was specifically mentioned that Li Zhongxuan once asked his master, Shang Yunshan, "Master, what is the tiger leopard thunder sound?" Shang Yunshan immediately picked up a tabby cat, placed it in Li Zhongxuan's hands, and declared plainly, "This is the tiger leopard thunder sound." Li Zhongxuan suddenly understood. Cat, leopard, tiger. All three belong to the feline family and share a common trait: their bellies constantly emit a deep, rumbling sound akin to muffled thunder. This sound originated from the constant churning of their internal organs. To the ear, it resembled the distant rumble of thunder, hence the name tiger leopard thunder sound. Now, after breaking through to the 8th rank martial master realm, the deep rumbling within Li Mu's abdomen represented a realm few martial artists could ever attain in their lifetime, the tiger leopard thunder sound. For ordinary martial artists, breaking through to the 8th rank martial master realm might only bring basic enhancements to their chi, blood, and physical constitution. But this doesn't mean they can necessarily cultivate the tiger leopard thunder sound. It's like this: every high school student can take the college entrance exam. Yet after taking the same exam, one might gain admission to Tsinghua, another to Peking University, while yet another ends up at a lesser institution. The difference lies in the outcome. Thus, for an ordinary martial artist to cultivate this realm of tiger leopard thunder sound, it would require years, even decades of dedicated effort. Yet Li Mu, after breaking through to the 8th rank martial artist realm, effortlessly stepped into this profoundly mysterious state. Li Mu felt his internal organs constantly writhing, while every bone and muscle in his body swelled. Yet this swelling brought no pain, only a surging sense of power. Li Mu could sense the energy within his body now circulating rapidly through the 8 extraordinary meridians. So this is the realm of an 8th grade martial master and the tiger leopard thunder sound. Feeling the explosive surge of true chi and vital energy within him, Li Mu suppressed the shock evident on his face. He rose to his feet and gazed into the distance. Judging by the timing, the high school martial arts tournament should have concluded the outer area identity badge battles by now, likely progressing to the tower battles. Earlier, the siblings Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingzhen had brought him a substantial reward of reversal points. He wondered how much more gain the other two powerhouses, Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School and Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, could bring him. Li Mu felt a surge of anticipation. Yiming Mountains, Central Tower Battle Zone. The high school martial arts tournament was nearing its climax, the most intense and spectacular phase, the tower battle. Compared to the relatively sparse crowds earlier, today's tower battle arena was undeniably bustling. At least several hundred figures sat here, the vast majority of them teachers from various high schools across the Haidai province. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward the same direction. The cliff's edge. There, a massive rock jutted out beyond the cliff's edge. Upon that rock, a makeshift platform had been hastily erected. At the very center of this platform stood the trunk of a centuries-old tree. Around this trunk, a series of wooden planks had been arranged in concentric layers. Each layer rose 10 feet higher than the last, with 10 layers in total. The platform resembled a steep, solemn pagoda. Each wooden platform was small and extremely steep, barely large enough to stand 2 people on, even at a rough estimate. At the very summit of this tower stood a stone chair, meticulously carved from jade throughout. This platform was known as the Linglong Tower. The rules for the next stage were straightforward: only contestants who collected 100 identity tokens could advance to the tower battle round. In the tower battle phase, all contestants may employ any means, any method, to vie for the jade stone chair atop the Linglong Tower. Whoever secures this seat will be crowned the champion of this year's high school martial arts tournament, the Battle Royale. The contest lasts but a quarter of an hour. Afterward, the higher one's position within the Linglong Tower battle, the higher their final ranking. Though the tower battle rules are straightforward, the tower can only hold a maximum of 20-odd people standing. Yet at least 32 contestants have passed the previous round's Battle Royale trial. This signaled that the upcoming competition would be utterly brutal. Everyone could be your rival. The sheer brutality was almost unimaginable. Whether it was the previous survival challenge, collecting 100 identity plaques, or the upcoming Linglong Tower battle, both stages made it abundantly clear to everyone this high school martial arts tournament was the most brutal in history, bar none. In the spectator area surrounding the Linglong Tower, Song Changming sat conspicuously in one of the central seats. Glancing around, he recognized many familiar faces in the crowd. Smiling broadly, he turned his gaze toward the Linglong Tower. They say this year's tournament is the most brutal ever, but what they don't realize is that this gathering also represents the finest young talent our Haidai province has produced in decades. To put it simply, there are over 7 contestants at the 8th rank martial artist realm or higher. This is the largest number of 8th grade martial master level competitors in the history of the high school martial arts tournament, breaking all previous records. As he spoke, Song Changming turned his gaze to the names of the top 7 contestants on the leaderboard. 7th place, Chen Haoqing, Wulian No. 1 High School, 8th rank martial artist. 6th place, Zhao Hanyu, Langya Experimental High School, 8th rank martial artist realm. 5th place, Yao Ziyuan, Qingdao No. 2 High School, Peak 8th rank martial artist realm. 4th place, Wang Hengxing, Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, 9th rank martial artist realm. Third place, Zhangjiang, Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, 9th rank martial artist realm peak. Second place, Song Dawei, Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, 10th rank martial artist realm. Upon seeing that Song Dawei, the top student of Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, had already reached the 10th grade martial master realm, many teachers and principals from various schools were astonished. But when their eyes shifted upward to the name at the top, it firmly overshadowed the top student of Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School. First place, Wei Yunzhang, Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, peak 10th rank martial artist realm. Chapter 152, The Value of Being Top Student. Holy! Wei Yunzhang has actually broken through to the peak of the 10th rank martial master realm. And judging by his performance in the battle royale, he's clearly already touched the threshold of the grandmaster realm. This is ING. How the hell is that even possible? I remember when he first joined the high school martial arts tournament, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 10th rank martial artist realm. And now, in just a few short days, Wei Yunzhang is already on the verge of stepping into the master realm? This bastard must be cheating. Holy! Back in my youth, even if I'd been cheating, I doubt I could have cultivated this fast. Is this the true value of being the top student at the provincial experimental school? Wei Yunzhang is nothing short of a prodigy. At that moment, the principal of Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School also stared in disbelief at the principal of Haidai Provincial Experimental High School, seated not far beside him. In previous years' high school martial arts tournaments, the championship title would invariably fall either to Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School or to Haidai Provincial Experimental High School. As two powerhouses from the same city, their strengths were evenly matched, making it extremely difficult to pull ahead. But this year, Haidai Provincial Experimental High School must have stumbled upon some incredible luck to find Wei Yunzhang, this peerless prodigy. Could Song Dawei, the top student at Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, wielding his martial arts talent as a mentalist, possibly defeat Wei Yunzhang in the upcoming Linglong Tower battle? Wei Yunzhang was already at the peak of the 10th rank martial master realm, having touched the threshold of the grandmaster realm. The principal of Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School mentally simulated the upcoming Linglong Tower battle scenarios. Yet even with the principal's keen insight guiding the battle simulations, every conclusion inevitably pointed to defeat. Admittedly, Song Dawei's awakened S-grade martial arts talent as a spiritual mind master did grant him the ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks to a certain extent. Yet the gap in strength between the two was simply too vast. If Wei Yunzhang were merely at the peak of the 10th rank martial artist realm, Song Dawei might indeed have a significant chance of victory, bolstered by his martial talent. But now, Wei Yunzhang had touched the threshold of the grandmaster realm, needing only a breakthrough opportunity to ascend. This alone presented an insurmountable peak for Song Dawei. Moreover, while Song Dawei's awakened talent as a spiritual mind master was undeniably formidable, Wei Yunzhang's own awakened martial talent was no pushover either. Yet, just as many present focused their discussions on Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School's top student, Song Dawei, and Haidai Province Experimental High School's top student, Wei Yunzhang, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School, one of Haidai Province's three elite institutions, wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. He fidgeted restlessly, as if sitting on pins and needles. While other principals boasted about their top students, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School realized not only had their top student, Yao Ziyuan, vanished, but their second-ranked student, Yao Mingjin, had also disappeared without a trace. Moreover, neither Yao Ziyuan nor Yao Mingjin were visible anywhere within the tower battle arena. Even on the real-time leaderboard being updated nearby, neither of them appeared on the list of the top 32 competitors in the tower battle. Later, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School did search for information on Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin in the secondary menu. Ultimately, they discovered that Yao Mingjin's data showed a slight increase in points. In stark contrast, the points curve of Qingdao No. 2 High School's top student, Yao Ziyuan, was so eerily flat it sent chills down one's spine. That perfectly flat line was essentially telling them. Since the start of the high school martial arts tournament, Yao Ziyuan hadn't hunted a single demon beast nor seized any identity tags from other students. Was he just idly AFK? Concerned, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School summoned the tournament staff to inquire whether there was an error with the rankings. Why can't I find the points for our top two students from Qingdao No. 2 High School on this list? But the staff repeatedly confirmed that all points displayed on the high school martial arts tournament leaderboard were bound to the participants' identity tags and updated in real time. Absolutely no errors could occur. After receiving this definitive assurance from the staff, and with absolute confidence in the abilities of the siblings Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin, especially Yao Ziyuan, others might be unaware, but as the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School, he knew full well. Yao Ziyuan still held a trump card, the peak tier, 10th grade demonic weapon, the Crimson Blood Demon Python. If Yao Ziyuan were to summon the Crimson Blood Demon Python, even Wei Yunzhang, currently ranked first, would have no choice but to kneel before Yao Ziyuan, right? Among all the contestants present, none could simultaneously handle the combined might of a peak 8th rank martial master and a peak 10th rank demonic weapon. In the eyes of Qin Island No. 2 High School's principal, the combat power Yao Ziyuan commanded was nothing short of a dimensional strike in this high school martial arts tournament, right? Though such thoughts had comforted the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School countless times before. Yet this bizarre turn of events still left him feeling deeply unsettled. He watched the principal of Haidai Province High, who looked utterly confident of victory, and the principal of Shandong Normal University Affiliated High, who was slapping his thigh and sighing deeply. And then there was the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School, fidgeting like he had hemorrhoids, unable to sit still or stand comfortably. This time, Song Changming didn't launch into his usual Versailles-style showboating the moment they met, like he had during the last beast trial. Instead, his opening line was something like, "Oh my. This is driving me absolutely mad. I told that kid Li Mu to keep a low profile. He's already secured his spot as a recommended student at Haidai Martial Academy. There's no need to parade around with that Jade Emperor peak badge pinned to his chest. This brat just won't give me a moment's peace. He completely ignored everything I said before. Not only did he wear that Jade Emperor peak badge on the rail train, but I heard the conductor even arranged a soft sleeper compartment for him, the kind only academy instructors are entitled to. This special treatment is ridiculous. How infuriating is that? It's infuriating. Ha 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 ha." Of course, words like these were only ever uttered in Song Changming's mind. If you asked him to say them out loud, even if you gave him 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. The reason he dared to act so cocky during the last beast trial? Well, let's be honest, it was only because there were barely any principals present. Even if someone wanted to beat him up, Song Changming could always run away, right? But today, at this high school assembly, nearly 400 principals from across Haidai province were gathered here. If Song Changming tried pulling that same arrogant stunt again, he wouldn't even have a chance to run. He'd be pinned to his seat by this angry mob of principals and beaten senseless, wouldn't he? So, for the sake of his own life, Song Changming acted completely out of character this time, displaying an extreme level of humility and low-key demeanor. Shao. Thinking this to himself, Song Changming turned his head to glance at the elegant, beautiful figure beside him and smiled softly. "In your opinion, who do you think has the best chance of winning the championship in this high school martial arts tournament?" Song Changming was no stranger to Xiao Qingxue beside him. He had already crossed paths with this prodigy from the Haidai Martial Arts Academy's top 10 seats during the Limu Challenge tournament. As the formidable third-ranked martial academy among China's great institutions, Haidai Martial Academy was naturally a gathering place for prodigies and geniuses. Those ranked within the top 10 seats of the Mount Tai ranking at the Haidai Martial Academy were truly the pinnacle of the young generation in China, standing at the very apex of the martial arts pyramid. Precisely because of this, each of the top 10 in the Haidai Martial Academy, when judged purely by status and standing, was in no way inferior to ordinary instructors. This was precisely why Xiao Qingxue had been qualified to represent the Haidai Martial Academy as an examiner, traveling to Jizhou First High School to evaluate Li Mu and Gao Jianye during the role swap challenge tournament. Song Changming still vividly recalled how highly Xiao Qingxue had regarded Li Mu, awarding him a perfect score of 100 back then. And during this high school martial arts gathering, she kept scanning the rankings and the big screen, searching for a certain figure. It seemed she already had a suitable candidate in mind. The battle royale has just concluded, and the Linglong Tower combat segment hasn't formally commenced yet. Who knows how many variables will emerge before the tower battle officially starts? Xiao Qingxue smiled serenely, then turned her gaze back to the live broadcast of the high school martial arts tournament, battle royale on the large screen ahead, a hint of puzzlement in her heart. Among the hundreds gathered here, who was the first to discover Li Mu's raw talent? Without a doubt, it was Xiao Qingxue. Long before Li Mu was anything but a laughingstock, despised by all as a good-for-nothing, Xiao Qingxue had already discerned something extraordinary in him during his challenge match against Gao Jianye. She had believed then that Li Mu would undoubtedly make his mark in the martial arts world. This was precisely why Xiao Qingxue had awarded Li Mu her sole perfect score of 100 points. Everything Li Mu accomplished afterward only served to prove she hadn't misjudged him. First, in the Savage Beast trial, Li Mu single-handedly defeated Shang Zhe. With a staggering score of 10,086 points, he shattered the trial's all-time record and claimed first place. Later, when challenged by Lu Shangyao Jizhou's foremost swordsmanship prodigy, Li Mu utterly crushed her in a one-sided confrontation. Naturally, Xiao Qingxue witnessed the entire livestream of Li Mu's divine display at the Jizhou City Library. She witnessed it firsthand. After mastering the six-fold thunderstep, Li Mu cultivated from zero to the pinnacle of perfection in a single breath. Then, in a single moment of enlightenment, he entered the legendary Forbidden Realm, a truly miraculous scene. It could be said that the unbelievable events surrounding Li Mu were simply too numerous to count. So much so that when Xiao Qingxue learned from her mentor, Zhu Guiyu, that Li Mu was the recommended student he had personally selected, she admitted she felt no stirrings within her heart. She even felt like laughing. Yet beneath that calm exterior, Xiao Qingxue's curiosity and awe toward this new junior disciple burned brightly. She made time amidst her busy schedule to come to this tower battle area, determined to see with her own eyes just how far Li Mu had progressed. Chapter 153, Chief Yao is carried out. Otherwise, Xiao Qingxue would have long since gone to the academy to pick up various tasks and earn contribution points. But after watching for nearly half a day, she hadn't seen a single trace of Li Mu, let alone anyone associated with him. She'd heard rumors on her way here about a fierce clash erupting between Li Mu and the siblings Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin from Qingdao No. 2 High School. Before Xiao Wenfeng could finish his sentence, the two of them had already started brawling right out of the high-speed rail station. At first, Xiao Qingxue hadn't taken it too seriously, thinking it was just a minor incident. After all, whether it was Li Mu, Yao Ziyuan, or Yao Mingjin, their abilities were likely evenly matched. Neither side could easily gain the upper hand in such a short time. Considering the survival game environment, she was sure Li Mu and the others would maintain basic restraint. Before the Linglong Tower battle commenced, they wouldn't risk exposing each other's dog brains over a momentary fit of pique, right? As for why Li Mu and the siblings Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin still hadn't shown up in the scoreboard, it was most likely because they had damaged each other's identity tags during combat. After the battle royale concludes, they can simply re-register their points using their loot, no big deal. Ha! Look over here. Why is the Haidai Martial Academy sending people over now? And it's Xiao Qingxue, one of the top 10 on the Moutai sex rankings. Not far away, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School, trying to ease his inner anxiety, turned to his companion and asked, didn't they usually send no one in previous years? Why the sudden change this time? No idea. Do you think it could be because of that recommended student? His companion was taken aback by the question, his tone uncertain. I'm asking you. What year of the high school martial arts tournament has ever been without recommended students? The more they talked that day, the more the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School felt an inexplicable wave of irritation welling up inside him. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Asking you is just wasting my breath. With that, he rose from the spectator seats and headed toward the key entrances leading from the Yiming Mountains to the Linglong Tower Arena. This is truly baffling. How could there be absolutely no movement? Could it be they really got crushed by that Li Mu? The moment this thought flashed through the mind of the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School, he shook his head and dismissed it. After all, while others might be unaware of the trump cards Yao Ziyuan held, he knew full well what they were. Yao Ziyuan's awakened martial talent was an S-rank summoning manipulation type East Commander. That was a powerful talent capable of commanding a peak 10th grade demonic weapon, the Crimson Blood Demon Python. With this trump card in hand, Yao Ziyuan wasn't just capable of handling Li Mu, a mere 7th grade martial artist, but even faced with Gui Yunzheng, the top-ranked student from Haidai Province Experimental High School currently leading the points table, he still held a significant advantage. Could it be Yao Ziyuan deliberately damaged his identity badge to save a big move for later? Exactly. It must be. The principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School delved deeper into this line of reasoning, growing increasingly convinced that his conjecture was the truth. At this high school martial arts tournament, Yao Ziyuan was clearly aiming to take down Gui Yunzheng and Song Dawei, stepping over their heads to rise to the top. Therefore, to maintain an air of mystery, it was entirely possible he was deliberately concealing his true abilities. Come the time, he would remain silent until the moment was ripe, then strike with a stunning display. Then, he'd deliver a colossal surprise to everyone present. At this thought, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School finally let his heart settle back into his chest, a faint smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. This Yao Ziyuan always likes to spring little surprises on me. I'm an old man now, this constant back and forth competition is starting to wear me down. Youngsters these days. Feeling reassured, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School headed toward the exit of the Yiming Mountains. He intended to greet Yao Ziyuan early and, while he was at it, confirm the upcoming action plan directly from the young man himself. He didn't want Yao Ziyuan springing another surprise on him without warning. He couldn't handle another unexpected shock that would be downright embarrassing. Just then, the principal caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. There, the Special Security Bureau officers responsible for perimeter security and maintaining order around the exam site were rushing toward him, carrying a stretcher between them. On the stretcher carried by the two officers, a figure lay with glasses askew on the bridge of his nose. Both cheeks were puffed up like two large steamed buns, making it difficult to recognize who it was at first glance. The principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School only thought the rimless glasses on the face looked somewhat familiar, prompting him to lean in for a closer look. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. The old principal instantly sucked in a sharp breath. The young man in glasses looked as if he'd just been beaten to a pulp. Not a single inch of his body was unscathed. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his entire being radiated utter exhaustion. He was clearly suffering from severe injuries. Quick! 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 We have a critically injured patient here. Where are the medics? Where the hell is the doctor in charge here? Two Secret Service agents rushed over carrying a stretcher, barely catching their breath before shouting anxiously to the surrounding area. The commotion naturally drew the attention of principals and teachers from nearby schools. Unconsciously, their gazes all landed on the person lying on the stretcher, and their eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? Isn't that Yao Ziyuan, the top student from Qingdao No. 2 High School? Whoa! No way! But judging by those glasses, it really does look like Yao Ziyuan. Isn't Yao Ziyuan at the peak of the 8th rank martial artist realm? Did he offend someone during the assessment, or did he single-handedly raid a demon beast's lair and get beaten like this? Who can say for sure? Still, with Yao Ziyuan biting the dust like this, Linglong Tower's chances against Dochin Island's number 2 middle school are probably shot. Hey, look at you talking no class whatsoever. Even if Yao Ziyuan is out, there's still his sister, Yao Mengjin. At the critical moment, Qingdao number 2 high still has her to cover the bases. They won't fail. In no time, the principal and teachers who'd also come out to gawk pulled out bags of melon seeds from their coats. Cracking seeds as they watched, they launched into their own grand analyses. Clearly, they were reveling in the spectacle, the bigger the better. Listening to the chatter of this crowd of onlookers, the principal of Qingdao number 2 high school stood nearby, his mind completely blank from the shock of the scene unfolding before him. Truly, he had always believed Yao Ziyuan was brewing something big for him, but never imagined the kid would end up pulling a major stunt. How the hell is this even possible? The old principal clutched his head with both hands, frozen in place as if under a spell. He stared blankly at the direction where the Special Services Bureau officers had vanished, unable to move for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder, was he dreaming? If it was a dream, then this damn dream was terrifying as hell. Meanwhile, in the spectator area of the Linglong Tower arena not far away, a wave of gasps and shrieks erupted, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. As Yao Ziyuan was carried on a stretcher by the Special Services officers into the medical room for emergency treatment, contestants began trickling out from the exit of the Yiming Mountains. Every single one of the 30-plus arrivals had secured one of the 100 identity tags, qualifying them as the elite contenders for the final Linglong Tower battle. Among them, Shen Luoyan and Lu Shangyao had naturally emerged victorious from the earlier intense battles of the survival competition. Where's Li Murin? Lu Shangyao watched Shen Luoyan emerge alone from the other exit of the Yiming Mountains. Her cold, beautiful face betrayed a hint of astonishment, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Did you two never meet up? Both women hailed from Jizhou Bay City and were skilled swordswomen. Lu Shangyao and Shen Luoyan naturally engaged in frequent sparring and exchanges. Especially now that both women were tied to the same man Li Mu, their shared topics of conversation had multiplied considerably. Whether we meet up or not, what business is it of yours, Lu Shangyao? Unlike her docile demeanor around Li Mu, Shen Luoyan instantly reverted to the aloof, unapproachable persona of President Shen, the same coldness Li Mu had first encountered the moment she was among others. Facing Lu Xingyao's persistent questioning, Shen Luoyan's almond-shaped eyes swept indifferently over her. Without a second glance, she continued striding forward, coldly tossing out a single sentence. He's already secured a scholarship spot at Hai Dai Martial Arts Academy. For him, participating in this high school martial arts competition makes no difference. I don't need you to tell me that. Then why ask? Shen Luoyan replied indifferently. If you're still bitter about the last tournament, you can always follow Yao Ziyuan's example and volunteer for a beating before the high school martial arts tournament officially begins. Knowing Li Mu, he'd be more than generous in granting your little request. Lu Shangyao. The moment Shen Luoyan suggested she follow Yao Ziyuan's example and go seek punishment from Li Mu. That single sentence rendered Lu Shangyao speechless. Honestly, if she were to follow Yao Ziyuan's lead and passionately confront Li Mu before the high school martial arts tournament even started, Lu Shangyao asked herself she wasn't nearly that brave. The reason she sought out Shen Luoyan to ask about Li Mu was simply because they attended the same school and could talk freely with each other. She wanted to scout out Li Mu's points in this tournament beforehand, then compare them to her own. Especially in this high school martial arts tournament's battle royale format, Lu Shangyao felt her understanding of swordsmanship had deepened considerably. Considering Li Mu's greatest trump card was that subtle realm sword intent. That technique was indeed formidable in one-on-one combat, but it consumed an enormous amount of one's true chi and stamina. In the context of this survival battle, it clearly wouldn't be enough. Perhaps, in the end, Li Mu's final points wouldn't even surpass her own. If that happened, Lu Shangyao could find one of the few sources of superiority over Li Mu. The thought stirred a flutter of excitement within the young girl's heart. Chapter 154, The Most Spectacular Entrance. Seeing Shen Luoyan unwilling to elaborate, Lu Shangyao naturally didn't press further. The Linglong Tower competition had already begun. Once she stepped onto the Linglong Tower, she would naturally be able to figure out Li Mu's situation. So there was no need to rush things now. Huff. Lu Shangyao exhaled a long breath in small puffs, her gaze fixed upon the Linglong Tower standing atop the cliff's edge. A resolute gleam shone in her beautiful eyes. Lu Shangyao asked herself honestly, she was still far from being Li Mu's match. Even if she ascended the Linglong Tower battle, should she encounter Li Mu, she would undoubtedly choose to avoid combat without hesitation. But the path of martial arts is long and arduous. Martial artists never compete over fleeting superiority in the moment, they strive for a more distant future. Lu Shangyao firmly believed that given sufficient time, she would eventually surpass Li Mu. Go for it. Lu Shangyao, you can do it. High above the Linglong Tower, two elders clad in indigo blue martial academy instructor robes stood side by side. Old Zhu. The final 30-odd individuals truly qualify to enter the Linglong Tower combat phase have now all arrived at the scene. I honestly thought that with Li Mu's growth trajectory, he might just snatch the championship at this high school martial arts tournament. Who'd have thought that Haidai Province Experimental Middle School would produce a dark horse like Gui Yunzhang? Peak 10th rank martial master realm. Wow. In my decade plus as head organizer of the high school martial arts tournament, this is the first time I've seen a high schooler touch the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. At the very least, Gui Yunjing deserves the title of Haidai Province's strongest high school student. The strongest high school student in Haidai Province? Upon hearing Xiao Wenfang's words, Zhu Guiyu shook his head dismissively. Xiao Wenfang, I fear you may have misunderstood the meaning of strongest. In my view, the only high school student in Haidai Province who truly deserves the title of strongest is Li Mu. Everyone else is nothing but a backdrop compared to Li Mu. Xiao Wenfang and his crew certainly knew about Li Mu, but when it came to depth of understanding, they couldn't hold a candle to Zhu Guiyu. Having faced off against Li Mu in combat multiple times, Zhu Guiyu knew firsthand just how utterly godlike the kid's talent in martial arts truly was. Even Gui Yunzhang, who had already touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm, paled in comparison to him. Had he not held such immense faith in Li Mu, Zhu Guiyu would never have bestowed upon him the purple gold insignia and honor reserved exclusively for those ranked within the top 10 of the Mount Tai Martial Academy's Mount Tai ranking. Xiao Wenfang was taken aback by Zhu Guiyu's extraordinary confidence in this young Li Mu. But old Zhu. I just received word that Yao Ziyuan, who disappeared alongside Li Mu, has been found. He's badly injured, barely clinging to life. And Li Mu is still nowhere to be found. Could he have met with some misfortune too? Back then, Xiao Wenfang had witnessed the entire confrontation between Li Mu and Yao Ziyuan with his own eyes. Since then, neither of their scores had changed at all during the days of the high school martial arts tournament, which was already deeply unsettling. Now, seeing Yao Ziyuan being carried out of the Yiming Mountains in a half-dead state, Xiao Wenfang couldn't help but start worrying about Li Mu's safety. It shouldn't be. Zhu Guiyu shook his head. On this point, Zhu Guiyu remained confident. He simply couldn't believe that Li Mu, with his cunning and resourceful nature, would fall victim to this minor high school martial arts tournament. Asking Zhu Guiyu to believe that was like asking him to believe a bomb would drop right on his head. Xiao Wenfang glanced at the time, his tone tinged with urgency. But the final list of the top 32 advancing to the Linglong Tower battle has just been released. The final tower battle segment is about to commence. If Li Mu doesn't show up soon, it'll be too late. Li Mu still hadn't shown up. This high school martial arts tournament wasn't held just for him. They couldn't possibly delay the entire event just to wait for Li Mu. More crucially, Li Mu's current score on the real-time Battle Royale leaderboard was still 0. No one could guarantee that his uncinced points would surpass the current 32nd place score. After Xiao Wenfang's repeated urgings, Zhu Guiyu also fixed his gaze on the critical exit points of the Yiming Mountains. After a long pause, Zhu Guiyu finally spoke. We won't wait for Li Mu. Proceed directly to the final showdown of the Linglong Tower tournament. The Linglong Tower battle final showdown begins now. At these words, the faces of all the participants in the high school martial arts tournament simultaneously lit up with genuine excitement and anticipation. So, the most thrilling part of the Linglong Tower battle is finally here? Hey, look at you getting all worked up. In my opinion, this Linglong Tower battle is over before it even begins. Looking at the list of the top 32 contenders that's already been announced, who could possibly stand a chance against Gui Yunzhang? Therefore, the one destined to sit atop the Linglong Tower's throne is undoubtedly Gui Yunzhang. Ha! Hearing you speak is like hearing the truth itself. Even a primary school student knows Gui Yunzhang is the undisputed champion among these current top 32 contenders. But what about beyond the top 32? Don't you think Li Mu from Jeju First High is also a strong contender for this high school martial arts championship? You all witnessed the power Li Mu displayed at the high-speed rail station plaza. Even Yao Ziyuan, an 8th rank martial master, was sent flying by a single punch. No one knows where he ended up. Plus, that guy Li Mu always manages to make the impossible possible. In this situation, you really have to believe in Li Mu. But since disappearing from the high-speed rail station plaza with Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin, Li Mu has been completely silent. His survival game points are still 0. What do you think? After all this time, could Li Mu and the Yao siblings have been devoured by the demonic beasts in the Yiming Mountains? Devoured? Honestly, I doubt they were devoured by beasts. It's more likely they fought each other tooth and nail until they both ended up crippled. Besides, even if Li Mu did manage to defeat Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin and catch up to the final Linglong Tower battle, but Gui Yunzhang is already at the peak of the 10th rank martial master realm and has touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. You don't think Li Mu is stronger than Gui Yunzhang, do you? No way, right? No way? True. Though the titles martial artist and grandmaster differ by only one character, the gap between them is like an unbridgeable chasm. No matter how dazzling or outstanding Li Mu's previous performances were, once he steps onto the stage of the entire Haidai province, does he really expect to maintain that same unstoppable, high-flying attitude? That'll be tough. If you ask me, it'd be quite an achievement for Li Mu to emerge from this clash with Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin mutually crippled, thereby escaping unscathed. At least, the halo filter of being a recommended student from Haidai Martial Arts Academy hasn't shattered yet. But if he enters the Linglong Tower tournament only to be utterly crushed by Gui Yunzhang head-on, that filter will shatter into smithereens. Just as the heated discussion reached its peak, a flash of dark purple lightning erupted from the dense forests of the Yiming Mountains, followed by a deafening rumble of thunder. Look! What is that? Someone immediately pointed toward the dense forest, gasping in shock. That? It looks like a person. Holy, someone just flew out of that thicket. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the figure sliced through the sky, finally hovering above the crowd. There he stood, feet planted upon purple thunderbolts, expression sudden and serene, his bearing as composed as a ruler commanding the world. What truly made everyone hold their breath was the object he held in his hand. A half-dead, red-haired figure hung limply in his grasp. Though her form was slender and graceful, her eyes rolled back, her red hair sprawled wildly, and her posture was utterly wretched. Her disheveled state formed a stark contrast to her adorable, slightly chubby baby face. But what truly silenced the crowd, leaving them unable to speak, wasn't the girl's sweet, adorable appearance. It was because the red-haired girl now dangling in Li Mu's hand was none other than Yao Mingjin, the young princess of the Yao family of Qingdao. The students who had fought their way through over 3,000 contestants to become the final 32 participants in the tower battle were predominantly from prominent families across the base cities. They were, by nature, individuals who had seen their fair share of the world. Yet the sheer shock of the scene unfolding before them was something they had never witnessed in their lives. This scene, let alone at a mere high school martial arts tournament, would be a major sensation even if it happened during the national exams. This guy. He's incredible. Everyone present swallowed hard, their Adam's apples bobbing. They exchanged glances, each seeing profound shock etched on the other's face. Leave a little room for future encounters. For martial arts clans, face is everything. If Li Mu had dealt with the Yao siblings, Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin, privately, the Yao family of Qingdao might have found out later but kept quiet. But now, Li Mu had dragged Yao Mingjin like a dead dog right before everyone's eyes? That was tantamount to trampling the Yao family's honor into the dirt before all the major high schools of Haidai province. Only a madman would do such a thing. High above. Xiao Wenfang, who had just declared the Linglong Tower tournament officially open, saw Li Mu appear before the entire crowd with Yao Mingjin, half dead and hanging from his hand, in such an arrogant and domineering manner. His expression grew equally grave. This Li Mu. Truly fearless like a newborn calf. He truly isn't afraid of trouble at all. Clatter. At that moment, the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School, who had just stepped out, arrived at the spectator seats only to witness this scene. His vision darkened and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing Yao Ziyuan's severe injuries, the old principal had been trying to reassure himself. No need to panic. At least Qingdao No. 2 High still had Yao Mingjin to cover for them, ensuring they wouldn't lose too badly in this high school martial arts tournament. Now, what a mess. Even Yao Mingjin, the one he had pinned all his hopes on, had chickened out. And that wasn't even the most infuriating part. What infuriated him most was that he heard rumors about Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin plotting against Li Mu at the tournament. Not only had Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin conceived this plan, but crucially, they had actually carried it out afterward. Things were manageable on the train, it didn't become common knowledge. But at the high-speed rail station plaza, their elaborate provocations and deliberate self-destructive antics became the talk of the town. Now the siblings had gotten exactly what they deserved. Their attempt at showing off backfired spectacularly. Even if the principal of Qingdao No. 2 High School had the thickest skin imaginable, he couldn't possibly come out now and turn the tables by criticizing Li Mu, could he? There's nothing I can do. In the end, I had no choice but to grit my teeth and swallow my pride. Roar! Truly a prodigy worthy of direct admission to the Haidai Martial Academy. He not only fought back against the combined assault of Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin, but then had the audacity to drag the Yao family's little princess away like a dog. Yao Ziyuan is at the peak of the 8th rank martial master realm, while Yao Mingjin is at the peak of the 7th rank martial master realm. I've heard that Yao Ziyuan's awakened martial talent is an S-rank spirit summoning ability, a beast commander capable of commanding a demon beast no more than 2 minor realms above his own to fight alongside him. Meaning Li Mu didn't just fight 2 opponents alone, he fought 3, blazing a bloody trail straight to the Linglong Tower battle. So what about that earlier talk? Will the filter of guaranteed admission after Li Mu's return shatter now? Still spouting nonsense about Li Mu getting crushed by Gui Yunzhang? Say that again. Sorry. I admitted I spoke too loudly just now. I'm guilty. As things stand, Li Mu possesses terrifying combat prowess, at least at the peak of the 10th grade martial master realm. Facing Gui Yunzhang, who has also reached the peak of the 10th grade martial master realm, it's anyone's guess who will claim the top spot in this Linglong Tower battle. I can't wait to see their showdown. Meanwhile, in the spectator seats, Song Changming, the principal of Jizhou First High School, hadn't stopped smiling since earlier. He pulled the principals of several neighboring schools close, excitedly pointing at the white-robed youth steadily advancing toward the Linglong Tower, exclaiming repeatedly, "Look! That's Li Mu from Jeju number 1 high school. He is Li Mu from Jeju number 1 high school. Jeju First High finally has a dark horse worthy of competing for the high school martial arts championship title. Ha 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 ha. Song Changning swore this was absolutely the most thrilling, most pride-filled day of his life. Such good fortune was something he could never have imagined even in his wildest dreams back then. This time, Jeju number 1 high school was truly going to make a name for itself across the seas. Under everyone's gaze, Li Mu grabbed Yao Mingjin by the arm. Purple lightning flared beneath his feet, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Li Mu's figure transformed once more into a streak of purple lightning, vanishing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was seated atop the highest level of the delicate pagoda, perched on a jade throne. He casually flung Yao Mingjin onto the pagoda's peak, then looked down at Gui Yunzhang, Song Dawei, and the others below, speaking. No need to waste time. Come at me all together. Chapter 155, challenging all 32 of you. Whoosh! Li Mu's words exploded like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly setting off a wave of stunned murmurs throughout the scene. The looks everyone gave Li Mu were practically like they were staring at a freak, right? Holy! Did I just hear that right? Is Li Mu serious? Does he really intend to take on all 32 of them single-handedly? Insane! This kid's got no limits to his arrogance. Among all the contestants in the Linglong Tower tournament, even the weakest possesses 6th rank martial artist cultivation. The strongest, Gui Yunzhang, is at the peak of 10th rank martial artist, already touching the threshold of grandmaster cultivation. Li Mu's actions show he doesn't give a damn about the others. I reckon Li Mu's confidence swelled after defeating the Yao siblings, Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin. He completely failed to realize that Gui Yunzhang, a formidable 10th rank martial master at the peak of his realm, was also participating in this Linglong Tower battle. If Li Mu had known Gui Yunzhang's true cultivation level, even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare utter such arrogant words. Exactly. It's not just you, even I think Li Mu seems a bit too overconfident this time. Overconfident? That's putting it mildly. This Li Mu is practically courting death. Li Mu. Just as everyone was buzzing about Li Mu's audacious remarks, a young man in black wearing the Shaanxi Normal University-affiliated high school uniform rose from the seat closest to Li Mu. He pointed a finger toward Li Mu, who sat arrogantly enthroned upon the jade green chair. You've only defeated 2 nobodies like Yao Ziyuan and Yao Mingjin, yet you dare spout such arrogance in my presence? Arrogant. Tiger roars in the forest. Kill. Roar. Among the 32 present, the black-clad youth Song Dawei possessed the most explosive temper. He snorted coldly and unleashed a thunderous punch. A piercing tiger's roar suddenly echoed throughout the arena. Behind Song Dawei, a vividly patterned tiger had materialized out of nowhere. The beast roared skyward, then transformed into a golden fist aura hurtling toward Li Mu. It struck the jade stone chair Li Mu was leaning against. The fist aura struck the stone chair. Logically, with Song Dawei's cultivation at the 10th rank martial master realm, this punch should have shattered the chair into pieces. Yet, to everyone's utter bewilderment, something utterly bizarre occurred. The stone chair Li Mu sat upon remained utterly unscathed, as if Song Dawei's fist had merely brushed past him like a harmless breeze. Not even the hem of Li Mu's white robe stirred. How is this possible? Song Dawei's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with utter astonishment. He wasn't alone. Below, the contestants and onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. As the top ace of Shaanxi-affiliated high school, Song Dawei possessed the cultivation of a 10th rank martial master, the second strongest fighter after Gui Yunzhang. His signature move, Tiger Roar Mountain Forest Kill, was a genuine 4th grade offensive fist technique, a single punch capable of splitting mountains and shattering jade, let alone a mere stone chair. Yet what unfolded before their eyes was undeniably real. The contestants stood dumbfounded, utterly baffled, frozen in place, not daring to move. Xiao Wenfeng, suspended mid-air, suddenly narrowed his eyes in shock. Could it be? Li Mu has already grasped that level of mastery. Just then, Li Mu flexed his shoulders and slowly rose from the jade stone. As everyone was murmuring among themselves, Li Mu, seated high upon the stone chair, cracked his neck and slowly rose to his feet. Haidai Province Experimental High, Gui Yunzheng, Zhang Jiang. Shandong Normal University Affiliated High School, Song Dawei, Wang Hongxing. Qingdao No. 2 High School, Yao Ziyuan, Yao Mingjin. Even before I arrived in Langya, the formidable reputations of your 3 high school powerhouses in Haidai Province had already reached my ears like thunder. But in my view, you are merely mortals who have yet to meet Li Mu. Li Mu's expression remained calm as he waved a finger at Gui Yunzhang, Song Dawei, and the others below. Li Mu, have you too touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm? Even Song Dawei, seething with indignation at Li Mu's blatant public mockery, sensed something was amiss. He knew the power of his own punch all too well. Yet his fist hadn't even shattered a stone chair? This was clearly Li Mu's doing. To shield the stone chair beneath him from the fist's force was infinitely more difficult than simply smashing it with brute strength. The only explanation was that Li Mu was a martial arts master far stronger than himself. But that shouldn't be possible? He had witnessed Li Mu's display of power firsthand at the high-speed rail station plaza. Back then, Li Mu's cultivation level was merely at the 7th rank martial artist realm. From that time until now, it had only been a few days at most. Even if Li Mu was a prodigy, even if he was extraordinary, how could he possibly have advanced from 7th rank martial artist to the peak of 10th rank martial artist in such a short span? How could such a thing possibly happen? Hai Dai province simply couldn't allow such an incredibly powerful individual to exist. Loser, you don't need to know anymore. Li Mu stepped forward coldly, planting his foot firmly on the ground. In an instant, 100-foot radius of surging energy erupted, swirling like a frenzy of demons that engulfed all 32 members of the Linglong Pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, everyone felt as though a massive hammer was relentlessly pounding their hearts, leaving all 32 with the suffocating illusion of gasping for breath. Tiger leopard thunder sound? High above, Xiao Wenfeng's mind churned with shock. His cloudy old eyes fixed intently on Li Mu, his lips trembling slightly. Martial artists who could break through to the tiger leopard thunder sound realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, even among grandmasters or higher-tier grandmasters. And now, Li Mu, a mere 8th rank martial artist barely 16 years old, had achieved it. In Xiao Wenfeng's eyes, this was no longer a matter of whether Li Mu was a prodigy or not. It felt like he had stumbled upon a ghost in broad daylight. Just as everyone was still reeling from the supernatural spectacle Li Mu had just displayed, their hearts pounding with fear and unease, Li Mu atop the tower spoke with an icy calm. "Open the first gate. Open." Before the others could comprehend the meaning behind these words, an utterly terrifying aura erupted from Li Mu's body, violently radiating outward. A terrifying hurricane instantly swirled around Li Mu like a whirlwind. In an instant, the skies darkened and winds howled, as if a natural disaster had descended. Li Mu slowly raised the right fist he had been carrying behind his back to his front, clenching it into a tight fist. His body arched backward, stretching from head to toe into a perfect bow shape. Like a fully drawn crossbow, his right fist was the arrow poised to strike. "Watch out!" Xiao Wenfeng's expression changed instantly mid-air. He instinctively shouted a warning to the numerous stunned contestants still frozen on the Linglong Tower below. But before his words faded, a cold voice echoed over the tower like a grim reaper's verdict. The final form of the 7 wounds fist. 7 slays. Boom! As the final syllable fell, Li Mu's form flickered, and a fist shot out with lightning speed. The fist erupted like a roaring cannonball, tearing through the air with a crackling sound as it slammed forward, intent on crushing every obstacle in its path. Song Dawei, Wang Hongxing, and over a dozen others standing directly in front of Li Mu were struck head-on by this crimson fist aura. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, Zhao Hanyu and Chen Haoqing, who had just moments ago been taunting and showing off before Li Mu, were sent flying by the crimson fist aura. Even Wang Hongxing and Zhang Jiyang, both 9th rank martial masters, were knocked back. 6 or 7 figures instantly flew out of the Linglong Tower, eliminated on the spot. Song Dawei, relying on his solid 10th rank martial artist cultivation, was still desperately holding his ground. Yet even so, faced with the final strike of Li Mu's 7 wounds fist, the 7 slays, his form remained like a lone boat tossed in a raging storm, on the verge of being flung out of the Linglong Tower. "No! I refuse to accept this." Song Dawei clenched his jaw, violently thrusting both hands into the floor of the Linglong Pagoda. It seemed he was trying to cling to the pagoda by any means necessary. Yet against such overwhelming power, his struggle was but a futile attempt to stop a rolling stone utterly useless. In the blink of an eye, Song Dawei, along with the floor panel he clung to, was flung skyward, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the towering structure. Staggering to his feet, Song Dawei was covered in bruises and battered from the fall. Still clutching the floor panel he'd torn from the pagoda, he angrily flung it aside, smashing it to pieces. Only at this moment did Song Dawei truly grasp the vast chasm between himself and Li Mu, a gulf as wide as the heavens, seemingly impossible to bridge. Suddenly, Song Dawei recalled the resentment that had surged within him when he saw Li Mu seated upon that jade stone chair. He hadn't even waited for Li Mu to make a move before launching his own punch first. His intent was to intimidate Li Mu, to knock him off that exquisite tower. Yet in the end, he discovered that before Li Mu, he, Song Dawei, was but a flickering spark utterly unworthy to compete with a blazing sun like Li Mu. "Li Mu, I admit defeat. I admit defeat wholeheartedly." Song Dawei hung his head in defeat, wilting like a rooster after a lost fight. He dared not look up at the peerless figure of the white-clad youth atop the platform. At that moment, atop the Linglong Tower, only 2 figures remained unmoving besides Li Mu. One was Yao Mingzhen, the other was Gui Yunzheng. Yao Mingzhen remained perched atop the tower solely because Li Mu had deliberately suspended her there for public display. There was no way she would come down. As for Gui Yunzheng, he had simply relied on his own strength to withstand Li Mu's overwhelming pressure. Chapter 156, Tower Battle Championship. Gui Yunzheng stood as straight as a drawn sword, radiating a sharp, piercing aura from head to toe. As for the students and teachers watching from the plaza below the Linglong Pagoda, witnessing this scene left them utterly stunned, their jaws practically hitting the ground. Holy! Damn impressive! This is just too damn awesome. Li Mu is a monster. He only threw 1 punch the entire time, and then eliminated all 31 participants in the pagoda battle? And among them was even Song Dawei, a 10th rank martial master. Who would have thought even Song Dawei couldn't last a single round against Li Mu? No wonder the gap in their strength was simply too vast. Moreover, what Li Mu just unleashed was one of his trump cards, the 7 Wounds Fist. When cultivated to its 7th tier, the 7 Wounds Fist can amplify one's fist power nearly 5-fold. And what's more, Li Mu executed the ultimate form he created upon mastering the 7th tier, the 7 Slays. So for Song Dawei to fall to Li Mu's strike, it's a defeat that still carries honor. In the eyes of these contestants from major high schools across Haidai Province, the 3 powerhouses Haidai Provincial Experimental High, Shandong Normal University Affiliated High, and Qingdao No. 2 High were towering walls they could only gaze up at, never to be scaled. Yet Li Mu had stood before them all, using his own fists to prove that so-called walls were meant to be shattered. Before Li Mu, what elite powerhouse could stand undefeated? All elite schools before me are nothing but a punch away from shattering. In the ensuing battle, Li Mu, the dark horse who had emerged as the strongest contender since the inception of the high school martial arts tournament, now faced Gui Yunzheng, the pinnacle of power representing the 3 elite high schools of Haidai Province. Standing at the apex of the pyramid, Gui Yunzheng possessed the peak strength of a 10th rank martial master. Upon the Linglong Tower, Li Mu and Gui Yunzheng stood facing each other. Gui Yunzheng's gaze was piercing, his entire being radiating overwhelming battle intent as his aura locked onto Li Mu. Li Mu, I've long heard of your formidable reputation. I too have long yearned for a direct confrontation with you. Gui Yunzheng stepped forward, his voice thick with the heat of battle. Even before they had met, Gui Yunzheng had heard Li Mu's illustrious name countless times. Initially, Gui Yunzheng hadn't regarded this seemingly out-of-nowhere prodigy as a worthy opponent. It wasn't until Li Mu was personally recruited by Zhu Guiyu as a special admissions student to the Haidai Martial Academy that he truly caught Gui Yunzheng's attention. This white-robed youth possessed innate talent, mastering the dreaded 7 Wounds Fist to near perfection with almost no injuries. Not only that, but he refined and perfected the technique, creating its ultimate form, 7 Slays. This achievement surpassed even the original creator of the 7 Injuries Fist, who had long been unrivaled. Later, Li Mu demonstrated the subtle realm of sword intent before Lu Shengyao, Jeju's foremost swordsmanship prodigy. With a single strike, he shattered her defense, stunning the entire audience. But unlike Li Mu attained enlightenment through the sword, while Gui Yunzheng attained enlightenment through the fist, further developing his own unique fist intent. Fist intent and sword intent both are manifestations of martial will. All martial arts possess intent. Sword techniques possess sword intent, fist techniques possess fist intent. To comprehend martial will is to touch the threshold of martial law. It was precisely through his fist path that Gui Yunzheng broke through his limitations, enabling him to advance with unstoppable momentum and cultivation. He surpassed Song Dawei's realm and touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. Now, facing Li Mu, the fighting spirit radiating from Gui Yunzheng had surged to its absolute peak. Li Mu, today, let us fight to our heart's content. Gui Yunzheng roared, his sandbag-sized fists solid as molten iron. The icy killing intent radiating from him now resonated with the subtle realm of fist intent, like a raging dragon's frenzied laughter. An indescribably formidable, domineering aura permeated the entire Linglong Tower. The contestants gathered beneath the Linglong Tower instantly paled with terror, instinctively retreating backward. The fist intent of the penetrating microcosm realm. Peak 10 rank martial artist realm. Moreover, Gui Yunzheng's fighting spirit had been fully ignited by Li Mu's earlier 7 Wounds Fist strike, reaching an unprecedented peak. As the saying goes, every martial artist possesses momentum. When a martial artist's aura surges to its zenith, it signifies their combat prowess has also reached its pinnacle. To clash with him at this moment would be a foolish move. Especially against Gui Yunzheng, whose state and fighting spirit were both at their absolute peak. How on earth could Li Mu possibly withstand him now? In the spectator stands, Song Changming's heart instantly leapt to his throat. Though Li Mu represented Jizhou No. 1 High School, having risen from a mere extra in the previous round, a background player. After overcoming countless obstacles along the way, Song Changming has emerged as an unstoppable dark horse to reach the championship stage of the high school martial arts tournament. For him, this has already been an unexpected delight. But dreams are still worth having. If one has no dreams at all, what difference is there between them and a dried fish? Therefore, deep down, Song Changming desperately hoped Li Mu could clinch this final championship. Roar! It's the killing fist. Beneath the Linglong Tower, Song Dawei's face twisted in utter horror as he growled. Is this the killing fist? Xin Luoyan's usually cool, oval face was now etched with tension and unease. Her small hands had clenched tightly before her chest at some point. Under Gui Yunzheng's relentlessly surging, terrifying aura, Xin Luoyan couldn't even contemplate matching him. Merely drawing near enough to feel that suffocating, dreadful fighting intent was enough to send shivers down the young girl's spine. And what must Li Mu, standing at the very center of this overwhelming aura, be feeling right now? Frenzy Fist. 4th grade offensive fist technique. In the name of battle, battle to end battle. Like the 7 Wounds Fist, this Frenzy War Fist is also hailed as one of the most ferocious and brutal fist techniques within its tier. The stronger the user's fighting spirit, the greater the destructive power unleashed. Song Dawei's expression grew solemn as he declared, "At this moment, Wei Yunzhang is not fighting alone. He bears the century-old honor and prestige of the three great high school clans of Haidai province. And now, standing alone atop the Linglong Tower, Wei Yunzhang has resolved to burn his boats with Li Mu. His fighting spirit has reached unimaginable heights. Heaven's timing, Earth's advantage, and man's harmony. Wei Yunzhang now holds all three advantages. Li Mu, as the dark horse, has already achieved enough to be proud of reaching this stage. Now, the terrifying potential Li Mu had displayed also earned him Song Dawei's deep admiration. Alas, the adversary Li Mu faced this time was none other than Wei Yunzhang. This prodigy who had mastered the subtleties of fist intent, stood at the peak of the 10th rank martial master realm, and had touched the threshold of the grandmaster realm. At this moment, Wei Yunzhang's aura had surged to the peak of the 10th grade martial master realm, and every movement carried the faint aura of a grandmaster. This punch was unleashed. Who below the grandmaster realm could possibly withstand it? Unless one was a grandmaster, defeat was certain in this battle. This dark horse, Li Mu, might truly meet his end here. Whether teachers or students watching the match, all shared the same thought as Song Dawei. Only Li Mu himself remained standing atop the tower, strolling with casual ease, utterly unconcerned. Oomph! Wei Yunzhang let out a thunderous roar. The aura surging around him abruptly contracted as his fist shot forward like a cannonball, its violent sonic boom reverberating throughout the arena. Even now, Wei Yunzhang still couldn't fathom the true depth of Li Mu's abilities. But even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Not to mention, Li Mu had just eliminated 31 opponents with a single punch before this. Therefore, he would never underestimate Li Mu. If he was going to strike, it would be with his most devastating attack. He would crush Li Mu completely, thereby declaring to all that the man uniquely qualified to stand at the pinnacle of Haidai province's high school martial arts scene was none other than Wei Yunzhang. Clang! A piercing clang of metal on metal echoed as Wei Yunzhang's fist, as large as a sandbag, slammed into Li Mu's chest. But contrary to everyone's expectations that Li Mu, struck down by his own arrogance and pride, would spit blood and be sent flying off the tower's edge in utter disarray, the scene they imagined never materialized. Instead, Li Mu stood perfectly unharmed, rooted to the spot as if nothing had happened. What? What? Wei Yunzhang froze. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave, and he looked up, his face frozen in horror. Li Mu's eyes were cold and deep. The look he gave Wei Yunzhang's expression was as if he were observing a circus clown. Wei Yunzhang's so-called ultimate trump card, the Frenzy Fist, had been personally taught to him by the current head of the Gua family of Quan City. And it was precisely this fierce and overpowering fist technique that made Wei Yunzhang virtually unmatched among his peers. With this technique, Wei Yunzhang had not only solidified his position as the undisputed top fighter in the high school martial arts scene of Haidai province, but had also defeated countless opponents. Yet this seemingly invincible, overwhelmingly powerful punch struck Li Mu and caused nothing? How could this be possible? The students and teachers watching beneath the Linglong Tower were equally stunned. Song Dawei, who had earlier declared Li Mu's defeat a certainty, now stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed on Li Mu as though he were some kind of monster. The energy dissipation technique. Whoa! Li Mu has actually cultivated the energy dissipation technique to its ultimate perfection. The former principal of Haidai Province Experimental School stared fixedly at Wei Yunzhang's fist, where an imperceptibly thin layer of pale green barrier shielded Li Mu. It was precisely because of this barrier that Li Mu remained unscathed. Ahem! As everyone stood speechless, stunned by Li Mu's feat, he reached up to smooth the creases on his chest, gave a soft cough, and narrowed his eyes. Ah! Finally, a decent attack. Chapter 157, Single-Handed Victory. Earlier, Li Mu had indeed taken Wei Yunzhang's punch squarely. He felt an indomitable fighting spirit surge through his body. The moment Li Mu felt the slightest twinge of pain, his perfected energy dissolution technique automatically neutralized it. Simultaneously, the residual force of Wei Yunzhang's frenzied battle fist attack helped forcibly disperse the inner core energy of a crimson blood demon python within Li Mu. This energy then integrated into his internal organs and extraordinary meridians. Refining. Wei Yunzhang's single punch had actually refined 1/10 of the demonic python's inner core within Li Mu's body. The mighty, domineering, supremely yang, supremely fierce demonic energy of the inner core surged like fine wine, steaming, churning, warming, nourishing, and finally swelling within Li Mu's 5 viscera and 8 extraordinary meridians. How exhilarating! How exquisite! Yet, just as Li Mu was reveling in this unparalleled bliss, Wei Yunzhang no longer radiated the same overconfidence. He stumbled back 7 steps, another retreat, and he might tumble off the Linglong Tower. His face grew increasingly pale. His fist's power wavered. After over a decade of relentless cultivation in the frenzy war fist technique, Wei Yunzhang had finally broken through to the subtlety realm of fist intent. To grasp the subtlety realm of fist intent, a realm typically reserved for masters or even grandmasters at the martial artist realm, was a talent so rare in the martial arts world that it was considered a once-in-a-century prodigy. Yet, Wei Yunzhang's pride, his frenzy fist, infused with the subtlety realm's fist intent and unleashed with peak momentum, ultimately only managed to crease the fabric on Li Mu's chest.
Such a blow was nothing short of devastating for a martial artist. The once unwavering, surging intent of fists radiating from Gui Yunjing's body began to fade. For a martial artist, if one were to suffer the collapse of their martial spirit, that person might not be completely ruined, but they would be very close to it. Li Mu instantly sensed the shift in Gui Yunjing's mindset and inwardly cursed his luck. He truly did not want to see a natural genius from Blue Star, one without any special advantages, wither away like this. More crucially, with Yao Ziyuan's precedent fresh in his mind, Li Mu realized that it wasn't just the high and mighty daughters of prodigies who could trigger special reversal quests, even the so-called sons of prodigies could activate them. Just because Gui Yunjing hadn't triggered one yet didn't mean he never would. A prodigy son of Yao Ziyuan's caliber, if he completed all 4 stages of the quest, could ultimately grant Li Mu a staggering 85,000 reversal points. And Gui Yunjing, in every respect, was clearly even more prodigiously gifted and talented than Yao Ziyuan. If a special underdog quest could be triggered from Gui Yunjing, wouldn't that guarantee at least 6 figures worth of underdog points? From this perspective, allowing Gui Yunjing to sink into obscurity would undoubtedly be a massive loss for Li Mu. Not to mention, Gui Yunjing's subtle realm fist intent could significantly accelerate Li Mu's refinement of the Crimson Blood Demon Python's inner core. Therefore, whether viewed as short-term gains or long-term investment, Gui Yunjing was a solid blue-chip stock, right? Li Mu doubling down on this kid was a surefire win-win, no matter how you looked at it. But the thought struck him, and suddenly Li Mu clutched his chest with one hand, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Though Li Mu appeared wounded in this state, the blood-tinged phlegm he expelled was actually nothing but impurities, decayed grime expelled from his organs and meridians under the pressure of the colossal demonic energy stored within his inner core. To onlookers, however, this undoubtedly signaled the effectiveness of Gui Yunjing's earlier frenzy fist technique. Even with Li Mu relying on his formidable defensive internal cultivation technique, the transforming energy art, he was unable to fully counter Gui Yunjing's frenzy fist technique at this moment. After coughing out blood, Li Mu took 2 rapid deep breaths, seemingly to stabilize the turbulent chi and blood within his body. Then, under the gaze of thousands watching the arena, Li Mu suddenly spoke aloud. Gui Yunjing, I acknowledge this fist intent of yours. In the realm of fist techniques, among all opponents I've faced, none surpass you in skill. I, Li Mu, hereby declare you the strongest. Gui Yunjing froze, instinctively murmuring Li Mu's words. I, Li Mu, acknowledge you as the strongest. The strongest, ha? Li Mu nodded slightly and continued, the path of martial arts is inherently defying heaven, embracing death to achieve life. A martial artist must wield his sword against ever stronger foes. What is one defeat to fear? If you lack even the courage to challenge those stronger than yourself, Gui Yunjing, how can you claim the title of martial artist with any dignity? Answer me. Rumble. As Li Mu reached his final words, his voice suddenly soared an octave higher, booming like a great bell, deafening and startling. His words struck Gui Yunjing like a bolt of lightning, reigniting a glimmer of light in the warrior's once dull eyes. Yes. Li Mu was absolutely right. The path of martial arts was inherently about defying heaven and embracing death to achieve life. As a martial artist, if one lacks the courage to draw their sword against a stronger foe, what right do they have to call themselves a warrior? Martial artist. What's one defeat to fear? Martial artist. What is there to fear in a single battle? At that moment, Gui Yunjing's wavering martial spirit began to undergo a profound transformation. The battle will that had once been extinguished reignited within him. Hearing Li Mu's heart-warming words, everyone was stunned yet deeply moved by his noble martial virtue. Among the crowd, Shen Luoyan's gaze toward Li Mu had changed entirely. The once arrogant student council president Shen Luoyan, who had never held others in high regard, now gazed at Li Mu with eyes brimming with admiration and awe. Hearing the heartfelt praises of others equally captivated by Li Mu's noble martial spirit only amplified the resonance within Shen Luoyan's own heart. Good heavens! Not only did Li Mu refrain from kicking Gui Yunjing while he was down, but he actively guided him out of the shadow of defeat. This is the true bearing of a great warrior. He truly... I'm crying my eyes out. The Heavenly Pride's daughter, Shen Luoyan, has been utterly conquered by the host's noble martial virtue, both body and soul, increasing her submission level by 25%. Ding! Detected that Heaven's Pride Yao Mingzhen's submission level to the host has reached 100%. Unlocking Stage 4 submission reward, 30,000 reversal points, now deposited into the reversal mall for host's immediate use. Ding! Congratulations! Host has completed the first conquest mission, Heavenly Pride daughter Shen Luoyan. Ultimate reward unlocked, you will share the target's martial talent S-rank offensive martial talent, endless sword armor. Conqueror's gift pack deposited into personal warehouse for immediate use. Staring at the translucent system interface before him, Li Mu's mouth fell slightly open. UING thing. Damn system, I finally maxed out the submission level of my first girl. Ha 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 ha. So satisfying. This is ING amazing. Not only did I earn a whopping 30,000 comeback points as a reward, but I also acquired Shen Luoyan's S-rank offensive martial arts talent, endless sword form. And on top of that, a Conqueror's grand gift pack. What a score! This time I've seriously hit the jackpot, right?
Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that the current setting was utterly inappropriate, Li Mu would have loved to let out that signature villainous laugh right then and there. With Gui Yunzhang, the top student of Haidai Province Experimental High School, thoroughly defeated by Li Mu, the Linglong Tower battle, the final stage of the high school martial arts tournament, officially concluded. Looking back from the moment Li Mu stepped off the bullet train at Langya Base City's high-speed rail plaza, all the way to his final act in the Linglong Tower battle, where he eliminated 31 opponents with a single punch, and then utterly conquered the last remaining challenger through his noble martial spirit. It could be said that Li Mu's performance in this high school martial arts tournament was unparalleled, not just in this year's competition. Even when compared to past tournaments, his record alone would make him the undisputed champion. Good heavens! The elderly principal of Jizhou No. 1 High School, Song Changming, found tears welling in his eyes before he knew it. Two clear streams trickled down his weathered cheeks, perfectly embodying the phrase "weeping with joy." His voice brimmed with ecstatic delight. "You kid, you're practically the living father of Jeju No. 1 High School." Who could have imagined that Li Mu, from participating in the position swap challenge to solidify his 10th place standing at the high school, to today's victory at the Haidai Province High School Martial Arts Tournament where he dominated the competition and claimed the championship, had achieved all this in less than a month? The combat technique pill rewards for next month's top 10 hadn't even been distributed yet. Song Changming could already envision it. Given that kid's monstrous talent, I suspect that in the near future, you won't just be an honorary alumnus of Jizhou No. 1 High School. Our school might even have to rename itself Jizhou Li Mu Senior High School. You'll leave an indelible mark on the entire martial arts world of China. Principals and teachers from various high schools across Haidai Province, both inside and outside the venue, now gazed at him with eyes brimming with envy. Looking back at Jizhou No. 1 High School's championship journey, words truly fail to capture the legendary nature of their path. A team that had been treated as nothing more than a practice dummy for other schools to grind experience against in past high school martial arts tournaments had not only staged an incredible comeback but ultimately leaped through the Dragon Gate, snatching the championship outright. Such a mind-blowing reversal, even the most imaginative gold medal screenwriter couldn't have scripted this. A lone player single-handedly leading his team to victory, and damn it, doing it 1-on-32. Unbelievable. There's simply no other word to describe this situation but outrageous. It's no exaggeration to say that based on everything Li Mu demonstrated today, barring any untimely demise, he is destined to become another martial arts sage. Who knows how much glory and prestige this could bring to a high school? If his journey to the Haidai Martial Academy goes smoothly, he might not even need 60 years before turning 30, he could become a true grandmaster, or even a martial sage, rising directly to become a colossus in his own right. For every high school principal present, a student like this is nothing short of a dream come true. Chapter 158, You hold such high expectations for him? Principal Song, congratulations. Xiao Wenfeng descended slowly from midair, approaching Song Changming, who was still flushed with excitement in the spectators' seats. He smiled broadly. This high school martial arts tournament, your Jizhou No. 1 High School, has truly made a huge splash in the competition. You set a new tournament record by single-handedly leading your team to victory, one student against 32 opponents, and a complete triumph at that. This alone, while we can't say it will never be matched, is certainly unprecedented in history. Consequently, not only will Jeju No. 1 High receive increased allocations of various resources next year, but you'll also draw the attention of high-level officials across Haidai Province and even throughout China. As he spoke, Xiao Wenfeng turned his gaze to the white-clad youth seated beside Song Changming, who was also fixedly observing the young man sitting cross-legged on the jade throne. He smiled and inquired. Xiao Qingxue, I'd heard it was you who went to Jeju No. 1 High School as an examiner for the high school martial arts competition to conduct the investigation. And at that time, you directly gave Li Mu a perfect score. Considering the circumstances of your first encounter with Li Mu, and now witnessing the brilliancy displays, how far might he ascend in the future? How long will it take him to climb into the top 10 of your Haidai Martial Academy's Daezong ranking? Haidai Martial Academy, ranked 3rd among China's 10 great martial academies, is a pinnacle institution. This status alone draws the most talented young men and women from every province across the nation, selected through the national college entrance exams. To stand out among these nationwide prodigies and ultimately be selected as one of the final 10 is a testament to the prestige of the Daezong ranking. As one of the Daezong ranking's top 10, Xiao Qingxue naturally prioritized stability from a student's perspective far more so than Zhu Guiyu, that self-proclaimed Li Mu No. 1 cheerleader. Without a doubt. The first time I saw Li Mu during the role swap challenge, he was barely at the first-rank martial artist realm, right? From the role swap challenge all the way to today's high school martial arts tournament. In less than a month, he's grown to the point where he can effortlessly crush Gui Yunjing, a peak 10th rank martial master who's awakened the fist intent of the subtle realm. Such rapid cultivation and growth even among the geniuses gathered at the Haidai Martial Academy is a prodigy I've never seen in my entire life. When it came to Li Mu, Xiao Qingxue didn't mince words. She simply voiced her honest thoughts. In short, Li Mu is far stronger than I was 3 years ago when I participated in the high school martial arts tournament. In her words, Xiao Qingxue showed no hesitation in expressing her admiration and recognition of Li Mu's talent. She sighed in admiration before adding with a playful smile. In the 3 years since I entered the Haidai Martial Academy, I've seen many dazzlingly talented prodigies. But their most prized, outstanding talents and gifts would pale in comparison when placed before Li Mu. It truly proves the classic saying, comparison is the thief of joy. Seeing Xiao Qingxue offer such high praise for Li Mu, Xiao Wenfeng and Song Changming beside her both lit up. If it were only Zhu Guiyu praising Li Mu, one could dismiss it as the love-struck ramblings of an old man. But when even her peer Xiao Qingxue heaped such praise upon Li Mu, the weight of her words became undeniable. Xiao Wenfeng and Song Changming exchanged glances before turning to Xiao Qingxue and asked in unison, "How do you think Li Mu compares to your Haidai Martial Arts Academy's immovable little bright king?" "You mean Senior Han?" Hearing this, Xiao Qingxue couldn't help but furrow her beautiful willow brows. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, she finally replied, "If we're comparing him to that prodigy, Senior Han, Junior brother Li Mu still has a rather noticeable gap in cultivation realm. But if we're talking purely about future potential and innate talent, I'd say Li Mu and Senior Han are neck and neck 50-50. After a pause, Xiao Qingxue added with a faint smile. "But as the saying goes, 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West, never underestimate the young and poor." Right now, Li Mu may not hold a candle to Senior Han, but that doesn't mean he won't be worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with him 3 years from now. In short, I see so much in Li Mu. This young man possesses the ability to turn seemingly impossible things into reality. In short, I hold immense promise for Li Mu's future." "Oh? Even you hold Li Mu in such high regard?" Xiao Wenfeng was genuinely surprised to see not only Zhu Guiyu, the self-proclaimed #1 cheerleader for Li Mu, praising him lavishly, but also Xiao Qingxue, who had only met Li Mu once before, expressing such confidence in him. After all, Han Shaolin, known as the immovable little bright king, stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid even within the Haidai Martial Academy, a place teeming with prodigies and prodigious talents. Especially in the Academy's so-called Hangdai League, where he consistently dominated the top 3 rankings year after year. Simply comparing Li Mu to Han Shaolin felt like a bold leap in Xiao Wenfeng's own estimation. But what Xiao Wenfeng hadn't anticipated was that Xiao Qingxue dared to think even bolder than him. She had directly placed Li Mu and Han Shaolin in the same category, and even believed that Li Mu's future achievements in the martial arts path would be no less than Han Shaolin's. "Mentor Xiao, please don't look at me like that. I was just speaking off the cuff. You should take it as casual chatter, no need to take it seriously. Of course, if it were my senior sister, she'd likely give you a more accurate answer after seeing Li Mu's performance today. After all, among the top 10 on the Mount Tai ranking, I'm barely hanging on at the bottom. If I don't perform well, there's even a risk of falling out of the top 10. But if my senior sister were here, her perspective and position would undoubtedly differ from my assessment today. Honestly speaking, don't be fooled by my senior sister looking like a lazy fish, comfortably sitting in the top 5 of the Dai Zong rankings year after year. If she ever truly put her mind to it, I believe she could easily rival that little Mingwang Han Shaolin. At the very least, she'd be a strong contender for that 3rd spot." As she spoke, Xiao Qingxue reached up to brush a strand of hair from her ear. Her entire demeanor shifted back to that lazy, carefree air as she smiled. But then again, since Li Mu was recruited into the school by mentor Zhu, he'll likely be assigned to Zhu's class after enrollment. So my senior sister will also be his senior sister. I'm sure these two won't take long to cross paths. When that happens, my senior won't need me to ask, she'll come to me on her own about anything related to Li Mu. After all, in my view, Junior Li Mu himself is such a special, extraordinary young man. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing Xiao Qingxue's rhetorical question, Xiao Wenfeng nodded in agreement. He then rose to formally announce the champion of this high school martial arts tournament to the entire audience. But then again, whether Xiao Wenfeng announced the results or not afterward held little significance. Because, with Gui Yunzheng having been thoroughly impressed by Li Mu's noble martial spirit atop the Linglong Tower, the champion of this high school martial arts tournament had already been decided. Especially when he stood on the podium announcing the final rankings of the Linglong Tower battle, his smile practically stretched from ear to ear. He truly hadn't expected this year's high school martial arts tournament to produce a prodigy like Li Mu. The thought of Xiao Qingxue's recent appraisal of Li Mu and the young man's potential to soon match the achievements of the immovable little bright king, Han Shaolin, filled Xiao Wenfeng with a surge of excitement. If only those arrogant old fools in the imperial capital Yanjing and the magic city Shengcheng who never give our Haidai province a second glance could see this. Our province can produce a true dragon too. After announcing the rankings for this high school martial arts tournament, the next step was to distribute the final rewards for the high school martial arts tournament. First, the top 10 competitors in the high school martial arts tournament will each receive 2 third-grade dragon tiger pills. You see, it was only because the early admission quota was delivered to Li Mu today that the organizers decided to compensate for the lack of hidden rewards. Therefore, the organizers have increased all rewards for this competition. Under normal circumstances, even receiving a single third-grade pill would be considered a blessing for the top 10 competitors. Additionally, the top 3 finishers will each receive an extra 35 ml vial of rebirth tree essence, diluted 1,000 times. The moment the words Tree of Rebirth left Xiao Wenfeng's lips, every student and teacher present was utterly stunned. setting aside other considerations for now. The essence of the Tree of Rebirth alone offered benefits to martial artists that extended far beyond mere cultivation breakthroughs. Moreover, the essence of the Tree of Rebirth held deeper significance. True to its name, rebirth, the essence of the rebirth tree could further awaken latent potential within a martial artist's life genes, enabling them to achieve a leap forward in their cultivation. Holy crap? Did I just hear that wrong? This is the essence of the Tree of Rebirth. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the venue darted like javelins, converging simultaneously on the top 3 martial artists of the high school martial arts tournament. However, while the crowd drooled with envy at the tournament organizers' lavish spending, Li Mu remained utterly unfazed. Chapter 159, Better Pray You Don't Cross My Path. Regardless of anything else, surviving this high school martial arts tournament's battle royale had solidified Li Mu's reputation. It wouldn't take long before he could effortlessly boost his personal reputation to 200 million points. Then, he'd be able to casually claim the top-tier reward, the Earth Spirit Pill, from the system. It must be noted that while both the Earth Spirit Pill and the Tree of Rebirth could further unlock the latent potential within a martial artist's life genes, enabling a leap forward in evolution from their current state. However, the effects of the Earth Spirit Pill far surpass those of the Tree of Rebirth essence. To put the gap between them into perspective, it's akin to the difference between a 1,000-fold concentration of Rebirth Tree essence and the original Rebirth Tree essence. When viewed this way, they barely even belong to the same category, right? Beyond that, as the top-ranked participant, Li Mu received an additional reward unavailable to others. However, this reward had already been given to him by Xiao Wenfeng long before 5 kilograms of vibranium. Contestants, the week-long high school martial arts tournament has now concluded successfully. As the chief organizer of this tournament, I sincerely hope each of you has gained profound insights through this experience, paving the way for remarkable achievements in your martial arts journey ahead. Finally, I wish each and every one of you a bright future, and that you may ultimately live the life and future you envision. A warm smile spread across Xiao Wenfeng's face as he addressed all the contestants below, offering heartfelt blessings to these younger generations. It must be said that students at this age are at their most passionate and impulsive. If Xiao Wenfeng had said similar words 5 or 6 years later, it would have been as worthless as a fart to this group of young men and women. A fart wouldn't matter much, but the key is that this fart was neither loud nor foul, truly like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat yet a pity to discard. But now, those same words were like rich, aromatic, soul-stirring broth to these high schoolers. It filled every one of them with boundless anticipation and longing for their future martial arts journey. After leaving the exam hall, Li Mu didn't rush back to Jizhou Base City immediately. Instead, he chose to stay overnight in Langia Base City. After all, he had traveled all the way from Jizhou Base City to Langia Base City. Adhering to the principle that since he was already here, and he wasn't rushing off on a mission, there was no need to push himself so tightly for time. He decided to make the most of it by exploring Langia Base City and immersing himself in its local culture and customs, a rather splendid choice for Li Mu. Li Mu found himself leisurely strolling through Langia Base City. Langia Base City was noticeably more bustling and prosperous than Jeju Base City. The streets bustled with traffic, lined with shops of every kind. As Li Mu walked along, he spotted many novel trinkets he hadn't seen back in Jeju. This was Li Mu's first time leaving Jeju Base City, and everything he saw felt utterly fresh and new. As a true foodie, Li Mu immediately searched his phone for a renowned specialty restaurant in Langia and ordered the region's most famous dish, Mengyin Bachelor Chicken. While waiting for his meal, Li Mu began seriously contemplating the best way to return to Jeju Base City. First and foremost, the obvious choice before him was to return the same way he had come. As a branch of the giant beast mountains, the Yimeng Mountains were primarily inhabited by large numbers of high-level stray demons and a small number of demon soldiers. This made it only marginally safer than the outermost regions of the giant beast mountains Li Mu had visited before. For the vast majority of high school students, the Yimeng Mountains were undoubtedly a perilous testing ground. But for Li Mu, a cheat code user, the difficulty of the Yimeng Mountains was truly no match for even a beginner's village. According to the rules of the middle-aged reversal system, defeating demons beyond his level granted extra reversal points as rewards. However, slaying demons below his cultivation realm yielded only mediocre rewards. For Li Mu, this meant not only enduring harsh conditions while camping in the mountains, but also putting in effort with little reward. Li Mu's knuckles tapped rapidly on the tabletop as he furrowed his brow in deep thought, murmuring to himself. Should I maximize the benefits of this Yimeng Mountain expedition? Cross the entire Yimeng Mountains, directly treat it as an early trial run. See if I can use this wilderness crossing to push my cultivation beyond the 8th rank martial artist realm and reach the 9th rank martial artist realm. Moreover, based on my understanding of the other contestants joining me in the high school martial arts tournament, there are surely many others harboring similar thoughts. So, going back and forth like this, it'll be easy to run into fellow travelers. As Li Mu stroked his chin, carefully weighing his current trump cards and formulating his plan for crossing the Yimeng Mountains 10 days hence. Suddenly, a group of people approached his direction. At first, Li Mu thought his order of Mengyin Bachelor Chicken was ready. But when he looked up, he saw a group of prospective students, led by Li Jiaqing, sitting down at the table next to his. The moment Li Jiaqing sat down, he spotted Li Mu there and paused in surprise. But immediately, a smug, arrogant smile spread across his face. Had this encounter happened earlier, Li Jiaqing might not have dared utter a word. He would have slipped away quietly before the other even noticed him. After all, back when Li Mu was still the young clan chief of the Li family, the psychological shadow he cast over Li Jiaqing had been overwhelming. The moment he saw Li Mu, the fear of being dominated by this man surged uncontrollably back into Li Jiaqing's mind. Li Jiaqing involuntarily took 2 steps back. But then he saw the dozen or so allies he'd recruited to form his team behind him. Furthermore, after his father used connections to send him out of Jizhou Bay City to apprentice under a mysterious figure, this had instilled immense confidence in Li Jiaqing. Upon seeing Li Mu, he suddenly felt his back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and he could eat 3 huge bowls of rice. He felt bold and confident, suddenly regaining his composure. Li Jiaqing pointed at Li Mu and burst into a triumphant laugh. Li Mu, it's been ages since the high school martial arts tournament ended, and you still haven't found anyone to form a team. Meanwhile, I've successfully assembled a formidable martial arts squad as its captain. Facing Li Jiaqing's blatant provocation, Li Mu didn't even bother to glance at him. To him, Li Jiaqing was nothing more than a lowly clown. Even if he gathered a few 8th or 9th tier martial disciples, their potential for an upset was pitifully small. They weren't even worthy of being devoured by Li Mu. Seeing Li Mu shed the arrogant, self-entitled demeanor he'd displayed at the high school martial arts gathering, Li Jiaqing assumed Li Mu was intimidated by his overwhelming numbers, his smugness growing ever more pronounced. Then, Li Jiaqing laughed smugly, snorting, "Humph. A worthless piece of trash remains a worthless piece of trash no matter where it goes. Look at him all alone, doesn't he look like a stray dog?" Hearing this, the crowd around him erupted into a wave of mocking laughter. But just then, Li Mu's stride halted abruptly. He slowly turned to face Li Jiaqing, his lips curling into a cold smile. "Li Jiaqing, are you looking for death?" As he finished speaking, Li Mu's aura surged, causing his black battle attire to flutter fiercely. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Mu crashed down upon Li Jiaqing like a mountain collapsing from above. Li Jiaqing's expression changed abruptly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he refused to be intimidated. "How arrogant, Li Mu! It seems you still haven't grasped your own predicament." As he spoke, Li Jiaqing raised his hand, gesturing toward the dozen or so cadets beside him, his voice brimming with overwhelming confidence. "Li Mu, open your eyes wide and take a good look at the people behind me. Do you think you stand a chance?" Li Mu's gaze grew icy as he swept it over Li Jiaqing and his group one by one, then let out a cold laugh. "What difference is there between one useless person and a bunch of useless people? If you cross me, Li Mu, I'll kill you without a second thought." Hearing this, Li Jiaqing clenched his jaw in fury, his eyes flashing with a fierce, predatory glint. But just as tensions reached a boiling point and both sides prepared to strike, a stern voice suddenly cut through the air, followed by a series of hurried footsteps rapidly approaching from afar. "What do you think you're doing? If you want a fight, take it outside. Dare to fight in the restaurant. Do you believe I'll call the police right now and have you all thrown into detention?" Before Li Mu and Li Jiaqing could make a move, a group of aggressive restaurant security guards, weapons in hand, closed in on them. Seeing this, Li Mu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, if we really clash with Li Jiaqing here, it's not like the wilderness we're in Langia Bay City. If things escalate, I'll get dragged into a mess too. Anyway, my original plan was to use Li Jiaqing and his crew as tools to gather demon crystals for me, then wipe them out on the way to the genius training camp. There's really no need to deal with him here. With that thought, Li Mu slowly unclenched his fists, his aura subsiding. He rose and walked toward the restaurant exit. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, a cold gleam flashed in Li Jiaqing's eyes. He called out sharply over his shoulder, "Li Mu, you'd better pray you never cross paths with us in the Yimeng Mountains. You alone stand no chance against our numbers." However, Li Mu didn't even bother to glance back at Li Jiaqing. He merely sneered and said, "Tigers always roam alone, cattle and sheep travel in herds." With that, Li Mu strode out of the restaurant and headed straight for the hotel, intending to rest well tonight and deal with everything tomorrow. Chapter 160, Hong Tianxiong sent you. Even while dining in the restaurant earlier, Li Mu had already thought it through carefully. Since his purpose for coming this time was pure enjoyment, he couldn't settle for just Langia-style stir-fried chicken. His lodging had to match that level of indulgence. He demanded the highest grade 5-star hotel in Langia Bay City. After a quick search on his phone, Li Mu confirmed that the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Langia Bay City was undoubtedly the Lushang Pullman Hotel. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for it. Li Mu pulled out his phone to check and was surprised to find that a presidential suite at the Pullman Lushang Hotel had been added to the schedule today, conveniently located near the route to the Yimeng Mountains. He had assumed no aircraft would stop at the location of the Genius Training Camp, meaning he'd have to figure out another way to get around. Now, everything was settled. It was like someone had proactively delivered a pillow just when he needed it most. Li Mu happily completed the booking on his phone and headed straight for Langia Airport. As one of the top 10 conglomerates in Haidai province, Lushang Group wielded formidable influence across all industries, even extending into hotel accommodations. After collecting his room key, Li Mu gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the dozens of large Lushang Airlines aircraft parked on the hotel helipad. After a brief glance, he silently cursed the damned rich before heading straight for his presidential suite. This presidential suite was the largest Li Mu had ever seen. At a glance, it appeared to be divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Sharing the same floor as Li Mu in this suite were a motley crew of people from all walks of life. Some were dressed in tailored suits, exuding the refined air of wealthy heirs, while others wore combat fatigues, radiating the imposing aura of martial artists. Li Mu gave them only a cursory glance before quickly averting his gaze. Guided by the black-stockinged lady, he located his suite and planned to catch a quick nap, preparing his energy for the upcoming harvest. Just then, as Li Mu stepped into his suite, 2 middle-aged men with dark, sullen expressions passed by. Both instinctively glanced toward the suite Li Mu had just entered. Shortly after, the 2 entered a suite not far from Li Mu. Their demeanor made it clear they had been secretly tailing Li Mu all along. The sullen-faced youth whispered to the square-jawed middle-aged man, "Li Mu is right there. Should we move?" The square-jawed man frowned, deep in thought for a moment before shaking his head. "This is a Lushang Group hotel. There's a strict no-fighting policy. We must assassinate Li Mu with utmost caution and concealment. If Lushang Group discovers us, we'll be in serious trouble." Oomph. That Li Mu was really crafty. I was planning to wait until he left Langya base city and find an opportunity to strike in the Yiming Mountains. Who'd have thought he'd book a presidential suite at the Lushan Pullman Hotel online? We should wait until most people on this floor are asleep before making our move. Taking out a mere martial artist level lackey is no big deal for us. A cold gleam flashed in the shadowy youth's eyes as he nodded. The 2 fell silent. Unaware of any of this, Li Mu drifted off to sleep in the suite. Around midnight, Li Mu rubbed his eyes and rose from the bed, feeling a bit peckish. He decided to explore the hotel for something to eat. He headed straight to the restaurant on the first floor below. After casually ordering a few dishes, he decided to take advantage of the wait between courses. Yawning, he made his way to the restroom at the far end of the restaurant. After relieving himself, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Li Mu let out a long sigh of relief. After a quick hand wash, he unlocked the door and stepped out, intending to return to his seat for a quick nap. Suddenly, a sharp, icy killing intent struck from behind. Bang! A cold, gleaming dagger pierced straight through the bathroom door behind him, aiming for his dantian with deadly precision. Had that blade truly struck its mark, Li Mu would have been crippled on the spot. Feeling the chill radiating from his lower back, Li Mu's sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he immediately activated the Shadow Tracker step. A colossal surge of vital energy instantly flooded into his legs. Shadow Tracker step. Li Mu's figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he materialized 20 meters away. His gaze fixed on the approaching figure, Li Mu's eyes brimmed with confusion. The one who had attacked earlier was a middle-aged man with a square jaw and a stern expression. Most striking was the elderly man's right arm, which had clearly begun to undergo a beastly transformation. Its jet-black hair and bulging muscles resembled those of a giant black ape. The middle-aged man's gaze toward Li Mu also held a hint of astonishment. He had planned to wait until Li Mu finished relieving himself, using the door panel as cover to stab him in the dantian. First cripple the brat, then quietly abduct him from the inn without anyone noticing. But unexpectedly, his seemingly inevitable strike had been dodged so effortlessly by Li Mu. Such swift reflexes had truly caught the middle-aged man off guard. Ha ha ha. Kid. It seems you are indeed stronger than the intelligence reports described. At such a young age, you've already reached the martial artist realm. Such talent would be an absolute rarity even within our clan. Just as Li Mu and the square-jawed middle-aged man faced off against each other. Behind him, a man's voice filled with admiration suddenly echoed. Soon, a youth with a gloomy expression emerged slowly from the dark corridor of the aircraft cabin. He eyed Li Mu up and down with keen interest. However, you hold extraordinary significance to us brothers. So today, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't save you. As he finished speaking, the young man's eyes suddenly sharpened, piercing Li Mu like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. His words carried an air of absolute control over Li Mu's life and death, leaving no room for defiance. The overwhelming aura of a blade's intent radiating from the dark-faced youth instantly locked onto Li Mu, causing him a palpable, skin-deep pain. It felt as though the slightest movement would provoke the youth to draw his blade and strike. Li Mu narrowed his eyes in turn, scrutinizing both men. The square-jawed middle-aged man who had launched the ambush was a peak 10th rank martial master. As for the shadowy youth who had cut off his retreat from the hotel corridor, his strength surpassed even the middle-aged man's of formidable first-rank grandmaster. But Li Mu didn't recognize either of them. This was his first visit to Langya Base City, and he'd kept a low profile throughout his journey. Logically, he shouldn't have made any enemies. At this realization, Li Mu's sword-like brows knitted tightly. He asked in confusion, "I have neither distant ties nor recent grudges with either of you. Why did you attack me?" Have you mistaken me for someone else? The square-jawed middle-aged man grinned, clenching his beast-like fist as he sneered coldly, no mistake. Li Mu, you are our target this time. Target? Assassins. Since they'd come looking for him by name, there was no doubt they were assassins. But which faction had sent this assassin? They dared to risk exposure by targeting him in this Lu Shang Group hotel. Or... At this thought, Li Mu's eyes instantly turned icy cold as he demanded in a chilling voice, who sent you? The square-jawed middle-aged man, knowing this was Lu Shang Group territory where Li Mu couldn't escape their grasp no matter his tricks, flashed a look of contempt. He sneered coldly, since you're about to die anyway, I might as well let you die knowing. My name is Li Huarong. The young man behind you is Li Lijiang. Now guess where we're from? In truth. The moment he confirmed they were targeting him, Li Mu had already formed a suspicion about their identities. But when the man revealed that they were both surnamed Li, his identity became crystal clear. Hong Tianxian's men. He hadn't expected Hong Tianxian to be even more troublesome than he'd imagined, extending his reach from Langya Base City all the way to Jizhou Base City. Still, both Li Huarong and Li Lijiang were clearly superior to him in cultivation. Even if he played all his trump cards, defeating both simultaneously would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, this was on the territory of the Lu Shang Group. Even if he somehow managed to kill them both by exhausting all his resources. But this was within Langya Base City. With Martial King and even Martial Sovereign level experts stationed here, they certainly wouldn't let him run rampant. Since eliminating them was impossible, the greatest secret within him, the system, was highly likely to be exposed. This would inevitably invite endless, deadly peril upon himself. And most crucially, while the Special Investigation Bureau and the High School Martial Arts Association had publicly declared the withdrawal of all suspicions against him, behind the scenes, they were undoubtedly monitoring his every move with intense scrutiny. If they detected even the slightest trace of evidence, those Special Investigation Bureau agents would coil around him like snakes once more. Li Mu now had to devise a foolproof plan, one that wouldn't expose his system trump card while also avoiding suspicion from the Special Investigation Bureau. Just as Li Mu was racking his brain for a series of countermeasures, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something, a tiny, nearly imperceptible red dot slowly turning toward him in the hotel corridor. Got it. I still have a chance to kill him without cheating. A murderous intent brewed within Li Mu, yet his expression remained impassive as he offered a cold smile. Hong Tianxiang sent you, didn't he? Chapter 161, I still won the bet. Li Mu. Don't think you can stall for time with such a clumsy trick. Just accept your fate. Delay invites trouble. Li Huarong gave Li Mu no chance to stall. Before Li Mu could finish his sentence, he let out a low growl. Then, his entire body leapt high into the air, and the massive fist of the fully transformed ape slammed down with overwhelming force. Suddenly, the fist's momentum was fierce and piercing, accompanied by the faint roar of a giant ape surging forth, rolling and boiling as it slammed toward Li Mu. Where the fist's aura passed, the air seemed compressed, emitting unbearable sonic booms like creak, creak, boom. The fist struck Li Mu squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward dozens of steps. He slammed heavily into the corridor wall before collapsing limply to the ground. Put! Li Mu let out a gurgling wah as he spat a mouthful of blood. He lay motionless on the hotel carpet, and at first glance, it truly seemed as though Li Mu had met his end. No kidding. For someone like Li Mu, a mere ant who had just broken through to the 8th rank martial artist realm, a 10th rank martial artist like Li Huarong possessed overwhelming strength even among peers. Though Li Huarong refrained from using his lethal innate professional skills due to their location in a major hotel, the sheer terror of his physical power after activating beast transformation alone was more than enough to end Li Mu's life with a single punch. At that moment, Li Mu. Roar. Ow. This hurts like hell. Damn it, never would have guessed this little bastard still had so much strength left in him. Though Li Mu still wore that same deathly pale, blood-soaked appearance on the surface, beneath that feigned weakness, he was silently cursing Li Huarong's ancestors 18 generations back in his mind. Originally, even without activating his innate skill, the terrifying force unleashed by Li Huarong's punch was truly unstoppable enough to tear apart the flesh of an ordinary 8th rank martial master. Li Mu had merely taken the blow, yet his clothes were already torn to shreds. That fierce, domineering dark force seemed poised to shatter his internal organs and meridians in one relentless surge. However, after undergoing the purifying transformation of his essence and marrow, coupled with the metamorphosis from the human origin golden core, Li Mu's physical body and vital energy far surpassed those of martial artists at his level. Furthermore, he possessed the terrifying internal cultivation technique known as the dissolving energy great method. This allowed him to neutralize the opponent's internal energy and dark force using his own potent venom. Yet, while neutralization was possible, it came at a cost. The instant the hidden force entered his body, it still inflicted excruciating pain. But as the great technique of dissolving power continuously operated, the toxins within his body immediately enveloped the hidden force. While neutralizing it, they also radiated waves of warmth, nourishing Li Mu's internal organs and extraordinary meridians. As my mastery of the dissolving energy technique deepens, this art no longer merely neutralizes enemy attacks. Instead, it absorbs their assaults and channels them back to strengthen my internal organs and extraordinary meridians. Feeling the transformation occurring as the dissolving energy technique circulated, Li Mu's breath caught for a moment, his heart racing with excitement. This kid's physical body is surprisingly resilient. My punch didn't even manage to punch a bloody hole through your flesh. That's truly quite unexpected. Very good, very good. Your talent in martial arts is truly terrifying. If you're allowed to grow freely in the future, you'll surely become a formidable powerhouse. But the future is the future. For now, this is all you can do. The fist's force has entered your body. At your current cultivation level, you have no way to dispel it. By now, your tendons and meridians are severed, and your dantian has been shattered by that punch. Well, that's just as well. Hong Tianxiong's orders were to bring you back alive. If I'd killed you with that punch, I'd have a hard time explaining it to him. As he spoke, Li Huarong's beast-like arm returned to its normal form. He strolled leisurely toward Li Mu, who lay collapsed on the ground, intending to fulfill his final task. Simultaneously, Li Huarong had already convinced himself that this single punch would cripple Li Mu. Indeed, for martial artists at the lower martial master realm, Li Huarong's earlier powerful strike would have left them half dead, if not outright killed. Li Mu lay pale-faced on the ground, appearing barely clinging to life. Yet his right hand was clenched into a tight fist, his entire being taut as a fully drawn bowstring. 12 steps, 6 steps, 3 steps. Now! As Li Huarong bent down, reaching out to pull him up, Li Mu, who should have been mortally wounded, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Simultaneously, Li Lijiang's horrified cry rang out beside him, "Li Huarong, beware. That boy is perfectly fine. He was faking it all along. He's tricking us." But it was already too late. Before Li Lijiang's cry had even faded, Li Mu's fist, glowing red with a dark force that tore through the air with a hissing sound, struck toward Li Huarong's temple. Terror washed over Li Huarong's face. He never dreamed that after delivering a punch with all his might, Li Mu wasn't gravely wounded or near death. Instead, he unleashed such terrifying, formidable combat power that it sent shivers down the spine. He could distinctly sense the sheer terror of that punch. If struck squarely by the fist aura, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. In his panic, Li Huarong scrambled to straighten his body, desperately trying to evade the blow. But with only 3 meters separating them, such a short distance left him with no room to dodge. He was now trapped in a deadly stalemate. Thud! Li Mu's fist slammed through the air. Throughout the entire sequence, not a single scream was heard, only the sudden, dull thud of a watermelon shattering. Immediately afterward, Li Lijiang, standing opposite him, witnessed with crystal clarity Li Huarong, who just a second ago had been advancing to claim victory and return with him to Zhao Lao to Hong Tianxiong for his reward, now had his head split open like a smashed watermelon. Red and white splattered violently across the ground, the scene utterly gruesome. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Li Huarong's headless corpse stumbled backward several steps. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Finally, the body collapsed heavily onto the floor, twitching uncontrollably. But as blood gushed forth like a spring, the convulsions soon ceased. All signs of life vanished. He was dead, a pitiful sight. Li Mu sneered coldly, truly courting death. With that, Li Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked down at the spot where Li Huarong's fist had struck him moments before. His clothes were torn to shreds, his chest caved in, ribs broken, blood streaming freely. Yet compared to Li Huarong, whose skull had been shattered by Li Mu's single blow, the wound on Li Mu's chest was merely superficial. So close. Just now, I truly was about to be punched through. But I bet right, and now the tables have turned. With that, Li Mu tilted his head slightly toward Li Lijiang across from him. A savage grin spread across his face as he stepped toward him, his aura surging with each stride. Indeed, everything Li Mu had done from the start was one massive gamble. Ever since being ambushed outside the restroom, then facing Li Huarong and Li Lijiang closing in on him one after the other, Li Mu knew that without revealing his greatest trump card, the system, he stood no chance against both Li Huarong, a 10th rank martial master, and Li Lijiang, a 1st rank grandmaster with only his publicly acknowledged 8th rank martial master cultivation. Facing them head-on would have been a death sentence. Yet when he had already played all his cards against other powerful opponents, it was only by uttering a single heartfelt plea that he had narrowly managed to kill Xiao Wenxiang. Now, fighting 2 opponents on Lu Shang Group's territory with no escape route, Li Mu faced Li Huarong and Li Lijiang's coordinated assault and defense, their advance and retreat tactics. To put it bluntly, the sheer attrition alone could wear Li Mu down to death. To seize a sliver of hope in this desperate situation, Li Mu could only recall the strategy he'd employed during the high school martial arts tournament, trading injury for injury, life for life. Only by pushing himself to the brink of death could he possibly turn the tide. His gamble rested on 2 things. First, the mystical technique of the transforming energy art, which used potent venom to neutralize his opponent's internal energy. Second, his certainty that Li Huarong's clan mission was to capture him alive. Had it been merely to kill him, then after he emerged from the restroom, the enemy wouldn't have targeted his kidneys but instead delivered a heartfelt speech. It was precisely because he was certain Li Huarong intended to spare his life that Li Mu dared to gamble with this man. If he won, the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the hotel corridors, the hotel's high-security personnel would rush to the scene upon receiving the alert. This would allow him to slip away without revealing any of his cards, and the hotel's surveillance footage would perfectly counter any investigation by the Special Services Bureau after landing. Li Mu was clearly the victim. But then again, if Li Huarong had come in with the intent to kill Li Mu outright, then Li Mu would have had to go all out against him, even at the risk of exposing his system's cheat code. But just then, a furious, hysterical roar suddenly erupted beside him. Li Mu, I want you dead. Witnessing his comrade's brutal death before his eyes, Li Lijiang snapped out of his initial shock. Rage consumed him as murderous intent surged around him. His terrifying aura as a 7th-tier martial master erupted, simultaneously triggering his class skill. Li Lijiang no longer cared about fulfilling Hong Tianxiong's specific order to spare lives. All he wanted now was to kill that bastard Li Mu and avenge his good brother. But just as Li Lijiang was about to unleash his full power, determined to kill Li Mu on the spot at any cost, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the dark hotel corridor, growing louder as they approached. Immediately after, the sound of a blade-piercing flesh echoed through the air. Electric arcs crackled as blood spattered everywhere. Li Lijiang's body was instantly pierced through. Li Mu's eyes narrowed sharply. Staring intently, he saw a silver blade, crackling with purple lightning, piercing through his back and protruding from his chest. Li Lijiang's heart had been pierced clean through by the owner of this thunder blade. His sternum was shattered, his heart vessels severed, and his heart itself torn into pieces by the savage blade energy. Put! Li Lijiang spat a mouthful of blood skyward as his eyes dimmed. His body twitched violently like a fish being skinned alive for a long moment before finally collapsing limp to the ground, dead on the spot. Of the 2 professional assassins sent by Hong Tianxiong, one had his skull crushed by Li Mu's fist, leaving only a headless corpse. The other was killed instantly after someone whispered a heart-wrenching phrase into his ear from behind. Li Mu narrowed his eyes at the stern-faced, middle-aged man in plain clothes before him. With a flick of his thunder blade, he slowly sheathed the bloodied weapon. Though this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared before him had yet to reveal his identity, Li Mu could roughly guess that this man was undoubtedly one of the elite protectors stationed throughout the Lushan Hotel Group to safeguard its guests. Chapter 162, Hidden Danger in the Corridor. Of course, even with events unfolding this far, this too was part of Li Mu's plan. Li Mu had calculated that upon witnessing his comrade brutally killed before his eyes, Li Lijiang would be consumed by rage and attack him with reckless abandon. And given Li Lijiang's madness, his vow to take the entire hotel staff down with him, the security personnel responsible for the hotel's safety would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. This followed the same principle as special agents directly eliminating terrorists when necessary. Especially when such terrorists, having already taken hostages, remain stubbornly obstinate and single-minded in their actions that would naturally trigger unrestricted fire authority. If Li Huarong and Li Lijiang, the 2 brothers, had known. From the assassination attempt on that demonic genius Li Mu to the entire scheme to trap and kill them, the entire process unfolded in less than a minute. A flawless plan had already coalesced in Li Mu's mind, detailing every step to manipulate these 2 men to their deaths, turning them into unwitting scapegoats. I reckon if Li Huarong and Li Lijiang knew what was coming, even if Hong Tianxiong offered them mountains of gold and silver, they'd never dare cross Li Mu, that terrifying adversary. Truth be told, even at the moment of their deaths, they remained utterly baffled as to how Li Mu had managed to outmaneuver them. Their deaths were nothing short of tragic and utterly unjust. After Li Mu and the security guard had successively killed the brothers Li Lijiang and Li Huarong, a shrill, hysterical scream suddenly pierced the air as they walked down the long corridor, extending all the way to the hotel restaurant on this floor. This commotion shattered the evening's silence once and for all. Without a doubt, the unfolding events had now fully alerted everyone in the hotel. One could see more and more lights being deliberately switched on in the guest rooms of this Lushan Group hotel. Many guests witnessed the splatters of red and white on the walls of the corridor leading to the restaurant. The sight of blood still trickling from the body lying on the floor sent shrieks through the crowd. Mouths gaped open, faces frozen in expressions that seemed to blend tears and laughter, making it impossible to discern what thoughts were racing through their minds. If you were to describe something like this merely superficially, it might not seem like a big deal. But when you actually experience it firsthand, you realize reality is nothing like what you imagined. Right then, there were already plenty of people with weak nerves and timid dispositions among the crowd. Some had pulled out vomit bags and were retching violently. Move aside. All of you, get out of my way now. Just as the scene descended into utter chaos amid the shocking, bloody spectacle, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the crowd. The sound rapidly grew louder as it approached, instantly capturing the attention of many present. Instinctively, all eyes turned toward the source of the noise. Following the sound, they saw the densely packed crowd instantly part to the left and right, swiftly clearing a path at remarkable speed. Soon, a plump, white-faced boy dressed in high-end custom clothing, round and chubby like a black tiger mascot, strode through the crowd with a cocky, wide-legged gait. Barely 15 or 16 years old, the boy had a fair complexion and no facial hair, appearing utterly harmless. His plump, round cheeks were so inviting that onlookers instinctively felt the urge to pinch them. Yet beneath that seemingly harmless exterior, anyone observant enough to look closer would quickly notice something else entirely. His eyes held a depth of cold indifference unlike anything seen before, his plump face radiating an air of arrogance that stood in stark contrast to his appearance. It was the kind of look that, once seen, was almost impossible to forget. Upon seeing the little chubby boy approach, the security guard who had just swiftly stabbed Li Lijiang to death seemed to spot the person in charge. He hurried over in 2 strides, bowing and clasping his hands. "Good day, young master. Earlier, a criminal committed violence in the hotel and attempted to damage our valuable facilities and equipment. Considering the principles and values our Lu Shine Group has always upheld. In the current situation, I acted to ensure nothing went wrong. With no other choice, I took direct action and eliminated the criminal on the spot." Upon hearing this, the chubby young man said little. He waved his hand, signaling the security guard to step aside. After completing these actions, the chubby man briefly surveyed the gruesome scene in the corridor before fixing his gaze on Li Mu, the sole surviving individual still breathing at the scene. Li Mu's gaze met the chubby man's at that very moment. His brow furrowed slightly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself, "Oh? So it's this kid?" Li Mu had a rather vivid memory of this chubby kid, Zhu Haoyun. During the recently concluded high school martial arts tournament, Li Mu had crossed paths with this chubby kid. They were familiar enough with each other. Especially now that they'd met again, while it wasn't exactly awkward, if he thought back carefully, he could still recall this particular person. Alright. Things had finally started to get interesting at this point. This feeling was rather delightful. When Li Mu heard the little chubby kid say that, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "You've finished your act." The only thing that surprised Li Mu was that he'd actually run into this little chubby kid here. This also prompted another inner sigh, this world really is as small as ever. After all this wandering, a full day and night had passed, and Li Mu felt as if he had come full circle, back to square one. But then again, since he'd encountered what amounted to half an old flame this time, the weight that had been hanging in the back of his throat could finally be put down. He exhaled deeply, silently releasing the pressure within himself. After doing all this, Li Mu immediately turned his attention back to the little chubby guy himself. Though the little chubby fellow was only at the peak of the 9th rank martial artist realm, the security guard responsible for the hotel's perimeter had clearly not displayed his full strength. Not revealing his true capabilities didn't particularly trouble Li Mu. On the contrary, it indirectly piqued his curiosity. At the very least, by simply analyzing the speed, angle, method, and technique of the opponent's attack, combining these 4 factors, Li Mu could easily make a judgment. The man's strength was evident from his ability to stab Li Lijiang through the heart with a single blow. This person's cultivation level was at least that of a 2nd-rank grandmaster. Even a 3rd-rank grandmaster wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. The Lu Shang Group's strength was far from the simple facade it presented. In Li Mu's eyes, this organization truly deserved the label of powerful. With his current strength, facing such a formidable opponent would offer no chance of victory. Yet Li Mu merely furrowed his brow slightly, acknowledging the challenge. But that was one matter. From Li Mu's perspective, he personally did not deny the Lu Shang Group's inherent strength. But as he always said, your strength is your own business. At the very least, when it came to him, Li Mu, the same situation did not instill any fear or apprehension in his heart. This fact became abundantly clear in Li Mu's subsequent actions. There he stood, his face still adorned with the same unchanging smile as before. He appeared utterly unfazed, casually wiping the blood from his fists as he met the gaze of the chubby Zhu Haoyun with perfect composure. Feeling Li Mu's unflinching gaze sweep toward him, Zhu Haoyun's lightly furrowed brow nearly knotted into a tight knot. He first glanced at Li Huarong's headless corpse on the ground, then slowly raised his head to look at Li Mu, asking coldly, "So it seems, you killed this man? You've hit the nail on the head." "That's right. As you can see, I did indeed kill him." Li Mu spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, his words ringing out with conviction. "They intended to kill me. Therefore, from the perspective of self-defense, I was merely fulfilling my duty. Nothing more." Before Li Mu could finish his sentence, barely halfway through his explanation, Zhu Haoyun rudely waved him off, cutting him off. "I couldn't care less about your motives, whether you intended it as self-defense or not. At the very least, let me make one thing crystal clear, our Lushang Group hotels have explicit rules against it. Without exception, fighting is strictly prohibited in every single hotel under the Lu Shang Group. I assume you were well aware of this policy when you checked in earlier. Do you understand?" Just as Li Mu opened his mouth to speak in his own defense. But before Li Mu could even begin his defense, Zhu Haoyun had already launched into an accusatory tirade the moment he approached. Making it abundantly clear he had no intention of resolving this amicably. Chapter 163, The Young Master's Decision. In fact, if he considered the situation escalating further or spiraling out of control, Li Mu now had reason to suspect that Zhu Haoyun might be using this opportunity to fabricate an excuse to deliver a harsh lesson. With this thought in mind, Li Mu rubbed his chin, lost in silent contemplation. His gaze then shifted to Zhu Haoyun, who stared back at him with a face full of menace, clearly not here to play nice. Considering his current predicament and the broader situation, Li Mu pondered briefly before narrowing his eyes and speaking in a deep, measured tone. "Oh? Care to repeat those rules for me? Setting aside everything else, just from what you've told me just now, I've genuinely never heard of such a rule or procedure suddenly appearing out of thin air in this line of work lately. Now that I think about it, what you just said is actually quite interesting. Interesting? To think Li Mu dared to beat around the bush even now, wasn't this classic evasion? Could it be that Li Mu truly believed he was still that Li god of war from the high school martial arts tournament, the one who slaughtered gods who stood in his way and Buddhas who blocked his path? Even if we take a step back and assume Li Mu truly is that war godly again, if the same situation were to happen to me. Especially since he was clearly stirring up trouble right here on my turf. Did he really think I'd let this slide so easily? At this thought, Zhu Haoyun's eyes narrowed slightly, two sharp, icy glints reflecting outward. Simultaneously, the aura radiating from his body surged upward relentlessly. Even a casual observer could sense an eerie chill creeping over them. This shift in attitude from the young master of the Lu Shang group caused many present to suck in sharp breaths, their faces hardening with the look of facing a formidable enemy. Looks like. Given the current situation, this development had indeed thrown our assessment of the battlefield dynamics completely off course. Could it be that Li Mu, the young prodigy who had recently made a name for himself at the Langya-based city high school martial arts tournament, would ultimately fall at the hands of Zhu Haoyun, that chubby kid? If that were truly the case, I couldn't say whether it would be Li Mu's misfortune or Zhu Haoyun's stroke of luck. Who could possibly fathom the intricacies at play here? With the arrival of Zhu Haoyun and Li Mu, two pivotal figures who had made waves and stirred up storms in Langya-based city, the crowd's buzz instantly ignited. Everyone began chattering away, each adding their own comments. Their expressions and demeanor made it clear, every single one of them was the type who loved a good spectacle. Oh my! I just heard from my men that you had the nerve to commit murder in broad daylight at the hotel? Knowingly breaking the rules. Don't tell me you didn't know this is my turf. A cold glint flashed in Zhu Haoyun's eyes as he roared, "Guards! Tie this brat up and lock him in the hotel's freezer for now. Then contact the Special Operations Bureau at Langya-based city, have them come arrest him. Everyone must see clearly what happens to those who dare act against our Lu Shang group hotels. This serves as a warning to deter others, a sacrifice to scare the rest." Zhu Haoyun spoke with casual indifference, as if Li Mu were nothing more than an insignificant ant in his hands, crushable at will. Life and death hung on his whim. The security captain clasped his fists respectfully. "Yes, sir. Everything is entirely at the young master's command. The young master's will is the will of every single one of the thousands of employees across the entire Lu Shang group. Enough talk. Name the target and we'll take them down. In short, until our young master gives orders today, even the heavens themselves wouldn't sway us." With that, he fell silent. The security captain clenched his fists and advanced step by step toward Li Mu, his aura intensifying with each stride. Li Mu's sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he thought to himself, Lu Shang group, how utterly brazen. To utter such preposterous nonsense in broad daylight, under the clear sky, this truly takes me by surprise. Thoughts raced through Li Mu's mind like lightning. 1,000 scenarios flashed through his head as he began simulating every possible direct or indirect confrontation he might face next, along with corresponding countermeasures. He began formulating targeted strategies, determined to find a way out of this perilous predicament with composure. First and foremost, the pressing issue before Li Mu was this: no matter how one looked at it, he was currently within the Grand Hotel of the Lu Shang group. In other words, this very place was Zhu Haoyun's territory. If he chose to confront Zhu Haoyun here, Zhu would hold all three decisive advantages: timing, location, and support. Therefore, engaging Zhu Haoyun in a decisive battle here would be an irrational move for Li Mu. He was not the type to act on mere impulse. Considering this, Li Mu could essentially conclude one thing: he now had no way out. He must find a way to engage these men head-on in a brutal, knife-to-knife melee. Moreover, the security captain before him had instantly killed Li Lijiang with a single strike. This alone indicated that even if he wasn't a 4th-rank grandmaster, he was at the very least a peak 3rd-rank grandmaster. Furthermore, based on Li Mu's understanding, large hotels like this one never employed just one security captain. This floor alone required at least 4, and with 3 floors above and below, there were easily a dozen security captains stationed throughout the building. If that chubby Zhu Haoyun truly intended harm, Li Mu would have no chance against such overwhelming security forces. Even if Li Mu grew 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd still be utterly defenseless. It seemed like a dead end for Li Mu. As long as he remained trapped in this situation, no matter how he planned his next move, it wouldn't be a favorable outcome for him. As Li Mu racked his brain for countermeasures, his gaze fixed on the security captain closing in on him, the distance between them steadily shrinking. Considering the gravity of the situation, Li Mu's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, creasing into a tight knot. After a moment's deliberation, Li Mu made his decision. Since this chubby little guy wanted to involve the Special Services Bureau, he might as well grant his wish and turn the tables on him. After all, when he'd resolved to act, he'd already factored in the possibility of the Special Services Bureau getting involved. The surveillance cameras in the corridor faithfully recorded the entire incident. Even if the sky fell, he, Li Mu, could claim he'd acted in infinite self-defense as a victim, forced by a threat to his life. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, from Li Mu's perspective, he could always maintain his innocence. But, at this thought, a flash of hostility flickered in Li Mu's eyes as he looked at Zhu Haoyun. That little chubby Zhu Haoyun, without bothering to understand the facts or distinguish right from wrong, was trying to arrest him on the spot. This debt, he would remember for now. There was plenty of time ahead. Besides, Li Mu had always been one to repay an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and then some. He would never let today's incident end so easily. He'd settle the final reckoning with Zhu Haoyun later. Once he arrives at the genius training camp, he'll settle the score with him come autumn. With his mind made up, Li Mu felt an unprecedented sense of ease wash over him. It seemed like no big deal after all. But precisely at that moment, Zhu Haoyun suddenly called out, "Hold on. Wait a moment. Allow me to carefully weigh the pros and cons of this matter." His brow furrowed as he stared at his phone screen, clearly wrestling with something. It was clear to anyone who truly understood the situation that Zhu Haoyun's silent contemplation over his phone hinted at something deeper. The words and actions of the person on the other end of that call determined not only Li Mu's fate, but Zhu Haoyun's own destiny was also intertwined with it. Li Mu's taut nerves suddenly jolted. What exactly was Zhu Haoyun up to? What cunning scheme was he plotting? This truly sparked immense curiosity and anticipation. After staring intently for a long while, Zhu Haoyun finally lifted his head, his expression sour. He addressed the security captain, "Keep a close eye on him here. I'm heading to the top floor. In any case, I'll reiterate my stance, the final decision rests with me. We can discuss it after I return. You've been with me all these years. Surely you understand the weight of my words." With that, Zhu Haoyun hurried upstairs under Li Mu's puzzled and bewildered gaze, clearly heading up to handle something of great importance. Just as Li Mu was still pondering what exactly Zhu Haoyun, that little chubby guy, was up to, Zhu Haoyun himself strode swiftly up to the third floor, pushing open the door to the presidential suite's private room, numbered 001. The moment the door swung open, the space unfolded before him. Rather than a private room, it resembled a standard large open-plan apartment, a 4-bedroom, 1-living-room layout that radiated unmistakable luxury and grandeur, truly pulling out all the stops. Chapter 164, Zhu Lushang's Strategy. In the spacious living room, spanning over 10 meters in width, a middle-aged man sat on an exquisitely hand-stitched high-back sofa made from demonic beast hide of unknown rarity. Regardless of anything else, the sheer presence and aura emanating from this man alone radiated an overwhelming sense of grandeur and prestige. He sat there, his posture languid as he swirled red wine in a stemmed glass. Yet beneath his rimless glasses, his eyes were sharp, fixed intently on Zhu Haoyun, who had just pushed open the door. Such a gaze and such a gesture, if Li Mu had been present, the first person to spring to her mind would undoubtedly have been that scheming, bespectacled man, Yao Ziyuan. "Dad, seriously, you're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Why on earth do you have to go and play riddle master in front of me? I really can't figure you out, you old fool. They say middle-aged and elderly folks can't keep up with us young people's thinking, but when it comes to our family, it's a whole different story. Honestly, as your son, I'm genuinely baffled by what kind of schemes you're cooking up in your head these days." Zhu Haoyun ranted on and on at his old man while pulling out his phone to show the middle-aged man, seemingly trying to get to the bottom of things. "Alright, let's get back on track. What's the meaning behind you sending me this message, Dad? That kid actually dared to openly violate our Lu Shang group's rules in public. Arrogant. In my view, that kid Li Mu's behavior is downright arrogant. Who does he think he is? Could it be that Li Mu still believes he's the champion from the high school martial arts tournament? Absolutely ridiculous. To be perfectly honest, if you hadn't stepped in to stop me just now, that brat would already be locked up in our hotel's freezer room, blowing the northwest wind." Zhu Haoyun muttered complaints as he plopped down across from the middle-aged man with glasses, grabbed the soda bottle in front of him, and chugged it down in one go. He did have some recollection of Li Mu. But none of those memories were positive. The reason was simple, it all boiled down to Li Jiaqing relentlessly tarnishing Li Mu's reputation wherever he went. Of course, it wasn't just Li Jiaqing's slander. Behind it all, Li Mu's performance at the high school martial arts tournament had been nothing short of spectacularly awesome, so over the top that the word badass practically had to be written on his face, right? At least in Zhu Haoyun's eyes, he simply couldn't tolerate someone this over the top existing in Langya Bay City. It was precisely because of these various twists and turns that Zhu Haoyun, a straightforward little chubby guy, found it incredibly difficult to harbor any goodwill toward Li Mu. That is precisely why, when Zhu Haoyun saw Li Mu daring to cause trouble at his family's hotel, he didn't hesitate to order the security chief to lock the guy up in the freezer warehouse and hand him over to the Special Services Bureau without a second thought. In a sense, though Li Mu and Zhu Haoyun had never crossed paths before, the friction and conflict between them had been simmering for quite some time. Zhu Luxiang, seated across from him, did not interrupt his son's litany of complaints. Instead, he waited quietly until Zhu Haoyun had finished venting. Only then did he set down his wine glass and look at his son with a calm expression. "Zhu Haoyun, as the sole heir of the Zhu family and the future successor of the Lu Shang group. That's why your father has repeatedly impressed upon you since childhood, never judge a person by superficial appearances alone.
Never base your understanding of someone entirely on others' opinions, allowing your subsequent judgments and actions to stem solely from perspectives imposed by others. If this situation isn't corrected, I can tell you with full responsibility that the consequences could be severe. At best, Lushang Group could go bankrupt, and the Zhu family legacy I've worked so hard to build would be destroyed overnight. And at worst? To be honest, I'm afraid I might accidentally scare you to death again. Because then, what you'll face won't be merely a simple fright, you won't even know how you ultimately met your end. By the end of his speech, the eyes behind Zhu Lushang's glasses reflected an aura of authority, his tone suddenly turning stern. Now I ask you, how much do you truly know about Li Mu? Faced with Zhu Lushang's stern, almost accusatory tone, Zhu Haoyun was visibly stunned. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, gasping for words for a long moment, yet in the end, not a single coherent sentence escaped his lips. This alone made it clear that Zhu Haoyun's inner turmoil was profound and complex at that moment. For even Zhu Haoyun himself couldn't articulate the precise reasons behind it. He stood there like a wooden stump, gasping and panting, unable to produce even a single word despite his efforts. Indeed, everything unfolded exactly as his father had predicted. To put it plainly, Zhu Haoyun's understanding of Li Mu stemmed entirely from Li Jiaqing's one-sided account. Of course, this didn't mean Zhu Haoyun was truly as the shoe merchant had described. The adage "old hands are sharpest" held true not only here but also in his interactions with others. His understanding of everyone was based solely on others' accounts. In other aspects, Li Mu's white ox was merely a reference point. If Zhu Haoyun were truly such a foolish, good-for-nothing wastrel, Zhu Lushang would have long since soaked goji berries in his thermos and gone off to practice his side projects with his wife. Why would he waste his breath here? In Zhu Haoyun's eyes, a minor figure like Li Mu wasn't even worth the effort to understand. Setting aside other matters, let's just consider Zhu Haoyun's current standing and identity. Who was Zhu Haoyun? The young master of the prestigious Lushang Group. An S-class awakened professional. Barring any unforeseen accidents or upheavals, given his accumulated personal talent and family background, he was destined to become a titan in his own right, no further explanation needed. Yet another brutal truth lay starkly before everyone: what could Li Mu possibly be compared to this chosen son, bathed in so many halos? Yet it was precisely this insignificant figure, someone he had never once regarded as worthy of his attention, was singled out by his lofty father and subjected to a severe reprimand. The jarring contrast between these two events left Zhu Haoyun seething with resentment. Yet, deep within, a stronger emotion took root: curiosity. He simply couldn't fathom how someone like Li Mu, a nobody who didn't even think much of himself, could possibly possess the merit to be held in such high regard by his father, a man of such stature. Yet when confronted by his son's direct questioning, Zhu Lushang offered little response. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly before reaching out to casually light a cigar and place it between his lips. Then, without any visible movement from Zhu Haoyun, he casually snapped his fingers, summoning a virtual screen that he began to operate. Soon, the large screen before them displayed footage captured earlier by the infrared night vision camera in the hotel corridor. The expansive surveillance feed vividly recorded Li Mu's moment of emerging from the restroom, his acute perception of danger, and his lightning-fast evasive reaction. Then, when faced with a two-pronged attack from Li Huarong and Li Lijiang, two assassins far superior to him, one at the peak of the 10th rank martial artist realm and the other at the 1st rank grandmaster realm, he remained unflappable and composed. Not only that, but in a situation that seemed like a death trap to ordinary people, he found a glimmer of hope. At least from the surveillance footage, Li Mu first used the energy dissipation technique to withstand Li Huarong's punch. Then, seizing the moment when his opponent grew overconfident and careless, he struck back violently, shattering Li Huarong's skull with a single blow. After that, he used verbal manipulation to psychologically provoke Li Lijiang, driving him into a frenzy where he recklessly lunged at Li Mu. This ultimately forced the security captain to intervene and kill Li Lijiang. Frankly speaking, if not for the infrared camera faithfully and completely recording everything that had just transpired, even a seasoned veteran like Zhu Lushang, who had navigated the business world for decades, would find it hard to believe in the short term that all these arrangements and plans had come from a mere 16-year-old youth. Even if Zhu Lushang refused to admit it, he knew deep down that even if he were in Li Mu's position, he might not have done any better. It could be said without exaggeration that, in Zhu Lushang's eyes, Li Mu had already surpassed his own son in certain respects, particularly in terms of mental fortitude and strategic depth. Had Zhu Lushang approached the situation unprepared, he might well have fallen victim to this youngster's schemes. Such a youth. Zhu Luxiang felt he had no right to judge Li Mu based on admiration or disapproval. Instead, this youth genuinely filled Zhu Luxiang with dread. Li Mu, a demonic prodigy so terrifying he inspired fear. This was Zhu Lushang's assessment of the youth. Such an evaluation itself was, for Li Mu, the highest possible praise and recognition. Gulp. After watching the entire surveillance footage from start to finish, Zhu Haoyun's face no longer bore the initial scorn and disdain. Instead, his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, his mind churning with waves of shock that refused to subside. So, Zhu Haoyun, do you now realize just how terrifyingly formidable the youth you've offended truly is? Do you realize that with what you just did, if not for my last-minute call pulling you back from the brink, you might have truly walked the edge of death?
Chapter 165, you must also curry favor with him. And one more thing. At this point, Zhu Lushan paused, then his voice shot up an octave, his tone sharp and severe. After watching this entire video, are you really so certain that even your plan to hand Li Mu over to the Special Investigation Bureau in Langya-based city isn't part of his scheme? You probably don't even realize it, but before you even showed up, Li Mu had already calculated your downfall. As for evidence? I believe the evidence will become quite straightforward. Because Li Mu doesn't need to prepare any additional evidence. Just this video you sent to the Special Investigation Bureau, even the most seasoned agents won't be able to pin any charges on him. Moreover, given his recent title as champion of the high school martial arts tournament, the Special Investigation Bureau will be pressured by this prestige. Within 48 hours, he'll be released unscathed. All your schemes against Li Mu will come to nothing. Instead, you'll have antagonized a terrifyingly cunning and calculating young man. Do you really think your shallow skills could ever match up against Li Mu? Or are you so naive as to believe you could possibly compare to him in any way? Enough! It's getting late, so I won't waste my breath on this nonsense. Let me be blunt, if you really provoke someone like him, given his ruthless nature, I doubt you'll even get the chance to collect your own remains. As Zhu Luxiang uttered his final words, Zhu Haoyan's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, beads the size of soybeans trickling down his skin. He looked utterly terrified. Zhu Haoyan gasped for breath twice, his teeth chattering as fear thickened his voice. Dad, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake this time. I'll have them release Li Mu immediately and assure him nothing happened. Not just this time, from now on, I'll steer clear of Li Mu whenever I see him. I absolutely won't get into any conflicts with such ruthless people. Honestly, dealing with people who play tactical games and hide their true intentions, I swear, each one of them has a heart of stone. For Zhu Haoyun, the arrogant Zhu young master, to utter such humble words meant he was genuinely terrified now. He thought the matter would end there, but at this critical juncture, something entirely unexpected happened, something Zhu Haoyan never could have foreseen. No! Zhu Haoyun, if that's all you've grasped, then you've only understood the surface of my meaning. You've missed the deeper implications beneath it. As Zhu Luxiang spoke, he shook his head at Zhu Haoyan, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes behind the rimless glasses. Everything I instruct you to do from now on, you must commit to memory word for word. I want it ingrained in your mind, heart, and soul. From now on, not only must you not avoid Li Mu, but my demands of you will be the most unexpected ones you could imagine. Zhu Lushan paused for emphasis before shifting his tone abruptly. Quite the opposite, you must cling to Li Mu like a stubborn plaster. In everything, you must follow his lead without question. Ha! 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 Holy crap, Dad, what the hell do you mean by that? The more I listen, the more confused I get. What's the point of all this? As the young master of the prestigious Lu Shan group, am I supposed to lose all my dignity like this? Zhu Haoyun was utterly dumbfounded by his father's words, completely baffled as to why he was being asked to do this. The look in his eyes as he stared at his father was pure bewilderment. The current landscape of Huaxia boils down to a power struggle between the state and the clans. Merchants like us may appear glamorous on the surface, but what's the reality? We're merely struggling to survive in the cracks between clans and the state. If you want the Lu Shan group to become a century-old enterprise, you must first learn to invest. Speaking of investment, you must first recognize this: someone like Li Mu possessing immense willpower, unwavering resolve, profound cunning, and most crucially, a heart of steel has limitless potential for future achievement. Barring misfortune, he will undoubtedly become a titan in his own right. In Father's eyes, Li Mu's innate talent and potential are on par with yours. Neither of you is superior to the other. Any heights you may reach in the future, Li Mu will ascend with equal ease. But the heights and positions you cannot reach in the future. Well then, there's no need for us father and son to beat around the bush. I'll just say it plainly. In my opinion, your potential for the future might not even match up to this Li Mu. But Dad, while what you're saying isn't without merit, why does it feel so hurtful to my pride? This is starting to feel a bit much to bear. Zhu Haoyan watched his father's eyes light up whenever Li Mu was mentioned, his round face practically crumpling into a frown. By now, Zhu Haoyan had even begun to suspect in his heart whether Li Mu was actually Zhu Lushan's biological son, while he himself was merely adopted. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But Li Mu is just a kid from a minor branch of the Li family in Jizhou. That's something everyone can see and acknowledge. His future achievements are bound to be limited. After all, his birth family is right there for all to see. Smack! Before Zhu Haoyan could finish his complaint, Zhu Luxiang delivered a sharp slap across his face, exasperated by his lack of ambition. Let me ask you. What exactly constitutes an investment in this world? What is investment? The greatest secret of investment boils down to one simple principle: when others are greedy, I am fearful; when others are fearful, I am greedy. If Li Mu hadn't been born into the Li family of Jizhou but instead into the Li clan, do you think such a windfall would ever have fallen to our Zhu family? The Li clan would have already enshrined Li Mu as a deity by now, wouldn't they? What a colossal joke that would be. At this point, Zhu Lushan's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating certainty. I've also identified the two assassins who attacked Li Mu earlier. They're Li Huarong and Li Lijiang, both from Hong Tianxiong's faction. Though I can't fathom why Hong Tianxiong, that underground figure, would push things this far, it presents us with a golden opportunity as angel investors. What's clear is that Li Mu is undoubtedly facing the most challenging phase of his life right now. If our Lushang group extends a helping hand now, it will be tenfold, even 100-fold more meaningful than giving him mountains of gold or silver once he's weathered this storm. That's the value of investment, you understand? Zhu Haoyun's eyes grew brighter with each word. All the puzzles that had baffled him before suddenly clicked into place, like clouds parting to reveal a clear blue sky. If the timing weren't so awkward, Zhu Haoyun would have thrown his arms around his father and shouted with excitement, "Dad, you're my lightbulb moment. I finally get it this time. Oof. This time, you're teachable." Seeing Zhu Haoyun finally grasp his meaning, Zhu Luxiang nodded with satisfaction. He spoke with deep significance. "You now have an excellent opportunity to build a connection with Li Mu, the Hai Dai Martial Academy. This way, you'll share the bond of classmates. If you play your cards right, you could latch onto the coattails of a prodigy in the future." As for Li Mu, what he lacks most right now is money. Don't we have that classic old saying in China? A penny can stump a hero. And while our Zhu family may lack many things, money is the one thing we never lack. In the corridor leading from the Grand Hotel to the restaurant, the security captain didn't move to restrain Li Mu, but his piercing gaze swept over him from head to toe. The way he looked now suggested that if Li Mu dared make the slightest move, the captain would strike like lightning and subdue him on the spot. Li Mu. Just as Li Mu and the security captain were eyeing each other with mutual distaste, a series of hurried footsteps echoed down from the upper floor. Accompanied by Zhu Haoyun's urgent shout, the sound instantly shattered the slightly awkward tension between the two men. Before the cry had even faded, the chubby Zhu Haoyun was already shouting Li Mu's name as he sprinted toward him without pause. What was utterly astonishing and unexpected, however, was that this returning young man showed not a trace of his former arrogance. Instead, before everyone present, he bowed respectfully to Li Mu and declared, "Brother Li Mu, first, there's something I must admit to you here. Everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't hold it against me, brother. Please understand my good intentions, won't you? Additionally, there's something else I need to discuss. Please wait a moment while I make some preparations." Seeing Zhu Haoyun smile, which was so ingratiating it bordered on obsequiousness, Li Mu returned it politely. "No problem." Seeing how Zhu Haoyun's attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree shift in the time it took him to go upstairs. Though Li Mu couldn't fathom what this chubby fellow was really up to, he welcomed Zhu Haoyun's newfound deference. After all, this outcome suited him perfectly. After all, Li Mu was someone who detested trouble. For him, the fewer complications, the better. That way, he could enjoy some peace and quiet. Chapter 166, No Fighting, No Friendship. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. First, I wish to announce to all of you here that the man standing before you is our most honored guest of the Lu Shang group. He was the target of an assassination attempt in our hotel, a grave failure on our part. Zhu Haoyun first sternly reprimanded the security captain in a loud voice. Then, pointing at the two corpses in the hallway, he ordered sharply, "Preserve these bodies as evidence. Once we land, the Special Investigation Bureau must thoroughly investigate this matter. They must provide Lu Shang Group with a full explanation. Also, thoroughly investigate the guest list for this entire stay to see if there are any accomplices of the assassin. Arrest any accomplices found and hand them over to the Special Investigation Bureau along with these two bodies." As Zhu Haoyun issued this barrage of orders, all 16 security captains of the large hotel sprang into action, immediately carrying out his directives. After issuing these decisive orders, Zhu Haoyun turned to the gathering crowd, bowed his hands in apology, and stated, "Esteemed guests, tonight's events have indeed startled you. On behalf of the Lu Shang Group, I offer our deepest apologies. An assassin infiltrated the hotel, disturbing your rest. Regardless of other considerations, we at Lu Shang Group will handle this matter with the utmost severity. Please return to your seats for now and await the final outcome." As Zhu Haoyun finished speaking, murmurs and whispers spread among the passengers. Yet by this point, even a fool could see that Li Mu's background was far from ordinary. But then again, if Li Mu were truly an ordinary person, how could an assassin risk everything to attempt an assassination on a hotel flight? And how could it explain why Zhu Haoyun, the young master of the prestigious Lu Shang Group, had undergone such a dramatic shift in attitude, now clearly determined to protect him? It could be said that every incident involving Li Mu, in the eyes of these people, was fundamentally incompatible with the notion of an ordinary person. Moments later, after Zhu Haoyun announced the final decision, the gathered crowd dispersed in small groups, none lingering any longer. Yet as they departed, the guests buzzed with speculation about the mysterious background of this youth named Li Mu, each brimming with curiosity. Only after this commotion did Zhu Haoyun turn to Li Mu once more, clasping his hands in a bow. "Brother Li Mu," he said, "please follow me." Li Mu remained impassive despite his deep confusion at Zhu Haoyun's complete about-face and behavior. He merely nodded abruptly. Observing Li Mu's unruffled composure, Zhu Haoyun recalled his father's earlier instructions. This only deepened his sense that the youth before him was profoundly enigmatic. Zhu Haoyun grew even more deferential, convinced that Li Mu was far more than met the eye, that something significant lay hidden beneath the surface. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as his father had warned. He should count himself fortunate. Had Li Mu not been born into the Li family of Jizhou, but instead into the Li clan itself with that formidable backing supporting him, one consequence was already clear. Given Zhu Haoyuan's family circumstances, trailing behind Li Mu would likely earn him not even a glance. Currently, Li Mu clearly had no investors around him. Not only was there no investment, but even minor underworld bosses like Hong Tianxiong, who frequently operated between Jizhou and Langya, had begun to eye him up. This only reinforced Zhu Haoyuan's conviction that this represented a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity. Considering Li Mu's character, his depth of calculation, and his ruthlessly decisive methods, Zhu Haoyuan found himself genuinely impressed. He believed Li Mu was someone worth associating with. Thus, Zhu Haoyuan shed his initial arrogant, domineering demeanor as the cocky little fat guy. Instead, he pulled out all the stops to actively curry favor with Li Mu, expressing his loyalty. For Zhu Haoyuan, born into a merchant family, reading the situation was second nature, nothing to brag about, just muscle memory. Especially after seeing that Li Mu was staying in the presidential suite, Zhu Haoyuan began pounding his chest emphatically before Li Mu even had to ask. He then insisted repeatedly, finally escorting Li Mu to the hotel's top floor. This was the hotel's most prestigious suite, never open to the public, reserved exclusively for the highest-ranking VIPs. Zhu Haoyuan eagerly pushed open the door to a 006 first-class suite, practically dancing with excitement. Had he not witnessed it himself, Li Mu never would have imagined he could one day stay in a proper two-bedroom, one-living-room suite at a hotel. This truly proved an old saying: poverty had indeed limited Li Mu's imagination. Setting aside other details, the suite alone spanned 100 square meters. Its interior decoration was equally elegant and luxurious, brimming with postmodern design elements. Beyond the first-class cabin door lay a carpet woven from the fur of rare exotic beasts, with tables and chairs bearing the signatures of high-end designers. A faint, refreshing fragrance permeated the suite. To carve out such a vast space for a first-class suite in a hotel transcended mere luxury. It was nothing short of extravagance. No, even extravagant felt inadequate to describe it. If Li Mu had to find a fitting adjective, it could only be outrageously lavish. With this thought in mind, Li Mu quickly took his seat. The amusing part was that before his butt had even warmed the chair, Zhu Haoyuan scurried over with a pot of premium pre-rain Westlake Longjing tea, presenting it with both hands in an almost fawning manner. Li Mu looked down to see the tea leaves standing upright in the cup, the liquor clear and crisp, its subtle fragrance filling the air and making one's mouth water. Remembering this, Li Mu lifted the cup to smell it, but did not rush to drink. Instead, he looked at Zhu Haoyuan with a serious expression and got straight to the point, saying, "Zhu Haoyuan, you don't come here for nothing. First you upgrade my suite, then you serve me tea and its rare pre-rain Westlake Longjing at that? Enough. You've gone this far, so I advise you to stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. What exactly do you want?" Seeing Li Mu's blunt inquiry, Zhu Haoyuan pulled a black card from his breast pocket. The card was intricately carved from an extremely rare black crystal, edged with gold foil. Upon it were 4 characters written in a sweeping, elegant style: Lu Shang Group. Any discerning eye could tell at a glance that this black card was undoubtedly invaluable. "Brotherly, this black card is our Lu Shang Group's most prestigious VIP card. Our group has issued fewer than 10 of these cards in total. From now on, brotherly, with this black card in hand, any item priced under 3 million can be withdrawn from the group at will. For goods exceeding 3 million, you'll receive a 50% discount. This is a small token of our group's appreciation. No need for further words, please accept it, brotherly." With that, Zhu Haoyuan pushed the black card forward once more. It was clear that Zhu Haoyuan's decision to present this black card had been carefully considered, especially given Li Mu's current circumstances. After severing ties with the Li family, what he lacked most was undoubtedly money and resources. Presenting this black card not only addressed Li Mu's immediate needs but also avoided the abruptness and crudeness of handing over cash directly. Especially with that half-price discount at the end. While offering Li Mu substantial benefits, it avoided making him feel like he was being given charity, emphasizing an equal partnership. Simultaneously, it would forge a deep bond between Li Mu and the Lu Shang Group. It was truly a win-win situation. This simple act of presenting the card perfectly showcased Zhu Haoyuan's exceptional emotional intelligence. As Zhu Haoyuan politely presented the group's black card, Li Mu's eyes flashed with intensity, and a smile spread across his face. This black card truly stirred his interest. What Li Mu lacked most right now were indeed money and resources. Especially after last time. Apart from the cash in that female assassin's anonymous account, which he used to compensate for the damage he caused in the B-level cultivation room, Li Mu had genuinely shown a rare burst of altruism during his revenge mission against Xian Yuliang. To avoid giving the Special Investigation Bureau any dirt on him, Li Mu had unexpectedly channeled his inner Lei Feng spirit, refusing to take a single penny. True, Li Mu had indeed shown his altruistic side. The reality was, he was still broke as hell. Though tempted, Li Mu didn't rush to accept it. Instead, he turned an inquiring gaze toward Zhu Haoyuan. "Ha ha ha. They say you don't know someone until you've crossed swords. I simply feel that brotherly, your character resonates deeply with mine, and I wish to cultivate a friendship with you. Nothing more. Seeing Zhu Haoyan state his intentions so openly and frankly, coupled with the fact that this chubby fellow held considerable utility for him, possessed high emotional intelligence, knew how to handle situations well, and spoke with a pleasing tone. After some back and forth, Li Mu wasn't the type to be completely oblivious to the situation. Naturally, he didn't mind making an acquaintance. After a moment's consideration, Li Mu accepted the black card and exchanged pleasantries with Zhu Haoyun. Having been steeped in his father's ways since childhood, Zhu Haoyun possessed a fully maxed-out talent for the slickness of a merchant. Before long, his address toward Li Mu had shifted from brotherly to big brother this and big brother that. This was a masterclass in social navigation and capitalizing on opportunities. Naturally, during this exchange, Li Mu also obtained detailed intelligence and information about Hong Tianxiong and his faction from Zhu Haoyun. After compiling all the detailed intelligence on the Li clan that Li Mu required, Zhu Haoyun saw that it was getting late and didn't linger any longer. He proactively rose to take his leave. Big brother, I've compiled all the materials you requested on Hong Tianxiong and his men and placed them here for you. Look, dawn is approaching. You should get some rest first. With that, Zhu Haoyun rose to leave. Li Mu politely offered to see him out, but Zhu Haoyun waved him off. Brother, if you need anything, just tell Miss Black Stockings. Li Mu gave a slight smile and thanked him before seeing Zhu Haoyun out. After Zhu Haoyun left, the tall, leggy lady in black stockings and a uniform pushed in row after row of food carts. Chapter 167, this cultivation technique can even cause anemia. I must say, the life of these wicked rich people is just so good. Recalling when I was crammed into economy class. The meals were nothing special, just small bread rolls and pre-packaged boxed lunches. Nothing like this extravagant luxury now, with every delicacy imaginable. Li Mu ate until his mouth was greasy, patting his belly with a satisfied smile as he let out a long sigh of contentment. I must say, he chuckled, this exclusive treatment is truly something else. Even eating becomes a delightful experience. After his fill, Li Mu wiped his mouth contentedly, then casually picked up a thick stack of documents from the coffee table before him. He began flipping through the pages one by one. Yet the further he read, the more sinister his smile grew, transforming into something devilish. That day, through the dog system, Li Mu had successfully uncovered that the mastermind behind the plot to assassinate him was Hong Tianxiong. Given Li Mu's nature of retaliating eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and repaying 100-fold, he certainly wouldn't let that old bastard Hong Tianxiong off the hook. You claim to have thick health bars and high durability, Hong Tianxiong? If you insist on this, don't blame me for losing my humanity. My current reversal points won't let me unlock any new overpowered skills. Since I can't unlock those overpowered skills, I'll see if I can find some life-draining combat techniques in the genius training camp, preferably moves that require sacrificing my own spirit and flesh. Not only that, but from now on, I'll have to stab myself a couple times whenever I get the chance. If I get hurt, I won't treat it, I'll just tough it out. It's just for fun, just for fun. Before, I was worried I'd go too far and kill all my virtual pets. Then who'd take the hits for me? So I held back everywhere, even checking their health bars for no reason, all about being considerate. Now, time to show my true colors. No more pretending I'm immortal. Woohoo! After making up his mind, Li Mu silently pulled out a small dagger. Closing his eyes and steeled his resolve, he plunged it into his kidneys twice left and right, making sure to be fair. After stabbing himself, Li Mu didn't bother to stop the bleeding. Instead, he calmly pulled a pill still puffing black smoke from his backpack and swallowed it with a smack. With that done, he immediately began a new round of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the black market of Langya Base City, Li Song clutched his kidneys, slumped pale-faced in a chair, gasping for breath. Before Li Song could catch his breath, Hong Tianxiong strode in with a grim expression. Li Song, answer me. What cultivation level does your young clan chief actually possess? Why did both the first-rank Grandmaster and the peak 10th-rank Martial Master I sent to assassinate him end up killed by Li Mu? Unbelievable. This is utterly absurd, do you understand? Do you believe it? If that noble lord can grant you everything you desire, he can certainly take it all back. Hong Tianxiong stormed in like a raging bull, unleashing a torrent of furious accusations at Li Song, his teeth gritted in rage. You ask me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Forget all that. That little bastard Li Mu? He really was a genuine piece of trash before. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. How the hell was I supposed to know that after he joined the role swap challenge, his cultivation and combat power shot up like a rocket up? Faced with Hong Tianxiong's barrage of accusations, Li Song felt all the pent-up frustration he'd endured lately ignite instantly. His face flushed crimson as he retorted, You don't know? You don't know, so how the hell should I know? Damn it! Seeing this old fool Li Song actually dare to talk back to him, Hong Tianxiong's voice was now thick with rage. Li Song, don't think having a son adopted as a foster child by that nobleman gives you the right to act all high and mighty. Let me tell you this, without that nobleman, you, Li Song, are nothing. In my eyes, you, Li Song, are nothing but a fart. No, to be precise, you're not even worth a fart. At least a fart has some stench to it, but you, Lee Song, don't affect me in the slightest. Lastly, let me drive one point home. Every single internal cultivation technique, combat skill, and elixir you possess right now, all of it was bestowed upon you by that noble master. That noble bestowed them upon me? Lee Song's nostrils flared, expelling 2 puffs of white vapor as he snorted coldly. Better left unsaid. Bringing this up just makes my blood boil. It feels like a fire is burning in my chest. Now I suspect that by making me abandon my innate cultivation methods and switch to that noble one's teachings, my foundation became unstable during my breakthrough to Martial King. Hell, I even feel like I'm damn near anemic now. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved Lee Song felt. By the end, his eyes were red-rimmed, his voice trembling with suppressed tears. Clearly, his sense of injustice had reached its peak. Truth be told, blaming Lee Song's thin skin alone wouldn't capture the full picture. His mental state had genuinely shattered into pieces, utterly crushed, utterly devastated. To put it bluntly, ever since Li Mu had completely severed ties with him, he felt like he was living in a living hell every single day, pure agony. Especially recently, he'd been pushed to the brink, ending up in the intensive care unit with 1 foot practically in the grave. After enduring unimaginable hardship, he'd finally managed to contact that powerful figure. With the help of the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill provided by that figure, he'd broken through and successfully advanced to the legendary Martial King realm. He thought this narrow escape meant good fortune was coming his way. But who would have guessed that even after reaching Martial King realm, he still suffered occasional kidney pains, and now, damn it, he's got anemia too. Lee Song couldn't believe he hadn't lost his mind yet. His mental resilience was practically unmatched at this point. What did you say? You're anemic now, huh? Hong Tianxiong rubbed his ears, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. For a moment, he even doubted whether he'd misheard. But Lee Song's face was so full of genuine distress that it didn't seem like he was lying. Hong Tianxiong scanned Lee Song's body, taking in his current condition at a glance. Sure enough, everything was exactly as Lee Song had described. His current physical condition was far from optimistic. Although he had successfully broken through to the Martial King realm with the help of the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill, his foundation was weaker than that of an ordinary Grandmaster realm martial artist. But that wasn't the worst of it. Not only were both kidneys visibly injured, but his blood volume had also decreased by a full 1/5. To put it bluntly, had he not recently ascended to the Martial King realm, where his physical constitution underwent a revolutionary transformation, the severe blood loss would have likely drained him dry long ago. Truly a pitiful state. Honestly, if it weren't for the kidnapping of Li Mu forcing Hong Tianxiong to visit Lee Song almost daily these past few days, he'd start wondering if Lee Song had a screw loose some guy who enjoyed slashing his wrists and self-harming for no reason. After all, seeing this happen to Lee Song didn't seem all that shocking to Hong Tianxiong. This doesn't make sense. You're practicing that venerable master's century-old internal cultivation technique. It's supposed to greatly benefit your qi and blood circulation, significantly boosting a martial artist's vitality. Never mind others, I practice the exact same method as you. If there's something wrong with it, how could I not know? Hearing this, Lee Song's expression crumbled completely. He covered his face with both hands, feeling utterly helpless. Then tell me what the hell is going on with my anemia? Don't tell me this is all my own fault. I'm a Martial King now, for crying out loud. If I told anyone else that a Martial King could suffer from anemia, they'd laugh me to death. No, it's not even about being laughed to death. It's about being mocked like a clown for 2.5 years, right? When I practiced my innate cultivation method before, nothing went wrong. But ever since switching to that great master's technique, my kidneys ache in the morning, I'm anemic in the afternoon, and my foundations crumble at night. Damn it! Listening to Lee Song's tearful rant, Hong Tianxiong was utterly dumbfounded. His face was a blank canvas of confusion, utterly at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. Upon reflection, Lee Song's plight did seem utterly pitiful. Hong Tianxiong still vividly remembered the first time he saw Lee Song at Jeju First People's Hospital. The clinical symptom list provided by Lee Song's attending physician back then had left a profound impression on him. Now, considering Lee Song's current physical state, even though he had broken through to the Martial King realm, his actual combat strength was probably inferior to even a 10th-tier Grandmaster realm martial artist. Crucially, Hong Tianxiong was also practicing the same internal cultivation technique as Lee Song. Yet, despite sharing the identical method, the two practitioners yielded completely opposite results. This realization plunged Hong Tianxiong into a prolonged silence. Even after a long while, he still sensed something fundamentally amiss. Your current situation has nothing to do with the heart method of that great master you're cultivating. That master has so many disciples practicing his methods. If there were any flaws in the technique, wouldn't someone have discovered them long ago? How could it possibly be your turn? And another thing. You've been plagued by strange illnesses long before this. Lee Song, you'd better tell me honestly, have you offended anyone recently? Or rather, do you have any suspects? Chapter 168, Don't blame me for taking the fall. Lee Song's mouth twitched in exasperation. Hong Tianxiong, you're saying the one who did this to me might be that little brat Li Mu? Hong Tianxiong fell silent once more. Even with his vast life experience, the events unfolding to Li Song were utterly unprecedented, unheard of and unseen. But to suggest Li Mu was behind all this? Not in a million years would Hong Tianxiong believe that. Not only does Hong Tianxiong not believe it, but even if you told this to any sane person, no one would buy it, okay? A mere karami at the martial artist realm actually possessing the means to track enemies through the void, torturing a martial king realm powerhouse until he's anemic, his foundations unstable, and his kidneys aching? What kind of international joke is this? China doesn't tolerate any freaking geniuses. At this thought, Hong Tianxiong couldn't help but shake his head before continuing, fine. Considering your special circumstances, that noble lord won't hold your past mistakes against you. But Li Mu is crucial to that noble lord's century-long plan. You must find a way to capture him, no matter what. UING. Hearing Hong Tianxiong's high-handed orders, utterly devoid of any consideration for his plight, Li Song felt like cursing his heart out. Earlier, when you couldn't find anyone suitable to assassinate Li Mu, you thought of me to find someone. Then, when Hong Tianxiong's mission failed, you immediately pinned the blame on me. This time, you deemed me useless and took command yourself, personally orchestrating the operation. And what happened? You ended up getting humiliated in the end. After getting humiliated, you old bastard just shrugged it off like nothing happened, then dumped this mess back on me. To those who know you, you're just one person. To those who don't, you'd think this old codger is a non-stick pan all about not sticking. Li Song, do you have a problem with my arrangements? Just as Li Song was mentally venting his fury at the old fool Hong Tianxiong, a cold stare swept over from Hong Tianxiong's side. This instantly deflated Li Song, who had been mentally berating Hong Tianxiong moments before. His head shook like a rattle. No objections. No objections. I'll make the arrangements immediately. While these two old fools, Hong Tianxiong and Li Song, were scheming over how to deal with Li Mu next. Meanwhile, in the luxurious VIP suite, Li Mu, who had been sitting cross-legged on a cushion, finally opened his eyes slowly. He exhaled a long breath, his entire being emerging from a deep state of cultivation. After regaining consciousness, Li Mu first went to the bathroom for a quick wash and a delightful hot bath. When he emerged, he found the hotel staff had already prepared breakfast in advance. As he savored the hotel breakfast, Li Mu began quietly formulating his next plan. That bastard Hong Tianxiong counting the assassination attempt at Jeju First High School, this was already the second time. The crucial point was that he was now in Langya Base City, yet this bastard still wouldn't let him be, showing every sign of pursuing him to the ends of the earth. Did Hong Tianxiong really think he was some kind of pushover, easy to bully? Same old line. If you, Hong Tianxiong, start the first act, don't blame me, Li Mu, for finishing the last. With this thought in mind, Li Mu retrieved the small item Zhu Haoyun, the chubby kid, had given him yesterday, the quiet talisman. After studying it, he realized this calmness talisman was a consumable item crafted by an array master. The one in his possession still had 5 uses remaining. The function of this silence array was straightforward. It created a soundproof barrier spanning 100 meters in diameter. Within this barrier, those inside couldn't hear any external sounds, and those outside couldn't hear any sounds from within. Though merely AB-grade formation, seemingly unremarkable and a single-use consumable, the soundproof barrier it created proved remarkably effective in many special situations, particularly when eliminating witnesses. After collecting the spoils from the black-clad woman, Li Mu leaned back on the sofa, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Watching the flickering ember before him, Li Mu couldn't help but ponder his current predicament. The foremost question now before him was, what to do next? If he chose to play it safe first, he would find a hidden place to lie low before the news of the 2 assassins' deaths reached Hong Tianxiong's ears, staying hidden until the day he reported to the Haidai Martial Arts Academy. That way, even if Hong Tianxiong exhausted every trick in his bag, he'd never dare harm Li Mu in front of his master, Zhu Guiyu, a revered martial arts master. Of course, if Hong Tianxiong were truly that bold, Li Mu would welcome it. It would be the perfect opportunity to use Zhu Guiyu's hand to eliminate Hong Tianxiong for him. Why wouldn't he seize it? Yet despite the soundness of this choice, the more Li Mu contemplated it, the more unsettled he felt. To put it simply, it was a matter of reciprocity. Especially since Hong Tianxiong had repeatedly targeted him. If not for sheer luck today, Li Mu might have truly met his end here. At this thought, Li Mu stubbed out his cigarette, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Once, twice, but not a third time. Hong Tianxiong, I've given you chances. I've shown you every kindness and consideration. Yet you refuse to value them. Since that's the case, I'll make you understand just how terrifying it is when someone with nothing to lose goes all out. Langya Base City, underground black market. This is the darkest corner of Langya Base City, known as a true lawless zone. Here, every imaginable form of depravity and filth thrives. With enough money in your hands, you can buy anything imaginable. When Li Mu returned to the underground black market, it was already midnight. Yet even at this hour, the place bustled with activity, teeming with people. Upon entering, Li Mu made his way straight to the section previously run by Hong Tianxiong. Though Hong was merely an individual merchant within the black market, his small territory proved surprisingly well equipped. Here, one could not only pawn illicit treasures but also find pleasures and thrills unavailable elsewhere. Hong Tianxiong's underground nightclub was tucked away in a remote corner of the black market, compact in size and resembling nothing more than a card room. Yet, this location only added to its allure, heightening the thrill for patrons. Li Mu pulled out his phone and activated the front camera, glancing at his current attire. Having visited the underground black market to find Hong Tianxiong before, he approached this operation with meticulous disguise unlike his previous sting operation. He simply appropriated the outfits of the two assassins he'd taken down. In short, he was clad head to toe in black combat gear, wearing a black mask over his face and pulling the hood of the combat suit tightly over his head. Li Mu felt he could blend into the darkness as seamlessly as those two assassins who had infiltrated his own ranks, completely undetectable to others. Not bad. No wonder professional assassins favor this look. This outfit is top-notch. Setting aside other pros and cons for now, just that first glance makes you see nothing but a shadowy mass. Combined with the dim lighting in this underground nightclub, recognizing me as Li Mu would be impossible. Clearly, Li Mu was thoroughly satisfied with his impromptu disguise. He briefly checked his phone to ensure there were no flaws or oversights before pushing open the door and stepping inside, ready to begin tonight's plan. Sure enough, though he'd never set foot in an underground nightclub before, the scene matched his mental image almost perfectly. Stepping inside, the first sensation that hit Li Mu was the world before his eyes instantly fading to darkness. Only a few ambient lights along the corridors emitted faint glow. Li Mu squinted his eyes and scanned the space. Though the entrance was modest, the interior proved surprisingly spacious, capable of holding over 100 people. At its center stood a semicircular crystal dance floor, roughly a meter high, surrounded by tables scattered like stars. On the crystal dance floor, numerous beauties in sexy, fiery uniforms clad in black stockings were swaying their hips and shaking their heads wildly. Their long black hair whipped through the air like swirling dark clouds. Li Mu frowned, clearly skeptical of their state. Any observant person could tell their head shaking was unnaturally violent. He even worried if they shook any harder, their necks might snap. With a sense of unease, Li Mu averted his gaze. He didn't wander elsewhere but headed straight to the nightclub bar to order a bottle of vodka. He planned to warm himself up with a few shots before the big event, treating it as a way to loosen his muscles and invigorate his blood. But no sooner had Li Mu sat down and popped the cap off the bottle than two burly men suddenly sat down on either side of him. One of them even pretended to be an old friend, casually draping an arm around Li Mu's shoulder. To an uninformed observer, this man might have easily been mistaken for Li Mu's close buddy. Simultaneously, the other man drew a dagger from his waistband and pressed it silently against his own hip, his eyes fixed on Li Mu with a look of amusement. It was clear Li Mu's identity had been exposed. Spill it. How did you find me? Li Mu was utterly baffled. He had meticulously replicated the attire of the two professional assassins he'd encountered the previous night, down to the last detail. His entire body was concealed, with only his eyes exposed. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him in this state. So the question remained, how had these assassins been spotted so quickly? It made no sense. Chapter 169, Impossible Not to Spot You. Just as Li Mu was puzzling over how he'd managed to go completely unnoticed, the burly man draped over his shoulder pointed toward the dance floor. Kid, tell me straight, this your first time at an underground nightclub, huh? Look at what the others are wearing. Now look at what you're wearing. With your outfit, we couldn't help but notice you. Li Mu. You've got a point there, kid. I'm speechless. Damn it, this was truly the one flaw in my otherwise perfect plan. I was so focused on using this black combat suit and the dim lighting of the nightclub to blend into the dust to perfectly conceal my identity. But who'd have thought? My meticulously planned scheme where I thought I'd covered every possible angle ended up overlooking one crucial detail. No one else in this underground nightclub would be dressed exactly like me. Guess I was just too careless after all. But it didn't matter. Though things had deviated somewhat from my initial expectations, as long as I killed everyone, no one would ever discover my true identity. My plan remains flawless and correct. Ha 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 ha. Thinking about it this way, I, Li Mu, am truly a genius. He thought to himself, still chuckling smugly. Yet Li Mu's expression remained impassive. He glanced sideways at the bottle of vodka just uncorked on the bar counter. Without further ado, he cut straight to the point. Excuse me, gentlemen. Would you two care for some vodka now? The two men froze, momentarily bewildered. What kind of mind did this Li Mu have? Why did he never play by the rules? Having clearly exposed his disguise, they bluntly stated that Li Mu's actions appeared utterly foolish in their eyes. Yet, instead of displaying the nervousness or fear one might expect from someone acting so foolishly, Li Mu actually asked if he wanted a drink? Honestly, even among those who'd been through the underground world, they'd never seen a teenager with nerves of steel like Li Mu's. So now they were momentarily at a loss. Was Li Mu just incredibly bold, or was he simply a young bull fearless of tigers? Somehow, it felt like this kid's thought process just didn't align with that of normal people. As these two men who had approached Li Mu harbored such baffling thoughts, they exchanged glances and reached an unspoken understanding. Suddenly, the burly man who had first slung his arm around Li Mu's shoulder blurted out, "What? Hey, kid. What the hell do you mean by that? Explain yourself clearly." Li Mu grinned, leaning forward until he was practically sprawled across the bar counter. A playful curve lifted the corners of his mouth as he replied, "It's just too perfect." "You're asking me what I mean?" "It means exactly what it says." "Alright. I'll buy you a bottle now. How about that? Pretty generous of me, huh?" "Holy. Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to mess with me? You must be out of your mind." Before the burly man could finish his sentence, Li Mu violently snatched the unopened bottle, pressed it against his mouth, and shoved it inside with brutal force. Not only his companions, but even the burly man himself hadn't anticipated Li Mu's sudden attack. He'd been completely unprepared. What was even more terrifying was the sheer, sudden ferocity of Li Mu's strength. He was like a raging bull. Caught completely off guard, the burly man had a mouthful of teeth shattered by Li Mu's force, blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. Just as the burly man began to struggle, Li Mu's utterly emotionless voice rang in his ear. Final form of the 7 wounds fist, 7 slays. Li Mu seized his hair with an iron grip and slammed his head down onto the marble countertop with a thunderous thud. The impact was brutal and forceful. His actions truly embodied the saying, "A man of few words but deadly force." I'll crush you. Nearby, men and women in the bar booths had been sipping drinks and flirting, basking in the buzz of the evening. But suddenly, Li Mu's violent outburst sent shockwaves through the room. Their faces drained of color, they didn't even notice the champagne glasses slipping from their fingers and crashing to the floor. Only one thought remained in their minds. This kid is ruthless. Look at him now. It's a stark contrast to that naive, world-unaware guy from just a moment ago, right? Honestly, it feels like Li Mu's whole vibe has changed completely. Clang! 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 Li Mu grabbed the burly man by the hair and slammed his head against the wall 4 or 5 times. Scorching blood and brain matter splattered all over his face. The brutality of the technique was unmatched, utterly unstoppable. After swiftly disposing of the man who had just been showing off in front of him, Li Mu casually kicked the corpse aside. His gaze then turned coldly to the man beside him, his entire aura now distinctly different from before. The burly man who moments ago had held a dagger to Li Mu's side, his words dripping with threats and scorn, now froze. As Li Mu's icy gaze locked onto him, fear seized the man. The dagger slipped from his grasp with a clang. He pointed trembling fingers toward Li Mu, his lips quivering for a long moment as if he wanted to speak. Yet the words died on his lips when he met Li Mu's gaze, a gaze filled with icy, murderous intent. Finally, the man's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. As if his mind could no longer bear the terrifying pressure weighing on him, he let out a hysterical howl. Then, clutching his head, he let out a dog-like bark and bolted for the exit. Clearly, even though the burly man was a hardened criminal from the underworld, encountering Li Mu, a man known as the Wolf Slayer, had utterly shattered his courage. He dared not entertain the slightest thought of defiance, fleeing in sheer terror. Watching the burly man's retreating back, Li Mu didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if using this method to confirm the direction of the man's escape. Then, with a flick of his toe, Li Mu kicked the dagger lying on the ground. As if possessed by a will of its own, the blade shot toward the fleeing man with a speed that rivaled an arrow leaving the bowstring. Meanwhile, the man, already terrified by his companion's gruesome death, was too preoccupied with fleeing to dodge. He never anticipated Li Mu had such a hidden weapon. Caught completely off guard, the dagger pierced straight through his chest. Arg! The man let out a wretched cry of agony, his body carrying forward on the momentum of his flight for a few more steps before stumbling and crashing heavily to the ground. Before the man could struggle to his feet, Li Mu had already lunged forward in a single stride. He yanked the dagger from the man's chest and flipped him over. Next, Li Mu flashed a wicked grin at the burly man. Then, under the man's horrified, terrified gaze, Li Mu slashed viciously across his throat. Blood spurted instantly. As the last remnants of warmth faded from the headless corpse lying on the ground, a mangled, utterly lifeless form barely recognizable as human, the gazes of many present shifted to another man whose throat had been slit. Though not yet dead, his mouth hung open wide. In the final countdown of his life, he strained to look at the crowd closing in, as if trying to say something. Yet all that emerged was a bone-chilling gurgle. His once bright eyes slowly dimmed, his limbs convulsed violently, twitching and shaking. If one were to find an apt description for this sight, it could only be likened to a fish being skinned alive. A mere glance was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Though Li Mu's blade had not struck them, the sight left the entire group feeling as if they had been cut to the bone. In the blink of an eye. Though the entire sequence seemed lengthy, the battle itself concluded in the blink of an eye, so swift it left no time for reaction. Like the Grim Reaper himself, Li Mu swiftly disposed of the 2 assassins who had come seeking trouble. Gazing down at the 2 bodies on the ground, the eyes beneath Li Mu's hood showed not a shred of pity. As the saying goes, those who kill shall be killed. When they harbored murderous intent toward him, they should have been prepared to die by his hand. Had Li Mu not possessed strength superior to theirs, it goes without saying that it would have been he who fell to their blades today. In the martial world, the law of the jungle had always reigned supreme since ancient times. The victor reigns supreme, the defeated are outlaws. At this thought, Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura growing increasingly formidable. His gaze darted nervously around the room, scanning everyone present, constantly searching for any potential threats lurking in the shadows. Just as Li Mu's vigilance peaked, carefully guarding against the people and events around him, the nightclub that had been bustling and noisy just 100 meters away suddenly transformed as if entering a completely different environment. Whoosh! In an instant, the vast underground nightclub fell silent as if someone had pressed mute. Everyone simultaneously turned their stunned gazes toward Li Mu. Their mouths hung open, Adam's apples bobbing uncontrollably. They stammered for a long while, yet no sound emerged as if speech had deserted them entirely. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down their cheeks. It wasn't until a terrified woman's scream echoed through the underground nightclub that the deathly silence in the room was finally shattered. Ah! Good heavens! What did I just see? This is murder! Run! Hurry up and run! If we'd been even a second slower, that lunatic might have taken us hostage right here. Chapter 170, Give me a straight answer. At that moment, the patrons of the underground nightclub swarmed toward the exit like a swarm of headless flies. Throughout the entire process, Li Mu did not intervene to stop them. Only after confirming everyone had fled did Li Mu seal the entrance. He then pulled the silent array from his robe and set it in place. From this moment onward, this underground nightclub would become a battlefield solely under Li Mu's control, the very starting point of his resolve for vengeance. Back in Jeju Base City, Li Mu had already discerned through his martial arts talent, the King of Hell's roll call, that the man behind the plot to kill him was none other than Hong Tianxiong. But back then, he had weighed his options in his heart. He had pondered whether he should seek retribution from Hong Tianxiong for this incident. After all, his cultivation had only just reached the 6th rank martial artist realm, and he hadn't yet stepped into the forbidden realm. After briefly assessing the gap in strength between himself and Hong Tianxiong's faction, Li Mu deliberated at length and ultimately decided to lie low and develop his strength first. He reasoned that seeking revenge against Hong Tianxiong could wait until he had obtained his full set of divine armor. What Li Mu hadn't anticipated was that even after he'd made up his mind to temporarily let Hong Tianxiong off the hook, yet that old fool Hong Tianxiong showed no sense of propriety whatsoever. Despite Li Mu magnanimously offering him a path to survival, Hong chose to ignore the broad highway and instead insisted on walking the narrow plank bridge leading straight to his doom. Adhering to the principle of respecting personal choices, Li Mu understood that, with his current cultivation at the 8th rank martial master realm, choosing to sever ties with Hong Tianxiong at this moment was hardly a wise move. But with events having reached this point, there was no turning back for Li Mu. Hong Tianxiong must die now. Not even the heavens themselves could save him. That's the guy. Kill him. This underground nightclub was Hong Tianxiong's territory, so the commotion here immediately caught his attention. Before long, his men charged in through another entrance. Clearly, the attackers had planned a pincer movement, aiming to trap Li Mu in this desperate situation and prevent him from escaping. Beyond the tactical shift in the nightclub's attackers, another detail caught Li Mu's attention. Unlike the two insignificant minions earlier, these new arrivals were Hong Tianxiong's genuine elite fighters, the kind he'd bring to the table. At the very least, Li Mu could roughly gauge from their aura that even the weakest among them possessed cultivation comparable to the top 10 martial artists he had faced during the high school martial arts tournament against competitors from various schools across Haidai province. They were all at the 5th rank martial artist level, with the strongest reaching the peak of the 9th rank martial artist realm. As Li Mu silently observed them, still undecided on which one to strike first, a figure suddenly lunged forward from the charging crowd. Swift as a cheetah, truly as swift as the wind, he charged at Li Mu with bloodshot eyes. This individual clearly possessed an awakened agility-based combat skill. His speed and movement were terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Li Mu. A gleaming cleaver in his hand sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Li Mu's throat. Needless to say, this man had noticed Li Mu's momentary distraction and intended to strike while the iron was hot. As the blade closed in, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold gleam flashed within them, his gaze hardening into savagery. His aura surged upward in waves, building like dark clouds gathering overhead. Yet, mere inches from the blade reaching his throat, a blindingly bright blade flash erupted in the dim nightclub. Instantly, a sharp cracking sound like the snap of chicken cartilage echoed in the ears of the entire group. Yet, just as everyone was still bewildered by this abrupt sound, the man who had been the first to lunge at Li Mu suddenly saw countless small night lights appearing before his eyes, arranged in neat rows. What he now saw extended far beyond mere night lights. It included the ceiling itself. As deep confusion swirled within his mind, he glanced sideways once more. This time, he could see the crystal dance floor not far away. Not only that, but he also saw the stunned, bewildered gazes of his companions fixed upon him. Just as the middle-aged man was puzzling over this strange new perspective, unsure how to react. The next second, his entire world began spinning violently. Before his eyes appeared a headless corpse, still standing upright, frozen in place like a wooden stake. Then, with a splash, a torrent of scalding blood erupted from the severed neck. From this angle, it resembled nothing less than a crimson fountain. The sudden downpour of blood that erupted with the fountain was eerily beautiful, sending a chill down his spine. Oh, I thought this was going to be some big deal? Turns out, all this fuss was just about my head getting chopped off. As this final thought flashed through his mind, the world before his eyes plunged into utter chaos and darkness. Ah! The other martial artists who had been closing in for the kill could scarcely believe their eyes at the sight. The one who had charged forward moments ago was a genuine martial master level powerhouse. And yet, such a formidable warrior had been slaughtered by Li Mu like a beast of burden, killed without a second thought? Yet this wasn't what terrified them most. What truly sent shivers down their spines was... Suddenly, an eerie black flame ignited on Li Mu's left hand. He then strolled over to the headless corpse, gently patting its shoulder as if greeting a long-lost friend. Boom! The black infernal flames instantly reduced the headless corpse to ashes. With a series of clattering sounds, the combat suit, weapons, and equipment scattered across the ground. The man himself vanished into thin air, transforming into a thick black mist that swirled around Li Mu before being swallowed whole by him. Silence. The vast underground nightclub fell into an eerie, deathly silence, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. Hong Tianxiong and his elite enforcers stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock. Their mouths hung open, Adam's apples bobbing, yet not a single word escaped them. They stood rooted to the spot like wooden stakes, speechless for a long, long time, unable to describe their current state of mind. After all, what had just happened had befallen their very own comrades moments before. And yet, had been burned alive by Li Mu's flames. The sheer horror of that scene was unimaginable to anyone who hadn't witnessed it firsthand. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness surged from the soles of his feet all the way up to the tips of his hair, sending a violent shiver through his entire body. Are you human or a ghost? The scarred, burly warrior at the front was the first to recover. He sucked in several sharp breaths, stammered for a long moment, then swallowed hard. His eyes were filled with terror as he stared at Li Mu, his upper and lower teeth chattering uncontrollably. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a martial master level warrior using the infernal flames of karma. Rewarding the host with 950 reversal points. Ha 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 ha. Li Mu first let out a soft chuckle, then threw his head back in a wild, maniacal laugh. Hearing the system notification sound ring in his ears once more, it instantly ignited the bloodthirsty ferocity deep within his bones. A flame he couldn't quite name seemed to burn ever brighter within his heart, while the aura radiating from his entire body surged upward at that very moment. Let me stress this once more, everyone, be careful. Hearing Li Mu's raucous laughter, the scarred, burly man at the front wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. In his eyes, Li Mu was nothing less than a man-eating monster. No! Li Mu wasn't a monster at all, he was the collective nightmare of every one of them. His own comrade had just been decapitated before his eyes, devoured alive. He spun around, about to warn his men behind him to be cautious. But the warning froze mid-utterance. His face flushed crimson, his throat constricted like a rooster's. He saw a massive hand clamp down on his throat with deadly force. A tremendous force surged through him as the scarred brute was lifted off the ground. Li Mu's fingers curled, his right hand slowly raising upward. The black karmic flames blazed ever brighter as he sneered coldly, care to know if I'm human or ghost? Today, I'll leave you with these words. Every single one of you will die. Watching the scarred brute struggle desperately in his grasp, Li Mu grinned, revealing rows of stark white teeth. Without any visible effort, his fingers twitched lightly like playing piano keys. Instantly, a crisp crack echoed in the ears of everyone present, the sound of cartilage shattering. In that instant, the scarred giant who had been struggling moments before had his throat crushed. Even after his throat was crushed, the scarred man did not die immediately, clinging to a faint thread of life. Even then, his hands clamped desperately onto Li Mu's large hand, gripping his throat, as if he were trying to muster his last ounce of strength to pry it off. His eyes bulged wide, like two copper bells. But his struggle lasted only a few seconds, not long at all. After all, Li Mu remained fundamentally benevolent. Under the gaze of the scarred burly man, filled with terror and despair, Li Mu's other hand burning with the black hellfire of karma came crashing down onto the top of his skull. His fingers dug inward, the pressure relentless. Boom! The black hellfire instantly transformed into countless black fire serpents, instantly incinerating the scarred man. Soon, only the scarred man's combat uniform, weapons, and equipment remained scattered on the ground. Hiss! Li Mu drew a deep breath, inhaling the black mist drifting in the air. He stretched his arms wide, letting out a satisfied sigh of relief, followed by a heartfelt exclamation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming a martial master level warrior using the hellfire of karma. Ding! Rewarding host with 150 reversal points. Although the reversal points reward for killing prey or consuming them in a near-death state was slightly less than direct consumption, the advantage lay in the significantly reduced resistance from the target's vengeful backlash. The hassle was also subtly diminished. This was unlike devouring those previous targets. While the reversal points were indeed generous, the ensuing backlash from resentment nearly cost Li Mu half his life. Even with deliberate restraint, after fully absorbing the scarred burly man, Li Mu then turned his gaze to another group of nightclub enforcers, asking with a smile, Hong Tianxiong, where is he? Give me a straight answer. Chapter 171, just a bunch of minions. You. Who'd have thought? I, a man of honor, always prided myself on being as tough as nails. Never imagined I'd be looked down upon by a kid like you? This is nothing short of the greatest disgrace of my life. You bastard, just go die already. Make no mistake, every single person present here was handpicked by Hong Tianxiong. He'd poured countless resources into cultivating them into loyal henchmen and trusted confidants. Their loyalty to Hong Tianxiong was beyond question. Each regarded the Hong Tai women as their lifelong creed. In doing so, they had sold their very souls to Hong Tianxiong, becoming ruthless weapons in his hands. Having witnessed Li Mu kill two of their comrades before his eyes, and now seeing him turn his blade toward their leader, Li Mu's actions had undeniably crossed the unspoken line in their hearts. Instantly, the innate ferocity and ruthlessness ingrained in these loyal henchmen was fully ignited. Breaths quickened, eyes visibly bloodshot and reddened. After sensing such a dramatic shift in the battlefield, Li Mu hadn't yet recovered from his initial shock when the surrounding situation quietly shifted once more. Li Mu fixed his gaze and saw one figure now on all fours, his clothing torn to shreds as he instantly transformed into a humanoid cheetah. The series of mutations unfolding before him evoked a sense of uncanny familiarity. It resembled Shen Luoyan's endless sword armor, yet the details were subtly different, leaving him feeling somewhat uncertain. At the very least, during his previous clash with Shen Luoyan, the student council president had never resorted to such crude, unsophisticated methods in combat. Just as Li Mu was still reeling from the shock of this warrior's beastly transformation, the others surrounding him unleashed their own class abilities. Their overwhelming aura surged as they closed in on him in a pincer movement, clearly intent on fighting him to the bitter end. Huff! Li Mu exhaled a long, heavy breath from his chest, as if shedding a weight from his shoulders. Simultaneously, his gaze hardened once more. Adhering to the principle that even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit, Li Mu calmly observed this group of death servants, utterly devoid of fear. They charged at him like mad dogs, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds on the spot. While his mind raced, Li Mu's expression remained utterly serene. He casually wiped the blood from his fist, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. His eyes, too, gradually grew colder and sharper, giving him the appearance of a bloodthirsty wolf. After withdrawing his gaze, a mocking smile curved his lips. After those two brief exchanges, he had already slain two martial masters. Among the remaining crowd, only one martial master remained, one whose cultivation level couldn't compare to his own, now at the 8th rank martial master realm. Fundamentally, there was a gap in cultivation between them. The remaining mercenaries, though numerous, were merely a rabble of martial disciples, insignificant foes posing no real threat. Eliminating them was merely a matter of time. After weighing the strength disparity between himself and these enemies, Li Mu felt his resolve solidify. A cold smile curved his lips as he declared, "Since every one of you is so eager to kill me, I won't waste words. I'll just kill every last one of you first. In any case, my stance remains unchanged. If one of you dares to approach, I will slay him. If two come forward, I will take both. Until every last one of you is so terrified that none dare defy my rule." As Li Mu finished his final words, his right hand lightly tapped the scabbard at his waist. A sharp clang echoed as a blade shot from its sheath. In his hand now appeared a long sword, its entire body a blood-red hue. He shook his right arm, then plunged into the crowd like a black whirlwind, swift as the wind. The moment Li Mu resolved to unleash his fury, the group of martial master-level death servants couldn't even discern how his sword struck. All they perceived was a blinding flash of steel before their eyes, so bright it nearly seared their vision. In the next instant, a man's throat was seized by that massive hand, now engulfed in black wildfire. His entire body was consumed, reduced to wisps of black smoke that rose into the air. Immediately following, Li Mu opened his mouth wide and swallowed the black mist whole, devouring it like a whale drinking water. It became nourishment for his further refinement in the martial arts. As Li Mu's slaughter continued, black pillars of flame erupted wherever he passed, accompanied by the relentless, agonized screams of the dead. At this moment, Li Mu resembled a bloodthirsty demon, burning and scorching anyone in his path, launching into a relentless slaughter without a second thought. The vast underground nightclub instantly transformed into a hellish battlefield. Throughout the entire battle, no corpses or blood were visible. The intermittent screams of despair and the sickeningly pungent stench of flesh burning filled the air, sending shivers down the spine and raising goosebumps all over. It was sheer terror at its most extreme. By this stage, even the most fearless of Hong Tianxiong's trained mercenaries vanished in an instant under Li Mu's seemingly endless, hellish inferno. They disappeared as if swallowed by the void, leaving no trace behind. Li Mu's movements showed no sign of slowing. Instead, his pace quickened. With each step, trails of blood streaked across the ground. The battle intensified both within and beyond the arena, while the system alerts in Li Mu's mind blared relentlessly, announcing wave after wave of reversal point rewards. By the end, Li Mu could barely control his own body. The world before his eyes had long since turned blood red. The entire sequence had unfolded in less than the duration of a single song. When Li Mu finally regained his senses, he discovered that every single one of the nearly 30 death servants who had surrounded him in this underground nightclub had met their end. They dissolved into black mist, absorbed into Li Mu's body, becoming nourishment that propelled him to new heights in his martial arts cultivation. Only the martial artist who had initially transformed into a leopard remained. Whether paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle or simply unable to rise after spending too long in his feline form, careful observation revealed that this very man, the one who had first threatened Li Mu, now lay sprawled on the floor, hands and feet pressed to the ground. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably, as if refusing his commands. He couldn't even stand. Had it not been for the faint remnant of power still lingering within him, he might have collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. Originally, according to his plan, he had transformed into a cheetah form, adjusting his entire aura and state to peak condition. He intended to exploit the openings created by the other mercenaries' entanglement to seize the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow to Li Mu. After all, in a clash between masters, every move carried lethal weight. A seemingly minor, careless misstep could fundamentally reverse the outcome of the entire battle. The cheetah man had been waiting for that sliver of hope for victory. But alas, the ideal was rich and full, while reality was stark and lean. While it was true that the mercenaries had indeed charged forward to engage Li Mu, the speed at which this damn battle concluded was simply too fast. If one were to find an apt adjective to describe the entire sequence, it would be like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. He had barely completed his beast transformation and was still sprawled on the ground when, before he could even spot a weakness in Li Mu, he watched helplessly as his comrades were burned and devoured one by one. Never mind that he had been lurking in the underground black market for years, witnessing and participating in countless dark, unspeakable deeds. Yet even so, the cheetah man had never encountered anyone as brutally vicious as Li Mu, a true demon who devoured his prey without sparing a single bone. This level of savagery far exceeded the limits of his imagination. As the cheetah man lay sprawled on the ground, trembling like a frightened kitten, his vision witnessed the final companion seized by Li Mu. The man was pinned face down and devoured whole. Only then did the cheetah man shudder violently, his mind going completely blank. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, racing straight up to the crown of his head, causing his entire body to shudder violently. What others might think of this scene unfolding before their very eyes was beyond him. But in his own eyes, what Li Mu was doing now was no different from the demons of the 18 levels of hell. As Li Mu continued to burn and devour his companions, he was nothing less than a hellish hungry ghost. In short, in the eyes of the cheetah man, Li Mu could be anyone in this world except for one thing: he could never be human. He absolutely could not be human. Just as the cheetah man's mind went blank with this realization, Li Mu calmly devoured and absorbed the last Deadpool. After completing all this, a lingering smile curved the corners of Li Mu's mouth. Chapter 172, Becoming the Enemy's Nightmare. Admittedly, even with Li Mu's current looks and aura, his smile still carried an effortless charm that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Had any young girls been present, they might well have been utterly captivated by the smile playing across his face. But to the cheetah man, that same smile sent a chill down his spine, making his heart skip a beat. Perhaps it was because he had devoured too many martial artist-level warriors before. Having grown accustomed to feasting on the finest delicacies, Li Mu now found himself somewhat unsettled by the coarse fare of these fifth-rank martial artists. He even felt a touch of indigestion. Especially when the constant reminder of his reward points plummeting from triple digits to double digits left him feeling unsatisfied, as if something crucial was missing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Mu slowly turned to face the cheetah man crouched on all fours, poised to pounce and bite him at any moment. Stepping forward, he spoke with a cheerful smile. "If you tell me where your leader, Hong Tianxian, is and why he wants to kill me, I might consider letting you go peacefully. That is, I'll grant you a relatively swift death one without suffering. What do you say? Don't you think this offer of mine is quite favorable?" "Demon! You're nothing but a demon." Watching Li Mu steadily advance toward him, the cheetah man instinctively took 2 steps back and roared furiously at Li Mu. "You're not human. You're a demon. To me, you're nothing but a demon in human skin." "Oh? In your eyes, I've always been nothing but a demon, haven't I? Oh. I must say, I'm quite fond of the name you've given me. I hope that in the near future, I can become the demon in the hearts of everyone who wants to kill me, a nightmare that will forever haunt their minds." Li Mu's smile remained unchanged as he stepped closer to the cheetah man, hands in his pockets. With deadpan seriousness, he asked, "All right, my time for bestowing favors upon you is ended. Now it's your turn to answer. Tell me, how exactly do you want to die? You have the nerve to ask how I want to die? Then I'll kill you first, so you won't even get a chance to struggle." The cheetah man bit down hard on his own tongue. The salty, metallic taste instantly flooded his mouth, followed by a sharp, stinging pain. In an instant, the cheetah man's feet slammed against the ground. His entire body transformed into a black blur as he lunged toward Li Mu, his fully beast-transformed claws reaching out to tear at Li Mu's throat. Clearly, the cheetah man's calculated gambit was to unleash his utmost potential through this method. Even he knew full well that his chances of successfully killing Li Mu were practically zero in his current state. But he had to do it. Even knowing certain death awaited him, he would shatter one of Li Mu's teeth before he went down. Six-fold thunderstep. Boom! Li Mu remained unhurried. With a soft utterance, purple lightning flares erupted beneath his feet, followed by a thunderous roar like divine thunder from the heavens. To the cheetah man's eyes, Li Mu had merely activated a basic footwork technique, swiftly retreating backward. This allowed Li Mu to effortlessly dodge the cheetah man's claws after they missed their mark. The cheetah man stomped heavily on the ground again, unleashing a flurry of claw strikes at Li Mu's vital points. Yet, Li Mu evaded them all with ease. Clearly, the cheetah man intended to corner Li Mu into a desperate situation through this relentless assault. I said, "Is that all you've got, kid?" If that's all you've got up your sleeve, it's downright disappointing and a waste of all that skill wind-up time. Dodging the attacks, Li Mu shook his head in disappointment. From his perspective, he genuinely felt let down by the cheetah man. Just then, as the cheetah man charged forward again, a deep, resonant voice echoed in his ear. 7 wounds fist, final form, 7 slays. The moment the voice fell, Li Mu, who had been standing before him, vanished abruptly. His body materialized behind the cheetah man like a ghostly apparition. The entire sequence seemed to unfold slowly, yet it concluded in the blink of an eye. As death descended, the cheetah man felt his heart skip a beat. He instinctively spun around to block the attack, but it was already too late. The outcome was sealed, beyond any chance of reversal. There, Li Mu's palm, engulfed in raging dark flames, slammed down with deadly force onto the man's nape. Clang! Feeling Li Mu's massive hand clamp down on the back of his skull, with the dark, serpentine flames dancing before his eyes, the cheetah man felt all strength suddenly drained from his body. His entire emotional state shattered in that instant, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I'm already like this. Isn't that enough for you? The cheetah man wailed, spilling everything he knew to Li Mu like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. It was probably last night when our boss suddenly summoned all of us trusted lieutenants to the First People's Hospital. He said he'd received a bounty mission to capture a high school student alive from a mysterious man in black while hospitalized. But with Langya Base City now under martial law and crackdowns everywhere, our top-tier assassins were personally assigned to handle this private job. Our gold medal assassins are a peak 10th rank martial master and a first rank grandmaster. These 2 elite assassins have likely already infiltrated the hotel where you're staying, lying in wait to assassinate you at any moment. This information is absolutely true. After explaining the assassination plan for Li Mu in detail, as for our boss, he should be at his private villa in Langya right now. Li Mu had no reason to doubt the authenticity of the information provided by the man in the leopard print suit. Of the 2 pieces of intelligence he had shared, one had already been verified as true. Truth be told, if those 2 professional assassins hadn't been bored out of their minds and decided to waste their time showing up at his hotel to take him out, none of this subsequent mess would have happened. But from Cheetah Man's perspective, Li Mu hadn't returned to his hotel at all. Instead, he'd turned the tables, launching a preemptive strike by storming the underground nightclub to confront them. If the Cheetah Man and his crew knew that even the 2 professional assassins sent by their boss had been swiftly and thoroughly dealt with by Li Mu, they'd be scared out of their wits, crying like babies. They might even lose their minds in an instant, their emotions and thoughts completely shattered. Li Mu pondered this as the agonized pleas of the Cheetah Man suddenly echoed nearby. Please. I've truly told you everything I know. Please just put me out of my misery. Don't torture me anymore. Let me die quickly and be reborn. I truly can't take it anymore. Having extracted the information he sought, Li Mu saw no point in wasting further time on the Cheetah Man. True to his earlier promise, he snapped his right fingers. With a thunderous boom, hellfire erupted, instantly engulfing the Cheetah Man whole. In the blink of an eye, Li Mu had delivered a full service package from slaughter to cremation, ensuring the man departed with 120% peace of mind. Those who'd experienced it all praised the service. Of course, if souls could still make sounds, Li Mu might even have heard the Cheetah Man's gratitude. Just the thought of it made Li Mu feel incredibly fortunate. Ah! Indeed, he was simply too kind-hearted. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a martial artist using the infernal flames of karma. Ding! After devouring the martial artist with Hell's Inferno, the host will receive the total reversal points currently possessed by the target, rewarding the host with 1,600 reversal points. 1,600 reversal points this time? That's more than I've ever gotten from devouring other martial artists before. Upon hearing the generous reversal point reward for devouring the cheetah hunter, Li Mu's face visibly betrayed a hint of astonishment. However, he quickly pieced together the cause and effect. He surmised that this increase likely stemmed from his earlier tactic of draining the female assassin's blood before consuming her, deliberately lowering her cultivation level beforehand. In contrast, the cheetah man he had just devoured had been utterly terrified by his earlier bloodbath, completely losing all will to fight. Given the circumstances, had the leopard man not been utterly terrified, his cultivation level combined with his innate beast transformation ability would have made him a formidable opponent. Although ultimately, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Li Mu. But if he had fought desperately, he could have caused Li Mu some trouble, rather than being captured by the back of his head and surrendering obediently after just a few exchanges. In summary, this cheetah man could be considered one who willingly allowed himself to be devoured. This explained why, despite being 3 minor cultivation levels below the 2 professional assassins at the hotel, he yielded significantly more reversal point rewards. Excellent. This must be noted down, it'll be on the test later. Another day full of gains. After reviewing his 2 combat experiences today, Li Mu actually pulled out a small notebook from his chest. With utmost seriousness, he meticulously recorded every detail of today's insights and reversal points, preparing to consult them when facing similar situations next time. This way, he could apply his knowledge flexibly. Chapter 173, 9th Rank Martial Artist Realm. If anyone had witnessed Li Mu scribbling furiously with such intense focus, an uninformed observer might have mistaken him for a guest food critic from some channel in Langya-based city, meticulously jotting down culinary notes. He truly embodied the phrase putting knowledge into practice to the extreme. After a full 15 minutes, when he finished the last line, Li Mu closed his notebook with a satisfied look and tucked it back into his pocket, feeling his inner self noticeably more fulfilled than before. With that done, Li Mu wasted no time. Without further ado, he plopped down on the ground, summoned the system interface with a thought, and clicked directly on the Realm Advancement option. As soon as he completed this operation, the translucent virtual panel before him instantly emptied the recently filled reversal point gauge. Li Mu then began to focus his mind, gradually gathering the power within his body, preparing for the crucial moment of breaking through to the 9th rank of martial artist. As Li Mu's reversal points began to decrease at a visible rate, melting away like ice and snow, time passed slowly, tick by tick. Throughout the entire process, Li Mu maintained a state of breathless concentration, gathering his mind to enter the state of selflessness. Within this profoundly mysterious state, surging vital energy coursed relentlessly through his extraordinary meridians, ultimately converging with overwhelming force into his Dantian Sea of Qi. His Dantian resembled an insatiable, ravenous beast. The moment this surging vital energy entered it, it was instantly absorbed, transformed into a trickling stream that nourished him anew, propelling his strength toward a further transformation and enhancement. Suddenly, Li Mu's entire body erupted in a blinding golden radiance, as if ascending into the heavens. In that instant, a force more colossal and boundless than before surged forth from his Dantian. Simultaneously, his clothes began to flutter and rustle without any wind. Whoosh! A shockwave erupted from Li Mu's Dantian. A fierce wind howled, desolate and relentless. Crash! The windows, doors, crystal glasses, bottles, and tableware throughout the vast underground nightclub shattered instantly. The scene resembled a typhoon's aftermath. A single glance sent chills down the spine and left one utterly shaken. At least within the range of everyone's vision, the scene was one of utter devastation, ravaged beyond recognition. At that moment, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes. A sharp, piercing light flashed from his gaze, and the aura surrounding his entire body underwent a profound, earth-shattering transformation. 9th rank martial artist realm. The breakthrough was successful. Once again, he had shattered his previous limits, reaching an entirely new realm. As expected, everything unfolded almost exactly as Li Mu had initially anticipated. Apart from Li Mu's pay-to-win approach of directly exchanging reversal points for level-ups, nothing surpassed the Hellfire's unrestrained devouring of martial artists to accelerate cultivation. Simply put, this damn system offered Li Mu only 2 paths to advancement. Either Li Mu chose to spend money, or he chose to spend his life. Between spending money and spending your life, you've got to pick one. At least you still had a choice. Just 2 days ago at the high school martial arts tournament, he was merely an unremarkable 9th-tier martial trainee named Karami. Yet in less than 3 days, bolstered by both heavy spending and relentless devouring, his cultivation had skyrocketed like a rocket, propelling him to the 9th rank of martial artist. Such breakneck speed was unprecedented, unmatched by any before him, and likely unmatched by any after. Even Li Mu himself felt a sense of bewilderment when recalling this period of rapid advancement. First and foremost, after breaking through to the 9th rank of martial artist realm, Li Mu could distinctly feel his vital energy and blood undergo another explosive surge across all dimensions. Another noteworthy point was that his cultivation of the transcendent energy technique had already expanded his 8 extraordinary meridians, granting him a far greater vital energy capacity than other practitioners at his level. Moreover, Li Mu possessed an additional advantage unmatched by others: he had successfully entered the realm of forbidden techniques. Therefore, even without relying on the ultimate technique of the 7 injuries fist, the 7 slaying gates of the 8 gates escape, Li Mu could now face off against peak 10th rank martial master realm opponents, or even the 1st rank grandmaster realm professional assassin he had encountered at the hotel not long ago. At least from Li Mu's perspective, facing an enemy of the same rank of 1st grade grandmaster, he wouldn't need to resort to the cunning schemes and elaborate traps he used last time. Relying solely on his own strength, he could still dispose of the opponent with ease. This was Li Mu's confidence. Combined with the ultimate trump card hidden in his grasp, the synergy of these 2 formidable assets would grant him an overwhelming advantage in victory. Feeling the surging power within him, Li Mu clenched his fist and smiled with confidence. If I were to face those 2 master-level experts who fought like professional assassins again, I have absolute confidence I could slay them outright. His thoughts concluded there. Li Mu then scanned his surroundings, taking in the villa district now plunged back into deathly silence. He glanced at his wristwatch to check the time. Unnoticed, an entire night had passed since the skirmish. It was now 4 in the morning, dawn approaching. Seeing this, Li Mu's brow furrowed slightly as he began to silently calculate in his mind. Tonight's commotion at the waterfront villa, coupled with so many deaths, is bound to draw the attention of Langya-based city's authorities. It seems I must hurry to the water villa and cut through the chaos swiftly, eliminating Hong Tianxiong at light speed. If the Langya-based city authorities get there first, my entire plan for tonight will be ruined. That would be a loss far greater than any gain. Having made his decision, Li Mu's feet once again erupted with dazzling purple lightning. Accompanied by a deep rumbling roar, Li Mu vanished from the underground nightclub in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. At the very moment Li Mu vanished, in the waterfront villa district. Inside Hong Tianxiong's waterfront villa, a highly professional medical team bustled about like spinning tops, each member frantically attending to their tasks. Throughout the villa, the constant beep, beep, beep of medical equipment alarms filled the air. The alarms seemed to silently warn of impending danger, filling the air with an unprecedented tension that made everyone's movements feel hurried. Of course, judging by these scenes and the details of the personnel, it wasn't hard to see that the patient's condition had reached a critical stage. It could be said that at any moment, someone might pull out the oxygen tube. Just as everyone's hearts were pounding with anxiety, one nurse, visibly panicked, shouted loudly, "Director Song! According to the medical team's latest diagnostic report, the patient under our care is experiencing rapid organ failure. If no immediate life-saving measures are taken, we may truly be at the end. We should call the funeral home directly and have them send a vehicle immediately to transport our patient for cremation." At that moment, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair and beard, clad in a white lab coat, hurried out from another room. As he listened to the young nurse's report while studying the increasingly dire test results in his hands, Director Song's brow furrowed deeply. He quickened his pace toward the master bedroom, his heart inexplicably beginning to race with unease. "Quickly, tell me what's going on." After a night of emergency treatment, we had clearly stabilized Hong Tianxiong's condition. At the very least, we ensured his vital signs were stable. But the moment I stepped out for a cigarette less than an hour total, his condition suddenly deteriorated again. Director Song raced forward, his mind racing as he went, his hands moving with purpose. He flicked his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out with 2 or 3 swift kicks. When Director Song pushed open the master bedroom door, the first sight that met him was Hong Tianxiong hooked up to a ventilator, his eyes rolled back, his entire body convulsing violently and uncontrollably. Frankly speaking, Hong Tianxiong's current state gave Director Song the distinct impression that he resembled a fish being skinned alive, utterly pitiful. Thinking this, Director Song hurried forward to examine Hong Tianxiong. His expression grew even more grave, and his heart sank to the bottom. "This is strange. This is truly baffling. Never mind anything else. Just this incredibly complicated and tricky condition alone in my decades of practicing medicine, I've never encountered anything like it. This is beyond absurd, it's absurdity incarnate, for crying out loud." Based on the diagnostic report from the First People's Hospital, my years of medical experience make it clear, Hong Tianxiong shouldn't have merely suffered chi deviation during his martial arts practice, causing reverse flow in his extraordinary meridians and varying degrees of damage to his internal organs. But after I took over his case, not only did his symptoms fail to improve, they actually multiplied. It's truly perplexing what strange ailments has Hong Tianxiong contracted? Chapter 174, Do you remember me? Hong Tianxiong was a patient I took over just 2 days ago, transferred from the First People's Hospital. At that time, his overall condition and physical state were significantly better than they are now. He was nowhere near needing a ventilator, let alone reaching the point where that young nurse had her finger hovering over the funeral home's direct dial button. But then again, it had only been a few days since he took over. Despite Song Guanqing pouring every ounce of effort into his treatment, Hong Tianxiong's condition showed no signs of improvement. Far from stabilizing, it seemed to worsen with each intervention, as if everything was spiraling toward deterioration. Not only that, but Song Guanqing discovered from various test reports that the vitality of the qi and blood in Hong Tianxiong's bone marrow had inexplicably declined dramatically. After further observation, Director Song concluded that this decline itself was an irreversible state. As the qi and blood continued to diminish, Hong Tianxiong, who once possessed the strength of a grandmaster, now found his cultivation plummeted to barely 1/10 of its former self, crashing directly to the master realm. Crucially, this decline showed no signs of halting. As his vital energy continued to deplete and deteriorate, his cultivation falling to the lower tiers of the master realm was merely a matter of time. Of course, in Director Song's estimation, Hong Tianxiong likely wouldn't even survive to reach that low-tier master realm before meeting his end. Moreover, Song Guanqing observed that Hong Tianxiong's legs were swollen and bleeding, with tendons and veins completely severed. Setting aside the thick stack of clinical reports, Song rubbed his throbbing temples. In all his years as a physician, he had never felt such profound helplessness as he did today. After deep contemplation, Director Song finally fixed his gaze on Hong Tianxiong, who lay gasping for breath on the hospital bed. "Mr. Hong," he said, "your current physical condition is extremely critical. Your illness has deteriorated to a point where even a moment's delay is dangerous. Given your situation, my only advice is this: you must be transferred immediately to the hospital's intensive care unit for emergency treatment. Otherwise, you could be in mortal danger at any moment." Clang! Before Song Wanqing could finish his sentence, Hong Tianxiong on the bed struggled to grab the glass cup from the bedside table and hurled it forcefully at Song Wanqing, shouting hoarsely, "Quack! You and all those doctors at the First People's Hospital are quacks. You can't cure my illness. Get out. All of you get out. Even if I want to see Li Song, I don't want to see you quacks shuffling around in front of me. After all this time, I've finally come to realize one thing: the only thing that can save me is the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill. Only a miraculous elixir like the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill has any chance of curing my illness. Every other pill and potion is useless here, they won't do a thing." Song Wanqing stared at the shards of broken glass at his feet, then glanced at Hong Tianxiong, who was glaring at him with fury. An inexplicable rage welled up inside him too. He felt a surge of pent-up anger choking his chest, unable to vent it, unable to shake it off. It was utterly frustrating. As a renowned specialist doctor in Langya Bay City, didn't every patient and their family address him respectfully as Director Song upon meeting him? Yet now, Director Song, who had always been treated with the reverence of a pale deity wherever he went, found himself in Hong Tianxiong's shoes. To make matters worse, ever since taking on Hong Tianxiong as a patient, Song Wanqing hadn't slept a single peaceful night in over 4 days. Every day felt like he was either spinning like a top or on his way to spinning like a top. But after working day and night for so many days, even if he hadn't achieved anything remarkable, surely his hard work deserved some recognition? Otherwise, the treatment he received would seem unjust to anyone who witnessed it. But after all this back and forth, before he could even say a word, Hong Tianxiong unleashed a torrent of abuse on him, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place. How could Song Wanqing possibly swallow that kind of humiliation? He stood up immediately, his face cold. "Since Mr. Hong has spoken so plainly, I won't try to persuade him further. This illness has made it crystal clear to me that my abilities are simply inadequate. Mr. Hong should seek out a more skilled practitioner." With that, Song Wanqing began signaling his medical team to pack up and prepare to leave. He truly didn't want to linger here another second. The reason? Nothing else. He simply refused to subject himself to this humiliation. Seeing Song Wanqing prepare to leave, the other doctors and nurses from the expert team naturally welcomed his departure with open arms. Not a single person present voiced any objection. In their view, Hong Tianxiong's illness was highly unusual. It could very well be some new infectious disease, and everything about him seemed strange. Setting aside other risks, the mere thought of contracting such an infectious disease themselves was truly agonizing enough to make one's scalp tingle at the slightest consideration. What they could never have imagined, however, was that all the symptoms and tragedies unfolding in Hong Tianxiong's body were somehow connected to a black-clad youth named Li Mu, located several kilometers away. It was precisely because Li Mu had spent the entire evening treating skills with extreme side effects as if they were basic attacks. While at home, he constantly exploit the flaw in his martial talent, the King of Hell taking roll call ability, which frequently triggered physical damage transfer. He stabbed himself in the kidneys twice, letting the blood flow. Honestly, with Li Mu's reckless tactics, even if Hong Tianxiong were a martial king level powerhouse instead of just a grandmaster, his body probably couldn't withstand Li Mu's relentless abuse. After nearly 15 minutes, as Song Wanqing and the medical team departed one after another, the vast villa grew desolate and deathly quiet. Only the labored breathing of Hong Tianxiong on the hospital bed remained, where was the shadow of the once feared underground tycoon in this pitiful state. This was clearly an elderly man in the twilight years of his life, frail and withered, wasn't it? His eyes fixed on the ceiling above, Hong Tianxiong waited with restless anxiety. What was he waiting for? Hong Tianxiong couldn't quite articulate it himself, but it was like a drowning man clutching at the last straw. He wouldn't relinquish that final shred of hope until the very end. Creak! At that moment, the door to the master bedroom creaked open. Is it the mysterious black-clad figure? You should have the boy by now. As agreed, you owe me the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill. Hand it over. What are you standing there for? If you don't give me the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill now, I'll really die. And if I do die, you'll never get that kid's head in this lifetime. Hong Tianxiong can guarantee you that. Hearing footsteps approaching, Hong Tianxiong assumed the mysterious black-clad figure had arrived. But just as he struggled to sit up on the bed and glance toward the intruder, his mind was still racing, desperately trying to come up with enough bargaining chips to secure the upper hand in negotiations with this enigmatic stranger of unknown origin and identity. But what Hong Tianxiong never dreamed was that he had only guessed the beginning of the story, not its ending. Indeed. The one who had sought him out this time was indeed a figure in black, but it was not the one he had hoped to see, the one who had delivered the antidote for the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill. Following the direction of Hong Tianxiong's gaze, it was easy to see that the newcomer wore a blood-stained black hoodie and black sweatpants. A black mask covered his face, revealing only a pair of cold, dark pupils. Even without uttering a word, the sheer aura emanating from this black-clad figure was enough to make one's heart race and their courage falter. You? Who the hell are you? And what the hell are you doing here? Answer me. Before Hong Tianxiong could finish his sentence, the hooded figure flickered and materialized before him. The movement was fluid and seamless, like a midnight specter utterly impossible to guard against.
Under normal circumstances, with Hong Tianxiong's Grandmaster cultivation, he would have countered instantly. But now, after months of relentless torment from various ailments, Hong Tianxiong had been reduced to a shell of his former self. His strength was a mere fraction of what it once was, his body weakened to the absolute limit. Driven purely by the instinct to survive, he was just struggling to get out of bed. Yet even this seemingly simple act proved impossible. Before he could complete it, the hoodie-clad man moved. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sharp snaps echoed through the room, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it.
Hong Tianxiong's limbs had been dislocated at every joint.
Like a deflated balloon, he collapsed motionless onto the bed. Amid the excruciating pain, Hong Tianxiong barely had time to open his mouth before a plastic sheet was forced over his face.
With all four of his limbs dislocated, Hong Tianxiong lay utterly immobilized on the bed.
His body instinctively twisted and struggled, only to be met by a heavy foot stomping down hard on his chest. This action forced Hong Tianxiong to gasp for air, desperately trying to breathe deeply as if that might offer some feeble resistance. But tragically, his mouth and nose were sealed by the plastic sheet, causing the air in his lungs to dwindle. He could only look at the hoodie-clad man with utter despair. Only when he was certain Hong Tianxiong had completely lost the ability to resist did the man in the black hoodie slowly remove the black mask covering his face, revealing a face full of smiles. He waved his hand and cheerfully greeted the other man, saying, well, long time no see, Hong Tianxiong. I wonder if you still remember me.
Chapter 175, It's you, kid.
Upon recognizing Li Mu's face beneath the mask, Hong Tianxiong's eyes widened in shock and horror. He stared fixedly at Li Mu, his expression resembling someone who had seen a ghost in broad daylight, chilling to the bone and utterly terrifying. Though speechless, the rapid succession of expressions on Hong Tianxiong's face made it painfully clear just how deep his shock and terror ran.
But what unsettled Hong Tianxiong even more was the thick, sinister aura emanating from Li Mu.
This aura grew increasingly potent, soon filling the entire room, causing throats to tighten and hearts to race. Seeing Hong Tianxiong staring at him with eyes like he'd seen a ghost, Li Mu's smile remained unchanged as he cheerfully continued, I know, Hong Tianxiong.
Right now, you must have a lot of unanswered questions swirling in your mind.
But I believe this item should provide you with a satisfactory answer, at least one that explains why I stand before you now, unscathed.
As he spoke, Li Mu leisurely unzipped the backpack on his back, pulling out two oversized glass jars.
He placed them on either side of Hong Tianxiong's bedside, squinting his eyes as he grinned and studied the man lying in the hospital bed. Li Mu's eager expression clearly revealed his anticipation for Hong Tianxiong's reaction upon seeing the two glass jars in his hands.
Hearing Li Mu's suggestive words and seeing the items he'd pulled from his backpack, Hong Tianxiong's initial curiosity was piqued. What exactly did Li Mu intend to show him? Why all the secrecy?
But just as Hong Tianxiong was pondering this, the moment he saw the full view of the glass jars, especially the two male heads preserved in formaldehyde, their eyes wide open and deathly unclosed, a wave of horror washed over him. Goosebumps erupted all over his body, and he felt as though he'd suddenly fallen into an ice cave. Not only that, but beads of sweat the size of soybeans now trickled down his forehead.
His mouth desperately emitted a series of muffled sounds, woo, woo, woo,
as if he were trying with all his might to say something. Yet the words formed on his lips dissolved into a string of incomprehensible notes. Hong Tianxiong seemed desperate to speak, but the plastic film covering his mouth and nose sealed him shut, leaving him utterly speechless.
He writhed like a fish floundering on dry land.
Li Mu, however, appeared completely oblivious to Hong Tianxiong's agitation and terror. He stood by, smiling serenely, then picked up the thermos from the bedside table. He poured some water onto the first sheet of plastic wrap before nonchalantly applying the second sheet over it, repeating the process he had already completed. Hong Tianxiong, I know you have a lot you want to say right now, but don't rush.
Listen to me first. First, don't be surprised. Your current predicament is ultimately your own doing. You have no one else to blame.
Had you not repeatedly sent assassins to attempt my murder in both Jeju and Langia, I doubt we would have crossed paths again in this lifetime.
But alas,
since we've met, there are some matters I wish to verify with you.
Simply nod or shake your head to answer my questions. The reward I can offer is simple.
If your answers satisfy me, I won't cover this with cling film.
How about it? Fair enough, right?
As he spoke, Li Mu tore off another sheet of plastic wrap and waved it in front of Hong Tianxiong, whose face had already turned purple from suffocation. A kindly smile spread across his own face.
Woo, woo, woo. Driven by the instinct to survive, Hong Tianxiong desperately gasped for air, trying to take deep breaths.
However, his struggles only pushed more plastic wrap into his mouth and nose, further compressing the air in his lungs and intensifying his suffocation. Though his limbs were dislocated, Hong Tianxiong trembled violently from sheer terror. Yet witnessing the air being squeezed from his lungs bit by bit, watching himself inch closer to death, had shattered even the mental fortitude of a grandmaster-level powerhouse like him. Li Mu had utterly broken him. Though Hong Tianxiong had never personally experienced the agony of Ling Qi execution, in terms of sheer torment and suffering, it could scarcely be worse. With his mouth and nose sealed shut, Hong Tianxiong could neither speak nor make any meaningful physical gestures in response.
His only means of communication was to nod his head frantically and desperately. The mysterious black-clad figure you mentioned earlier, is that the same one who appeared at our Li family estate in Jizhou? Hong Tianxiong nodded frantically. Seeing his cooperation, Li Mu then asked several more questions about the mysterious black-clad figure within the Li clan, including the old beast, the grand elder Li Song. After this series of probing inquiries, every single one of Li Mu's suspicions was confirmed by Hong Tianxiong. Li Mu was thoroughly satisfied with Hong Tianxiong's cooperative attitude, even clapping his hands in delight. Watching Hong Tianxiong struggle in agony, Li Mu casually peeled off the 2 sheets of plastic wrap. As air flooded his lungs once more, a blissful smile spread across Hong Tianxiong's face. Yet, just as Hong Tianxiong gasped for breath, surprised to find himself still alive, his mouth opened to speak only for Li Mu's hand, engulfed in black flames, to slam down across his face. Accompanying this was Li Mu's emotionless, hollow whisper. Hellfire? Following Li Mu's whisper, which sounded like the faint murmur of a starving ghost from hell, Hong Tianxiong could see with crystal clarity. Within Li Mu's open right palm, the black hellfire transformed into countless tiny black fire snakes, darting wildly all over Hong Tianxiong's body. Before long, his entire being was engulfed and consumed by this black hellfire. The air crackled intermittently with the sizzling sounds of intense burning. Buddhism teaches that the evil deeds of mortals must be purified by fire. The hellfire Li Mu unleashed was precisely the blazing inferno that consumed sinners in the 18 layers of hell. In this world, without exception, those consumed by the flames of karma suffer proportionally to the weight of their sins in life. The heavier the burden of evil deeds, the greater the need for purification, and thus the more intense the agony endured. Thus arises the saying, every sip and every bite are predestined. Whatever seeds you sow, such shall be the fruit you reap, all predetermined long ago. Yet for those who have committed the most heinous crimes, the agony they endure in the flames of karma surpasses ordinary fire by 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold a punishment they richly deserve. This holds especially true for someone like Hong Tianxiong, whose sins run deep. The torment and punishment he faces in the hellish flames are beyond even Li Mu's imagination, the very caster of the spell. As the infernal flames began to blaze fiercely through the air, a blood-curdling scream, like that of a demon, erupted from the throat of Hong Tianxiong, who lay on the hospital bed, his mouth wide open. Merely hearing it sent a chill down one's spine. But this did not last long. Soon, Hong Tianxiong's screams abruptly ceased, and he vanished entirely, as if he had evaporated from this world in an instant, leaving no trace as though he had never existed. The only telltale sign left behind was the crumpled hospital gown he had worn, still lying disheveled on the large bed in the bedroom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Li Mu took a deep breath, drawing the black mist drifting in the air into his lungs. After completing this, he stretched his arms wide, letting out a satisfied sigh. About 3 minutes later, a crisp, pleasant system notification sounded right by Li Mu's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully devoured a 3rd-ranked Grandmaster-level martial artist using the infernal flames of karma. Ding! After devouring the martial artist with Hell's Inferno, the host will receive the total reversal points currently possessed by the target. Ding! Rewarding the host with 18,000 reversal points. Though during the devouring of Hong Tianxiong, the old man had already been reduced to a half-human, half-ghost state by the divine tier side effect system's torment over this period. He was practically at the point where a phone call would send him straight to the funeral home. Especially tonight, to exact brutal revenge on the old bastard Hong Tianxiong, Li Mu had thoughtfully removed Li Song and the other electronic pets from the realm of the underworld's book of life and death. He reserved this blessing of one-on-one suffering exclusively for Hong Tianxiong to bear alone. To put it bluntly, if not for Director Song's team of professional medical experts propping him up with every piece of equipment and medication available, Li Mu estimated that the old man would have kicked the bucket long before Li Mu even arrived. Yet even so, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. As a former Grandmaster-level powerhouse, even clinging to a single breath at the end, Hong Tianxiong still granted Li Mu a staggering reward of nearly 18,000 reversal points. Had this been any other time, Li Mu himself wouldn't have dared to dream of such a windfall. Moreover, after completing all the necessary procedures, Li Mu not only brought closure to Hong Tianxiong's sin-filled life but also thoughtfully purified the sins on their bodies with the flames of retribution. For a man as thoroughly corrupt as Hong Tianxiong, this was nothing short of a gift of rebirth. At least in Li Mu's eyes, even if Hong Tianxiong and his henchmen were now suffering in the 18th layer of hell, they would surely be eternally grateful for this immense kindness, wouldn't they? At this thought, Li Mu's own eyes grew red. He was so moved by his own act of kindness that he nearly wept. Chapter 176, Big Brother Soars in the Heavens. Ah! I have no other flaws, but my only flaw is being too kind. After shaking his head in wistful reflection, Li Mu pulled back the curtains and peered outside. The once quiet detached villa was now bustling with activity. Countless men in black, like sharks sensing blood, were charging madly toward the interior of the villa, accompanied by a chorus of angry curses and roars. Needless to say, the commotion triggered by Li Mu's handling of Hong Tianxiong's funeral arrangements had already drawn the attention of many nearby residents. A new storm of bloodshed was now gathering around Li Mu's location. You bastard! What did you do to our boss? At this critical juncture, Hong Tianxiong's death throes screams instantly alerted both the overt guards and hidden sentries stationed around the villa. The structure suddenly transformed into a man-eating beast, fully awakening as a murderous aura began to permeate the surrounding area. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the tightly shut door to the master bedroom was violently kicked open. A burly man in a black suit immediately scanned the empty bed and the blood-soaked Li Mu. His eyes instantly turned red, and an utterly terrifying aura of murder radiated from his entire being. He immediately charged toward Li Mu like a madman. Clearly, Hong Tianxiong's final death cry had alerted the hidden sentries and lookouts concealed throughout the villa, a development that was, of course, part of Li Mu's plan. Even as events reached this point, the situation remained firmly within Li Mu's control. With this thought, Li Mu withdrew his hand and slowly rose to his feet, tilting his head slightly to observe the middle-aged man charging toward him. Throughout the entire sequence, Li Mu maintained a deep, unfathomable gaze and an expressionless face. After sensing the aura of the charging man in the suit, a previously unseen gravity flashed across Li Mu's face. Simultaneously, he channeled his chi and blood throughout his body, preparing for close-quarters combat at any moment. The man's cultivation level was at least between 5th-rank Grandmaster and 6th-rank Grandmaster, undoubtedly the most formidable and troublesome adversary Li Mu had ever faced. With this thought, Li Mu remained silent, merely clenching his fists. His mind was already forming a plan, and the entire battle strategy began to take shape in his thoughts. 7 Wounds Fist. Before the words had fully left his lips, a surge of hidden force erupted from his fist, hurtling toward the man in the suit. Simultaneously, as he unleashed the strike, Li Mu was quietly mobilizing his aura. Seeing Li Mu's seemingly ordinary punch stir only faint ripples in the air, the man in the suit sneered with disdain. Oomph! Daring to use fist techniques before a Tongbi fist master like me? You're like a fool brandishing a broadsword before Guan Yu, utterly overconfident. Watch me now, I'll shatter your fist and turn you into a cripple in seconds. As he spoke, the metal gloves on the man's fist suddenly emitted an eerie metallic sheen. To the naked eye, they resembled solid black iron, unstoppable and unshakable. Simultaneously, the air within the vast master bedroom suite churned violently, unleashing countless gale force winds that swept outward, lashing the surroundings and intensifying the already oppressive, murderous atmosphere to a crushing degree. As Li Mu closed in, the suited man roared, charging headlong to meet Li Mu's fist with overwhelming force. Throughout the exchange, Li Mu observed coldly, the smile on his lips growing icier. He appeared utterly unconcerned by the opponent's powerful punch, but appearances were deceiving. Final form of the 7 Wounds Fist, 7 Slays. The instant their fists were about to collide, Li Mu instantly changed his technique. The first form of the 7 Wounds Fist he had just unleashed instantly transformed into the 7th form, 7 Slays. Instantly, 7 distinct types of hidden force erupted from Li Mu's fist. Simultaneously, the final form of the 7 Wounds Fist, 7 Slays, was unleashed. A 15-fold increase in power, amplified by the convergence of 7 distinct hidden forces, erupted from this single punch, the absolute peak of Li Mu's current combat prowess. Boom! The two fists collided head-on with a deafening crash. Immediately, terrifying waves of force spread out like a tornado, ravaging the surroundings. The entire villa shook violently under the immense force. Beneath them, the marble tiles shattered inch by inch, finally collapsing under the immense pressure to form a massive, deep pit, a truly spectacular sight. But this was merely the beginning. Soon, a new twist unfolded. Boom! The collision of immense power sent dust billowing throughout the villa. In the next instant, amidst the swirling haze, a figure flew backward like a Chang. Brother Chang? Look! It's Big Brother. Big Brother, he's actually flying through the air. At that moment, as the overt and covert guards rushing in from all directions around the villa burst into the courtyard, they immediately saw their leader, Xiao Wenhua, literally flying out of the villa. It must be said, the sheer impact of this scene was overwhelming. Witnessing it, everyone froze in place like wooden statues, the entire scene plunging into dead silence. Their mouths gaped wide, utterly speechless. Helpless, they could only watch as Xiao Wenhua flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth. The scene before them was more fantastical than any sci-fi film they'd ever seen. At that moment, it felt as though the very air had frozen. People rushing in from all directions stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. Then, their gazes shifted to Li Mu, who emerged slowly from the thick cloud of dust. They stared at him as if he were a demonic tyrant. Ignoring the stares of everyone around him, Li Mu walked steadily toward Xiao Wenhua. He clenched his fists until they cracked, his voice calm as he said, "First, I must admit one thing, you are strong. But I'll say it again. During our fight, you absolutely cannot afford even a moment of carelessness. Otherwise, I can guarantee you'll die a miserable death." Gah! Xiao Wenhua sucked in a sharp breath, staggering to his feet. He glared at Li Mu with a mix of shock and fury, his mind racing with 1,000 curses. He was utterly speechless. "You've got some nerve saying that. You're the one who's been scheming behind my back, ignoring your duties and plotting to undermine me. Fine. Now you're satisfied? I really did fall for your dirty trick." Gah! Xiao Wenhua cursed, instinctively raising his arm to throw another punch. Suddenly, excruciating pain shot through his right arm. Glancing down, he saw his right arm was shattered, the bone crushed into countless fragments, a gruesome sight that demanded immediate medical attention. Simultaneously, he was horrified by the sheer power behind Li Mu's punch. Xiao Wenhua could distinctly feel the earth-shattering shift in force between the moment Li Mu prepared to strike and the instant the blow landed, a transformation utterly impossible to guard against. If anything, during Li Mu's initial preparation to strike, Xiao Wenhua had still clung to the illusion that he could easily counter it. He even believed he could leverage his fist aura and the sheer disparity in their cultivation levels to achieve a one-sided, crushing victory over Li Mu. Moreover, Xiao Wenhua himself had mastered the concept of fist intent, which further amplified his combat prowess, making him even more formidable. But who could have imagined that the moment Li Mu threw his punch, his fist aura surged at least tenfold, transforming him into a completely different person. Simultaneously, Xiao Wenhua distinctly felt at least 7 surges of hidden force violently churning within his internal organs. Even when he immediately forced his vital energy to suppress them, he couldn't contain it. All he could do was grit his teeth and endure the onslaught. Furious, Xiao Wenhua glared at Li Mu with eyes brimming with malice and madness. If one were to describe this state accurately, it resembled a dog cornered into a desperate situation, a sight that made one's scalp tingle, as if the next moment would see the cornered beast lashing out in desperation. Li Mu. Just now, you used the 7 injuries fist, didn't you? Not only that, but judging by the 7 hidden forces you channeled into my body, the fist technique you wielded was undoubtedly the 7 injury fist, a style notorious for its devastating side effects. But even if you're full of tricks and schemes, what happens in the end? Oof. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wenhua began with low chuckles, but soon couldn't contain his inner ecstasy, bursting into loud laughter. His entire demeanor grew increasingly maniacal and exaggerated. But in the end, not only did I survive this battle, I still have the strength to fight. Next, I'll make you regret ever being born. Are you ready to face terror? As Hong Tianxiong's right-hand man, Xiao Wenhua had spent years navigating the underground black market. He too had survived countless battles, clawing his way up from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Though momentarily caught off guard, losing an arm to Li Mu had indeed diminished his combat prowess. Yet far from crushing his fighting spirit, this setback only sharpened his focus. Analyzing Li Mu's technique and his own situation, he grew even more composed, discerning a way to break through this unfavorable predicament. Chapter 177, A New Storm Grand Finale. In that instant, Xiao Wenhua snapped back into focus. With his sole remaining left fist, he assumed the opening stance of the through-arm fist. His vital energy surged violently throughout his body. Before Li Mu's eyes, a colossal torrent of qi erupted like a floodgate bursting open, gushing forth with overwhelming force. The blood energy radiating from Xiao Wenhua now bore down on Li Mu like a mountain, crushing him. He held nothing back, unleashing the absolute peak of combat power achievable at his current stage. His intent was clear, to once again overwhelm Li Mu, forcing him into a disadvantage, and complete this final crushing blow. Though Xiao Wenhua could only unleash one punch at a time, each strike was devastatingly powerful and heavy. Even the ground beneath trembled violently under the terrifying force of his fist, causing many to wonder if the villa itself might collapse in the next second. Oh? At this critical moment, you're still worried about whether I'll suffer the side effects of the 7 wounds fist? Then let's see which one of us cracks first. First gate of the 8 gates escape technique, open gate. The final form of the 7 wounds fist, 7 slays. Facing Xiao Wenhua's storm-like barrage of fist chi, Li Mu showed no mercy either. He forcibly boosted his combat power once more by simultaneously activating the 7 wounds fist's ultimate technique, 7 slays, fueled by the burning of his own vital essence, and the first gate of the 8 gates escape technique, opening the gate. With reckless abandon, he unleashed the 7 wounds fist's sweeping, wide-open strikes at Xiao Wenhua, utterly disregarding the consequences this would bring upon himself. Oomph. That brat, has he resorted to that 7 wounds fist and 8 gates of escape combo again? He. Just as I thought. It's just as I suspected from the start. I've driven him to the edge, forcing him to fight me with everything he's got, huh? Oomph, what a naive and foolish brat. Do you really think I'd clash with you head-on like I did earlier? Whirlwind slash. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to swirl around them. Propelled by this gale, Xiao Wenhua's already swift movements accelerated dramatically, entering a new phase of speed and power. Simultaneously, his techniques unfolded precisely according to his plan. Clearly, Xiao Wenhua intended to first use the through-arm fist. This forced Li Mu to forcibly activate the first gate of the 8 gates escape technique, opening gate, to counter him. As soon as Li Mu dared to activate the 8 gates escape technique to forcibly boost his strength, Xiao Wenhua immediately shifted from offense to defense. He then began exploiting the speed advantage of his footwork combat skills, engaging Li Mu in hit-and-run tactics, kiting him. Simultaneously, Xiao Wenhua would stare intently, scrutinizing the faint crimson glow emanating from Li Mu's body after activating the 8 gates escape technique. Once the enhancement wore off, he would re-engage in close combat, persistently employing the same tactics to force Li Mu into reactivating the technique to counter him. But now Xiao Wenhua had transformed into a piece of sticky gum, clinging to Li Mu like glue. He couldn't shake him off, nor could he break free. The situation had reached a stalemate. Yet this stalemate was the greatest disadvantage for Li Mu, whose cultivation base was already far inferior to Xiao Wenhua's at this stage. Not only was Li Mu inferior in cultivation level, but Xiao Wenhua now possessed the A-grade body technique manual, Swift Wind Residual Shadow Step. Even if Li Mu activated the final technique of the 7 Wounds Fist 7 Slays to boost his own speed, at best he could only match Xiao Wenhua's speed while he executed Swift Shadow Step. There was absolutely no chance of catching up in the short term. During this chase, Xiao Wenhua could easily drag things out until Li Mu's 7 Slays boost wore off, then choose to launch another fierce assault, giving Li Mu no breathing room whatsoever. It could be said that after this fierce battle, Xiao Wenhua now stood unbeatable. All that awaited Li Mu was a final, crushing defeat. There was simply no other possibility. The moment has come. Take this arm-piercing fist. The moment the bloodlight representing the 8 gates of escape vanished from Li Mu's body, Xiao Wenhua's stance suddenly dropped an inch. In a breathtaking display, he narrowly evaded Li Mu's 7 Wounds Fist. Simultaneously, his already swinging left fist elongated several inches out of thin air. What had seemed an impossible strike slammed heavily into Li Mu's wide-open chest. This left Li Mu utterly unprepared to react. He took the full force of Xiao Wenhua's punch, crashing heavily from midair. Immediately afterward, a deafening crash echoed through the air. The villa's courtyard was brutally pitted with a deep crater under the force of Xiao Wenhua's full power punch. Huff, huff, huff. Xiao Wenhua landed slowly, gasping for breath in heavy, ragged heaves. The battle had reached such a brutal point that even with his cultivation level, he now felt faintly overwhelmed, utterly on the defensive. Huff, huff, huff. That Li Mu took my full power punch and had to endure the backlash of the 8 gates escape technique multiple times. Forget everything else. Even if that kid had 9 lives like a cat, he should be dead as a doornail by now. He truly is a nightmare opponent. This kid has really taught me a lesson this time. Xiao Wenhua exhaled a long breath of relief, instinctively wiping the cold sweat beading on his forehead. Even now, recalling how relentless that kid Li Mu had been, Xiao Wenhua still felt a lingering sense of dread. He couldn't fathom how Li Mu, a mere 9th-rank martial artist, could cause such immense trouble for him, a 4th-rank grandmaster. Li Mu had nearly pushed Xiao Wenhua to the brink of life and death, forcing him to exhaust every last card in his deck. Had it not been for the movement manual he'd purchased at great expense through his channels, the outcome against Li Mu empowered by the 8 gates escape technique and the 7 Wounds Fist would have been far from certain. He might well have stumbled into disaster today through a single lapse in caution. Yet, just as Xiao Wenhua believed he had finally dealt with Li Mu, he suddenly noticed his henchman nearby staring at his back with terrified expressions, desperately trying to signal something to him. Could it be? No! Xiao Wenhua's pupils instantly contracted into dangerous pinpricks. Just as he turned to look behind him, a sense of impending danger gripped him like never before, filling him with unease and dread. Thud! But at that critical moment, Xiao Wenhua felt a fist glowing with crimson bloodlight violently pierce through his left chest, driving straight from his back to his front. His heart exploded into a gushing fountain of blood and flesh, splattering onto the ground before him. Life force drained from his body at a visible rate. As his life entered its final countdown, Xiao Wenhua turned his head in disbelief. There stood Li Mu behind him like a ghost, leaning forward with his head close to Xiao Wenhua's ear. With a look of regret and malice, he said, "I've told you more than once before, in our fight, you cannot afford even the slightest carelessness throughout the entire process. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death. Too bad you finally let your guard down at the very end." Put. With those final words, Li Mu calmly withdrew his arm from Xiao Wenhua's body. Blood gushed relentlessly from the bowl-sized wound, staining the ground beneath their feet crimson. This silent spectacle told everyone present that Xiao Wenhua's life was nearing its end. In his final moments, Xiao Wenhua glared viciously at Li Mu, mustering his last ounce of strength to curse, I was careless. You bastard. You cheat. Though he didn't know what method Li Mu had used to perfectly avoid the backlash from the 8 gates escape technique, facing such a high schooler who had cheated his way to power, Xiao Wenhua knew his death was no injustice. No! This death was exactly what I deserved. How laughable that he'd once planned to stall for time, hoping to kill him with a single punch during the backlash period after the 8 gates of escape ended. But no matter how he schemed and plotted, in the end, I was the one who played the fool. At this realization, Xiao Wenhua let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. He didn't say anything more to Li Mu. Instead, forcing out his last breath, he looked at his subordinates, who had long since been scared into stupor, and managed to say with great difficulty, "Quick! Run! He's got a cheat code. This kid's got a cheat code. You're no match for him." A cheat code that perfectly nullified all backlash side effects of the 8 gates escape technique, a monster who opened with that technique right off the bat. So the problem was clear, no matter how many men they had, they wouldn't be enough to stop Li Mu, the cheat code. After Xiao Wenhua delivered his final words, Li Mu assessed his aura and determined the man's cultivation had plummeted to roughly the 3rd tier of martial artist realm. He promptly incinerated Xiao Wenhua on the spot with Hell's Inferno, then opened his mouth wide and swallowed the black mist that had become Xiao Wenhua's physical form. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a peak 10th grade martial master using Hell's karmic fire. Ding! After consuming the martial artist with Hell's karmic fire, the host will receive the total reversal points currently possessed by the target. Ding! Rewarding the host with 15,000 reversal points. After disposing of Xiao Wenhua, Li Mu naturally required little effort to eliminate the remaining minions present. Of course, reaching this stage was also part of Li Mu's plan. Now, only the final step of tonight's revenge plan remained, and it was the most crucial and vital one. That was how Li Mu could flawlessly clear himself of all suspicion in the coming storm. And within it, find his own last glimmer of hope.